Episode 1. The Rise and Fall of Triumph Chapter 1. The drowsy general, who said that the demon army is formidable? Vice Commander Roger, brimming with pride, gazed down at the retreating elite forces of the demon clan. Akin to a receding tide. It seems I am somewhat stronger. Vice Commander Zichuan shot him a disdainful glance. Choosing to ignore his boastfulness, Vice Commander Ming Yu languidly remarked, "Didn't someone say just the day before yesterday that we were doomed, and that everyone should flee for their lives? I detest those who waver in morale during battle," Roger exclaimed with indignation, as if the matter had nothing to do with him at all. "If I catch that person, I shall have him executed. You seem to be suffering from amnesia. Who are you referring to? If not someone—" "Oh, I never said such a thing." He turned to Zichuan. "Surely, you must be talking about him." Zichuan cast a cold glance at the two rivals bickering, then turned her horse around, stating, "I shall check if the Lord has given any orders." 20,000 black-clad cavalry stood in silent formation atop the hill, their stillness punctuated only by the distant sounds of the defeated demon army in retreat and the mournful whisper of the wind sweeping across the Hengchuan plains, echoing as if the souls of the fallen warriors were reluctant to abandon their final sanctuary. But a general clad in silver armor stood tall at the pinnacle of the hill, his imposing stature exuding the unique authority of a commander. The setting sun cast a brilliant glow upon his silver armor, making him stand out among the dark mass of cavalry like a celestial being. This unmistakable silver armor signified that he was the youngest and most legendary among the three great young generals of the Zichuan family, Zichuan Xiu. Upon catching sight of this revered figure, Zichuan could not suppress a silent sigh. She rode closer to Zichuan Xiu, observing that the surrounding guards were all members of the elite guard, and whispered, "Goulet, how audacious of you, daring to don the Lord's armor and impersonate him here." Zichuan Xiu, the captain of the guard, Goulet, wore a mournful expression. "Commander Zichuan, I did not wish for this. It was the Lord who insisted I stand here in this heavy armor. It's so burdensome. I'm utterly exhausted and have already crushed 3 war horses. The battle is fierce. Where has the Lord gone? He just finished bathing on the back mountain, had a barbecue, and is now fast asleep in bed. Did he leave any instructions?" "Oh, he did. He said that if we lose, we should hurry and wake him up so we can flee together." Zichuan found Zichuan Xiu's tent beneath the shaded trees of the back mountain, where he lay snugly in his sleeping bag, snoring rhythmically. "Who are you? Who are you?" "Zichuan, my lord, wake up, wake up." The occupant of the sleeping bag remained utterly still. Zichuan sighed. "My lord, you leave me no choice." She turned and fetched a bottle of water, saying, "I will count to 1, 2, 3. "Ah, don't pour it, don't pour it. I'm awake." A head emerged from the sleeping bag, sleepiness etched across his features. He was a remarkably handsome young man, appearing youthful with a boyish smile. His bright eyes were bleary, and his tousled black hair framed his forehead, exuding an air of carefree charm. Zichuan Xiu yawned. "What urgent matter is at hand? Are the demons attacking?" Zichuan replied, "Not yet." "Then has there been a mutiny among the soldiers?" Zichuan responded, "That too is only a matter of time, once they discover you are deceiving them with a dummy." Zichuan Xiu yawned again. "Let them squabble when the time comes. Those soldiers are truly ridiculous. They're so petty about such trivial matters. So, did Roger and Ming Yu duel for you?" "Only to perish. Regrettably, my lord, they are both still shamelessly alive. The situation is that we have triumphed. The demon army is in retreat." Zichuan Xiu looked astonished. "Ah, this is quite unexpected that we actually won." He pulled his head back into the sleeping bag. "Let me ponder this for a moment." Zichuan patiently waited, until the familiar sound of snoring echoed once more. "Who are you? Who are you?" Unable to tolerate it any longer, she poured the water. Ah! A scream erupted that would undoubtedly never be recorded in the annals of history. Marking the victor of the 5th Hengchuan campaign in the year 778 of the Empire, Zichuan, addressing the half-asleep Zichuan Xiu, outlined the battlefield situation. Currently, the demon army still boasts over 50,000 troops, including formidable armored beasts among their ranks. They nearly overwhelmed us just now. Yet for reasons unknown, they suddenly retreated, and in a rather disordered manner. The other vice commanders and I are uncertain whether we should pursue. Please, my lord, give your orders." Zichuan Xiu, still drowsy, inquired, "Who wishes to pursue?" Zichuan replied, "Vice Commander Roger is adamantly advocating for a pursuit." Zichuan Xiu remarked, "Then let him pursue." "Lord," Zichuan exclaimed, both angry and anxious, "I understand your sentiments regarding Roger. who has accomplished nothing of merit since becoming vice commander. A boastful fool. However, the 5,000 Eastern officers under his command are innocent. There is no need for them to accompany him to death. Oh, how could you presume to judge your superiors so, Vice Commander Bai? Zichuan Xiu's eyes sparkled with cunning, betraying the awareness of his own thoughts being laid bare. Let him go. It's perfectly fine. But the enemy has 50 to 60,000 troops, while Roger's forces are fewer than 5,000. Bai Chuan, consider this. Roger's forces are cavalry. Their mobility far surpasses that of those lumbering demons. If they cannot win, they should at least be able to flee. Yet, my lord, you are aware that Roger, in his foolish charge, never utilizes his brain if he becomes reckless. Have no fear. I have made thorough preparations. Faced with Bai Chuan's skeptical gaze, Zichuan Xiu procured a pamphlet from the tent, which read, Imperial Funeral Home, June 1st to August 30, 60 off. We welcome your patronage. I calculated it. If Roger is late today, we will still be within the discount period. Moreover, I am well acquainted with the owner. Perhaps he will waive the fee for our urns. Bai Chuan, seething with frustration, rode back to the front lines, where the other two vice commanders looked at her with inquisitive expressions. Lord Xiu Chuan has ordered Vice Commander Roger to attack. Roger erupted in cheers. Long life. He turned to his subordinates and bellowed, Follow me. Galloping forth, 5,000 black-clad cavalry fell into formation, charging down the slope with thundering hooves, their shouts resounding. Long live, long live, long live. The entire contingent resembled an unstoppable black dragon, hurtling towards the retreating demon forces. That fool. So delighted to march towards his demise. Bai Chuan cursed bitterly. Not necessarily a death march, Vice Commander Mingyu interjected. The atmosphere among the demons appears chaotic. We cannot fathom what has transpired. And it's possible Roger might indeed succeed. Bai Chuan asked, What could possibly be happening over there? Mingyu replied, We do not know, but perhaps the Lord is aware. Every time the Lord calls upon Roger, it is tantamount to saying, There is no need for strategy. Just charge forward, and we shall win. That I have faith in the Lord. Bai Chuan snorted softly, thinking, That is because you have not witnessed him snoring away at the back mountain, ever ready to flee. She refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing it might unsettle the troops. But at that moment, an astonishing turn of events unfolded on the battlefield. Roger's cavalry surged down, almost effortlessly penetrating the heart of the demon stronghold. Akin to a red-hot fork plunging into cheese, the demon soldiers offered little resistance, scattering in panic, discarding their armor, their ranks disintegrating. An army of 50,000 demons was being routed by a mere fraction of their number. An unprecedented occurrence in history. The two vice commanders simultaneously gasped. Mingyu shouted. This is highly abnormal. It's a trap. Roger has been ensnared and surrounded. Bai Chuan countered. It cannot be a trap. Look how frantically their soldiers flee. Such chaos cannot be feigned. Even if it were a trap, there exists a considerable opportunity. Bai Chuan turned and called out, All troops, advance. Mingyu halted her, stating, You do not possess the authority to issue a full mobilization order. Only the Lord holds that right. Bai Chuan, in a fit of rage, struck Mingyu from his horse, brandishing her saber at his throat, her voice low and menacing. If we miss this opportunity, I shall end you. Casting a glance at the stunned guards and messengers surrounding them, she raised her voice and commanded, Why are you not relaying the order? What woof? The sound of horns blared from all directions as the cavalry assembled, forming lines of skirmishers. Bai Chuan stood resolutely at the forefront of the cavalry formation, her right hand raised in a serene and statuesque manner. Suddenly, she forcefully thrust her hand forward, and a thunderous roar erupted from behind her. Long live! Long live! Long live! Column after column of cavalry surged past her, starting with a gentle jog that gradually escalated into a breathtaking charge, hurtling down the mountainside towards the demon encampment like an overwhelming tide, cascading across the landscape with an imposing force. Before them, the demonic formations loomed within a mere kilometer, and with a clear command, a voice rang out, Draw swords. At once, 20,000 sabers unsheathed in unison, forming an uneven band of glimmering light that reflected the dying rays of the setting sun. While the battle cries echoed with earth-shattering intensity, the cacophony of battle roused a certain hero from his dreams in the rear mountains, who peered out from his sleeping bag, listening intently for a moment before murmuring, It is a full-scale assault. It seems Bai Chuan has discovered something. Really now, making such a racket, it's hard for anyone to get a good night's sleep. He withdrew his head, attempting to continue his interrupted reverie. According to the official historical records of the Zichuan family, in the year 778 of the Empire's calendar, during the Fifth Battle of Hengchuan, Zichuan Xiu personally led the front line, taking the lead and courageously fighting against the enemy, greatly inspiring the morale of the entire army. Under his command, the three vice flags, Roger, Bai Chuan, and Mingyu, faced the formidable foe with unity and composure, ultimately achieving a resounding victory with 30,000 cavalry against 70,000 demon troops, resulting in over 40,000 casualties and the capture of more than 10,000 at the so-called mightiest warrior of the demon race. Gu Shao was also slain by Xiu Chuan himself in this battle, delivering a heavy blow to the demon forces and marking the first turning point of the sacred war. Did we truly win? Zichuan Xiu murmured, gazing at the devastated battlefield before him, a hint of doubt lingering in his voice. Without a doubt, my lord, we have triumphed, exclaimed Captain Goulet, his face flushed with excitement. This is all thanks to your prowess. Allow me to congratulate you. Surely you will be promoted to the rank of Red Flag Lord for this achievement. Just think, before you turn 20, you could stand shoulder to shoulder with the governors of all provinces. What an extraordinary feat. Such a precedent has never been set in our family's history. Haha. Mutual congratulations. Zichuan Xiu's smile held no trace of joy that, if I recall correctly, you are still a junior flag warrior. Are you not? The position of Vice Flag Lord may be within your reach. Jiu Lei was elated. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall serve you diligently to repay your kindness. Ready to brave fire and water without hesitation. Zichuan Xiu interrupted Goulet's fervent loyalty pledge, mumbling to himself. It seems that living a simple life truly is a form of happiness. What are you saying, my lord? Oh, I just want you to work well. That a troop of cavalry appeared ahead, and upon seeing Zichuan Xiu's banner, they immediately saluted from their mounts. Zichuan Xiu halted his horse and called out, "Which unit are you from? What is your purpose?" The cavalry captain replied, "Reporting to you, my lord. We are the 7th squad of the 3rd platoon of Roger's unit, currently tasked with transporting prisoners." Oh, Zichuan Xiu suddenly felt curious. Are there many prisoners? Let me take a look at your command, my lord, the captain shouted, and the cavalrymen drove the captives forward to stand before Zichuan Xiu, while the guards tightly encircled him to prevent any sudden attacks from the demon captives. However, such precautions proved unnecessary, for this batch of captives consisted entirely of sprite-like creatures, small beings with green skin. Renowned for their craftsmanship, yet woefully lacking in combat prowess, they were mild in temperament and easily yielded to authority. The demon army primarily employed them as laborers and in human markets. They could fetch as much as 30,000 currency each in the imperial capital. Noticing Zichuan Xiu's apparent disappointment, the cavalry captain felt compelled to cheer him up. My lord, you should know, we also discovered something peculiar among the captives. The captain called back. Bring it forth for the lord to examine. Several cavalrymen approached, carrying a bulging burlap sack, and the captain, grinning, untied it. My lord, this is a rare find indeed. To their astonishment, a young girl emerged from the sack. Her attire was somewhat disheveled, yet it was evident from the luxurious fabric that she had been of noble standing. Though she had just been released from the sack and appeared somewhat flustered, it did not detract from her captivating beauty. Her large, azure eyes, characteristic of demon women, gazed defiantly at the humans who dared to imprison her, exuding an aura of dignified nobility without uttering a word. Zichuan Xiu frowned. When did the Eastern Army take up the mantle of kidnappers? The captain felt wronged. My lord, this is no ordinary girl. We found her in a splendid carriage, surrounded by a dozen guards, and it took dozens of us to capture her. This girl surely possesses an extraordinary identity, perhaps even belonging to a high-ranking member of the demon race. Have you interrogated her? She refuses to speak, and we have no time for thorough questioning. Now, we present her to you, my lord. Do not let this opportunity slip away, the captain remarked in a suggestive tone. Zichuan Xiu responded with a smirk. Rest assured, I shall interrogate her quite thoroughly. This exchange carried an unmistakable understanding between men. Once the cavalrymen departed from sight, Zichuan Xiu chuckled slyly. Fortunately, Bai Chuan is not here. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. He turned to Goulet and the other guards. When Bai Chuan inquires, You all know what to do, right? Goulet replied sternly, my lord. Do not worry. We shall see nothing and hear nothing. Now that is the mark of a wise person. Zichuan Xiu began to survey his surroundings. Where might there be a secluded spot to pitch a tent? That place won't do. It's too open and lacks ambience. Here, TSKSK, too many mosquitoes. This one be pleasant. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the young girl, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable, as shivers ran down her spine and goosebumps rose on her skin. I am Princess Cadden of the Demon Kingdom, the third princess of the royal family that I demand treatment befitting my status, the girl proclaimed with a tremulous yet resolute voice. The guards collectively inhaled sharply, in the stillness of the night. Her words rang particularly jarring. Gule whispered, my lord, we cannot act recklessly with this woman. Otherwise, the military law will bring us trouble. Without turning, Zichuan Xiu scoffed. Gule, you're as foolish as a pig. He muttered to himself, this is quite the bounty. I in the darkness, by Chuan, the vice flag lord, pondered silently among the cavalry. The joy of their triumph during the day did little to quell her unease. Why had the victory come so easily? The demons had retreated when they appeared to have the upper hand in battle. When the Zichuan cavalry launched their assault, they encountered almost no organized resistance that I in today as conflict. The demons seemed disorganized and terrified, a stark contrast to their usual fierce and battle-hardened nature. Yet victory was victory, irrefutable and unparalleled, as evidenced by the countless demon corpses sprawled across the ground like harvested autumn crops. At that moment, she felt a cold sweat trickling down her back. Had her judgment, Fa, allow me to share something with you. I have just interrogated some captured soldiers, and their accounts are rather peculiar. They claimed that during their offensive, Commander Gasha and Deputy Commander Yunshin were both assassinated, resulting in the entire army losing its command and descending into chaos, leading to their unresisting defeat. Oh, Bai Chuan exclaimed with astonishment. Who did this? They have done us a great service. They only know it was a member of the human race. You see, to the demon race, we humans all appear alike, just as those green-skinned creatures seem identical to us. It is quite terrifying. The assailant buried himself in the sand and awaited Commander Gasha's passage, then sprang forth to kill, each strike fatal. Bai Chuan expressed her surprise. Are there such formidable experts in the Far East? To possess such exceptional martial prowess and be so resolute and cold-hearted, burying oneself in sand. As she pondered, a chill ran down her spine. Mingyu, contemplatively, remarked, but I believe our banner lord must be aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have commanded us to attack. Mentioning Zichuan Xiu ignited by Chuan's ire. You hold that fool in too high regard. Do you know what he was doing while we risked our lives? Bathing, dining, sleeping. He might as well have been pursuing women, though that is likely because he has not found one. That how could he possibly resemble a commander of the entire army? Mingyu responded calmly. As long as he can secure victories. I care not how he spends his time. Why are you so agitated? He cast a meaningful glance at Bai Chuan. This time it was merely luck that he stumbled upon the demon's misfortune. Perhaps it is more than mere luck. Wasn't the counteroffensive 6 years ago in the imperial capital also a stroke of luck? When facing Lufeng Shuang, who else could escape without incurring losses, if not him? In the 2 incursions by the demon race into the Far East, only his forces returned unscathed. For a fool who joined the army at 11 and has fought in numerous skirmishes without defeat, his fortune seems excessively fortuitous, does it not? Bai Chuan galloped through the night. Mingyu's words echoing in her mind, contemplating. Indeed, his luck appears excessively fortunate. Could he have been concealing his true self all along? I must confront him and unveil the true nature hidden beneath his lazy, lecherous, and cowardly facade. Ahead lay the flickering lights of the Central Army's camp. Before Zichuan Xiu's escort could intervene, Bai Chuan charged into the main tent. The captain of the escort, Goulet, stepped forward to greet her. Vice Banner Lord Bai. The master has instructed that you cannot enter. Why not? Bai Chuan dismissed him, thinking, could it be that he is revealing a side of himself unknown to others? I must enter. She strode boldly into the central tent, only to find Zichuan Xiu embracing a beautiful young woman, preparing to kiss her. Fury surged within her, and she drew her saber, striking out. So this is your true nature, Zichuan Xiu. Prepare to meet your end. Fortunately, I am quite agile, or I might have been cleaved in two. Zichuan Xiu, startled, exclaimed, Vice Banner Lord Bai, you are exceedingly reckless. I truly appear to be the sort who would harass an innocent maiden. Ah, Goulet, what expressions are those on your faces? Bai Chuan retorted indignantly. Master, consider this. In the dead of night, within an unguarded tent, you are embracing a stranger. What am I, as your subordinate, to think of you? Zichuan Xiu replied. You should think thus. This maiden is Cadden, the third princess of the demon race, a crucial prisoner for our forces. She has merely fainted from the shock of being captured, and your virtuous and noble superior, Xiuchuan, is selflessly preparing to administer artificial respiration. Such thoughts would be the rational conclusion. Bai Chuan exclaimed, How could I possibly have imagined that? Zichuan Xiu responded, That merely indicates you have not watched enough Hong Kong television dramas, where such scenarios abound. Bai Chuan queried, What are you saying, master? Zichuan Xiu replied, Oh, it's nothing. I just mixed up the timelines. Let us pretend you didn't hear that. Bai Chuan argued, Even if the princess has fainted, anyone could administer artificial respiration. Why must it be you? Zichuan Xiu countered, If anyone can perform it, why can't I? Zichuan Xiu then instructed, Report the situation, Vice Banner Lord Bai. Bai Chuan complied, As you command. Mastered and MY troops engaged in battle for 5 hours, and the demon casualties are estimated between 20 to 30,000. We have captured their main camp and supply lines out of the 25 white cloaks, leaders of the demon forces. My troops have slain 5. Ming U.S. forces 4, and captured 3, with 13 still unaccounted for. Zichuan Xiu nodded. Vice Banner Lord Roger has just sent in a battle report indicating he has taken down 7 white cloaks, with enemy casualties also around 10,000. Thus, we can confirm that the demon main force has essentially been obliterated. Only the mopping up operations remain. Bai Chuan bowed. This is a great victory, master. Congratulations. You have truly worked hard. Internally, she scoffed. Indeed, sleeping, eating, and pursuing women. How arduous. Ah, it is rare for you to show such understanding, Vice Banner Lord Bai. To speak frankly, I am indeed quite exhausted. After a long day of toil, I must now rest. I entrust the camp's security to you. Bai Chuan secretly raised her middle finger, respectfully inquiring, Master, I have a matter I wish to clarify. Zichuan Xiu replied, Oh. Bai Chuan continued, According to the prisoners, the demons suffered defeat because their commander and deputy commander were assassinated by a mysterious assailant. This is something we, the frontline commanders, were unaware of. I wonder how you came to know of it and commanded us to attack. Zichuan Xiu feigned surprise. I commanded you to attack. Is that so? No, that was your own decision, wasn't it? Bai Chuan insisted. Master, you said at the time. Zichuan Xiu interrupted. When you came to consult me, you mentioned that Roger wanted to attack, and I said whoever wishes to go may do so. Is that not correct? This matter was entirely decided by you and Roger from the beginning. When did I ever issue an order for you to charge forth? Reflecting on Zichuan Xiu's tone at the time, Bai Chuan realized the truth in his words. Fortunately, they had won. Had they lost, she would bear the blame entirely. The thought of such consequences sent cold sweat trickling down her back, soaking her garments. You need not fear, after all. We do you think the Inspection Bureau would pursue you for miscommunicating military orders? Zichuan Xiu seemed to read her thoughts, saying leisurely, Tomorrow we shall return to Shajia City, and the mopping up operations can be left to the forces of Banner Lord Gishi. Bai Chuan protested, But master, we have worked so hard to achieve this situation. We must press the advantage. Zichuan Xiu replied, If we take all the credit, other forces will accuse us of being overreaching, and our lives will become difficult thereafter. He sauntered towards the tent. The night grows late. Vice Banner Lord Bai should also rest. Tomorrow we must continue our journey. Bai Chuan suddenly understood. With 30,000 troops defeating 80,000 demon soldiers, Zichuan Xiu's glory was irrefutable, and thus it would be wise to extend a favor, preventing others from harboring too much envy against him. His calculations were astutely meticulous. Watching his figure fade away, Bai Chuan felt increasingly perplexed by him. The following evening, the triumphant forces of Zichuan Xiu entered the city of Shajia. Greeted by the citizens with fervent, almost frenzied cheers, Shajia City, situated near the Hengchuan front, suffered the brunt of every demon assault. The Zichuan clan's far eastern army had proven less than valorous, often suffering more defeats than victories. Leaving the citizens weary from escape and in great distress, upon hearing news of the impending demon army, the clan had dispatched an 18-year-old banner lord to confront them, not merely due to his surname, for it was unlikely he would have risen so swiftly to such a rank at that age. The populace had long since given up hope, beginning to pack their belongings in preparation for flight. Yet, unexpectedly, this young banner lord, through some stroke of absurd fortune, witnessed the demon forces collapse without a fight. The news spread, and the entire city erupted in jubilation as Zichuan Xiu's troops lined up to enter the city for rest. The welcoming crowd nearly overwhelmed them, showering the soldiers with worthless tokens, half-cooked eggs, sweat-stained handkerchiefs, silver-trimmed trinkets, and explosive balls. These items were of no use, yet the townsfolk celebrated with expired, unsellable wine, sparing 37 tavern owners from bankruptcy. While 11 tavern owners faced ruin as their establishments were wrecked by inebriated soldiers, draped in ceremonial robes, a solemn monk offered prayers for them. "We thank you, our victorious protectors. May the blessing of the god of war forever accompany you." Ordinarily, few believe in their deities, with nothing else to occupy their time. It's a rare opportunity to espouse one's faith today without the fear of being stoned. Young and beautiful ladies wave flowers as they approach unfamiliar soldiers, embracing and kissing them. According to statistics, within the first hour of entering the city, over 7,000 soldiers from the Zichuan Xiu forces lost their first kisses, initially intended for their beloveds back home. This highlights the immense loss, as many poignant or mundane love stories began from this moment, and the officiating pastor at the church weddings experienced a modest surge in business. Later, it was calculated that during the Zichuan Xiu forces less than 1 week garrison in Shajia City, the birth rate surged by 169% 10 months later. Moreover, many of the newborns were named Huaijun, Nianbing, and Aijun. As night fell, the 3 deputy banner lords, Roger, Baichuan, and Mingyu, ventured out to patrol the streets, ensuring military discipline was upheld and that no unruly soldiers were causing disturbances. Mingyu remarked, "Baichuan, I sense something amiss with you today. It has been 12 hours, and you have yet to berate Xiu Chuan even once. Are you feeling unwell?" Roger feigned concern, reaching out to touch Baichuan's forehead. Quite warm. Are you coming down with something?" "Ouch." Baichuan retracted his fist. "It's nothing. I've merely altered my perspective on him." At that moment, they all heard a voice from a nearby tavern asking, "How much for a bottle of Greenfield beer?" The waitress replied, 3 silver coins, sir." Zichuan Xiu remarked, "Oh, that's a bit pricier than in the capital. I'll take 2 bottles." The waitress responded, "I apologize, but may I ask if you are from Lord Xiu Chuan's forces?" Zichuan Xiu replied, "Indeed." The waitress explained, "Oh, our boss has instructed that tonight officers of the Xiu Chuan forces shall not be charged." Zichuan Xiu questioned, "Why is that?" The waitress responded, "Because you are heroes." Zichuan Xiu declared, "Heroes? Then I shall have 4 bottles." The waitress fell silent. Roger turned to Baichuan. "You just mentioned your change in opinion about him." Baichuan maintained a stoic expression. "Now my opinion has changed once more. Let us depart. We do not know him." The Guqi Mountains serve as the boundary between the Far East and the heartland of the Zichuan family. Those perilous peaks form an almost insurmountable natural barrier, with the Longhe Highway being the sole passage connecting the Far East to the heartland. The majestic Weiran Fortress, constructed in the year 456 of the imperial era, stands at this crucial gap, guarding the Longhe Highway and earning its reputation as the foremost fortress on the continent. Aside from the Demon Lord Fortress of the Demon race, its strategic importance is self-evident. The fortress is remarkably sturdy, with rumors proclaiming, as long as one takes refuge within Weiran, even the wrath of the gods is of no concern. Indeed, it has proven worthy of this accolade since the establishment of the Zichuan family. The demon forces have launched 4 major assaults involving over 1 million troops, all of which were thwarted by the formidable walls of Weiran. The former family commander and renowned general, Zichuan Yuanqing, once stated, "Without Weiran, we would have perished 20 times over." This underscores the fortress's significant status. The command headquarters of the Far East Army, the main base, and important institutions such as the Far East Military Academy are also situated in Weiran. Zichuan Xiu and other meritorious individuals who participated in the Hengchuan battle were summoned by the deputy commander of the Far East Army, a senior official of the Zichuan family, Rober, to meet at the Far East Army General Staff headquarters in Weiran. However, unfortunately, a beautiful and charming female secretary politely informed Zichuan Xiu, "Lord Xiu Chuan, I sincerely apologize, Deputy Commander Lin Bing has called an emergency military meeting, and Lord Robur is still in session that he requests that if you all have arrived, please wait in the reception room. I truly apologize. Zichuan Xiu, with a serious expression, leaned closer to the secretary and cautiously glanced around before whispering, "Miss, do you recognize that individual over there in the minor flag warrior uniform?" He pointed to an officer who had just exited the command building. "Oh, that's a liaison officer sent by the Gushi banner. He just entered Lord Robur's office to deliver documents." "That is false," Zichuan Xiu asserted emphatically. "He is an assassin sent by the Lufeng family." The secretary turned pale with fear, but he has an officer's certificate and a security pass, along with documentation. "Do you not trust my word? It is no surprise. We encountered the real liaison officer on our way here. He was on the brink of death, and he spoke to us before passing away." Zichuan Xiu insisted. "The assassin's target is Lord Robur. Where did the assassin just go? We must investigate each location meticulously." The secretary was swayed by Zichuan Xiu's undeniable confidence and involuntarily stated, "He just visited Lord Robur's office, but he only stayed for 5 minutes. And I was right next to him. Hand me the office key," Zichuan Xiu demanded, seizing the key without hesitation. 5 minutes? That is ample time for a professional spy to plant 30 bombs. He entered the office and closed the door behind him. No one is allowed to enter. It is too dangerous. The Far East Army's general staff descended into chaos as the military police hurried to the scene. Yet they were ordered by Zichuan Xiu to keep their distance from the office. Inside, the sounds of rummaging could be heard, along with Xiu Chuan's mutterings. "Where is it? Where? Come out now. I know you must be hiding something. I refuse to believe I cannot find it." The crisis lasted 5 minutes until Zichuan Xiu, drenched in sweat, emerged at the door. No luck. He might be hiding elsewhere. The officers, military police, and clerks present all held immense respect for Zichuan Xiu's bravery and composure, thus failing to notice the bulging briefcase he carried, which emitted a clatter of water. Deputy Commander Robur only learned of the incident after the meeting concluded, and upon returning in alarm, he opened the secure cabinet to find it utterly empty. Unleashing a desperate wail, his subordinates speculated that the confidential documents had been stolen by spies from the Lufeng family. Robur gritted his teeth. "Ah Xiu, you have caused this mess." Zichuan Xiu, filled with trepidation, replied, "Yes, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have spoken recklessly without clarity, disrupting the normal order and causing my fellow soldiers to be wrongfully apprehended and suffer unjustly. I shall sincerely apologize and reflect upon my actions." Robur bellowed, "I care not for that minor flag warrior's fate." Lowering his voice, he added, "Where is my wine? 3 bottles of century-old wine and a bottle of royal brandy." Zichuan Xiu appeared utterly bewildered, as if he had never heard the word wine in his life. "What wine? Do not feign ignorance." "The wine you took from my office." Robur suddenly halted. "My lord, that cannot be. The Far East Army maintains strict discipline. No alcohol is allowed during working hours. Surely it cannot be that there is wine in your office." "That is absolutely impossible. You uphold military discipline and enforce the law with unwavering integrity, as is well known among all soldiers of the Far East. How could such a thing occur? This must be a baseless rumor aimed at tarnishing your reputation. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Please rest assured, my lord." Robur pleaded, "Do not be so harsh. Just return the brandy to me." Zichuan Xiu responded with a mysterious smile. A smile that Robur was all too familiar with, having suffered from it on multiple occasions. "You are indeed formidable. Consider this for next time. Listen closely. An official document has been issued from the command office due to the exceptional performance of Lord Xiu Chuan during the Hengchuan battle. Bringing glory to the family's eagle banner, the command office is petitioning the General Post-Elders Council to award Lord Xiu Chuan a commendation and promotion." Robur elongated his words. "Deputy Commander, the order is issued by Supreme Commander Yang Minghua, approved by Chief of Staff Luo Minghai, Commander of the Far East Army Guingxing, Border Defense Commander Ming Hui, Central Army Commander Lei Sun, Black Flag Army Commander Fang Jing, and Imperial Guard Commander Pai Gu. Date: July 28, year 778 of the Imperial Era." Zichuan Xiu was utterly taken aback. A deputy commander, he was promoted directly from Banner Lord to Deputy Commander, surpassing the rank of Red-clad Banner Lord. He had not anticipated this. "Ah Xiu, do you comprehend the significance of Yang Minghua's special promotion of you to Deputy Commander?" Robert's expression was grave, devoid of the joy typically exhibited following a subordinate's elevation. In response, "My lord, I understand." "Oh." Zichuan Xiu's demeanor mirrored the solemnity. "This means I, too, can now enjoy the company of a beautiful secretary, indulge in concealed wine in the office, and no longer fear the inspections of the supervisory bureau." Scoundrel! Do not let your imagination run wild. Be aware that the order was issued by Supreme Commander Yang Minghua. Then, you should be more aware than I of what kind of person he is. Right? Zichuan Xiu recited fluently. Our esteemed President Ling Yang Minghua possesses an innate wisdom in governance, with decisive command, unparalleled brilliance, and a far-reaching vision. His personal virtues are marked by nobility, integrity, and reliability. He treats his subordinates with kindness and warmth, is strict with himself while being lenient towards others, and serves the Grand Commander with unwavering loyalty. Moreover, his most commendable trait is his absence of selfish motives, dedicating himself solely to the greater good of the family. Earning the heartfelt admiration of all military personnel, in terms of benevolence, wisdom, and courage, he stands as a paragon for us Zichuan warriors, inspiring my utmost respect. Rabo interrupted him. "That's enough. I have no ears for flattery here. So speak freely." Zichuan Xiu then displayed the most innocent smile. "Lord Rabo, why say such things? Everything I just expressed was from the depths of my heart. Please trust that my admiration for President Ling is sincere." Rabo gazed intently at him, as if searching for a hint of insincerity within that smile. Zichuan Xiu's smile would later become a widely used metaphor to describe those who peddle falsehoods, akin to insurance brokers. As before, Rabo found nothing amiss. "You haven't forgotten the events of 7 years ago, have you? In the year 771 of the Empire, during the month of March, the Lufeng family launched a massive offensive against the Zichuan family. While the main forces advanced on the front, a detachment from the Lufeng family stealthily traversed the neutral territory of the Lin family, circumventing the border defense forces, and suddenly emerged outside the imperial capital. The previous Grand Commander of the Zichuan family, Zichuan Xiu, believed the Lufeng forces to be isolated and incapable of mustering significant strength. Without waiting for reinforcements, he mobilized the Central Army and the Imperial Guard within the capital to initiate an assault, which resulted in an ambush, leading to the near-total annihilation of the Central Army and Imperial Guard, with casualties exceeding 80,000 and Zichuan Yuanxing gravely injured. At this juncture, the Zichuan family learned that the raiding forces were led by the cunning and resourceful heir of the Lufeng family, Lufeng Xishan, with a formidable strength of 130,000 troops. Lufeng Xishan believed the situation was in his favor and was not in haste to attack the heavily fortified imperial capital. He split his forces, sending 50,000 back to flank the border defense, and leaving another 50,000 infantry to besiege the capital. At this crucial moment, the family's Far East army was engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic forces. Leaving the border defense and the Black Flag army constrained and immobile, the capital was nearly devoid of available troops, lacking commanders, with no reinforcements on the horizon, and the populace was in a state of panic, fearing the imminent demise of their family. Meanwhile, Zichuan Xiu, still a cadet at the Far East Military Academy, took advantage of a training exercise to return to the capital with a troop of 800 cavalry cadets. With the tacit approval of the Far East Army commander, Gu Yinxing, who also served as the academy's principal, he arrived just in time to see his adoptive father, Zichuan Yuanxing, for the last time. After Zichuan Yuanxing's death, the family was thrown into disarray, with various factions, the Elder Council, the Grand Commander's office, the Commander's office, and the Military Affairs Department quarreling incessantly, shifting blame, and claiming only they could save the family from ruin. Ultimately, they accomplished nothing, consumed by meetings, discussions, elections, and voting, while remaining oblivious to the encroaching Lufeng army outside. In a fit of anger, Zichuan Xiu instigated a coup with the 800 cavalrymen he had brought back. Seizing control of critical locations such as the Grand Commander's office and the Commander's office, thereby gaining the authority to mobilize troops, he promptly issued a royal decree to all military corps and local defense forces, commanding them to reach the capital within a month. An impossible feat should they attempt the journey. They would face relentless pursuit, suffering severe casualties, and inadvertently draw more Lufeng troops to the capital. The Lufeng family erupted in laughter, mocking the 11-year-old new leader of the Zichuan family, declaring him mad for wanting to pit all their forces against the Lufeng army outside the capital. They laughed until that nightmarish night descended. On the very evening of the decree's issuance, under Zichuan Xiu's command, the 800 elite cavalry donned Lufeng uniforms and infiltrated the Lufeng camp, wreaking havoc and spreading the rumor. Disaster. The main force of the Far East Army is upon us. The Zichuan family's loyal troops have assembled, numbering over 1 million. Awakened from their slumber, the Lufeng forces found themselves engulfed in darkness, flames, and chaos, unable to mount any effective resistance. Many, confused by the identical uniforms, cried out, "Do not strike. We are allies. The enemy lies yonder," only to be met with deadly blows. In this confusion of friend and foe, the only course of action was to strike first, resulting in over half of the 2,000 Lufeng casualties that night being inflicted by their own ranks. Even Lufeng Xishan himself barely escaped by dawn. As he gathered his scattered forces to retaliate, Zichuan Xiu's cavalry reappeared, delivering a devastating blow, causing the disheartened remnants to collapse. By evening, Lufeng Xishan attempted once more to rally his troops. Yet, as soon as they gathered, the sound of thundering hooves echoed behind them. This sequence of events repeated 7 times. On the 8th attempt, Lufeng Xishan found himself retreating to the border between the Lufeng and Zichuan families. Facing the wrathful Zichuan border forces numbering 300,000, while Zichuan Xiu and his elite cavalry pursued like wolves, he would rather take his own life than turn back to fight Zichuan Xiu. His escape was only possible due to the timely intervention of his daughter, Lufeng Shuang, and a stroke of luck. Many military historians later speculated that had Zichuan Xiu not been diverted by unforeseen circumstances, even with the assistance of the talented Lufeng Shuang, Lufeng Xishan would have been unable to escape, let alone return to claim the head of the Lufeng family. However, the 20,000 Lufeng soldiers accompanying him were not as fortunate. With less than a third surviving to return out on the Zichuan side, the victors fared even worse than the vanquished. Zichuan Xiu, filled with hopes of being welcomed as a hero adorned with flowers by beautiful maidens, was instead awakened in the dead of night, only to find his guard disarmed and surrounded by the family's military police execution squad. A courteous military officer, with a hint of regret, informed him, "By the order of President Yang Minghua, you are charged with illegitimate mutiny, disobeying authority, unauthorized troop mobilization, and abuse of power. You have the right to remain silent and may present your case at a military tribunal." Each accusation against him was a capital offense. Eventually, thanks to the fervent rescue efforts of Zichuan Yuanxing's daughter, Zichuan Ning, the discreet assistance of Commander Guanxing, the vehement protests of frontline soldiers, and the impassioned defense from his close friend, also one of the 3 young heroes of Zichuan, Sterling, who proclaimed at the tribunal, "Loyalty is not a crime." Zichuan Xiu narrowly escaped the death penalty. Yang Minghua sought to imprison him for life, but Guanxing, wielding considerable influence, suggested, "Wouldn't it be better to assign him to serve in the most arduous regions of the Far East? We are in need of personnel there." Due to Guanxing's high standing and the formidable strength of the Far East Army, Yang Minghua dared not oppose him, leading to Zichuan Xiu's enlistment in the Far East Army. Starting as a labor soldier and eventually rising through the ranks to become a warrior, a red-clad warrior, a junior flag warrior, and so on. Now, Yang Minghua unexpectedly proposed to promote him to the position of deputy commander. "My lord, my memory has never been particularly sharp. Could you remind me which event from 7 years ago you refer to? A hint would be appreciated." Rabo replied, "Xiu, you must understand that people prefer to keep dangerous things within their sight. Your talents and abilities pose a considerable threat to certain individuals. If you were to ascend to the role of a red-clad flag warrior, by protocol, you would command 70,000 troops of the Far East Army, causing someone sleepless nights," Zichuan Xiu countered. "But if I were to become deputy commander, wouldn't that make it even harder for someone to sleep? The issue is that the Far East Army currently has only 3 active deputy commander positions available. We have no surplus slots for you. Do you understand? I heard just a couple of days ago that Deputy Commander Lei had a disagreement with Commander Gu and intended to resign. Wouldn't that create a vacancy? They reconciled this morning. Deputy Commander Lei has retracted his resignation. I also heard that our Deputy Commander Lin Bing is getting married and will be on a honeymoon for 3 months. The groom fled before the wedding, leaving only a note that read, 'I can't take it anymore.' Now, the jilted bride is assembling a death squad to hunt him down." Zichuan Xiu sighed. "Now I have but one hope left, my lord. Is there any chance your ulcer might have undergone malignant transformation recently?" Rabo replied, Thus, should you be appointed deputy commander, your only option would be to return to the capital and participate in the reserve officer candidacy. However, Commander Gu also believes this is preferable, as Miss Zichuan Ning will soon be 16, approaching the legal age for inheritance, and one cannot rule out the possibility that someone may harbor ill intentions towards her. Your return would allow you to protect her closely. My lord, but I am rather inept in combat. Stop pretending to be foolish in my presence. Save that act for Roger and his band of simpletons. You were the one who assassinated the demon commander in Hunchuan, weren't you? I am aware that you wish to keep someone from discovering your extraordinary talents and martial prowess. Yet do you believe you can deceive me into believing otherwise? Zichuan Xiu gazed at him in astonishment. My lord, you... Luobo revealed a sly smile. I am a vassal of the Zichuan family. Not of Yang Minghua. My oath of loyalty is sworn to the Zichuan surname. But Yang Minghua is your superior. I serve as the vice commander of the Far East Army, by protocol. My direct superior should be Commander Guingxing, Luo Bo said kindly. Commander Gu has always requested that I look after you. Reflecting on the care and concern Luo Bo had shown him over the past 6 years, Zichuan Xiu felt a surge of warmth and deeply bowed to the elder before him. Zichuan Xiu, with my humble self, is profoundly grateful for the care extended by Commander Guingxing and you. My lord, this kindness and sentiment are a debt I shall find impossible to repay in this lifetime. Should you command, Zichuan Xiu shall not hesitate to give his utmost, regardless of the cost. Luo Bo stood with an imposing demeanor. At present, Yang Minghua, the commander-in-chief, exhibits arrogance and tyranny, unchecked by anyone, and has begun to harbor treasonous intentions. Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu, I, as a senior member of your family, command you, by all means necessary, protect Miss Zichuan Ning. She is the sole progeny left behind by Lord Yuan Xing. He bowed to Zichuan Xiu. Xiu, I entrust this to you. Zichuan Xiu replied with pride. I shall obey, as long as I draw breath. I will ensure that no harm befalls the young lady. Rest assured, my lord. He returned a deep bow, feeling a swell of heroic spirit within him. Oh, and there is another matter. Did you not just vow to repay me with your life? Then you must take my wine. Zichuan Xiu resolutely replied. Not a chance. I merely spoke in jest. 3 bottles of century-old wine, a bottle of royal brandy, are worth far more than my life. Even if you were to kill me, I would not repay it. Within the grandest and most luxurious Tianing restaurant in Valent City, 3 newly appointed samurai, Roger, Baichuan, and Mingyu, jointly hosted a farewell banquet for their superior. Vice Commander Xiu Chuan, as he was reassigned to the imperial capital, Baichuan glanced at the menu, feeling somewhat daunted. So expensive. She whispered to Roger, Are you certain the money you brought is sufficient? Roger grimaced, in a hushed tone, If not, we can always force you to cover the difference. Why did Lord Xiu Chuan choose such an extravagant place? Tonight's meal could wipe out half a year's salary for me, even with the 3 of us sharing it. Baichuan, in a whisper, I suspect that idiot is deliberately making things difficult for us. Just look at the dishes he ordered. Golden roasted suckling pig, golden roasted lobster, golden roast chicken, golden roasted duck, golden fruit pie, golden candied vegetables, golden brandy. Eating so much gold, it would be best if he suffered from constipation and died. Roger, in a whisper, Xiu, keep your voice down. I think he just shot you a strange glance. I suspect he heard you. No, he is calling for more dishes. It's the luxurious Golden Court 8 treasures. This is it. My salary for next year is gone. Zichuan Xiu was in high spirits, laughing and chatting with Mingyu when he suddenly turned and asked, Baichuan, Roger, what are you 2 whispering about? Baichuan replied, My lord, you are being reassigned. You will no longer be our superior. And we are truly reluctant to part with you. Our hearts are heavy with sorrow. Zichuan Xiu responded, Oh dear, hearing you say that makes me sad too. However, judging by your expressions, you hardly seem sorrowful. Rather, you appear as if, prisoners just released. Baichuan exclaimed, Oh, we are smiling on the outside, but our hearts are shedding tears. Roger and Mingyu echoed their sentiments. Their hearts were indeed weeping silently for their wallets. Zichuan Xiu rubbed his eyes, seemingly moved. It is my fortune to have such loyal subordinates. I almost wish to remain here. You mustn't, the 3 cried out in unison. My lord, we cannot bear to hinder your bright future. Go, and wreak havoc in the imperial capital. Indeed, my lord, do visit us when you have the chance. Better yet, do not return. What if, by then, you have risen so high that you no longer recognize a small fry? Regardless of whether you recognize us, I certainly shall not acknowledge you again. Seeing Zichuan Xiu nearly in tears, they quipped, we have shared life and death together. True friends cannot forget each other. Come, let us drink to our friendship. Oh, young lady, bring 5 more bottles of royal brandy and add a golden roasted whole lamb. Once everyone was full and content, or at least pretending to be, Zichuan Xiu suddenly recalled something. Look at my memory. I have official business to discuss. He retrieved an official document from his pocket. This is a new appointment for the 3 of you samurai. Issued by Vice Commander Luobo Roger. Take a look for yourself. Bai Chuan felt an ominous premonition arise, but quickly reassured herself. It couldn't possibly be worse than the current situation, could it? Roger took the document, opened it, and upon reading a single line, this fearless warrior, who had faced tens of thousands of demon soldiers without fear, collapsed on the spot. Mingyu snatched it away. How useless! It can't be worse than being sent to assault the great demon fortress. Is it really worth fainting over? After glancing at it, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Chuan trembled as she picked up the appointment letter from the ground. Zichuan Xiu looked at her with a sympathetic expression, suggesting, would you like some wine to calm your nerves? Bai Chuan took a deep breath and opened it. The command was simple. Just a single sentence. Hereby, Roger, Mingyu, and Bai Chuan are assigned to serve under Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu and shall return to the imperial capital on official business. Chief of Staff of the Far East Army. Luobo, you're 778 of the Empire. Bai Chuan felt a blinding white light flash before her eyes, yet she steeled herself. Her first instinct was to draw her blade, only she had no weapon on her today. She yearned to pounce and fight, yet was unarmed. She considered unleashing a torrent of curses, but seeing Zichuan Xiu's seemingly impervious, sincere smile, she knew that would be in vain. Finally, she conceived the most devastatingly effective tactic. Zichuan Xiu was astonished to see Bai Chuan calm down, unable to help but exclaim, no wonder it is said that in critical moments, women are more resilient than men. Zichuan Xiu remarked, oh, Bai Chuan, this is truly wonderful. We can be together again. It is no wonder Roger and Mingyu fainted from joy. Why are you silent? Bai Chuan, why are you touching Roger's clothes? What are you doing with his wallet? And Mingyu's wallet? Are you sharing my peculiar hobby of getting friends drunk and stealing their wallets? That is not right. I'm still sober, unless you're willing to split the spoils. Why are you opening the window? Weary not hot. Bai Chuan stood by the window, gathering her strength, and shouted at the top of her lungs. Someone is dining and dashing. Catch him. After which, she leapt out the window. The Tianming restaurant erupted in uproar. Who is dining and dashing? Quickly catch him. Seize the scoundrel dining and dashing. That one, the one acting foolishly at the window. Still trying to escape, pretending to be an officer in Vice Commander's uniform to swindle food and drink. I've suspected him all along. How could there be such a small Vice Commander? Let us all join forces to beat him up before sending him to the police. Chapter 1. The Triumph and Fall. Chapter 2. Overlooked. The imperial city was established in the year 335 of the Empire. Initially built by the 11th Emperor of the Radiant Empire to serve as a stronghold against the incursions of demon tribes in the southeastern region, at that time, the Valin Fortress had yet to be constructed. Originally named Zichuan Fortress, in the year 553 of the Empire, the strongest royal legion of the Radiant Empire suffered a catastrophic defeat at the Blue River battlefield against invading demon forces, leading to the death of the last emperor and marshal. Thus, the 500-year reign of the Radiant dynasty came to an end, and local warlords began to vie for supremacy, resulting in a tumultuous era of chaos. This state of warlord fragmentation lasted for less than 20 years, as the majority of weaker factions were swiftly absorbed by powerful forces, leaving only a scant few to survive. Among them, Lu Fengjun, guarding the old capital of the empire, declared himself the legitimate heir of the Radiant Empire, even fabricating an imperial decree, renaming the old capital to Yuanjing and establishing it as the seat of the Lu Feng family. Furthermore, Zichuan Xiu, the southeastern garrison commander, declared independence, seizing Zichuan Fortress and renaming it the imperial capital, using it as a base to expand aggressively in all directions, thus founding the Zichuan family, with Zichuan Xiu himself as the first head of the family. The reckless expansion of southeastern garrison commander Zichuan Xiu provoked the fury of Lu Fengjun, who considered himself the guardian of the empire. This is treasonous behavior. In the year 558 of the empire, on the founding day of the Zichuan family, Lu Fengjun commanded 300,000 light cavalry to march eastward, declaring, "We shall surely eradicate the traitors." The Zichuan family dispatched 200,000 troops to meet them, and the two armies engaged in a relentless battle on the Lock Plain, fighting fiercely for 7 days and nights. Ultimately, the Lu Feng army, suffering from a lack of supplies, was forced to retreat. Pursued relentlessly by the Zichuan forces, sustaining heavy casualties, Lu Fengjun himself was gravely injured and soon perished after returning to Yuanjing. From the moment of its establishment, the Zichuan family has been entangled in an irreconcilable feud with the Lu Feng family. Both powerful factions, driven by their ambitions for supremacy over the land, possess formidable military forces. For 3 centuries, they have harbored a deep-seated desire to annihilate each other, resulting in relentless conflicts that have plunged the continent into a veritable sea of bloodshed. Beyond the Zichuan and Lu Feng clans, a third human force exists on the continent: the Lin family, situated in the southern central region. The Lin clan was founded by Princess Lin Fengxi, the last daughter of the Bright Empire's emperor, with the assistance of the empire's chief sorcerer, Zichuan. Although lacking the military might of the Lu Feng and Zichuan families, both Lu Fengjun and Zichuan Yun initially waged wars under the banner of defending the rightful lineage of the Bright Empire. Given that the Lin family harbors neither the ambition nor the strength to vie for dominance over the continent, they deemed it unnecessary to strike at the true heir to the imperial legacy. Moreover, the Lin family enjoys the backing of Zichuan, the most formidable expert in human history, whose prowess has instilled fear in all who might dare oppose him. Having single-handedly vanquished hordes of demonic forces, since the year 558 of the imperial era, the capital city has remained firmly under the control of the Zichuan family. Neither the armies of the Lu Feng clan nor the relentless tide of demonic beasts surging from the eastern ancient Qiqi Mountains have managed to breach the fortified walls of the capital. Thanks to the valiant sacrifices of 7 generations of Zichuan warriors, that a series of illustrious names are intertwined with the history of this city: Zichuan Yun, Shajia, Zichuan Xing, Yun Shanha, Camu, adding to the legacy of Zichuan Xiu. Over the course of 300 years of warfare, the capital has stood resilient and unyielding. After a century of conflict, the family's territory has continually expanded, transforming the capital from a frontline battleground into the foremost of the 3 great cities of Sichuan, surpassing even the Lu Feng family's Yuanjing and the Lin family's Heqiu. It has become a nexus of political, economic, and cultural prosperity, a source of pride for the entire Zichuan clan, that on a certain day in August of the year 778 of the imperial era, a group returning from the far eastern front entered the capital. Among the primary members were the recently promoted Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu, the captain of the guard Gu Lei, and his 40 loyal bodyguards, accompanied by 3 unwilling, unfortunate souls. Huatuan lamented, "My lord, when will you kindly allow us to return to the Far East?" Roger added, "Indeed, we are all acquaintances now. Please do us a favor, being near you. I remain a virgin, and I do not wish to meet my end so soon." Mingyu reproached Roger. "Pa, what sort of talk is that? Is this how one addresses their superior? Such impoliteness. One must be respectful when making requests to the Lord." He turned to Zichuan Xiu, weeping profusely. "I beseech you, my lord, for the sake of my 80-year-old mother and my 3-year-old child, show some mercy." Zichuan Xiu feigned innocence. "Oh dear, you have been so noisy all this way. Aren't you tired?" "It is not easy for me either. Your reassignment was the command of the esteemed chief of staff, Lord Luo Bo. Look at your eyes, still smirking. It's evident you are lying. Indeed, Luo Bo is in league with you. I heard it said that you secured our loyalty with merely 2 bottles of wine. How disrespectful. Each of us is worth at least a bottle. The 2 bottles of wine were for your equipment. As for you, Roger, you are worth at most a bottle cap." The group passed through the grand gates of the capital. "Oh, I am back. Capital, your beauty remains unchanged." The roads of the capital were impeccably clean, lined with rows of straight phoenix trees. Lavishly decorated shops displayed a plethora of goods in their windows, overwhelming the senses, while smiling hostesses eagerly welcomed patrons amidst the bustling crowds, painting a scene of vibrant prosperity. Zichuan Xiu reminisced about 6 years ago when he first led troops into battle to defend this very city against the formidable Lu Feng army. Time has passed, and now, how many within the capital remember him? He fell into a wistful reverie, deeply feeling the fleeting nature of time, as if the past were but a dream. Stop daydreaming. We are starving. If we are not provided meals, we shall return to the Far East. We require accommodations of a star-rated standard. One need not turn to identify the speakers. After settling Goulet and the guards, Zichuan Xiu and Baichuan strolled through the streets. Having arrived from the war-torn east to this bustling locale, everything appeared novel. Roger seized a passing young man and inquired, "Excuse me, where can we find a restaurant?" The young man regarded their weary appearance. Their attire rustic, and with a disdainful tone characteristic of the capital, he remarked, "Country bumpkins," and walked away. Roger, puzzled, turned to Zichuan Xiu. "My lord, what does country bumpkin mean?" Zichuan Xiu nonchalantly explained. "It refers to a term used by urban dwellers to describe those from rural areas, typically carrying a derogatory connotation." Roger replied, "I still do not understand." Zichuan Xiu sighed. "Surely you remember how we refer to those border villagers who wear animal skins, rarely brush their teeth or wash their faces, and bathe only thrice in their lifetime." Roger, filled with indignation, retorted, "I am a dignified samurai. How dare he look down upon me? I shall teach him a lesson." In less than 5 minutes, Roger returned. Dejected, one eye blackened and swollen, blood streaming from his nose, Zichuan Xiu inquired languidly, "How did it go? Did you teach him a lesson?" Roger evasively replied, "The weather is quite pleasant today." Zichuan Xiu chuckled, whispering to Baichuan, "In the Far East, a samurai is considered a rare rank of high officer, yet here in the capital, one can find red-clad samurai strolling about at random, all proficient in the 9th dan of karate." His voice was intentionally loud enough for Roger to hear. Mingyu, glancing around, remarked, "I have heard that the girls in the capital are bold and avant-garde, as their attire suggests. Ah, that one is striking." He halted a passing girl, adopting his most elegant posture and softest tone. "Miss, do you believe in love at first sight? The moment I laid eyes on you, an arrow pierced my heart. Help? Robbery?" The girl, having hardly heard his words, fled in terror. Mingyu dared not face the judgmental gazes of his companions. "I maintain that the girls in this city must suffer from a phobia of men. There is no other explanation," Mingyu proclaimed passionately. Baichuan interjected, We understand. They must all be lesbians, right, Lord Mingyu? The gallant and handsome. Could you spare us? You've repeated this 40 times, and my ears are about to burst." Roger hushed him. "Xiu, another stunning one approaches, with a visage of unparalleled beauty and an elegant demeanor. I give her a score of 98. Mingyu chimed in. "I grant her 99. She is a celestial beauty, though perhaps a tad young." Baichuan regarded the two men with disdain, scoffing, "Look at you both. You appear as though you've just been released from prison, lacking any semblance of grace. Observe how composed our Lord Xiu is. He has said nothing." Without uttering a word, Zichuan Xiu rushed forward. "I did not expect our Lord to act before me. After 6 years of restraint in the Far East, he is indeed a man of flesh and blood. Eager for connection. Huh, look at him, suddenly blocking the girl's path, silent, yet staring intently. He is bound to receive a slap." Indeed, the girl appears frightened. Her complexion has changed. "Absolutely. Look, she has dropped her handbag. How unfortunate for our Lord. Lacking any luck with women. It's no wonder his temperament is peculiar. Baichuan, you must be more considerate of him in the future. What are they staring at each other for? Shouldn't someone call for help?" What transpired next left them incredulous. The noble and graceful girl sobbed, and suddenly threw herself into Zichuan Xiu's embrace. Zichuan Xiu gently, yet firmly, held her shoulders, gazing into her tear-filled eyes, and slowly knelt, performing a kiss on her hand. Roger stared in astonishment. Was that a proposal? Mingyu lamented, "Had I known, I would have made a move first. It appears the women of the capital are indeed quite open. You must not speak such nonsense." The three were startled. How could he hear their whispered conversation from such a distance? Zichuan Xiu's voice, though soft, resonated as if it were spoken directly into their ears, carrying an unprecedented gravity. "This young lady is the only daughter of the former family leader, Lord Zichuan Yuanqing, and the niece of the current family leader, Lord Zichuan Sanqing. She is the primary heir to the family. Miss Zichuan Ning. Bow immediately." Roger, Baichuan, and Mingyu knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in reverence. The beauty of Zichuan Ning is nothing short of ethereal. Her flowing hair reminiscent of silk, her flawless oval face as radiant as jade, and her delicate brows arching like crescent moons. Yet, it is her pair of expressive eyes, glistening with unshed tears, that captivates the heart the most. These tears, far from diminishing her allure, imbue her with a poignant and enchanting charm that as she approaches Zichuan Xiu, her grace and poise are unparalleled, leaving Mingyu in a daze and Roger drooling. While Baichuan looks on with a sense of discontent, jealousy, indeed, Zichuan Xiu silently sighs, contemplating how, at merely 16, she possesses such mesmerizing beauty. One can only imagine the havoc she will wreak upon the hearts of many once she reaches maturity. "Brother, you're back," Zichuan Ning exclaims, having regained her composure. The brevity of her words conceals a complexity of emotions that Zichuan Xiu dares not delve into. With a bittersweet smile, he respectfully replies. Zichuan Xiu pays his respects to the young lady. "I trust you have been well of late." Taken aback, Zichuan Ning did not expect Zichuan Xiu to address her in such a formal manner. Her profound eyes scrutinize him for several moments before she adopts a businesslike tone. "I am well. How fares Vice Commander Xiuchuan? When do you return to the imperial capital?" The joy that once resonated in her voice has now dissipated. Zichuan Xiu responds, "I have only just arrived in the city this morning and regret not being able to pay my respects sooner." "Oh, then the journey must have been arduous for you, Vice Commander Xiuchuan. I am honored, and I shall serve the family with unwavering dedication." Zichuan Ning, momentarily at a loss for words, finds herself unsure of what to say next. Zichuan Xiu too remains silent. Even someone as obtuse as Roger can discern that Zichuan Xiu has lost his former ease and vitality, appearing rather stiff and rigid. They, of course, remain silent, for the discomfort of Zichuan Xiu brings them the greatest delight. Baichuan muses to himself, "This pair of siblings is indeed quite peculiar. Who are these individuals?" Zichuan Ning seems to notice the others for the first time. "They are colleagues from the Far East Army who have accompanied me to the imperial capital. Please, allow them to greet you, Mississippi." With an air of confidence, Roger introduces himself. "I am Roger Loji, originally from Shajia, currently serving as a flag officer in the Far East Army. Young and ambitious, I have a bright future ahead of me at the age of 24. And I am currently seeking a gentle and understanding unmarried woman." Ouch. Mingyu and Baichuan, standing beside him, discreetly retract their fists, as if the sudden strike had nothing to do with them. Mingyu, exuding grace, salutes. "Mingyu Delian, flag officer in the Far East Army, presently serving under Lord Xiuchuan. It is a privilege to make your acquaintance, miss, and I wish to express my utmost respect." Baichuan follows suit, Baichuan jamming. "From Jiaxi, currently serving as a flag officer under Lord Xiuchuan." "Oh my," Zichuan Ning responds without taking a stance on Roger and Mingyu, but her interest is piqued by Baichuan's introduction. "You are quite young to hold the position of flag officer. How capable you are. And you are also quite attractive," Baichuan bows respectfully. "All credit is due to the nurturing of Lord Xiuchuan." I wonder where Baichuan will be staying during her time in the imperial capital. "I have just arrived and have yet to make arrangements. I will likely be staying at the barracks. The barracks are not ideal, dirty and old. Why not stay at my home instead?" "Well," Baichuan glances at Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu clears his throat. "That may not be appropriate. There are over 40 of us. My home is quite spacious. I am not afraid of having many guests. I enjoy a lively atmosphere." While Zichuan Xiu is still searching for excuses, Roger interrupts eagerly. "Since the young lady has so sincerely invited us, it would be impolite to refuse." "Indeed, indeed," Mingyu echoes, eagerly anticipating the grandeur of the former Chancellor's residence, accompanied by beautiful company. "It would be foolish to return to the barracks. It is a gesture of goodwill." Zichuan Xiu, rendered speechless, nods in agreement, resolving to move out as soon as they secure a place. To refuse now would only cause Zichuan Ning undue embarrassment. "Then we shall impose upon you, miss." Zichuan Ning, pleased, casts him a sidelong glance, as if reproaching him for still calling her Mississippi. The indescribable charm she exudes sends Zichuan Xiu's heart racing, a feeling that has stirred even the bravest of souls. Once Baichuan and the others depart, they quietly inquire of Zichuan Xiu, "Sir, I cannot help but wonder if the young lady is truly your biological sister?" With a bitter nod, Zichuan Xiu replies, "She is the only daughter of Lord Zichuan Yuansheng, while I am merely an orphan adopted by him. Without Lord Yuansheng, my mother and I would have perished from hunger." Baichuan is taken aback. realizing that this seemingly carefree individual harbors such painful memories. How did you come to this conclusion? Oh, it is evident from a genetic standpoint. Miss Zichuan Ning is as beautiful as a celestial being, while you, my lord, are. As Zichuan Xiu sits in the carriage, gazing at the vibrant cityscape, awash in lights and revelry, he feels a deep sense of reflection, realizing that their struggles are all in the name of preserving this peace and tranquility. Meanwhile, Roger and the others ride in the carriage behind them, where only Zichuan Xiu and Zichuan Ning share the space. After all these years, how have you fared? Zichuan Ning inquires. Zichuan Xiu internally sighs. 6 years have passed, while other children revel in carefree youth. He has spent the time on the battlefield, enduring countless hardships and sorrows. He has witnessed the most intimate of comrades torn apart by the demonic forces, their anguished cries haunting his dreams. He has hidden in waterlogged swamps for days on end, evading the relentless pursuit of demons. He has been cornered with dwindling supplies, forced to resort to desperate measures for survival, not to mention the numerous injuries that left him weeping in pain during the dead of night. How could he possibly convey such profound suffering to a girl whose greatest concern is the blemish on her face? Zichuan Xiu nods slightly, replying matter-of-factly, I am well enough, though the food leaves much to be desired. He shifts the topic. What is the current situation of the family? It is promising. Under President Yang Minghua's astute leadership, we are advancing full speed ahead towards hell. Oh, what do you mean? He is overly ambitious, having launched 3 consecutive campaigns against the Lufeng family within 4 years, only to be soundly defeated each time by Lufeng Shuang. As a result, the council summoned him for an explanation, yet he feigned loyalty, delivering a speech as if he were the aggrieved party. Zichuan Ning mimics Yang Minghua's tone. The Lufeng family shall surely perish. If I am mistaken, let it be so. I shall not evade acknowledgement, nor will I regret my errors. Astonishingly, he managed to deceive the council and emerged unscathed. Zichuan Xiu remained stoic, a bold speech indeed. Remove the first line, and the rest bears a striking resemblance to an unmarried woman professing her love for a married man. Zichuan Ning nearly collapses with laughter. What of the Lufeng family's situation? With our consecutive defeats, why have they not returned the courtesy? Ah, my dear sister, you are unaware. Lufeng Shishan is gravely ill, and his 3 sons each command troops, waiting to seize power. Lufeng Shuang, being a daughter, holds no claim to inheritance, and they all resent her, having relegated her from the decision-making corps to command at Shibing Castle. Our president is lacking in public virtue. Why interfere with the Lufeng family while they are making mistakes? We could wait until they are preoccupied before making our move. Not at all. Our president's true intention is not to annihilate the Lufeng family. The emergence of Lufeng Shuang as an adversary delights him immensely. How so? In the past, if he wished to dismiss someone, he would have to labor to concoct a reason, corruption, dereliction of duty, and the like. Now, it is simple. He merely needs to pat them on the shoulder and say, take Shibing for me. That unfortunate soul is finished. No one can come away unscathed from Lufeng Shuang's grasp. This past half year, the commanders of the border troops have changed with the frequency of a revolving lantern, all having been dismissed after suffering defeats under her command. And they were all at odds with Yang Minghua. Wouldn't you say he is utterly enamored with Lufeng Shuang? Is that so? What of Sterling? He is the most vehement opponent of Yang Minghua. Yang Minghua is eager for Sterling to have a chat with Lufeng Shuang. And Sterling is equally keen for a face-to-face confrontation. That I have heard that they encountered each other during the second campaign, but neither emerged victorious. Yet, my uncle Zichuan Xiu firmly disagreed, transferring Sterling to the Imperial Guard as vice commander, thus preventing him from crossing paths with Lufeng Shuang again. Zichuan Xiu muses. Everyone claims Zichuan Xiu is mediocre and inept, yet this decision is remarkably astute. As for your uncle, the Chancellor, does he not intercede against Yang Minghua's reckless actions? I suspect he is on the brink of senility. Zichuan Ning exclaims, filled with exasperation. I have warned him several times to be wary of Yang Minghua, yet by the following day he... Zichuan Ning mimics Zichuan Xiu's frail demeanor. This matter, let Yang Minghua handle it, shall we? What did you say? I cannot hear. Speak up. Oh, I feel quite unwell today. I am aging. Retirement is in order, it seems. I am nearing my end. Her imitation was strikingly vivid, provoking uproarious laughter from Zichuan Xiu. However, he pondered that matters might not be as straightforward as Zichuan Ning presumed. He recalled the spirited demeanor of Zichuan Xiu, newly appointed as the chief 6 years prior. There was no reason for such a drastic transformation into a timid, apprehensive individual in such a brief span. Henceforth, refrain from uttering such remarks to him, Zichuan Xiu cautioned. Whether Zichuan Xiu is genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Once these words reach Yang Minghua's ears, Zichuan Ning will find herself in quite a predicament. Indeed, Zichuan Ning acquiesced with a nod, softly stating, "It is truly wonderful to have you back. I can entrust everything to you and feel at ease." A wave of tenderness surged within Zichuan Xiu. At merely 16, Zichuan Ning exhibited a maturity far beyond her years, a testament to the immense pressure endured by a solitary girl growing up in such a hostile environment. He too whispered, "Rest assured." For a moment, silence enveloped them, and a palpable warmth filled the vehicle as the barriers between their hearts quietly dissolved. "Wow, what a magnificent house. It's simply astounding," Roger exclaimed upon seeing Zichuan Ning's villa, complete with a garden and swimming pool. Exclaiming, "With my salary, even 3,000 years of abstinence from food and drink would not suffice to purchase such a place." Mingyu turned to Zichuan Xiu and asked, "My lady, does your sister have a boyfriend? Might you assist me in making an introduction? I have fought alongside you through thick and thin for many years." "Ouch. Roger, why did you hit me?" Roger retorted, "My lady, please introduce me. Don't believe Mingyu. He often speaks ill of you behind your back. Only I have remained steadfastly loyal to you." "Nonsense. You are the one who frequently disparages my lady. Remember that time in the Far East when you scolded her for thinking with your knees? I chastised you on the spot. You did not. At that time, you said, 'That's because Zichuan Xiu's brain is located in her knees,' followed by a hearty laugh. My lady, do not trust him. Oh dear, if Miss Ning were to meet a scoundrel like Roger, she would surely have nightmares. Mingyu is a fickle-hearted fool. I must tell you, during our stay in Shaga, every night at dusk, he would vanish, only to return the next morning, exhausted as if he had fought several battles in Hengchuan. Barely able to lift his feet, his clothes were replete with lipstick stains. Mingyu, confess, what were you up to?" "I was offering solace to wayward young women, helping them realize that genuine affection still exists in the world. Filling it with love, my lady. At this point, I must reveal that Roger is a pervert. He often lurks around the female soldiers' camp. Didn't their undergarments frequently go missing? If you were to search through Roger's belongings, you would discover them all, without exception. Can you imagine entrusting Miss Ning to such a man? Would she find happiness? This is merely a normal hobby. I see no difference between it and stamp collecting. My lady and I will undoubtedly find happiness together. I possess certain undisclosed information regarding Mingyu. My lady, do not leave." "My lady, where are you going? I still have Roger's scandalous secrets to share with you." The appearance of the home remained virtually unchanged from 6 years prior. Zichuan Xiu gazed at the familiar, yet foreign estate and approached the ancient oak tree. The marks he carved into the bark as a child were still distinctly visible. Everything was precisely as it was when he departed 6 years ago, save for the change in people. In that moment, Zichuan Xiu profoundly realized that it was not the passage of time that induced aging, but rather experiences that it seemed he had traversed from youth directly into middle age and beyond. He stepped into the house, where the servants respectfully greeted him. "Young master, you have returned." Zichuan Xiu nodded kindly in response, yet inwardly scoffed. "Look, nothing has changed, not even the form of a dress." Upon entering his childhood room, he was taken aback. It was truly identical to how it had been 6 years ago. The items, books, bed, and even the pillowcase were all in their original places. He sat at the desk, instinctively reaching out, and a flat inkstone appeared before him, even occupying the same spot. Had no one entered this room? Zichuan Xiu touched it, but found no traces of dust. It seemed the room was regularly cleaned, leaving him bewildered. Identical, is it not? Zichuan Ning had appeared at the doorway without his notice, and not a speck of dust. Zichuan Xiu remarked, "How is this possible? I never allow anyone into this room. I clean it myself every week and then return everything to its original state," Zichuan Ning said. Her nose tilted, exuding an undeniable charm. "I have become quite weary of your stinky sneakers. Every time I move them, I wash my hands 7 or 8 times, yet the odor lingers." Zichuan Ning spoke so lightly, yet Zichuan Xiu felt a pang in his heart. How could he ever repay such profound affection? He instinctively sought to evade the conversation, searching for an excuse. "Miss, you need to use the restroom. Correct? Your stomach always seems to act up at critical moments. 6 years have passed, yet your excuses have not improved. They remain as cliché as ever. Zichuan Xiu sorrowfully realized that Zichuan Yuanxing's extraordinary ability to read minds had been fully inherited and even enhanced by his daughter. Zichuan Ning. Miss Ning has misunderstood. My stomach is not in pain at all. However, my head does ache. Oh dear, I must be coming down with a cold. I need to lie down immediately. Humph. Zichuan Ning began to walk out. I knew you would resort to this. Useless fool. By the way, I have confiscated all those yellow books from under your bed. You can go buy new ones. There's a bookstore across the street. The owner usually hides them away. Just tell him I sent you. I am a regular customer, and he will provide you with the latest editions. Zichuan Xiu truly felt a throbbing headache. The Zichuan family is divided into 2 levels and 4 institutions within the highest command system. The first level consists of the chief's residence, where the chief is the family as supreme leader, and the elder council, composed of elected representatives from various provincial regions. The second level comprises the command office, presided over by the commander-in-chief, followed by 6 commanders responsible for executing administrative tasks, the supervision bureau, where the chief supervisor, also holding the title of commander, has a higher status than the other 6 commanders, but is subordinate to the commander-in-chief. Name. The members of the command office are appointed by the chief following the approval of the elder council and are accountable to both the chief and the elder council. Thus, the commander-in-chief is merely a senior official under the chief's command. However, in practice, due to the current chief Zichuan Sanqing's inaction and commander-in-chief Yang Minghua's ambitious nature, the family's authority has gradually shifted to the command office. It is customary for senior military officers like Zichuan Xiu returning from distant lands to first visit the command office rather than the chief's residence. The duty guard, polite yet aloof, informed him. The commander-in-chief, Lord Yang Minghua, is exceedingly busy. A newly appointed deputy commander must schedule an appointment at least several days in advance. Understood, Zichuan Xiu replied. May I schedule an appointment now? The guard perused the register. The commander-in-chief's schedule is booked until next Monday. Can you come at 3 p.m. that day? He can spare you 5 minutes. That works. Zichuan Xiu smiled. After all, his matters were not urgent, effectively granting him a few extra days of leisure at that moment. A capable middle-aged officer strolled through the hall and suddenly halted upon seeing Zichuan Xiu. Hey, isn't that a Xiu? Back at last? Zichuan Xiu turned around, respectfully greeting. Greetings, Lord Fong. It has truly been a long time. Fong Jing is one of the current 6 commanders of the Zichuan family, serving as the commander of the Black Flag Army. He is known for his integrity and straightforwardness, having once been Zichuan Xiu's tactical teacher in his youth. They fought side by side during the counteroffensive against the invasion of Lufeng, fostering a strong camaraderie. To encounter a friend in such a hostile command office brought Zichuan Xiu great joy. What good fortune! My esteemed disciple returns and does not even visit me. What could possibly be good about that? A wave of warmth filled Zichuan Xiu's heart as he noted Fong Jing's willingness to greet him. Fully aware of Lord Yang Minghua's apprehension towards him, in this era, where Yang Minghua held immense power and instilled fear in all, such gestures of humanity and warmth were indeed rare. I only arrived in the capital yesterday. I intended to report to the command office today before visiting you. But what a coincidence. Enough with the formalities. Fong Jing exclaimed, draping an arm around his shoulder. So, how is it? You haven't settled on a place to stay yet, have you? Why not stay at my house? After all, my 2 daughters have entered their teenage years, constantly chattering about boys. You might as well be a splendid gift for them. He appraised Zichuan Xiu's tall stature, exclaiming, what a handsome young man. Interested in becoming my son-in-law? The choice of either daughter is yours. My lord, Zichuan Xiu hastily interrupted. I am currently residing temporarily at Miss Ning's home. Oh. Fong Jing smiled warmly. No wonder, compared to Miss Ning. Those 2 unpleasant girls lack competitiveness. Quite impressive, young man. You have a discerning eye. Zichuan Xiu felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Today is the day for the commander's office meeting. What brings you here? A Xiu? Oh, I just transferred back yesterday and need to report in, but they said I need an appointment to see the commander. In that case, Fong Jing firmly grasped Zichuan Xiu's arm. I'll take you in. Zichuan Xiu hesitated, but it's the commander's office meeting. Given my official status, what is there to fear? I'm here, Fong Jing urged, pulling Zichuan Xiu into the meeting room. The meeting had yet to commence, and a few individuals were scattered around the expansive long table. Come. Let me introduce you. Fang Jin pushed Zichuan Xiu forward. This is the border defense commander, Ming Hui, my old partner. Ming Hui's demeanor sharply contrasted with Fang Jin's. He appeared refined and tidy. Donned in gold-rimmed glasses, embodying the essence of an erudite scholar, he greeted Zichuan Xiu politely. Commander He Cheng's forces defeated 80,000 demon tribes with just 30,000 men. Vice Commander Xiu Chuan is quite remarkable. Oh, not at all, sir. Your esteemed reputation precedes you, and I hold you in great admiration. Zichuan Xiu replied, sincerity lacing his words. Despite Ming Hui's scholarly appearance, he had displayed remarkable valor during the recent campaign against the Lu Feng clan. Leading his troops at the forefront and being the first to breach the fortified stronghold of Lan Ling yet. When the formidable Lu Feng Shuang appeared, it was he who fled the quickest, so swiftly that it was said. Upon first sighting them, one could slash at them with a saber. By the time the saber was drawn, a spear was deemed necessary, and by the time one turned to grab the spear, they had already fled beyond reach, requiring arrows to hit them. By the time one knocked an arrow, they had run so far that even cannons could not reach them. Recently, nearly all commanders of the border defense had suffered defeats at the hands of Lu Feng Shuang, except for him, which led to his promotion as border defense commander a month prior. This is Commander Lei Sun, Central Army Commander, and the family's #1 expert. Fang Jin's tone dripped with sarcasm as he uttered, #1 expert. Zichuan Xiu was aware that Lei Sun was a close ally of Yang Minghua. Having secured first place in the military competitions for 5 consecutive years with his wind and thunder divine skill, thus earning the title of #1 expert. Notoriously, before each final match, his opponents would mysteriously suffer from ailments, be it sudden diarrhea, being hit by a vehicle, or having their family kidnapped, and even being struck unconscious from behind in dark alleys, resulting in forfeits. With a forced smile, he shook hands with Zichuan Xiu. You re quite capable. Young man. Achieving the position of vice commander at such a young age, employing his wind and thunder divine skill in secret, he intended to make Zichuan Xiu cry out in pain and humiliation. Otherwise, he would break one of his hands. Fang Jin sensed something amiss and was about to intervene when Zichuan Xiu succinctly replied, all thanks to your support, sir, effortlessly withdrawing his hand as if nothing had transpired. This is Commander Luo Minghai, Chief of Staff at the General Headquarters. Luo Minghai, now middle-aged, bore an icy demeanor, his expression suggesting that everyone in the world owed him money and refused to repay it. He was also a trusted confidant of Yang Minghua. Zichuan Xiu initially intended to shake his hand, but the man showed no inclination to reciprocate, prompting him to introduce himself instead. Zichuan Xiu pays his respects, sir. Luo Minghai remained stoic, finally emitting a non-committal after a lengthy pause. Offering no further acknowledgement, Dante mined him. He is as wooden as they come, treating everyone this way. Fang Jin remarked bluntly, disregarding Luo Minghai's presence. Surprisingly, Luo Minghai did not react angrily, merely snorting in response. The next introduction was of the Imperial Guard commander, Pai Gu, an elderly man in his 80s, whose mind had long since begun to wander. When Zichuan Xiu greeted him, it took 3 repetitions before he comprehended. Oh, you're Zichuan Xiu, right? Oh, you're so young. I am Pai Gu. Those present struggled to suppress their laughter. His slurred accent made Pai Gu sound remarkably like buttocks. Zichuan Xiu harbored malicious thoughts. Could Yang Minghua have appointed such a useless individual as the Imperial Guard commander to facilitate future rebellion? Here is someone who, like you, has come from the Far East, Commander Guingxing. You must know him? Zichuan Xiu was meeting Guingxing for the first time and was immediately captivated by his appearance and demeanor. Guingxing was an exceptionally handsome individual, undoubtedly a striking young man in his youth, with unkempt hair falling softly across his forehead, now slightly yellowed, and gently arched brows that exuded a sense of gentleness. It was evident that he was unwell, his complexion as pale as paper. Despite the sweltering August heat, he was wrapped in a thick military cotton coat meant for winter, with only his head visible. Slightly trembling as if the battle against illness had drained his last reserves of vitality, yet his eyes remained bright like stars, filled with profound wisdom and weariness, as if he had seen through all the world's intricacies. When he gazed at Zichuan Xiu, there was a warmth and concern that emanated from his depths. What extraordinary eyes they were! Zichuan Xiu stared in awe, realizing that a man's eyes could possess such indescribable beauty. This was his first encounter with someone so charismatic, and a wave of respect surged within him. This frail individual was the backbone of the entire Far East, standing firm against the relentless demon onslaught. This patient had kept the family's righteous path intact, rendering the arrogant Yang Minghua hesitant to act for 6 years. Without this man's protection, Zichuan Xiu would have fallen victim to Yang Minghua's schemes in his youth. A pang of sorrow welled up in Zichuan Xiu's heart. Guingxing seemed so isolated and vulnerable. Their eyes met, and Guingxing's lips curled into a faint smile. "Luo Bo has told me about you," his voice low and resonant. "Work hard here, and don't bring shame to our Far Eastern army." Understood. He spoke with the authority of a superior addressing a subordinate. Yet Zichuan Xiu found it remarkably natural. Many unspoken sentiments were conveyed through those enchanting eyes. "We are allies. Take care." Zichuan Xiu felt an inexplicable wave of emotion and bowed deeply. "Yes, sir." Their mutual understanding was palpable. "Hey, I say." Guingxing. Fang Jin boisterously clapped him on the shoulder. "What happened to you? You've returned looking so pale and wan." Guingxing offered a faint smile. "I've been traveling for the past few days and feel a bit under the weather." Fang Jin chuckled. "I thought so. Those in the know would commend you for your dedication to military affairs, while those unaware would be puzzled. It said that the women of the Far East are dark-skinned and slender. How come our commander Guingxing doesn't seem to mind, returning looking so pale and weak, yet still exuding such authority?" He expressed genuine concern. "My brother, take it easy, even if your body can handle it. Looking like this while claiming to be the Zichuan family's commander could tarnish the family's reputation." Laughter erupted around the room, with only Luo Minghai managing a slight smirk. Guingxing, laughing while scolding, retorted, "You rogue." The door swung open silently, and a guard announced, "The Commander General has arrived." Everyone rose to await his presence. Commander Yang Minghua was indeed a striking figure, possessing a dignified and imposing countenance. Radiating integrity and authority, his profound mastery of the wave internal skill belied his 50-plus years, making him appear around 30, naturally exuding charisma and grace, his clear and bright gaze imbued with care and kindness. His amiable smile both respectful and approachable, resembling a trustworthy elder in every regard. Zichuan Xiu smiled, recalling Zichuan Ning's assessment of Yang Minghua. Yang Minghua is so despicable that he cannot even be trusted with a toothbrush. Yang Minghua merely waved his hand in greeting to the assembly. Yet he approached Zichuan Xiu with a beaming smile, thumping him on the shoulder like an old friend. "Our handsome lad has finally returned." He scrutinized him from head to toe, chuckling. "Quite impressive. I trust Luo Bo hasn't starved you. When did you return? You should have let me know so I could host a welcome for you." His warmth resonated like that of a loving father or elder brother. Zichuan Xiu bowed. "I just arrived yesterday that I came to pay my respects, and I didn't mean to intrude upon the commander's meeting. I am truly apprehensive and request permission to take my leave." "Ah, since you're here, it would be no trouble to sit and listen," Yang Minghua said heartily. "After all, you're a vice commander now. Entering the commander's office is only a matter of time." Before entering the commander's office, "I might as well be sent to hell." Zichuan Xiu was not swayed by his enthusiasm, feigning astonishment. "Such mistaken kindness from you, sir. How could I dare to presume? The position of commander is the highest honor for a Zichuan soldier. A perfect amalgamation of benevolence, wisdom, and courage. Such a lofty position is beyond the aspirations of one of my humble background." Ha ha! Yang Minghua's delight only grew, as if Zichuan Xiu's flattery hit just the right note. Come, sit down." Yet, Zichuan Xiu steadfastly refused to take a seat at the table, opting instead to find a chair against the wall, where he sat in silence, observing the proceedings. The first agenda item was proposed by Commander Mingwei, centering on how to address the conflicts and frictions with the Lufeng family along the border. What was termed a discussion, in reality, amounted to Yang Minghua speaking at length, with the other commanders remaining largely mute. Commander Guingxing, for instance, had even closed his eyes, seemingly in deep contemplation, a consequence of his ill health, and none could fault him for it. The subsequent matters were rather trivial, such as Commander Fang Jing of the Black Flag Army questioning Chief of Staff Luo Minghai regarding the overdue wages of Black Flag soldiers, the poor quality of rations, and the lack of vegetable supplies. Luo Minghai merely replied, "I have inquired with the logistics department, and fell silent, allowing Fang Jing to raise a tumultuous uproar. Commander Lei Sun of the Central Army insisted that this year, the Central Army should have priority in selecting graduates from the Far East Military Academy, arguing that the quality of the Central Army was inferior to that of other units. This proposition was met with vehement opposition from both Fang Jing and Ming Hui. Fang Jing exclaimed, "The soldiers' poor quality is due to having a commander who is a fool." This was tantamount to openly accusing Lei Sun of incompetence. Ming Hui, maintaining his composure, articulated his reasoning. The border forces are the front line in the struggle against the Lu Feng family. There is no justification for not supplementing them with outstanding officers. The three engaged in a cacophony of disputes until Yang Minghua ultimately sided with Lei Sun, bringing the quarrel to a close. Throughout this discord, Luo Minghai remained silent. Gudingxing continued to rest, oblivious to whether he had indeed fallen asleep, and Pigo had already succumbed to slumber, drooling in the process. The discussion then turned to several additional matters, with Yang Minghua repeatedly asking Zichuan Xiu, "Xiu, do you have any opinions? Please share." Zichuan Xiu consistently responded with measured decorum. "I am deeply grateful to the esteemed commander for granting me a place here, allowing me to witness the illustrious presence of all the commanders and to listen to their profound insights. How could I, with my humble and shallow perspective, dare to disrupt your esteemed deliberations? It would be utterly inappropriate." Zichuan Xiu was acutely aware of his precarious position. Any utterance, regardless of its correctness, would be deemed erroneous. At such a moment, Yang Minghua could easily label him a meddler, which would spell disaster for him. Contrary to what one might expect, Gudingxing opened his eyes to glance at Zichuan Xiu, a hint of approval gracing his lips. "I have a question." Gudingxing finally spoke, albeit weakly, once all had finished voicing their thoughts. During the Hengchuan battle, Deputy Commander Xiuchuan captured over 10,000 demon soldiers, among whom was Princess Cadden, the third daughter of the Demon King. "We have brought her back to the imperial capital. How shall we proceed with her?" "I seek the esteemed commander's judgment," Yang Minghua inquired. "How have we traditionally dealt with captured demon soldiers?" Gudingxing replied, "Typically, they are sent to the labor camps in Wagala for forced labor. Some lesser threats, such as certain sprites and dwarfs, may be claimed by the captors and sold in the slave markets. However, this girl is unlike the rest. She is the highest-ranking prisoner we have captured and a member of the demon royal family. If we handle her as we have in the past, we may very well invite significant trouble." Though Gudingxing did not elaborate, everyone understood the implication of significant trouble. Should the Demon King learn that his daughter had been sold into slavery, he would undoubtedly lead millions of demons in a vengeful onslaught, a scenario that sent shivers down their spines. Fang Jing, maintaining a grave demeanor, quipped, "Are we to simply return her with open arms and say, 'Your Highness the Demon King, here is your daughter, unharmed and untouched. Please ensure she doesn't wander off again, as this world is rife with dangers that may befall her?'" Laughter erupted throughout the room, with Yang Minghua gasping for breath as he pointed at Fang Jing, exclaiming, You are the most notorious rogue among commanders. This issue is indeed complex. Returning her would tarnish the family's reputation, making it appear as though we fear the demons. Conversely, keeping her may pose future risks." Commander Minghui pondered, his head bowed. Zichuan Xiu felt overwhelmed. When they had captured Cadden, he had thought it a great achievement, yet now it seemed he had merely created trouble for the commanders. Yang Minghua queried, "Have we obtained any information from her? What is her condition?" Gudingxing sighed, "She has said nothing. Without authorization, we dare not resort to coercive interrogation. Her daily routine consists solely of eating, drinking, and sleeping. Her diet includes sparrow livers, agave hearts, and bird's nest soup. She drinks only 300-year-old honeydew and rainwater filtered 17 times as for sleep. We had to procure over 300 peacocks, plucking their feathers to create her bedding, and there must be absolute silence within 50 meters of her. If these conditions are unmet, she threatens to take her own life, and she has already attempted it twice, once scaring a guard to death with a heart attack. At this point, I dare not hope for much. If only the Demon King would accept his daughter back, I would gladly forfeit a year's salary." Laughter filled the air once more, and Minghui remarked, "It is possible the Demon King deliberately allowed her to be captured to pass the burden on to us." Fang Jing added, "Surely, we cannot simply release her without compensation. Instead, why not use her as leverage and negotiate a ceasefire with the Demon King? To be frank, Our family's ambition is to dominate the entire Sichuan continent, and fighting the demons is utterly pointless. Layson chimed in. Excellent idea. Fang Jing, why don't you approach the Demon King? You must be joking. With your silver tongue, why don't you go instead? The assembled commanders, all elite members of the Zichuan family, though brave and flamboyant like Fang Jing and Lei Sun, hesitated to claim they would dare face the so-called invincible Demon King. I have a suggestion, Pigu, who had miraculously awakened, trembled as he spoke. What if we select some of the demon prisoners to carry a message to the Demon King? What a brilliant plan. Experience speaks volumes. Yang Minghua exclaimed. And the others quickly expressed their agreement. Only Gu Yingxing voiced dissent. I shall be returning to the Far East tomorrow. Negotiations can drag on for months, and I cannot remain here indefinitely. I propose someone else takes charge of Cadden. Zichuan Xiu felt a foreboding sense of dread. As expected, all eyes turned toward him, including Gu Yingxing's. I do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Zichuan Xiu gritted his teeth in frustration, hastily declining. I believe this is ill-advised. I have just returned to the imperial capital, and I do not even have a residence of my own. It would be inconvenient to undertake this task. But you are currently staying at Miss Ning's residence, are you not? Yang Minghua's face radiated a benevolent smile. Let Cadden stay there as well. It would not tarnish her status as a princess. The entire assembly erupted in encouragement, with Fang Jing exchanging knowing glances with Minghui, remarking, what a fortunate arrangement. Minghui responded with a sly grin. Indeed, I hear that the demon girl is rather enchanting. In that moment, he bore little resemblance to the commander of 300,000 border troops. Why must such a delightful task fall to others? Commander Fang, Zichuan Xiu seethed, wishing he could bite Fang Jing. If you are so fond of her, why not take her yourself? That is out of the question. My wife is a formidable tigress. Gu Yingxing chuckled, adding, a Xiu, since you captured her, you should be responsible for her oversight. It was clear he was merely seeking to extricate himself, willing to cast aside his ties to Zichuan Xiu as one of their own. Zichuan Xiu shot him a fierce glare, while Gu Yingxing feigned ignorance, burying his head in his coat, adopting a pitifully sickly demeanor once more. Very well, as commander, I shall make the final decision. Yang Minghua declared with a smile, you are not permitted to disobey. My lord. Zichuan Xiu lamented, but dared not speak further. The command had been issued, and defiance was a grave offense. Ensure there is no embezzlement. Layson said ominously. Embezzlement is of little concern. Fang Jing seemed to have forgotten his earlier disagreement with Layson, adding, perhaps a Xiu will end up as the Demon King's son-in-law, and we won't have to fight so hard. Indeed, for the sake of our family's ambitions, a Xiu, you must strive diligently. Minghui chuckled, gasping for breath. The room resonated with the raucous laughter of men, leaving Zichuan Xiu questioning whether this was truly a commander's meeting or a raucous tavern. The door opened silently, and a cold, icy voice pierced the atmosphere. Zichuan Xiu, are you still alive? The voice was laced with deep-seated hatred and malice. Who dared to provoke attendees during a commander's meeting? Even Yang Minghua, typically composed, changed his expression, sternly demanding, who? Zichuan Xiu sprang to his feet, fury igniting in his gaze. He recognized the voice as that of Diling. As one of the legendary Zichuan 3 heroes, the imposing figure of Diling entered the room, causing a palpable drop in the temperature. Diling stood tall and commanding, exuding an aura of confidence, with a somewhat feminine appearance, delicate eyebrows, captivating eyes, thin lips, a straight and elegant nose, and skin as soft as snow. Were it not for his towering stature, he would surely attract the attention of suitors on the streets. In truth, during his youth, he had attracted a host of admirers, though sadly most were men, with the sole female admirer being a lesbian. Many marveled at how such a delicate beauty could harmoniously embody a rebellious, arrogant, and cold disposition, creating a unique charm all his own. However, at this moment, no one would perceive him as a woman. Women could never exude such an intense aura of menace and dominance. At this instant, he seemed to radiate an air of provocation from every pore of his being. He was a formidable aid to Yang Minghua. Casting a disdainful glance at Zichuan Xiu, he first apologized to Yang Minghua. Your humble servant has heard that my friend Vice Flag-bearer Zichuan Xiu has returned from the Far East. In my eagerness to meet my old friend, I was unable to contain my excitement, thus interrupting the meeting of the command center. I humbly beseech your excellency to impose punishment. Although Diling was addressing Yang Minghua, his malevolent gaze remained fixed on Zichuan Xiu, as if fearing he might vanish from his sight. revealing the depth of his hatred for this old friend. Those present were well aware of the history in years past. The youthful trio of the Xi family, Zichuan Xiu, Diling, and Sterling, had shared a brotherly bond during their time at the military academy in the Far East. However, they later fell for the same woman, Lin Xiujia. After a fierce contest, Diling succeeded in winning her heart, leading to an irrevocable rift between the three, who became sworn enemies. Zichuan Xiu and Sterling, the vanquished, stood against Diling, the victor. The two factions engaged in numerous clandestine duels, each suffering casualties, thus sealing their enmity. Consequently, Sterling pledged allegiance to the family patriarch, Zichuan Xiu, while Diling swiftly aligned himself with Commander Yang Minghua, whose discerning eye recognized Diling's exceptional talents, promoting him repeatedly until he attained the position of red-clad flag-bearer at the tender age of 24, becoming Yang Minghua's right-hand man. Diling, your audacity knows no bounds. Yang Minghua's voice thundered, his expression severe, as if he could no longer contain his anger. Do you comprehend where you are? This is the command center. Is it a place for you to intrude and create a disturbance? Diling again bowed and apologized. Your humble servant was simply too anxious to see my friend Lord Zichuan, and I truly lost control. Deserving of the gravest punishment. He uttered, deserving of the gravest punishment. Yet there was not a trace of the unease expected from one who feels guilt. Instead, his tone brimmed with defiance. But this is hardly surprising. Yang Minghua suddenly shifted his tone. You young ones are impulsive, for the sake of brotherly loyalty. What antics won't you engage in? I shall overlook this transgression, considering your profound sense of camaraderie, but remember not to repeat it next time. Yes, your humble servant shall comply. I will ensure it does not happen again. Thus, the two men engaged in a theatrical display, transforming a potentially grievous offense of disrupting the command center meeting into a trivial matter. Diling, what brings you barging in to seek out Vice Commander Zichuan? Your humble servant has not seen Lord Zichuan for many years, and I am filled with longing that I wish to invite him for a private conversation to exchange pleasantries, though I wonder if Lord Zichuan might grant me this favor. Diling's gaze was fixed intently on Zichuan Xiu, a taunting smile playing on his lips. Their eyes met, akin to two famished wolves encountering each other in a forest, an invitation to duel. Zichuan Xiu let out a low, suppressed grunt, yet he remained silent, as if contemplating whether to accept the challenge, pondering the odds of victory. This was understandable, for Diling's swift sword was renowned for its ferocity. If ranked, he would undoubtedly be among the top 10 masters of his family. Yang Minghua remarked, Oh dear, Diling, you are far too hasty. Did you not notice that a Xiu is currently in a meeting? He will undoubtedly say that he is preoccupied with official duties and cannot entertain you. Of course, that is a perfectly valid excuse, especially when a good friend requests a heart-to-heart conversation. A Xiu, I know you will prioritize your official responsibilities, will you not? Yang Minghua's attempt at mediation only served to stoke the flames. Zichuan Xiu's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. Diling scoffed. A Xiu, could it be that your encounters with the demon tribe in the Far East have taught you their skills? Why not just buy a hard shell to hide in? That would be truly safe. Lei Sun interjected sarcastically. Diling, do not press Lord Zichuan too hard. What if he weeps? Diling feigned realization. Right. I should not have misunderstood my young friend A Xiu. I had always thought he was male. Isn't that amusing? Faced with such an insulting provocation, even Zichuan Xiu could no longer endure. Ignoring Fang Jing's forceful tug at his sleeve and Goodingxing's silent signals, he raised his head defiantly and replied, I respectfully request that your excellency grant permission for me to engage in a proper conversation with the red-clad flag-bearer Diling. What a touching display of friendship, Lei Sun remarked with a sly grin. What reason do we have to deny this pair of deeply bonded friends? Yang Minghua nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall allow a Xiu to take his leave. Let us find a room within the command center for them to reminisce. Both Zichuan Xiu and Diling bowed in unison. Thank you for your gracious permission. Diling exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Minghua before turning to exit first. Zichuan Xiu was about to follow when Fang Jing whispered to him, Beware of his swift sword. Do not give him the chance to strike. Block his path. He lowered his voice further. The situation is dire. Call for help immediately. And I will rush in to intervene. There is no shame in that. Zichuan Xiu nodded in understanding. Yet the stubborn set of his mouth conveyed his resolve. He had made up his mind to fight to the death rather than call for aid. Goodingxing remained silent, watching him, concern evident in his gaze. They exchanged a glance, and Goodingxing slowly nodded. Zichuan Xiu expressed his gratitude with a bow, his demeanor now calm, as though he had set aside his earlier worries. Guangxing had made a solemn vow. Should anything untoward happen to Zichuan Xiu, he would ensure the safety of Miss Zichuan Ning. With the eyes of all upon them, Diling and Zichuan Xiu entered an unoccupied room, closing the door behind them, whereupon sounds of shouting, fighting, and the crashing of furniture erupted. When the door opens again, who will emerge alive? In the dimly lit room, two imposing figures faced off, the air thick with a murderous intent. As the outcome hung precariously in the balance, Zichuan Xiu, this time next year will mark your death anniversary. Zichuan Xiu, let us conclude our long-standing grievances once and for all. Zichuan Xiu, you never anticipated this day, did you? Ha! The heavens have indeed favored me, allowing me to await this moment. Diling yelled towards the door, turning back to glare at Zichuan Xiu, who was leisurely munching on chocolate biscuits, muttering, "What a lazybones you are! My throat is sore from shouting. It's your turn. Why are you eating?" Zichuan Xiu popped the last piece of biscuit into his mouth, mumbling, "Diling, let us engage in a fight to the death." He added in a hushed tone, after listening to their pointless chatter for half the day. "How can I muster the energy for a performance without a bite to eat? Is Lin Xiujia well?" "Zichuan Xiu, you lecherous scoundrel. Today, I shall rid the world of you." Diling whispered fiercely, "She is well? But do refrain from inquiring about her welfare upon meeting. Calling her Lin Xiujia sounds so cringeworthy. You ought to refer to her as Lady Duer's sister-in-law." "Humph, I fear you, Diling, lack the capability." Zichuan Xiu whispered back, "What a petty man you are. Had you not won that dice game against us, Lin Xiujia would never have married you." Diling retorted, "That merely indicates it was fate. Lin Xiujia was destined to be my wife, and you must accept the outcome." Zichuan Xiu scoffed, "Fate? Nonsense. Later, I cut open the dice, and they were filled with mercury and magnets. No wonder Sterling and I always rolled 112, while you casually rolled 3 sixes. Before the dice even settled, you scampered off to propose to Lin Xiujia. You must know she originally favored me." Diling chided, "Spare me. Even if the competition had been fair, you would not have stood a chance. At the time, you were barely 16, still snot-nosed. What would my wife have for you?" The two locked eyes, their expressions darkening. "Despicable scoundrel. A mere child. Utterly shameless. You depraved harlot. Go die, descend into hell." "After you," Diling remarked. "Yang Minghua is plotting rebellion." He kicked a chair across the room, smashing it against the wall. Zichuan Xiu replied, "That hardly qualifies as news. I've heard that statement 10 times a day in the Far East. And since my return, I've heard it 20 more. He quickly moved his chair aside, wary of Dilling's potential kick, opting instead to sit at the table. Diling continued, "You are ranked 3rd on Yang Minghua's assassination list. Does that count as news?" "Huh. Huh. Huh." Zichuan Xiu boomed with vigor, his voice echoing throughout the command center building, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle, before whispering, "Oh, who else is on the assassination list?" Diling replied, "Guangxing is listed first. Sterling claims 2nd place, while family patriarch Zichuan Xiu is sadly ranked 4th, missing the top 3. Miss Ning is unharmed, I trust. Rest assured, she is safe. Yang Minghua intends to eliminate patriarch Zichuan Xiu and elevate her as a puppet. Should we not promptly inform Lord Guangxing of this news? He might still be unaware." "Unaware? What could possibly escape the old fox's notice? Do not underestimate his seemingly frail appearance. Let me tell you, Yang Minghua has previously dispatched a total of 4 assassination attempts involving 17 elite assassins against him. What was the outcome? There was none. Those 17 formidable assassins vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in this world at all. The sun rose the next day, yet we could still see Guangxing, barely clinging to life, as if he were on the brink of death. Perhaps even if we all perished, this sickly man would live for another 100 years. He is far too cunning. The entire Far East is his domain, and Yang Minghua's men cannot approach him. But he is currently in the imperial capital. Doesn't Yang Minghua have a significant opportunity? Yang Minghua wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. Guangxing returned with 6,000 loyal and valiant guards, unless he mobilizes an army. Yang Minghua would never be able to breach the 2.5-kilometer radius surrounding his residence. And what of the second-ranking Sterling? Sterling serves as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, rarely leaving the Grand Commander's residence. Furthermore, Yang Minghua lacks the silent assassins capable of eliminating him. Of course, I am the exception. By the way, you might want to inform him that his subordinate, the deputy banner Captain Yunhe and Fong Good, have already been bought off by Yang Minghua. Zichuan Xiu turned and smashed a precious vase to pieces, signaling to those outside that a duel was in full swing. Diling looked at him in astonishment. Doesn't someone feel the slightest fear? Someone who is neither the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard nor possesses 6,000 elite guards for protection, yet unfortunately finds himself on a death list, utterly inconsequential, and whose demise would attract no concern. May I advise you to vacate Miss Ning's residence post-haste? Your corpse in the streets would be of little consequence, but do not frighten Miss Ning. It would be a bother for her to help collect your remains. Zichuan Xiu inquired, what is Yang Minghua's strength? Extremely formidable. The Central Army of 170,000, under the command of Lei Sun, lies in his hands. If a conflict were to arise, he could dismantle Sterling's Imperial Guard in less than an hour. What kind of experts does he have? The Central Army has always been the foremost elite force of families. Filled with martial prowess, their commander, Lei Sun, though greedy and lustful for fame, just call him the foremost expert and he beams with delight, possesses truly astonishing thunderous skills. His chief aide, Luo Minghai, has long concealed his abilities. To this day, I have no idea what martial arts he practices, and Yang Minghua himself is also a first-rate expert. His ripple internal energy is exceedingly fearsome. Zichuan Xiu propped his chin in thought and asked Diling earnestly, do you think I could suggest to Yang Minghua that we all forget the past and befriend one another? Since he possesses such formidable strength, what is he waiting for? Open rebellion would have him concerned about Guangxing, Minghui, Fangjing, and other commanders stationed elsewhere leading substantial forces. Should Guangxing raise the banner of loyalty to the king and suppression of rebels, leading 1,000,000 troops from the Far East back to strike? Even with the support of the Central Army, Yang Minghua would find himself overwhelmed. Diling swung his sword vigorously, producing a hissing sound of sword energy. What are his current plans? Zichuan Xiu asked, smashing yet another antique screen. At present, he has two strategies. First, to win over Fangjing and Minghui. If he manages to sway either of them, the Black Flag Army and the Border Defense Army would be mutually restrained, entangled, and thus unable to interfere with the turmoil in the imperial capital. Second, he has dispatched me to the Far East Army to succeed your position, intending to instigate a split within their ranks. Should I inform Lord Guangxing of your identity? The Far East is his territory. Without informing him, you would be utterly powerless to act there. He would keep you tightly constrained. As Zichuan Xiu spoke, he shattered another antique flower pot, producing a loud crash. Well, he must know. If it spreads further, I would be in grave danger. At this point, I do not even know whom I can trust. During the 3 years of separation, 3 friends who had shared life and death, one battling fiercely on the blood-soaked battlefield, another infiltrating among wolves, and the last bravely confronting Yang Minghua. Now Diling was set to venture into battle, while Zichuan Xiu and Sterling engaged in a different kind of combat in the peaceful and prosperous battlefield of the imperial capital. Silent, yet far more perilous. The two exchanged glances, each seeing profound concern reflected in the other's eyes, their hands clasped tightly, feeling the warmth of brotherly camaraderie, the deep affection shared between them, their hearts surging, yet unable to voice the words that lingered unspoken. Brother, take care. With the same perilous existence, the same fervent loyalty, for a promise made long ago, an unwavering fidelity, to a figure who had already departed but would never fade, whose immense shadow once loomed over the entire imperial capital, Zichuan Yuansheng. Suddenly, Diling remembered, Xiu, you cannot leave unscathed. They will be suspicious. I can see. Diling began to strike with fists and feet, leaving Zichuan Xiu with some dueling marks. Zichuan Xiu protested, Stop, stop, stop. Are you done yet? You seem to be enjoying this more and more. Diling lamented, You must understand, having to lay hands on my dear brother fills me with such sorrow. This emotional pain is far more unbearable than your physical suffering. Zichuan Xiu replied, You look so pleased. Perhaps you should let your body endure the suffering, and I shall bear the weight of your conscience instead. Another round of vigorous blows ensued. Diling remarked, We still need a few more wounds and blood for authenticity. Zichuan Xiu gasped, I can't take it anymore. Just stab me for real. Alas, since it has come to this, I shall bring it out. Zichuan Xiu's eyes widened in shock as Diling retrieved a makeup kit and a bottle of color from his clothing. This is paint for disguising as a wounded person. And this red ink simulates blood. Both are rare items. I prepared them especially for you today. I didn't ask you for this. If you had such items, why not bring them out sooner? Making me. Diling grinned mischievously and leaned close to Zichuan Xiu's ear, whispering. Answer A is because I forgot earlier. Answer B is actually on purpose. Answer C is because someone took the opportunity during a birthday party, under the cover of blowing out the candles, to sneak a kiss from my wife. Answer D is that I have long awaited this day. Which answer would you like to believe, my dear brother Xiu? He gently kissed Zichuan Xiu's ear. The door to the room finally swung open, and Diling, clad in a red uniform, strode out with confidence, brushing off the dust from his attire, casually clapping his hands. Clearly, the duel had been won without breaking a sweat. Zichuan Xiu, battered and lying amidst a pool of blood, summoned his last reserves of strength to point and curse. Diling, you despicable, shameless scoundrel. Ning, I love you. After dinner, Zichuan Xiu, having read the received letter, expressed his heartfelt sentiments to Zichuan Ning, who was sipping tea. With a crash, the teacup in Bai Chuan's hand fell to the ground. Roger coughed violently, choking on half a piece of cake. Mingyu's mouth hung open in shock, large enough to fit 2 eggs. Utterly astonished, he did not even notice Roger slipping his wallet. Zichuan Ning felt her heart racing, breath quickening, her face burning as if a flame.it was the fire of joy igniting within her. The long-awaited words she had yearned for, finally spoken. I love you, Zichuan Xiu declared solemnly. So, lend me some money. That cursed command office. The duel was clearly instigated by Diling, yet they sent the bill for the damaged furniture to me. Last month's salary has already been spent on settling that dreadful debt at Tianming restaurant. Speaking of which, I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, Bai Chuan, you little brat. Hey, Ning, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking. Don't leave. Honestly, the young girls these days, running off before even hearing a confession, show no sincerity in love. The world is going to ruin. Zichuan Xiu sighed, turning to Bai Chuan, expressing with deep affection, Bai Chuan, I love you. With a loud slap, Zichuan Xiu was suddenly met with a flurry of golden stars, each resembling a coin. Chapter 1. The Triumph and the Fall. Chapter 3. The storms of the imperial capital. A servant announced the visit of Deputy Commander Sterling. Zichuan Xiu was overjoyed and welcomed him into the guest room. The two, having not seen each other for 3 long years, were filled with delight at their reunion at a tea this time. Sterling was 23 years old. Standing at the pinnacle of youthful vigor, radiating a passionate energy, he was of medium height, with a spirited crew cut, light brown skin, and piercing eyes, handsome in a way that starkly contrasted with Zichuan Xiu's languorous, fair-skinned demeanor or Diling's icy arrogance. He embodied the decisive and crisp demeanor unique to soldiers, exuding a straightforward integrity, dignified grace, and an upbeat style. Historians of later generations would come to revere Sterling as the quintessential model of a soldier from the Golden Age, while contemporaries would describe Zichuan Xiu as saying, Sterling was born to be a soldier. Zichuan Ning once compared the temperaments of the 3 outstanding members of his family. Sterling is like a fierce tiger, exuding a regal air. Diling resembles a cobra, cold and ruthless, difficult to approach. As for Zichuan Xiu, it is beyond description. One can only say he is akin to a slug. The two, seeking confidentiality, conversed within the garden. I heard you visited the commander's office today. Who did you meet? Zichuan Xiu recounted the events of the day in detail, and Sterling listened intently, finally exhaling a deep sigh. Diling has it tough. His situation is the most perilous, and the psychological pressure on him must be immense. However, the intelligence he provided is indeed invaluable. How do you plan to deal with the 2 traitors on your side? As long as I have a grasp of the situation, I find it unnecessary to act against them now. That wouldn't that overtly inform Yang Minghua that Diling is one of us. Brother, I have always harbored a doubt. Since everyone knows Yang Minghua is not a good person, why hasn't General Zichuan Sanxing recalled the Far East Army to confront him? Could it be that General Sanxing truly is as the outside world claims? Zichuan Xiu swallowed the word foolish. No one knows the true nature of Zichuan Sanxing, Sterling remarked with a sense of lament, even as one of his most trusted subordinates. I often find him inscrutable. Sterling raised a finger, a knowing smile crossing his face. But he is certainly no fool, just as many have labeled you a simpleton, a spoiled rich kid, a dandy, a dimwit. Right? Zichuan Xiu chuckled softly, recalling Roger, Bai Chuan, and Mingyu, regarding the idea of mobilizing the army to deal with Yang Minghua. It's simply impractical to confront the 170,000 Central Army. We would need to deploy at least 200,000 troops from the Far East, 100,000 from the Border Defense Forces, and 80,000 from the Black Flag Army. Such a massive troop movement would undoubtedly be detected by Yang Minghua, provoking him to act out of desperation. And then we would all be doomed. Zichuan Xiu smiled wryly. So everyone has their own concerns. Indeed, no one dares to openly confront each other. Currently, all dealings are conducted in the shadows, Sterling said gravely. Diling's cautionary advice to you is genuine. Be exceedingly careful. There have been many recent incidents of people being ambushed in the dark alleys of the capital. Each morning, the garbage collectors find a large number of corpses. Many prominent figures have met their end this way. Just last week, my deputy, Vice Flag Xiu, was taken away after getting drunk in a tavern, and 3 days later, we discovered his body by the moat. And you? Zichuan Xiu knew his friend's character all too well. He would never let such a matter rest. Oh, it's nothing. But a few days ago, I heard that Commander Lei Sun's adopted son, Lei Xiaoyan, was found dead in his mistress's home. The Ministry of Internal Affairs considers it a burglary, and they are currently searching among the unemployed and ruffians for the murderer. What a tragic accident. Zichuan Xiu burst into laughter. Sterling's usual seriousness was even more amusing when he attempted humor. So, Xiu, what are your plans? Hearing how perilous things are, the honest and timid Zichuan Xiu must keep his distance. Waiting for you two titans to settle your scores before I return to shake hands with the victor. Honest and timid? Who are you referring to? The two exchanged glances, each seeing the glimmer of amusement in the other's eyes. Come help me. Xiu, let us pledge loyalty to the general together. Sterling, I remember when we were little, you, I, and Diling all swore allegiance to Miss Zichuan Ning under the late Lord Zichuan Yuanxing's supervision. Have you forgotten? I remember. But given the current circumstances, the only way to protect the miss is to assist Lord Zichuan Sanqing in dealing with Yang Minghua, is it not? Zichuan Xiu smiled silently. I know you hold Lord Zichuan Sanqing responsible for what happened 6 years ago. But at that time, he had just assumed the role of general, and the political landscape was entirely manipulated by Yang Minghua, forcing him to collaborate with Yang Minghua against you. However, he often tells me afterward that he deeply regrets allowing a meritorious figure like you to suffer humiliation. Moreover, now you both share a common enemy in Yang Minghua. Regardless of the circumstances, he will not spare you, and your only chance of survival lies in joining forces with us. Zichuan Xiu chuckled. Let me think about it. I've heard you're about to marry Li Qing. The flag officer? Sterling smiled as well. Zichuan Xiu had a unique tactic. When discussing topics he disliked, he would say, let me think about it. Oh, look, there's a mouse. Oh, that bird is quite large. Oh, the moon is so round today. He didn't press Zichuan Xiu, simply nodding. Yes, the plan is to hold the ceremony after the crisis is resolved. I hear Li Qing is a member of the Li family, a prestigious lineage in the capital. Sterling raised an eyebrow, speaking nonchalantly. So I've heard. His tone did not reflect the expected joy. Zichuan Xiu, perceptive to Sterling's discontent, quickly shifted the subject. I brought back a batch of spirit beasts from the Far East. Shall I send you a couple? Wonderful. I have long sought a spirit beast to serve as a servant, but they sell for 30,000 each in the market. You soldiers in the field certainly have deep pockets. What nonsense. The only uniforms in our entire family army adorned with gold trim are yours in the Imperial Guard, and you dare claim you lack funds. It was agreed that this would serve as a wedding gift. Don't be ridiculous. Each counts separately, do not mix the two. The wedding gift is a different matter. With things so chaotic on our side, I genuinely fear the Lufeng family might take advantage of the situation to interfere. You need not worry about that. The Lufeng family is too preoccupied. Their patriarch, Lufeng Xishan, is on the verge of death, and they are busy vying for power, just like us, unable to spare the effort. None of Lufeng Xishan's 3 sons are competent, leaving their father uncertain about whom to pass the position to, each appearing a bit duller than the other. Heaven bless. Luckily Lufeng Shuang is a girl, without inheritance rights. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Indeed. But I have heard that Lufeng Xishan has already decreed Lufeng Shuang as the lifetime regent commander. What does that mean? It means that Lufeng Xishan has no trust in any of his sons, no matter who inherits. As long as Lufeng Shuang assists, the Lufeng family is unlikely to perish. Truly a thoughtful arrangement. I heard you encountered Lufeng Shuang's troops during the second expedition. How did that go? At this, Sterling sighed heavily. Lu Fengshuang, truly a remarkable individual. At that time, we had nearly encircled the troops of Lu Fengming and Lu Fengqing, close to 100,000 men, and they were already beginning to disband. We were just a breath away from commencing a complete annihilation. At that moment, Lu Fengshuang's forces appeared, marching without banners, numbering fewer than 8,000, all cavalry. At that time, I, Feng Jing, Ming Hui, and Yang Li, who was the border defense commander then, did not take those 8,000 men seriously. Feng Jing merely dispatched 3 infantry battalions to intercept them. Logically, this should have sufficed, as 3 infantry battalions should be able to hold off a cavalry division. Who would have thought that those 3 battalions were reduced to mere fragments of horseblades in less than 10 minutes? Her troops were too valiant. They also scattered one of Yang Li's infantry divisions, and thus they charged straight into the encirclement. We soon realized something was amiss and attempted to mobilize our main forces to intercept them. But it was too late. A large white flag was raised high, with a blood-red character for frost emblazoned on it. The besieged Lu Feng troops, upon seeing this banner, immediately erupted into a thunderous cheer. Long live, Lady Frost has arrived. We are saved. Slay the Zichuan family's dogs. They fought for an entire day. Originally, they were exhausted and demoralized, but with Lu Fengshuang's arrival, they seemed to be invigorated, their battle cries sending shivers down our spines. Lu Fengshuang, a girl, disregarding the rain of arrows, actually stripped off her armor and stood bare-chested beneath the great flag, visible to both friend and foe on the battlefield, brandishing her saber high, shouting, Lu Feng soldiers, are you not even as good as a woman? Show some spirit, charge. That kind of audacity was truly admirable. Her guard were equally reckless, all bare-chested, using their bodies to shield Lu Fengshuang from arrows. One would fall and another would immediately take their place. Consequently, the Lu Feng troops charged at us like madmen. Ming Hui, that slippery fellow, upon seeing Lu Fengshuang's banner, swiftly ordered a retreat. Yang Li, still unaware of the situation, foolishly commanded to hold the line, resulting in his troops suffering heavy losses and being thrown into disarray. Fortunately, Feng Jing and I managed to hold the rear, fighting while retreating. Even after being pursued for several hundred kilometers, we could not shake them off until we received support from Ming Hui's border defense forces at the border, and only then did Lu Fengshuang cease her pursuit. Sterling's expression revealed a hint of pride. However, I dare say my troops are no less than hers. Under her fierce assault, other units crumbled instantly, while we maintained our order. Even after a chase of nearly 1,000 miles, she could not gain the upper hand against me. And in our final confrontation, she even suffered losses to my forces. He turned to Zichuan Xiu. Ah, why are you? How come? You've fallen asleep. No more nonsense. Listening to so many of your tedious anecdotes, it would be surprising if I didn't doze off. As soon as Sterling stepped through the threshold of the living room, he froze as if struck by lightning. Is there an assassin? Zichuan Xiu, who was just behind him, quickly responded, rushing into the living room with battle readiness, scanning the surroundings. On the sofa sat Bai Chuan, Roger, and Mingyu, 3 lively souls, unabashedly sharing the delicacies prepared for guests by Zichuan Ning's family. Everything's fine. Following Sterling's fixed gaze, Zichuan Xiu looked over and noticed a 4th person. Although seated on the sofa, she maintained a dignified posture, showing no interest in the sumptuous food on the table. The beautiful and poised demon princess, Kadan. Is there anything amiss? Zichuan Xiu nudged Sterling in the side. Ah. Oh, what? Sterling stammered. What could possibly be wrong? Zichuan Xiu shot him an odd glance, but remained silent. Sterling quickly regained his composure and strode purposefully into the living room, watching his retreating figure. Zichuan Xiu's eyes brimmed with concern. I hope it's not as I feared. Roger, Bai Chuan, and Mingyu immediately stood at attention, for Sterling's extraordinary talent, captivating presence, and charismatic personality had long made him an idol among the younger generation of military personnel. Individuals like Bai Chuan may not recognize the family patriarch or the commander-in-chief, but they would never fail to identify Sterling. They had admired him from afar for quite some time, and although it was their first encounter, they all sensed that Sterling's demeanor was unusually off today. Excerpt from Commander Bai Chuan's personal memoirs, Days Beside the Adults, : He, Sterling, returned the salutation with admirable propriety. His greeting was quite fitting. And he even sat down to share a frozen watermelon with us, kindly addressing our martial arts queries. Everything seemed perfectly normal, yet for some inexplicable reason, I sensed a hint of distraction in him. A peculiar abnormality that I told myself. Perhaps this is what they call a woman's intuition. Later, another attendee, Commander Roger, remarked, "Don't listen to Bai Chuan's nonsense about women's intuition. That memoir of hers was merely a ploy to make money. Written by a ghostwriter. Even a fool could tell that Lord Sterling was not in his right mind at that moment. Otherwise, how could a master like him nearly slice off his own hand while cutting watermelon? And why did he ask us 5 times? When are you returning to the imperial capital? Each time, we answered clearly, yet within 3 minutes, he would ask again, when Chief of Staff Ming Yu chimed in. Moreover, our Lord Xiuquan has been standing silently nearby, grinning like a mischievous imp. His sly smile clearly indicates something is afoot. After bidding farewell to Zichuan Ning's family, Zichuan Xiu accompanied Sterling home. The stars are particularly bright tonight, Sterling said with an air of finality. Zichuan Xiu looked up at the overcast sky, raising an eyebrow. Indeed. And the moon is remarkably round. Yes. In truth, there was no moon tonight. The streets of the imperial capital are so clean. Correct. Zichuan Xiu accidentally stepped on a dead cat. You really didn't have to see me off. You have so much on your plate. Nonsense. I truly appreciate your gift. Li Qing will be delighted. No need. How is Miss Zichuan Ning? I didn't see her tonight. She's well. What is her name? Ka Dan. The two halted in their tracks. Zichuan Xiu staring intently into Sterling's eyes, who was avoiding his gaze. Silence. Zichuan Xiu spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Her full name is Princess Ka Dan, the third daughter of the contemporary Demon King. Captured by me during the 5th Hung Chuan battle, and now I am tasked with her supervision. You discovered it early on. Sterling's lips trembled, losing the usual composure of a hardened warrior. I'm not blind. You think I'm shameless, don't you? No, Zichuan Xiu tilted his head thoughtfully, just generally shameless. I have a fiancée, and she loves me dearly. I know Li Qing is a remarkable girl. She is the daughter of the great Demon King, of the demon race, and she is of royal lineage as well. The two paused again, locking gazes for a moment. What shall we do? Do you wish to hear me elucidate how a senior military officer of the family ought to practice self-restraint, selflessness, and the noble spirit of sacrificing oneself for the greater good? Shut up. Apologies, I became a bit too fervent. No worries, but there are several ways to resolve this. Would you prefer a long-term solution, a mid-term one, or a short-term fix? Let's start with the long-term. The long-term solution is also known as the one-time resolution method. Method 1. Tie a knot in the ceiling, stand on a stool, put your neck through it, and kick the stool away. Method 2. Single-handedly storm the great demon fortress and challenge the Demon King to a duel. Method 3. Publicly eliminate Yang Minghua during the annual military parade on January 1st. Which do you prefer? Not to your liking, no matter. We also have mid-term solutions. For instance, you could use a razor to castrate yourself, though it does pose some technical challenges and doesn't compare in effectiveness and safety to the aforementioned methods. Shut your filthy mouth. Perhaps you could emulate those young students who haven't fully matured and buy 11 red roses tomorrow, delivering them to Miss Ka Dan, waiting beneath her window each night until dawn, serenading her with songs and playing the guitar, your heart racing at the sight of her lovely figure. Though your future father-in-law may turn out to be unexpectedly stern. I told you to shut up. Not fond of that either. Then we must resort to the last option. After all, Ka Dan is under my guardianship. I could confine her in some secluded room and hand you the key. Sterling delivered a fierce punch, knocking Zichuan Xiu to the ground. Zichuan Xiu slowly rose, accepting the handkerchief Sterling offered to wipe the blood from his lip, and began to speak slowly. As for me, I would rather you die than take this path. Death is only painful once. Zichuan Xiu's voice was low. Give up, brother. This is sheer madness. Know this. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will assist you, regardless of the cost. But this, you are no longer 15. This is but a fleeting impulse. She doesn't even know who you are. Sterling remained silent, his eyes vacant, as if listening intently, yet seemingly lost in a reverie. This is the first time I have felt this way. Sterling's voice was faint, yet resolute. I love her. Hell you. Zichuan Xiu muttered under his breath. Do you love Li Qing too? That's different. My feelings for Li Qing are. Sterling hesitated, then suddenly said, Ah Xiu, do you know what the greatest misfortune for a man is? Impotence. Zichuan Xiu blurted out. They both jumped, staring at each other in shock. Zichuan Xiu cautiously probed. Sterling, you don't mean, at such a young age. Oh, how unfortunate. You need to come to terms with it. In life, many heroes and great men face unfulfilled aspirations. Shut the hell up. You are the one with that issue. What I meant by misfortune is not that. Let me ask you, what is the second greatest misfortune for a man? His wife runs off with another man. Selling the house before leaving. Taking the safe and keys with her. Ah, you are mistaken. Sterling seemed to have made up his mind. There are far worse fates. For example, a hot-blooded man, after work, goes to a tavern for a couple of drinks, only to awaken and find himself in a strange bed, in an unfamiliar room, next to a former colleague who is now naked and crying, telling him it was her first time, that she hadn't intended to. But he was just too strong for her to resist. Then suddenly, the door bursts open, and in walk a stern old man and a towering figure over 6 feet tall, introducing themselves as the girl's father and older brother, offering him 2 paths, either marry their daughter or castrate himself. He can choose freely. Ha ha. Zichuan Xiu laughed so hard he doubled over, his entire body shaking. Who would be so foolish as to fall into such a modern trap? Sterling remained silent. His face set in a grim expression. Ha ha. Zichuan Xiu glanced at Sterling's expression, his laughter gradually diminishing until he cautiously inquired, Sterling, could this possibly be? Sterling nodded gravely. Really? Zichuan Xiu stared in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. Indeed, Sterling's tone was laced with profound sorrow and resignation. Oh, Zichuan Xiu nodded in confusion. I understand now. Sterling eyed him warily. If you dare to laugh again, I swear I will end you. No, no. Zichuan Xiu struggled to maintain his composure. I sincerely sympathize with your unfortunate predicament. On behalf of all male compatriots, I extend our condolences and heartfelt commiseration. He swiftly leaped back, narrowly avoiding a furious punch from Sterling. After a bout of playful chasing, both men halted, panting heavily. Sterling, what are your plans now? Zichuan Xiu's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Sterling appeared lost in thought. Initially, before encountering Cadden, I thought I could simply let it go. Li Qing is beautiful, and we don't dislike each other. Perhaps, over time, love would blossom. He forced a bitter smile. Who would have known that it was only tonight I realized what it truly feels like to like someone? His voice gradually fell to a somber tone. Zichuan Xiu frowned. But that isn't a solution to the problem. Sterling managed a bleak smile. Noticing a small tavern by the roadside, he turned back and said, a solution? I have one. Drown my sorrows in drink. Come on, it's on me. Oh no, that won't do. I have to report to the administration office tomorrow. Yang Minghua has arranged for me to be the deputy director there. So I can't drink tonight. Sterling ignored him, striding into the tavern. Zichuan Xiu thought, this is bad. He's serious. How could he not love such a wonderful girl like Li Qing and instead fall for the daughter of the Demon King? What a world. Love? Clearly, a case of muddled thinking. On this scorching day in August of the year 778 of the Empire, Sterling was 23, Diling 24, and Zichuan Xiu 18. The 3 outstanding members of the Zichuan family were still caught in the whirlpool of the times, struggling and rolling along, unable to dictate the pace and direction of the era. However, the day when they could do so was drawing ever closer. You claim to be the newly appointed Zichuan deputy director. The guard at the door wore an expression as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Indeed, Zichuan Xiu replied, fully aware of his unworthiness, his voice subdued. After a wild night of drinking with Sterling, he found himself inexplicably embroiled in a brawl with some ruffians. Through this incident, Zichuan Xiu discovered 2 truths. First, the combined fighting power of 2 drunken experts equals that of a pig. Second, the sewers of the capital are exceedingly foul, especially for those who lose a fight and find themselves tossed in for a night. Consequently, after being roused by garbage workers collecting corpses in the morning, Zichuan Xiu rushed straight to the administration office without even changing clothes, only to be met with, where are your credentials? I didn't bring them. I left them at home. More likely, they were taken by the ruffians when they searched him. Oh, so you left them at home again, the guard replied with a knowing look, twirling his hefty baton in hand. Kid, we get 3 to 5 troublemakers every month. But someone like you really is a sight to behold. He frowned slightly. That strong odor of alcohol. Goodness, what is that yellowish substance on you? Is it feces or mud? And your face looks like a panda after being beaten. For heaven's sake, Zichuan Xiu pleaded softly. I need to report to Director Gishan. I'm already late. Hmm. The chief came by yesterday to report. I'm not in a hurry. So why are you? The guard clearly disbelieved him, and Zichuan Xiu had to sadly admit. His skepticism was entirely justified. Scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he took a deep breath. Forgive me, my friend. He gently patted the guard's shoulder, who promptly slumped down without a sound. Zichuan Xiu hurriedly supported him, feigning that he was merely resting against the wall. Where's the director's office? The staff members, taken aback, could only point haphazardly in different directions, making it a miracle that Zichuan Xiu managed to find the correct location. The female secretary at the entrance was horrified by the sudden intrusion and desperately blocked his path. You cannot enter. You have no appointment. Someone call security. Zichuan Xiu had already barged inside, behind the large desk. A young woman was absorbed in reviewing documents, unperturbed by Zichuan Xiu's abrupt entrance. Trusting his male instincts, Zichuan Xiu promptly awarded her an 85. Please take a seat, Deputy Commander Xiu Chuan. You are 15 minutes late. Vice Commander Gishan lifted her head, and Zichuan Xiu finally discerned her features. She appeared to be in her 30s, with delicate features, but an entirely expressionless demeanor, wearing thick-framed glasses. Her voice was flat and devoid of any hint of emotion. Gishan gestured for the secretary to leave. Oh, my apologies. The reason is, I do not wish to interfere in your personal life, but since you are a member of my office, I hope you will adhere to our regulations and exercise restraint. Understood. The score automatically dropped to 35, and Zichuan Xiu swiftly categorized her as a repressed spinster yearning for love yet twisted by years of unfulfillment, harboring resentment towards others' happiness. Ma'am, my sincerest apologies. Next time. Your apology is appreciated. It may prove useful, perhaps even compensating for the time wasted due to your tardiness. Gishan retorted sarcastically. Furthermore, I must inform you that we hold the same rank. We are both deputy commanders. So there is no need to address me as Mom. Yes, ma'am. Oh no, Director Gu. Zichuan Xiu is here to report for duty and is at your service. Deputy Commander Xiu Chuan, I have a favor to ask of you. I am at your command, eager to serve, ma'am. Get out of here immediately, go wash up, brush your teeth, and change your clothes before returning to work. Gishan's thin lips pressed together tightly. Because of you, we will need to use 3 more bottles of air freshener. Zichuan Xiu sat on the sofa, facing by Chuan, Roger, Mingyu, Zichuan Ning, and Cadden, all of whom wore solemn expressions, their faces taut and lips sealed, as if a frog might leap out the moment they opened their mouths. Zichuan Xiu sighed and waved his hand. It's nothing. Everyone, please laugh. Ha, he. Only Cadden maintained a modicum of the poise befitting a demon princess, offering a slight smile. Sir, the dark circles under your eyes. Ha, you look like a panda. Bai Chuan unfolded a copy of the Capital Evening News and read aloud. Today's amusing anecdote. A mental patient, claiming to be the newly appointed Deputy Commander Xiu Chuan from the Far East, suddenly assaulted a duty guard, caused a ruckus in the administration office, and barged into Director Gishan's office, only to be expelled by her. One of the witnesses, a female staff member named Jean Meili, described, accompanied by a photo of an overweight, grotesquely ugly woman making a pitiable face. It was terrifying. He even tried to molest me. How could I possibly say that? The report concluded, noting that the director, Gishan, had refrained from commenting on the incident. According to preliminary investigations by the Ministry of Justice, this may be a consequence of the mental hospital's wall collapsing 3 days ago. An investigation is underway to apprehend this extremely dangerous mental patient with aggressive tendencies. Ensuring the peace of the citizens of the capital. It is advised that relevant departments strengthen the maintenance and investment in such civil facilities. Reporting address, 3rd Office of the Capital Ministry of Justice's Public Safety Maintenance Division. A wave of unrestrained laughter erupted. Zichuan Ning exclaimed, Brother, you've become a news sensation. Sign my name. Roger smirked. Sir, your taste is rather poor. You wouldn't let that woman off, would you? Mingyu whispered to Zichuan Ning. Where do we go to report to the Ministry of Justice? Zichuan Xiu asked Bai Chuan. Where was the article published? Front page or second page? Bai Chuan glanced and replied. It's positioned beneath the expert outpatient treatment for syphilis and above the advertisement for the everlasting potency pill. Another round of schadenfreude ensued. The previously silent Cadden spoke up. Deputy Xiu Chuan, perhaps I could assist you with your eye injury. Zichuan Xiu, having heard tales of the demon royal family's remarkable abilities, felt a surge of excitement. Are you a healing priest? Cadden shook her head. Do you possess extraordinary healing powers? Cadden shook her head again. Can you cast healing magic? Cadden once more shook her head. Then what assistance can you offer me? Cadden produced a box from behind him, saying, This item will undoubtedly be of use to you. My lord, it can render the injury on your eye invisible to others instantly. However, it comes at a steep price, I fear. Zichuan Xiu, taken aback, inquired, instantly. Cadden affirmed, Indeed, instantly. What could it be? A magical pill? An extraordinary elixir? A restorative liquid? Regardless, Zichuan Xiu merely wished to eliminate those two unsightly marks on his eyes at once. Otherwise, he would be utterly embarrassed to face anyone. Without a moment's hesitation, he handed over all the cash he had left in his pocket, several thousand yuan, to Cadden, who shook his head. Not enough. Zichuan Xiu then borrowed another 10,000 from Zichuan Xiu and presented it to Cadden. Cadden lamented, Alas, I feel I have offered you too great a favor. If it weren't for my good rapport with your sister, Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu snatched it back and opened the box to discover a pair of sunglasses priced at 100 yuan, mere street vendor merchandise. Sterling struggled to rise from the bed, his head pounding as if it might split. After taking a shower, he felt somewhat better. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already dusk. The events of the previous night were hazy. All he remembered was drinking excessively and getting into a fight. Then, he could not recall how he returned home. Yet he found two wallets in his pocket, one belonging to Zichuan Xiu. How it ended up in his possession was a mystery he could not unravel. The old servant reported that Miss Li Qing had visited and left a note. Sterling picked it up to read Li Qing's elegant handwriting. You did not return last night, and both Lord ZCH and CH Ing and I were greatly concerned for your well-being until your return this morning eased our worries. Who are you, that you can indulge like a mere commoner in drunken revelry? Lord ZCH instructed that you should see him promptly upon awakening. Sterling couldn't help but smile bitterly. Li Qing remained as ever. Gentle yet rational, steadfast yet considerate, even in her admonitions. With such a wise and compassionate wife, what more could a man desire? Had it not been for last night's escapades, she would have been the perfect lifelong partner. Almost flawless, except for the absence of love, Sterling had already prepared an excuse for Li Qing. I encountered Ashi last night, and out of sheer joy, I indulged in a few too many drinks. I simply could not refuse his insistence. Sterling was almost certain that Zichuan Xiu would tell Zichuan Ing a similar fib. Sterling insisted on dragging me along, friends. After all, serve as convenient shields in such moments. After sipping a cup of tea, Sterling immediately felt invigorated, the vibrant Sterling returning to his essence. Upon arriving at the residence of the Grand Chancellor, Sterling instinctively surveyed the surrounding defenses. The elite soldiers of the Immortal Battalion, known for their formidable combat prowess and unwavering loyalty, stood guard at every 3 paces, their vigilance akin to nails driven into the ground, creating an impenetrable perimeter. This was merely what could be perceived on the surface. Hidden archers lay in ambush at every vantage point of the Grand Chancellor's abode, on rooftops, at corners, and within the gardens. Each concealed position meticulously arranged, countless sharp blades were embedded along the walls, and hidden traps were primed to spring at a moment's notice. Truly, the defenses were airtight. This intricate system had been designed by him. Upon inspection, Emperor Lin had once remarked, unless one were to launch a full-scale assault, entry is utterly impossible. The soldiers on duty saluted and permitted him entry without any further scrutiny, due to the elderly pig's waning energy. Sterling had effectively taken charge of the battalion's defenses. He made his way directly to the Grand Chancellor's study, situated several dozen meters underground, saluted, and spoke. My lord, is that you, Sterling? Zichuan Xiu lifted his head from a pile of documents. Adjusting his reading glasses, have a seat. The current Grand Chancellor of the Zichuan family, aged 53, had ascended to this esteemed position following the death of his illustrious brother, Zichuan Xiu. During a conflict with the Li F-ing army 6 years prior, leaving behind a 9-year-old heir, Zichuan. Consequently, the mantle of leadership naturally fell upon him. His appearance bore no resemblance to that of the legendary Zichuan. He was rather unremarkable and commonplace. With a diminutive stature, beady eyes, a slightly hunched back, and uneven teeth, many were often disappointed upon first glance. With Zichuan privately commenting, he is a ruler who cannot inspire loyalty among his subordinates. His administrative actions had not managed to enhance his image either. Nothing is irreparably flawed. Yet there are no accomplishments to inspire hope. People found no regal aura of authority in him. The general consensus was, he is a feeble old man who merely lucked into this position. Only a select few loyal confidants, like Sterling, understood that beneath those seemingly vacant eyes lay a fleeting glimmer of extraordinary sharpness. I heard from the flag officer that you were looking for me, my lord. Indeed, Zichuan Xiu nodded. You indulged a bit too much last night. Did you not? Yes. Sterling immediately rose and bowed in apology. My sincere apologies, my lord. I bear you no ill will, young man. Sometimes, relaxation is warranted. However, it is ill-timed. You must realize that they are watching you very closely at this moment. I fear they may take advantage of this situation to target you. When you failed to return last night, I dispatched 2 battalions to search for you. Had anything happened to you, I would have confronted Yang Minghua without hesitation to retrieve you. Sterling felt a surge of emotion and choked out. My lord, I am sorry for my reckless behavior. Truly, I am grateful for your unwavering support and would brave fire and water for you. No need for such extremes, Sterling. I simply wish for you to live well. Zichuan Xiu smiled, his expression lending an unexpected charm to his otherwise dull face. Have you encountered Zichuan Xiu? What are your thoughts? Sterling understood the gravity and implications of the question and promptly replied. He leans towards our side, but has yet to make a definitive decision. He is still contemplating. It seems Zichuan Xiu is rather lacking in wisdom. Zichuan Xiu rose to his feet. He is the adopted son of my late brother, and Yang Minghua would never regard him as one of his own. Given this, why does he not simply join us outright? Sterling stood quietly, afraid to speak. Even though it was not his fault, he felt quite incompetent and embarrassed for not having persuaded Zichuan Xiu. Keep a close watch on him. Sterling, I know you are good friends, but if he fails to recognize the situation and sides with Yang Minghua, we may have to strike first. A chill ran through Sterling, yet he merely responded, yes. My lord. Zichuan Xiu perceived his unease. I hope it does not come to that. I would rather not have Zichuan Xiu as a formidable adversary. Are you aware of Zichuan Xiu's martial prowess? I only know that Prince Yuan Xing once taught him the basics of the ripple technique, but after he went to the Far East, I lost track of his progress. Zichuan Xing's expression turned grave. He must have other masters. My brother Qing Xing once reported that he buried himself in the sand and held his breath for 4 hours to assassinate the demon army's commanding general amidst thousands of troops. 2 top-tier experts struck him fatally, yet he managed to evade their grasp. Then he escaped unscathed from the siege of thousands of demons. Such a formidable master is unlikely to have been trained by my deceased brother. Sterling remained silent. Zichuan Xing shifted the topic. What are your thoughts on Yang Minghua transferring Diling to the Far East? Sterling replied earnestly. At present, I can only surmise one point. Yang Minghua's decision to relocate Diling implies that he does not yet intend to confront us. For Diling is one of his most trusted and capable generals. If Yang Minghua were to take action, he would undoubtedly deploy a valiant warrior like Diling at the moment Diling is called back. It will signal that he intends to strike. After a pause, he added, I admit my understanding is limited. That is all I can deduce at this moment. Indeed, that is a thoughtful analysis. Zichuan Xing replied with a chuckle, though perhaps a tad too optimistic. Have you considered Yang Minghua's perspective? Please enlighten me, my lord. While we are concerned about Yang Minghua turning against us, he must also be wary of our potential betrayal. During this tense time, he has the audacity to dispatch his trusted general far away. Do you not find that peculiar? Oh, yes. Thus, after much contemplation, I can only conclude 2 possibilities that would embolden Yang Minghua to act in this manner. Please, my lord, clarify. The first possibility is that Yang Minghua has discovered Diling's true identity and seeks to distance him to avoid complications. But such an action does not align with Yang Minghua's character. He is not one to exhibit patience or mercy. Killing Diling and disposing of his body in the moat would be far more straightforward. What would the second possibility be? Yang Minghua possesses a hidden power that we are unaware of. Zichuan Xing articulated each word with precision. He certainly does. Otherwise, he would not be so brazen. Moreover, this hidden master must meet 3 criteria. First, they must possess sufficient martial skills. Second, they must reside in the imperial capital. And third, they must not arouse suspicion. Can you think of anyone who fits these criteria? Sterling felt a rush of anxiety. He already knew who Zichuan Xiu suspected. Indeed, Zichuan Xiu slowly remarked. The timing of Zichuan Xiu's return is too coincidental. As soon as he arrives, Diling is set to depart. Apart from him, there have been no notable experts entering the imperial capital recently. My lord, Sterling asserted with unwavering conviction, I guarantee with my life that Zichuan Xiu is absolutely not that kind of person. Sterling, it has been 3 years since you last met. People can change. People may change, but Zichuan Xiu and Diling, my lord, if they were to act in any way inappropriate, I would take my own life to atone for it, Sterling replied defiantly. Zichuan Xiu fell silent. Sterling was also at a loss for words. Very well, Sterling, you must hasten to persuade Zichuan Xiu to join us. He is a master in his own right, and his over 40 subordinates are seasoned warriors from the Far East. Brave and battle-hardened, though few in number, their combat prowess is formidable, constituting a significant force. With his participation, our cavalry plan will have a much greater chance of success. Yes, my lord, I shall do my utmost. Achoo! Just as Zichuan Xiu sneaked into Baichuan's room, intending to steal his wallet, he sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? Oh dear, Baichuan, you're awake. What a coincidence. I can hardly believe I'm seeing you in your bedroom. Zichuan, please do not give your superior such a look. The situation is as follows. I woke up to use the restroom last night, and upon returning to my room, I got lost and accidentally walked into yours. It is a perfectly reasonable explanation. As for the wallet in my hand, ha ha. That too is entirely reasonable. Surely you wouldn't think I would steal your money. Ha ha ha. Alas, Baichuan, why are you reaching for your knife? Wait a moment. I shall provide you with a reasonable explanation. You needn't press so hard. Surely I deserve a moment to conjure an excuse. Help. Time passed swiftly, and the imperial capital remained peaceful and serene, akin to the calm before a storm. Half a year had slipped by. From the distant Far East came the thunderous rumblings of upheaval. Heralding the rise of a dazzling military star, Diling, following Zichuan Xiu, achieved a second grand victory against the demon race in the war. During the 6th Hengchuan campaign, he crippled the invading demon regular army, killing over 70,000 and capturing nearly 50,000. That this marked the greatest victory since the war between humans and demons began. Yet what shocked the world most was not the impressive results, but Diling's brutality. He ordered the execution of all captured prisoners, leaving not a single soul alive. Upon hearing the news, the chief of staff of the Far Eastern Army, Luobo, was taken aback and hastened to intervene. When he arrived on the scene, Diling received him with utmost respect while covertly issuing commands for the execution of the last batch of 5,000 captives. By the time Luobo comprehended the situation, the ground was already littered with corpses. Gazing upon the sea of bodies, Luobo closed his eyes in anguish and reproached Diling, saying, You, Azura, are on the verge of destroying the legacy my family has painstakingly built over the past 2 centuries. Historically, Diling earned the title of the Azura King from this moment forth. Diling replied solemnly, I am forging a millennia-long legacy for my family. News of this incident reached the Imperial. The female secretary is as unattractive as the mother of the demon clan. My lord, have you seen Midnight Horror? There's no need to buy a ticket at the cinema. Just take a look at our secretary in the office. And what's more, they don't even provide drinks. My lord, you know we are of the samurai class. In the Far East, a samurai is a high official overseeing hundreds of thousands of people. Yet here, we are even worse off than the visiting refugees. Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of dizziness. Quiet down. Quiet down. How did Zichuan Ning end up here? Zichuan Ning calmly replied, Oh, I am here to inspect the administrative office in my capacity as the heir of the family, but I asked there a problem. Deputy Director Xiu Chuan. And why has Princess Kaden also come? Brother, you are being so selfish, running out to have fun while leaving a girl all alone at home. How lonely that must be. Don't you feel any guilt? Is your conscience not reproaching you? Zichuan Ning shot him a glance. People would certainly have their opinions seeing so many gathered here. Oh, Lord Xiu Chuan, you need not worry. Kaden casually hung a sign reading meeting in progress. Please do not disturb on the door, adding, if they say Deputy Director Xiu Chuan holds meetings 7 days a week, it would only commend your dedication to your work. Heavens! Zichuan Xiu cried in despair. What are you shouting about? Heaven! Sterling appeared at the door, smiling. I hope I am not interrupting your meeting. Not at all. Everyone rose to welcome him, except for Cadden, who remained seated. Since that farewell, Sterling had nearly visited Zichuan Ning's home every day. The others were not fools. They quickly understood that Sterling's frequent visits were not solely due to his close friendship with Lord Xiuchuan, and Sterling himself did not bother to conceal this. Upon entering Zichuan Ning's home, he eagerly scanned the room until he spotted Cadden's lovely figure. Then he visibly relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. Roger once remarked to Bai Chuan, "Look at Sterling. He resembles a lovesick schoolboy." Completely smitten, Bai Chuan replied, "By the Lord, we are all captives of emotion. None can escape." He then fell into thoughtful contemplation, yet Cadden, one of the parties involved, appeared utterly oblivious to Sterling's infatuation. He came and went without leaving a trace, treating him no differently than anyone else. While she did not shun him entirely, she offered no warmth in her responses. Sterling was a notable figure in the imperial capital, and this matter should have been quite sensational. However, under Zichuan Xiu's oppressive rule, he summoned the household servants and subordinates, threatening fiercely, "Anyone who wishes to live should keep their mouth shut." Even towards Zichuan Ning, he rarely assumed the elder brother's authority, forbidding her from uttering a word to her confidantly Qing, thus preventing any information about Zichuan Ning's residence from leaking. The gathered crowd watched with smiles as Sterling unwittingly entered, and Mingyu, sitting beside Cadden, hurriedly vacated her seat. "Please, have a seat, my lord." Sterling sat down without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, leaving even the notoriously brazen Zichuan Xiu to admire his audacity. "What are we discussing?" Sterling inquired, referring to everyone, yet his gaze was fixed solely on Cadden. Cadden remained silent, and Zichuan Xiu answered on her behalf. "We are discussing the military situation in the Eastern Empire." He handed over a newspaper. Sterling had already read it, but pretended it was his first encounter with the text, making sounds of interest as he unfolded it, as if the news were particularly captivating. After a few minutes, he asked, "What does everyone think?" "We all believe that the Empire is in a precarious position," Roger replied eagerly, hoping to present a shrewd image to his idol. "They are isolated, with no reinforcements, facing formidable enemies, unable to advance." And you, Xiu, share this perspective?" Sterling turned to Zichuan Xiu, their eyes meeting, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Zichuan Xiu softly stated, "No, I believe that at this moment, the Empire holds a strategic advantage." Sterling succinctly replied, "I concur." "Why is that?" several voices inquired simultaneously. Zichuan Xiu smiled. "You only see that directly to the east. The city of Gamara is guarded by 200,000 demon troops led by the renowned General Yun Qianxue, making it a formidable stronghold. Thus, the Empire must attack Gamara and is bound to fail, correct?" Sterling interjected, "But what if the Empire chooses not to assault Gamara? For instance, they could pivot southwest and launch an offensive against the relatively weaker city of Ika. Capturing Ika would allow the Empire to connect with the southeastern border defense troops under Vice Commander Lei Hong, alleviating concerns about their rear and reinforcements. Additionally, they could effectively isolate nearly 5,000 square kilometers of demon territory, gradually eroding it." Zichuan Xiu continued, "If the Empire also refrains from attacking Ika, they could advance northeast into the Guosun Prairie, seizing it, which would effectively eliminate the demon clan's sources of magical crystals in the renowned Guoka steed. The Empire could then utilize the confiscated Guoka horses and magical stones to establish a cavalry division of 100,000, causing the demon clan even greater distress." Sterling remarked, "Even if the Empire does not attack Guosun, they could still encircle Kamala with superior forces, waiting for Yun Qianxue's 200,000 to succumb to hunger and surrender." A silence fell over the room, and Bai Chuan hesitated before saying, "But this hinges on one condition. The Empire's supply lines must remain uninterrupted, or they cannot sustain prolonged combat. However, the 1,000-kilometer-long supply line runs through demon territory. How can it be secured?" Zichuan Xiu and Sterling exchanged glances, both sharing a bitter smile. Sterling, as if weighing his words carefully, began, "This is indeed a challenge for us. But for the Empire, it is entirely manageable. They never worry about supplies. Perhaps this is the distinction between a great commander and a mediocre one." His tone carried an unspoken bitterness. Zichuan Xiu also forced a smile, saying, "This is not a matter of ability. It is purely a difference in perspective. You need not belittle yourself." The others looked puzzled, turning to Zichuan Xiu for clarification. He sighed and simply stated, plundering locally will resolve the supply issue. The group grasped the implication. To sustain prolonged warfare, the Empire would undoubtedly dispatch various detachments to seize every edible resource from fields, villages, towns, and cities, ensuring their soldiers would not go hungry. Thus, if the Empire could endure for 2 months, Zichuan Xiu, trapped within the city, would surely not last even 3 weeks, Cadden exclaimed. What about our civilians? Are we to simply let them starve? The officers of the Zichuan family turned their heads, unable to meet the brightness of the young girl's eyes. Only Roger muttered softly, "War is brutal," but no one paid him any heed. That feeling just now was truly sinful. Once only Zichuan Xiu and Sterling remained in the room. Zichuan Xiu whispered, "In our excitement, I nearly forgot that Cadden is one of them." Sterling merely sighed. Zichuan Xiu continued, "If it were someone else, I could have countered with reason. Have you not seen how the demon clan has bullied us for centuries? This meager reprisal hardly amounts to interest." But upon seeing Cadden's eyes, I found myself at a loss for words. Sterling sighed again. Honestly, if the Empire continues this way in the Far East, they will face an insurmountable mess in the future. Zichuan Xiu remarked, "They are so focused on immediate convenience that they have executed all the captives. Who would dare to surrender to us in the future? They are left with no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Moreover, the slaughter of civilians and the plundering of food are actions I cannot condone. Losing the people's support will jeopardize our family's standing in the Far East." Sterling was at a loss for words. Recalling the Empire's commanding and forceful voice, "I do not require the support of those worthless commoners. I need only their fear and obedience. Ultimately, our ability to govern the Far East does not rely on popular votes or elections, but on the swords we wield." Sterling personally disapproved of the Empire's violent actions, yet he could not condemn them openly, as the Empire was their elder brother and Zichuan Xiu, as a younger sibling, could voice complaints, but he, as the second brother, felt it inappropriate to do so. Did he sighed once more. "I say, Sterling, stop sighing like a lovesick maiden. Say something. What news is there lately? I mean from your side." "Nothing particularly new. Firstly, Yang Minghua refused to provide new equipment for Minghui's border troops, resulting in that batch of equipment falling into the hands of Lei Sun's Central Army. Secondly, our director, Gashan, had a heated argument with Luo Minghai over this matter, stating that Yang Minghua should not disrupt the established practice of equipping the border troops first with new equipment. I am somewhat perplexed by this old maid's stance." "Oh, is that so? It seems I could work some magic there. Perhaps I could win her over." Zichuan Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Sterling, his expression peculiar. "Why are you looking at me like that? Ah, you lecherous one. Could you please restrain yourself a bit while pursuing the ladies? Even if you fancy Cadden, there is no need to be so overt about it. I fear the rumors may spread." "I am on the verge of losing my composure." Sterling was left speechless. "Has Li Qing found out?" "She merely harbors suspicions, suspecting that I have taken a second woman outside, yet she remains unaware of her identity." TSK, a woman's intuition is truly formidable. She sought my assistance through Zichuan Ning to investigate your whereabouts. I had to use all my wiles to placate her for the time being. Next time, it will be far more challenging to escape her scrutiny. What was Cadden's reaction? You saw it for yourself. There was none. She never affords me an opportunity to be alone with her. Zichuan Xiu scolded. "That little vixen, so cunning. I say, why not just speak plainly to the commander? As long as he supports you, others will find it difficult to intervene, and you won't need to act so furtively. I will speak to him, but not at this moment. Yang Minghua and his ilk will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to undermine us. If things go awry, he might even compel me to resign in shame. Furthermore, I do not wish for the commander to be distracted by my troubles at this juncture." "That is true." Zichuan Xiu gazed at Sterling's visage, which had grown gaunt, his cheekbones protruding, and his eyes deeply sunken. He could not fathom why his dear friend suffered so intensely for love, while maintaining a facade of calmness as he dealt with the burdens of military affairs and engaged in the treacherous intrigues with Yang Minghua's faction. He felt sympathy for Sterling and admired his resilience, even thinking, if it were me, I could not endure it. Thankfully, I am not foolish enough to chase after such trivialities as love. Bah. The young women loitering beneath the Grand Hotel in the imperial capital are all enchanting beauties, charging $5,000 a night. Why bother with love's complications? In the bitter winter of February in the year 779 of the Empire, the situation in the Far East took a new turn. Just as the imperial army was besieging the 200,000 demon troops under the command of Gamara and Zichuan Xiu amidst the icy wilderness, a new enemy emerged from deep within the demon kingdom, Demon Prince Kalen. Leading 200,000 elite guards to reinforce Zichuan Xiu. After several probing encounters, the imperial forces realized they faced an opponent unlike any before. The demon's elite guard units surpassed ordinary troops in morale, combat capability, and loyalty. Fearing being caught between the assault of Zichuan Xiu and Kalen, and due to the human army's disadvantages in winter warfare and increasingly difficult logistics, the imperial commander made the decisive choice to retreat. The retreat was executed with remarkable orderliness and military discipline. Embodying the principle of the vanguard remains unperturbed, the rearguard stands fearless. Consequently, Kalen and Zichuan Xiu dared not launch a rash attack, and rather than a pursuit, it could be described as a courteous escort back to the Hengchuan front, where both sides resumed their original lines, thus concluding a military operation that lasted 6 months, later known as the First Great Expedition. In this battle, the Zichuan family suffered over 51,000 casualties and sustained injuries to 116,000. Over 30,000 of the deceased were non-human soldiers forcibly conscripted by the imperial army, and over 80,000 of the injured belonged to non-human races, while the demon army incurred a staggering loss of 273,000 dead and 288,000 injured. Among the deceased, 156,000 were slaughtered after surrendering. However, these figures only reflect the military losses, according to later historians of the Zichuan family, notably Tang Chuan, during the First Great Expedition led by the imperial army under the Red Banner. The demons faced a bloodbath. 5 major cities, 72 towns, and over 200 villages were razed. It matters not, for I harbor no secrets from you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiujia felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. As if she might dissolve into bliss, she realized that agreeing to Emperor Lin's proposal was the wisest decision of her life. How fortunate I am to have chosen him. Emperor Lin, youthful and handsome, brimming with talent, and holding a position of great power, had captivated countless beautiful maidens with his cold, indescribable allure as a red-clad samurai, now a vice commander, all attempting to win his favor. Yet they all crashed against an iceberg, one constructed of Emperor Lin's indifference and tranquility, keeping others at an arm's length. Among the unmarried women in the imperial capital, a saying had circulated: Emperor Lin is an insurmountable iceberg. Yet, how unfortunate that they failed to see his demeanor at home. Lin Xiujia mused with a sweet smile. What husband, 2 years into marriage, still possesses such profound love and tenderness for his wife? While others claim that marriage is the grave of love, Lin Xiujia felt that this grave is a paradise. For she had wed a husband who was nearly flawless, nearly so, with the sole flaw being his identity, an exceedingly perilous dual identity, which often left Lin Xiujia awake with worry day and night. Yuan Ming Gong Kai Yang Qi Zhong Di Ho Guang Hui De Tian Guang Ming. What does that mean? Emperor Lin explained to her. This is a jumping code. Try reading it by jumping one character at a time. Yuan Gong Yang Zhong Ho Hui Tian Ming. Still unclear. Emperor Lin mischievously winked. Try reading it backwards. Tomorrow after the meeting at Central Park. Oh, I see. Someone is asking you to meet at Central Park after the meeting tomorrow. Seeing the smile at the corners of Emperor Lin's mouth, she leaped into his embrace, playfully striking his broad chest. I won't go. You must be laughing at how foolish I am. Emperor Lin pretended to stand, rolling up his sleeves with a fierce demeanor, scanning for foes. Who dares to call my wife foolish? Step forward. I shall confront them. Lin Xiujia was amused to the point of laughter. Emperor Lin then sat back down, tenderly enfolding Lin Xiujia in his arms. How could that be? My Lin Xiujia is undoubtedly the most intelligent. Lin Xiujia felt a wave of happiness, but a question surfaced in her mind. Who sent the letter? Oh, a self-proclaimed clever fool. Emperor Lin smiled warmly, making his typically cold visage appear extraordinarily charming. Zichuan Xiu. Lin Xiujia guessed immediately. Emperor Lin chuckled. I am truly pleased that we share the same opinion of him. In truth, Zichuan Xiu's antics were utterly ineffective. Once the letter reached Yang Minghua's group, a password expert could decipher the rudimentary code in under a minute. Yet Zichuan Xiu's innate penchant for causing trouble persisted. As he would say, this is what secret work should be like. He insisted on employing codes in the correspondence among Emperor Lin, Sterling, and himself, varying the method each time. Sometimes jumping one character, sometimes two, sometimes employing arithmetic sequences, other times geometric sequences, even reversing or skipping characters. The true victims were Emperor Lin and Sterling, who received letters that resembled cryptic texts. Often, after expending great effort to decipher the code, the contents turned out to be, "The weather is splendid today. I ate too much watermelon and nearly had diarrhea." A stunning young lady visited the Tianming restaurant, but she was a bit overly prim. "Sterling, regarding the money I owe you, can I delay repayment for 3 months?" Lin Xiujia displayed a look of discontent. "There he goes again. Always coaxing you into perilous situations that I cannot fathom why. Among the three of you, you were assigned the role of an undercover agent. You often say they are friends, yet they entrust you with the most dangerous tasks." Upon seeing Emperor Lin's expression grow cold, she wisely chose to remain silent. Emperor Lin gazed slowly out at the clouds drifting across the blue sky, serene as still water. Lin Xiujia dared not breathe, for she understood that her husband, despite his unwavering devotion and affection towards her, harbored an untouchable sanctum within his heart. After a long pause, Emperor Lin sighed. "Zichuan Xiu and Sterling are not merely my friends, they are my brothers." "I did not hear what you just said." Lin Xiujia nodded submissively. "It was my fault. I should not have spoken out of turn. It is of no consequence, merely." Emperor Lin could say no more. Gently kissing Lin Xiujia, "You should rest now." After Lin Xiujia's figure departed the study, Emperor Lin quietly completed his earlier thought. "It is simply that you do not understand the bond we three share. Yet, it is indeed challenging to explain to a woman what it means to be brothers in life and death." Volume 1. A Triumph in Ruin Chapter 4. The difficulties of loyalty and betrayal, how magnificent! Roger exclaimed, awestruck by the solemn grandeur of the family council hall, as he attended a meeting for the first time with officers of the samurai class and above. The spacious and imposing hall, capable of accommodating over 1,000 high-ranking officers, was still far from full. The rich crimson carpet, the vividly lifelike reliefs on the walls, and the ceiling that soared beyond the gaze of the timid, with countless crystal chandeliers hanging like stars in the firmament, created an awe-inspiring atmosphere. "How large is this meeting hall?" Baichuan inquired of Sterling beside him. Sterling chuckled. "I do not know, but there is a legend that once a samurai brought an infantry division here for a meeting. The samurai was late, searched high and low but saw no one, and eventually left. The next day, his subordinates informed him that the entire division of over 3,000 had been waiting for him in the left corridor of the meeting hall." "Wow," Mingyu exclaimed. "Who is that strikingly handsome long-haired rogue in the grand portrait hanging in the center?" "Do not speak carelessly. That is the esteemed founder of our family, Zichuan Yun." "Oh, where has Lord Xiuchuan gone?" "Lord Xiuchuan, why are you squatting in the corner?" "Oh, I thought these decorative gold pieces could be pried off, but they are embedded so tightly." Zichuan Xiu surveyed his surroundings, noting that the meeting had yet to commence, and over 1,000 high-ranking officers were milling about, chatting. He queried Sterling, "Isn't your royal guard maintaining order today?" Sterling replied with a smile, "How could Yang Minghua trust us with that? The order is being upheld by the gendarmerie from the prosecutor's office today." Zichuan Xiu nodded. "The inspector general, Xiaolong, maintained neutrality, and only he could enforce order that both sides would accept." Someone approached Zichuan Xiu to greet him. "Long time no see, a Xiu." Zichuan Xiu turned. "Lord Dulei, it has indeed been a while." Dulei was the vice commander of the Black Flag Army, and 6 years ago he had fought alongside Zichuan Xiu in the counteroffensive against the Lufeng family. That he smiled as he introduced his son, Deke, to Zichuan Xiu. "This is my son Deke, experiencing such a grand occasion for the first time. I hope you, a Xiu, and Lord Sterling will guide him in the future." Deke was a very young lad, with only the faintest fuzz on his upper lip, appearing somewhat shy and reserved. After bowing to Zichuan Xiu and Sterling, he fell silent, offering an honest smile. Sterling complimented, "Your son exudes great potential. He is destined for a brilliant future." Zichuan Xiu, however, mischievously quipped, "The lad is quite handsome, nearly rivaling my own looks. Lord Dulei, is he truly your offspring?" "I see little resemblance." Dulei laughed heartily. "The day we silence that tongue of yours, our family will lose half of its mischief." "And where is the other half?" "All with our esteemed president." They all shared a knowing laugh, and Dulei excused himself to mingle with other officers. As the bell rang, the meeting commenced, with 6 commanders seated at the podium: Luo Minghai, Guingxing, Lei Sun, Fang Jing, Minghui, and Pigu. Yet the seats for the president and chief were still vacant. Chief Zichuan Xiu had not attended a full meeting in quite some time, so no one expected his presence this time. Yang Minghua appeared promptly at the podium, however, to Zichuan Xiu and Sterling's surprise. Emperor Lin emerged alongside him and took a seat in the middle. Emperor Lin had returned but had not contacted him. They exchanged glances, both perceiving the concern in each other's eyes. Yang Minghua sat calmly in the chair reserved for the chief. Beneath the portrait of Zichuan Xiu, with a smile upon his face, as if this were the most natural occurrence, a wave of unease rippled through the assembly, with high-ranking officers gazing incredulously at Yang Minghua, their minds racing with the same thought. Has he lost his mind? Zichuan Xiu whispered to Sterling. He is trying to create an atmosphere for his rebellion. Indeed, Sterling replied, and simultaneously testing whether any of the high-ranking officers dare to oppose him. Just then, the grand doors of the hall swung open, revealing the figure of Chief Zichuan Xiu at the entrance. The venue was momentarily engulfed in an excruciating silence, the officers glancing at Zichuan Xiu, whose visible indignation at this blatant provocation made him tremble with rage. Then they turned their eyes to Yang Minghua, who remained utterly composed, displaying no intention of yielding his seat. This awkward silence seemed as though it could persist indefinitely. With a stamp of his foot, Zichuan Xiu spun on his heel and exited the conference hall. Almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief in secret, grateful that no conflict had erupted on the spot. Relieved that the illusion of peace could be maintained, and thankful that they were not immediately forced to make a choice. Sterling's hands clenched with a crackling sound. The humiliation of the sovereign is the death of his subjects. He simply could not endure the chief's disgrace, and was ready to charge at Yang Minghua for a fight to the death. A pair of resolute hands pressed firmly on his shoulder, and Zichuan Xiu's steady voice whispered in his ear, "Preserve your life, for greater deeds await." Yang Minghua began to speak. "Esteemed colleagues, let us commence this year's plenary session." He announced the beginning of the meeting as if nothing had transpired. "Your Excellency, I apologize, but you seem to be seated in the wrong position." The officers present were startled. Who among them had the audacity to voice what lay hidden in their hearts? They turned their heads to locate the source of the voice, where a youthful ensign stood up, bashfully declaring, Zichuan Xiu and Sterling both taken aback. He was Dre's son, Deco. "Oh." Yang Minghua raised an eyebrow, maintaining a facade of calm. "This colleague seems unfamiliar. Are you suggesting I am seated incorrectly?" Deco, for the first time addressing such a grand assembly, awkwardly accused such a high-ranking individual, stumbling over his words. "I am Deco, ensign of the Black Flag Army. Please do not take offense, Your Excellency. I harbor no malice. It is possible you inadvertently took a wrong seat, but my perspective is that you should have risen to give way to the chief, considering the protocol." His father, Vice Commander Dre, immediately stood up, berating him. "Akko, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to His Excellency and sit down." "Very well, Ensign Deco, I comprehend your sentiment. However, please refrain from disrupting the proceedings. This is a serious occasion." Yang Minghua interjected, casting a significant glance at Diling, his meaning unmistakable and ominous. "Yes, I apologize, Your Excellency," Deco stammered. His face flushed as he offered his apology, unsure of the reason. He could say no more when a slender, lethal blade struck swiftly into his youthful, warm, and broad chest, only to retract just as quickly, leaving a spray of crimson that he stared blankly at the expanding stain upon his chest, then at Diling, who methodically wiped the blade clean. Disbelief widening his eyes, until he fell straight down, his eyes still filled with innocence and yearning. His father, Dre, roared in fury and lunged at Diling, but was met with a crushing blow from behind, causing blood to spray violently, and he collapsed to the ground, clearly mortally wounded. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Sun had stealthily approached him, delivering a lethal strike with his wind and thunder divine art. Chaos erupted, the hall filled with pandemonium. The officers could scarcely believe their eyes. In such a solemn setting, Yang Minghua's faction dared to commit open murder, slaying 2 high-ranking officers of the Dre family. Several officers from the Black Flag Army stood up in outrage. And with a thunderous clap, the sound reverberated through the conference hall, causing everyone's eardrums to ache and their heads to spin. Lei Sun stood proudly in the center of the hall, his presence akin to a colossal storm, emitting an eerie howling wind. A powerful gale swirled within the hall, forcing those near him to squint against the force, unable to maintain their footing. while the tightly shut doors could not withstand this terrifying power and burst open with a crash. More astounding was the fact that he seemed to levitate, hovering high above, casting a formidable aura of menace over the entire assembly, embodying the wind and thunder divine art at its zenith. Sterling murmured, the foremost master of the family. His reputation is indeed well-deserved. Zichuan Xiu scoffed. He's no different than a ceiling fan. If he's floating in midair, then he might as well be a ceiling fan. The officers were cowed by Lei Sun's imposing presence. Hesitant to act, young Minghua rose from the platform, surveying the assembly with an authoritative gaze, as if searching for the next foolhardy soul daring to challenge his authority. No one dared meet his fierce gaze. Even Zichuan Xiu and Sterling instinctively averted their eyes. So it turns out that sheer brutality can also be a form of authoritative power. Sterling thought painfully, the image of the boy's wide-open eyes at the moment of his death haunting his mind, forever unblinking. Dylan, why did you commit such an act? Let us proceed with the meeting, Yang Minghua declared. Silence fell over the assembly. Yang Minghua smiled with satisfaction, contemplating, these wretched fools, they truly do not comprehend fear until they witness it firsthand. Next, I file a complaint. A woman's voice interrupted him. I accuse Vice Commander Diling of the Far East Army of the premeditated murder of Deco, ensign of the Black Flag Army. I accuse Commander Lei Sun of the Central Army of the premeditated murder of Vice Commander Dre. I accuse President Yang Minghua of orchestrating these two cold-blooded murders from behind the scenes, and he should be held accountable for these crimes. I, Baichuan, Administrative Assistant Ensign, hereby formally submit this complaint to the Family Inspector General. Lord Xiaolong, should any falsehood arise, I am willing to bear full responsibility. Baichuan's voice rang clear and slightly tremulous with nerves in the hushed conference hall, amidst the assembly of over 1,000 formidable men. The courage and righteousness of a single woman brought them to shame. The date of this assembly was March 26th in the 779th year of the Empire, a day that would later be etched into the family annals as the Night of Blood in the imperial capital. The blood that flowed like a stream during the day would, by the deep of night, coalesce into a vast ocean, engulfing all. The tragic ballad of the Zichuan family, spanning a century, would be set into motion by this crimson night. At this moment, the stance of Inspector General Xiaolong was of paramount importance, not merely due to his elevated status as the seventh commander of the family, ranking above the other six, nor because of his substantial authority, as he independently oversaw inspection affairs, free from the control of the commander's office and President Yang Minghua, nor was it solely due to his reputation for fairness and integrity, which earned him the respect and admiration of all within the family, but rather because, at that moment, the over 3,000 garrison troops present were under his sole command, should he lean towards one side. The fully armed elite garrison would follow suit, and in the ensuing conflict, even the most extraordinary martial prowess would be futile. Moreover, all present had undergone thorough security checks before the meeting, rendering them completely unarmed. And they were no match for the organized and formidable garrison troops. All eyes turned to the front row where Xiaolong sat, eager to see how he would respond to Baichuan's accusation. Sterling's face turned pale as he discerned Xiaolong's stance. How had Dylan's sword made it into the conference hall? Xiaolong's stern visage darkened, as if he wore a mask. And facing the collective anticipation, he slowly spoke. There is no evidence of murder. An investigation is unnecessary, and the complaint is not accepted. Murder had clearly transpired before him, with two corpses still lying there. Yet he declared, there is no murder. At that moment, everyone understood Xiaolong's position. Historically, the Inspector General held sway over criminal law and oversight, and as long as he proclaimed, there is no murder, it would become a reality. Young Minghua's face contorted with anger. He loathed Baichuan with a passion, for while all others had submitted, this obstinate woman persisted in causing disruption. He cast a second glance at Dylan. Dylan, wearing a gentle smile, pressed forward towards Baichuan. Zichuan Xiu, Roger, and Mingyu rose abruptly, blocking Dylan's path. Seeing Zichuan Xiu, Dylan hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Sterling, however, remained entirely focused on Lei Sun, fearful he might employ the same treachery once more. Xiaolong barked, bring them in. The doors swung open, and a group of garrison troops armed with crossbows and spears surged in, menacingly surrounding Zichuan Xiu, Sterling, and the others, dozens of bows drawn and aimed at them. Tension crackled in the air, all poised for conflict. Yang Minghua reveled in the control of the situation when suddenly, His expression shifted drastically. Unbeknownst to him, the previously silent commander Guangxing of the Far East had stealthily positioned himself behind Yang Minghua. A light touch resting on his shoulder, a chilling and intense aura of menace enveloped him. As if he were in the coldest of ice caverns, he quickly understood that any slight movement on his part would provoke a ferocious and terrifying attack from behind. Regret surged within him. I should have been wary of this seemingly frail, ailing wretch. He lowered his voice. You dare to treat me with such disrespect. Do you not fear for your life? A gentle cough echoed from behind. Yet the murderous intent pressing upon him intensified. Yang Minghua realized he had just uttered a futile remark. How could a seasoned veteran like Guangxing, who had faced life and death numerous times on the battlefield, be intimidated by such trivial threats? He surveyed the surroundings. Below, Zichuan Xiu and Sterling's group were locked in a standoff with the gendarmes from the inspection office, and his capable assistants, Diling and Lei Sun, were also present. The situation of his abduction had not yet been detected by the others. Only the few commanders seated on the podium understood the gravity of what was transpiring. Chief of Staff Luo Minghai let out a disdainful humph, attempting to approach for a rescue, while the Border Defense Commander Ming Hui smiled knowingly, subtly shifting his chair to block Luo Minghai's path. The leader of the Black Flag Army, Fang Jing, wore a grim expression, betraying no emotion, and even the elderly general, Pai Gu, glared at him with a furious gaze. Yang Minghua's mind raced with anxiety. This is dire. I am isolated and helpless. Should I call out for Lei Sun and Diling? To be held hostage in such a setting as the president is utterly humiliating. They have time to come to my aid. At that moment, Guangxing's calm and composed voice resonated throughout the conference hall, capturing everyone's attention. Regarding the complaints about the white flag, Inspector General Xiao Long has deemed an investigation unnecessary. However, I beg to differ. This matter warrants scrutiny. I propose we hold a vote. Those who believe an investigation is necessary, please raise your hands. His words were artfully crafted, merely suggesting a vote on the necessity of an investigation, without directly accusing Yang Minghua of being the perpetrator, thus avoiding cornering him too harshly and allowing him a way to step down gracefully. Some astute officers among the military began to sense the peculiar atmosphere on the podium. At some point, Guangxing had positioned himself behind President Yang Minghua, using Yang Minghua's body to shield his own half. Yang Minghua remained seated, his face ashen, yet he said nothing. The other commanders appeared unusually tense, as if gripped by anxiety. No one could have predicted that. Unbeknownst to all, President Yang Minghua had already fallen into Guangxing's clutches. The officers from the Far East Army below suddenly stood up, raising their hands in support of Guangxing. They had long been enraged by Yang Minghua's tyranny, but had hesitated to voice their dissent without a leader. Now, emboldened by Guangxing's commanding presence, they were ready to take a stand. The Far East Army was the largest military faction of the family, and those rising in the venue nearly comprised a significant portion of the assembly. Lei Sun, Xiao Long, and others turned pale, glancing back at Yang Minghua on the podium, puzzled as to why he did not take any measures to intervene. The Border Defense Commander Ming Hui sneered as he regarded Yang Minghua. I too wholeheartedly agree with Lord Guangxing. The Black Flag Army leader, Fang Jing, stood up without uttering a word, his expression fluctuating between fury and despair. Those who had been slain were members of the Black Flag Army, his subordinates, and his anger was palpable. Even Pai Gu, long considered senile, trembled as he rose to voice his protest. A chorus of voices erupted from the audience, almost the entire assembly rising in unison, directing their furious gazes towards Yang Minghua on the podium. His tyrannical brutality had incited public outrage. Even within Yang Minghua's loyal Central Army, numerous individuals stood to express their dissent. At that moment, the only ones still seated on the podium were Yang Minghua and his confidant, Luo Minghai. They faced a sea of collective wrath. On the side of Zichuan Xiu, a multitude of officers from the Far East Army, Black Flag Army, Border Defense Army, and the Imperial Guard, whether known or unknown to one another, stood resolutely beside them, fearlessly blocking the path of the gendarmes. They formed a human wall, encircling Bai Chuan, preventing the gendarmes from approaching. In the face of such fury, even the meticulously trained elite gendarmes began to falter. Sterling, overwhelmed with emotion, said to Zichuan Xiu, "Justice resides in the hearts of the people." Zichuan Xiu replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Indeed, Justice is like a timid girl who only dares to show herself when surrounded by companions. I seldom encounter justice that stands alone. In the midst of this tempest, Yang Minghua realized for the first time how utterly insignificant he was. The scornful anger clouded his judgment, and disregarding Guingxing's proximity, he gestured to Xiaolong, drawing his hand across his throat in a clear signal. Kill. However, Inspector General Xiaolong contemplated the implications. This was no longer merely a matter concerning the Far East Army or the Black Flag Army alone, but if he were to strike against these over 1,000 high-ranking officers, representing nearly all of the family's armed forces, the consequences would be dire, and the ensuing retaliation would be devastating. As the orchestrator of such a massacre, there would be no safe haven for him in this vast land. Furthermore, among these 1,000 individuals were many formidable figures. His gendarmerie might not necessarily prevail. It was hardly worth embroiling himself in this murky water with Yang Minghua. He sighed and ordered the gendarmerie to withdraw. Following suit, the hall erupted in applause, and suddenly, someone shouted, "Yang Minghua, get lost." Instantly, hundreds echoed, "Yang Minghua, get lost." The cacophony of voices surged like a tidal wave towards the podium. In an instant, the situation reversed, and Yang Minghua found himself regaining composure. He quietly and slowly asked the captor behind him, "What do you intend to do?" Guingxing's light laughter reached his ears, revealing his amusement, yet the murderous aura enveloping Yang Minghua remained unyielding. "And what do you propose?" "Esteemed President," Yang Minghua retorted fiercely, "do not overstep. Do not be deceived by the throngs below. With a single word, I could turn this place into a river of blood. Then guess who would be the first to die?" Guingxing dismissed Yang Minghua's threat nonchalantly. Moreover, "Esteemed sir, do you think a despicable person like me would attend a meeting unaccompanied?" As if to corroborate Guingxing's words, a cacophony of galloping hooves, synchronized footsteps of troops, and the clanging of weapons and armor resonated from the direction of the conference hall's entrance. A guard stumbled in, panicked, exclaiming, "It's the Far East Army. The Far East Army has surrounded the venue." The once uproarious hall fell silent, and the attending officers turned their astonished gazes towards the composed figure of Guingxing standing on the podium. Shock rippled through them, and a singular thought reverberated in their minds. Is a coup imminent? After all, to shout down with Yang Minghua was one thing, but to incite a bloody urban battle within the capital was another entirely. No one was mentally prepared for such an eventuality. Leaving them at a loss, Yang Minghua's countenance drained of color. Guingxing's guards had arrived. Though he commanded a formidable central army, he had not anticipated this turn of events. Distant waters could not quench nearby fires, should conflict arise. He would be the first to suffer, he whispered. "Kill me, and you will not escape the capital. Within 10 minutes, the central army could annihilate your thousands." Guingxing feigned surprise. "Esteemed President, what a grave misunderstanding. I harbor no such treasonous intentions. These are all my subordinates. Seeing I had not returned for some time, they came to fetch me." He lowered his voice. "Furthermore, the red carpet is hardly suitable for bloodshed." Yang Minghua immediately grasped Guingxing's meaning. In the context of today's gathering of all high-ranking officials of the family, neither Guingxing nor he could afford to engage in open slaughter. Not only would it reflect poorly, but it would also tarnish their reputations in history irreparably. Yang Minghua calmed himself. Realizing that his original intent was merely to assert dominance and create an impression, he had never intended to kill. The situation had spiraled somewhat out of control, and it was fortunate that Xiaolong had not truly followed through with a massacre. Otherwise, it would have cemented an irreconcilable blood feud with the Zichuan family's entire armed forces, making it impossible for him to maintain his position even if he seized the title of Commander-in-Chief. Yang Minghua softly said, "Understood. Allow me to graciously escort Commander Gu back to his residence." As he spoke, he stood up, his smile radiant, moving slowly to avoid any misinterpretation from his captor that might provoke a violent response. "Oh, esteemed President, you are indeed too courteous." In a flash, Guingxing had emerged from behind Yang Minghua, equally beaming. The onlookers remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, but the commanders on the podium had clearly overheard the exchange between Yang Minghua and Guingxing. Each of them sweating profusely. The earlier volatile situation could have erupted into a scene of carnage at any moment. The entire capital could have transformed into a battlefield of bloodshed. Fortunately, both negotiators were exceptionally composed and astute individuals, capable of weighing the pros and cons, thus reaching a tacit agreement that maintained this fragile semblance of peace. Yingxing smiled at the assembly. My brother is unwell. I would like to take my leave from today's meeting. May I have the esteemed president's permission? President Yang Minghua responded warmly. Commander Gu, please, do take care of yourself. Gu Yingxing smiled. You, too, must take care of your health, as you bear the weight of the nation's fate. The two individuals engaged in jovial banter. Their manners impeccably polished, and no one could have discerned that less than a minute prior, they had been locked in a deadly exchange of threats and intimidation. Yingxing strode purposefully towards the entrance of the conference hall, where a throng of guards from the Far East awaited him. A multitude of officers from the Far East rose silently to follow Gu Yingxing out of the venue. Zichuan Xiu exchanged a glance with Sterling, and the two led their subordinates to join the departing crowd. Upon witnessing Gu Yingxing's exit, the border defense commander Ming Wei also rose with a smile, addressing Yang Minghua with a request. Your Excellency, the President, my headache has suddenly flared up. May I be granted permission to return and rest? Although it was framed as a request, he did not wait for Yang Minghua's response and headed straight for the door. Followed by the officers from the Border Defense Force, next came the commander of the Imperial Guards, Pi Gu, and the commander of the Black Flag Army, Guanfang Jing, who said not a word as they exited, their subordinates trailing behind them. In an instant, the once bustling and lively conference hall was left with merely 100 or so officers from the Central Army, each looking anxious and somewhat at a loss. Faced with the sudden emptiness of the hall, Yang Minghua, although relieved of the threat behind him, felt no sense of ease, only a wave of inexplicable despondency. Layson approached quietly, whispering, My lord, the Central Army is still in our grasp. Shall we immediately close the city gates and eliminate them all? Yang Minghua retorted fiercely, Fool, and spat forcefully onto the precious red carpet. Upon exiting the conference hall and gazing at the sky adorned with white clouds, Zichuan Xiu and Sterling felt a profound sense of relief, having narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Surrounded by a large contingent of guards, Gu Yingxing approached Zichuan Xiu and Sterling, saying, Sterling, Xiu, I must leave the city and return to Wayland immediately. Do you wish to accompany me? If we delay, Yang Minghua might very well close the city gates. Zichuan Xiu and Sterling exchanged a glance, and Zichuan Xiu shook his head, responding, No, my lord, we must stay. Gu Yingxing was not surprised. He had anticipated this answer. He extended his hands to them, saying, Tonight, many heads will roll in the empire. Take care. Zichuan Xiu and Sterling clasped Gu Yingxing's frail, yet warm hands tightly, feeling a surge of warmth. They did not fully comprehend what had transpired on the podium that day. Yet they understood in their hearts that it was Gu Yingxing who had once again protected them. This frail and ailing man was truly the pillar of their family, an invaluable treasure. My lord, the journey is arduous. Please take care of your health. Zichuan Xiu earnestly implored. Sterling also expressed his gratitude, saying, My lord, I cannot repay your life-saving grace. Please take care on your journey. Gu Yingxing smiled. We shall meet again. Without a doubt. He turned his gaze to the young girl, Baichuan, and remarked, This young lady possesses great courage. Please take good care of her tonight. The hero's valor stirred emotions in Baichuan, who could only bow deeply to Gu Yingxing to express her gratitude for his life-saving intervention. As they watched Gu Yingxing's horsemen depart, Zichuan Xiu inquired of Sterling, Where do we go now? To Central Park, to meet Diling. Sterling replied, his expression already clouded with displeasure. Along the way, the two noticed that the once tranquil capital was now marked by an atmosphere of tension and unrest. Troops were frequently mobilizing under the banner of the Central Army, and the sparse cavalry patrolling the streets declared, by order of the commander, a curfew will be enforced in the capital after 8 o'clock tonight. Anyone who ventures out will be killed without exception. Passers-by hurriedly sought refuge, creating a scene of chaos and disorder. They exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Yang Minghua's strike was imminent that very night, their hearts heavy with foreboding. Zichuan Xiu silently worried for Gu Yingxing, hoping he could exit the city safely. At the entrance of the park, Diling had already arrived, appearing quite impatient. Upon seeing Sterling's fierce demeanor, Diling spoke first. What's wrong? You seem quite angry. Diling, you have gone too far. You have slain an innocent young officer. Oh, what would you have done in my position? Zichuan Xiu and Sterling were momentarily speechless, unable to provide an answer. At that moment, my only option was to eliminate that garrulous flag officer. Otherwise, Yang Minghua would have suspected me, and all our years of effort would have been in vain. If you were blocking Baichuan, Why didn't you kill us as well to gain Yang Minghua's trust? Sterling retorted coldly. Diling sighed. Is the life of a flag officer more precious than the three of us and the future of the entire Zichuan family? For my safety and that of everyone, he had to die. Sterling responded with a sarcastic tone. That is merely your imagination. For the sake of your own interests, can you truly justify the wanton slaughter of loyal family members? Diling replied without hesitation. As long as I can survive, I would not hesitate to annihilate the entire world. The two could no longer continue the argument. Turning away in frustration. Humph. Zichuan Xiu was uncertain of where to stand. Rationally, he understood Diling's actions were necessary, but emotionally, he found it difficult to accept Diling's cold indifference to the murder he had committed. He attempted to mediate. All right, this is not the time for a quarrel. Sterling, no matter how much we argue, the dead will not rise again. At most, we can pay our respects to him during the festivals. Zichuan Xiu then addressed Diling. This is all you're doing. Yang Minghua commanded you to teach Deku a lesson. Why didn't you just stab him in the buttocks or thighs instead of going for the chest? Sterling and Diling couldn't help but share a laugh. Diling sighed in resignation. I can kill everyone in the world, except for you two. For someone as proud as he was, this statement represented a form of surrender and apology. In fact, during their previous disputes, Sterling had always prevailed, with the other two yielding, for Sterling was invariably the one with the sound reasoning. Sterling sighed, placing himself in Dilling's position. He too would struggle to find an alternative path in such circumstances. He empathized with Dilling's plight as an undercover agent and could not bear to blame him further, asking, how's your situation now? Dilling's spirits lifted. I have brought back 50,000 soldiers from the Far East, and they are utterly loyal to me. As soon as I give the command to kill, even the likes of the Heavenly King would dare to join the fray. They are stationed just outside the capital. Can your troops enter the city? No. The city defense is guarded by Lei Sun's Central Army, and there is no reason for us to be allowed in. In fact, Yang Minghua has already ordered me to lead my troops to hunt down Guangxing. I should be on my way to the Far East by now. Sterling expressed his disappointment, saying, if we cannot enter the city, then it's futile. Is there any way to force our way in? Diling replied irritably. Try using 50,000 men to attack a city fortified with 170,000 elite troops. No. There is a way. Zichuan Xiu revealed a cunning smile. I have a plan. Let us see how it unfolds. No wonder some say Xiu is the most troublesome. Diling nodded in satisfaction. This little rascal is truly cunning. Sterling hesitated, however. This plan does not align with Lord Zichuan Sanqing's cavalry strategy, and it is far too risky. The chances of success are slim. Nonsense. What use is clinging to any plan when it seems we are all doomed tonight? A glimmer of hope is better than sitting idly and waiting for our demise. Very well, Sterling resolved. Then let us proceed with it. He cursed under his breath in a rare display of profanity. Diling declared, as soon as the sun sets, the Central Army will close the city gates. We shall commence our actions at that moment. Together, they turned to gaze at the sun, its crimson rays casting a blood-red hue upon the city of the Empire. Sterling asserted firmly, this is a good omen. The righteous will surely prevail. Diling scoffed, whose blood will stain the long streets of the capital tonight? Zichuan Xiu murmured, that certainly does not concern me. I am anemic and have no blood to spare as paint for the streets. I've heard that Yang Minghua, however, has high blood pressure. Do we all understand our situation now? In Zichuan Ning's residence, Zichuan Xiu gathered Roger, Baichuan, Mingyu, and other subordinates for a discussion. The assembled subordinates nodded in affirmation, indicating their understanding. I am arch-enemies with President Yang Minghua. Which side do you choose to stand on? Roger replied, we have no grievances with President Yang Minghua. Baichuan added, however, since he is your enemy, my lord, Mingyu concluded, then we shall undoubtedly choose without hesitation. The three spoke in unison. To support the president and overthrow Zichuan Xiu. After enduring so much oppression, we finally have the chance to retaliate. Indeed. Do not mention Yang Minghua. If you, Zichuan Xiu, harbor a grudge against the underworld, we shall not hesitate to ally ourselves with King Yinluo. Enough. Everyone, do not act impulsively. I will grant you the freedom to choose. I will turn around and count to 10. Those who do not support me may leave the room, and we shall part amicably. After 10 counts, those who remain shall be considered steadfast supporters of mine. Hey. Roger, I haven't even started counting yet, and you're already making a run for it. That's rather disrespectful, don't you think? All right, I'm starting now. 1, 3, 5, 6, 8. No, you're counting too quickly. And you're cutting corners. I haven't had the chance to escape yet. Do it again. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, Mingyu, I can't open the door. 4, 5. Oh dear, that scoundrel has locked the door. We can't get out. He never intended to let us leave. 7, 8. By Chuan, hurry and use the master key to open the door. I left the key in my room. There's no time. Roger, you're the strongest. Quickly break down the door. Roger, hurry and charge, or it will be too late. We'll fall into the hands of that villain, Zichuan Xiu. 9. Bang. The sound of Roger crashing into the door. That hurt. What kind of door is this? So sturdy. 10. Zichuan Xiu turned around and explained, this door is made of safe materials. It seems that none of you have left. This truly brings me solace. Adversity reveals true loyalty, and sincerity discerns allegiance. In this moment of peril, your unwavering loyalty to me, Zichuan Xiu, deeply moves me. I am almost brought to tears. Zichuan Xiu wiped his nose. Sir, the secretary knocked on the door of Commander Lei Sun's office. Deputy Commander Diling requests an audience. Oh. Understood. Lei Sun felt a twinge of displeasure. That young brat, Diling, was increasingly favored by Yang Minghua, and with a few victories against the demon clan, he had grown arrogant. At just over 20. He had become a deputy commander, and who knows, he might surpass my position in the future. He glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. In an hour, the curfew would begin. And the assault on the commander's residence would commence. What could Diling possibly want at this hour? Let him in. Diling entered the office, respectfully saluting Lei Sun, shedding the usual arrogance, which eased Lei Sun's mind somewhat. Diling, what time do you think it is? You should be busy with serious matters. Do you need something from me? Lei Sun's idea of serious matters was hunting down Guangxing. Oh. Sir, the matter is thus. During my time in the Far East fighting the demon clan, I had some notable gains, and I wish to present them to you as a token of my esteem. Lei Sun's previously tense expression softened immediately, his tone becoming much more agreeable. Oh, in that case, you are too courteous, Your Excellency Diling, very considerate indeed. Who doesn't he know you've been stripping the demon clan bare over in the Far East? Of course you've gathered a lot of spoils. However, as a public servant, it is quite inconvenient for me to accept your goodwill. Don't think you can bribe me with those worthless magical stones or glittering jade. I do not want trivial items. Diling looked at Lei Sun with reverence akin to gazing at a lofty mountain. Your Excellency, your integrity is truly admirable. However, these trifles were prepared solely for you. Sir, I implore you to graciously accept them. He leaned closer to Lei Sun, whispering, these are not ordinary items. They were seized from a demon noble who could not escape after I conquered Kashiki. And they are of immense value. Diling wore a sycophantic grin. This lad knows how to play his cards. Ah, Your Excellency Diling, you truly put me in a difficult position. You must understand that I typically do not accept gifts, because they are usually meager. Very well, I will make an exception this time for your sake. What is so extraordinary about it? Just remember, this cannot become a habit. Diling replied with a mysterious smile. It absolutely will not become a habit. Sir, may I have my servant bring the items in from the waiting room? Lei Sun instructed the guards to allow entry. 2 soldiers, their hats pulled low, struggled to carry in a chest taller than a man. And Lei Sun mused, what could be in there? Diamonds, gold, rare magical artifacts. Given their difficulty in carrying it, it must weigh heavily. The chest was placed on Lei Sun's desk, and Diling, with a knowing smile, locked the office door before gently opening the chest's latch, saying with a grin, you shall see upon opening, sir. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lei Sun lifted the lid, only to be stunned. The chest was completely empty. He mechanically raised his head to look at Diling. You. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A soldier standing to his left swiftly drew a blade and slashed at his neck. The strike was ordinary, lacking any finesse or form. Its only characteristic being its speed, so fast it defied belief, swifter than lightning, quicker than light. More terrifying was the utter lack of warning. Without any visible motion, the gleaming blade was suddenly at Lei Sun's throat, as if it had materialized from the very air. Lei Sun, a master in his own right, could only rely on instinct in the face of such a terrifying blow. He tilted his body to the right and instinctively raised his left hand to block. With his swish, his left hand was severed at the wrist, slightly deflecting the blow, but it deeply cut into his carotid artery. Almost simultaneously, the soldier on Lei Sun's right gently punched his shoulder. It was so light that he barely felt it. Yet a wave of paralysis spread from his shoulder, quickly enveloping his entire body. All of Lei Sun's blood vessels, pulse points, and breath were instantly frozen and immobilized. Even the tiniest bit of energy he had summoned to retaliate was sealed. Whose martial prowess is this overwhelmingly powerful? In this life-and-death moment, only one name flashed through Lei Sun's mind: Sterling. Knowing Sterling had arrived, he realized his demise was inevitable, but he at least wished to alert those outside. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he attempted to shout, but felt a chill in his throat and could not produce a sound. Diling swiftly thrust a bloodied sword into his throat, severing his windpipe. The last image imprinted in Lei Sun's fading consciousness was of Diling, holding a dripping sword, grinning at him. He suddenly felt that this scene was eerily familiar, as if he had seen it before. The foremost master of the Zichuan clan, the once illustrious commander Lei Sun, thus stood wide-eyed, straight as an arrow, and met his end. Whether he comprehended the reason for his demise at that moment would forever remain a mystery. The entire assassination occurred in less than a second. It was only at this point that Lei Sun's severed left hand fell with a thud to the ground. Zichuan Xiu withdrew his blade, and Sterling stepped back. Both seasoned warriors had taken lives before, but employing such a sneak attack and overwhelming numbers made them both. In short, they were reluctant to meet Lei Sun's wide-open eyes. Diling, however, appeared quite relaxed as he wiped the blood from his sword on Lei Sun's clothing, chuckling softly. "What first-rate master! We slay him as easily as one would a chicken. Look at him." Unable to close his eyes, even in death, Sterling murmured, "Karma, Deputy Commander Diling, as well as the standard-bearer Deku, should now rest in peace." "Hey, Sterling, please don't curse me. Deku was killed by me. Wishing him peace would mean." Sterling shot him a glance, offering no reply. The death of that youth had always been a thorn in Sterling's heart. Zichuan Xiu listened for any sounds outside the office door, then turned back, saying, "No one has discovered anything outside." The three of them exhaled in relief. This was the headquarters of the Central Army. Had Lei Sun emitted even the slightest scream or any sign of struggle, the numerous masters within the Central Army would have made it impossible for them to escape, regardless of their skills. The next steps would be straightforward: conceal Lei Sun's body within the iron chest and clean away the blood. This was easily accomplished, as under Sterling's freezing aura, Lei Sun's blood had solidified before it could even flow out. They pried open the hidden cabinet in the desk, retrieving the commander's seal and the Central Army's troop deployment orders. There were also many banknotes and precious treasures inside the cabinet, which Zichuan Xiu naturally would not refuse. However, Sterling stopped him, saying, "No, our purpose in killing Lei Sun was not for personal vengeance. To do so would insult our mission." Zichuan Xiu solemnly replied, "Understood." He returned the items but discreetly kept half for himself. The three of them then swaggered out with the iron chest. No one questioned them, for Diling walked ahead with an air of arrogance that deterred any trouble. Once outside the Central Army headquarters, they all sighed in relief, only then realizing their backs were soaked with sweat beneath their thick uniforms. The streets were sparsely populated, cold and desolate, a clear indication that curfew time was approaching. "Next, we must act separately." Sterling uneasily gazed at Zichuan Xiu and remarked, Xiu, your task is the most perilous. Why not let me take charge of commanding the Imperial Guards instead?" Diling nodded in agreement. "I too believe that Xiu's undertaking is exceedingly risky. Allow me to assume this responsibility. I am a trusted confidant of Yang Minghua, and they will not suspect me for the time being." "That is unnecessary," Zichuan Xiu interjected, addressing Sterling, "Second brother, you are the backbone of the Imperial Guards. Tonight, Yang Minghua intends to assault the Grand Commander's residence, and your presence there is indispensable. Brother, the 50,000 troops of the Eastern Army heed only your command, so you cannot leave either. Thus, the only one capable of undertaking this task is myself. Brother, remember this." The red lights signal the command. Upon seeing 3 red lights illuminate the city walls, you must lead the troops in immediately. The 3 men clasped hands tightly, exchanging a solemn farewell. "See you tomorrow." Though it was a commonplace parting phrase, could these 3 brothers, burdened with their missions and uncertain of fate, truly witness the dawn of another day together? Sterling could no longer contain himself. "Xiu, do you have anything you wish for me to convey to Miss Ning?" "She as always." Zichuan Xiu pondered slowly. "Indeed, I do. Please tell her not to wear those excessively short skirts any longer. Her figure resembles a bamboo pole. Lacking any allure. It is simply unsuitable. Also, when she returns home tomorrow morning, Ask her to prepare a bowl of egg porridge for me. Remember to add more eggs. I can't endure this monotonous mixture of 1 ton of rice, 1 ton of water, and a single egg any longer. Elder brother, second brother, where are you two going? I still have not finished my instructions. Tell her to return those hidden yellow books to me. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. The Grand Commander's residence was under high alert, with over 10,000 elite Imperial Guards fully armed and assembled. Not only were there heavy troops stationed at the outer perimeter, but the orderly ranks and the glimmering blades created an atmosphere of impending slaughter. Inside, guards were stationed every 3 steps, with commands echoing continuously. Everyone understood that the prolonged struggle against Yang Minghua would culminate in a decisive battle tonight, and a tense anticipation hung heavily in the air. The Grand Commander's reception room had been transformed into a temporary command center, with Sterling directing the operations. Even the typically reclusive Grand Commander, Zichuan Xiu, was present to oversee the proceedings. Sterling, the Inspector General, Xiaolong, just visited me and submitted his resignation. He promised not to intervene in my conflict with Yang Minghua tonight. This is a testament to your popularity. Grand Commander, after today's meeting, he realizes that Yang Minghua has truly lost the people's support. Yang Minghua is simply too foolish to act so hastily in declaring rebellion. No, consider this. Before the meeting, Yang Minghua commanded a formidable force, including 170,000 troops of the Central Army, Diling's 50,000 Eastern troops outside the city, the gendarmerie from the inspectorate, his own guards, and the police force of the capital, while we have only your 10,000 Imperial Guards. He is not foolish. He is emboldened. This is an excellent opportunity for rebellion, and it would be a pity to squander it. Sir, if I were Yang Minghua, I would not allow the officers of various troops to leave the capital unscathed. Locking the city gates to orchestrate a massacre would be easy, but such an action would turn the Eastern Army, the Border Defense Army, and the Black Flag Army into Yang Minghua's mortal enemies. His aim tonight is merely to assert his authority, not to escalate to that extent. With over 80% of the military opposed to him, even if he seizes power, he will find it precarious. However, the only one truly hostile towards Yang Minghua is Guangxing, which is why he has dispatched Diling to pursue him. As for the others, Yang Minghua can afford to wait until he secures the Grand Commander's position before gradually dividing and winning them over. This is far more astute than a massacre. A staff officer entered the temporary command center to report, Your Excellency. A large number of armed individuals in black have appeared around the Grand Commander's residence. The defense commander requests your instructions. Sterling sprang to his feet. How many? 4,821, replied Zichuan Xiu. That is Yang Minghua's private guard. Sterling did not inquire how Zichuan Xiu could state the exact number of Yang Minghua's guards so confidently, as this information should be extremely confidential. Even Diling was unaware. He understood well the decorum that subordinates ought to observe. Refraining from unnecessary words, Sterling ordered, Do not pay them any mind, but maintain strict surveillance. Zichuan Xiu asked with interest, Why not? Sir, they are merely a rabble. There is no need for concern. Furthermore, the police force of the capital and the gendarmerie from the inspectorate are equally insignificant as long as the Imperial Guards follow my command. I assure you we can eliminate them all in a single night. Oh, so your concern lies with Sterling's anxious gaze turned southward, towards the Central Army's southern camp. My sole worry is the Central Army. Scouts just reported that all Central Army troops in the streets have suddenly retreated back to the southern camp, and the gates are tightly shut. Such a significant movement indicates that the Central Army is awaiting a mobilization order from Lei Sun. Your wisdom is unparalleled, as you have said, but they may be waiting for quite some time. Sterling could not help but chuckle. Not necessarily, Zichuan Xiu shook his head. Yang Ming was not a fool. If the Central Army fails to appear at the appointed time, he will naturally dispatch someone to assume command of Lei Sun's troops. Sterling gazed into the pitch-black, silent southern expanse, murmuring, It all depends on you, Xiu. Cigarettes, beer, 8 treasure porridge, drinks, and peanuts. In the solemn and austere assembly hall of the Central Army, more than 300 gathered officers could scarcely believe their eyes. A young man clad in the uniform of a deputy commander wheeled in a cart laden with food, calling out as he entered. Deputy Commander Guangxing bellowed, Zichuan Xiu, what are you doing? Oh, I heard that the officers of the Central Army have been working exceedingly hard lately, standing here in the dead of night. I came to offer my condolences. Gu Xian retorted. You bastard. The officers below also erupted in a chorus of curses. Another deputy commander, Mihai, posed a critical question. How did you get in? Where are the guards? Zichuan Xiu brandished the troop order in his hand. I bribed the guards with this. The cacophony of curses abruptly ceased. As everyone stared in disbelief at the troop order in Zichuan Xiu's grasp, someone whispered, Impossible, it must be a forgery? Yet, after verification from the 3 deputy commanders, the result was indeed authentic. A heavy silence fell, leaving everyone perplexed. How could this be? The officers present had already learned of the events from the daytime meeting and received directives from their direct superior, Lei Sun. First, gather our forces at the southern base camp, fully armed and ready for battle. Second, at 7:30, all officers of deputy flag rank and above must assemble in the conference hall to await my final orders. Even the dullest among them understood what was about to transpire. Some felt elated, while others were dismayed, but the vast majority were beset with unease. As officers of a prominent family, they might not hold a high degree of loyalty to the current Grand Commander, Zichuan Xiu, yet they wished to avoid the stigma of being labeled as traitors. Moreover, in the family's 200-year history, none who had rebelled had met with a favorable outcome. However, Lei Sun was their direct superior, and his orders were not to be disregarded. If he succeeded in his rebellion and they failed to participate, their fate would be dire. Everyone assembled with a myriad of complex emotions, lining up from 7:30 and waiting until nearly 10 for Lei Sun, who had yet to appear, nor was there anyone with sufficient authority to guide them on what to do. Just as their anxiety peaked, in walked Zichuan Xiu, the deputy commander, holding the troop order. Deputy Xiu Chuan. What brings you here? The 3rd deputy commander, and Ning, inquired. Oh, it's like this. Everyone has been working tirelessly and is quite fatigued. I heard many are suffering from hemorrhoids and gastric ulcers, so Commander Lei sent me to cheer everyone up and host a heart-to-heart gathering to relax. Who would believe you? Oh, if everyone doesn't believe me, then I must speak the truth. It's actually because the moonlight is splendid tonight, and Commander Lei has suddenly felt inspired to enjoy the moon together. Gu Xian could no longer contain himself. May I ask? Deputy Xiu Chuan, where is our commander, Lord Lei? Oh, the last time I saw him, he was at Xishan in the north of the city, but he may have since gone to Qingxiashan in the south. A lovely spot for moon gazing. Do you wish to join him? No need. The ambience here is quite pleasant too, with the cool breeze and bright moon. Well, since everyone is silent, I take that as no objections. You are all free to disperse. Let us go enjoy the moon. Gu Xian shouted furiously. Shut up, Zichuan Xiu. You have no authority to issue a dispersal order. I am in command here. Zichuan Xiu interrupted him. Hey, Deputy Gu, how can you say I lack the authority to give orders? I possess the troop order symbol, and we are both deputy commanders of the same rank. How can I lack the authority to command? I am at least more qualified than you. Deputy Mihai tugged at Gu Xian's sleeve, whispering, he has an unclear background. Let us not argue with him for now. Deputy Ning also quietly suggested, after standing for so long. Everyone is weary. Taking a break wouldn't hurt. Gu Xian was sulking, remaining silent. Come, everyone, take a portion of food each and choose what you like. Hey, you there, you've taken 2 portions, no doubling up, and you. Don't let your saliva drool over my magazine. These books are quite expensive. Under the instigation of Zichuan Xiu, the officers, who had been standing in line for nearly 3 hours, were already exhausted. Since there was a figure of apparent authority in Zichuan Xiu, who was not only the deputy commander, but also held the power to issue troop orders, giving them commands. And the orders were indeed quite agreeable, rest and refreshment, coupled with the fact that the 3 deputy commanders present had no objections. After all, Commander Lei Sun's orders merely instructed them to wait. Without specifying how to wait, with a sudden whoosh, the orderly line dispersed, and laughter and chatter filled the air as everyone indulged in food and drink. The formerly solemn venue had instantaneously transformed into a gathering of festivity. The 3 deputy commanders wore expressions of fluctuating emotions, their minds filled with one question: what to do? And Ning proposed, why not simply observe the situation? He had never been particularly enthusiastic about rebellion. Having only come under pressure from Lei Sun, and now that Lei Sun was absent, it was indeed a favorable turn of events. Gu Xian opposed. How can we? The current opportunity is too precious. Lei Sun had previously alerted him that if successful, he would become the new commander of the Central Army. Mihai scoffed. With the situation unclear, Acting blindly is tantamount to courting death. A rebellion may be beneficial to you, but it is of no concern to me. Losing would mean a catastrophe for my family, and winning brings no advantage. Such foolishness is yours to pursue. Seeing he could not convince the other two deputy commanders, Gu Xian gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and prepared to leave the conference hall. His own troops numbering nearly 50,000, capable of influencing the larger picture, that a voice called from the entrance, "Halt!" By Chuan, Luo Jie, and over 40 guards from Zichuan Xiu's entourage blocked the doorway. Behind them, Zichuan Xiu leisurely remarked, in such a serene atmosphere, "Where is Lord Gu Xian in such a hurry to go?" Gu Xian turned back with a grin. "Zichuan Xiu has come to our central army to cause a ruckus with so few men. Is that not a bit lacking?" His words rang true. This was the central army stronghold. If a fight broke out and drew the attention of the outside troops, not a single person from Zichuan Xiu's side would return alive. Even the officers inside the hall far outnumbered Zichuan Xiu's guards. And they were all fully armed. Zichuan Xiu chuckled, then suddenly bellowed, his voice thunderous. "Yang Minghua has conspired to rebel, an act of treason, and has been executed. Lei Sun, in collusion with him, has committed heinous crimes, and has also met his end. The 40,000 loyal troops from the Far East, led by Lord Guangxing, have arrived at the imperial capital. The choice of action lies with you, gentlemen. Anyone wishing to accompany Yang Minghua and Lei Sun to the grave, please proceed." The content of his words was even more shocking than his booming voice, leaving the officers trembling in fear. "He's spouting nonsense. Kill him." Gu Xian finally regained his composure and loudly commanded his subordinates, "Nonsense." Zichuan Xiu tossed something in front of Gu Xian. "Take a look for yourself." It was an object so familiar that no verification was needed. Everyone recognized it as Lei Sun's most cherished and vital commander's seal. No one paid heed to Gu Xian's orders anymore. Everyone was pondering the new situation. Yang Minghua and Lei Sun were dead. The army from the Far East was already here. What should they do? Mihai spoke gently to Zichuan Xiu. "Lord Zichuan, let us speak plainly. What exactly do you want us to do?" His tone had softened considerably since the beginning. Zichuan Xiu replied solemnly, "I dare not impose, but I merely ask that you all stay here tonight and wait until tomorrow morning." The officers all breathed a sigh of relief, having feared they would be sent to fight Yang Minghua. This condition was acceptable. Zichuan Xiu had keenly observed the mindset of these mid-level officers. They were unwilling to rebel alongside Yang Minghua, yet lacked the courage to quell the uprising. The best course was to remain quietly seated and weather the storm. And Ning interjected, "Does Lord Zichuan understand the current situation?" Implying, if we let go now, will the general let us off? Zichuan Xiu understood their concerns well, raising his right hand in oath. "I swear upon my father's grave. As long as the officers of the Central Army remain here tonight and do not leave this room, I assure you all will be safe. Should I violate this oath, may the gods strip me of my life, honor, and possessions." Everyone felt a wave of relief. This was the most serious oath from the Zichuan family, and Zichuan Xiu had always maintained a good reputation. No one had heard of him breaking an oath. And Ning and Mihai exchanged glances, and Ning nodded and said, "I hope Lord Zichuan speaks truthfully." He shifted from addressing Zichuan Xiu as Your Excellency to Lord, indicating his willingness to follow Zichuan Xiu's orders. Mihai stepped to the right side of the hall. "I accept Lord Zichuan's terms. Those in agreement, please step forward." The officers, initially hesitant, soon nearly all stepped forward, leaving only Gu Xian and a handful of others standing still. Bai Chuan commanded, and Zichuan Xiu's guards moved in to encircle them. Gu Xian's expression shifted, and Zichuan Xiu spoke gently to him. "Lord Gu Xian, those who recognize the changing times are the wise. My promise holds equally for you. The grave mistake has yet to be committed. It is not too late to turn back." Gu Xian mumbled a few words of gratitude. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Lord Zichuan," and joined the right side, his subordinates following suit. Zichuan Xiu silently sighed in relief. "Now we have successfully secured the neutrality of the Central Army. The Sterling Guards will have no trouble defeating Yang Minghua's private forces. The situation is set for tonight. All right. All is well. Everyone can enjoy themselves freely. Feel free to eat whatever you like, and those who wish to read magazines can do so over here, as long as no one leaves. You can do as you please. Who goes there?" Halt. The guards at the entrance of Zichuan Xiu's entourage issued a warning. With a crash, several of Zichuan Xiu's soldiers were sent sprawling inside. The ever-somber face of Chief of Staff Luo Minghai appeared at the doorway, and Zichuan Xiu's heart sank. This is bad. If Luo Minghai were to expose Zichuan Xiu's deception, revealing that Yang Minghua was not dead, and that the Far Eastern Army had not arrived, coupled with his authoritative position as chief of staff, these wavering Central Army officers would undoubtedly rebel once more. At that point, he and his subordinates would be left with no place to die. Only a swift and decisive action could silence Luo Minghai before he could speak. A murderous intent surged within Zichuan Xiu, his hand already gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. Luo Minghai regarded Zichuan Xiu with an oddly penetrating gaze. As if he had seen through Zichuan Xiu's intentions, he cautiously maintained a distance of 5 meters from Zichuan Xiu. The optimal range for Zichuan Xiu to strike. Who was responsible for the defense of the city gates? He coldly inquired of the Central Army officers who had already retreated to the side, despite being a civilian official. Luo Minghai's chilling presence commanded a respect bordering on fear among the officers. A trembling official in red stepped forward. I am the commander of the city gate defense. Open the city gates at once. The red-clad official was taken aback, but that requires orders. Humph. The sound of Luo Minghai's disdain was laced with anger. Yes, I will execute it immediately. The red-clad official, nearly losing his footing, hurriedly rushed outside, disregarding Zichuan Xiu's earlier injunction against leaving the room. Clearly demonstrating that under Luo Minghai's imposing presence, the officers did not even consider resistance. Zichuan Xiu, however, was left in shock. What did Luo Minghai intend to do? To let the imperial army of Diling into the city? But Yang Minghua had already ordered Diling to pursue Guangxing. He should not know that Diling's forces were still outside the city. Could it be that Yang Minghua had other hidden troops outside? Zichuan Xiu recalled Diling's assessment of Luo Minghai. Deep and unfathomable. Luo Minghai approached Zichuan Xiu, his hand reaching into his pocket. Zichuan Xiu heightened his vigilance, wary of a sudden attack. Luo Minghai produced his hand. There was no weapon, only an envelope, which he extended toward Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu hesitated before accepting it, stepping back a few paces to open and read. For the sake of family interests. This document holder, Lord Luo Minghai, shall act according to my orders. All officials, both civil and military, of the family must cooperate. Zichuan Sanqing, 773 RD year of the Zichuan Empire. This was a handwritten order from Zichuan Sanqing, sealed with the commander's stamp. The year 773 was the second year after Zichuan Xiu's great victory over the Lufeng army, and also the first year of Zichuan Sanqing's tenure as commander. Predating Diling's infiltration as a spy beside Yang Minghua by 3 years, Zichuan Sanqing had placed a spy beside Yang Minghua right after assuming command. Poor Yang Minghua, self-proclaimed clever, had been completely unaware for 6 years that nearly all of his trusted civil and military officials had been dispatched by Zichuan Sanqing. Zichuan Xiu felt a chilling dread. Zichuan Sanqing's cunning and stratagems were truly terrifying. Only Luo Minghai could be considered his true confidant. He, Sterling, and Diling were merely pawns in Zichuan Sanqing's game. Chapter 1. The Triumph and the Fall. Chapter 5. The Bleeding Nightmare. Outside the city, Diling's Far Eastern Army encampment. Lord Diling. The city gates have been opened. My lord. 4 red lanterns have been lit atop the city walls. Captain Gopula, visibly anxious, addressed Diling. My lord, the agreed-upon signal does not align with the original plan. It should have been 3 lanterns. Could this be a trap? Diling smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Who, apart from Zichuan Xiu, could be foolish enough to misremember their own signal? Gopula rallied the troops of the Far East Army, declaring, Brothers of the Far East Army, Commander Diling has received a secret order from the chief to quell the traitor Yang Minghua. A true man must achieve greatness, securing a lasting legacy by serving the crown. One earns honor and wealth. Let us fight for this opportunity. Diling interrupted Gopula's exhortation, removing his hat, his handsome visage now tinged with a murderous aura, and commanded loudly, If there's anyone on the streets, kill them, fight fiercely, and I shall promote you. Annihilate those traitors. Their women and riches will be yours. Shout, let those inept ones in the imperial city know that we, the Far East Army, are lions. The soldiers, stirred by Diling's fervor, bellowed the battle cry of the Far East Army. Long live! The thunderous sound of hooves surged into the beautiful, defenseless imperial city. It was the night of March 26th. In the year 779 of the Empire, at 20 minutes past 11, what transpired next would be recorded in history, forever etched in the annals of time. The official records of the Zichuan family contained only a few lines regarding the bloody night in the imperial city, on the night of March 26th. In the year 779 of the empire, the family president Yang Minghua instigated a rebellion in the imperial city. Diling, deputy commander of the Far East Army, entered the city to suppress the rebellion under the orders of Chief Zichuan Xiu. At midnight, heavy snow fell. Yang Minghua was defeated by dawn. 30,000 heads fell. Several were collateral damage. The young historian of the Zichuan family, Tang Xuan, elaborated on the events of the bloody night in the imperial city, around 10:30 that night. Deputy Commander Sterling launched an attack on Yang Minghua's guard. Yang Minghua struggled against the elite imperial guard, frequently requesting reinforcements from the Central Army and Gendarmerie, all to no avail. Ultimately, he dispatched his confidant, Chief of Staff Luo Minghai, to take command of the Central Army. 10 minutes later, the gates of the imperial city opened automatically, and Deputy Commander Diling led 50,000 soldiers of the Far East Army into the city. The sounds of slaughter reverberating throughout. Upon learning of Diling's entrance, Yang Minghua and his troops were elated, their morale soaring. But this lasted only a minute before the Far East Army unleashed a brutal assault on Yang Minghua's guard. Yang Minghua's forces collapsed entirely. After all his guards were annihilated, Yang Minghua fought to the last moment, cursing, "May Diling the dog thief never find peace," inciting the ire of the Far East soldiers, who intended to capture him alive. He was brutally hacked to pieces, creating significant trouble for Diling. He could not prove to the chief that the bloody remains before him belonged to the once mighty Yang Minghua, who had ruled the Zichuan family for 6 long years. Upon learning of Yang Minghua's demise, Deputy Commander Sterling lamented, "The chaos in the imperial city has finally ended. We can begin our peace." After saying this, he pursued the fleeing soldiers of Yang Minghua. Indeed, he had spoken too soon. Later, we could not help but marvel at the fortuitous nature of history. Had the meticulous Sterling or the mild-mannered Zichuan Xiu been responsible for the purge of the remnants of the traitors in the imperial city that night, many tragedies could have been averted. Yet we must also respect the inevitability of history. Sterling had to command the imperial guard to pursue the remnants of Yang Minghua's forces, while Zichuan Xiu could only station himself at the Central Army's headquarters to deter any potential movements from the Central Army loyal to Yang Minghua. Thus, the task of purging the traitor remnants from the imperial city fell solely to Diling. Tang Xuan's account ended here. Just as he was about to detail what constituted a tragedy, he was summoned in the dead of night by the gendarmerie of the family's supervisory office for a coffee meeting, after which he never wrote anything further related to the bloody night in the imperial city. Throughout the imperial city, the thunder of hooves echoed, proclaiming in the accent of the Far East, "Yang Minghua has committed treason and has been executed. All traitors shall be killed. Any resident daring to resist the righteous forces of the Far East will share the fate of the traitors. Kill. Any resident daring to harbor traitors will share their fate. Kill. Any resident refusing to comply with orders, refusing to open doors for searches, will share their fate. Kill." Yang Minghua's entire household, comprising 271 individuals, was executed. Headless corpses lay sprawled across the snowy streets of the imperial city, the pristine snow-stained red. The Inspector General, Xiao Long, who had previously expressed his intention to resign and had indeed restrained his subordinates from participating in Yang Minghua's rebellion, was dragged from his home by soldiers of the Far East Army. Before him, they executed his parents, wife, and 35 relatives. His daughter committed suicide by biting her tongue, as the soldiers attempted to rape her. Ultimately, Xiao Long was dragged for 10 miles behind a horse, still alive, until the soldiers, growing impatient, trampled him into a bloody pulp. The deputy commander of the Ministry of Justice, Liya, along with his subordinates, obeyed orders, which now appear to have been issued by the traitor Yang Minghua, to enforce a curfew. As soon as Diling's forces entered the city, they immediately surrendered, only to be herded into the headquarters of the Ministry of Justice for mass execution. Upon hearing this news, Diling frowned and ordered his subordinates, "Since they are dead, let us also eliminate Liya's family to prevent any future vendettas." Yang Minghua's secretary, the red-clad noble Lin Lu, and his family of 51 were locked inside their home. The Far East Army merely set the house ablaze, having grown weary of killing. Many later believed that all the deaths on the bloody night of the imperial city were ordered by Diling. This was a gross injustice, for he had only commanded the execution of fewer than 100 officials and their families closely associated with Yang Minghua, totaling at most 5,000 yet. That night, the death toll soared to 30,000. This was not difficult to explain. The soldiers of the Far East Army, driven by bloodlust, would storm any affluent household with beautiful women, roaring, "This is a traitor's secret base." They would immediately break down the door, followed by the screams of men and the shrieks of women. Among the most unjustly treated in the massacre was the tragedy that befell Luo Minghai's family. Unaware of the truth, Diling dispatched soldiers to capture Yang Minghua's most trusted confidant, Luo Minghai. When the soldiers found him absent, having gone to see Chief Zichuan Xiu after opening the city gates and not returning home that night, they departed, leaving behind a trail of blood as they executed 21 members of Luo Minghai's family. Doused the house in gasoline and set it ablaze, igniting a bitter feud between Luo Minghai and Diling. Over 100 high-ranking officials became the collateral damage of Yang Minghua's ambitions, while the blood of 30,000 commoners became the sacrificial offerings to accompany the fallen. It is no wonder that in later years, Deputy Commander Zichuan Xiu lamented, "Yang Minghua certainly had a grand burial, so many sacrifices." The entire imperial city groaned and bled beneath the iron hooves of Diling's army. Tang Xuan, returning from the supervisory office, could not resist penning a final line. The snowflakes that fell on the night of the 26th were adorned in vivid crimson at 5 in the morning. Vice Commander Gashong urgently sought an audience with Chief Zichuan Xiu, imploring him to halt Diling's atrocities. She encountered 3 bands of rogue soldiers on the short journey from her home to the chief's residence. The first robbed her of her wallet. The second took her horse, and the third attempted to assault her. Fortunately, she was close enough to the chief's residence that a unit of Imperial Guard soldiers came to her rescue. Upon hearing of this incident, Zichuan Xiu remarked, "Even if the Far East Army has not seen women in a long time, such behavior is inexcusable. They have such poor taste." After meeting with Gashong, Chief Zichuan Xiu reacted by issuing an order at 5:30 in the morning, appointing Diling as acting inspector general, tasked with further purging the remnants of Yang Minghua's faction from the Central Army. The first rays of dawn broke into the meeting hall of the Central Army. In the assembly hall, over 300 people gathered in silence, their faces pale, eyes bloodshot with exhaustion. None had slept a wink. Throughout the night, they had heard the sounds of the Far East Army entering the city, the cries of battle, the thunder of hoofs, the clash of weapons, the agonized screams of the dying, the proclamation of Yang Minghua's death, the wails of women, the pleas for mercy, the sound of collapsing homes engulfed in flames, and the desperate cries of civilians, along with the gentle whispers of snowflakes falling to the ground. And they, the commanders of the largest armed force within the imperial city, arguably the most powerful individuals at that moment, could only sit pale-faced, listening, waiting, unaware that even then, it was not too late. The power they held could have reversed the tide and dictated the fate of the imperial city, the Zichuan family, and the entire continent of Sichuan. Outside, the synchronized sounds of marching troops, the commands in the accent of the Far East, shouts, the thunderous hooves of cavalry, and the resounding cries of "Long life" filled the air. The forces of the Far East had entered, seizing control of the Central Army's headquarters. The previously pale faces turned ghostly white, and the officer's glances towards Zichuan Xiu reminded him of a rabbit confronted by a wolf. Zichuan Xiu solemnly nodded to them, signaling, "Rest assured, all will be well." A throng of soldiers surged into the venue, encircling it, as Diling, clad in a deep blue officer's uniform of the vice commander, appeared at the entrance. Despite the overnight fierce battle, he bore an oddly spirited demeanor, his exceedingly feminine and beautiful visage marred by a few bloodstains, rendering him strikingly seductive. Zichuan Xiu approached, smiling as he remarked, "Elder brother, after a night of fierce combat, you must be weary." This marked the first occasion in 3 years that he could publicly address Diling as elder brother. Diling smiled back at Zichuan Xiu, replying, "You too, Xiu." Although Zichuan Xiu refrained from engaging in combat, the psychological burden he bore was hardly lighter than that of Diling. "Xiu, summon your men to exit the venue," Diling instructed. Once Baichuan and Zichuan Xiu's subordinates withdrew, Diling cast a scornful glance at the anxious Central Army officers and commanded, "Seize them." The soldiers of the Far East Army pounced like ravenous wolves, overpowering the Central Army officers, who offered little resistance. Binding them securely, Diling then took a stand at the center, proclaiming, "Now I shall read the order from the commander-in-chief." The spacious hall fell into an eerie silence, with only Dilling's clear voice echoing. "Central Army officers, You occupy high positions, draw substantial salaries, and hold noble ranks. You ought to devote yourselves to loyalty toward the family. Yet you have conspired with the nefarious traitors Yang Minghua, Lei Sun, and others, harming the loyal, betraying the emperor, and forsaking the nation. Is there anyone more ungrateful and treacherous than you? To ensure the sacred glory of the family's eagle banner, I hereby appoint Acting Inspector General Diling to rectify the discipline of the Central Army, eliminate the remnants of treachery, and safeguard the enduring honor and reputation of the Central Army from defilement. This is decreed by Zichuan Xiu on the 27th day of March in the 77th year of the Empire. Upon finishing the decree, Diling waved his hand. In accordance with the Commander-in-Chief's orders, all Central Army officers who followed Lei Sun in rebellion are guilty of heinous crimes. I, the Acting Inspector General, hereby command the execution of all officers ranked from Vice Flag Officer and above. The room erupted into chaos, with cries of injustice resounding. This is unfair. We did nothing wrong. Lord Diling, please show mercy. We were merely sitting here peacefully last night. Among the cacophony, Goexian's voice was the loudest. Zichuan Xiu, you scoundrel! How dare you deceive us? I will haunt you even in death. Just you wait. Zichuan Xiu stood frozen to the side, taken aback, and hurriedly approached Diling, saying, Elder brother, they truly did nothing wrong. This is the will of the Commander-in-Chief. But they are indeed wronged. Xiu, you are far too naive. In such political struggles, where is there room? The countenance of Zichuan Xiu appeared as if encrusted with a layer of frost, and he remained silent. An oppressive stillness enveloped the room. Zichuan Xiu slowly broke the silence, his tone frigid and severe. Deputy Commander Zichuan Xiu, I find myself rather perplexed. Whose vassal are you truly? Are you of the Zichuan clan? Or are you in service to Yang Minghua? My lord, I am unwaveringly loyal to my family, without the slightest hint of treachery. Unwavering loyalty, your elder brother, Diling, shows no mercy towards traitors. Your second brother, Lin, is equally steadfast in his allegiance. Why do you not emulate them, yet repeatedly speak in defense of the remnants of the traitorous faction? I implore you to discern. My loyalty to the commander and the family is undoubtedly on par with that of Lord Diling and Lord Lin. Is that so? Then answer me this. Since your return to the capital, how many times have you come to see me? Lin demanded your loyalty to me. Why did you delay for a full 2 months before responding? As an officer of the family, fidelity to the commander ought to be a matter of course, yet you claim you needed time to contemplate. Is this what you call unwavering loyalty? Zichuan Xiu found himself at a loss for words. Beware. Lin He, your insolence suggests a certain arrogance born of your accomplishments. Zichuan Xiu trembled, for Lin He was the name he bore before being taken in by Zichuan Yuanqing. A name that had not graced his ears in nearly a decade. Hear Zichuan Xiu utter it now was undeniably a mockery. No matter the circumstances, he lacked the Zichuan bloodline. My lord, I harbor no such arrogance, but I beg you to consider that I too participated in the efforts to protect the nation last night. My meager contributions, though insignificant, could perhaps bargain for the lives of those within the Central Army. Zichuan Xiu slowly knelt, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, and when he lifted his head, it was stained crimson, tears streaming down his face as he fixed his gaze upon Zichuan Xiu. Remaining silent, Zichuan Xiu stood frozen, as did the guards nearby. A figure knelt beside Zichuan Xiu. My lord, please allow me to join in this plea alongside Xiu. Enough lives have been lost tonight. We cannot afford to take more. At some point, Lin had entered the room. Clearly having just returned from a pursuit outside the sea, Captain Gopula of the Imperial Guard led the elite troops of Diling onto the streets, where he observed soldiers from the Far East Army lingering idly, engaging in various distractions. Some claimed ignorance of the notifications, others misread the time, or misunderstood the directives, while a few were so engrossed in their antics that they forgot to return. He swiftly ordered their execution by hanging. After 2 o'clock, Sterling's Imperial Guard commenced their patrols, quelling another wave of ruffians eager to exploit the chaos for personal gain. By the afternoon, order had largely been restored in the capital city. Future generations would find it perplexing that a renowned general like Diling would so recklessly tolerate his subordinates' plundering and the slaughter of innocents. Many explanations abound, yet the interpretation offered by the young historian Tang Chuan resonates most convincingly. Diling had no alternative. He ruled his troops with an iron fist, If he did not occasionally allow his subordinates an outlet for their frustrations and opportunities for wealth, a mutiny would have erupted long ago. His forces remained the most spirited, the most formidable, and the most loyal, referring to loyalty to Diling personally, rather than to the family. Among the entire Zichuan clan's military, the sole drawback was the exorbitant cost of maintaining such an army, a cost that the family could scarcely bear. Following the quelling of the rebellion, Chief Zichuan Xiu began to reward merit, issuing a flurry of personnel orders that left many astonished. The former chief of staff, Luo Minghai, was appointed as the family's president. Upon hearing this decree, Zichuan Xiu secretly remarked to Zichuan Ning, "It would be better to fetch a statue of a Buddha to occupy the presidential seat. After all, they would be equally silent. At least the Buddha's serene expression is far more pleasant than Luo Minghai's scowling visage." The former deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, Sterling, was appointed as the acting commander of the Central Army, tasked with reorganizing and restructuring its operations. This was the only personnel decision in Zichuan Xiu's orders that garnered unanimous approval. Sterling was widely regarded as the people's choice, and many anticipated that he would soon shed the title of acting. What was most difficult to accept was that, once order was restored, a deluge of complaints against Diling for his leniency toward his subordinates and their indiscriminate killings flooded the inspection office. This burden forced the newly appointed Inspector General, Diling, to laboriously sign responses to thousands of accusations each day, ultimately suffering from a bout of arthritis in his fingers. However, there was a silver lining. His previously illegible handwriting transformed remarkably within a week, becoming comparable to that of a calligrapher, albeit limited to a few characters. Investigate. No such matter. Diling. The intricate relationship between Diling and Luo Minghai made Zichuan Xiu's true intentions difficult to discern. Was he deliberately leveraging the animosity between his subordinates to keep them in check and maintain control? Or was it merely a result of his apparent confusion, lacking political acumen, or simply an unintentional act? Ultimately, during Luo Minghai's inauguration ceremony, Diling, who was expected to attend as the new Inspector General, was notably absent. Conversely, Luo Minghai did attend Diling's inauguration, yet the burning hatred in his eyes left attendees astounded that he did not pounce upon Diling in a fit of rage. The inspection office, responsible for overseeing the administration of the commanding office, traditionally operated under a cycle of discussion on Mondays, arguments on Tuesdays, insults on Wednesdays, throwing of watermelon rinds on Thursdays, and a ceasefire on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Now, it was anticipated that this would escalate into a continuous week-long conflict, with staff from both the commanding office and the inspection office bracing themselves for potential ulcers, many even preemptively purchasing life insurance. The former deputy commander of the administrative office, Gashan, had already been dismissed for speaking on behalf of the rebels. But due to the overwhelming civil affairs workload following the rebellion, Zichuan Xiu agreed to allow Gashan to redeem himself by temporarily managing daily administrative operations at Luo Minghai's request. Meanwhile, Zichuan Xiu, the former deputy director of the administrative office, exhibited unclear loyalties and poor judgment, becoming arrogant due to his minor contributions during the rebellion, even expressing sympathy for the rebels. What merit did he possess? Was it merely accompanying the Central Army in their revelries? Did he truly believe that Lei Sun was solely his achievement? This audacity drew the ire of Chief Zichuan Xiu, who deemed it a grave offense. However, due to the intercession of Inspector General Diling and acting Central Army Commander Sterling, the magnanimous chief decided to refrain from pursuing further action, opting instead to reassign Zichuan Xiu to the reserve forces. Everyone knew that a reserve commander was of far lesser standing than an active duty dog. Thus, Zichuan Xiu was forced to bid a tearful farewell to his lavishly furnished office, comfortable furniture, and attractive secretary clad in a miniskirt, lamenting deeply. The question of whether or not his secretary was a virgin would remain an eternal enigma. This decree brought about unforeseen consequences. One afternoon at Zichuan Ning's residence, Baichuan exclaimed, "Is this some kind of mistake? Why have we also been placed in the reserves?" Roger added, "Indeed, we never spoke on behalf of the rebels." Mingyu urged, "Lord Xiu, please help us investigate if there has been an error. I heard that Sterling is currently reorganizing the military affairs of the capital. Could you assist us in accessing his favor?" Zichuan Xiu pondered. "Currently, seeking favors is quite costly, and besides, my character and dignity do not permit such actions." Baichuan scoffed. "Pa, as if you possess any character and dignity." Roger implored, "My lord, consider our years of loyalty to you. I beg you." Mingyu chimed in. Yes, my lord, we can pool our resources to facilitate your efforts. Zichuan Xiu replied. You truly put me in a difficult position. This is not merely about money, even if you laid a thick stack of bills before me. The three subordinates immediately placed their hard-saved savings on the table. Even if Baichuan were willing to give me a kiss without slapping me. At that moment, Zichuan Ning appeared at the doorway, prompting Zichuan Xiu to declare, I would never kiss anyone. How could I exploit a woman in her moment of vulnerability? I abhor such behavior. Very well, I shall use your funds to advocate on your behalf. However, I cannot guarantee the outcome, especially since I've heard rumors about strict anti-corruption measures. The three expressed their heartfelt gratitude. It matters not. As long as you are willing to assist, we will be eternally grateful. My lord, you truly are diligent. My lord, take care. That evening, Zichuan Xiu dined with Sterling at an inn. Xiu, regarding your placement, I will speak to the chief in a few days when he is in good spirits. I am indifferent. Being in the reserves isn't so bad. It's quite leisurely. By the way, why did your subordinates suddenly express fatigue and request to be placed in the reserves? I felt quite regretful when issuing the personnel orders. Oh, Roger's hemorrhoids flared up. Mingyu is experiencing menopause, and Baichuan is requesting a leave for personal reasons. What a pity, they are all talents, especially that young lady Baichuan. She possesses great courage. I had originally intended for her to serve as a standard-bearer in the newly reformed Central Army. But since they requested it themselves, I have no recourse. Indeed, they are rare finds. After playing mahjong with me for so long, losing so much, they still failed to notice that I was cheating. Where could I find such gullible fools? With them gone, I will surely feel lonely. I am too embarrassed to win money from a Ning. It was ultimately proven that Luo Minghai, Gashan, and other administrative officials possessed remarkable abilities, as they swiftly organized efforts to extinguish fires, provide relief to the bereaved, clear the streets, rebuild homes, and arrange for aid following the calamity. Coupled with Sterling's significant contributions to the security of the capital, within 3 days, the city emerged from disaster, restored to order, and its inhabitants began to heal and resume normal life. Just as the citizens of the capital celebrated the end of their tribulations, on April 1st of the imperial year 779. A piece of news that seemed reminiscent of an April Fool's joke struck like a bolt from the blue, stunning everyone. Commander Guangxing of the Far East has died in battle. On March 28th of the imperial year 779. Commander Guangxing was ambushed during his return journey from the capital to the Far East, 300 miles from the Warren Fortress, by a surprise attack led by the former deputy commander of the Far East Army, Lei Hong, who had been bribed by Yang Minghua with 30,000 elite troops. After a fierce battle, all 6,000 of Guangxing's guards perished, severely wounded. Guangxing was valiantly protected by hundreds of his guards as they fought their way through the encirclement, ultimately making it back to Warren Fortress, but his injuries proved too grave, and he soon succumbed. The news of his demise sent shockwaves through the capital. Guangxing was the most senior minister from the era of Zichuan Yuansheng. His unparalleled merits were matched only by his humility and self-discipline. As the commander of the Far East, he oversaw military and political affairs, managing billions in finances daily with integrity, taking nothing for himself, and living simply, in stark contrast to Diling and Zichuan Xiu, who would extort hundreds of thousands for a single battle. He held himself to stringent standards while treating others with kindness, showing compassion to his subordinates. Even more moving was his steadfast commitment to the family's rightful path. Engaging in a 6-year battle of wits against Yang Minghua, maintaining immense respect among the military and the populace alike. When the remains of Guangxing were transported back to the capital, the mourners lining the lengthy streets formed a dark, unending sea of grief. The tears of 1 million followers soaked the pristine marble steps as the citizens of the capital voiced their fury. Let the traitor Lei Hong be subjected to 1,000 tortures. The Grand Chancellor Zichuan Sanqing held a 3-day state funeral for Guangxing, during which he announced that the leader's body would be interred in the Sanctum of Spirits, the ancestral mausoleum of the Zichuan family. This was an extraordinary honor, as throughout the family's history, not even a president had been afforded such distinction. While delivering the eulogy, the Grand Chancellor could only manage to read the opening lines before being overcome with emotion, repeatedly weeping. The heroic spirit returns. Ultimately, he fainted from grief, which endeared him to the populace who seldom saw him in public. The sounds of weeping echoed throughout the venue. Baichuan, accompanying Zichuan Xiu to the funeral, though she had only met Guangxing once, could not help but recall his life-saving grace and his caring gaze. Fragile frame and warm hands. She had already soaked several handkerchiefs with her tears at that moment. She noticed something peculiar. Zichuan Xiu, standing beside her, shed not a single tear. His face was ashen, and his eyes harbored a chilling depth of hatred that sent shivers down her spine. His frigid gaze was fixed upon the podium where Zichuan Xiu was delivering the eulogy. Baichuan shuddered, for she had long believed such a gaze to be unique to Diling, the My Lord. Do not be too sorrowful. Letting your tears flow might ease your heart. My lord, the traitor Lei Hong will undoubtedly meet a dreadful end. You must not harm your own body in this manner. My lord, are you all right? Zichuan Xiu slowly spoke, each word laced with palpable fury. Lord Guangxing was wronged. He died with unclosed eyes. He rose and deeply bowed to the portrait of Guangxing, then turned and, disregarding the unfinished proceedings, stormed out of the venue. This prompted a wave of murmurs among the attendees. Ungrateful wretch. Lord Guangxing saved him multiple times, yet he left the funeral before it concluded. Zichuan Xiu's strange behavior at the memorial remained a mystery to Baichuan. How could one who had devoted himself to the family and met his end due to the treachery of a traitor be considered wronged? This enigma troubled her for many years until she encountered the young historian Tang Chuan from the Zichuan family. She raised her question with him. Without hesitation, Tang Chuan replied, "It is quite evident. Yang Minghua's bribery of Lei Hong could not have escaped the notice of Luo Minghai, his most trusted confidant. Yet, no one warned Guangxing to guard against Lei Hong's ambush. Clearly, this was the intention of Zichuan Xiu. After Yang Minghua's demise, the balance of power was disrupted. The upright and beloved Guangxing became a thorn in Zichuan Xiu's side. Tio say that Guangxing, loyal to the family and dedicated to his service, perished at the hands of those he served is indeed a grave injustice. Is it not? Could you not perceive this at the time? Surely such an obvious matter. Baichuan was rendered speechless, deeply grasping a profound truth. Those in power are often blinded. While onlookers see clearly that on the day the news of Guangxing's death reached the capital, the ruling office issued an order to hunt down the traitor Lei Hong, commanding the other two deputy leaders of the Far East Army, Lin Bing and Luo Bo, to immediately pursue him. In fact, even before the order was officially issued, on the very same day Guangxing passed away, the furious deputy leader Lin Bing had already dispatched troops to hunt down Lei Hong without waiting for the consent of Chief of Staff Luo Bo. Lei Hong had initially planned to eliminate Guangxing and his entire guard to silence them, thus allowing him to accept the appointment as new Grand Chancellor. From Yang Minghua in peace, he had anticipated that Yang Minghua's rebellion would undoubtedly succeed. However, to his dismay, not only did Guangxing not remain silent, but Yang Minghua also met his demise in the capital. Now, in this vast world, there was nowhere for him to hide even a single hand. Faced with Lin Bing's vengeful army, he dared not resist and fled back to his own stronghold in Glock province, ordering the local garrison to rebel on April 2nd of the year 779 of the empire. Troops from 25 divisions originally under Lei Hong's command mutinied, raising the banner of rebellion against the Zichuan family. Upon hearing the news, the ruling office remained unperturbed, compared to the recent uprising led by Yang Minghua in the capital. The mutiny was merely a localized disturbance in the border regions, posing no threat to the grand scheme of the family, and thus warranted no undue alarm. All that was required was to leave it in the capable hands of Lin Bing and Luo Bo, the two deputy leaders of the Far East, who possessed overwhelming strength in comparison to the rebels. They might take a bit longer to subdue them, but victory was assured. Only Diling, the Inspector General, keenly foresaw the dire consequences of this rebellion, suggesting that 30,000 troops be dispatched from either the Central Army or the Border Defense Forces into the Far East, employing sheer numerical superiority to crush the rebel forces within a week. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. When President Luo Minghai received Diling's proposal, he did not even glance at it, stating, "I happen to have an upset stomach," before stepping into the restroom in front of the ruling office personnel. 15 minutes later, he emerged empty-handed. Having utilized the proposal, flushing it down the toilet, Diling directed his counsel to Grand Chancellor Zichuan Xiu, who responded, "The duty of the inspectorate is to supervise family officials for any unlawful conduct. Corruption or negligence, matters concerning the Far East are within the jurisdiction of the ruling office. Exceeding your authority.it would be best if you did not interfere further. As the capital engaged in bureaucratic exchanges between the inspectorate, the ruling office, and the Grand Chancellor's residence, unnoticed changes unfolded in the Far East, deemed inconsequential even by the capital Diling on April 11th of the year 779 of the empire, just as a clash between the legitimate Zichuan forces and the rebels was on the verge of erupting. In a village so small that it was not even marked on the map, primarily inhabited by half-beasts and a small number of serpent folk, it declared independence, severing ties with the Zichuan family's rule and forming the United Racial Liberation Army, with fewer than 100 members to arm themselves in defense of their homeland. 20 years later, the part-time deputy inspector of the family and full-time historian Tang Chuan published his grand treatise, an analysis of the causes of the Great Rebellion in the year 779, a reflection on the dialectical relationship between historical necessity and contingency from economic, political, cultural, historical, and geographical perspectives. His purpose in publishing this work was, in fact, to attain a higher rank, thereby increasing his salary, while the true victims were the editors tasked with reviewing his manuscript. None of them could finish reading the title without gasping for breath. In his paper, Tang Chuan asserted, the Great Rebellion of 779, though seemingly accidental, was, in fact, rooted in historical, economic, political, cultural, and geographical inevitabilities. During the reign of the Radiant Empire over the entire continent, the Far East was, in essence, a desolate land. This region bordered the formidable Demon Kingdom, yet due to the tenacious and rebellious spirit of its inhabitants, the Demon Kingdom contemptuously referred to it as the barbaric land, paying it no heed, though this neglect was not absolute. As each time the demons invaded the human heartlands, their armies would pass through the Far East, pillaging and burning along the way. Thus, the inhabitants of the Far East, primarily half-beasts, dragon folk, serpent folk, elven creatures, dwarves, and a few demons, harbored no goodwill toward the Demon Kingdom. In the early days of the Zichuan family's founding, crises abounded. The founder, Zichuan Xiu, understood that the sole means of maintaining power was to expand territorial claims. Hence, he frequently initiated wars for territory. However, in the westward expansion, he encountered the formidable Lufeng family, leading to decades of fierce battles with tens of thousands of casualties. And the Zichuan family could not secure a single inch of land. In the twilight years of Zichuan Xiu, he suddenly realized that, despite the fervent opposition of all his generals and ministers, he would reverse course and proactively advance into the Far East, traditionally regarded as the domain of the demon race. To others, this seemed like courting death. The demons would not trouble you, and one should count oneself fortunate. Yet, astonishingly, Zichuan Yun's plan unfolded with remarkable success. 300,000 troops of the Zichuan family, under the banner of the demon race's brutality and oppression of all races, unite to resist the demons, save the Far East, protect all races, march grandly into the Far East. Various races erupted in joyous support, rallying to assist this human salvation army, forming numerous volunteer units and militias to fight alongside the Zichuan family forces, together resisting the demon invasion. Coincidentally, that year, internal conflicts arose within the demon clan, leaving them with little time to mobilize their armies to quell the minor disturbances in the barbarian territories. They merely dispatched a few punitive squads in a symbolic gesture, which ultimately granted the Zichuan family a precious respite, allowing them to establish a foothold in the Far East. Over the course of more than 2 centuries, under the diligent efforts of successive leaders, they expanded their territory, and the lands in the Far East now encompass more than a quarter of the family's total domain. The demographic composition of the Far East is predominantly composed of various non-human races, half-orcs, serpent folk, dwarves, elves, dragonkin, and others, making up over 80% of the biological population in the region, while humans account for less than 20%. Yet, this minority of humans represents the nobility within Far Eastern society, with the remaining races often relegated to the roles of servants, laborers, and slaves, enduring the harshest toil to cultivate, construct, and serve the human populace. At some point, the Zichuan family's rescue army unexpectedly transformed into an oppressive force. Naturally, the various races would not acquiesce to this without resistance. But after the Zichuan army, well-organized, well-armed, and well-trained, patiently enlightened them through bloodshed and fire on several occasions, they sincerely acknowledged their mistakes, found their way back, and returned to the warm embrace of the Zichuan family's benevolent father. From a political standpoint, The death of the Grand Commander Guanxing undoubtedly served as a crucial catalyst for the rebellion in the Far East, not only because Guanxing was the supreme commander of the Far Eastern Army, whose demise left the region without a powerful and respected leader to rally the forces, inciting public unrest, but more significantly, his death precipitated a civil conflict within the Zichuan family, leading to the withdrawal of garrison troops stationed across various locales. They either joined the rebel forces or were dispatched to suppress the insurrection, resulting in a vacuum of governing authority in numerous regions. Those defiant half-orcs, serpent folk, and demonkin awoke one day to discover that the long-standing rule imposed upon them was no thicker than a mere piece of paper. They certainly felt that, in comparison to enduring the whip of authority or laboring under the sun, it would be far more gratifying to rise up and rend their human masters to shreds. Undoubtedly, the rapid spread of the rebellion can be attributed, in no small part, to the upper echelons of family governance underestimating the situation and responding sluggishly. The insurrection that began in an unnamed village in the far eastern Shaluo province escalated to 7 villages by the 3rd day, expanding to over 100 villages and 6 towns by the 4th day, and nearing 1,000 villages and hundreds of towns by the 6th day. In light of this, the provincial governor Lin Wei urgently dispatched an expeditionary force to suppress the rebellion. Yet the outcome was a dismal retreat for the 3,000 human troops, facing a coalition army of various races 10 times their number. A week later, the entire Shaluo province was engulfed in rebellion, with the insurgents surrounding the provincial capital, Lonka City, and spreading to the neighboring provinces of Minsk, Yaga, and Yun. Urgent requests for reinforcements poured in like a flurry of snowflakes, after a week of rebellion and a trend resembling a raging wildfire. The imperial capital finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Zichuan Xiu urgently convened a meeting of the command office to deliberate on countermeasures. Although the Inspector General Diling was not a member of the command office, he had previously made proposals regarding Far Eastern affairs and was somewhat familiar with the circumstances there. Zichuan Xiu disregarded Luo Minghai's objections and invited Diling to join the discussion. Little did they know, as the meeting commenced, Diling's proposal left all attendees in shock and disbelief. Inspector General Diling, could you please repeat what you just said? Zichuan Xiu inquired, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, my lord. Given that the rebellion in the far eastern Shaluo province has shown a trend of escalation, we must employ a decisive and thunderous, my lord, let us proceed with the transaction without delay. Here is the deed to the property. Please accept it, and the money. Mingyu's eagerness raised a hint of suspicion in Zichuan Xiu, who scrutinized the deed from every angle. Mingyu, appearing quite insulted, exclaimed, My lord, how could you doubt my character and integrity? Look, the deed is issued by the government of Lonka City in Shaluo province, complete with an official seal. If you do not trust me, I shall simply seek Roger to negotiate. Wait. Very well, I shall pay you, Zichuan Xiu replied, extracting a stack of foul-smelling banknotes from beneath his bed and counting them out for Mingyu. Excellent. Now we are settled, and there shall be no turning back. Both men uttered simultaneously, sharing a rather unseemly chuckle. 5 minutes later, Roger and Baichuan entered. My lord, Mingyu mentioned your recent interest in real estate. I have a family property in the distant city of Shajia that I am considering selling. My lord, I also have a property in the province of Minsk that I intend to liquidate. Zichuan Xiu examined their property documentation meticulously. Everything appeared in order. Puzzled, he inquired, Why is it that you all wish to sell your real estate? Mingyu just mentioned the same. Oh, my lord, Mingyu is in that predicament because he was caught by the anti-vice office while visiting the Huichun Tower and faces a fine. And Roger's reason is, Roger lost money gambling and is being pursued by loan sharks. What about you? Baichuan's eyes reddened, tears welling up as he produced a handkerchief to dab at his face. My mother's aunt's cousin's fiancé's brother's neighbor has been diagnosed with stomach cancer, and the surgery requires exorbitant funds. I am left with no choice. My reserve salary is meager, and I must sell our ancestral estate. She covered her face with the handkerchief and wept. Zichuan Xiu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It was he who had led her into the reserves and had deceived her out of her hard-earned savings to pull strings. A rare twinge of conscience stirred within him. Thus, he agreed to a price lower than initially offered, concluding the deal and making payment on the spot. Zichuan Ning entered. Brother, what are you grinning at over that pile of papers? Oh. Ning, do you recall that I promised to gift you a large doll? I do remember. That was 7 years ago. Yet you have never delivered. And what of the computer? the gaming console, the cosmetics. Not to mention the considerable sum you borrowed from me. And you haven't paid rent or for meals in ages. Ning, Haven T, I often advised you that as the future leader, you must cultivate a broad-minded spirit. Why do you cling to such trifles? Never mind those matters. The day after tomorrow, I shall visit the second-hand market and procure a doll for you, once I finalize this real estate deal. Zichuan Ning leaned in to examine the property deed. Ning, I've suddenly realized my remarkable business acumen. I am contemplating resigning from my post and venturing into commerce, given that this deputy commander is merely trudging along. Hey, where are you going? I was discussing serious matters with you. Zichuan Ning exited, returning with a stack of newspapers, unfolding each one, with headlines more alarming than the last. Rebellion in the Far East spreading rapidly. Lonka City in peril, urgent. Rioters breach Lonka City. Governor Lin Wei of Shaluo Province sacrifices himself. 5,000 families perish. Lonka City reduced to ashes by rioters. Insurgents commence massacre. Critical crisis. Shajia City in Yunnan Province surrounded by rebel forces. Emergency request. A large insurrection emerges in the province of Minsk, with Northern Sea, Sanglong, and 5 other regions already fallen. General Li Ku of the Far East Army appointed commander of the suppression forces. 5 divisions depart to quell the rebellion. Military might on display. The rebels will soon be vanquished. Li Ku declares in an interview with our reporter a sad ballad of heroism. Chronicles of bloodshed from the Far East suppression forces' loyalty and valor. Lord Li Ku will forever reside in our hearts. Breaking news. Outrageous. The half-orc garrison in Yunnan Province mutinies. All of Shaluo Province has fallen. Not a single human remains. Interview with the escaped young samurai Hu Hai kissed death. Hu Hai recalls his ordeal. Breaking news. The Serpent Tribe garrison in the province of Minsk mutinies. The provincial capital of Minsk has fallen. Conservative estimates indicate participation in the rebellion has reached 300,000. Military analysts discussed the Far East incident today. Notification received from the commander's office. To stabilize public morale. Reporting on military events in the Far East is prohibited from now on. In the future, our publication will focus on pure topics such as boys falling in love with girls, and we welcome authors to submit articles. Zichuan Xiu's complexion shifted dramatically, from pale to ashen, then to a deepening shade of black. Brother, do not be so hasty. This is merely a blunder made by my uncle and his associates. Let them rectify it themselves. Brother, your expression, it is quite terrifying. I never realized how deeply you cared for national affairs. How noble. Brother, you seem to be in such a hurry. Have you perhaps had an upset stomach and need to use the restroom? Roger. Mingyu, Baichuan, you 3 scoundrels, come out. Dare you deceive me? Tonight, I shall make you weep without tears. Where have you gone? Those with the backpacks, halt. Do not flee. Oh dear, my lord, you must have mistaken me. I am not Roger. I am Roger's twin brother. Luoquan. Indeed, this esteemed lord looks quite familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Baichuan's cousin, Baipi. Oh, of course, I am not Mingyu either. I am Mingyu's brother. Is there something you require of us? My lord, oh dear, we are all civilized individuals. Let us converse amicably, shall we not? Exactly. Oh dear, how can you kick a lady's backside? Help. The suppression force led by General Li Ku suffered complete annihilation. A shocking turn of events for the command office. This indicated that the rebellious populace was not the disorganized rabble originally presumed, but rather a formidable armed force with systematic organization, showcasing the military prowess of their leaders, craftily exploiting Li Ku's arrogance to set a trap. Feigning minor defeats to lure the suppressive forces deeper, subsequently surrounding them with ambushes, such a sophisticated approach to warfare, emerging from what humanity had deemed mere brute beasts, prompted many to ponder. Should half-orcs possess cunning similar to that of humans? Augmented by their innate physical strength, the so-called apex leaders of sentient beings could well face a precarious future. Another critical factor contributing to the downfall of the suppression forces was the simultaneous betrayal of a half-orc division and a serpent tribe division amid fierce combat, leading to a complete collapse of the front lines. This was the very outcome that Emperor Lin feared the most. A significant portion of the Far East army consisted of soldiers from non-human races indigenous to the region, and their loyalty in this conflict against the alien insurrection was anything but reliable as anticipated. Following the failure of the suppression, the rebellion intensified, spreading like wildfire, with half-orc, serpent, and dragonman garrison soldiers rising against their human officers. entire divisions defecting to join the insurgents. Within a mere month, the rebellion expanded from a single village to encompass 7 provincial regions, with the number of participants soaring to 500,000. The ferocity and rapidity of this uprising left all in a state of utter disarray. At this moment, someone recalled Inspector General Lin's earlier prophecy, prompting a collective lament of regret. Had we known. Subsequently, Zichuan Xiu convened a second coordination meeting between the command office and the inspectorate to discuss how to respond to the current situation. The commanders had come to recognize their previous miscalculations and the accuracy of Lin's insights, steeling themselves for the inevitable reprimands and sharp jibes from the inspector. However, Lin remained uncharacteristically silent, a cold smirk playing on his lips, allowing the discomfort of the commanders to fester. Eventually, Zichuan Xiu could endure no longer. Repeatedly pressing Lin, "Inspector General, do you have any opinions to share? Please, enlighten us." Lin, with a solemn expression, replied, "In response to your inquiry, my lord, I have no opinions, but I am eager to hear the esteemed views of all the commanders present." This was a fate more torturous than death for the commanders. As Rou Minghai's face flushed crimson, the meeting yielded no fruitful outcomes, concluding in a hasty manner. Afterward, Sterling approached Lin. "Elder brother, I sense you have something to say, do you not?" Lin smiled wryly. "Speaking it will yield no benefit. When Lei Honggang staged his rebellion, I suggested the immediate redeployment of the Central Army to the Far East, yet my counsel went unheeded. At the onset of the insurrection, I urged the swift return of the forces tasked with quelling Lei Hong to confront the civil unrest, even proposing a temporary truce with him, but to no avail. Instead, they resolved to withdraw troops from west of the Valin fortress. I surmise the command will soon instruct the Far East Army to disregard Lei Hong's insurgents and concentrate entirely on the civil strife. Alas, they perpetually lag behind the unfolding circumstances. What, then, is your opinion, elder brother? My perspective would certainly induce a cerebral hemorrhage in that old wretch, Luo Minghai. Sterling smiled. My blood pressure is not high. Feel free to share. Dylan met Sterling's gaze earnestly. Very well. Listen closely. My recommendation is, he articulated each word deliberately. Do not concern yourselves with Lei Hong's rebel forces or the civil unrest. The Far East Army must immediately retract all border garrison troops combating the demonic forces back to Valin Fortress, relinquishing all territories in the Far East. This might salvage something of value. Observing Sterling's face turn ashen, rendered speechless by shock, Dylan sighed. If even you are so alarmed, does my statement hold any merit? Indeed. The command's response was as Dylan had predicted, ordering the principal forces of the Far East Army, currently engaged in fierce combat in Glock Province under the leadership of Deputy Commander Lin Bing and Luo Bo, to cease hostilities with Lei Hong and redirect their full might against the civil insurrection. At that moment, the clash between the Far East Army and the rebels had reached a critical juncture. Both sides entrenched in a stalemate. To suddenly issue a withdrawal order was tantamount to exposing oneself to a retaliatory strike. Upon receiving the command, Deputy Commander Lin Bing erupted in fury. Does Luo Minghai possess any understanding of military strategy? To pivot at such a moment is akin to signing our own death warrant. I could curse him 1,000 times. The composed Luo Bo covered her mouth, initiating plans for a strategic retreat. Fortunately, under Luo Bo's astute planning, this seemingly fraught maneuver was orchestrated like a well-laid ambush, deterring Lei Hong from pursuing recklessly. After sustaining minimal losses, the Far East Army successfully withdrew from Glock Province, mobilizing their 300,000-strong human forces to combat the insurrection. Initially, the campaign proceeded with remarkable success, with daily reports of victories reaching the command, providing Luo Minghai with a significant sigh of relief. However, by June of the year 779, upon entering the heart of the rebellion in Yun Province, all communication ceased. The 300,000 troops appeared to vanish overnight. At the Imperial Command, the Grand Commander's office fell into a frenzy of hysteria. Only the Inspector General, Dylan, remained unmoved, muttering to himself, Lei Hong has not yet descended into utter foolishness. On July 5, news finally emerged regarding the main forces of the Far East Army. From 300,000, fewer than 50,000 remained, having forsaken all weaponry and heavy armor, retreating in disarray to Valin Fortress, pursued by a ravenous coalition of races and 15 divisions of Lei Hong's rebels. It was only then that the true nature of the situation became clear. The traitor Lei Hong had allied with the coalition forces. voluntarily pledging assistance in severing the Far East Army's supply lines and retreat paths. From the coalition's perspective, this was a venture with nothing to lose and everything to gain. They reached an immediate accord, formalizing the infamous Minsk Alliance Agreement in the capital of Minsk Province, agreeing that after toppling the Zichuan family's rule, the eastern territories of the Far East would be granted independence to various races, while the western regions would fall under Lei Hong's dominion. Future generations often find it perplexing that Lei Hong, once the deputy commander of the family, could be so arrogant as to believe that with the support of a few half-orcs and serpent folk, he could obliterate the Zichuan family, failing to grasp the family's true might. Yet, some argue that at that time, Lei Hong could not have fathomed the audacity of overthrowing a family that had reigned for 2 centuries. His sole aim was survival, and the conditions he proposed were merely to lend an appearance of fairness to the agreement, assuaging any doubts about his sincerity. Why would any humans come to our aid unprovoked? The fact remains that Lei Hong, driven by the urgency of his own life, fulfilled his obligations under the agreement admirably. He dispatched troops to sever the Far East Army's lines of retreat, cutting off supplies and communication, which accounts for the army's inexplicable disappearance. When the main forces of the Far East Army finally managed to locate the elusive coalition at Chishui Beach in Yun Province, both Luo Bo and Lin Bing felt an immense sense of relief and ordered the commencement of a formal battle. Although the soldiers were famished and exhausted, the prospect of returning home after this engagement rekindled their vigor, and they fought valiantly. For a time, the Far East Army held the advantage on the battlefield, overwhelming the half-orcs, dragofolk, demonic entities, and serpent folk with the ferocious charge of their armored cavalry, scattering them in disarray. All believed that victory was within their grasp. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the unmistakable glint of sabers and spearheads appeared on the skyline, resonating like thunder. It was another contingent of armored cavalry, bearing different banners and colors. Lei Hong's rebels had arrived. The beleaguered forces of the Zichuan family could not withstand the onslaught of this fresh battalion. The already scattered insurgents swiftly regrouped for a counterattack. They scattered swiftly, yet could rally just as quickly. Luo Bo personally dispatched several retreating soldiers with his blade, while Lin Bing surged to the forefront to rally her troops for continued combat. But the tide of defeat had already turned. All efforts were in vain. In the Battle of Chishui Beach, the Far East Army suffered a staggering loss of 23,500 troops, with 3 standard-bearers, 15 flag officers, and 46 deputy flag officers perishing. The overall commander, Luo Bo, sustained serious injuries. This represented the most catastrophic defeat faced by the Far East Army since its inception. Even in confrontations with elite demonic forces, the rebellion, akin to a snowball, grew increasingly larger, ultimately engulfing 21 of the 23 provinces in the Far East. Over 1 million insurgents mounted relentless assaults on Valin Fortress. Urgent pleas for assistance flooded the command center, each more dire than the last. The rebels are attacking Valin. Their forces are vast. We request reinforcements. Our troops can scarcely hold. Medicinal supplies are critically low. Our wounded cannot be treated. We've exhausted our arrows and stones. Tomorrow we may only fend off the rebels with our spittle. The garrison's MPs have already been deployed. Even the cadets from the Far East Military Academy have been sent to the fray. We are now relying on mere Boy Scouts to fight. Commander Luo covers, while Deputy Commander Lin charges. The final missive bore the joint signatures of Lin Bing and Luo Bo, a blood-written plea. If reinforcements do not arrive within a week, you may as well prepare to collect our corpses. Valin Fortress stands as the most formidable bulwark between the Far East and the imperial capital. Should it fall, 1 million insurgents would surge into the unprotected heart of human habitation, a scenario that the family absolutely cannot permit. On July 30, 779, the command issued orders for Central Army Acting Commander Sterling to lead 15,000 freshly reconstituted Central Army troops to urgently reinforce Valin Fortress, with Commander Fong Jin of the Black Flag Army to follow, as the Black Flag Army station was further from Valin. Additionally, the family declared a secondary state of emergency, summoning all reserve officers back to active duty. As the summer sun set, the sky ablaze with hues of crimson, Zichuan Xiu reclined leisurely in a hammock beneath a grand tree, savoring chilled fine wine while gazing at the fiery clouds. Relishing this rare moment of tranquility, his spirits soaring, suddenly he raised his head to see a plume of dust swirling in the distance, accompanied by the rapid, fragmented sound of hooves. Through the haze, the silhouette of a rider emerged, a sweating light cavalryman. Gripping the reins in his left hand while brandishing a small red flag in his right, a red-feathered arrow struck true against the pillar of the Zichuan Ning residence, the riders shouting urgently, "Alarm!" The horseman leapt past him without hesitation, leaving only a trail of yellow sweat in the imprint of his hoofs. Zichuan Xiu slowly rose, watching the rider shrink into the distance, his expression grave. The commotion roused Zichuan Ning, who emerged to see the now diminutive figure of the cavalryman. Her face etched with worry as she inquired, "Brother, what has transpired?" Her gaze fell upon the red-feathered arrow embedded in the pillar, her complexion paling immediately. "A summons?" Zichuan Xiu nodded silently, feigning ignorance to the pain reflected in Zichuan Ning's eyes. That evening, Sterling paid a visit, and Zichuan Xiu welcomed him with calm composure. "Tomorrow, I shall depart for the Far East," Sterling stated bluntly. Zichuan Xiu furrowed his brow. "Is it truly that dire?" "Far worse than you can imagine. Valin is on the brink of falling, and the family's reserves have yet to be fully mobilized. I meant to say, your taste is quite atrocious. Your socks are on the wrong feet. Never mind. Do not change them here. The stench is unbearable. So, your purpose for visiting me tonight is..." Zichuan Xiu had already surmised the reason. "I wish to meet with Cadden." Zichuan Xiu fell silent. "Ashi, Sterling, consider this. You are about to lead over 100,000 troops to the Far East to engage in battle against the demonic forces. Yet you wish to meet with the princess of those very demons just before the conflict. Does that align with your identity as a commander of the Central Army? Are you not concerned that your subordinates might mutiny upon learning of this? Do you not fear that the command might accuse you of treason? Moreover, when you encounter Cadden, what will you say to her? 'Oh, Cadden, greetings. Tomorrow I shall go and vanquish your uncles and aunts. Grant me a token of love. Perhaps a kiss to bolster my spirits.' And what do you wish Cadden to say to you? 'My dearest Sterling, go forth and slay valiantly. Return victorious, and I shall become your bride.' Or perhaps she will cling to your leg, weeping profusely, 'No, no, please.' Thus, your heart may soften, and in the Far East, you find yourself at the mercy of the demon clan, akin to a pig being led to slaughter." A pained expression crossed Sterling's face, a striking contrast to his granite-like resolve, which rendered him particularly endearing. Zichuan Xiu's heart softened. "Very well, I shall grant you 15 minutes. In the spacious reception hall, Sterling and Cadden faced one another. Poised and attentive, Zichuan Xiu, Zichuan Ning, and the others observed intently, munching on sunflower seeds and whispering amongst themselves, "Look, the gentleman is blushing." Indeed, Cadden is as well. "Xiu, let us not disturb them. Let us listen to their conversation." Sterling turned, somewhat exasperated. "I say, Xiu, did you not promise me 15 minutes? Indeed, I did grant you 15 minutes to meet Cadden, and here she stands before you. Cadden is indeed present, yet I sense this room has grown rather cramped. It cannot accommodate so many. I believe it is quite spacious, aside from you and Cadden. We are but a handful. The room can easily hold us all, so do not delay further. A minute has already passed. But why are they even here? Ah, Baichuan is merely here out of boredom. Mingyu wishes to glean some romantic techniques, and Roger seeks to witness a scene of passion. As for my sister, Aning, why are you here? Oh, I have no new romance novel to read tonight. So I thought I would settle for this and see if there would be any declarations of love. Oh dear, Brother Sterling, how could you pinch my ear? That hurts terribly. Very well, I shall take my leave." Once Zichuan Ning exited, Sterling turned to Roger with concern. "Roger, I have heard that you have been feeling unwell lately. You must rest well." Roger replied, "Not at all. I am in excellent health. My stomach has never ached." "Oh, it hurts terribly. Very well, I shall rest. Do not strike me again." Sterling withdrew his fist, watching Roger stagger out, smiling. "Resting early is beneficial for your health?" Baichuan Yu. "My lord, no need for further words. I suddenly recalled a matter of great importance that requires my immediate attention. Please permit me to take my leave." "Ah, Baichuan, do as you must. Mingyu, do you not yearn to assume the mantle of a death squad leader on the battlefield in the Far East?" "My lord, you misunderstand. I have been struck with a sudden headache. Please allow me to excuse myself." Once they had all departed, Zichuan Xiu, fuming, declared, "I detest these people. They revel in thwarting others' good intentions. How infuriating. Now, Sterling, with only allies remaining, speak your mind without reservation." With a resounding slam, the doors shut, and Zichuan Xiu was unceremoniously ejected from the reception hall. A silence ensued, and Sterling cleared his throat softly. Cadden, oh. No, I should refer to you as Princess Cadden. How have you been of late? Tomorrow, I shall depart for the Far East to engage in battle. However, it will not be against your nation, but rather to quell a rebellion within my own family. This conflict may prove perilous. There is a chance I may not return. Thus, I wish to see you tonight. In essence, this is what I meant to convey. Perhaps by now you understand my intent. I have. Well, Cadden, from the moment we first met, I have felt a certain way about you. My origins are humble. I hail from the common folk. Yet, I believe my earnings may suffice for 2 lives. I understand you are a princess of noble lineage and may not regard someone like me, a mere soldier with nothing but a broken sword, to be worthy that I came tonight merely to catch a final glimpse of you and share a few words. Regarding your return home, that will require some time. The Far East is tumultuous and unsafe. Do not fret. I shall find a way to assist your return. You have remained silent. Are you weary? Have I taken too much of your time? Very well. The night has grown late. You should rest early. Let us remain friends in the future. Ha. You need not worry about me. Ha. I am not at all disheartened. Ha. All right. I shall take my leave. Take good care of yourself, and should you encounter difficulties, confide in a Xiu. I have instructed her to look after you. Do not fear. As Sterling rose, heartbroken, to depart, a soft voice called from behind, Sterling, the battlefield is fraught with danger. Please take great care. He doubted his ears, turning in ecstatic disbelief. Cadden, you. Cadden had already risen and departed, leaving behind a whisper barely audible. In truth, I am not in such a hurry to return. In the empty hall, Sterling knelt slowly, arms raised high. Oh God, bless me. Such happiness. I fear I may not deserve it. However, neither the overjoyed Sterling nor the bashful Cadden noticed that the once intact window had mysteriously acquired several small holes. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, Hey, Mingyu, have you seen enough? It is my turn now. Mingyu retorted, I had thought Sterling to be a man of great finesse. How disappointing. This is a disgrace to our romantic clan. Roger commented, By Chuan, as a woman yourself, what do you make of Cadden's words? Did she agree or not? Zichuan Xiu declared, Go, seize her shoulders, slowly overpower her. With a commanding gaze, let your strong arms captivate her. Intoxicate her, firmly grasp her hand, and begin to unbutton her. Mingyu interrupted, My lord, you have lost. I told you there would be no passionate scenes today, yet you did not believe me. Pay up. Zichuan Ning chided, Brother, you spied on Sterling and Sister Cadden. Such behavior is quite improper. It is unethical. Zichuan Xiu shot back, Nonsense. You have been peering through that peephole without blinking. And what moral high ground do you stand upon? On the first night of the 8th month of the year 779 of the imperial calendar, the Great Eastern Rebellion raged fervently. The Zichuan clan mourned the loss of countless soldiers, with nearly 30 million civilians in the Far East struggling amidst the turmoil, the clan's staunchest stronghold. The Warren Fortress stood on the brink of collapse as 100,000 brutal rebels prepared to invade the heart of the family, wreaking havoc upon the innocent. The clan's leaders and soldiers alike lay awake. Consumed by worry, one of the Zichuan 3 heroes, Central Army Commander Sterling, experienced a moment of bliss. Episode 2, The Zichuan 3 Heroes Chapter 2. The land of barbarians on the 2nd day of the 8th month of the year 779 of the imperial calendar. The capital awakened early, for today marked the day when Commander Sterling would lead an army of 150,000 to reinforce Warren Fortress. General Zichuan, the clan's leader, hosted a farewell banquet for the troops. Bestowing wine upon them, the soldiers of the Central Army were primarily offspring of the capital's residents. Over 1 million citizens lined the streets to witness the impressive parade, searching for their loved ones among the ranks, mothers grasping their sons' hands with tears in their eyes, newlywed wives embracing their husbands in silent sobs, a symphony of weeping filling the air. Commander Sterling stood at the center of attention, as the general and all members of the command staff accompanied him several kilometers beyond the city limits. Finally, after much insistence from Sterling, the general reluctantly took his hand and said, Sterling, this is where I shall bid you farewell. Know that your family awaits your triumphant return with bated breath. Tears welled in Sterling's eyes as he knelt, declaring, Rest assured, my lord, I shall swiftly quell the rebellion and restore peace. Should I fail, I would rather perish on the battlefield than face you again. General Zichuan shushed him softly. Do not utter such ominous words. Victory and defeat are but commonplace in warfare. I wish only for your safe return. Remember, I have no son. I have always regarded you as my own." Tears streamed down his face. Li Qing has also arrived. Would you care to exchange a few words with her? Sterling had already caught sight of Li Qing among the farewell crowd. Yet he merely nodded in her direction, indicating, "My lady, I am burdened with the weighty responsibilities of the nation. Now is not the time for sentimental matters. I would be grateful if you could convey my regards to Li Qing's banner on my behalf. Alas, while it is said that a man of honor should forget his family for the sake of his country, Sterling, you are being rather unfeeling, indeed." Li Qing replied, her complexion pale, as Zichuan Xiu sighed. None of them noticed that Commander Sterling had been somewhat absent-minded today, his gaze frequently drifting toward the crowd of well-wishers, only to be withdrawn in disappointment. "Sister Cadden, since you have come so far, why not approach Commander Sterling and exchange a few words?" Zichuan Ning inquired. Puzzled, Cadden, veiled in a delicate shroud, continued to gaze at the figure of Sterling, surrounded by admirers, gently shaking her head. "Given my status, it would be inappropriate for me to approach him at this moment. It would only cause him distress." A drop of scalding liquid fell onto Zichuan Ning's hand, and she widened her eyes, peering through the veil at Cadden's exquisite features. "You were crying." Beside them, Zichuan Xiu sighed silently, reflecting, throughout history, the sacrifices of women often accompany the nation's endeavors. Even exceptional individuals like Sterling and Cadden are not exempt from this truth. As Zichuan Xiu pondered deeply, he suddenly exclaimed, "Elder brother, why is your hand resting on that part of the girl in front of you?" "Oh, I noticed she seemed quite distressed, so I wish to console her." Smack. A resounding slap echoed as a woman standing before Zichuan Xiu turned around, her face flushed with anger. "Rogue, trying to take advantage of me. My husband is fighting alongside Commander Sterling in the Far East, defending our country, and you dare to bully a solitary woman. Is there no justice left in this world?" Her words incited the wrath of the crowd, who began to close in, fists clenched. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Everyone, let me explain. This is clearly a misunderstanding. I have always been a staunch defender of my family. How could I ever commit such an act? Hear me out. This was entirely accidental," Zichuan Xiu declared solemnly, with righteous indignation. "Due to various factors such as time, space, atmospheric circulation, the Earth's magnetic field, and gravity, my hand inadvertently came into contact with the protruding area of this lady's lower back. This is merely fate's design. It is not to be blamed on anyone." "Oh dear, do not resort to violence. Ning, Cadden, where are you two going? Hurry and help me explain." "Oh, we were just passing by. We do not know this rogue. Please, do as you wish. Ungrateful wretches. Oh dear, do not kick there. It hurts. Help." August 6th. The battle for the Valin fortress reached a critical juncture. After days of relentless assaults, the rebels finally breached the fortified walls of Valin, and over 100,000 of them surged through the gap. Shouting joyously at this moment, the city of Valin had mobilized its entire populace. There were no reserves left to defend the breach. Deputy Commander Rabo and Lin Bing watched helplessly as the rebels swarmed outside. Sharing a grim smile at this point, they had truly exhausted all options and were prepared to sacrifice themselves for their country. Lin Bing raised her sword, lamenting, "The only regret is that we have not witnessed the demise of the villain Lei Hong, who murdered our commander. How unjust fate is." Rabo grasped her hand tightly. "Wait. What is there to wait for at this point? Surely you do not intend to confess your feelings now. Foolish woman, how can you speak of such things at a time like this? The movements of the rebels are peculiar. Indeed, the sound of urgent gongs resonated from the rebel ranks, not indicative of victory, but rather of confusion. Flags waved haphazardly, messengers dashed back and forth, and officers shouted, their voices tinged with anxiety. The formations were hastily adjusted, and the soldiers hesitated, unsure of what to do, their panic palpable. A thunderous noise erupted from the northwest. The two deputy commanders, who had resigned themselves to death, exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Could it be that reinforcements have arrived? So soon?" Overwhelmed with emotion, they clasped each other's hands tightly. A military force has appeared from the northwest. It is the army of humanity. My lord, reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. They are all cavalry. The numbers are unclear. My lord, I can see the banners clearly. It is the Central Army. The Central Army has arrived. Sterling, it is Commander Sterling's troops. Long live the commander. "Long live the Central Army! Long live Commander Sterling!" As if to affirm their words, the cavalry let out a deafening roar. "Yura!" Undoubtedly, this was the battle cry of the Central Army charging forth. Rabo and Lin Bing were astonished. How did they arrive so quickly? Once the army departed the imperial capital, Sterling consolidated the highly mobile cavalry into 10 cavalry divisions and 20 infantry divisions. Believing that every moment counted, he disregarded the objections of his subordinates and ordered the corps deputy commander, Qin Lu, to lead the infantry onward, while he himself rode tirelessly day and night towards Valin. As a result, he set a new record for forced marches, reaching Valin in just 4 days. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Sterling observed the rebels in disarray due to their hurried retreat, and immediately commanded, "Charge, all troops." His advisors voiced their concerns. "My lord, the enemy outnumbers us significantly, and our troops have traveled far and are weary. Would it not be wiser to rest in Valin before strategizing with the reinforcements?" Sterling replied, "Our troops have just arrived, and their morale is high. The rebels have been attacking Valin for days without success and have lost their edge. They are now confused and terrified, unaware of our true strength. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The rebel camp was thrown into chaos as they hastily regrouped. Managing only to deploy 6 infantry formations primarily composed of half-beasts to defend against Sterling's forces. If they could delay him even briefly, the main army would have ample time to gather and strategize to encircle Sterling's troops. Thousands of fierce half-beasts brandished their massive hands. Roaring wildly, the Central Army thundered, "Yura!" The sound of hooves resounded like thunder as the well-ordered ranks surged toward the half-beasts like a wall of darkness. Arrows rained down, and the front line of half-beasts fell, writhing in agony. Both the rebels and the Eastern Army observing from the battlements were astonished. Why are all of Sterling's troops archers? How can an archery unit charge forward while shooting arrows? As the charging forces closed in to within 100 meters of the rebels, Sterling's clear voice echoed across the battlefield. "Front row, switch to pikes." With a swish, the galloping cavalry of the Central Army swiftly discarded their bows and readied their pikes, their fluid and synchronized movements a testament to the elite nature of the Central Army. Maintaining their speed, the cavalry lowered their bodies, with pikes extending 1.5 meters beyond their horses. The rear ranks of the Central Army continued to fire arrows, increasing the casualties and chaos among the rebels. The two armies drew ever closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, a thunderous roar erupted. "Yura!" From the opposite side came the simultaneous shout, "Wow, wow!" The bloody battle commenced. With overwhelming force, the cavalry easily pierced the tough bodies of the half-beasts with their pikes, some even skewering 2 or 3 at once, while the second rank of half-beasts retaliated with clubs and iron rods, knocking riders from their mounts. The cavalry then drew their sabers, cleaving the half-beasts in 2. In an instant, hundreds of human soldiers fell to the ground, forever separated from their loved ones, while thousands of half-beasts were slain. The following troops remained composed and fearless, the charge relentless, and soon they had fully engaged in the fray. The Sterling forces enjoyed a decisive numerical advantage and were vastly superior in weaponry and equipment compared to the rebels' wooden clubs and shovels. To counter the brute strength of the half-beasts, human soldiers often fought in formations, 3 against 1, thus employing organized tactics against disorganized foes, with seamless cooperation. The rebels, hastily assembled, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the challenges of such a fierce and coordinated assault from a trained regular army. Leading to disarray, within 10 minutes, the 6 half-beast divisions were routed and fled in all directions. Sterling let out a sharp whistle, and the scattered troops miraculously reformed into a formidable square. Do not mind the fleeing forces. Charge toward the enemy's stronghold. Inspired by their initial victory, the soldiers shouted once more, "Yura!" Like hungry wolves, they pounced upon the enemy's main force, which had just retreated from the siege and had no time to regroup, observing the fierce cavalry decimate the robust half-beasts in a matter of moments. Many from the serpent, dragon, and dwarf clans began to flee in terror. They are, after all, a rabble. In times of victory, they exude a fierce bravado, yet at the slightest hint of adversity on the battlefield, they become flustered and only wish to flee. The remaining individuals linger, caught in hesitation. Should they heed the officer's commands to form ranks and block the onslaught, or should they follow the example of others and make a hasty retreat? Before they can reach a decision, the cavalry has already charged into their midst, and the air is filled with blood-curdling screams, prompting everyone to abandon their uncertainty. The serpent clan cries, "Gu lai gu to me!" Run! The half-orcs shout, "Walla walla ku! Wajia! You cowards, I'm running too!" The dwarves exclaim, "Li hong ti! Me li hong ti! Surrender, we surrender!" Meanwhile, the dragonkins stride away in silence. The only regular force among the rebels is Lei Hong's division. But they had departed 3 days prior to confront the 2 provinces in the Far East that had not succumbed to rebellion, Dea Province and Yilabit Province. He could never have imagined that hundreds of thousands of insurrectionists would be so thoroughly routed by fewer than 50,000 cavalry. On August 11th, a messenger, nearly exhausted from his journey, arrived in the imperial capital bearing news that ignited cheers throughout the city. Valen has achieved victory. 7,100 enemies slain, 11,600 captured. The rebel forces routed by 100 kilometers, and Lord Sterling is in hot pursuit. Valen Fortress remains secure. Grand Commander Zichuan Xiu ordered a 5-minute moment of silence for the fallen soldiers. The command post formally appointed Sterling as the commander of the Central Army, removing the title of acting. Following the moment of silence, a night of revelry for the million-strong populace commenced. Each mention of Sterling's name elicited thunderous applause. Long life! In the taverns, toasting to the great victory and "May Lord Sterling live long" occurred 3 million times. Sales of beer, flowers, firecrackers, amulets, and colorful balloons surged, significantly boosting effective demand and causing the economic index, which had been languishing since the previous year, to rise dramatically. Astute booksellers rushed to publish the biography of General Sterling, My Time with Sterling, Untold Stories of Li Qingqi's Absolute Privacy, and Sterling, The Fall from Grace. Journalists, eager to showcase the speed of newspapers over books, hastily interviewed to produce pieces such as The General Sterling in Friend's Eyes, The Great Man Next Door, interviews with Sterling's neighbors, My Dinner Experience with Sterling, I Knew He Would Be a Great General. Sterling's kindergarten teacher claims his urination posture foreshadowed greatness, and he once passed me a note. Miss Lou Maley, Sterling's high school deskmate, declares, I did not fall in love with him. However, another piece of news released on the evening of August 11th in the Imperial Chronicle went unnoticed. Buried within the lost and found section of the Imperial Evening News: in light of the tense situation in the Far East, the command post plans to dispatch Reserve Deputy Commander Zichuan Xiu to convene reserve soldiers in the provinces of Mosov, Jisan, and Anqing to form a contingency army, named the Xiu Battalion. On August 13th of the Imperial year 779, under the scorching sun, a group tasked with saving their family from the depths of peril departed the imperial capital, heading towards the core regions of their family in the provinces of Mosov, Jisan, and Anqing. My lord, it's sweltering. To send us on a journey in such heat, is that not a matter of life and death? My lord, does President Liu Minghai have a grudge against you, to assign you such a grueling task of gathering the militia, dragging us along as well? You needn't say more. That fool isn't even listening. Look at him, grinning like a fool at the headlines of the Imperial Daily. My lord, what could possibly be so amusing? Oh, Baichuan. Look, I've made the front page. I haven't been on the front page for years. Let me see. According to a certain friend of General Sterling from his youth, Sterling was always an exemplary student, receiving awards for excellence each year, with a grand aspiration to serve his family. This noble ideal served as a beacon, guiding Sterling's path and emboldening him to overcome any obstacles, ultimately becoming a renowned general. Sterling's journey teaches us that where there is a will, there is a way. Ideals are the lighthouse and direction of life. He is a model for countless aspiring youths. My lord, I don't see your name here. Oh, that certain friend refers to me, but my words were quite different. I told the reporter that Sterling was a troublemaker, often skipping classes to play Street Fighter with Diling, and when he lost, he would cheat and run away. He also relied on copying Diling during exams. Yet Diling was no saint either, resulting in both failing year after year. The teachers frequently scolded them. You both make the same mistakes. How come it's written like this? 2 days later, the group arrived at the capital of Jisan Province, where they were warmly received by the deputy commander of the reserve department, Jean Chong. In his 30s, Jean appeared well-spoken and presentable upon their first meeting. Roger, Baichuan, and others felt a strange familiarity mixed with disdain. His smile bore an uncanny resemblance to someone they despised. How is the assembly of the reserve militia in your province, Deputy Jean? Oh, Please rest assured, Lord Xiu, our province never neglects national defense. We conduct military training weekly and maintain rigorous management. Everyone is full of spirit and confidence, ever ready to heed the family's call to the battlefield. Full of fervor, willing to sacrifice themselves, Zichuan Xiu interrupted his lengthy speech. Oh, I'm asking how many individuals have assembled thus far. Upon hearing of the unrest in the Far East, I was filled with indignation at the audacity of those scoundrels ravaging our sacred territory. I yearned to sprout wings and fly to the Far East to confront the rebels in battle. Alas, as a family defense officer, I cannot leave my post without orders, so I must channel my fervor into the pressing task of organizing the reserves, demonstrating my unwavering loyalty to the family. Yes, I understand your noble patriotism, but how many reserve troops have actually gathered? Thanks to the tireless efforts of all members of our department, we have made significant progress in assembling the reserve forces. Of course, no one is perfect, and we do encounter various shortcomings in our work, yet we must acknowledge that the achievements are paramount, while the flaws are secondary. How many troops have been assembled? Jin Chang hesitated, then whispered something into Zichuan Xiu's ear. Zichuan Xiu jumped up. Is that all? Ah, a wise man like yourself should understand the hardships we face in the reserve department. Our operational budget is severely lacking. Welfare cannot be distributed, bonuses are uncertain, and even our public dining expenses are limited to 30 reimbursements per week for each person. It's quite a struggle. However, in such challenging circumstances, our dedicated staff has exhibited commendable fighting spirit and achieved this level of accomplishment, which is no small feat, but that is indeed rather meager. It is well known that Lord Xiu is well versed in military matters. Surely you understand the principle that quality is more valuable than quantity. While our assembled troops may be, at that point in number, we hold an absolute advantage in quality. 100 elite soldiers are worth more than 1,000 mediocre ones. Our assembled soldiers have an average age of 31. In terms of structural composition, we have a scientific mix of seasoned veterans and fearless young warriors, an absolute elite force. In that case, why don't you have them practice? Just as Jin Chang was about to take his leave, Zichuan Xiu called him back. One more thing. You aren't an active duty deputy commander, are you? Oh, I was originally in the reserves, but after the events in the Far East, I joined the active duty. My lord, you. Oh, I also transitioned from the reserves. The two shared a knowing smile, a silent agreement. So you're not a good person either. Baichuan whispered to Roger. Don't you think this deputy commander bears a striking resemblance to someone? On the training grounds, the sight of the assembled elite force left the visitors from the capital dumbfounded. Baichuan stared in disbelief. Why are there so many old men with canes and missing teeth in line? Look at that one. He needs assistance just to walk. Oh no. He lay down after just a few steps? Jin Chang explained. Oh, Wang Lao's heart condition flared up. Let him lie down for a while, and he'll be fine. My lord, please note, these are seasoned warriors with extensive combat experience. Some even participated in the great campaign against the Lufeng family under the 4th Grand Commander. They are invaluable treasures of our Zichuan family. Roger was equally astonished. And over there are a bunch of little kids. The oldest can't be more than 15. And the youngest, hey kid, don't come near me. My pants aren't for you to wipe your nose on. Jin Chang, behold, these are the young warriors of our future, though they may appear somewhat tender. After enduring the baptism of a few battles, they shall undoubtedly become remarkably valiant. The youth possess boundless potential. We must never underestimate them. Mingyu furrowed his brow in concern. I fear they cannot withstand even a single battle. Is the average age of 31 that your esteemed official mentioned truly reflective? Are there no real men in their 20s or 30s? Jin Chang seemed greatly insulted. How can Lord Mingyu utter such words? Look, is there not a robust man right there? He is precisely 30. The crowd followed his pointing finger, observing a one-armed man seated on a stool, removing his prosthetic leg. Zichuan Xiu turned to Jin Chang and said, Sir, are you perhaps mistaken? We are not here to establish a nursing home, a daycare, or a rehabilitation center for the wounded. Upon returning to their lodgings, the group sighed and lamented. What shall we do? My lord, the deadline for assembly given by the command center is September. We are running out of time. My lord, I have a suggestion. Should we not order that wretched Jin Chang to complete the recruitment within a week? These insufferable bureaucrats. We cannot rely on them. It seems we must devise our own solutions. My lord, what are you writing? Zichuan Xiu replied. Baichuan, come here. Did you bring that ultra-short skirt? The following day, throughout the streets and alleys of the capital of Jisan province. Posters adorned with alluring images of Baichuan in an ultra-short skirt appeared, an opportunity not to be missed. Men, do not let this pass you by. Sign up for the tour. Young gentlemen are warmly welcomed. A 3-day trip to the imperial capital, marvels and historical sights await, promising to delight your eyes. The pure-hearted student, Miss Baichuan, will share her heartfelt sentiments with you, wishing to spend an unforgettable time of passion together. All transportation, meals, and accommodations are free. No fees whatsoever. Do you find this hard to believe? Yet it is the truth. Act before it is too late. Missing this opportunity will lead to lifelong regret. Please bring valid identification to contact us. Address: Room 123, Fengxi Hotel. Contacts: Zichuan Xiu, Roger, Mingyu. Within 3 days, a throng of idle ruffians, scoundrels, rogues, lechers, thieves, and con artists, all young, vigorous, and brawny, converged at the entrance of Fengxi Hotel, eager to secure a prime position, even engaging in brawls among themselves. Following the recruitment initiative known as Xiu's Battalion, the social order in Jisan province saw a marked improvement, particularly with a sharp decline in violent crimes such as theft, robbery, and brawling. Zichuan Xiu, the deputy commander, welcomed all comers, and in less than 3 days, successfully completed the task of assembling reserves assigned by the command center, leading the family's most formidable army triumphantly toward the imperial capital. This day, recorded in history as the 18th of August in the year 779 of the empire, marked Zichuan Xiu's inaugural accomplishment in reinforcing troop numbers. This auspicious day foretold a splendid future for this army. Upon their return to the imperial capital, Baichuan joyfully announced to the commander, having retrieved a blank banner from the command center, "My lord, we have been granted permission to name our new army." "Excellent. I propose we call this unit Roger's Death Squad." Calling it Roger's Death Squad is more fitting. It should be named the handsome Mingyu Squad. That effeminate name is utterly repulsive. Baichuan, which of the two names do you prefer? Neither. I believe Baichuan's pink army sounds delightful. Such poor taste. My lord, what is your opinion? Oh dear, my lord, what are you doing? Unbeknownst to them, Zichuan Xiu had already begun inscribing a grand Xiu on the banner. Very well, henceforth our army shall be known as the Xiu Battalion. I have a premonition that this unit will undoubtedly. Oh dear, what are you doing? Defiling the military flag is a capital offense. The treasured flag of the Xiu Battalion, preserved in the Family History Museum, serves as a significant historical artifact, detailing Roger's Death Squad. The first handsome Mingyu Xiu Battalion, Roger the Lewd and flamboyant Mingyu. Zichuan Xiu is a fool, proclaimed the beautiful Baichuan. Following the Battle of Valin, Commander Sterling of the Central Army, having not awaited the Central Army infantry led by Deputy Commander Qin Lu, immediately mobilized 30,000 cavalry to strike directly at the heart of the rebellion in Yun province. The rapid advance was almost reckless, prompting alarm throughout the imperial capital. Let us not witness another Chishui Beach incident. Once, 300,000 Zichuan troops had suffered a devastating defeat at Chishui Beach in Yun province, nearly annihilating the entire army. Urgent messages from the general's office and the command center repeatedly caught up with Sterling, urging him to exercise caution and proceed steadily. In their view, it was sheer folly to charge into the eye of the storm with a mere 30,000 troops in the rebellious province. The family could not endure a second Chishui Beach. Yet, Sterling, typically cautious and compliant, this time defied the norm, hastily scribbling a few lines in response to the command center. "Opportunities are fleeting. I am in the field, and I shall not heed your orders." It seemed he was so pressed for time that he could not even spare a moment to explain. At this juncture, only Zichuan Xiu and Diling understood Sterling's intentions. Firstly, the rapid development of the rebellion in the Far East had caused the once formidable million-strong Far Eastern army to appear as if it had collapsed overnight. Sterling surmised that within the rebellious provinces, there must still exist substantial border guard forces and frontier troops, merely incapacitated by the encircling rebellious populace. If he could unite them, the aggregate strength would form a formidable armed force. Secondly, the provinces of Dea and Yalia remained under the control of the Zichuan family's forces. As the inhabitants there were predominantly human and thus unaffected by the rebellion of other races. However, intelligence from captives revealed that the rebel leader, Lei Hong, had dispatched 15 divisions against them, from both a military strategy and humanitarian perspective. Sterling felt compelled to rescue the 5 million loyal residents besieged by rebellion in these two provinces. Thirdly, and most critically, The tens of thousands of defeated rebels retreating from Valin City had become like frightened birds, terrified at the slightest disturbance. Using Zichuan Xiu's words, "Those who do not seize such an opportunity are fools." Sterling was acutely aware of the rarity of this chance. If the tens of thousands of defeated rebels were afforded a moment to regroup, the Far Eastern Rebellion would drag on for years. Should the family forces and the rebels exhaust each other, and should the ever-watchful Lufeng family or the demon race intervene, it would spell disaster. However, with the forces at Sterling's disposal, he lacked the capacity to execute an encirclement and annihilation operation. A cornered rabbit might bite the dog. If the tens of thousands of defeated troops retaliated, 30,000 would barely suffice for their needs. At this moment, he recalled the battle between Zichuan Xiu and Lufeng Shishan 6 years prior. Each time the stunned rebels paused to rest and eat, Sterling's cavalry pursuit team would swiftly appear, charging into the midst of the bewildered rebel soldiers still holding their bowls, causing chaos. Though outnumbered, the demoralized rebel soldiers would abandon their meals with a clatter. Fleeing in disarray, Sterling's cavalry did not pursue those who fled. They focused solely on exterminating those foolish enough to resist. Such fools were few and far between, and soon none remained. The process repeated itself. And soon the mere sight of Sterling's cavalry sent the rebels into a panic, having conditioned them with a learned response. It was best to strike before breakfast, when the air was fresh, energy high, and conducive for long runs, enhancing appetite and benefiting physical and mental well-being. An afternoon assault was tolerable. 5,000 human cavalry, brandishing sabers and shouting in pursuit, chased the tens of thousands of bizarrely assorted rebel soldiers, who fled with their bowls in hand across the mountains, some even mastering the art of eating while running. "What we cannot tolerate is Sterling's evening ambush," declared the rebel soldiers. "That is the most inhumane act." With their bellies full, they were forced to dash about the mountains, a most tormenting experience. During the pursuit, scenes often unfolded wherein a half-beast would suddenly halt, clutching its stomach and rolling on the ground, wailing, having succumbed to appendicitis, provoking laughter among the pursuing cavalry who nearly fell from their mounts. If it were merely during meal times, it would be one thing. Yet it was evident that Sterling was exceedingly courteous and considerate towards the rebels. Upon rising in the morning, he would come over to utter a good morning. At noon, he would arrive to extend his greetings. In the afternoon, he would invite everyone for afternoon tea, and before retiring for the night, he would still come to say good night. Even in the dead of night, he would concernedly check on whether everyone was sleeping soundly. Though his manner was somewhat brusque, wielding thousands of sabers, he expressed his affection and friendship. Sterling's assaults became increasingly frequent, often, as one troop had just departed, another would already appear, leaving many exhausted rebel soldiers preferring captivity over further flight. The remaining ones wondered, does Sterling's army never tire? Sterling divided his 30,000 cavalry into 6 battalions, each consisting of 5,000 men, launching successive attacks to ensure that each unit maintained ample strength. He also specifically instructed, there is no need for total annihilation, allow the rebels a path of escape, with the advantageous mobility of his cavalry. Regardless of how frantically the rebels fled, Sterling kept his main force within a mere 10 kilometers of them. Pursuing a weaker army was far more perilous than engaging a stronger foe. And yet he divided his own forces, a strategy that defied all established military wisdom. Had this arrangement not been orchestrated by the renowned General Sterling, and had it not succeeded, it would surely have drawn the ire of military historians who would unanimously condemn it as foolhardy. Now, they could only sigh and label it a miracle, scrambling to find theoretical justification to extol the brilliance of Sterling's leadership. After all, whenever events unfold, seasoned historians will inevitably declare them as destined occurrences. Sterling himself recognized that this pursuit, though seemingly perilous, was, in actuality, quite safe. Under such relentless pressure, even if the rebels attempted to set traps or ambushes, they would be too exhausted to do so. Suffering numerous raids and harassments daily, they found it impossible to eat or sleep, their numbers and morale waning with each passing day. They had no time or energy to concoct schemes, consumed as they were with simply fleeing. This pursuit, later dubbed the Great Race of the Far East, traversed 6 provinces over 3,000 kilometers, lasting 23 days from August 12th, when the rebels boasted 1 million at the gates of Valin. Though estimates by the deputy commander of the Far Eastern Army, Luo Bo and Lin Bing, suggested at least 700,000. To September 5th, when fewer than 100,000 bedraggled rebels retreated to the source of the insurrection in Yun province, Thus, Sterling avenged his family's army for the defeat at Chishui Beach, methodically peeling away the hundreds of thousands of rebel forces like so many potato skins that it was as if a dazzling new star was rising in the eastern fringes of the continent, under the intense glow. From the demonic fortress of the Kingdom of the Demon Clan in the farthest east to the western capital of the Lufeng family, from the command center in the imperial capital to the rebel caverns and forests of the Far East. People across the continent, in myriad languages and expressions, echoed the same name, the Tiger of Zichuan, Sterling. In the early days of September in the year 779 of the Empire, in response to a call to arms from the command center, the first batch of 200,000 conscripted reserve troops from 56 provinces gathered in the imperial capital, preparing to march to the battlefields of the Far East. The reserve officers and soldiers hailed from diverse provinces and regions, speaking with peculiar accents and dialects, sporting fearsome beards, and donning an array of bizarre outfits. Soldiers from urban poverty appeared ragged, resembling beggars. Young gentlemen were attired in luxurious tailcoats, as if attending a banquet. Rural gentry donned rusted battle armor that seemed of such ancient lineage it could have been pilfered from a museum, riding horses that had long since earned the right to retire. On one occasion, Zichuan Xiu even spotted an elderly man laboriously carrying a 50-kilogram machete, wheezing with each step, and he maliciously speculated, what on earth does he intend to do with that? Even for suicide, he seems too weak. They brandished an assortment of fearsome banners, participating in the review ceremony. Names like Death's Daredevil Brigade, Skull Vengeance Corps, and even a contingent from the province of Loxinwai. Self-styled Annihilation Volunteers. In terms of outward appearance, they exhibited a ferocity tenfold greater than the frontline soldiers, and their confidence was 1,000,000 times that of the men at the front, waving their staffs dismissively, proclaiming, "Those wretched commoners of the Far East need not trouble us noblemen to lift a blade. I could dispatch them all with just a flick of my staff." President Luo Minghai had always considered himself a person of great culture and patience. His primary duty each day consisted of reviewing a motley array of conscripted troops from all corners of the land, as each crooked infantry formation passed before the dais. The barren review ground would inevitably be left littered with a multitude of discarded shoes. The soldiers in the back stepped on those in front during drills. The other officials present bore strange expressions, caught between laughter and restraint, their faces turning blue with the effort, while only President Luo Minghai could maintain his composure, delivering speeches to the former owners of the shoes, praising their diligence in practice, never forgetting national defense, thanking them for their unyielding loyalty, stepping forward in the family's time of peril, and encouraging them to fight valiantly against the enemy and achieve great deeds. The soldiers responded with hearty cheers of "Long live the family" and "Long live the commander," as if the discarded shoes basking under the sun on the barren playground were of no consequence. Luo Minghai truly felt as if he were of saintly virtue. However, on September 10th, when the militia from Jisan province ambled past the review stand in casual attire, puffing cigars, and strolling as if on a leisurely outing, even the saint could no longer contain himself. Their banners were smeared and appeared akin to ghost-catching talismans, requiring a magnifying glass to discern what seemed to be a character resembling Shdo. Who is that elderly man with the greenish complexion? He seems oddly familiar. Are you really that dim? Have you never seen the news? That's President Luo Minghai, a big shot. Oh dear, I had no idea our Xiu battalion travel group had such entertainment planned. Had I known, I would have brought my camera for a photo. President, smile for us, please. Look, everyone, the president can smile. His nose even twitches when he does. How curious. Did you see? He can even speak. His lips are moving like a fish gasping for air. Where are you going? This is a rare opportunity. I must get President Luo's autograph. Luo Minghai stifled his rage, striving for calm as he asked Zichuan Xiu, "Could you kindly inform me what those individuals below are?" He gestured towards the militia, his hand motion akin to pointing at a lump of dog excrement on the sidewalk. Zichuan Xiu stood upright, offering the president a succinct and impeccably accurate reply. "Humans," before swiftly darting away through the back door. The stoic Luo Minghai refrained from erupting in anger on the spot. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at the Inspector General, Diling, who stood nearby, then looked skyward as if conversing with the heavens rather than addressing Inspector Diling. What measures will the inspectorate take regarding Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu's evident negligence in the conscription of the militia? Diling chuckled, sipped his strong tea, and replied nonchalantly, "He has character. I like it." Rising from his seat, he exited the review ground, deliberately avoiding a glance at Luo Minghai, whose complexion had turned the color of a pig's liver. Zichuan Xiu, having returned home in a state of disarray, sighed in relief. "That was close. I nearly got caught by Luo Minghai." Zichuan Ning brought him a cup of hot tea. "I heard that our esteemed President Luo Minghai suddenly collapsed from high blood pressure during the review. This isn't related to you, is it, brother? The weather is quite warm, and with President Luo's high blood pressure and his excessive workload, he ought to take better care of his health." Zichuan Xiu feigned a look of deep concern, inwardly wishing for all the gods he knew, whether they believed or not, to bestow their blessings. "Please, let the president fall ill and never recover." Bai Chuan hurried in. "Sir, trouble is brewing. Our soldiers have mutinied again. Will they never cease? Last Monday, they complained about the food. Wednesday, they grumbled about the lack of exotic dancers. This is their second mutiny. Now they can eat well, drink spicy food, and attend strip shows every night, yet they still want a mutiny. Oh, sir, they say the dancing girls lack allure and aren't sufficiently seductive. These rascals demand that I perform such dances myself. They ought to be punished." Bai Chuan blustered angrily, then hesitated. "But I must admit, their taste isn't entirely misplaced." "Bah, what taste? Ridiculous. They've only been soldiers for 3 days, and they already think a sow has transformed into a fairy." Zichuan Xiu ignored Bai Chuan's expression, continuing, "However, as an officer, one should show consideration for subordinates, otherwise. Who will fight for you in the future? Bai Chuan, why not make a small sacrifice? This is entirely for the greater good of the family, to restore peace to the Far East swiftly. For the hopes of the people. Sir, please, when you speak such lofty rhetoric, could you refrain from drooling? It lacks any persuasive power. Oh, I became too emotional thinking of the family's ambitions. In summary, I shall endeavor to fulfill the requests of those valiant warriors who are about to march into battle for their country." "What else do they demand?" "They also mentioned that Miss Zichuan Ning should come to perform a seductive dance. My lord, are you unwell? Inform my elder brother, Diling, and summon the gendarmes from the inspection bureau to quell this band of lewd ruffians. Better to eradicate them all." 2 weeks after the Battle of Valin. Following Sterling, the family leader Ming Hui led a formidable legion, the Black Banner Army, from the western borders of the family through the Valin fortress into the Far East to quell the rebellion. Initially, it was supposed to be commanded by Fang Jing, but due to an unexpected illness, he was unable to lead the troops, leaving Ming Hui to take charge of the Black Banner Army, since Ming Hui's legion entered the Far East. The family leadership has faced 2 starkly contrasting dilemmas. On one hand, Sterling's Central Army has been surging relentlessly along the northern route, unstoppable. On the other hand, Ming Hui's Black Banner Army has been advancing with the sluggishness of an old ox dragging a cart. 2 weeks have passed, and the 120,000 soldiers of the Black Banner Army remain stalled at the first provincial area outside Valin, engaged in sporadic skirmishes with small groups of rebels, advancing a step only to retreat too. Zichuan Xiu described Ming Hui's pace as, "Even a healthy snail could outpace him." Commander Luo Minghai could hardly contain his frustration, wishing he could fly over and whip Ming Hui into action. Yet Ming Hui defended his inertia with conviction. "If I were to recklessly charge forward and replicate the defeat at the Redwater Shoal, who would bear the consequences? No one could shoulder that burden." Thus Ming Hui's procrastination became all the more justified. In his previous encounters with the formidable Lufeng Shuang, his cautiousness and swiftness had granted him an undefeated record. Now, he seemed intent on embodying that prudence to the utmost. Every hill might conceal a rebel stronghold. Every grove could harbor hidden ambushers, and every road might be rife with traps. Even the mere act of lifting a stone by the roadside could unleash 2 or 3 elusive rebel soldiers, grinning maniacally at him. However, it would be erroneous to claim that Ming Hui was idle. When confronted with a dozen disoriented stragglers fleeing from Valin City, he dramatically declared, "Encountered the rebel main force of 200,000. When a sentry was bitten by a snake hidden in the grass, the next day Ming Hui hastily reported to the command center. "The Serpent Kin have launched a large-scale assault. Our forces have suffered heavy casualties. We must halt our advance and regroup." Eventually, the command center found themselves in a state of exasperation with Ming Hui's battle reports. On the first day, "We slew 1 million Serpent Kin." On the second day, "We vanquished 2 million half-orcs." On the third day, 3 million. In comparison, Sterling's victory at Valin seemed almost trivial. The total number of all races in the Far East combined and multiplied by 2 did not suffice to match the number Ming Hui had slain in just 2 weeks. Yet, paradoxically, there still remained 5 million rebels fiercely obstructing his progress. In contrast, Sterling's battle reports appeared significantly more credible, evoking tears from those who heard them. To the esteemed leader of the Family Command Center, Commander Luo Minghai, our forces reached the Redwater Shoal in Yun Province on September 15th. Central Army Acting Commander Sterling, the Redwater Shoal in Yun Province is neither a military stronghold nor a strategic fortress, but the industrious Commander Sterling, unaware that he has already been formally appointed, took the exceptional step of dedicating time to compose a battle report for the command center. Underscoring the immense historical significance of this area being re-established under family control. In the summer of the 779th year of the Empire, this insignificant place, scarcely marked on maps, brought nightmarish memories to the Zichuan family. A month prior, 300,000 elite troops of the family in the Far East had engaged in an unprecedented battle with 500,000 rebellious civilians and 150,000 Leihong rebels on this narrow plain. Fragmented by rivers and hills, the family military historian Tang Chuan remarked on the Redwater Shoal. It was here that the Zichuan family lost 230,000 loyal and valiant soldiers, the 2-century-long dominion of the Zichuan family over the Far East. The glory and dreams of 7 generations, the right to dominate the West Sichuan continent, all of it, was mercilessly shattered the moment the Leihong army appeared on the Redwater Shoal plain. The defeat at the Redwater Shoal led to the Zichuan family's decline, sparking a series of subsequent calamities. The Redwater Shoal can thus be regarded as the turning point of the Zichuan family's fate from strength to weakness. Sterling was struck by the sight before him. A scene of carnage. The vast plain at the foot of the mountain was strewn with the bodies of those clad in tattered armor, the once proud ironclad cavalry of the family now reduced to mere corpses lying in the wilderness. Whether out of hatred or boastfulness, the victors of the Battle of Redwater Shoal showed no mercy in burying their fallen foes. From several kilometers away, the acrid stench of decaying bodies was unbearable. Countless shattered spears and broken weapons extended to the horizon, while in the distance, a tattered flag stood crookedly against the setting sun, the evening breeze rustling its fabric, still faintly revealing the words Far East Cavalry. Though the flag remained, the soldier who bore it had long since turned to dust. A multitude of carrion-eating vultures soared overhead, their cries echoing, as if to celebrate their good fortune. That a surge of unnameable anger surged through Sterling, who drew his bow and shot down several of the screeching vultures, exhaling a heavy sigh. The senior officers behind him glanced uneasily at this usually calm and composed young commander, puzzled by his sudden volatility. "Cease our advance. We shall bury our fallen comrades. They died for their country. We cannot leave them to rot in the wilderness." The officers stirred uneasily, with the commander of the 3rd Cavalry Division, Ma Yuan, suggesting, "My lord, this will delay us significantly. We will not catch up to the rebels." Sterling coldly retorted, "Are we capable of catching up now?" 10 days prior, Sterling had led 20,000 Central Army cavalry in pursuit of the rebel main force into Yun Province. Since entering the province, the rebels had moved with the agility of fish in water. This was their territory, their homeland, and they navigated the terrain as though it were their own room. Conversely, the steep mountains and rugged paths of Yun Province made advancement difficult for the pursuing cavalry, compounded by their unfamiliarity with the landscape, resulting in the entire army often finding themselves retracing their steps back to their previous night's campfire after a long day of arduous travel. Their only guide was a 20-year-old Far East travel manual, which indicated a river where roads were marked, but only remnants of wooden stakes remained where bridges once stood, and it claimed that a certain location was picturesque, with a pleasant environment, ideal for camping. Had they not been swift, the 20,000 soldiers would have been buried alive in a mudslide that very night. Sterling was incensed to discover that this error-ridden map was a pirated version. Sterling had also considered hiring local guides, but regardless of the exorbitant offers he made, the villagers merely gazed at him with blank stares, as if he were a fool, or perhaps they were the fools. Their vacant expressions sent chills down his spine. After much effort, an elderly half-orc volunteered to lead the army, only to lead an entire squadron into a swamp, with not a single soul returning alive. Thus, Sterling abandoned the idea of hiring local guides. Watching helplessly as the enemy's retreating soldiers grew ever more distant, until they finally vanished from sight, The army's sluggish progress was further exacerbated by the local populace's hostility towards the family. The Great Rebellion in the Far East had originated in the Shaluo province, but had gained its greatest momentum in Yun province. Upon hearing the news of the uprising, the entirety of Yun province united as one. Swiftly responding, young men immediately seized makeshift weapons and charged at the local garrison, subsequently besieging the provincial capital, slaughtering the tens of thousands of trapped soldiers and civilians. The provincial governor, Yang Liqing, surrendered when the red flag was raised, only to be tortured for 3 days by the rebels before they finally granted him mercy in death. That it could be said that the entire province was either rebel forces or relatives of the rebels. Though Sterling had mentally prepared himself for this, he was still taken aback by the fervent welcome the residents of Yun province extended to their arrival. Within 12 hours, the advanced scouts encountered hundreds of attacks, ambushes, and traps, ranging from massive groups of over 1,000 to individual suicide assaults. As the troops marched forward, arrows would occasionally rain down from the grass, while javelins would fly out from the trees when the army stopped to camp. The clamor of drums and gongs filled the air, leaving them with no moment of peace, and when sentinels were dispatched to investigate, they either found nothing or returned without a single survivor. Upon examining the prisoners of war, Sterling was deeply shocked. Nearly all were elderly, women, and children, with not a single able-bodied man among them. Where had their men gone? The answer was painfully clear. Sterling finally understood why. Despite the cunning of Luo Bo and the bravery of Lin Bing, combined with the valiant prowess of the soldiers in the Far East Army, they had still faced defeat at the Redwater Shoal. When a race has resolved to resist to the death, the destructive power they unleash is truly formidable. Sterling pondered, what caused the Zichuan family, after governing this land with benevolence for 200 years, to provoke every living soul here to expend their last breath in opposition to us? Where did we go wrong? Yet, the steadfast loyalty of a devoted servant of the family restrained him from further seeking answers. Sterling firmly believed in the principle: a soldier should not interfere in politics. An army with thoughts is a harbinger of a nation's demise. Ma Yuan, please cease your chatter. The officers exchanged glances, understanding that Lord Sterling's mood was quite foul today. They cautioned themselves to avoid provoking him, yet they were all somewhat at a loss regarding Sterling's intentions. He neither pursued the enemy nor seemed prepared to retreat. The officers had long contemplated withdrawal. This solitary cavalry unit had advanced too deeply, leaving infantry and supplies thousands of kilometers behind. Within 1,000 kilometers, there were only rebels, an endless tide of insurgents, the brutish half-orcs, the treacherous serpent folk, the ambush-loving dwarves, the cruel demon kin, and the howling dragon clans. The sole motivation for the army to continue its advance was Sterling's unwavering resolve. As the commander of the Central Army, he shared the same rations and hardships as his soldiers. Gnawing on unpalatable wild greens, rolling in the muddy grass, fighting as if he were an ordinary soldier, he tirelessly checked on the troops at night, personally overseeing shifts, being the last to sleep and the first to rise each day. The soldiers adored Sterling, wholeheartedly supporting him and diligently executing each order he issued. However, the mid-level officers sensed danger. No matter how high morale soared, an army could not depend solely on spirit for victory. Officers frequently approached Sterling, urging, "My lord, it is time to withdraw. We have already achieved significant military victories, defeating hundreds of thousands of rebels. Our accomplishments are substantial. My lord, let the troops rest. They have been fighting continuously for nearly 50 days and have marched 5,000 miles." Each time they came, Sterling listened intently, occasionally offering affirmations. "Indeed, that is true. I share your thoughts." Yet, when it came to the arrangements for the next day's actions, he always dismissed their concerns with a simple phrase: "No changes to the original plan." Consequently, the officers grumbled. Some deemed Sterling too harsh, while others believed he was sacrificing the lives of soldiers for the sake of glory and promotion. Even Commander Luo Minghai from the Central Command wrote to him every few days, cautioning him, "What is your true intention? If you recklessly seek glory and advance, should anything akin to the Redwater Marsh incident occur, a military tribunal awaits you." In the face of misunderstandings from his subordinates and the reprimands of the command, Sterling remained silent, choosing not to defend himself, for in his eyes, personal honor and disgrace were insignificant. What troubled him was the fact that despite numerous victories and the defeat of many rebel factions, the situation had not improved one bit. The Far East remained engulfed in flames of war, with rebellions erupting incessantly, as Commander Diling stated in his letter. 100 victories cannot alter the course of fate. A single defeat brings catastrophe. His current position was akin to walking on thin ice. Using a meager force to restrain and deter hundreds of thousands of rebels, not to mention the millions of civilians in the Far East eager to join the rebellion, he could only afford to win, not lose. Although they had vanquished hundreds of thousands of insurgents, Sterling understood that this was of little consequence. The rebels were like a hydra. For every one slain, several more would emerge. They fell easily, but at the slightest disturbance, they could regroup swiftly. The question remained, where was the decisive battlefield? Thus, he firmly believed that the only way to quell the rebellion was to strike at its source. To engage the rebels in a fierce battle, and to eradicate the roots of insurrection in one fell swoop. Now, although the rebels appeared severely weakened after their defeat, Sterling was acutely aware that their strength remained formidable. They were merely stunned by his rapid and unexpected assault. Once they regained their senses, their families would pay 100-fold in blood to quell the rebellion. At this moment, the only one who understood Sterling was General Zichuan Xiu, who wrote to him with a single sentence, "I worry for your understanding. I know your heart." Upon reading the letter, Sterling could not help but be moved to tears. Though he sought no reward for his sacrifices, he felt his earnest dedication to his family had finally been acknowledged by the general. In life, one seeks but a single confidant. The perils of battle, the tragic dedication, the relentless toil, and the anguish of being misunderstood now seemed not in vain. After a moment of hesitation, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division, when he posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds, "My lord, what shall we do next?" Sterling did not respond. Instead, he turned to gaze upon the mass of soldiers behind him. They were hungry, gaunt, exhausted, and their tattered uniforms were in shreds. They walked like specters rather than men, their trembling hands barely able to grasp their spears and rifles, appearing as a skeletal cavalry clad in iron. Riding skeletal steeds, compared to the time they had departed the imperial capital, full of vigor and clad in shining armor, they had become unrecognizable. This troop had shrunk drastically. Gazing upon the young, haggard faces and the determined eyes, he thought of the many more young men, equally resolute, who now lay eternally in lands far from their families and loved ones, along the 3,000 miles from the foot of Fort Valent to the Redwater Marsh in Yun Province. A cross marking the resting place of a child of the imperial capital stood every 50 meters. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over Sterling. What right did he have to demand that these children pay with their lives for his stubbornness? To lead his soldiers, who cherished him, down the path of death, was this not a sin? For the sake of the family's strength and unity, for the early restoration of peace in the Far East. Had the sacrifices made by the Central Army been excessive? Was his judgment sound? Was there truly a decisive battle capable of altering the entire situation in the Far East? Could such an army endure another major engagement? Turning to face the entire army, Sterling's hoarse voice resonated clearly in the ears of every soldier. "Soldiers, before us lie the fallen comrades of the Far Eastern Army, who fought valiantly and sacrificed themselves for our nation. What we must do now is bury their remains, and then," Sterling closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks, "we shall withdraw." A stir arose among the soldiers, but under the strict discipline, no one uttered a sound. "Soldiers, for over a month, you have endured 7 major battles, 25 field engagements, and 210 skirmishes, without a single defeat. The number of enemies you have vanquished is 20 times your own ranks. Your performance has brought pride to the entire Zichuan family, adding glory to the family eagle's banner at the ends of the earth. Youth shall not be squandered, nor shall our fervor be wasted. Trust that the family will not forget your loyalty and courage. I implore you all to continue your unwavering efforts. In this time of peril, the Zichuan family needs you. On behalf of the family, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, brothers." Sterling solemnly saluted the entire army, and in response, a thunderous roar erupted. "We shall follow you, my lord." On the 15th of September in the year 779 of the Empire, Sterling led the Central Army to occupy the Redwater Marsh in Yun Province. That day, Sterling took the initiative to withdraw from the Redwater Marsh, leaving Yun Province and concluding this frenzied pursuit. On the 21st of September, the rebels, having received reinforcements from the heart of the insurrection, launched a frenzied counterattack, attempting to sweep across the Far East once more. However, after resting and receiving reinforcements, Sterling tenaciously held the main road through the mountains of Yun Province. gripping the throat of the rebellious dragon and trapping it within the borders of Yun Province. 50,000 central troops engaged in a back-and-forth tug-of-war with 200,000 rebellious civilians in the jungles of the Yun Province mountains. Should the rebels breach this exit, a vast plain lay ahead. The command ordered the Minghui troops to urgently reinforce Sterling, ensuring that the main body of the rebels could not break free from Yun Province. While simultaneously dispatching the first batch of militia forces towards the Far East, Part 2, the three heroes of Zichuan Chapter 3, an unexpected visitor on the 16th of September. Within the capital city, amidst a tempestuous night, an unexpected guest arrived at the residence of Zichuan Ning. The visitor directly inquired, "Is a Xiu residing here?" Zichuan Ning warily regarded the newcomer. A captivating and mature woman, who affectionately spoke of a Xiu. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "May I inquire why you are looking for him?" "Oh, I am his former mistress, here to demand alimony and compensation for lost youth." The teacup in Zichuan Ning's hand shattered with a loud crash. Noticing her pale complexion, the visitor laughed heartily and nonchalantly remarked, "Just a joke, but you truly lack a sense of humor." Before Zichuan Ning could regain her composure, the visitor set down her teacup and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "You must be Miss Zichuan Ning, correct? I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I am Lin Bing, the Deputy Commander of the Far Eastern Army, and I urgently seek an audience with Lord Zichuan Xiu. I kindly request you to relay my message." Zichuan Ning let out a sigh of relief. Momentarily at ease, only to be pulled back into despair by Lin Bing's next words, "I have come solely for official business. As for the alimony and compensation, we can discuss that another day." Zichuan Ning stood and instructed a servant to awaken Zichuan Xiu. Murmuring to herself, "Now I understand why the Far East has revolted." Upon seeing Lin Bing, Zichuan Xiu instinctively leapt up to salute. During the Far Eastern period, he had always held great respect for his candid and cheerful female superior. Lin Bing returned the gesture, saying, "You are too kind, Lord Shouchuan. We are of equal rank, both deputy commanders, so there is no need for such formality. Though the titles may be identical, significant distinctions exist between the deputy commanders. For instance, a figure like Lin Bing, who wields substantial power within a grand army, commands hundreds of thousands of troops, and oversees a population of millions, effectively making her a regional warlord. In contrast, a deputy like Zichuan Xiu remains uncertain about receiving his salary for the next month. Zichuan Xiu earnestly declares, "No matter the time, you shall always be my superior." Lin Bing claps her hands and responds, "As long as you do not forget your roots." "That is commendable," she states directly. "I require your assistance in rescuing Luo Bo. He is in trouble." During the Eastern Rebellion, Luo Bo and Lin Bing valiantly defended the Valin fortress against 1,000,000 insurgents with their battered troops. Desperately awaiting reinforcements, they teetered on the brink of despair, contemplating self-harm, when they finally received the arrival of Sterling's Central Army, accompanied by a military law investigation team from the Inspection Bureau. That a cadre of ruthless judges sought to hold someone accountable for the defeat at Chishui Beach. To protect his comrades, Eastern Army Chief Luo Bo courageously took full responsibility upon himself, despite the officers of the Eastern Army repeatedly arguing in his favor and the soldiers vociferously protesting. The judges unceremoniously seized the still-injured Luo Bo from his sickbed and escorted him to the imperial capital to face a military tribunal. Lin Bing quickly followed the judicial team to the capital. Intent on rescuing Luo Bo, however, with the death of Commander Guingxing, the Eastern Army's leadership had lost its most esteemed and influential representative within the family's decision-making core. Lin Bing, filled with indignation, remarked, "The Eastern Army now resembles an orphan child, neglected and uncared for, vulnerable to anyone's bullying." Particularly upon discovering that this case was manipulated by President Ling Luo Minghai, no one dared to intervene. In her desperation, Lin Bing suddenly recalled that Luo Bo had a subordinate, Zichuan Xiu, known for his penchant for pilfering liquor, who also held a deputy position in the capital, although it was said that he was not faring particularly well. She thought it worth a shot in this so-called desperate times call for desperate measures. Zichuan Xiu's expression darkened. Luo Bo had been his direct superior during his time in the Eastern Army. In his youth, when Yang Minghua sought to harm him, it was Luo Bo, along with Commander Guingxing and other Eastern Army leaders, who had sheltered him. Rising from a convicted exile to a senior officer of flag rank in just 6 years was no small feat. And his advancement was significantly due to Luobo's intentional mentorship. Indeed, apart from the late Commander Guangxing, Luobo had bestowed upon him the greatest kindness. He resolutely affirmed, "Lord Luo's kindness is as immense as a mountain. I shall exert every effort." Lin Bing gazed at Zichuan Xiu's unwavering conviction. Warmth swelling in her heart. In recent days, she had encountered too many instances of human indifference and societal coldness. Each plea for help had been met with insincere evasions. Let me think it over, or trust that the family leaders and the esteemed general will be wise and will not wrong the innocent. You should return and await news. There were even cold remarks. 300,000 have perished, and you say Luobo is innocent. Then you must bear responsibility. Worry about yourself first. One particularly despicable individual, sporting a wicked grin, leered, "What relation do you have with Luobo, that you toil so hard for that old fool?" He then leered at Lin Bing's voluptuous figure, drawing closer. "Deputy Lin, I feel we have a special connection. If only you would agree to assist me with Luobo's situation." Before he could finish, Lin Bing's stiletto heel had already struck his face. In those few days, this was the first time she had heard such resolute support. Albeit from a powerless deputy, yet it imbued her with immense moral encouragement. Zichuan Xiu and Zichuan Ning exchanged astonished glances as they noticed Lin Bing's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zichuan Xiu, perplexed, asked, "My lord, you..." He found himself at a loss for words. Zichuan Ning, while not fully grasping the situation, understood Lin Bing's emotional state. She discreetly offered a handkerchief. Lin Bing took it to dab her eyes. Quickly regaining composure, "I apologize. The wind has stirred up dust in my eyes." Zichuan Xiu and Zichuan Ning nodded in acceptance of her clumsy excuse. Lin Bing shifted the conversation. "Xiu, Luobo has not misjudged you. Commander Guangxing did not misjudge you either. He held great expectations for you." As she spoke of the deceased commander of the Eastern Army, her expression revealed profound admiration mixed with an indescribable sadness. Zichuan Xiu speculated silently. Lin Bing's relationship with Commander Guangxing might transcend mere superior-subordinate dynamics. "I was by his side when he passed. And he mentioned you, saying that you alone could stabilize the Zichuan family for a century." Zichuan Xiu beamed with joy, though he modestly replied, "That is merely the commander's misplaced affection. How could that be?" His face radiated pride, and he gestured to Zichuan Ning, clearly indicating, "Look at how they speak of me." Lin Bing nodded. "I too believe it to be improbable." By that time, the commander was not entirely lucid. Zichuan Ning chuckled softly. The commander also mentioned that after his death, Yang Minghua would likely become uncontrollable. Expressing concern that you might not be able to contend with him, he instructed that if such a day were to come, the box should be entrusted to Zichuan Xiu, allowing him to find its owner and eliminate Yang Minghua. These were the commander's exact words. "I do not fully comprehend their meaning, but he said you would understand." Lin Bing presented a small black box, adorned with a golden pattern of a gold iris, unmistakably an ancient artifact. 200 years ago, the illustrious Lin dynasty of the Bright Empire had proudly adopted the gold iris as its emblem. Zichuan Xiu received it with both hands, deeply moved. In his final moments, Commander Guangxing had still been concerned about the greater good of the family, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. How can one evaluate such heartfelt fidelity? Yet, the unpredictability of life often exceeds one's imagination. The victory of Zichuan Xiu amidst the chaos of the capital and the rapid downfall of Yang Minghua were events even the sagacious Commander Guangxing could not have foreseen. After Lin Bing departed, Zichuan Ning, unable to contain her curiosity, grasped Zichuan Xiu's arm and bombarded him with questions. "Whom did the commander ask you to find?" At that time, Yang Minghua wielded immense power. Who could simply eliminate him? "Is this box an antiquity? Who is its owner?" Zichuan Xiu carefully stowed the box away, feeling overwhelmed by Zichuan Ning's relentless inquiries, and merely uttered 4 words, "Sui Jiaming Wang." Zichuan Ning gasped in surprise and immediately fell silent. Throughout history, countless heroes have emerged, each leaving their mark over decades. In the tumultuous history of the West River continent, numerous martial arts masters have risen, with the Zichuan clan, known for its flourishing martial traditions, presenting a first master in every generation, much like the recently deceased Lei Xu. In this light, Zichuan Xiu, Sterling, and Diling, who jointly vanquished Lei Sun, each could be regarded as a third of the first master. Similarly, the Lu Feng clan, which has rivaled the Zichuan family for centuries, boasts its own first master. Zichuan Xiu once jested, after centuries of accumulation, all the first masters could form a sect. Yet among all these masters, only one has garnered universal recognition across the continent from all factions. The Lin clan's first master, Zui Jiaming Wang, a figure who has lived for over 3 centuries. Zui Jiaming rose to prominence during the twilight of the Bright Empire, displaying extraordinary talent, and at the tender age of 21 was appointed as the national master by the last emperor of the empire, Lin Jiani, who held him in high regard, even bestowing upon him the title of a Jiaming Wang, Zui Jiaming. Feeling immense gratitude for the empire's recognition, vowed his allegiance. However, a rift soon emerged between Zui Jiaming Wang and the Bright Dynasty, the true reasons for which remain shrouded in mystery to this day. Some assert that it was due to the jealousy of General Lu Danyan, who conspired against Zui Jiaming Wang. Others believe it stemmed from an affair involving Zui Jiaming Wang and a captivating concubine of Lin Jiani, this narrative being the most legendary and popular version. As tales of heroes and beautiful women, along with the intrigues of lovers, never fail to captivate. Yet, one undeniable historical fact remains. When the fateful Battle of Blue River unfolded, determining the destiny of the Bright Empire, the most formidable master, Zui Jiaming Wang, was fishing 10,000 miles away on the Jiaxi coast. The last emperor, Lin Jiani, along with General Lu Danyan and 50,000 main forces of the empire, all perished on the Blue River battlefield. A week after the battle, a young man clad in white appeared at the gates of the victorious demon army, boldly calling out the name of their commander, challenging him to single combat. This audacious act elicited uproarious laughter from the demon troops, who dismissed him as a fool. Having just obliterated humanity's last and strongest forces, they were on the brink of total domination. Yet here stood this idiot demanding a duel. When the demon commander, Yun Long, received the report of his subordinate's laughter, he merely replied without raising his head, "Kill him." In an instant, 3,000 demon soldiers lay slain, as the overwhelming array of demon forces and their myriad weapons could not so much as impede the advance of the white-clad figure, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. When the figure entered the command tent, still clad in white, Yun Long maintained his composure. "Such impressive skills. May I ask your esteemed name? The human race is weak. Their time is up. Why not join our divine clan to forge a new future together? Glory and wealth." Indulging in desires, he spoke in the language of the demon clan. Zui Jiaming Wang furrowed his brow and candidly admitted, "I do not comprehend." He drew his sword, thrust it, wiped it clean, sheathed it, and turned to leave with a dignified stride. The 100,000 demon soldiers watching were rendered speechless, intimidated by his imposing presence, and none dared to intervene. A demon officer, who understood the human language, documented the incident and recorded it in the demon clan's historical tome, Shundian. Since the fall of the Light Empire, Zui Jiaming Wang had become a coveted talent sought after by various forces across the continent. However, he graciously declined the invitations and bribes from the likes of Zichuan Xiu, Lu Fenghong, and Ming Lin, stating, "I have no intention of pursuing a career in politics." Yet, when Lin Jianyi's daughter, the 7-year-old Princess Lin Fengxi, sought him out after enduring relentless pursuit, pleading, "Uncle Zwajia, we are at our wits' end. Please help us." Zui Jiaming Wang gazed intently at the innocent girl for a moment before responding, "Very well." This action astonished onlookers. Ming Lin, who had been rebuffed, indignantly exclaimed, "How incomprehensible! The Lin family possesses neither wealth nor strength. That fellow Zui Jiaming must be a twisted pedophile." Upon hearing this, Zui Jiaming merely scoffed coldly. A week later, Ming Lin met an inexplicable demise within the heavily guarded confines of his castle, devoid of any visible wounds or discernible illness. Seizing the opportunity, the predatory Zichuan Xiu and Lu Fenghong quickly allied to annihilate the Ming Lin family and divide their territory. Thus, the Lin family, known for their remarkable wealth despite lacking military might, established themselves amidst the chaotic feudal wars characterized by the strong preying on the weak. The Lin family, akin to a plump pig wandering the streets, became a target of envy, yet everyone recognized that behind them stood the unparalleled master, Zui Jiaming Wang. Of course, over the centuries, some remained undeterred by danger, such as Lu Feng's 4th-generation patriarch, Lu Fengrui, who, upon observing the Lin family's lack of an army despite possessing the most fertile lands in the continent, succumbed to temptation and commanded the annexation of the Lin family. Lu Feng's forces effortlessly invaded the Lin family's capital, Heqiu, which offered little resistance. Zichuan Xiu, unperturbed, swiftly eliminated the fiercely resisting Lu Fengrui. Succeeding him was Lu Fengli, whose motto was, "The meat consumed shall never be regurgitated." He resolutely refused to withdraw troops from the Lin family's territory, mobilizing the elite Lu Feng knights to defend the family palace, determined to engage Zichuan Xiu in a decisive battle. Ultimately, Lu Fengli met a similar fate, with half of the over 7,000 knights of the Lu Feng Knights, representing the pinnacle of their martial prowess, either dead or grievously injured. Within a week, the Lu Feng family welcomed their third patriarch, Lu Fengdi, who, lamenting his misfortune, was reluctantly coerced into assuming the scorching mantle of leadership by his unsympathetic kin. "I would rather die than take up this role," he exclaimed. The elder ministers and nobles of the Lu Feng clan unanimously insisted, "Even if it leads to death, you must first assume this position." His inaugural decree was, immediately withdraw from Heqiu, fearing that he might delay for even a second and provoke the terrifying Zichuan once more. From that moment forth, no one dared to offend the Lin family. This incident solidified Zichuan unassailable status as the greatest master of humanity. This story transpired over a century ago, yet it remains one of the most classic and legendary tales of the continent. After that, Zichuan departed Heqiu, wandering the world and disappearing without a trace. No one knew his whereabouts, but all believed he was still alive, faithfully awaiting the fulfillment of his promise, silently serving as the guardian of the Lin family. Whenever anyone dared to insult the Lin clan, they would be met with the unparalleled edge of a legendary sword. Zichuan cautiously inquired, "After all these years, is the esteemed Wang still alive?" Zichuan Xiu replied nonchalantly, "He should still be around, right? That old ghost still owes me a mountain of gambling debts. How could he just up and die?" Zichuan was left dumbfounded. However, Zichuan Xiu was troubled, recalling the boastful claims made in a moment of excitement, pondering how he would now rescue Luo Bo. Presently, the most influential figure in the capital was undoubtedly General Zichuan Qiu. But Zichuan Xiu shook his head. He believed that Zichuan Qiu's feelings for him were as favorable as his own for Zichuan Qiu. As for President Luo Minghai, Zichuan Xiu rolled his eyes, too lazy to even consider him. Looking at Zichuan beside him, Zichuan Xiu shook his head once more. Although Zichuan was the future patriarch of the family, no one took the 17-year-old reserve general seriously. Not even Zichuan Xiu himself. The commander of the Central Military, Sterling, was undoubtedly an excellent candidate. He was an old friend who had recently achieved significant accomplishments and earned the trust of the general, wielding considerable influence over Zichuan Qiu. The only drawback was that he was currently engaged in warfare far away in the east. Distant waters could not quench a nearby thirst. Among the other members of the command, only Fang Jing had a connection with him, yet regrettably, he was ill and recuperating at home, absent from the capital. After much contemplation, Zichuan Xiu could only think of one person, the highly trusted, powerful, and authoritative Inspector General, Emperor Lin, who wielded oversight over military tribunals, and more importantly, was his good friend. However, since the upheaval in the capital, Zichuan Xiu had been intentionally avoiding contact with this good friend. Now, facing a dilemma, would Emperor Lin agree to help? In the capital, if one were to assess the level of security and protection, the general's residence would take the first place, with Emperor Lin in a close second. It was no wonder. After all, he had so many enemies that even he could not keep count. That night, when Zichuan Xiu visited Inspector General Emperor Lin, despite presenting his deputy commander credentials, the dutiful constables thoroughly searched him. To the point of embarrassment, Zichuan Xiu indignantly protested, "Do you need to search my underwear?" The officer humorously replied, "No need. We haven't brought gas masks." It was Lin Xiujia who opened the door, exclaiming with delight, "Ah Xiu, it's you." Zichuan Xiu gazed at her radiant beauty, the youthful charm of her girlhood now enhanced by the glow of a mature woman. He then lowered his gaze, noticing her slightly rounded abdomen, signaling her pregnancy. An overwhelming sense of surrealism washed over him. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, sister-in-law." The complexity of his feelings was truly beyond description. Lin Xiujia appeared genuinely pleased by his visit, ushering him into the room. "Your elder brother just went out. Please wait for him in the study. He will return soon." Zichuan Xiu politely replied, "No need. I can wait in the living room." Lin Xiujia shook her head. Gesturing playfully toward the living room that Zichuan Xiu looked over and saw many guests seated there, all distinguished family officials whose insignias sparkled on their shoulders, yet none were familiar faces. That Zichuan Xiu forced a smile. All right then, and nodded politely to the guests in the living room before following Lin Xiujia into Emperor Lin's study. He failed to notice the resentful expressions of those behind him. Who was this fellow, strutting into the study while they had been waiting so long, without even a cup of tea? In the study, Lin Xiujia invited Zichuan Xiu to sit down, while serving him tea and pastries with her own hands, a task usually reserved for servants. Zichuan Xiu was surprised. So many guests. Is this a common occurrence? In his memory, this seemed inconsistent with Emperor Lin's aloof and proud nature. Lin Xiujia chuckled. There are even more on ordinary days. Tonight, your elder brother has already sent away a batch. The inspectorate just mentioned an urgent matter, prompting your elder brother to hurry back, so we asked them to wait. Oh, what do they want from my brother? Lin Xiujia curled her lip in disdain. Who knows? They are probably here to use backdoor connections. Ever since he became that ridiculous inspector general, he hasn't had a moment of peace. Visitors are always coming. Although Lin Xiujia's tone was one of complaint, her expression conveyed satisfaction. A wife takes pride in her husband's power and respect. Zichuan Xiu felt a flush of embarrassment, knowing that Lin Xiujia's comments were not directed at him. Yet he was indeed there to seek a favor. Lin Xiujia remained oblivious to Zichuan Xiu's discomfort. Honestly, those people are impossible to dismiss and quite bothersome. You are our old friend. Yet you never come to visit us. Even Sterling has dropped by several times, but you haven't come even once. It's not like before. You needn't worry about Yang Minghua knowing. Zichuan Xiu was at a loss for words. Lin Xiujia clearly had no knowledge of the bloody conflict he had with Emperor Lin in the capital. He smiled and replied, I've been busy, but now I'm here, right? All right, enough about that. Xiu, you're getting older. You must be nearly 20 now. I heard from Emperor Lin that you still don't have a girlfriend. That's not good. If you have a type, let your sister-in-law know, and I'll help you find someone. Zichuan Xiu longed to say, I want to find someone just like you. However, what came out was, I haven't given it much thought. Really? You needn't worry about it, sister-in-law. Lin Xiujia tilted her head slyly as she looked at him, her mischievous expression mirroring that of her youth, causing a pang of heartache in Zichuan Xiu. I know you have a certain ideal in your heart. With high standards, and you to stay in the ordinary, Lin Xiujia lowered her voice to inquire, is it that little girl, Aning, from the former general? If you're too shy to speak up, I can take the initiative to propose for you. Zichuan Xiu sputtered tea all over, coughing incessantly, and hurriedly waved his hand. Absolutely not. I appreciate the thought. At that moment, a servant entered and whispered something in Lin Xiujia's ear. She furrowed her brow, and seizing the opportunity, Zichuan Xiu said, Sister-in-law, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I can wait here. Lin Xiujia hesitated for a moment before replying, All right, then make yourself comfortable. Feel free to find something to read. I'll be back shortly, but I suspect your elder brother will return soon as well. After Lin Xiujia exited the study, she closed the door behind her, demonstrating her immense trust in Zichuan Xiu. He watched her figure disappear, revealing an indescribable expression on his face. Turning back, he surveyed Emperor Lin's study and took a seat at the desk, where his eyes fell upon a prominent photograph, an image of Emperor Lin, Sterling, and himself at the Far East Military Academy. The three of them were intimately grouped together, Zichuan Xiu on the left, wearing a playful grin, Emperor Lin in the center, striking a cool pose, and Sterling on the right, smiling gently in some unfathomable way. The arrangement seemed to foreshadow a certain cruel historical fate. The background was a peach orchard, vividly adorned with the colors of spring, where petals floated gently down like a soft rain. Zichuan Xiu recalled that it was on such a spring day that they first encountered Lin Xiujia. On the back of the photograph, a poem penned by Sterling read, The flowers bloom in spring, and youth flourishes. The handwriting was robust, and beneath it were the signatures of Zichuan Xiu, Sterling, and Emperor Lin. Each of them also possessed identical portraits, yet Zichuan Xiu never expected Emperor Lin to cherish it so much. Positioning it in the center of his desk, a warm feeling flowing through his heart, Zichuan Xiu refrained from disturbing the documents on the desk, rising to the window to draw back the curtains, intending to admire Emperor Lin's garden. The light from the study spilled into the garden, and from a distance, Zichuan Xiu spotted two figures conversing deep within. One was Emperor Lin, and the other, to Zichuan Xiu's surprise, was Feng Jing, the commander of the Black Flag Army. Both were skilled men, and they simultaneously sensed each other. Turning to glance back, Emperor Lin, unfazed, glanced at the study's light before returning to his conversation. Zichuan Xiu gently lowered the curtain, but that fleeting moment etched Feng Jing's flustered expression deeply into his mind. Why was he here? Hadn't he claimed to be recuperating at home? After a while, Zichuan Xiu heard a commotion outside, with numerous voices exclaiming, the Inspector General has returned. Working late into the night, it's truly hard on you. Sir. Greetings, sir. Emperor Lin smiled as he greeted the guests at home, while Lin Xiujia approached to help him remove his military coat, playfully chiding, What took you so long? Didn't you see so many people waiting for you? She leaned in to whisper, Hurry and send them off. Xiu is waiting for you in the study. Emperor Lin nodded slightly. Addressing the crowd, I apologize for keeping you all waiting. However, I still have urgent matters from the general to attend to tonight. The guests immediately understood and expressed that their own affairs were of no urgency at all, naturally prioritizing the general's matters, and they took their leave. Emperor Lin entered the study and offered Zichuan Xiu an apologetic smile, saying, There was nothing I could do. Zichuan Xiu teased. Of course, the Inspector General bears the heavy responsibilities of the nation, dealing with countless matters daily. Emperor Lin shook his head. It used to be manageable, but recently, it has been overwhelming, mainly due to that group of summoned militia. Their discipline is atrocious, constantly indulging in alcohol, brawling, and even committing theft and harassing women. It's a complete disaster. The crime rate in the capital has increased fivefold compared to last month. You know, whenever a crime involving soldiers occurs, those lazy officials in the Ministry of Justice always pass the cases to our inspection department to handle. Zichuan Xiu replied sternly. They should be held accountable for the conduct of their commanding officers. How can they lead their troops like this? Emperor Lin replied calmly. Well said. The unit with the most offenses is a certain regiment called Ziyazing, with half of their drunken disturbances, brawls, and harassment of women attributed to them. Tomorrow, I'll summon their commanding officer to get to the bottom of this. Zichuan Xiu immediately fell silent. Lin Xiujia, listening from the side, was bent over in laughter, and Emperor Lin gently embraced her, placing a soft kiss on her. Lin Xiujia, feeling shy, pushed him away, saying, No, Xiu is still here. What are you afraid of? Xiu is not an outsider. Besides, what has he not seen? Zichuan Xiu interjected. I can't take it anymore. I'm very innocent and cannot withstand such scenes. Get lost. Don't pretend to be pure with me. Wasn't it you who lent me those adult books when we were young? Lin Xiujia, gleefully listening from the side, said, You two continue your conversation. I'll get you some snacks. Has Xiu eaten? Emperor Lin replied, I have. Zichuan Xiu said, I haven't. Emperor Lin reminded her, Remember, just one pair of chopsticks will suffice. Zichuan Xiu immediately replied, Right? I'm used to using a spoon and fork now. The dishes were soon laid out. And Emperor Lin told Lin Xiujia, All right, you can go down now. You don't need to stay here with us. Otherwise, someone will claim to be drunk after just half a cup of wine and take advantage of my wife. Zichuan Xiu protested, Do you really not trust me like that? Emperor Lin replied without hesitation, Indeed, I do not trust you. Lin Xiujia beamed. I haven't seen Emperor Lin this happy in ages. You two chat slowly. Call me if you need anything. Watching Lin Xiujia exit the study, the smiles faded from both their faces. Emperor Lin slowly said, Did you see? The question was vague, but Zichuan Xiu quickly understood he was referring to the earlier conversation with Feng Jing in the garden. He shook his head vigorously. No. I didn't see anything. You did see. The statement shifted from a question to an assertion. Zichuan Xiu had no choice but to concede. Yes, I saw. Glancing around, he wondered, could it be that there are already 300 assassins lying in wait after the banquet, just waiting for the host to drop his cup as a signal? Emperor Lin laughed heartily, slamming his glass down with a clang, and smilingly said, The assassin's ears are not so sharp. Xiu, I can see you are troubled. Zichuan Xiu honestly admitted, Indeed. I am. Emperor Lin gazed at him intently and softly asked, Luabwa? Zichuan Xiu was astonished by Emperor Lin's perceptiveness and retorted, You knew? Emperor Lin chuckled, How could I not know? The arrest order for him was signed by me. Lin Bing's wife has troubled me over a dozen times. But I simply ignored her. Zichuan Xiu bluntly asked, Is there any hope for him? Emperor Lin pondered for a long while before slowly uttering a few words. I will do my utmost. Unable to restrain himself, Zichuan Xiu asked, Really? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Indeed, Emperor Lin was already smirking coldly. One must be honest in life. I have only told you one lie, and it seems you will never forgive me for it in this lifetime. Zichuan Xiu fell silent. Understanding Emperor Lin's meaning, the events of that bloody night in the capital had already drawn a rift in their previously unbreakable friendship. Just now, everyone had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding this rift, striving to mend their friendship, yet they ultimately had to confront that painful memory head-on. Such matters are beyond explanation. Zichuan Xiu could only raise his glass in a toast to Emperor Lin. They clinked glasses and drank deeply. Emperor Lin exhaled a breath of wine-laden air. In this world, lacking strength means you can't even pull a blade of grass from the ground, let alone survive. He looked at Zichuan Xiu. My strength lies in my ruthlessness. Zichuan Xiu listened quietly, knowing that Emperor Lin's words were not only directed at him, but also a reminder to himself. You know my background, right? Yes, you hail from the illustrious D family, huh? Emperor Lin interrupted Zichuan Xiu's words with a derisive laugh. Illustrious family? What a grand title. Do you know, such a noble family could not even scrape together the 50,000 yuan needed to send me to an elite school for noble children. Though my family can be considered a branch of the D family, we have long since fallen from grace. My father, obsessed with maintaining appearances, insisted on putting on a grand display while socializing. He often told me, better to starve than to lose face. Yet, such a prideful father ultimately brought shame upon himself at the age of 7. Even though I qualified to attend a prestigious academy for noble children, I was unable to afford the hefty tuition. To help me raise the funds, my father humbly took me around to our wealthy relatives, both of us wearing forced smiles as we begged for a meager donation. I cried and asked, Father, why must it be this way? I shall no longer attend the noble academy. My father struck me across the face and declared, my generation may be deemed unsuccessful, and it matters not if we are looked down upon, but you must not tread the same path as I. The education from the noble school can alter your fate and elevate you above the common folk. From that moment forth, I vowed, one day, I shall trample all those who scorn me beneath my feet. I devoted myself fervently to my studies, honed my martial skills, and mastered the etiquette of the court, all in preparation for that destined day. The very next day after leaving the noble academy, I enlisted in the family's military as a junior officer, aspiring to ascend through military merit. However, within the first month in the army, I realized that despite my talents, my superiors were inept, and no one would appreciate the abilities of a raw recruit devoid of connections or a background, had I been like others, diligently toiling away. It is conceivable that 30 years hence I might have attained a modest rank, securing a pension for a tranquil retirement. But that was not my desire. What I sought was the kind of dazzling power that commands the attention of the masses. To achieve this, I must climb swiftly. How might one ascend quickly? Some rely on the grit of their blades, others on flattering their superiors, while some depend solely on a father who holds command. I disdain sycophancy, yet I am not merely one to blindly rush ahead, for such folly leads to a swift demise. What I rely upon is my ruthless nature and unyielding heart. My current elevated position is paved by the corpses of over 100,000 soldiers and millions of demons. In the Far East, the mere mention of my name, Shuro Wang Diling, silences even the cries of children. I understand that you and Sterling disapprove of my methods. You are men of virtue, upholders of justice, loyal to your families. But what benefit does that yield? A prime example is the loyal Guangxing of the Far East. He was steadfast, yet observe how the cunning Zichuan Xiu repaid him. Enter the hall of the Holy Spirit. Bah! He should have entered long ago. As Diling spoke, he drank heavily, revealing that these sentiments had long been bottled up within him. Listening to Diling's candid outpouring, Zichuan Xiu felt a profound stirring within that in many ways. His own childhood mirrored Diling's plight. Born into poverty, yet beneath the shadows of the powerful, the psychological impact was deeply resonant. Yet he was fortunate to have encountered Zichuan Yuansheng. He interjected softly, and now, Diling, having attained such a position, does it align with your initial aspirations? Are you satisfied now? Diling gently swirled his wine glass. Indeed. The haughty relatives of your no longer dare to belittle me. Now, with a mere snap of my fingers, they would instantly kneel and lick my toes. Yet, I find little pleasure in tormenting them. After all, they did aid me in my rise, but you inquire if I am satisfied. Diling sighed with a bitter smile. When has the pursuit of power ever allowed for satisfaction? The higher I ascend, the more enemies I accumulate, and the stronger my adversaries become. The moment I falter, they will pounce and shred me to pieces. To protect myself, I must fortify my power, and to solidify that power, I must be merciless in my actions. Thus, I only create more foes. This is a vicious cycle, a path of no return that I am compelled to traverse, with no option to retreat. Yet, this is a matter I need not burden you with, lest you begin your incessant lectures. Diling shifted the topic. Do you find it peculiar to see Fang Jing with me? Zichuan Xiu nodded. Indeed, yet refrained from asking why. Diling's gaze turned cunning. Let me pose a question. A recent event that should not have occurred did indeed transpire. What do you believe it to be? A hint. It is of great significance. Without hesitation, Zichuan Xiu replied. Yang Minghua's downfall. He dared to openly defy authority. He should not have collapsed so easily. Diling slammed his hand on the table. Correct. Do you remember when I told you at the commander's office? Yang Minghua's rebellion required 2 conditions. First, internal division within the Far East Army. Second, to win over either Ming Hui or Fang Jing. In hindsight, Lei Hong's betrayal fulfilled the first condition. Zichuan Xiu's eyelids fluttered. Who was the one won over? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Diling spoke slowly. During the raid on Yang Minghua's residence, I discovered a letter of loyalty penned by Fang Jing to Yang Minghua. Zichuan Xiu leapt up, knocking over the wine cup before him. Impossible. Diling calmly wiped away the spilled wine, stating, that night, Fang Jing had over 10,000 Black Flag troops lying in ambush outside the city. However, my forces entered first, leaving him no choice but to retreat stealthily. Zichuan Xiu continued to shake his head, unable, or perhaps unwilling, to accept that the esteemed mentor he had revered since childhood, the courageous and magnanimous Fang Jing, could be a pawn of Yang Minghua. Emotionally, he preferred to believe that it was Ming Hui who had been compromised. In truth, we should have recognized the signs during that meeting. 2 senior officers of the Black Flag Army perished, yet the hot-headed Fang Jing did not confront Yang Minghua on the spot, relying instead on Guangxing of the Far East Army to intercede for them. Such behavior was highly unusual, but everyone was too agitated at the time to notice. Reflecting on Fang Jing's conduct that day, Zichuan Xiu found himself swayed by Diling's assertions and asked, why did you not expose him? The weight of his heart was heavy. This matter is extremely confidential. Even Luo Minghai is unaware. Why would I expose him? Diling chuckled softly. Zichuan Sanxing shows no mercy to those who conspire with Yang Minghua. Should this information surface, many heads would surely roll. Would it not be more beneficial to keep those heads intact to serve my purposes? Zichuan Xiu widened his eyes at Diling. You intend to blackmail him? He consented. He has no other options, Diling said with understanding. I know you hold Fang Jing in high esteem, but he has chosen the wrong side. He cannot blame anyone else. The world is not a playground. There is no do-over. It applies to everyone. Zichuan Xiu fell silent. Indeed. Diling's words rang true. The world was not a game. There were no second chances. Yet, he simply could not accept this reality. He could still vividly recall the warmth and comfort of Fang Jing's rough, yet gentle hands lifting him as a child. Those moments when he would sit enthralled, listening to Uncle Fang Jing recount tales of battles fought, his heart brimming with excitement and dreams as he matured. Fang Jing had guided him in reading military maps, formulating battle plans, and executing flanking maneuvers. In those times, Fang Jing's figure loomed large in his mind. Returning to the present, Zichuan Xiu pondered Diling's earlier words, sensing an underlying message. What do you mean by it applies to everyone? Diling did not respond immediately. Instead, walking to the window, there are certain truths I only began to grasp upon reaching the position of Inspector General. Zichuan Xiu held his breath, aware he was on the cusp of hearing undisclosed secrets from Diling. For a long time, the Inspectorate has secretly maintained a 7th Division, a clandestine unit tasked with monitoring those powerful ministers and generals. They place agents near anyone they deem significant. In the past, Yang Minghua acquired intelligence through Xiaolong's 7th Division, controlling the family from within. Likewise, Zichuan Sanxing has his own intelligence network, planting spies among the officials of the family, including you. There are individuals among your trusted subordinates who belong to both parties. Their names are... Zichuan Xiu abruptly interrupted. This egg fried rice is quite good. You should try it. Diling scrutinized Zichuan Xiu. You were already aware. This soup is too salty, ever since being with you. Xiujia's culinary skills have declined. How did you know? Zichuan Xiu sighed. She is neither a celebrated general nor of noble lineage. How could she possibly rise to the position of deputy flag officer at such a young age? especially placed beside me, and that pretty boy has never seen a battlefield. How could he qualify for a staff position? It was evident that someone was orchestrating things from behind the scenes. Diling chuckled. I must admit, I have underestimated you. You were already in the know. Would you like me to handle it for you, ensuring a clean and discreet resolution? When he spoke the word handle, a glint of menace flickered in his smile. Zichuan Xiu feigned innocence. Handle? What would you handle? Diling raised an eyebrow. I almost forgot you despise killing. There is another way. I could expose them as remnants of Yang Minghua, and you could protect them. I guarantee they would be utterly devoted to you thereafter. Zichuan Xiu shook his head. Regardless of their previous identities, on that night, they severed ties with Yang Minghua through their actions, redeeming themselves. If exposed, even if I do not mind, they cannot serve under me with ease. I would lose my exceptionally talented subordinates. At present, they hold but one identity, that of my direct subordinates under Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu paused momentarily, gazing intently into Diling's eyes as he declared, the most loyal of subordinates. This was undoubtedly a warning, cautioning Diling against disturbing by Chuan and others. Diling remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking, I am not your equal. Xiu. Zichuan Xiu earnestly responded, Elder brother, I have always taken pride in you throughout my life. Diling laughed heartily. To hear you call me elder brother is my greatest joy. He settled back in his seat. Currently, Luo Minghai is wholeheartedly intent on my demise. I must cultivate my own strength for self-preservation, employing every means possible. Although I am confident I will not be defeated by him, the uncertainties of life are unpredictable. Who can say for certain? If that day ever comes, I must entrust Lin Shoujia and her unborn child to you. Zichuan Xiu was deeply moved. Diling understood his aversion to political strife and did not press their long-standing friendship to involve him in the conflict with Luo Minghai. Despite his ruthlessness towards others, his feelings for Zichuan Xiu were profoundly sincere. Zichuan Xiu drained his cup and vowed, I promise you, elder brother, as long as I live, I shall ensure that Lin Shoujia and her child suffer no harm. Diling gratefully extended his hand, and the two clasped it firmly, their gazes drawn to the portrait of the three friends on the table, surrounded by a flurry of falling blossoms. Tightly embracing one another, in an instant, their thoughts drifted back to the vibrant and hopeful days at the Far East Military Academy. On May 17th, 776, at the Far East Military Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, class is now in session. Please take your seats. Over 50 new flag officers from various military corps sat upright, attentively listening to the 16-year-old vice flag officer, Zichuan Xiu, as he delivered his lecture. Today, I will explain military strategy, as swift as the wind, as gentle as the forest, as fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain. What does this mean? Quite simply, it suggests that when you are retreating, you should be as quick as the wind, seeking refuge in the woods. If the enemy sets fire to the forest, then you must remain immovable as a mountain and accept your fate. Do you all understand? Good, let us proceed. War is of utmost importance to the nation, the realm of life and death, the path of existence or demise. This means that warfare is your lifeblood. Without battles, you shall find yourselves unemployed. Receiving only 40% of your salary next month, our esteemed commander-in-chief is a benevolent ruler, unable to bear seeing you all out of work, which is why he often engages in playful banter with the Lu Feng family. Do not misconstrue his good intentions. Should someone inadvertently wipe out the Lu Feng family, then we would all be out of a job. The next excerpt states, within, there are no laws to uphold, and without, there are foreign enemies. The nation shall surely perish. Do you all understand? To ensure the survival of the nation, one must stir up trouble and attract more foreign enemies to maintain its existence. What if we cannot win? If we cannot win, then we must reason with the enemy. This student, you truly are foolish. Did you perhaps take the position of flag officer through backdoor means? What reasoning can be employed? We can discuss international law, international treaties, the brotherhood of all humanity, and our love for peace. However, whether the Lu Feng family listens is an entirely different matter. The flag officers murmured among themselves. Where did this fool come from to teach us? He was specially appointed by Lord Guangxing to serve as an instructor at the Far East Military Academy. I hear they have familial ties. Knowing he is a fool, why did you still choose his tactical theory class? Isn't it because of the high marks? Those who take the exam receive 98 points, while those who do not receive 89. It doesn't matter if you submit a blank paper. Just be sure to write your name correctly or lose 3 points. He never calls on students and only teaches half a lesson, assigning no homework. Where else can you find such an excellent instructor? One student raised a hand to ask, Instructor, could you explain the meanings of the 6 types of terrain? Tongxing, Guaxing, Zhixing, Ixing, Xianxing, and Yuanxing. What specific requirements do they have in combat? This student has asked a very good question, a timely question, a question of great significance and insight. Instructor, please respond. Do not rush. Such a simple question, how could I not understand? The essence of the question is precisely this question. What I mean is, once I say it, you will understand. It is quite simple. Do you understand now? No. Oh dear, I did not expect your comprehension to be so lacking. It seems I must find someone less clever to explain it to you. Sterling, wake up, stop dozing off, and help the instructor answer the question. Zichuan Xiu hurriedly shook Sterling awake. Teacher, I am quite foolish. I do not understand this question. Sterling murmured, for dinner this week, let us eat at Jitai. Sterling, do not fret. Take your time to think. Zichuan Xiu whispered, you fool. You might as well change careers to robbery. Tonight, I shall treat you to street-side fried noodles. Teacher, I suddenly realize I still cannot do it. Sterling whispered, special discount. 5 dinners at Jintai Hotel. Sterling, I know you can do it. Zichuan Xiu whispered, you are extorting me. 3 servings of fried noodles, no more than that. I am going to faint, teacher. Sterling rolled his eyes and was about to lie down. Zichuan Xiu hurriedly supported him, shaking him vigorously. Wake up, hold on. Sterling, he whispered, you win. Jintai it is. Teacher, I remember now. Sterling, who had just been on the verge of fainting, suddenly became animated and answered loudly. The term Tongxing refers to terrain where both friend and foe can move freely. In such terrain, one should occupy higher ground in sunlit areas first, ensuring the protection of supply routes. Guaxing refers to terrain that is easy to enter but difficult to exit. This terrain is advantageous against unprepared enemies. But if the enemy is on high alert, it can be perilous. Zhixing refers to terrain that is unfavorable for both sides to launch attacks. In such terrain, it is best to hold firm and ignore the enemy's provocations. That is somewhat acceptable. You have covered the main points. That student, do you understand? Zichuan Xiu turned to Sterling, his tone stern. Sterling, I am quite disappointed in you. It took you so long to consider such a simple question. In the future, on the battlefield, you will hold the lives of thousands of soldiers in your hands, where life and death may hinge on a moment's decision. You truly wish for the enemy to grant you such ample time to ponder. Thus, Sterling bowed his head in shame, feeling immense regret for disappointing his instructor, Zichuan Xiu. The latter grew increasingly incensed. What is a genius? A genius is 98 points of perspiration coupled with 2 points of inspiration. You, relying on a modicum of cleverness, have become complacent and lost your ambition. This way, you shall never amount to anything great. Come, follow me to the teaching office for some serious reflection. The rest of you. Self-study. The 2 exited the classroom. I say, Xiu, you are rather harsh. Aren't you? Only 10 minutes into the class and you fled. Also, this excuse seems like one you have used before, right? I've lost count of how many times I have gone to the teaching office for reflection with you. Not at all. You must be mistaken. Last time, it was said you had an attack of Parkinson's, and I had to escort you to the infirmary. If this class continues, I shall go bankrupt. Where has Diling gone? He has not come to class today. He has gone to collect protection fees. In a dark alley, several lower-year students from the Far East Military Academy huddled together, fearfully watching the beautiful-faced Diling approach with a smile. Good afternoon. Everyone, have you had your afternoon tea? One brave soul spoke up. Boss D, we paid last week. Before he could finish, Diling's heavy military boot had already landed on his face. Diling handed him a napkin to wipe the blood from his nose. Speaking amiably, did you need to relieve yourself again this week after last week's visit? The last time we collected was to commemorate the 125th anniversary of His Highness Camus's passing. This time it is to celebrate the 253rd birthday of the great Zichuan Xiu. The nature of the occasion is entirely different. As future family officers, do you not feel immense joy for this grand day? Do you not possess a shred of patriotic fervor? Such sentiments leave me sorely disappointed. Diling cracked his knuckles, thoroughly expressing how patriotic he was and how disappointed he felt towards those unpatriotic individuals. At this moment, Sterling and Zichuan Xiu appeared at the corner of the alley, prompting the younger students to cry out in unison, "Help us!" Instructor Xiuchuan. Diling is collecting PR. The upright and principled instructor Zichuan Xiu briskly led Sterling outside, moving at a swift pace. Diling observed several dejected junior students, chuckling. Let me share a secret with you. I have been reprimanded by Instructor Xiu no less than 100 times. Now, enough of the frivolities. It is high time for you to demonstrate your patriotic fervor through action. I detest those who lack love for their country. In the peach orchard behind the campus, Diling found Zichuan Xiu and Sterling, offering them each an ice cream. Zichuan Xiu, with a frown, remarked, "Is this all?" Diling replied, "There's nothing I can do. The economy is in a downturn, and even being a rogue is challenging. Protection fees are hard to collect." As Sterling devoured his ice cream rapidly, he mumbled, "I don't think it's right to bully the juniors." Diling shot him a glance. "If you think it's so bad, you don't have to eat it. Aren't you always the fastest eater?" Sterling promptly silenced himself and hastily finished the remainder. Zichuan Xiu interjected, "Have you heard? The students in your officer training class will graduate early next week." "Oh," Sterling exclaimed, "we were already aware. Every regiment is in dire need of officers, so we must hasten to our post. I have voluntarily been assigned to the Border Defense Force." "Diling, where are you headed?" Diling smiled. "The Border Defense Force is excellent. It is at the forefront of the conflict against the Lufeng family, making it easy to earn merit and promotions. Very promising indeed. That my destination has yet to be decided. Xiu, you are fortunate to remain comfortably at the military academy as an instructor. How enviable." "Haha," Sterling laughed. "He may not be so lucky. Someone reported him, claiming this fellow is inept and misguiding students. That I've heard that Lord Guangxing is considering transferring him out of the military academy system to serve under Lord Luo Bo. Oh dear." "Sterling, you shouldn't be so blunt." Diling chuckled, gasping for breath. "Look at Xiu's face. It's as red as can be. Be careful, or he might turn on you." "I will turn on you. I want to treat you to dinner tonight. You dare go back on your word. You re just itching for a fight." "Exactly. Let us teach him a lesson." The Jintai restaurant is the most upscale and exorbitantly priced establishment near the Far East Military Academy. Sterling and Diling boldly entered first, commanding, "Today we shall pluck the feathers from the iron rooster. Bring forth the finest dishes." Zichuan Xiu followed with a troubled expression, his face clearly betraying a sense of deep grievance, resembling a nation oppressed for 3,000 years. After their meal, Diling, patting his belly with satisfaction, exclaimed, "It has been ages since I felt this good. I find eating Xiu's meals particularly fulfilling. They are exceptionally delightful." Zichuan Xiu, with his hands in his pockets, pulled them out to reveal a large hole, just the right size to let a wallet slip through. He asked Diling, "Pray tell, Rogue Diling, how many methods are there to dine and dash?" Diling pondered briefly before replying. "Method 1, the cockroach and fly technique. Method 2, the slippery soles maneuver. Method 3, food poisoning strategy. Method 4, the fierce and terrifying approach." "But why do you ask? You're not implying you forgot your wallet, are you?" "Who says I forgot? However, besides my wallet, there is something else in my pocket." Zichuan Xiu revealed the gaping hole in his trousers. Sterling exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't your wallet already fall out last time we paid? Your wallet truly has a habit of disappearing, and always at the worst times." Zichuan Xiu protested, "This is entirely different. The last time was feigned. This time it genuinely fell out." The three exchanged glances, and Diling sighed. "There's no helping it. A rogue of my caliber originally intended to avoid such lowly tactics." As he spoke, he unbuttoned his coat and rolled up his sleeves, suddenly rising to his feet, overturning a plate of sweet and sour fish onto the ground, and smashing a wine bottle. "Is this meant for humans, or for pigs? I have never encountered such ghastly cuisine. Bring the chef to me." Zichuan Xiu clutched his stomach, feigning illness. I'm experiencing food poisoning." Sterling nonchalantly sidestepped to avoid the flying glass. The waiter rushed over, adopting a familiar demeanor. Understood. Gentlemen, please remain calm. If there are any grievances, the chef will come forth to apologize immediately." At that moment, a significant turning point in the fate of the Zichuan trio occurred. On the 16th day of the 9th month in the 77th year, at the residence of Diling, Inspector General Diling smiled. "I still remember the moment Lin Xiujia emerged wearing a chef's apron. You were utterly captivated." "Drooling more than when you were eating sweet and sour fish?" Zichuan Xiu protested. "The one drooling the most was certainly not me. You, too, had just smashed someone's dish, then immediately adopted a gentle demeanor, saying, Miss, did you cook this dish? It is truly extraordinary. Unparalleled in taste. Miss, I wish to eat your cooking for life. Would you be willing? You were so syrupy right from the start. You truly mistake sentimentality for humor. Dylan laughed heartily. What do you know? Girls adore sentimentality. The more saccharine, the better. The most detestable was Sterling, who instantly betrayed us, saying, Miss, let me tell you, those two are not good people. They want to dine and dash. I am the only good person here. We were infuriated. Zichuan Xiu couldn't help but smile. Indeed. That night nearly led to the first annual Zichuan family brawl. As night fell, Zichuan Xiu took his leave. Walking home, he slowly pondered Dylan's final words, finding them increasingly profound. Xiu, I know you are about to depart for the Far East. You should be well aware of the caliber of the Xiu character camp you are bringing along. I shall not elaborate. Regarding the current situation in the Far East, keep this in mind. We may win one battle, 2, 3, or even 100, yet we cannot win this war, regardless of how many troops we amass, for we lack the decisive factor that could turn the tide, and such a factor cannot be obtained from the battlefield. I have conveyed this to Sterling as well, but considering his impulsive demeanor now, it is clear he has not absorbed it. He seeks to defy fate with sheer manpower. Zichuan Xiu inquired, What do you think is the factor that can determine the outcome of the battle? Dylan shook his head. I do not know. Would you like to hear my advice? Go ahead. Absolutely do not stray beyond 3 days' journey from Valin Fortress. Be prepared for the unexpected at all times. Dylan's expression grew serious. Glancing back, he noticed that the once brightly lit Dylan residence was now shrouded in deep darkness, rendering it inscrutable. 2 days later, an event unfolded that left the citizens of the capital baffled. Inspector General Dylan suddenly deviated from his usual demeanor, actively intervening in the misconduct case of Luo Bo, the former deputy commander of the Far East military, adopting a stern stance and declaring with grave authority, This time, I shall demand the heads of several commanders, so that Luo Minghai understands the might of Dylan. He even hinted that he would personally serve as the prosecutor in the military tribunal. I shall see who dares to defend Luo Bo. The news swiftly reached the ears of President Luo Minghai, who pondered for a few minutes before promptly changing his stance, vigorously defending Luo Bo, and even attending the military tribunal presided over by Chief Zichuan Xiu as Luo Bo's defense attorney. The military tribunal convened as scheduled, and the proceedings turned into a one-man show for President Luo Minghai that he spoke with fervor, each word resonating powerfully. The defeat at Chishudan was caused by factors beyond human control. Even amidst the tide of defeated soldiers, we managed to protect Valin Fortress. Deputy Commander Luo Bo retained the demeanor of a great general and is more deserving of merit than blame. The family has not rewarded the hero but instead shackled him with iron chains. Would this not chill the hearts of the million soldiers at the front? His eloquent speech garnered a burst of applause from the audience, including officers like Lin Bing from the Far East, while Luo Minghai beamed with pride, surveying the room. In stark contrast, Dylan's performance disappointed many, including Zichuan Xiu. His speech was incoherent, stammering, riddled with contradictions, and he even failed to clarify in the indictment whether Luo Bo had committed dereliction of duty or mismanagement, leading to his thorough rebuttal by Luo Minghai. Ultimately, Zichuan Xiu publicly declared Luo Bo not guilty, leaving Dylan dejected, resembling a beaten rooster, seemingly unable to stand. Luo Minghai cast a disdainful glance at Dylan, then proudly accepted the congratulations of his subordinates, celebrating his victory over that detestable Dylan. Elated, he treated himself to an extra bowl of rice that night and even indulged in wine. Chapter 2. The Zichuan Trio. Chapter 4. The Left-Handed King. Oh dear, where did you hear such a thing? Zichuan Xiu exclaimed in shock, his face betraying the panic of a secret exposed. Dear sir, there is no need for pretense. We have inquired thoroughly with Miss Zichuan Ning and have learned that you are the 5th disciple of the esteemed Masters Wujuming, the unparalleled master of humanity. You have received his complete teachings, mastering the art of ripple energy, the lightning blade, the thunderous kick, iron head technique, the 9 swords of Dugu, the palm of the Tathagata, the sunflower manual, the divine turtle shockwave, and the super scion 3rd generation. Truly, your prowess is beyond compare. Sai, have I not already instructed Aining to refrain from speaking indiscriminately? Zichuan Xiu understood that women are much like children, if one wishes for them to spread a particular piece of information. The most effective method is to repeatedly caution them. Do not speak of this. As anticipated, the results were immediate. Within a day, Roger and his companions arrived with mischievous grins, and the rumor, in its propagation, grew increasingly vivid, ultimately solidifying into the belief that Zichuan Xiu is a direct disciple of Zhuai Jiaming. Alas, at this juncture, I must concede. Indeed, I am the fifth disciple of Zhuai Jiaming. Sir, you can rest assured. We shall keep your secret as tightly sealed as a vault. However, we have a modest request. Ah, I see. You three wish to learn martial arts from me. Zichuan Xiu realized with clarity. The trio nodded eagerly. You must understand, this is a rather challenging endeavor. Bai Chuan produced a substantial stack of banknotes. While Roger unveiled a trove of adult magazines, Zichuan Xiu sighed. You always resort to such tactics. What am I to do? Very well. Since you exhibit such earnestness, I shall impart to you the most profound martial arts of our Zhua family. The manual for the unrivaled Thunder Palm, available for the modest sum of 2,000. Bai Chuan exclaimed. So inexpensive? She was the first to produce the money, snatching the manual and fleeing. A taken aback Roger and Ming lamented, Sir, this cannot be. If that wretched woman masters the Thunder Palm, we shall be utterly at her mercy. Fear not, the manual is incomplete, riddled with flaws. I also have the Great Sun Technique Manual for sale, specifically designed to counter the Thunder Palm, currently priced at 8,888 Lei Ao. Master it, and I assure you, you shall triumph over Bai Chuan. And when you do, casually mention that I possess an upgraded version of the Thunder Palm and a patch. Available for a mere 10,000, ask her if she desires it. On a crisp morning, the administrative officer Li Qing walked through the gates of the Xiu Brigade's encampment, immediately spotting Roger squatting like a frog. Mouth agape towards the rising sun, murmuring incantations, I am a foolish donkey, I am a foolish donkey. Roger, what are you doing? I am a foolish donkey, do not disturb me. I am practicing the Great Sun Technique. Absorbing the energy of the sun. I am a foolish donkey. Once mastered, I shall be invincible. Li Qing stuck out her tongue. Might I inquire where Commander Xiu is? I am a foolish donkey. Enter through the gate and turn right. I am a foolish donkey. The entrance is adorned with a poster of a nude woman. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Li Qing proceeded inside, only to hear Roger's booming voice echoing for miles. I am a foolish donkey. Understood. No need to repeat yourself. Li Qing retorted without looking back. Mingyu, what are you doing sprawled on the ground, tongue outstretched, gasping for breath, one foot propped on a telephone pole, resembling a mammal of some sort? Mingyu's refined face flushed. Hastily rising, oh, this is merely the latest trend in natural therapy. At that moment, Bai Chuan strolled by, her gaze fixed ahead, singing, Ollie, Ollie, Daddy is a happy youth. One circle to the left, one circle to the right. Let us all exercise. 1 is 1, 10 is 10, 14 is 14, 40 is 40. Do not confuse 1 with 10, nor 10 with 1. The two stared blankly at Bai Chuan as she receded into the distance. Mingyu chuckling awkwardly. Bai Chuan seems intent on pursuing a career in stand-up comedy. Upon spotting Li Qing's entrance, Zichuan Xiu warmly rose to greet her, for Li Qing was a close companion of Zichuan Ning, and their rapport was quite amiable. Li Qing surveyed the command post of the Xiu Brigade, noting the plethora of alluring images plastered on the walls, the heaps of rotting refuse, soiled clothing, empty bottles, and even 2 deceased rodents. She clucked her tongue in disapproval. Ah Xiu, your Xiu Brigade is a veritable mess. Have your soldiers recently been released from prison? Determined, she resolved never to enter the Xiu Brigade's gates without a sizable escort again. For the soldiers' fiery gazes were truly intimidating. Zichuan Xiu grinned. Such a thing could not possibly be true. Look at me. I am perfectly normal. Li Qing's expression was a blend of amusement and skepticism. Is it normal to be reading an adult magazine first thing in the morning? Zichuan Xiu hastily tucked the Risku publication beneath him, clearing his throat. What brings your esteemed presence here, my lady? Li Qing's smile faded. Zichuan Xiu, I have come on behalf of the command to assemble your troops for an important announcement. Ah, why did you snatch my orders? Do not tear them apart. Sigh. She lamented, as a special envoy, you are making me lose face. The Xiu Brigade is to depart for the Warren Fortress immediately, awaiting Commander Fong Jing's orders. How odd. Did we not hear that the newly recruited militia was to have a month of training? We have only had 2 weeks. Moreover, we have yet to receive all our equipment. Some battalions lack even winter tents. This is the directive from the Commander-in-Chief. with the official reasoning being that the situation in the Far East is urgent, necessitating immediate support for Sterling. However, the underlying reason is the capital's administrative shortcomings. He lamented to Luo Minghai, "As long as the Xiu brigade remains, the capital shall know no peace. Hurry and rid us of those beasts." "Xiu, do you know how the citizens of the capital regard your brigade?" Zichuan Xiu replied earnestly. The citizens of the capital gaze upon the formidable Xiu brigade with admiration, exclaiming, "Such a majestic and righteous force. Truly, it is worthy of the command of Lord Xiu, disciplined and unparalleled." Li Qing smiled knowingly. "You certainly have a talent for fabrication. You are well aware that the current sentiment is the three plagues of the capital: flies, rats, and the Xiu brigade." Li Qing rose to take her leave. "Well, that is all for now. If anything remains unresolved, address it promptly. For any equipment deficiencies, you may seek me out. You must know that the logistics department is sparing no expense to expedite your departure. Seize this opportunity to extract some concessions from them. Additionally, I have a letter for Sterling. Since you are heading to the Far East, could you kindly deliver it?" Zichuan Xiu felt a jolt of surprise. He had always known that Sterling's beloved was Princess Ken, but he had forgotten that Li Qing was technically Sterling's fiancée. "Remember, deliver it personally." Zichuan Xiu silently accepted the letter, understood, yet inwardly lamented the naivety of women who believed that a journey to the Far East was akin to a stroll in their own backyard. Unaware that the battlefield spanned nearly 100,000 kilometers, with Sterling's forces being ever elusive, how could one guarantee an encounter with Sterling in such a vast expanse? He escorted Li Qing to the encampment's entrance, where she turned, gazing intently at him, her voice laden with meaning. "Take extra care. For Aining's sake, look after yourself." Zichuan Xiu felt a tremor within, but maintained his composure. Indeed, for the future generations of the family, one must take care of oneself. Li Qing's delicate brows furrowed, as if displeased with his response, yet she said nothing, turning away. "Brother, you have returned." Zichuan Ning exclaimed with delight at his sudden appearance. "You brought flowers. Wow. Brother, you are wonderful. I thought you had forgotten my 18th birthday." Today was Zichuan Ning's birthday. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. He had purchased the flowers purely to enhance the ambience for his conversation with Zichuan Ning, and had not anticipated that today was indeed her birthday. Observing her joy as she cradled the bouquet, he found himself at a loss for words. Was he truly to have that conversation with Zichuan Ning at this moment? Cadden emerged from the room. "Let me see. How peculiar that someone would gift yellow chrysanthemums for a birthday. Ah, truly. My brother is always so forgetful." Zichuan Ning complained, though her expression was one of sheer bliss. As long as Zichuan Xiu remembered her birthday, she would be overjoyed, even if he had merely plucked a weed from the roadside. Roger, Baichuan, and Mingyu also gathered for the birthday celebration, proclaiming, "We have come for friendship and blessings." Yet Zichuan Xiu could see through their intentions. They were drawn by the promise of free food. Baichuan gifted a music box, while Roger and Mingyu, the two broke men counting their pennies at the end of the month, collaborated to present a bag of sunflower seeds. Zichuan Ning was in high spirits, sincerely thanking everyone for their gifts, regardless of their nature. Zichuan Xiu was acutely aware that Zichuan Ning had a refined taste, rarely finding anything that truly captured her attention. The banquet was lavish, with an array of delicacies from the Far East, leaving a lasting impression. Cadden smiled and remarked, "This feast rivals the grand banquets of our former courts." During the meal, Zichuan Ning raised a toast to Zichuan Xiu, offering her blessings. "May you achieve victory and return safely." It was then that Zichuan Xiu realized that Li Qing had informed Zichuan Ning about his impending expedition. Silently, he downed his drink, and the others followed suit. Even Cadden and Baichuan, who usually abstained from alcohol, flushed with color. The atmosphere was vibrant, with Roger making a point to toast the lovely ladies, proposing cheers for Sterling in the Far East, for the swift resolution of the family's rebellion, and for the safe return of those going to war, his enthusiasm raising Zichuan Xiu's suspicions about his motives. Was he attempting to intoxicate the ladies for some ulterior motive? But then he dismissed the thought. Roger was too naive to conceive such a scheme. If it were Mingyu, however, it would certainly be suspect. The conversation inevitably gravitated towards the war in the Far East. Thanks to his friendship with Li Qing, Zichuan Ning had access to a wealth of news regarding the conflict. For instance, There were intentions to establish a unified command for the Far East Theater, yet the selection for the highest commander remained unsettled. Judging by recent victories, both the command and the general were keen on Sterling. But Sterling's qualifications for leadership were deemed insufficient. If he were to command, it would be challenging to manage Ming Hui, a seasoned veteran of equal rank. To find someone above both Sterling and Ming Hui. Only Commander Luo Minghai seemed suitable, though it was well known that he lacked military expertise. At this point, several military officers from various families chuckled, as Luo Minghai's ignorance of military matters was notorious. Ming Yu recounted a humorous anecdote about Luo Minghai. Once, during a battle command, as the cavalry of the Lu family charged into the command center, Luo Minghai remained seated, silent, and unmoving. Observing their commander's calm demeanor bolstered the soldiers' courage, enabling them to repel the enemy's assault, and amidst the cheers of "Long live!" Luo Minghai discreetly summoned an aide to inquire, "Did we win or lose?" Though the joke was not particularly amusing. The laughter was abundant. Cadden discreetly tugged at Zichuan Xiu's sleeve, and he understood the cue to step out into the corridor. Cadden handed him a letter, saying, "Please deliver this to him." The him naturally referred to Sterling. Zichuan Xiu numbly nodded, accepting it with a sigh, yet resolved. He asked, "Could you please call Ning out?" Cadden looked at him suggestively, jesting, Are we to exchange whispers? Very well, I shall summon her." Moments later, Zichuan Ning emerged. "Brother, what is this mysterious matter?" Whether it was the effects of the wine or something else, her cheeks were flushed. Zichuan Xiu smiled but remained silent. "Wait a moment." He swiftly drew his military knife and hurled it backward. It effortlessly pierced the door panel, eliciting startled cries from Roger and Mingyu behind it. Only then did Zichuan Ning realize they had been eavesdropping, doubling over in laughter. Zichuan Xiu then used his internal energy to scan the surroundings, ensuring no one else was listening, and took a deep breath. As the ensuing conversation required courage, the night sky was clear, stars twinkling above, as if countless curious eyes were gazing down upon the world. A refreshing breeze swept through, rousing those who had indulged in drink. "Brother, you seem rather somber tonight, hardly speaking at all," Zichuan Ning observed, her tone noticeably clearer. Zichuan Xiu began, "Ning, I recall how, as a child, you were afraid of the dark and often cried, your tears never ceasing. When your father, Lord Yuxing, was about to depart, he entrusted me with your care, yet I, your brother, proved to be quite a failure. And you often ended up looking after me instead. Brother, we are family. Why speak such words? You have always protected me in silence. How could I not know? That year, during the chaos in the capital, when my father was away, the ferocious mob stormed the general's residence, and the guards fled in fear that I was terrified, hiding under the covers and crying, while you, just 8 years old, stood guard by my bed with your sword throughout the night. I remember peeking from beneath the covers. Your silhouette was so valiant, it brought me comfort." Zichuan Xiu patted her head, saying, "Let us not dwell on it. When I saw the first person enter your room, I instinctively slashed out with my sword, only to be kicked out like a rag doll. Turns out it was your father returning. I was bedridden for a week." Zichuan Ning giggled, "But I think you looked quite impressive rolling out." Reflecting on those memories, both felt a surge of nostalgia. Zichuan Xiu smiled. "In the blink of an eye, that snot-nosed little girl has grown up so much that I believe I have fulfilled Lord Yuxing's wishes. Ning, let us vow to be the best siblings for life, shall we?" Zichuan Ning widened her eyes. "We have always been the best siblings." She did not grasp his deeper meaning, prompting Zichuan Xiu to exhale deeply and rephrase, "Ning, in a few days, I will be heading to the Far East, and I may be gone for quite some time." Zichuan Ning replied calmly, "No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you." Zichuan Xiu forced himself to continue. "There is also a possibility that I may not return." Her bright eyes, shining like stars, gazed into Zichuan Xiu's handsome face. "That won't happen. I will wait for you." Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of despair. Nearly overwhelmed by the thought of her naivety, he stammered, "Yes, we are indeed good siblings. And of course, you will wait for me. However, while waiting, there are other things you could do, such as, perhaps." Zichuan Ning looked at him with confusion, as this usually composed older brother displayed an unusual awkwardness. Zichuan Xiu gathered his courage. "Like going out more often, meeting some boys your age. That I've noticed you seem to have no male friends, which is rather unusual for a 17 or 18-year-old girl." Zichuan Ning replied in surprise, "But I have many male friends. Like Brother Sterling, Roger, Mingyu, they all get along very well with me." Zichuan Xiu chuckled helplessly. "That is not what I mean. Not every male acquaintance counts as a friend. Oh no, that's not right. What I meant is that not all male friends are of the friend variety. He racked his brain for a fitting example, finally stating, for example, that sort of friend is akin to Cadden and Sterling's rather scandalous relationship. Zichuan Ning's eyes widened. That kind of friend. Zichuan Xiu confirmed. That kind of friend. Are you suggesting I find such a friend? Zichuan Xiu lowered his head, falling into silence. Cadden stared at him intently, wordlessly, her gaze shimmering with an indescribable expression that seemed on the verge of tears, her slender frame trembling slightly. Zichuan Xiu, with a heart of stone, feigned ignorance. Suddenly finding great interest in the roses in the garden, turning to study them intently, the oppressive silence felt as though it could stretch into eternity, and just as Zichuan Xiu could no longer restrain himself from turning around. Footsteps sounded behind him, gradually fading away. Along with the most precious affection, he turned, and in the darkness, he saw a white dress retreating, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor that he stood still, the image of the girl's expression flashing before him. Both sorrowful and enchanting. With a self-deprecating smile, he murmured to himself, Zichuan Xiu, you scoundrel, you deserve to go to hell. He gazed up at the sky, where the distant bright starlight seemed to bear down upon him with a stern gaze. The passage of time doing nothing to diminish its authority over Zichuan Xiu, he could almost hear the thunderous roar echoing in his ears. Lin He, know your place. Zichuan Xiu's lips twitched, indeed. He was acutely aware. Such prestigious families were not meant for an orphan without lineage. That I also understand that the Zichuan surname is merely a gilded veneer upon my existence. A mere touch reveals the shabby brass beneath. No matter how much they claim to treat me as one of their own, I remain an outsider to the Zichuan name. Otherwise, why would they send me, a mere 9-year-old, so far away to the military academy in the Far East upon noticing my bond with Zichuan Ning? If I truly belonged to this family, would Yang Minghua have dared to seize me without orders? With my abilities, how could I possibly occupy the position of family general? Gilding is never the same as gold. Lord Yuxing, is this the outcome you desired? The starlight suddenly shifted, resembling the tears in Zichuan Ning's eyes. I am sorry, Ning. Today marks your 18th birthday, and I should not have caused you sorrow. From this day forth, you will embark on the most beautiful and radiant period of your life as a woman. How many years can a woman remain beautiful? I do not wish for you to squander such a precious time in futile waiting. Farewell, Ning. Forgive my hardened heart. When your gaze is no longer confined by my presence, you will discover that there are far superior men in this world worthy of your love. One day, when you truly ascend to the position of general, will you comprehend the depth of my intentions? And when that day arrives, as you walk down the aisle with the one you love, will you still think of the one you once cherished? At that time, I shall be far away, silently observing your figure, awaiting your first call. I shall appear, no matter the distance I must traverse. My beloved girl, may you remain ageless and immortal, eternally beautiful, and I shall forever guard you. Embracing the prospect of 9 deaths without regret, the Xiuzi camp of 8,000 soldiers departed at midnight that evening, heading towards the far eastern battlefield. When Zichuan Xiu left, he did not awaken Zichuan Ning, but instead left behind the expenses for his lodging and the room key on the table in the living room. Quietly departing from Zichuan Ning's estate, looking back, Zichuan Ning's room lay in utter darkness. He sighed, mounted his steed, and galloped away from the place where he had resided for over a year. In the pitch-black room, the curtains were slightly drawn apart, and a pair of bright eyes followed Zichuan Xiu's upright silhouette until his deep blue officer's uniform gradually blended into the light brown ranks of soldiers. Zichuan Ning whispered a prayer. Oh God, my wish on my 18th birthday is to keep Zichuan Xiu safe. Tears streamed down like rain. Ambush! The scout's warning turned into a cry of anguish in the next moment. As a makeshift spear pierced his chest with deadly accuracy, the projectiles continued to rain down, and cries of pain echoed through the ranks. The attacked Central Army soldiers quickly gathered, forming a circular defensive perimeter. With shield-bearers wielding knives and shields standing resolutely at the outermost edge, hundreds of square shields automatically formed a circular formation, while crouching archers shot arrows over the shields into the depths of the thicket. The spears continued to be launched, yet could no longer harm the soldiers concealed behind the shield wall. The captain of the unit, the valiant warrior Dukla, roared, "Fifth squad, advance! Bring those cowardly scoundrels to justice." Over 30 soldiers brandishing sabers shouted, "Yura!" and charged fiercely towards the dense thickets. Though they were originally cavalry and could not ride in the jungle warfare, their fierce spirit remained unchanged. 3 soldiers fell to gunfire during the charge, yet others successfully closed in, surrounding a dozen half-orcs to engage in combat. The half-orcs resisted with equal determination, disregarding the shouts of Wasalivalu, surrender and live, bravely clashing with their crude javelins and sharp sabers. In the muddy aftermath of the rain, both sides spilled blood, screamed, and fell, with neither retreating. An arm severed by a sword was replaced with a weapon in the other hand. A shoulder shattered by a wooden club was gritted through as they continued to rush forward. Even when a Central Army soldier's leg was broken, he rolled in the muck yet continued to wield his saber against the enemy's legs. Dukla saw that the half-orcs had already sustained heavy casualties and shouted back, "Archers! Advance! Finish them off! You first retreat!" The archers responded with a thunderous cheer as they began to draw their bows, just as a deafening roar echoed and hundreds of half-orcs surged forth from the surrounding thickets. Brandishing javelins and clubs, viciously surrounding them, the soldiers quickly formed a circular defense once more, and brutal combat resumed around the perimeter. Dukla's mind exploded with realization. "We are ambushed," he shouted. "Fifth squad, hurry back to the main force." The 30 or so soldiers of the 5th squad, separated from the main force, fought desperately to return, yet were encircled by hundreds of half-orcs wielding massive clubs, weapons swinging everywhere, making it impossible to advance. One by one, they were struck down, their flesh torn and brains splattered. Cries of despair filling the air. The main force of soldiers also pressed forward to assist them, but were blocked by hundreds of rebellious foes. The clashes were fierce, with blood spilling every second. They were less than 30 meters apart, able to see and shout to each other, yet could not close the distance. It seemed that without the main force's timely assistance, those unable to form a defensive formation would soon perish. A clear whistle pierced the air, and a figure darted through several layers of encirclement, charging into the besieged soldiers. This individual, though not tall, moved with extraordinary speed and decisiveness, unarmed yet effortlessly causing enemies to collapse without a sound. No one could discern how he struck, and the half-orcs, known for their brute strength, fell before him like paper. He tore a gap in the encirclement, allowing the trapped soldiers to surge back to safety. Realizing their ambush had failed, a tall half-orc commander shouted, and, in an instant, the previously menacing horde of half-orcs scattered like frightened rabbits, vanishing into the woods as abruptly as they had appeared. The sounds of battle ceased, and the deep autumn forest fell silent once more, allowing the chirping of birds and the drumming of raindrops from the leaves to fill the air, alongside the soft moans of the wounded lying on the ground. The pale sunlight of a late autumn afternoon struggled to pierce through the leaves, casting dappled light upon the lush moss, the puddles, and the youthful, pale faces of the fallen soldiers, gasping for breath. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, muscles taut, their bloodshot eyes still scanning for the next target. Unable to believe that the harrowing clash had finally come to an end, Dukla was the first to regain his composure. Loudly ordering, "What are you all standing there for, dazed? Go help the wounded brothers bandage their wounds. You there, cut down some small trees to prepare stretchers." The soldiers, roused from their stupor, complied, retrieving medical supplies to tend to injuries. Checking the fallen for signs of life, and hoping to capture a prisoner, Dukla suddenly recalled, "Who was so brave as to charge in and save our brothers?" Several archers pointed at a young soldier who was looking around in confusion. "It was him. He saved our brothers. He has done a great service." "It was I," the young soldier replied with an embarrassed smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, the only clean part of his face, which was otherwise smeared with mud. He was not very tall, exuding a sense of vigor, with sharp yet steady eyes, and his uniform was so dirty that its original color was unrecognizable. He was bareheaded, his hat having fallen off during the fight, and he was scanning the area for it. "Well done, young man. Splendid work. You are not from our unit, are you?" "Indeed, I was just passing through here. You must be the commander." "Indeed, I am." Dukla exploded in anger. "Did your superiors not teach you anything? When speaking to a superior, you must use respectful titles, be concise and clear, saying, 'Yes, my lord. Certainly, my lord.' Do it again." The young man laughed good-naturedly, standing at attention and saying, "Yes, my lord. Now that's more like a soldier. Now tell me your name, rank, and unit number, and I shall help you receive commendation." "That would be a trouble for you, my lord," the young man replied with a charming smile. "My full name is Sterling Zwana, belonging to the Central Army of the family, position, Commander of the Central Army, member of the commander's office. When do you plan to help me receive my commendation, my lord? He finally found his hat, dusting it off and cleaning away the mud, revealing a bright golden eagle insignia. My lord, you are not listening again today, complained Deputy Commander Tang Ping, the chief of staff of the Central Army. Speaking as if he were a doctor scolding a child for refusing to take medicine. You were supposed to inspect the troops' defenses, yet you've charged to the front lines again. What if something goes wrong? Exactly. Vice Commander Qin Lu chimed in. The division commanders below are protesting, saying, "We welcome Lord Sterling to inspect our defensive areas, but could you please keep him from the front lines? If anything were to happen to him in our area, we could not bear the responsibility. My lord, everyone knows your unmatched valor, but as the commander of the Legion, your duties differ from those of the soldiers. We are responsible for strategizing, planning, and commanding. All right, I understand." Sterling quickly changed the subject. Today, I observed the 3 divisions on the left flank. Lu Ning's division was satisfactory, their trenches well dug. However, when He's division is lacking, from top to bottom, they seem unaware of their tasks. I walked for quite some time, without a single sentry questioning me. Their trenches were as shallow as ditches, unable to conceal anyone, and there was even a foolish captain leading over 300 men to charge into the Vistad forest to confront the rebels. Did I not issue a ban? No pursuing into the forest. At this point, Sterling's voice became stern. Qin Lu hurried to explain. When He's division was originally a cavalry unit, adept at offense but poor at defense. Their officers are accustomed to attacking. I will immediately discuss this with when he. No more offensives. Our casualties are too heavy. That damned forest has claimed far too many lives. Sterling sighed, his tone turning severe. When he must take responsibility for lax oversight, inform him that he has been demoted from red flag captain to captain, yet will still serve as the commander of the 3rd Division. Tell him that if he dares to err again, he should report to the military law office himself. Both Qin Lu and Tang Ping could not help but chuckle when he had already been demoted for the 3rd time in 2 weeks. And each time Sterling had been stern, yet within days he found a reason to promote him back to his former position. Not only is Wenhao aware of this, but nearly all officers recognize that Sterling is known for his decisive and vigorous style. Under his command, promotions come swiftly, yet so too do demotions, for Sterling has zero tolerance for laziness. Consequently, officers find themselves sending inquiries to the staff every morning. Am I a flag officer or a red flag officer today? What? I've been demoted to a junior flag warrior. Just 2 days ago, I was a deputy commander. It was at this moment that Tang Ping seized the opportunity to inform Sterling that Ming Hui, the acting commander of the Black Flag Army, had arrived and was awaiting him at the headquarters. Sterling was elated. Ming Hui's arrival signified that the formidable Black Flag Legion was nearby, and the beleaguered Central Army could finally catch a breath after fighting alone. In the rudimentary headquarters constructed of planks and branches, the 2 highest-ranking commanders of the clan convened. Sterling saluted. "I pay my respects to you, sir. I am ordered to hold the line." Ming Hui returned the salute. "I pay my respects to you, sir. I am ordered to provide reinforcements." Ming Hui and his entourage were impeccably attired in deep blue uniforms, their pristine white gloves unblemished, and their polished black boots gleaming. The golden epaulets on their shoulders shimmered in the sunlight, exuding vitality and high spirits. In stark contrast, the officers of the Central Army appeared disheveled and grimy, their uniforms tattered, their expressions weary. Many bore filthy bandages, some were barefoot, dragging along battered boots, and a few officers even attended the meeting with bare shoulders. Even Sterling, as the commander of the Legion, was not in much better shape. Covered in mud and water, hatless, and presenting a rather unkempt figure to his distinguished guest, the Black Flag officers exchanged glances, their lips curling into barely perceptible smirks. Was this truly the demeanor of the clan's elite force? They seemed hardly superior to a band of beggars. The meeting of the high-ranking officials from 2 great legions, a moment of historical significance, was rather marred by Ming Hui's exclamation. "Sterling, does the Central Army never eat? We have traveled a great distance, exhausted, and upon our arrival, there is not a morsel of food to be found." Sterling smiled ruefully and quickly apologized. "My apologies. The subordinates are lacking in awareness. I will arrange for a meal for you, Lord Ming, and your esteemed guests at once." The deputy commander, Qin Lu, displayed a troubled expression, being in charge of logistics with the motto, "We may risk our lives, but we have no rations." Upon witnessing Sterling's resolute command, he hurriedly went to issue orders. Prepare a meal. Steaming rice was soon served. Yet several Central Army officers turned their faces away, not wishing their guests to see the gluttony reflected in their expressions. The aroma of the rice was too tantalizing to resist. Ming Hui inquired curiously, "Sterling, aren't you eating?" Sterling explained, "We have already dined with the troops. Please, Lord Ming, enjoy at your leisure." Ming Hui chuckled. Sterling has learned to scavenge from the lower ranks. The provisions down there are indeed satisfactory. But without any dishes to accompany the rice, how can one swallow it? Sterling, you are too stingy, hiding away all the good things. I understand that life at the front is tough, and I do not expect you to provide fresh chicken, duck, or fish, but surely you must have some cured meat. The hosts exchanged glances, but it was ultimately Sterling who sighed in resignation. "I'm afraid we have none. Perhaps when we catch some game like rabbits in the future, I shall send some to you, Lord Ming." Ming Hui, indeed feeling hungry, grumbled a bit before diving into his meal, all the while imparting wisdom to Sterling. If the soldiers do not eat well, their morale will falter. Thus, in warfare, the issue of supply is paramount. Sterling, you must learn more. The implication was clear. I have eaten more salt than you have rice. You are still wet behind the ears. How dare you vie for my position as the commander of the Eastern Front? The Central Army officers bore expressions of indignation. In light of the urgent military situation, the Central Army had rushed to the battlefield without time to gather supplies, remaining deep behind enemy lines, with supply lines frequently severed. Meanwhile, Ming Hui's Black Flag Army, having arrived late, had plundered the provisions of the provinces along the way and had avoided direct confrontation with the enemy. Now he stood by, offering unsolicited advice. Tang Ping, unable to contain himself, remarked, "Lord Ming, I have also perused your battle reports. Your forces have claimed 7 million enemy lives within a week, exhibiting unparalleled valor and remarkable achievements." The Central Army officers erupted in laughter, their resentment towards Ming Hui's inflated claims palpable. If the rebel forces were entirely vanquished, what glory would remain for us? Ming Hui waved his hand dismissively. "Oh no, no, it is not a matter of merit. We are merely serving the clan." He seemed utterly oblivious to the sarcasm in their words. Sterling raised his hand to prevent Tang Ping from further ridicule. Having encountered Ming Hui's thick skin during previous battles against Lu Fingshuang, he knew that mocking him was as effective as striking iron armor with a matchstick, utterly futile. Otherwise, he would not have fled like a rabbit upon sighting Lu Fingshuang. Once the meal concluded, the meeting commenced. Sterling began to brief Ming Hui on the situation of the Central Army. When the Central Army departed from the imperial capital, we totaled 15,000 troops, comprising 50,000 cavalry and 100,000 infantry. After enduring arduous battles such as the Valen engagement, the Eastern pursuit, and the ambush in the Wasted Forest, we have suffered nearly 40,000 casualties. Particularly severe losses among the cavalry, which has dwindled to less than 20,000, and there are no reserve horses left, effectively crippling our mobility. Our soldiers are fatigued and afflicted by illness. Therefore, I request that Lord Ming allows the Black Flag Army to temporarily assume the defense, granting the Central Army a chance to recuperate. Ming Hui, resting his chin on his hand, smacked his lips. "This matter is difficult. Lord Sterling, you must understand, our Black Flag Army was originally a secondary defensive force for the Lin family, and our soldiers lack combat experience. It may prove challenging to undertake such a critical responsibility. Moreover, our troops have traveled a considerable distance and also require rest. Besides, we are not locals of the Eastern Front. The unfamiliar environment has caused many to suffer from ailments, severely impacting our combat effectiveness. Furthermore, we have recently run out of fresh fruit supplies. Much to everyone's dissatisfaction listening to Ming Hui enumerate his reasons, Sterling felt a surge of frustration. Was the Central Army not also unfamiliar with the Eastern Front? More than half of our forces had contracted dysentery. While you lament the lack of fruit, we can only subsist on wild vegetables. As for your claims of inexperience, did we not participate in previous conflicts against the Lu family? Containing his anger, Sterling inquired, "However, the command has ordered you, Lord Ming, to reinforce us. How do you intend to execute this reinforcement?" Before my departure, the staff provided me with a plan that I find agreeable. Come, let us open the military map. Ming Hui gestured on the map. Here is the Wasted Forest, where the main rebel forces are located. This blue line represents your army's defense. We plan to establish our defenses along this red line, fighting alongside your forces to annihilate the rebels. Sterling nearly erupted in fury. The red line Ming Hui proposed for the Black Flag Army was positioned entirely behind the Central Army's blue line. While he spoke of fighting alongside, in reality, he intended to hide behind the Central Army and conserve his strength. Yet, he quickly reined in his emotions. Ming Hui was not under his command, and he had no authority to issue orders, only the ability to relay requests through his superiors or to Zichuan Xiu. With the journey back to the imperial capital spanning thousands of miles, correspondence would take at least several weeks. Furthermore, whether the command and Zichuan Xiu would agree to his proposal remained uncertain. Even if they were willing to issue orders, Ming Hui could easily counter with his own justifications for refusal. They were both members of the command, and he possessed that authority. The ensuing bureaucratic back-and-forth could drag on indefinitely. Yet the Central Army, in urgent need of rest, faced each day like a year, suffering hundreds of losses daily due to injuries and hunger. With only those barely able to stand remaining in the fight, each one starving and emaciated, Sterling could only plead with Ming Hui in a conciliatory tone, but no matter how he appealed to emotion, reasoned with logic, begged, promised, or guaranteed, Ming Hui remained as slippery as a glass marble, responding to every overture with a consistent refrain. This matter is difficult. Sterling was on the verge of losing hope, even contemplating the notion of abandoning his troops under the cover of darkness, leaving the rebels to deal with Ming Hui directly. But he knew in his heart that he could never act on such thoughts. What if that scoundrel Ming Hui decided to flee as well? Who would guard the wasted forest? After painstakingly stabilizing several provinces, if the rebels surged forth again across the Eastern Front, who would bear the responsibility? Unbeknownst to them, night fell, and Ming Hui rose to take his leave. All right, these matters can be discussed another day. I must return. Sterling found himself powerless to detain him. The remaining Central Army officers sat in despondent silence. Sterling forced a semblance of cheerfulness and addressed his subordinates. It matters not. Without the Black Flag Army, we shall continue to press on with our campaign, and we must eat regardless. The duty soldiers served everyone their dinner, a large pot of vegetable soup, so thin one could almost see through it. Ideally, the soup should have contained some grains, but today's ration had already been consumed by Ming Hui and his companions, leaving everyone with nothing but vegetables. Sterling ladled himself a bowl of the soup, which contained scarcely any greens. With a wry smile, he contemplated. The secret to surviving on vegetable soup is to drink the broth vigorously until your belly is full, only to feel hungry again after a quick trip to relieve oneself. As everyone dined with furrowed brows, a cheerful voice rang from the doorway. "Ah, Sterling, you rascal, hoarding the good stuff and waiting for me to leave before revealing your hidden stash. Today, it seems, I have arrived just in time. I want a portion too." As darkness fell, the officers of the Black Flag Army could no longer find their way back and had to return to the Central Army, planning to stay the night and see what tomorrow would bring. Before Sterling could conceal his embarrassment, Ming Hui had already leaned in. "Let me see what special treats Sterling has prepared." Just one glance, and his expression changed. "This is what you are eating?" Sterling was too ashamed to utter a word. While Tang Ping muttered softly, "What else could we eat? Today's rations were all consumed by you." Ming Hui fell silent, and after a long pause, finally said, "Bring me a bowl." He too ladled himself a bowl of soup and, upon tasting it, grimaced in distaste, setting the bowl down and staring intently at Sterling. "How long has this been going on?" Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Sterling answered honestly, 2 weeks. "Our supplies have long been cut off." A fierce glint sparkled in Ming Hui's eyes, making it hard to believe he was the same slick bureaucrat who had just been joking. "Why didn't you report this?" He then changed his tone. "Who is behind this? Luo Minghai. Why not report him to the Commander General?" He understood that it must be Luo Minghai. Jealous of Sterling's military achievements and fearing he would usurp his position, deliberately causing such trouble, Sterling replied solemnly, "Every trivial matter that troubles the Commander General is the fault of us, his humble servants." He did not wish to engage in a bureaucratic dispute with Luo Minghai during such critical times for the country. After a prolonged silence, Ming Hui finally spoke. "Sterling, you are commendable, but I, Ming Hui, am also a man. I dare not say much over time, but we in the Black Flag Army can still manage for a week or two. You should withdraw to rest." Sterling was overjoyed and bowed deeply. "Your Excellency Ming Hui, your noble intentions are deeply appreciated by me and the entire Central Army." 3 days later, the Black Flag Army took over the position, relieving the Central Army troops who had been engaged in relentless battles since the onset of the Eastern War. and allowing the 100,000 soldiers of the Central Army to catch their breath as they retreated to the Dea province for rest. Chapter 2. The Three Heroes of Zichuan. Chapter 5. The Show Character Camp Soldiers. Everyone, pay attention. Bai Chuan said nervously as he drew a long oval on the blackboard, adding a small circle at the top to represent a head, and then inserting 4 thick lines to represent limbs. Unsatisfied, he added eyes, a mouth, and a nose to the small circle, finally letting out a sigh of relief, satisfied with his work, and declared to the soldiers, "This is a half-beast. You all must recognize it. This is our enemy. If you see something like this in the future, just take action." The soldiers whispered among themselves, "Why does it look like a tree to me?" "Who said it looks like a tree? This is clearly a candied hawthorn. It looks like General Roger. No wonder he is so fierce. Turns out he is disguised as a half-beast. It really does look like him. The more I look, the more I think we should beat him up. He just bullied me last time." At that moment, the half-beast, in the guise of a battle-hardened veteran, was sharing his combat experiences with the new recruits. "Once, I was all alone, with 3,000 demon soldiers on my left, 3,000 on my right, and 10,000 in front of me and behind me." "Not that many, Roger, you miscounted," Mingyu interjected pragmatically. "I counted at the time, and there were only 9,895. The enemy shouted loudly and charged at me, claws outstretched. If you were in that situation, you would surely wet your pants. Today's youth truly lack courage," Mingyu interjected, adopting a tone of seasoned experience. "But I, as a veteran of the battlefield, fear nothing." At that moment, I leisurely lit a cigarette, not even glancing at those demon soldiers. "I can't recall what brand it was. Mingyu, do you remember? Look at your memory. You were smoking the Samwa brand that day, weren't you?" "Oh, right." Then I blew a smoke ring at them, a perfectly round ring, not even blinking, and gestured with my middle finger, nodding my chin, implying, "Come at me together, so I don't have to exert myself." "Alas," Mingyu sighed, expressing regret. "Roger is always like this, so uncivilized. You must not emulate him." A nervous new recruit quickly asked, "And then what happened?" "Then those little rascals all charged at me, and I was utterly unconcerned." Then Roger, utterly unconcerned, was torn apart by the demons, his body shredded into 5 or 6 pieces, guts and brains spilling everywhere, lying there stinking, while a few passing ants kindly helped collect his remains, leaving only a white skeleton in the grass. You can still see it if you go now. Unbeknownst to them, the commander of the Show character camp, Zichuan Xiu, had arrived and coldly remarked from the side, "Sir." Roger and Mingyu quickly jumped up to salute. Despite the Show character camp soldiers being fierce fighters in street brawls across the imperial capital, they preferred indulgence and revelry. Marching under the scorching sun was simply unbearable for them. "Oh, I'm exhausted. I've never endured such hardship. The sun is too fierce. It will ruin my flawless skin. Indeed, riding is too tiring. My thighs are chafed." Thus, they protested en masse, threatening a mutiny, believing this would intimidate the soft-hearted Zichuan Xiu. Previously, this tactic had always worked like a charm, despite Bai Chuan's repeated warnings. "Officer A. Xiu has been in a foul mood these days. It's best not to provoke him." Yet, they insisted on proceeding, posting protest notices and resolutely refusing to leave Staff City. That night, a sinister figure appeared at the camp gate. Zichuan Xiu asked in a low voice, "Is the squad threatening mutiny here?" Bai Chuan, Roger, and Mingyu nodded like chickens pecking at rice, not daring to utter a word. Zichuan Xiu let out a chilling laugh. "You wait here." He alone pushed open the camp gate and stealthily walked inside. The air was soon filled with continuous screams and wails that pierced the night sky of the city, awakening children from their dreams, who cried out in terror, prompting their mothers to hurry and comfort them. "Sweetheart, be good. If you keep crying, I'll send you to the Show character camp." The child promptly fell silent. The other soldiers involved in the mutiny were left trembling in fear, unable to drown out the terrifying sounds even with several blankets. And after some deliberation, they hurriedly got up to secretly tear down the protest notices. Half an hour later, the screams suddenly ceased, leaving an eerie silence that sent chills down their spines. The gate opened, and Zichuan Xiu stealthily emerged, casually stating, "They have fallen asleep." He dusted off his hands and departed. A soldier, barely conscious, struggled to crawl out. "Report to the officer, just now. A monster resembling Officer A. Xiu attacked us, the brothers all." Before he could finish, he coughed up blood and collapsed. Bai Chuan shouted loudly, Medic, come quickly, Roger whispered. See? This is what happens when you provoke a heartbroken officer, Xiu. Mingyu, still shaken by the soldier's condition, began to pray. Oh God, please help that fool find a girlfriend. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Amen. The three responded in unison. The next day, before dawn, without needing the officers to urge them, the soldiers assembled and lined up voluntarily, the ranks moving forward with resounding slogans and spirited military songs. Wherever Zichuan Xiu went, the soldiers conversed animatedly. I feel I have endless energy. Indeed, riding is incredibly enjoyable. The more I ride, the more I like it. I think walking only 100 miles a day is too little. 300 miles a day is just right. In a world of rogues, strength equates to authority, since Zichuan Xiu's strength could overshadow the combined might of over 50 fists from a whole squad. He was undoubtedly the unchallenged leader. Moreover, Zichuan Xiu, this leader, was very considerate of his little brothers, always looking out for them. When soldiers lost a brawl with local thugs at a bar in Kaiga City, Zichuan Xiu immediately led a large team of over 500 to help them regain their dignity, defeating the thugs so thoroughly that they cried out in despair. Chaos ensuing in the capital of the Dama province. Local logistics officials refused to provide supplies, stating, Xiuzi camp? I have never heard of this newly established rogue gang. Zichuan Xiu immediately ordered an assault, using sticks to beat several officials, including a flag officer, until they lay on the ground, ultimately compelling them to comply and provide supplies, even adding an extra half. The gang of ruffians surrounding them roared with laughter, relishing the cries for mercy and pain from the suffering individuals, exclaiming, Hey, our commander is indeed a lion. Anyone who dares to neglect his lambs shall not escape his wrath. Every time the army passed through a major city, Zichuan Xiu generously granted his soldiers leave, who cheered, Long live Commander Xiu Chuan, and hurried off to taverns and dance halls. Truly, their cheers came from the heart, for nowhere could one find a more thoughtful superior than Zichuan Xiu. Bai Chuan, exasperated, exclaimed, Sir, the commanding office has ordered us to head to Valin Fortress for instructions. But are we not on our way to Valin Fortress? However, the time, they simply commanded us to go. They did not stipulate when we must arrive. But the military law office, the chief inspector, Diling, is my elder brother. What do you have to worry about? Thus, the conversation came to an end. Every night during their leave, as darkness fell, Zichuan Xiu instructed Bai Chuan and the others to guard the empty barracks while he swaggered out of the camp, humming a tune about sneaking off for fun, only returning at dawn, dragging his weary body back. Bai Chuan cursed, utterly foolish. Just wait and see how you meet your end. Roger lamented, ever since Commander Xiu was jilted by Miss Ning, he has channeled his sorrow into carnal desires. Mingyu expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Commander Xiu is truly inconsiderate. He has good connections yet does not take me along. He attempted to follow, but on his first attempt, he was waylaid and robbed by a group of ruffians. Losing sight of Zichuan Xiu on the second attempt, he encountered a prostitute trying to pull him away, and by the time he finally escaped, Zichuan Xiu had vanished again. The third time, he was apprehended by patrolling guards who mistook him for a male prostitute wandering in a suspicious area and locked him up for the night. Finally, on his last attempt, he was inexplicably knocked unconscious in a dark alley, awakening to find his wallet and belongings missing. During the day, numerous individuals, both male and female, would come seeking Zichuan Xiu, their expressions furtive and their gazes suspicious, sneaking around like members of the mafia engaging in drug deals, only to shut the door behind them for an extended period before sneaking out the back. Each time Xiuzi camp set off, a mysterious entourage followed closely behind. A long procession of horse-drawn carts, shadowing them day and night. When the army moved, they moved. When the army halted, they too stopped, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. Moreover, with each city they passed, more individuals joined, ultimately swelling to over 3,000 people and nearly 1,000 carts, resembling a grand army in their own right. Bai Chuan's suspicions grew, and he rushed to inquire with Zichuan Xiu, who bashfully replied, I am truly sorry. During those nights, my funds were insufficient, and I promised to repay them once I received my salary. They are merely following to collect their debts. Before he could finish, Bai Chuan had already swung his saber. Mingyu scoffed at Zichuan Xiu's explanation. Bai Chuan is an ignorant fool, unaware of these matters. We are all men. Do you still think such tricks could deceive me? The experienced Mingyu. He turned to Roger, saying, Consider this. We have only been out of the imperial capital for a few days, in such a short time. Has Commander Xiu truly accrued debts for the overnight stays of over 1,000 people? Is he truly a superhuman? Roger suddenly understood. Indeed, how could anyone be so remarkable? What do you imply? It is quite evident. There is only one possibility, Mingyu declared with utmost indignation. He must be secretly hoarding Viagra. How outrageous, and he does not share any with me. On October 6th of the 79th year, over 8,000 cavalry from Xiuzi camp arrived at Valin Fortress. At the foot of Valin, a mounted messenger delivered an order to Zichuan Xiu. The letter stated that the command office had dispatched Commander Fang Jing to lead the militia reserve and instructed Zichuan Xiu not to enter the city, but rather to directly sweep away the remaining rebel forces in the province of Gadisa. Breathing in the fresh air imbued with the scent of vegetation and gazing at the boundless greenery of the Guqi Mountains, Zichuan Xiu and the three flag officers felt a sense of nostalgia. Though they could find no words to express it, silently whispering in their hearts, "We have returned to the Far East." Along the journey from Valin Fortress to the east, the ravages of war were evident throughout this beautiful land of the Far East. The front line had advanced, and amidst fierce battles, tranquil villages were engulfed in flames, flourishing cities reduced to ruins, lush forests transformed into lifeless wastelands, and fertile fields turned into barren deserts, littered with bones, along the roads. Throngs of refugees and beggars staggered westward, a mix of humans and other ethnicities from the Far East, predominantly women, children, and the elderly. They were gaunt, their eyes vacant. Upon seeing the marching human army pass by, they merely drooped their eyelids, then swarmed around the Xiuzi camp soldiers, begging for food at tea times. The soldiers could only pass by with the aid of riding crops to drive them away. For these people, whether it was the joint forces singing Far East independence, establishing our own homeland, or the Zichuan family proclaiming suppress the rebellion, restore peace, mattered little. All they sought was a mere 100 grams of cake to survive the day. Without it, death awaited. As the Sterling forces passed through, Sterling himself wept for the plight of the refugees, striving to relocate them to areas west of Valin Fortress, where the ravages of war had not yet reached, allowing them to cling to survival. However, with the pressing demands of military affairs, he had little time to address the situation, resulting in many refugees remaining homeless and displaced. It was the ambition of Lei Hong that brought such calamity to the Far East. Roger, Mingyu, and other officers hailing from the Far East wore somber expressions, having learned from the refugees that their hometowns, including Minsk, had been reduced to rubble, with the fates of their families uncertain. Bai Chuan, witnessing the refugees' suffering, could not help but weep. Ultimately, Zichuan Xiu decided to allocate a portion of the military rations to provide some relief to the refugees. Everyone knew this was a foolish course of action that would not resolve the fundamental issues. Yet no one opposed it. Seeing the joy on the refugees' faces as they received food brought a measure of comfort to their hearts. Just 3 weeks prior, the Sterling Corps had engaged in fierce battles against the Lei Hong rebels in the Gadisa province, resulting in the Lei Hong forces abandoning over 30,000 corpses in their retreat, with many of the defeated soldiers scattering into the deep mountains, refusing to emerge. Most had devolved into bandits, establishing strongholds in the hills, daring not to provoke the Zichuan family's army but readily ambushing supply convoys and postal teams. These mountain bandits were numerous and elusive, hiding in treacherous dense forests, disappearing without a trace upon the army's arrival. Commander Fang Jing, responsible for logistics at Valin Fortress, was at his wits' end over this situation, and with no surplus regular royal army available, he thought of Zichuan Xiu, a native of the Far East, familiar with the terrain, and thus dispatched Xiuzi camp to assist. On the very day they entered the province, a messenger hurried to report a group of half-orcs had just attacked a supply convoy, requesting Xiuzi camp to provide immediate reinforcements. Zichuan Xiu promptly led his troops to the scene, only to witness the half-orcs fleeing into the forest, leaving behind a wreckage of the supply convoy. As the cavalry pursued relentlessly, the half-orcs took refuge in the dense woods, and Xiuzi camp quickly surrounded the entire forest, leaving no escape route. Brothers of the United Army, you have nowhere to run. Come out and surrender quickly. The family royal army treats prisoners well. Do not hide any longer. Roger shouted boldly at the forest's edge. Yes, just like that. Shout louder. Tell them that we will feed those who come out. Those who do not will be killed without mercy. Also, remember to shout in the half-orc language. They won't understand you otherwise. From a distance behind Roger, Zichuan Xiu hid behind a shield, casually filing his nails while offering encouragement. Chuan and Mingyu engaged in a serious conversation. I heard that the half-orcs' homemade throwing spears are quite sharp. One can pierce a person right through. They possess great strength. And I have heard that their throwing spears are coated with poison, sealing the throat upon contact. Then, let us begin to pray for Roger's soul. Behind the three of them, thousands of soldiers from Xiuzi camp held their breath, watching the valiant figure of Flag Officer Roger, murmuring amongst themselves, "Look, look, Roger's face is turning paler, as white as dead pig meat. In such a cool autumn, his shirt is soaked with sweat. He seems to be trembling from the cold. His voice is so soft. It sounds as if he is afraid someone will hear him. It resembles crying. Commander Zichuan, could you send 2 brothers over to stand with me? It would seem more imposing. I feel a bit too isolated here." Roger's voice trembled. Zichuan Xiu turned to the soldiers, asking, "Is there anyone willing to step up and shout alongside Flag Officer Roger?" The soldiers all resolutely shook their heads. Zichuan Xiu encouraged Roger, saying, "Do not fear, although we are far apart. In spirit, we stand with you." Roger, "Sir, I would like to step back a bit. There's no need for everyone to speak so strenuously." Zichuan Xiu, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "No need for that. My hearing is quite sharp." He turned to Chuan and Mingyu. "Can you hear me? Do you need to move a bit closer?" The two immediately affirmed that they could hear perfectly well. Roger exclaimed, "Commander Zichuan, after calling out for so long with no response, the enemy must have surely fled. I will take a step back. Move closer to the woods and shout louder," Mingyu suggested. Mingyu then whispered to Chuan. That night at dinner, Roger somehow angered the Lord, and the next day the Lord went to buy him 20 life insurance policies, naming himself as the beneficiary. After nearly 20 minutes of Roger shouting, the woods erupted with a cacophony of sounds as a group of Orcish warriors, armed with spears and clubs, emerged and charged towards them, shouting, "Waguri, Waguri, kill." Roger scrambled back to Zichuan Xiu, exclaiming, "Sir, they are coming." Zichuan Xiu shouted, "Charge, Roger, you lead the way," giving Roger a kick that sent him to the front lines. As the two sides quickly closed the distance, Zichuan Xiu called out, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. If you do not surrender now, we have thousands of men." Behind them, a tumultuous uproar of voices cried out, "Run! We're doomed." The uproar was thunderous and overwhelming, gradually fading into the distance. The 8,000 soldiers of the Xiu regiment vanished in a flash, their speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, only a faint silhouette remained on the horizon. Accompanied by a cloud of dust as the wind blew, the echo of voices could still be heard. "Flee! Run quickly!" Only Zichuan Xiu and his 3 subordinates remained, surrounded by dozens of menacing orcs. Both sides were momentarily stunned by the sight, and it took a while before an orc spoke in human tongue. "You want us to surrender?" "No, no." Zichuan Xiu quickly lowered his saber. "What I meant was, do you accept surrenders?" "But didn't you just shout something like, 'No mercy'?" That was him who shouted. Zichuan Xiu, Chuan, and Mingyu pointed at Roger in unison. "It's not our fault." A burly orc stepped forward, his dark face beaming with a smile. "Ah, Guangming Xiu, it has been so long. You remain as mischievous as ever," Zichuan Xiu joyfully exclaimed, "Old Diling." Before he could finish, the orc enveloped him in a tight embrace. Zichuan Xiu, during his tenure as a junior flag officer, had been stationed in the village of Blue in the Wag province, where he imparted knowledge of medicine and agriculture to the villagers, teaching the children the human tongue, and forged a deep friendship with the orcs, who affectionately referred to him as Wagdanim, the bringer of light. Diling was the village chief, when he had fallen gravely ill. It was Zichuan Xiu who summoned a military doctor to save his life. Their bond was strong. They playfully exchanged jabs. "You old rascal, why are you imitating others and starting a rebellion?" Cough. "You wouldn't believe it. After you left, a new military commander was appointed. He and the Lord have made life unbearable for us. Despite the calamities, they still demand exorbitant taxes. Those who fail to pay are beaten. Several young men have been severely injured. We had no choice but to resort to this." Zichuan Xiu furrowed his brow. "Are the villagers well?" "Not particularly. Only the elderly and women remain at home. The children, the laborers are all gone. The men have gone out, and many have perished. 2 children from the Moody family died near Valent City. The men from the Sam family have also perished, and among the Drew family, 4 children went out, 3 have died, and one is missing. We still do not know if he is alive or dead. By the way, look, many villagers are here. Zichuan Xiu carefully observed and indeed recognized many familiar faces. His heart heavy with sorrow. When he was ordered to leave the village of Blue, the villagers were deeply saddened, weeping as they accompanied him for dozens of miles. Little did he expect that their next encounter would be on the battlefield. Swords drawn against each other. The orcs greeted Zichuan Xiu warmly. Many had benefited from his kindness in the past. Several younger orcs, who had not seen Zichuan Xiu before, had heard tales of him and timidly called out in clumsy human language, "Uncle Guangming Xiu," after a long separation. Emotions ran high. The reunion of old friends was indeed a touching scene, but it was interrupted by Roger. "Sir, once you finish your reminiscing, could you please get me down from this tree?" A group of orc soldiers had suspended him from a tree, having beaten him severely, leaving him barely conscious. When Zichuan Xiu and Diling returned to the camp, the rascals of the Xiu regiment were busy writing a eulogy. "With immeasurable sorrow, we mourn our most esteemed superior, steadfast guardian of our clan, and valiant warrior, Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu." On the 8th of October, during a fierce battle with the rebels, Lord Zichuan Xiu led the charge, fighting bravely, and tragically met his heroic end. His last words were, "Brothers, divide my estate amongst yourselves. We, filled with remembrance for our Lord, shall take up his banner and continue to fight resolutely. The spirit of Lord Zichuan Xiu shall forever inspire our advance. He shall live eternally in our hearts." The eulogy abruptly halted as Zichuan Xiu swiftly dealt with the individual responsible for writing it, ensuring he felt the weight of immeasurable sorrow and deep pain, before handing him over to the irate Roger, saying, "You can deal with him, just leave him breathing." Roger immediately understood, seizing the soldier and dragging him away. Diling shook his head. "You letting such a fellow live? According to our Zoi tribe's customs, those who flee in battle should be hanged." The orcs referred to themselves as the Zoi tribe. Zichuan Xiu smiled wryly. "Heads are not like leeks. Once severed, they do not grow back. Besides, I cannot command half my troops to hang the other half, can I?" Diling laughed heartily, his wide mouth splitting into a grin. "This is the first time I've seen a Zichuan army like this. If only the entire Zichuan army were like you. If you were to face Sterling, a single squadron could wipe out your thousands." Zichuan Xiu, intrigued, inquired, "Have you clashed with Sterling's forces? What was it like?" The orcs all shook their heads in unison. "Too terrifying." Their faces displayed lingering fear. "They are not human. They are reincarnations of war gods." Young orcs eagerly recounted the tales of Sterling. He stood as tall as 2 pine trees. His eyes shone like lighthouses, and at night he would breathe fire. He possessed a duplication technique, appearing simultaneously in different places thousands of kilometers apart. His body was impervious to blades and bullets. A single roar could obliterate an entire division. Furthermore, he wielded dark magic. At night, he would play a flute, causing the corpses of Zichuan soldiers who had fallen during the day to rise and rejoin the fray, fighting even more fiercely. They shared stories of Sterling for over 10 minutes, with one orc even bursting into song about him. "You see," Diling concluded, "facing such a god, how could we possibly win against him?" Implying that the Zoi tribe was not lacking in bravery. But if the opponent was a god, then losing was hardly their fault. "Indeed, how could we possibly win?" The orcs echoed pitifully. Bai Chuan stifled a laugh. "If that is the case, why not simply follow Lord Sterling instead of rebelling? Hey, if we could truly follow Sterling, that would be a fine job." But the elder said, if we Zoi tribesmen dare to even look Sterling in the eye, it would be an immediate death sentence. IVE also heard that Lord Sterling is a commendable commander. He does not ravage our Zoi villages, ignoring the ongoing debate among the younger orcs. Zichuan Xiu turned to Diling. "What do you plan to do next? Will you continue the rebellion? The clan will be sending more and more troops from the Far East." Diling pondered for a moment and replied, "We no longer wish to fight. We cannot defeat Sterling. We just want to go home. We've been out for so long, we don't know how our wives and children are, or if the village still exists." They informed Zichuan Xiu that this group of orcs from the Blue Village in the Wag province had long wished to return home. But the roads were blocked by the Zichuan clan's armies that in the provinces of Daya, Lakusi, and Yun. Vast numbers of Zichuan soldiers congregated, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, blocking all routes, whether east-west or north-south, and new reinforcements arrived daily. That a small band like theirs, with only dozens of members, would be detected and annihilated within 10 kilometers of leaving their hiding place in the woods. Zichuan Xiu clapped his hands. This is simple. I can lead you back. The orcs erupted in joy, and Diling hugged Zichuan Xiu tightly, squeezing him in a bear-like embrace, while Baichuan turned away. Unable to bear the sight of Zichuan Xiu gasping for breath, his face flushed red. After the joyous festivities, Zichuan Xiu's eyes suddenly recalled something. However, I am currently preoccupied. I still have the responsibility of clearing this area. Diling thumped his chest and declared, Guangming Xiu, you are a true friend of our Zoi tribe. No need to say more. I shall assist you. All Zoi people are one family. I am well acquainted with most of the locals here and familiar with the terrain. The following day, the Xiu battalion resumed its campaign against the bandits. Diling did not speak falsely. Indeed, the nearby half-orcs were well known to him, and they shared a degree of familial relations. Diling first sought out his cousin Diling, who was the village chief of a nearby settlement. Upon witnessing the arrival of thousands of troops and hearing his cousin assure him that surrender would allow him to return home, Diling readily agreed to lead his people in surrender. Diling then sought out another cousin, Debut, who also consented to surrender. Thus, they proceeded to find their mutual cousin, Diling. Baichuan was utterly bewildered by the multitude of names and their familial connections. By the end of the first day, nearly 1,000 surrendering rebels had been recruited. Zichuan Xiu treated the surrendered soldiers with great kindness. Upon their arrival, he asked no questions and first offered them a bowl of rice. These soldiers, having lived in constant fear since their defeat, had been hiding in the deep mountains, subsisting on leaves and roots. Now, as they held a bowl of fragrant rice, they were nearly moved to tears. The rebels were indeed famished. In some areas, where stubborn rebels refused to surrender, Zichuan Xiu simply ordered a large pot of meat soup to be prepared as the aroma wafted through the air. The rebels soon emerged from their hiding spots, calling out, Wazalai, I surrender. In fact, numerous rebels hastily traveled from other provinces to surrender to Guangming Xiu. By the end of the week, Zichuan Xiu's achievements astonished even him. Over 70,000 rebels had surrendered, nearly 10 times his own forces. Baichuan was deeply concerned about this situation. Should such a vast number of rebel captives decide to resist, they could easily overwhelm the Xiu battalion in a matter of hours. She resolved to fulfill her duty and counsel that foolish young man. Baichuan said, My lord, may I share a joke with you? Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. Oh my, how rare for you, Baichuan, to say such a thing. It should be something stimulating. Ignoring his comment, Baichuan began. During a battle, an eastern soldier yelled, Captain, I have captured a demon prisoner. The captain replied, Well done. Bring him over. The soldier said, No, he is about to take me away. Zichuan Xiu stared blankly, and then, Baichuan, infuriated, wondered how someone could be so foolish. She patiently prompted him. My lord, did this joke not evoke any thoughts? Do you not see the similarity to our current situation? Zichuan Xiu scratched his head, pondering for quite a while. Before responding, I do not see it. I feel nothing. And he walked away, left behind. Baichuan cursed. Fool, utter fool, super duper fool. However, Mingyu, responsible for logistics, was troubled by a different issue. He reported to Zichuan Xiu, due to the excessive number of people dining, our food supplies will only last for another week. Zichuan Xiu contemplated for a moment and commanded, Immediately summon all captains and above for the 1st Xiu Battalion Military Conference. According to the standard military structure, 10 men formed a squad, 50 formed a company, and 500 formed a battalion. A cavalry division consisted of 10 battalions, totaling 5,000 men, while an infantry division comprised 20 battalions, amounting to 10,000. The Xiu battalion had over 8,000 cavalry, barely sufficient to form 2 cavalry divisions. However, Roger, Baichuan, and others clamored that their status as samurai warranted them the rank of division commander at the very least. Zichuan Xiu, with no other choice, reorganized the Xiu battalion into 3 divisions. The 1st division with 3,000 men, led by Roger. The 2nd division, also with 3,000 men, led by Mingyu. And finally, Zichuan Xiu's own direct division, commanded by Baichuan. Everyone was pleased, yet Zichuan Xiu suddenly realized that he still had only 3 subordinates, and essentially nothing had changed during the first military conference of the Xiu battalion. Zichuan Xiu astonished everyone with his pronouncement. Baichuan could hardly close her mouth in disbelief. My lord, what did you just say? Whatever it was. Zichuan Xiu, understanding her confusion, replied, Oh, I said we are to establish the Xiu Battalion Limited Company. Roger asked, my lord. What does that, whatever you called it, mean? Mingyu interjected, that limited company. Roger, you fool. My lord clearly said limited public chicken. But my lord, I still do not understand. Why do we need a limited public chicken? A limited company refers to a modern form of capital organization, wherein company assets are divided into equal shares, and the company is limited in its liability concerning its debts. Shareholders are liable only to the extent of their shares, and profits are distributed after statutory reserves and public funds, with one share earning one dividend. Understood? The three responded in unison. Not understood. Zichuan Xiu sighed. Then I shall simplify. It means a scheme to swindle money. First, we come up with a pleasant name, for instance, Xiu Battalion International Cosmic Infinite Investment Industry Group. Devise an enticing scheme. I discovered a great treasure in the East, but I need funds to excavate it. Find a sucker to swindle. You give me 1 coin, and I will return you 10 within a year. And then apply for bankruptcy. Once the money is in hand, we make a quick escape. This is what a limited company entails. The division and battalion leaders simultaneously exclaimed, had you said it that way, we would have understood. Haven't you always operated like this? Only Mingyu had reservations, my lord, in this desolate wilderness. Where will we find wealthy suckers? All we have are refugees, even if we strip them bare. We wouldn't find a single copper coin. Zichuan Xiu chuckled mischievously. Do not worry. I have already found a sucker. Did you not see the long line of carriages behind us? What do we have to fear regarding food? As the Xiu battalion marched. Upon arriving in each city, Zichuan Xiu promptly sought out the local merchant associations, proclaiming a truth. The Eastern Civil War presents an excellent opportunity for wealth. Just think, the war has persisted for so long. And prior to this, the East relied on imports from the family stronghold for salt, grain, medicine, and daily necessities. These are now in dire shortage. Simultaneously, the East is rich in gold mines, diamonds, magical crystals, and quartz, all of which are now stockpiled due to the war and cannot be traded. Imagine if you were the first merchant convoy to engage in trade in the East. The profits would be. The merchants were salivating, but soon regained their senses. The Eastern War Zone is highly unstable, not to mention the provinces controlled by rebels. Even in areas occupied by family troops, bandits roamed freely. Without a division-sized army for protection, would that not be akin to leading sheep into a wolf's den? Zichuan Xiu laughed heartily. I am the commander of the elite family forces, the Xiu Battalion. My subordinates are numerous and capable, boasting 3 divisions. They are more than sufficient to ensure the safety of your goods. He neglected to mention how many men were in a division. The merchants replied, Xiu Battalion. Never heard of it. What do they sell? They are not some newly formed militia, are they? Those guys are unreliable. Zichuan Xiu, irate, responded. How could that be? The Xiu Battalion has a long history, exceptional combat capability, excellent discipline, and extraordinary loyalty, being one of the family's premier combat forces. Gentlemen, it matters not if you have not heard of the Xiu Battalion, but surely you must have heard of the renowned Central Army's Undying Battalion led by Lord Sterling and the iron-blooded gendarmerie commanded by Lord Diling. The merchants whispered among themselves, agreeing. Lord Sterling and Lord Diling are both contemporary military legends. Their names are indeed well known. But Zichuan Xiu, you. At this moment, Zichuan Xiu produced a signed portrait featuring Sterling and Diling. Gentlemen, behold. If your eyes are not deceived, you should be able to recognize who these two are, right? A fine steed does not associate with a clumsy ride. Naturally, one who poses with legendary generals must also be a general of renown. Entrusting your modest fortunes to someone who can stand alongside 2 great men such as Lord Sterling and Diling, a person of integrity, high moral standards, and sincerity, what do you have to worry about? With this ruse, Zichuan Xiu had successfully convinced countless merchants to willingly invest their money or personally transport goods, of course, while paying a protection fee. But at this point, Zichuan Xiu felt it was time to provide the merchants some assurance, or rather, to show them a glimmer of hope for profit. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, with unanimous consent from the first military conference, the Xiu Battalion International Cosmic Infinite Limited Investment Industry Group was officially established. The company charter stipulated that all officers and soldiers of the Xiu Battalion would automatically hold shares, with squad leaders receiving 2 shares, company leaders 5 shares, and battalion leaders 10 shares at the end of the year. Profits would be distributed based on shareholding. Zichuan Xiu addressed the merchants, stating, In order to adapt to the vast market of the Far East, along with the complexities of market fluctuations, to meet diverse segmentation demands, and to achieve industrialization and internationalization, we must align with the requirements of a market economy that we aim to enhance our resilience against risks, improve our profitability, foster technological innovation, rationalize our industrial layout, and scientifically structure our assets. Therefore, we shall embark on the path of diversified operations. The merchants, captivated, praised Governor Xiu for his commercial acumen, insight, foresight, and market expansion awareness. Roger, feeling overwhelmed, quickly inquired of Zichuan Xiu, "What did you just say?" Zichuan Xiu replied, "What I mean is this. One scam is not enough. We need several. Besides, fireworks are quite expensive. Establishing a single company for a bundle of firecrackers would be a significant loss." Consequently, that very day, Roger Grain and Oil Food Company, Limited, Zichuan Cosmetics Company, Limited, Mingyu Diamond Acquisition Company, Limited, Rogers Hat Company, Limited, Mingyu's Pants Development Investment Bank, Zichuan Skirt Technology Consulting Company, Limited, Zichuan Underwear Import and Export Trading Company, Limited, later renamed Beautiful Zichuan Import and Export Trading Company, Limited due to objections, Mingyu the Lothario Financial Industry Company, Limited, and Roger the Fool Trust Investment Company, Limited were all established, 56 companies in total. The company signs were so numerous that they adorned the doors and walls of the Xiu Battalion's headquarters, and when there was no more space, they even affixed the Roger Far East Grand Hotel sign to the men's restroom door and the Zichuan Perfume Company sign to the women's restroom door. Roger took on the roles of general manager, legal representative, chairman, and executive director for 21 companies, while Mingyu held 19 companies, and Zichuan had 16. Thus, they joyfully referred to each other as general managers and chairman. Zichuan Xiu did not manage any company, yet he held shares in every one, ranging from 100% to 51%. The half-orcs, envious, sent Dirun to negotiate, requesting a company or two for themselves. Zichuan Xiu promptly obliged, establishing Alibaba and the 40 Thieves Company, Limited and Zoe Angel Company, Limited, while granting them exclusive agency rights for Xiu Battalion Company, Limited, in their hometown of Waga Province. Of course, adhering to the old rule, Zichuan Xiu retained 70% of the shares. The remaining 30% belonged to them. Thus, the half-orcs felt exceedingly satisfied, clutching their company signs as if they had struck gold. Now they had something to boast about back home. Who in the entire village had ever seen such rarities? Moreover, they were now general managers, a true source of pride for their families. Though they were not quite sure what a joint stock company, or chairman, entailed, the simple-minded villagers from nearby could hardly contain their jealousy, their eyes nearly popping out. "Sir, could you repeat what you just said?" "Oh, it's quite simple, Zichuan. The fundamental relationships between our companies are as follows. Roger Trading Company, Limited is owned 47% by Rogers Hat Co., Limited, and 38% by Zichuan Skirt Technology Consulting Company. Limited, Rogers Hat Company, through financing, has acquired 10,000 shares of Roger Gourmet City, but both are controlled by a company called Mingyu Pants Investment Development Bank via share exchange. However, Mingyu Pants Bank is also 18% controlled by Roger the Fool Investment Trust Company, which is essentially a financial shell, mainly to deal with the tax office. Its primary financial support still comes from Roger Trading Company, Limited, but its tax payments are reflected in the accounts of Mingyu Pants Bank. Simple enough. Right? You understand now, don't you? Zichuan, feeling dizzy, ultimately grasped one thing. She would never comprehend it in 1,000 years. Mingyu rushed in, flustered. "Sir, something terrible has happened. My 2 companies and a bank have been swallowed." "What happened?" Mingyu caught her breath. "A wild dog appeared out of nowhere and ran off with my bag. And just like that, my companies were absorbed." On October 20, the Xiu Battalion began its advance into the heart of the Far East. The Zichuan Wang army was taken aback, sounding alarms. A staggering number of rebel troops are advancing towards the Yi province. A large group of rebels has been spotted gathering in Yun province. Beacon towers were ignited one after another. They approached cautiously to intercept, only to see Commander Zichuan Xiu emerge confidently, declaring, "Brothers, you have worked hard. I am Zichuan Xiu, commander of the Xiu Battalion, and they are my captives." The soldiers from other units stood astonished at the sight of the vast, unarmed rebel force. Seizing the opportunity, Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, "Gentlemen, you must have been out here for quite some time, longing for the flavors of home-cooked meals. How long has it been since you savored fine wine?" Surely, stale bread is hard to swallow, right? Life here must feel quite inconvenient and dreary, yes? Welcome to the Xiu Battalion. Soldiers on expedition faced harsh conditions, and in this place, even toothpaste was nowhere to be found. The Xiu Battalion offered them gourmet food, fine wine, new clothes, shoes, and daily necessities. Though the prices were slightly elevated, the soldiers' pay was substantial, making it worthwhile to spend. Word spread rapidly, and soon the entire Far Eastern military knew. The Xiu Battalion provided the finest meals, the most exquisite wines, the most comprehensive goods, and the most novel and thrilling entertainment. In no time, visitors poured in, especially on payday. Naturally, there were demands that the Xiu Battalion could not satisfy. Some officers from other units discreetly approached Zichuan Xiu, asking, "Is there, any work available with the flower girls?" Zichuan Xiu regretfully replied, "I am sorry, but our company does not currently engage in that line of business." Noticing the officer's disappointed expressions, he sympathetically added, "However, there is a way." He sold a copy of Playboy for an exorbitant price. Yet, merely profiting from soldiers and officers was not enough for Zichuan Xiu. He also dispatched large numbers of captured rebel soldiers to various villages for promotion. On October 25th and 26th, there will be a grand merchandise exhibition on a certain hillside. As anticipated, the entire province was stirred, with thousands of half-orcs, snakefolk, elven creatures, and dwarves flocking to exchange their locally produced diamonds, gold, and crystal stones for essential goods like salt, medicine, food, and fabric, creating an unprecedented spectacle. In various mining areas, after the uprising had driven away the former owners, the miners brought baskets full of diamonds to barter for necessities. Merchants were overjoyed. Their backlog of goods quickly sold out. Zichuan Xiu sent the Mingyu Brigade to protect the merchants as they returned to restock and continued their eastward advance, reveling in the profits. The Xiu Battalion swept through like a whirlwind, stripping all wealth from the regions they traversed, indiscriminately between friend and foe. Ultimately, the highest commander of the Far East Theater, Minghui, learned of these events. His officers, with sorrowful faces, lamented to him that they had lost 3 months' worth of wages in a single night at a certain Mingyu entertainment world. Furious, he immediately penned a letter, chastising Zichuan Xiu with righteous indignation. "The times are perilous. Our family must unite as one to weather the national crisis. Frontline soldiers are risking their lives, fighting valiantly. While you, Zichuan Xiu, have benefited from the family's 2 generations of grace, yet in this moment of danger, you only think of your petty gains, disregarding the greater good of the family and undermining your colleagues. Secretly colluding with enemies using strategic resources. If you do not repent, beware of the unrelenting military law." The letter's conclusion bore several trembling ink drops, revealing the depth of Minghui's anger as he wrote. Zichuan Xiu's reply contained but a single line: "I offer you 4% of the shares." Minghui's response was even more furious. "Zichuan Xiu, you were truly beyond redemption, despite my earnest efforts to guide you. You remain unrepentant, thinking to bribe me, a dignified member of the commanding council, with a mere 4%. This is the utmost insult to my character." Zichuan Xiu replied, 5%. Take it or leave it." Minghui responded, "Deal." The business of the Xiu Battalion flourished even more, gradually advancing deeper into the heart of the Far East, establishing branches and offices across various provinces. Among the troops fighting in the Far East, only the Xiu Battalion was the envy of all others. While other units gnawed on dry bread and drank filthy water, the Xiu Battalion soldiers enjoyed steak dinners and sipped brandy, while others wore tattered, worn-out clothing. Only the Xiu Battalion donned crisp, polished uniforms, their complexions rosy. The reason was simple. The Xiu Battalion was always followed by thousands of supply trucks, attracted by profits. An increasing number of merchants participated, laden with fresh delicacies. Moreover, the Xiu Battalion distributed substantial stock dividends each month, filling the soldiers' pockets with cash. The entire army revered Zichuan Xiu as if he were a deity. Certainly, there are times of loss as well. One day, in the province of Lunlang, a group of serpentine bandits ambushed the convoy of Roger Trading Corporation. Zichuan Xiu, filled with rage, inscribed a hefty amount under extraordinary expenses in the ledger, subsequently summoning Roger to berate him vehemently. Frustrated by the situation, Roger gathered his subordinates and declared, "This month's bonuses have been withheld." The soldiers of Roger's regiment howled in fury like wolves. And under Roger's leadership, they pursued the Serpentine bandits for nearly 1,000 kilometers, fearlessly penetrating deep into the territory occupied by the rebels. After a fierce battle, they used their sabers to leave the ground strewn with corpses. Reclaiming the stolen goods, the Serpentine rebels finally understood what true ruffian nature entailed. But the ordeal was far from over. Another shareholder of the Xiu unit, Ming Hui, infuriated by the diminished bonuses, dispatched a battalion of infantry to raise their stronghold. Setting it ablaze, the few remaining Serpentine survivors, barely escaping, unfortunately encountered a furious group of half-orcs, armed with javelins and flails, who introduced themselves as managers from the Alibaba company, systematically flaying the Serpentine remnants. News of this calamity spread like wildfire. Warning all rebel factions and bandit groups throughout the Far East, never provoke the Xiu unit. With eyes gleaming at the sight of glistening silver, golden sands, and sparkling diamonds flooding into his pockets, Zichuan Xiu was filled with joy, stuffing them all beneath his bed, feeling particularly content as he drifted into sleep atop such a heap of wealth. On October 5th, Sterling led the Central Army out of Yun Province and into Daya Province. Both Daya and Aliya provinces were predominantly inhabited by humans. When the massive rebellion swept across the Far East, the provincial governor, Gulen, displayed the demeanor of a renowned general. Remaining calm amidst danger, he recruited local residents to form a provincial defense force of nearly 100,000, coordinating with the nearby defense troops of Aliya province. Although their numbers were insufficient to quell the rebellion, they were adequate to maintain order in the provinces, ultimately rendering these two areas the only ones in the Far East untouched by the ravages of war. Allowing the populace to sustain their livelihoods, having trekked out of the marshes and mire of Yun province, Sterling could finally take a breath, returning to the bustling world of humanity, where he no longer witnessed the brutal clashes of armies or the violent struggle for life. He observed the tranquility of the countryside and the bustling cities filled with traffic, vibrant lights, and the lively calls of merchants. All the various aspects of society felt novel and unfamiliar to him. As the grim shadows of bloodshed gradually faded from his mind, a high-ranking officer commanding the army, he was greeted with great deference by local defense officials wherever he went, receiving flattering praise. The streets were empty, filled only with the scents of fireworks, fragrant flowers, and fine wine, as the populace gathered to admire the formidable display of the royal army. Furthermore, in every location, local nobles, gentry, and officials vied to host this Central Army commander. A distinguished general of the foremost family, deeply favored by the commander-in-chief and destined for greatness, all of them exuding warmth and familiarity as if they had been lifelong friends of Sterling, urging, "You must honor us with your presence." Sterling, possessing a good-natured temperament, sought not to offend anyone, which often led him to be half invited, half dragged along. However, having grown accustomed to the simplicity of the front lines, he found it difficult to endure the lavish feasts filled with delicacies and copious toasts, and within 3 days, he began to suffer from severe digestive distress. It was not just him. Officers from the Central Army, from the deputy commander to the division leaders, all fell one after another at the banquet. These officers from the imperial capital were finally made aware of the extravagant lifestyle of the far eastern nobility. Upon reaching the capital of Daya province, Daya city, Sterling's condition improved slightly when an urgent message arrived. The governor of Daya province, Gulen, provincial head Lu Zifeng, the governor of Aliya province, Yiling, provincial head Lilinsuang, along with provincial officials and nobles, cordially invite the esteemed Central Army Commander Sterling and his esteemed generals to a banquet. Sterling, truly impatient to meet those sordid officials, asked his chief of staff, Tang Ping, "Is it possible to decline?" Tang Ping shook his head, "My lord, although their titles may seem humble, we still rely on the supplies from Daya and Aliya provinces. Moreover, the Gulen family is a renowned noble clan, with 9 members amongst the governors and provincial heads of the 23 provinces in the Far East. Both Gulen and Lilinsuang are members of the Elder Council. It is said that even the late General Guangxing had to treat them with respect. This is a face we cannot afford to lose." Sterling chuckled wryly, "Understood. Another group we cannot offend. Let us prepare to go together." The local officials and nobles indeed displayed great courtesy, lining up to welcome Sterling's entourage outside the estate. Sterling felt a sense of unease before he could speak. Several bundles of firecrackers exploded in a cacophony that a throng of people swarmed toward him like flies to dung, each face adorned with smiles and greetings. "My lord, Your journey must have been arduous. My lord, may your banners fly high and your name resonate across the land. You toil for the welfare of the common people, and the populace of the Far East are immensely grateful. Lord Sterling, with your lofty aspirations, your future shall undoubtedly be boundless, a journey of great promise. While Sterling busily responded to each greeting, an official in military attire stepped forward and bowed. I am Gulen, here to attend to you. My lord. Sterling hurriedly returned the gesture. Governor Gulen, you have worked hard. As he scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, with a corpulent and unwieldy physique, a round face well-preserved yet bearing the pallor of excessive indulgence, a ruddy nose, and bloodshot eyes, Sterling immediately categorized him as a drunken wastrel. Yet, he found himself intrigued. The rumors spoke of Governor Gulen remaining unflustered and composed in times of crisis. Could such a debauched individual truly embody that reputation? Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. In his capacity as host, Gulen introduced Sterling to the other attendees at the banquet, the provincial head of Dea, Lu Zifeng, a gaunt old man. Upon first seeing him, Sterling was reminded of the dried meat rations stored in the army. For Lu's age far exceeded that of Gulen. Yet, for reasons unknown, he seemed to defer to Gulen in every matter, frequently glancing at Gulen's expression while they exchanged pleasantries, leaving Sterling perplexed. Ordinarily, the governor and provincial head held equal ranks, one overseeing military affairs and the other civil administration. The provincial head of Alia, Lu Linsuang, was a pale-faced youth. Sterling greeted him warmly. Lord Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lu Linsuang eagerly boasted. Lord Sterling, perhaps you are unaware, but in terms of lineage, Lord Lu Minghai is my distant second uncle. Sterling took another look at this arrogant young man, exuding the air of nobility, and sighed, greetings to the distant nephew of Lord Lu Minghai. Among these individuals, the only one who garnered Sterling's favorable impression was Yilening, the governor of Alia province. He was middle-aged, robust, and commanding, exuding an air of decisiveness and courtesy, contrasting sharply with the obsequious demeanor of the other officials. Sterling thought well of him, remarking, now here is a man who resembles a soldier, albeit a cold smile perpetually gracing his lips, giving him a rather sinister appearance. Besides these officials of the red-clad ranks, there were also several governors and provincial heads from the occupied provinces, whose territories had succumbed to rebellion and ruin, now seeking refuge in Dea province. After a flurry of bows, gestures, greetings, handshakes, embraces, and pleasantries, everyone finally took their seats. Gulen raised his voice. Today, we gather to welcome Lord Sterling and the esteemed generals of the Central Army. Please, indulge yourselves. At the lavish banquet, Sterling maintained a demeanor of humility and approachability, engaging in conversation with the nobles, toasting and discussing various topics with ease, captivating everyone present. During the meal, someone broached the subject of the ongoing rebellion, and all attendees expressed their disdain for the rebels' shameless treachery, disloyalty, and cruelty. The governor, Ru Hai, who had fled from a border province, lamented, I once commanded nearly 40,000 troops, comprising 7 half-orc divisions and 3 serpentine divisions. However, when the rebellion erupted, they immediately turned against me, leading to my heavy losses. Otherwise, I would have had the strength to confront the rebels and avoid this disgraceful escape. Everyone voiced their sympathy, agreeing. Indeed, those wretched rebels are utterly shameless and untrustworthy. Sitting to Sterling's right, Yilening wore a slight smile, prompting Sterling to suspect there was more to the story. He leaned in and asked softly, is he not telling the truth? Yilening, startled, quickly replied, it is nothing. I spoke out of turn. Sterling smiled, but his words were sharp as a blade. What does Lord Yilening not wish to share with me? Unable to withstand the pressure, Yilening leaned closer and whispered, when Ru Hai sought refuge here, he brought with him a whole squadron of wives, and his belongings included enough gold bars and diamonds to fill several carts. Sterling frowned and murmured, how could a mere defense officer possess such wealth? Yilening quietly replied, his army is said to number 50,000. Yet in reality, there are barely 20,000. That the salaries of those 30,000 men have all been pocketed by him. Even those 20,000 soldiers receive only a third of their wages. If I were one of his subordinates, I would be hard-pressed not to rebel. Startled, Sterling exclaimed, drinking the blood of soldiers and accepting empty salaries? Yilening nodded, and Sterling's countenance darkened, leaving both men silent. An elderly nobleman lamented, unable to comprehend why he had shown such kindness to individuals of other races. I have taken care of them meticulously, yet they displayed such ingratitude by revolting. Yilin Ning coldly remarked to Sterling. Indeed. It was meticulous. In his territory, orcs are taxed even for brushing their teeth. A few other nobles began discussing the brutality of the non-human races in their homelands, known for indiscriminately killing humans. They all concurred, asserting that these wretches were oblivious to their benefactor's generosity, audaciously rebelling against their lords and infringing upon the sacred authority of humanity, especially that of the human nobility. They ought to be exterminated. Some voiced. The former commander Guangxing, though deceased, and thus not to be spoken ill of, was indeed lacking, showing undue leniency towards these scoundrels, consistently favoring them over us nobles. Had he been harsher, perhaps we wouldn't be facing such turmoil today. And how commendable Lord Sterling is in dealing with the rebels, decisive and resolute, in stark contrast to that cowardly Guangxing. After this pronouncement, all eyes turned to Sterling, who maintained a non-committal expression, leaving the flatterer to realize the futility of his efforts, resulting in a palpable silence. The sycophant awkwardly chuckled, hastily focusing on his meal, too timid to raise his gaze. Sterling quietly inquired, "Who is this man?" Yilin Ning casually replied, "Governor Tangguo of Longa Province." He continued in a low voice, "He typically exploits the serpent folk and extorts the orcs for money with great zeal. Yet when trouble arises, he commands all provincial officials to stay at their posts and not leave, while he himself slips away." The bearded man laughing beside him is the governor of Jiling Province, who, at the onset of the rebellion when the insurgents were still weak, did not dare to dispatch his 30,000-strong army to quell the uprising, citing, "We must defend Jiling and will not budge an inch." Consequently, Governor Lin Wei of Minsk perished in battle, and the rebels surged toward Jiling. This so-called steadfast hero abandoned the city under the cover of night, fleeing with his troops and citizens, leading to the slaughter of tens of thousands as the rebels stormed in. Enough. Sterling interjected sharply, interrupting Yilin Ning, feeling a wave of disquiet wash over him as he regarded the elegantly dressed, amiable pillars of the family surrounding him. The revelry and laughter at the table abruptly ceased. The guests, taken aback by Sterling's sudden ire, rendered speechless. Countless furious glances directed at Yilin Ning conveyed a collective thought. How dare you provoke Lord Sterling's wrath? In the ensuing silence, Sterling recognized his own indiscretion, forcing a smile as he sampled the dish, remarking, "This chicken is rather salty." The atmosphere lightened once more, with everyone hastily voicing their unwavering support for Lord Sterling, each affirming, "Indeed, this chicken is quite salty." Their expressions serious, as if they had just grasped the significance of Sterling's remark. One individual even summarized, as if reporting, regarding why the chicken is oversalted. The host, Gulong, observed keenly, realizing it was Yilin Ning who had whispered to Sterling, and wondered how Sterling had become agitated, initially envious of Yilin Ning's proximity to Sterling. He now felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Splendid. Yilin Ning, your usual sarcasm has backfired this time. Determined to capitalize on the moment, he approached. "My lord, today's dishes are indeed a bit heavy on flavor. I shall have that wretched cook dealt with. My lord, we have unique delicacies from the Far East that are exquisite and not greasy. We shall present them to you forthwith." Sterling, bemused, had not anticipated that a mere comment would incite such a commotion. Two servants then entered, carrying a pot of a white, tofu-like substance. Yilin Ning exclaimed, "Is it this?" He cast a cold smile at Gulong. "You are indeed generous." Gulong replied modestly, "It is nothing. Lord Sterling, being a man of grand experience, has seen much. We from the remote Far East have little to offer. This is merely a token of our appreciation." Sterling, intrigued, inquired, "Is this dish truly precious? How could I possibly accept such a gift?" Both Yilin Ning and Gulong replied in unison, "Not precious at all." Yilin Ning added cryptically, "The ingredients are quite readily available now." Gulong beamed, "We humble folk possess little of worth. Just simple home-cooked fare. Please, do have a taste." Realizing he must be the first to sample if the others were to partake, Sterling smiled, "Then I shall not hold back." He scooped a spoonful, savoring its delightful texture, smooth and non-greasy, delectable in flavor. The accompanying officers from the Central Army also tasted it, voicing their admiration, yet none could identify the ingredients contributing to such exquisite taste. Gulong enthusiastically proclaimed, "It is nothing. My lord, if you find it agreeable, I shall ensure a portion is delivered to you every day during your stay in my province." Sterling hastily declined. No, that would be too much trouble." Yet curiosity got the better of him as he asked, "What exactly is this made from?" "It resembles tofu, yet is softer, akin to eggs, yet more flavorful. How can I not discern it?" Oh, it's nothing much. This pot merely contains the brains of about 10 or so half-orcs, isn't that right? Lord Gulong. Yilin Ning coldly stated. Having discerned Sterling's character and sensing Gulong was about to face calamity, Gulong chuckled. The brains of half-orcs alone would not yield such flavor. I also included the brain matter of the serpent folk and the elven creatures, my lord. Please do not decline. Allow me to send it to you daily. Or would you prefer I share the recipe? The materials are not rare. We have plenty of slaves and captured prisoners. The key lies in the preparation, requiring freshness, ensuring the heads are cracked open while they are still alive, using a specially crafted spoon to extract the fresh ingredients. My lord, is something amiss? Sterling, now pale, stood up abruptly. Where is the restroom? Tang Ping and the other Central Army officers had already rushed outside, retching violently. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from afar, growing louder, and the majority of the attendees, being soldiers, recognized it as the sound of a large army advancing, drawing ever closer. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning one another. What is happening? Who is entering the city with troops? Not I. Nor I. Are they rebels? There are no rebel forces nearby. Moreover, the city is garrisoned by 30,000 troops, with nearly 100,000 elite central troops under Sterling's command. Who would dare to approach such formidable defenses? A soldier from Gulong's guard rushed into the banquet, whispering urgently into Gulong's ear. Gulong's face turned ashen, and without a word, he followed the soldier out. Sterling sensed the ominous turn of events and instructed Tang Ping. Use my orders to summon my direct divisions and the Wenha division. Tang Ping promptly took several officers and exited hastily, only to return shortly, reporting to Sterling. My lord, the governor's office is surrounded by armed soldiers. We cannot exit. Sterling was taken aback and asked, which troops are they? They refused to say, but judging by their attire, they appear to be the garrison troops of Dea City. A chill ran down Sterling's spine. The garrison of Dea City. Those are Gulong's subordinates. What are they plotting? He regretted being overly complacent when attending the banquet, neglecting to bring his guard. Misfortune had struck unexpectedly. He rose, surveying the room. Where is Governor Gulong? The guests began to search, yet Gulong was nowhere to be seen. Sterling felt a jolt of alarm, maintaining a facade of calm. No matter, Deputy Commander Qin Lu remains at the main camp. Upon sensing something amiss, he will come to our aid shortly. Upon hearing Sterling's words, the guests collectively exhaled in relief. However, Chief of Staff Tang Ping remained visibly troubled. Even if Qin Lu sensed the situation and rushed over, it would take at least half an hour, and if Gulong were to strike immediately, the fewer than 10 Central Army officers present could not withstand the onslaught until reinforcements arrived. Sterling turned to observe the guests, including Provincial Governor Lu Zifeng, each face pale and trembling, panic-stricken, while the previously arrogant, distant nephew of Lord Luo Minghai, Luo Linchuang, was now so frightened he could barely sit still. A faint smirk of disdain appeared at the corners of Sterling's mouth, yet he understood that this predicament was not of their making. Meanwhile, one individual continued to eat heartily, drinking without a care. The governor of Yilia province, Yilin Ning. Sterling's mind stirred, and he leaned closer to inquire, surely, you must know what is going on, right? Yilin Ning paused his actions and respectfully replied, my lord. Just wait and watch the spectacle unfold. The garrison of Gulen has revolted. Sterling coldly regarded Yilin Ning's triumphant smile and said, follow me. He then turned and strode towards the corridor outside the dining hall. Yilin Ning, taken aback, hastily rose to follow. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Sterling halted and asked, is this the rebellion you incited? Without turning his head, he questioned the following Yilin Ning. Alarmed, Yilin Ning hurriedly defended himself. My lord, this has nothing to do with me. As a member of a noble family, how could I engage in such treasonous acts? Moreover, the soldiers are all subordinates of Gulen. How could I possibly command them? Furthermore, Sterling seemed to ignore Yilin Ning's justifications, turning with a smile to ask, did you orchestrate this rebellion? What prompted you to undertake such an endeavor? My lord, I merely happened to be aware that Gulen's forces were unstable and made a few wild guesses. I could not have been precise. Happened to. Sterling smiled. You just happened to be seated beside me, and when others spoke, you happened to laugh, allowing me to just so happen to notice, and you unintentionally shared a wealth of information with me. Truly, what a remarkable coincidence that you know their affairs so intricately. Even more coincidentally, Gulen's forces are on the brink of revolt, and he himself remains oblivious, Yet you possess foresight. Sterling smiled. My dear Governor Yilan, my friend Diling once imparted a saying that I have always kept in mind. Once is a coincidence. Twice is a coincidence. The third time is. He leaned closer to Yilan's ear and whispered, an act of malice. Now, as the orchestrator of this malicious event, Governor Yilan, what exactly are your intentions? You may speak freely now. Yilan's face turned pale. My lord, I truly harbor no ill intentions. I merely wished. You merely wished. First, there were originally 3 deputy commanders in the Far East. And with Lei Hong's rebellion, one position became vacant. Second, deputy commanders have traditionally been promoted from the ranks of the Red Robe nobility and among the 23 provinces of the Far East. Only your garrison in the Alia province and Gulin's in the Daya province have remained unscathed, making you both the most qualified candidates for the deputy commander position. Third, if Gulin's subordinates instigate a rebellion, even if it is quelled, it would inevitably displease me greatly, and he would lose his chance to compete with you. Thus, the deputy commander's position would securely fall into your hands. Was this what you were contemplating? Governor Yilan? Sterling maintained a gentle smile, yet every word he uttered was piercingly incisive. Yilan was thrown into disarray, realizing that this young leader, who always wore a benign smile and seemed oblivious to political intrigues, possessed an astonishingly keen insight. The adage, a gentleman may be deceived by virtue, did not apply to him at all. Yilan, who prided himself on his astuteness and capability, felt as exposed as a naked infant before Sterling, who saw through him in an instant. He found it laughable that he had been so self-satisfied, believing he had this greenhorn completely under his thumb, in the face of such an adversary, the only, and indeed the best course of action was to speak the truth. My lord, I admit that I indeed harbored such thoughts, foolishly hoping to rise to the position of deputy commander in the Far East. Sterling's tone softened. Water flows downward, while man rises upward. You are already a member of the Red Robe nobility, and it is only natural to aspire for further advancement. You have valiantly defended your family as stronghold, ensuring the safety of millions. This is no small feat. However, you should not resort to such methods, slandering your colleagues or even inciting a military revolt. My lord, Yilan interjected, do you consider what I just said to be slander? Sterling gazed at him in silence. My lord, I confess that my motives were indeed ignoble. I sought promotion and wealth, to deliberately draw your attention and make you remember me, hoping you would mention in a meeting. I find Yilan to be quite commendable. He is worthy of the deputy commander position. I admit that. Compared to the late governor of the Far East, Guingxing, who was incorruptible and took nothing, I fall short. And compared to Governor Lin Wei, who perished defending Minsk, I am also lacking that I acknowledge that I have taken some empty salaries, perhaps falsely reporting the number of soldiers by 15. Otherwise, the salary of a Red Robe noble would be utterly insufficient for social expenses. I also confess to cowardice, hiding behind my soldiers in battle and shouting, brothers, charge forward. All these, I admit. However, Yilan's expression twisted with loathing. Compared to that scum inside, I am 100 times cleaner even if I were to relieve myself. My lord, do you not believe me? Do you require evidence? It is simple. The very presence of those bastards sitting there is evidence enough. Tanggua is the governor of the Longa province, now fallen, with countless military and civilian casualties. Why does he sit there unscathed? Lu Hai is the governor of Dusa province, responsible for its defense. Why has he fled to Dia province? My lord, what further evidence do you require? This is proof of their abandonment of the populace, the military, and their territory to escape. Governor Lin Wei is dead. General Li Qi of the punitive forces, a Red Robe noble, is dead. 300,000 soldiers of the Far East have perished, and over 1 million innocent civilians have died. Yet why are these individuals still alive? Living carefree here, they are the true culprits behind all this. They typically extorted and oppressed, leaving the half-beasts destitute, reduced to wearing tree bark for modesty, all while still demanding taxes. Those unable to pay were beaten mercilessly, howling in agony. They are nothing short of beasts. Indeed, beasts. You have already witnessed that for this scum, devouring human brains is no novel occurrence. Some of the things are so chilling to hear that I shall refrain from mentioning them, lest I frighten you, my lord. Now, they have incited public outrage, smoke rising everywhere, inciting every half-beast, serpent tribe, and dragon person to gnash their teeth in hatred towards us humans, and they hurriedly fled, riding in light carriages, accompanied by guards, taking their 1,000,000 fortunes and many wives with them. leaving behind defenseless civilians for the rebels to slaughter in a fit of rage. They have committed sins yet made the ordinary populace and soldiers bear the consequences. There are several provinces in the Far East that were once bustling and densely populated. Now, my lord, if you were to visit, you would find nothing but skeletons. Sterling listened quietly to Yilan Ning's impassioned speech, waves of thought swirling within him. Given all he had witnessed thus far, he recognized the truth in Yilan Ning's words. Merely observing the furious flush on Yilan Ning's face made it clear that what he expressed could not be false. He calmly replied, "There are still commendable officials. Aside from Governor Lin Wei, did not Governor Gulan also steadfastly remain at his post?" "Ha ha!" Yilan Ning laughed exaggeratedly. "Gulan, he is even more shameless than those above. If he were truly dedicated to his duty, would his subordinates be causing a rebellion?" Yilan Ning continued to inform Sterling. When the rebellion broke out in the Far East, Gulan panicked and issued an absurd order to exterminate all non-human races within the Diya province. Fearing they might become accomplices to the rebels, the highly respected division commander among the garrison led a resistance against this order, telling Gulan that if such actions were taken, it was likely that the rebels would not even need to invade. An uprising would occur from within. Sterling nodded in agreement. "Well said. What is the name of this division commander?" Yilan Ning answered, "His name is Garcia, a member of the nobility." He continued, "Then came the dreadful news of our defeat at Chishui Beach. Gulan was so terrified that he lost all composure, hastily gathering his belongings to flee to the Valen fortress. Knowing that if Gulan were to escape, the morale of the entire province would collapse without a fight, Commander Garcia made a decisive move. Capturing Gulan overnight and placing him under house arrest in his own governor's mansion, preventing him from contacting anyone outside. He then took on the role of acting governor, issued orders to rally the militia, and even utilized Gulan's estate to fund the military, managing to assemble an army of nearly 100,000 with the entire province united. They repelled the invading rebels and even came to the rescue of my Aliyah province during a critical moment." Sterling expressed admiration. "What bravery and wisdom! Where is this man now? Has he come tonight? Introduce me to him." Yilan Ning shook his head. "My lord, he has already died." Sterling was taken aback. Did he perish fighting the rebels? No, he was secretly killed by Gulan. Yilan Ning lamented. Once the crisis passed, Gulan resumed his air of authority, summoning Garcia to the governor's mansion, claiming he wished to award him medals and promotions. Garcia, overjoyed, arrived with several officers who had contributed, only to be ambushed and killed by Gulan's hidden guards. Gulan sought revenge and was also fearful that Garcia would report his misdeeds to UAS for the heroic defense and the efforts to turn the tide. I am afraid that all of it was appropriated as the accomplishments of the illustrious Governor Gulan. This matter is shrouded in secrecy, unknown to the outside world. Presently, the garrison outside consists of Garcia's subordinates, who have come to confront Gulan regarding their former commander. I am quite curious to see how Gulan will explain himself. Sterling remained silent for a considerable time before posing a crucial question. "How did you come to know this?" "My lord." Before Gulan took action against Garcia, he inquired whether I could send some men to assist him, as Garcia holds significant esteem among the soldiers, and he dared not employ his own garrison. I declined. Prior to the mutiny, they also reached out to my troops, hoping to join forces for a more formidable show of strength. Perhaps I have not treated my subordinates too poorly, for they too refused to comply and informed me. You were well aware of Gulan's impending mutiny and did not notify him. My lord, I am not Gulan's father, nor is he my son. Why should I inform him? My lord, you need not worry. This mutiny is directed solely at Gulan. As long as you reveal your identity, those soldiers would never dare to offend you. You can return without fear. No one will obstruct your path. Sterling gazed intently at Yilan Ning and asked one final question. Why are you sharing so much with me? Are you not, like them, a governor of the Far East? Faced with Sterling's piercing gaze, Yilan Ning did not shy away but replied candidly. My lord, besides being a governor, I am also a person. Chapter 1. The Mutiny in the Far East. The gates swung open, and the mutinous soldiers beheld a group emerging, led by a young man of average height. Though his demeanor bore a hint of fatigue, there was an inherent aura of authority that commanded respect, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Most striking was the gleaming golden eagle insignia upon his shoulder. Only 3 individuals in the entire Far East are entitled to bear this emblem. And within the realm of Dea province, there is but one. The soldiers automatically saluted in unison. My lord Sterling, we salute you. Sterling returned the gesture. Thank you for your efforts, everyone. One of the leading officers stepped forward to salute and inquired, May I ask where you intend to go? My lord, Sterling calmly replied. I believe I am under no obligation to explain myself to you, am I? The officer was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment, he said, My lord, we harbor no intention of opposing you. We merely seek Gulen to surrender our commander. We apologize for any disrespect shown towards you and your subordinates. He turned and gestured. Clear the way for my lord Sterling. The soldiers behind him parted to create a path. And the officer bowed in a gesture of invitation. A collective sigh of relief emerged. Finally, they could proceed. Yet, Sterling halted, stating, I wish to know what you all are doing here. A group of Central Army officers fidgeted anxiously behind him. What was taking so long? The officer raised his voice slightly. My lord, this does not concern you, does it? You should leave swiftly while we can still restrain our men. Sterling interrupted him. I am a member of the commanding office. I am entitled to inquire about matters occurring within the family territory. Has Dea province ceased to belong to the Zichuan family? Are you no longer soldiers of the family? The officer furrowed his brow, and the soldiers behind him began to stir uneasily. They were merely dissatisfied with Gulen's actions, but had no intention of rebellion. The officer, resigned, said, My lord, I have already reported to you. We await Gulen to surrender our commander, Garcia. You should leave quickly, my lord. This is due to our deep respect for you. We do not wish for anyone to offend your esteemed presence. Sterling once again cut him off. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I am merely an ordinary soldier of the family. There is no need for such reverence. I would like to inquire. If Gulen refuses to yield your commander, what do you intend to do? The officer replied resolutely. Then we shall continue to wait until he complies. His tone was firm and unwavering, instilling confidence that they would indeed follow through on their word. Sterling was taken aback. The yet unknown Garcia evidently possessed such charisma that even in death, his subordinates remained fiercely loyal, willing to instigate a mutiny to rescue him. If given time, such a person would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset to the family. A potential leader, of course, if he were still alive. Sterling sighed, stating, Garcia has perished. The crowd fell into stunned silence, a murmur rising among the soldiers. Diling, in the background, tugged at his hair. How could this news be revealed at such a moment? Should the enraged soldiers lose control, the consequences would be dire. The officer, astonished, could hardly believe it. Impossible. How could that be? Lord Garcia was such a good man. It cannot be true. Upon seeing Sterling's grave expression, he realized the truth that a burly man crumpled on the spot, slowly sinking to the ground as he wept uncontrollably. The soldiers lamented. Lord Garcia is gone. What shall we do now? Who will lead us? Who will protect Dea province? Cursed Gulen. Someone cried out, bring Gulen out and kill him. The call was met with an immediate chorus of agreement. Yes, charge in. Slay Gulen. A few led the charge, and the soldiers, incensed, drew their weapons, ready to storm forth. Halt! A thunderous roar reverberated like a storm, freezing everyone in place. Sterling stood resolutely before the gates. Soldiers, do you grasp what you are doing? You are committing treason. You have lost your esteemed commander. The family has lost an exceptional officer. We share in your grief. I understand your emotions, but do you realize the gravity of your actions? If you rush in now and stain your blades with blood, you will become traitors, irredeemable traitors. We are all soldiers. We do not fear death. However, there are fates worse than death. Should you perish in battle, your loved ones will mourn for you, shedding tears in remembrance, and every year they will lay white flowers upon your grave, proudly declaring, My dear husband, my beloved son, he sacrificed himself for his country, facing God and the homeland. He bears no regrets. Your son will take pride in your name, standing tall before all. But if you die as traitors, who will remember you? Who will grieve for you? Your bodies will not be permitted burial in a cemetery. They will be cast to the wilds for the dogs to feast upon. Your name will bring shame upon your entire family, and your kin will be unable to face neighbors and relatives, consumed by humiliation. Soldiers, think carefully and restrain yourselves. Sterling's resonant words echoed like thunder, resonating in every ear. The mutinous soldiers halted, focusing intently. One soldier shouted, But what of Lord Garcia's vengeance? Would that mean he died in vain? Sterling's expression grew solemn. May the spirit of Lord Garcia endure. Soldiers, I assure you, those who act unjustly will ultimately meet their end. This is my promise to you. Sterling's commander of the Central Army, Lord Garcia guarded the borders for his country and met an untimely death. I represent the command office and posthumously promoting him to the rank of deputy commander. Soldiers, follow me and heed my commands. I represent the Zichuan family. Return to your barracks, and trust me, I will provide you with an explanation. The soldiers hesitated, murmuring among themselves. Ultimately, it was the weeping officer who stood up. Wiping his tears as he addressed Sterling. My lord, you promised us. Sterling replied without hesitation. Indeed, I shall provide you with an explanation. This is my commitment. Very well. Lord Sterling, we believe in you. We await your word. The officer gazed deeply into Sterling's eyes before turning to call out, form ranks. Left turn, march. The soldiers complied, the throng gradually retreating, the rhythmic sound of their footsteps fading into the distance. A collective sigh of relief was heard. A potential bloodbath had been averted. Central Army officers, including Tang Ping, approached to reprimand Sterling for his recklessness. What if something had gone awry? Sterling smiled, assuring them that all would be well, for he understood the soldiers' mindset and emotions. Yiling stared blankly at Sterling, his eyes wide. In that moment, Sterling's imposing presence, commanding authority, left him profoundly shaken. He felt that only one phrase could encapsulate Sterling at that moment. Heroic and imposing, he shall surely rise above the masses. Suddenly, Sterling's smile faltered. A group of Far Eastern officials emerged from their hiding places behind the door, leading the previously elusive Gulen, who approached with a sycophantic grin, exclaiming, "Ah, my Lord Sterling, that was indeed a perilous moment. Fortunately, your righteous demeanor overwhelmed those despicable ruffians. Truly exhilarating, you single-handedly drove them away, a paragon of bravery, unmatched in valor. Today, I have truly opened my eyes." A chorus of voices followed, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed, he is the foremost warrior of our time." The officers of the Central Army exchanged disdainful glances. Where had you all hidden moments ago? Now you emerge in unison to boast. Sterling, however, merely chuckled indifferently. Irritated by their shamelessness, Yiling remarked, "Gentlemen, your timing for appearing is quite impeccable." Gu Luan, with a shameless grin, said, "I had intended to join Lord Sterling in battle earlier. But alas, my stomach betrayed me, and I had to visit the restroom. By the time I emerged, thankfully, Lord Sterling was valiantly facing 1,000 foes. Before he could finish, a throng of soldiers surged forth from the end of the street." Gu Luan's face turned pale. "Oh no, my stomach. Oh dear, it's acting up again. My lord, please hold on. I shall return momentarily." He turned to flee, but was firmly seized by Sterling's strong hand on his shoulder. Rendering him immobile, Sterling smiled and said, "Governor Gu Luan need not panic. Look closely. That is my troop." Although Gu Luan's skin was thick, he could only manage an awkward chuckle, rendered speechless, the deputy commander of the Central Army. Qin Lu arrived with a division of infantry, smiling as he addressed Sterling. "I heard some unstable soldiers had surrounded the governor's office, so I came to take a look. It seems everything is well now. I suppose my visit was unnecessary." Sterling also smiled. "Who says you wasted your trip? Allow me to introduce you. This is Governor Gu Luan of the province. This is Provincial Governor Lu Zifeng. This is Provincial Governor Luo Lin Shuang. This is His Excellency Governor Lu Hai. This is Provincial Governor Tanghua. And this is a distinguished noble." He smiled as he introduced each individual to Qin Lu, who, taken aback, hurriedly extended his hand to shake theirs. Finally, Sterling continued with a smile. "These gentlemen are the esteemed officials of our Far East. The very cream of the crop. Qin Lu, do you recognize them?" Qin Lu, not grasping Sterling's intent, replied candidly, "Yes, I recognize them all." "Excellent." Sterling's smile faded, revealing a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Arrest them all." In an instant, over 10 high-ranking officials were captured, leaving Sterling momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Seeking counsel from his subordinates, opinions varied greatly, leaving Sterling himself somewhat bewildered. He penned a letter to inquire the opinions of Diling and Zichuan Xiu. Upon receiving the letter, Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. He understood that Gu Luan and his associates posed little individual threat, but the power they represented was formidable, and confronting them would spell significant trouble for Sterling. He promptly replied, proposing 2 solutions. First, immediately release them all and have Sterling apologize, treating the incident as if it never occurred. Sterling shook his head in disapproval. Or second, execute them all and pin the blame on the rebels. For leaving even one alive would lead to endless troubles. Sterling found Zichuan Xiu's suggestions rather unpalatable. Although Gu Wan and the others were indeed guilty, some did not deserve death. Moreover, they were entitled to a fair trial, and it would be unjust to execute them in secret. How could true justice be served in such a manner? What difference was there between secretly executing Gu Wan and Garcia? Sterling greatly admired Dilin's approach. He formally dispatched a military judge accompanied by a battalion of military police to require Sterling to hand over the prisoners, overjoyed at their arrival. Sterling presented the military judge with a written indictment, a document he had painstakingly compiled over several sleepless nights, stating, "Your Honor, this is my accusation against each of them: desertion, embezzlement, murder, dereliction of duty, among other charges. Please ensure these are presented during the trial." The military judge, with utmost courtesy, assured, "Rest assured, my lord, the military court will deliver a formal trial in accordance with the law, ensuring fairness and justice, and that they receive the punishment they rightly deserve." He politely took his leave, escorting the prisoners away, and at the first wooded bend outside Dia province, Gu Wan and the others were all hanged from the trees, watching Gu Wan's legs dangle lifelessly in the air. Capra, acting as the military judge, yet truly the captain of Dilin's personal guard, produced Sterling's indictment and set it ablaze, inquiring of his subordinates among the military police, "Who needs a light for a cigarette?" Capra then sped towards Valin Fortress, seeking an audience with Commander Fong Jing under the pretense of being a messenger for the Inspector General, and was promptly granted an audience, after a brief discussion in a private chamber. Capra took his leave quietly, while the accompanying military police were left behind as a death squad, dispatched to the front lines by Fong Jing. The following day, Fong Jing drafted a report. Dia and Alia provinces have been attacked by unidentified rebel forces. The military and civilians united in a courageous effort and ultimately repelled the rebels. Governor Gu Luan of Dia province, Provincial Governor Lu Zifeng, and Division Commander Garcia, along with 13 other high-ranking officials, displayed valor and selflessness in battle, tragically sacrificing their lives. The soldiers mourned deeply. I recommend that the commander's office posthumously honor and promote the aforementioned individuals. Attached was the list of the fallen and the accounts of their sacrifices. The report was swiftly forwarded to Luo Minghai, who soon presented it to Zichuan Xiu for review. Zichuan Xiu sighed sincerely, "Who says that the officials of my Zichuan family are cowardly? Who claims that our family has no more heroes? This is irrefutable proof. Despite the challenging circumstances, as long as we retain this noble spirit, as long as we have such gallant individuals, there is no mountain we cannot climb, no river we cannot cross. These are rare and outstanding officials, and we must reward them generously to inspire future generations and manifest justice. The very word justice is the foundation upon which my Zichuan family stands. Dilin. What is your opinion?" He turned to Dilin, who was just reporting on the work of the inspectorate when the report arrived. Dilin humbly bowed his head. "Your words are noble, Your Highness. Let good deeds be recognized, and let the wicked be held accountable. This truly embodies the essence of justice." When Capra returned to the inspectorate, Dilin was already dressed and ready to depart. Addressing a group of officers, "Listen closely, project a fierce demeanor, maintain a tense expression, speak with a gruff tone, and keep your hands poised on your weapons. Today, even if someone asks the time on the road, respond with a hint of menace." The officers responded with a resounding agreement, rolling up their sleeves, glaring fiercely, their swords clanging at their sides as they strode about, exuding an air of menace, as if the flowing wind army had already descended upon the imperial capital. Capra understood that Dilin was preparing to attend the so-called Joint Reporting Conference. This Joint Reporting Conference had been proposed and chaired by Zichuan Xiu, ostensibly to enhance communication and understanding between the commander's office and the inspectorate. Reduce friction, unite efforts, and overcome challenges together. However, in Capra's view, Zichuan Xiu does not genuinely wish for peace between the commander's office and the inspectorate. If you were to confine Luo Minghai and Dilin in a room together, they could devour each other without any seasoning. Given this, the Joint Reporting Conference invariably followed the same unchanging procedure. 1. Everyone takes their seats. 2. Zichuan Xiu delivers an opening statement. The times are difficult. Everyone must set aside personal grievances and prioritize the greater good. 3. Luo Minghai presents his report. 4. Dilin offers a sarcastic retort. You performed as cleverly as a pig. 5. Luo Minghai retaliates with ridicule. Shameless freak. 6. The exchange escalates into mutual insults. This section is omitted. generally implying a desire for inappropriate and illegal relations with each other's immediate female relatives, all under the pretext of empathetic benevolence despite the other's age or appearance. 7. As tensions rise, in a show of utter disdain, participants spit across the wide conference table. All are skilled martial artists with ample lung capacity, so the saliva flies fast and furious, though accuracy is lacking. With much wasted on Zichuan Xiu, 0.8. Teacups are hurled to save costs. The Ministry of Internal Affairs substitutes ceramic teacups with stainless steel ones before each meeting, but many still break. Later, when Gushan became Chief of Staff, he told the Ministry of Internal Affairs, "Fools, can't you just use paper cups?" 9. Provocations ensue. You dare to touch me? What if I do? You dare to touch me? And so on, resembling a philosophical loop of which came first, the chicken or the egg, that could continue indefinitely. 10. A brawl breaks out. Zichuan Xiu reminds everyone, there isn't much time left for the meeting. Let us return to the main topic. Only then do the engrossed parties realize, indeed, we cannot waste any more time. It's time to attend to serious matters. Due to the prohibition of weapons in the meeting, they hastily seized chairs to engage in combat. Once, everyone was seated on sofas made of red Nanmu wood, which were particularly heavy. Consequently, the ensuing brawl left everyone utterly exhausted, akin to having assisted the Ministry of Internal Affairs in relocating their office. 11. Zichuan Xiu pounded the table in fury, exclaiming, "Your reckless antics are utterly unbecoming." Accompanied by his words, a throng of imperial guards burst in, wielding truncheons and indiscriminately striking at anyone, regardless of their high rank. Even if they were the president or the inspector general, effectively separating the warring factions. 12. All parties received a stern reprimand and were required to submit a profound self-reflection. 13. The meeting concluded successfully. Everyone returned home to dine. Diling was quite pleased with the officer's fierce demeanor. Yes, this is precisely how it should be. We must overwhelm them with our presence. Upon turning, he noticed Gopula, and his eyes brightened as he beckoned him over, inquiring, "You're back? Did you enjoy your leave? Did you see your uncle? Is he in good health?" His tone was casual. Gopula understood Diling's implication and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern. My lord, I had a delightful holiday, with no regrets. My uncle as well, and he sends his regards to you. However, due to my cousin's involvement in the war in the Far East, I have instructed my uncle to pay particular attention to any correspondence or visitors from the provinces of Dea and Yulia, ensuring thorough scrutiny. My lord, everything has been handled meticulously, leaving no traces. Commander Fong Jing remains obedient to you, and I have recently ensured that he meticulously interrogates all communications and visitors from Dea and Yulia, making certain that no information leaks out." Diling observed Gopula's black military judge uniform, now soiled by the desert dust of the journey, indicating that he had rushed back to the capital without resting at home, and nodded in approval, thinking, I hadn't instructed him to check the correspondence, yet he anticipated it himself. However, Diling was also aware that Gopula was, in fact, a spy placed by Zichuan Xiu at his side. The two maintained a peculiar unspoken understanding. Diling was fully aware of Gopula's true identity but chose not to expose it, assigning him tasks of questionable propriety. Conversely, Gopula knew precisely how to fulfill his duties to Zichuan Xiu, always presenting his secret reports to Diling first under the pretext of asking, "My lord, how should I write this character? I am not certain. Could you assist me?" "Gopula, are you fatigued? You may return and rest a while," Diling suggested. "No, my lord. In such circumstances, it would be rather unnatural for me not to be by your side," Gopula implied. As the captain of your personal guard, known outside as Diling's shadow, it would be troubling if Zichuan Xiu, a keen observer, noticed my absence and grew suspicious of my movements. Diling pondered momentarily and comprehended Gopula's meaning, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder, signifying, "You've done well." Gopula scanned the accompanying personnel and noted several individuals who appeared gaunt and emaciated. Addressing Diling, "My lord, should we not bring along some sturdier individuals? These few." Diling chuckled. "Gopula, do you remember? During the last meeting, Luo Minghai provocatively taunted us, and one particularly loathsome individual spat excessively, causing us significant embarrassment. We simply must exact our revenge today." Gopula, perplexed, questioned how these seemingly frail individuals could possibly enact revenge, hesitantly remarking, "They are skilled at spitting?" "Not quite." Diling leaned closer to Gopula's ear and whispered, "They are all patients infected with pulmonary tuberculosis. As both parties settled down, Luo Minghai and Diling instinctively chose the furthest positions from each other within the room, separated by a row of officials from the commander's office and a row from the inspectorate, creating a palpable barrier, akin to two insulated layers isolating the opposing forces. Zichuan Xiu presided at the head of the conference table, observing everyone with a mix of authority and kindness, much like a patriarch surveying his disobedient sons. Diling frowned as he spotted the former commander Guoshan, who was renowned for her administrative prowess, seated among the officials of the commander's office. She had not attended meetings previously, indicating that Luo Minghai was indeed serious about conducting a proper assembly today. Diling sighed, realizing that if this were the case, his prepared strategies would be rendered moot. Zichuan Xiu commenced with his opening remarks, which remained unchanged for decades, tedious and devoid of substance. Attendees had heard it 1,000 times before. Yet they feigned enlightenment and expressed profound appreciation for the prince's words, which they claimed were deeply insightful and thought-provoking. Subsequently, Luo Minghai began to report on the recent activities of the commander's office. Primarily concerning the war situation in the Far East, as he began. Now I shall read the report from the Supreme Commander of the Far East, Minghui, in response to the esteemed prince and the president. Simultaneously, the officers from the inspectorate chimed in unison. The situation in the Far East has reached a critical juncture. Luo Minghai glared at Diling, in the presence of the esteemed prince. Cannot you restrain your subordinates? Diling nonchalantly replied. Why? Are my colleagues from the inspectorate not allowed to express their views on the situation in the Far East before the prince? What concern is it of yours? Luo Minghai's anger was palpable. With veins bulging, he had always been composed, but since becoming president, he had become even more adept at maintaining a facade of calm, save for when he encountered Diling, at which point all notions of composure and subtlety vanished. Diling had a talent for provoking others' ire, whenever he spoke in his distinctive aristocratic drawl, laced with a tone that seemed to say, "This is how it is. What are you going to do about it?" Followed by a dismissive glance. It was said that he could make the dead rise in indignation once more. Zichuan Xiu intervened. Enough. Diling, allow your subordinates to be quiet. Luo Minghai, please continue. Luo Minghai shot Diling a fierce glare and resumed. In response to the esteemed prince and the president, the situation in the Far East has reached a critical juncture. The officers from the inspectorate erupted in laughter, while those from the commander's office wore expressions of resigned amusement. Ever since Minghui's appointment as the supreme commander of the Far East, the situation had reached a critical juncture every Tuesday and Thursday, at which point demands for reinforcements, increased funding, and additional supplies invariably followed. Luo Minghai relayed. Minghui's report from October 7 states, at this critical juncture, if we do not receive reinforcements, any division will suffice. Our front lines will collapse. Zichuan Xiu frowned. This soldier is threatening us again. Tell him no. Luo Minghai nodded. Indeed, I replied immediately. If the front lines collapse, I will be the first to bring you before a military tribunal. Zichuan Xiu praised. Well said. It ought to be so. But why did you later send reinforcements? Because he subsequently reported, at this critical juncture. If I could just have one division, I could bring the rebels to their knees. Diling scoffed from the side. It's merely a change in phrasing, yet he managed to deceive you. Zichuan Xiu added with mild reproach. Yes. Luo Minghai, he merely requested one division. There was no need to draw 3 fully equipped divisions from the Western Front. He came back 3 times with the same request. Diling sneered, gazing at the ceiling with an expression that conveyed, "You're too foolish for words," yet remained silent. A demeanor that provoked Luo Minghai's ire even more than words could. Zichuan Xiu chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head as he lamented. The Far East is indeed a bottomless pit. We have sent over 40 regular divisions and nearly 300,000 militia there, expending hundreds of billions in military funds, yet we still see no signs of resolution. It is a daunting challenge. Diling, having spent time in the Far East, what is your perspective? Diling replied respectfully, My lord, I believe we can no longer draw forces from the Western Front. Currently, our troop strength there is at a disadvantage of 2 to 3 against the Lufeng clan, with some defensive lines even reaching a perilous 1-to-2 ratio. If we draw any more forces, the Western Front will appear alarmingly weak, and should that female demon, Lufeng Shuang, take advantage of the situation, we would suffer irreparable losses. Zichuan Xiu nodded. Your reasoning is sound. While the Lufeng clan may currently be in disarray, we must not become complacent. How, then, Shall we respond to Ming Hui's request for reinforcements? That will require us to devise a plan from the newly formed militia divisions. My prince, Diling was well aware that Luo Minghai was responsible for organizing the militia and thus deliberately passed the challenge to him. Luo Minghai, bracing himself, replied, My lord, due to the harvest season, most of the militia have remained at home to reap their crops, and fewer are coming forward to enlist. This situation may improve after the harvest season concludes. Zichuan Xiu furrowed his brow. Is that so? The urgency of the military situation cannot wait. Is it possible to assemble a couple of mercenary divisions? It is indeed a quicker approach, and the combat effectiveness surpasses that of the average militia. For a moment, Luo Minghai was at a loss for words. Well, regarding the specifics, could we possibly allow Gosen to elaborate? Zichuan Xiu nodded in agreement. Gosen rose, first bowing in reverence to Zichuan Xiu, her demeanor composed and her voice resonant. In response to the inquiries from the esteemed commander-in-chief, the president and the inspector general, should there be a formation of a mercenary corps, the estimated cost for establishing a mercenary division would be approximately 110 million, with a monthly maintenance expenditure of 30 million. In contrast, the cost for forming a regular army unit is merely around 50 million, with maintenance costs amounting to a mere 700,000 monthly. Following the review by the Elder Council, our military budget for this year stands at 178,320 million. Yet due to the hostilities in the Far East, we have severely overspent, reaching 332,510 million. With only early November upon us and nearly 2 months remaining until the new fiscal year in January, we estimate expenditures could exceed 400 billion if we were to establish an expensive mercenary force. It would likely render us incapable of justifying our actions to the Elder Council. Gosen spoke with clarity and precision, effortlessly articulating numerous detailed figures, living up to her reputation as the foremost capable official in the command office. While Emperor Lin listened to Gosen's succinct report, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. The dynamic between Gosen and Luo Minghai was quite intriguing. Gosen, known for her talent and forthrightness, never hesitated to confront anyone, regardless of their rank. Should she find their actions objectionable, that on one occasion, she openly rebuked her direct superior, Luo Minghai, in a manner so vehement that bystanders turned pale. Yet afterward, Luo Minghai continued to support Gosen, even protecting her from the repercussions of a misstep during the recent turmoil in the capital, and he was currently advocating for her to assume the position of Chief of Staff. Should this indeed come to pass, she would be the first female member of the command office. Emperor Lin pondered. Setting aside personal grievances, one cannot deny that Luo Minghai exhibits the qualities of a statesman who values talent. Adept in civil governance and military logistics, and notably ungrasping in his pursuit of power, his tenure as commander-in-chief is certainly not lacking, at least surpassing that of his predecessor. It is unfortunate, however, that we are fundamentally opposed. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Zichuan Xiu's inquiry directed at Gosen. So, according to your assessment, it would be inadvisable for us to establish a new mercenary army at this time? Indeed, Gosen replied without hesitation. Otherwise, the deficit would be too severe to justify to the Elder Council. Her tone was unyielding, devoid of the usual deference and humility exhibited by other officials. Your Excellency is wise. May I express a humble opinion? Emperor Lin offered a wry smile, contemplating. No wonder, even with Luo Minghai's strong endorsement, with such a temperament, it would be quite challenging for her to ascend to the position of Chief of Staff. Zichuan Xiu, visibly displeased, remained silent. Luo Minghai swiftly shifted the topic. Your Excellency, Minghui has a large-scale military operation plan that requires our approval. The operation, codenamed Blue Moon, is expected to involve nearly 400,000 troops, encompassing the entirety of the Black Flag Army and the Central Army, along with around 200,000 militia. Given the magnitude of this operation, Minghui, on his own, does not dare to act without your consent. As anticipated, Zichuan Xiu's attention was immediately captured. Oh, what is the plan? Please, enlighten me. Certainly, Your Excellency. Luo Minghai gestured to a staff officer. Unfold the operational map. Minghui's strategy was as follows. The core and die-hard elements of the Far Eastern rebel forces had mostly concentrated in the vast jungles and mountains of Yun Province. Attempting to break out, both Minghui's and Sterling's forces had been positioned at the forest's edge in Yun Province to intercept them, given that most of the family soldiers originated from the heartland. They struggled to adapt to the forest environment, resulting in significant casualties. Ming Hui proposed to open a path, luring the rebels into the Sancha River plain at the confluence of the Blue River and the Gray Water River by feigning a defeat with the Black Flag Army. Subsequently, the Black Flag Army would dismantle the bridge after crossing, establishing defenses on the opposite bank, thereby preventing the rebels from crossing. The Central Army and the militia under Fang Jing would then encircle the rebels from behind. With water on both sides of the Sancha River plain, the rebels would find themselves trapped, and within a month, they would inevitably surrender out of starvation. Eliminating this main force of rebels would make it significantly easier to quell the insurrections across the Far East. Before Emperor Lin had completely absorbed the details, he let out a cold laugh. Truly, this is a plan befitting Ming Hui. He proceeded to explain to Zichuan Xiu, Your Excellency, I believe this plan is fundamentally unjust. Once Ming Hui's forces crossed the river, the destruction of the bridge would render the rebels incapable of pursuing. When the rebels find themselves cornered on the Sancha River plain, desperate for survival, they will inevitably retaliate fiercely, placing the burden of that assault squarely on the Central Army, which will be deployed on flat terrain without any defensive advantages. Meanwhile, Ming Hui would merely need to leisurely defend across the river, casually urging, Sterling, give it your all. This arrangement is decidedly unfair to Sterling. Before Zichuan Xiu could respond, Luo Minghai interjected. Commander Sterling is fully aware of the significance of this plan and has already consented. Emperor Lin countered vigorously. That is merely Sterling being cognizant of the difficulties yet willing to shoulder the burden, displaying his unwavering loyalty. Your Excellency is undoubtedly a benevolent ruler, deeply considerate of your subordinates, and would never agree to impose such a severe task solely on Sterling. How can it be considered solely on him? Is there not also Fang Jing's militia assisting in the defense? Luo Minghai, those militia forces of yours could be easily vanquished by a single division of mine. Your Excellency, while the militia may be labeled as defenders, the primary responsibility will inevitably fall upon Sterling. It is pitiable that Sterling's forces have been engaged in continuous combat, suffering significant casualties. To solely demand the blood of the capital's youth is utterly unjust. Your Excellency, let Sterling's forces handle the baiting of the enemy, and allow Ming Hui's forces to undertake this task instead. What do you say? Emperor Lin, you speak nonsense. Did the Central Army not just finish their rest after returning from the Deya province? The Black Flag Army has also claimed numerous enemy lives, over 1 million, surpassing even Sterling. Luo Minghai, you ignorant fool, what do you know? The entire world is aware that Ming Hui has been exaggerating military reports. Yet you persist in defending him. What is your true intention? The Central Army's casualty rate exceeds 35%. Such substantial losses cannot be recovered in just a couple of weeks of rest. If you know nothing of military affairs, kindly keep your mouth shut. Emperor Lin, what nonsense gives you the right to assert Ming Hui is exaggerating? Who do you think you are, claiming to understand military matters? Is it merely because a few civilians were killed? How brazen! Enough! Zichuan Xiu slammed the table. Silence, both of you. Emperor Lin and Luo Minghai both bowed in apology for their disrespect in the presence of their superior. Zichuan Xiu exhaled a heavy sigh. One day, you two rascals will drive me to my grave. Turning to Gosen, he inquired. Gosen, what is your perspective? Everyone was taken aback. Zichuan Xiu, who had recently appeared displeased with Gosen, was now deliberately seeking her opinion amidst the assembly of high-ranking officials and generals. Emperor Lin, however, understood clearly. Among the attendees, those aligned with either Luo Minghai or himself were evident. Only Gosen remained unaffiliated, her stance the most objective and impartial. Gosen rose to respond. Your Excellency, I confess my ignorance of military matters. However, since you have sought my counsel, I can only say this. Given the vast distance from here to the front lines in the Far East, with communication taking half a month, we are unable to ascertain the current situation promptly. It is indeed unwise to issue commands hastily, lest we miss vital opportunities. Her words were reasonable and neither biased nor partial to any side, prompting quiet agreement from both disputing parties. Then your stance is, Your Excellency, the commanders at the Far Eastern Front, Ming Hui, Sterling, and Fang Jing, are all seasoned veterans well-versed in military affairs and not incompetent. We merely need to ensure logistical support. Let the experts manage the operations, instructing them to act with the aim of swiftly concluding the engagement, adapting as circumstances dictate. I believe the three commanders, being on the ground, will know how to handle the situation without further elaboration from us. Chapter 3, Blood Defense of Pi Chapter 2. Elder Council meeting in early December of the year 779 of the Empire. The 78th full assembly of the Zichuan family's Elder Council convened ahead of schedule. Originally set for August of the following year, Elder Council Chairman Xiaoping stated, due to the recent rebellion led by Yang Minghua and the numerous events in the Far East. In this crucial moment of tumultuous change in history, how could the Elder Council, representing the vast interests of the Zichuan family and the hopes of the populace, simply stand idly by? All attending elders expressed their agreement. Indeed, it is as you say. 5,000 elders each declared their stance, and thus the first 2 days of the meeting passed. Emperor Lin commented, "Goodness, they are simply too bored, unable to remain idle at home." His audacity knew no bounds as he dared only to whisper furtively to his confidant. Gupu La, not only he, even the once imperious Yang Minghua, during his zenith of power, refrained from offending the Elders' Council, for the council not only stood as the highest governing body of the family in terms of institutional authority, wielding supreme decision-making power, but in reality, it also comprised the esteemed representatives of nobility and affluent families from 79 provinces, possessing formidable influence in political and economic realms that could sway the very fate of the family. Even the contemporary leader, Zichuan Xiu, had ascended to power with substantial backing from the Elders' Council, necessitating a demeanor of utmost respect towards them. That on the third day of the meeting, the agenda could finally commence as an elder from the Lucasinwai province took the floor, raising a matter of significant concern. This year's family expenditures had grossly exceeded the budget. While the turmoil in the Far East was acknowledged, the excess was astonishing, over 100% in previous years. During the fierce conflict with the Lufeng family, the mobilization was even greater, yet such a blatant overspend had never been witnessed. Was there some hidden agenda? Could it be that certain individuals within the command office had seized the opportunity to line their own pockets amidst the chaos? The elders unanimously concurred that there must be some sinister plot afoot. A proposal emerged. Let us conduct a thorough investigation into the expenditures of the Military Affairs Office and the Logistics Department to uncover the truth. After 2 consecutive days of voting, the resolution was passed. Chairman Xiao proclaimed, effective immediately, all assets and funds of the Logistics Department and Military Affairs Office are to be sealed and frozen. Pending an inspection by the Elders' Council, we shall establish a committee for investigating the Military Affairs and Logistics Departments, appointing 10 elders as committee members to oversee this matter. Operations in both departments shall remain suspended until the investigation is complete. The Elders' Council erupted in jubilant excitement. Their animosity towards the Military Affairs and Logistics Departments was not deeply rooted. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that the Elders' Council convened only once every 3 years, and typically, their concerns went unnoticed. Now, at long last, they reveled in their newfound authority, much like children eager to don their new rain boots at the first sign of rain, and if none came, they would wear them on sunny days as well. Eager to witness the fruits of their initial exercise of power, the elders were soon met with disappointment. The following day, those dispatched for the inspection returned bruised and battered, recounting the misfortunes they endured as esteemed emissaries of the Elders' Council. Upon their arrival at the Logistics Department, before they could utter a word, a woman of cold demeanor appraised them with a scrutinizing gaze, as if evaluating a street vendor, then gestured dismissively. A few burly guards promptly seized them by their feet and unceremoniously tossed them out like refuse, slamming the door behind them with a resounding bang. The Elders' Council seethed with indignation. How dare someone openly defy the dignity and authority of the council? It must be noted that even the leader, Zichuan Xiu, treated them with reverence. Such an affront was far more grievous than the execution of 100,000 individuals, far worse than the combined offenses of Lufeng Shuang, Yang Minghua, and the entire Far Eastern rebel faction. A swift investigation confirmed that the notorious perpetrator was a woman named Gushan, currently the director of the administrative office, who was also overseeing the logistics department during wartime. The elders immediately commenced a vote, passing an emergency resolution to revoke all of Gushan's positions and to expel her. The action was remarkably swift. Within a mere day and night, plus 8 additional hours, they reached their decision. Furthermore, they established both an investigation committee for Gushan's crimes and a disciplinary committee for Gushan, mandating that the president, Luo Minghai, appear before the Elders' Council for questioning, demanding an explanation. How do you oversee your subordinates? Should his response fail to satisfy, they would seek his removal as well. Luo Minghai arrived post-haste, fully aware that he could not afford to offend this formidable assembly. He wholeheartedly supported the council's decision to dismiss Gushan, for once the meeting concluded. He could easily reinstate her, lamenting that he had failed to recognize Gushan as a deeply concealed femme fatale. Having kept her so close for so long, he expressed gratitude on behalf of the command office. Acknowledging the elder's astute vigilance in unmasking her disguise, and thereby purifying the family ranks, applause thundered, and the elders praised. This Luo Minghai truly possesses a commendable sense of propriety. However, Luo Minghai pivoted his tone. While Gushan is indeed deserving of condemnation, there exists a far greater villain lurking behind her. This individual is ruthless, merciless, and harbors insatiable ambition. Blood stains their hands. While we may overlook these transgressions, what is intolerable is their penchant for fabricating falsehoods, maliciously slandering our most revered elders. Such affronts cannot be tolerated. It is certain that Gushan's actions were orchestrated by this very individual. As the leader of the family, I am deeply pained and sleepless upon hearing such vile utterances. Yet due to this individual's overwhelming power and influence, I find myself powerless to exact justice, leaving me with a profound sense of guilt. The assembly roared with a cacophony of voices. Who is he? Speak his name, and we shall rend him limb from limb. Luo Minghai found himself in a quandary. Isn't that inappropriate? After all, he is my colleague, and those outside this room lack the context and may assume I take pleasure in disparaging others behind their backs. Speak out. Reveal his identity. You shall not shield him. Compelled by their insistence, Luo Minghai reluctantly conceded. If you insist, then I shall have no choice but to disclose. The name of the nefarious individual was Diling. The elders promptly established the Committee for Investigating the Bloodbath in the Imperial City, the Committee for Investigating the Crimes of the Far East Massacre, the Diling Corruption and Bribery Investigation Committee, and the Diling Lawlessness Investigation Committee, among 21 committees in total. With over 400 elders joyfully assuming committee positions, at last, we have work to do. The elders dispatched an inquiry, demanding Diling's immediate presence at the Elders' Council for a hearing. Diling attended the hearing punctually. Not resembling the brutish, uncouth fiend they had anticipated, clad in simple yet tidy garments, his demeanor was polished and graceful, immediately winning the elders' favor. This individual is fair of face, gentle in tone, and easily flustered. Even blushing when conversing face to face, could this delicate figure, more feminine than a girl, truly be the blood-soaked marauder described by Luo Minghai? Diling's words were equally convincing as he earnestly stated, I assure you, this matter does not pertain to me. Consider this. Gushan is an official of the command office, while I am the head of the inspection bureau. Historically, the command office and the inspection bureau have been at odds. How could it be possible that I would instruct Gushan to commit such heinous acts? His reasoning appeared sound. Yet the elders pressed. Why then does President Luo Minghai unequivocally accuse you? A blush crept onto Diling's boyish face as he hesitated. Might we not discuss this? It relates to the private matters between Luo Minghai and myself. The elder's curiosity was piqued. No, you must reveal it. Under pressure, Diling relented. If you insist, then I must confess. The name of the rogue was Diling. The elders immediately formed the Diling Bloodbath in the Imperial City Investigation Committee, the Far East Massacre Investigation Committee, the Diling Corruption Investigation Committee, and the Diling Lawlessness Investigation Committee, among 21 committees. With over 400 elders joyously taking on committee roles, finally, we have something to do. The elders issued an inquiry, demanding Diling appear before the Elders' Council for a hearing. Diling attended punctually. Not resembling the brutish, uncouth fiend they had anticipated, clad in simple yet tidy garments, his demeanor was polished and graceful, immediately winning the elders' favor. This individual is fair of face, gentle in tone, and easily flustered. Even blushing when conversing face to face, could this delicate figure, more feminine than a girl, truly be the blood-soaked marauder described by Luo Minghai? Diling's words were equally convincing as he earnestly stated, I assure you, this matter does not pertain to me. Consider this. Gushan is an official of the command office, while I am the head of the inspection bureau. Historically, the command office and the inspection bureau have been at odds. How could it be possible that I would instruct Gushan to commit such heinous acts? His reasoning appeared sound. Yet the elders pressed. Why then does President Luo Minghai unequivocally accuse you? A blush crept onto Diling's boyish face as he hesitated. Might we not discuss this? It relates to the private matters between Luo Minghai and myself. The elder's curiosity was piqued. No, you must reveal it. Under pressure, Diling relented. If you insist, then I must confess. The name of the rogue was Diling. The elders immediately formed the Diling bloodbath in the Imperial City Investigation Committee, the Far East Massacre Investigation Committee, the Diling Corruption Investigation Committee, and the Diling Lawlessness Investigation Committee, among 21 committees. With over 400 elders joyously taking on committee roles, finally, we have something to do. Upon gazing once more at Diling's exquisite beauty, one could see that he was overcome with anger and sorrow. His countenance rendered pale as a flower. They believed it without hesitation. The crowd erupted in vehement accusations. Luo Minghai, you beast in human guise. The elders, who had shaken hands with Luo Minghai just the day before, hurried off to find disinfectant, fearing they might have contracted the incurable disease known as AIDS. Though their words were filled with fury, their hearts raced with excitement. How could the esteemed family patriarch be a deviant homosexual? This would certainly make for sensational gossip back in their hometown. The onlookers rallied around Diling, urging him, "Do not fear, speak your truth. The elders will stand by you, should Luo Minghai dare to lay a finger on you. We shall castrate him." Encouraged by the support of the crowd, Diling, who had long endured sexual harassment and intimidation at the hands of Luo Minghai, summoned his courage to reveal to the righteous elders. Luo Minghai is not only morally corrupt and leading a debauched life, he often engages in emperor games with underage girls. He delights in parading around the park at night in a miniskirt, smeared with lipstick, asking passersby, "My friend, are you lonely?" Moreover, he is grossly incompetent in his official duties. At the onset of the Eastern Rebellion, he dismissed the reasonable measures I proposed, deliberately turning a blind eye as the rebellious forces grew stronger, all to serve his sinister objectives. Let us ponder deeply. What precisely are Luo Minghai's intentions? Diling remarked, his penetrating gaze inspiring the elders. Indeed, what could they be? The elders murmured, and after a lengthy 5-hour discourse, they reached a consensus. It is abundantly clear that Luo Minghai is a remnant of the treacherous Yang Minghua. He has inherited Yang Minghua's nefarious ambitions and colluded with the Eastern rebels, diverting the family's main forces to the east, severely undermining the family's strength, all the while waiting for the opportune moment to raise the banner of rebellion like Lei Hong. Simultaneously, he exploits his position as patriarch to amass followers and embezzle the family's funds. Preparing for future insurrection, the recent Goshen incident is but a signal. Diling, however, found it hard to believe. I can accept that you allege Luo Minghai embezzles, accepts bribes, harasses women, and engages in SM games, even peeping in women's changing rooms. But to suggest he wishes to rebel, I find it hard to accept he is that wicked. The elders were incensed. Diling, the crux of the matter is that you are far too trusting of others. A wolf of ambition lurks within the ranks of leadership, and as the head of the Inspection Bureau, you remain utterly oblivious. You have failed in your duties. Faced with the elders' earnest admonitions, Diling lowered his head in shame, confessing, "There is little I can do. I am simply too kind-hearted, often imagining others are as virtuous as I, which leads to my frequent deception that I am grateful that you esteemed elders possess such keen discernment." Revealing the treacherous nature of Luo Minghai, thus exposing this ambitious wolf. What a fortune for the nation! The meeting stretched late into the night, and the elders swiftly passed resolutions to establish the Luo Minghai Sexual Harassment Investigation Committee, the Luo Minghai Conspiracy Investigation Committee, the Luo Minghai Embezzlement and Corruption Investigation Committee, and the Luo Minghai Moral Decay Investigation Committee, among others, including the Luo Minghai Public Spitting Incident Investigation Committee and the Luo Minghai Defecation Without Wiping Investigation Committee, amounting to a total of 61 committees, with over 1,300 elders gleefully elected as members. The elders who were not elected appeared somewhat dejected, but Chairman Xiaoping reassured them, "Do not rush. Take your time. There will be cake, there will be cream, and new committees will arise." By the time Diling wearily exited the elders' assembly hall, night had fallen. Awaiting him outside was Gopula, who approached hesitantly, his gaze averted, unwilling to meet Diling's eyes. "What is with that look?" Diling immediately sensed something was amiss. "It is nothing, my lord. However, what you mentioned earlier about Luo Minghai wanting to engage in riding wooden horses and dripping wax, is it true?" Diling, furious, sent him sprawling across the street with a punch, gripping his collar fiercely. "If you dare utter a single word about that again, I will kill you." His handsome face was etched with a fierce intent. Gopula dared not breathe. nodding meekly as he swallowed two of his own teeth and feared as the highest officials of the family, the patriarch and the inspector general, became embroiled in a legal battle within the elders' assembly. The subordinate officials followed suit, rushing to the assembly to lodge their grievances against their adversaries. Each day, a steady stream of petitioners arrived at the assembly, and the elders found themselves overwhelmed, establishing committees in profusion. Soon, the number of elders was insufficient, necessitating that some elders serve on multiple committees simultaneously. In an instant, litigation became rampant in the capital, and acquaintances greeted one another with, "Have you filed a complaint today?" Everyone became both plaintiff and defendant. For instance, Luo Minghai was required to appear as a plaintiff in 71 committees while simultaneously standing trial as a defendant in 83 others, inundated with a hefty stack of summonses each day. The contents, as varied as they were absurd, he roared in frustration. Why must both the Committee for Protecting the Physical and Mental Health of Minor Girls and the Committee for Promoting Breastfeeding summon me as a defendant? He found himself tirelessly shuttling between committees, leaving him no energy to attend to matters of leadership. The only solace he found was that Dilin's situation was even more dire, being accused in a staggering 156 committees. Dilin was so occupied that he scarcely had time to visit the restroom. In this tumultuous climate, officials throughout the family busied themselves with court appearances, hearings, debates, and accusations, leaving no one focused on their official duties, resulting in a paralysis of departmental functions. The only department that managed to maintain some semblance of operation was the logistics division led by Goshen. She understood that her department's work was crucial to the sustenance of hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the front lines, a vital lifeline that could not afford even a moment's interruption. Despite her dismissal, with the support of her subordinates and the tacit approval of Luo Minghai, she persevered in maintaining order. Ultimately, the elders discovered, this wretched woman Goshen refuses to vacate her position. A decree was issued, and she was confined to the detention center of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Let us see what tricks she may still have up her sleeve. 2 weeks later, the tide of litigation reached its zenith. Even the esteemed and well-regarded Central Military Commander Sterling found himself a defendant, with the plaintiffs being a motley group of half-beasts, serpent folk, dwarves, elves, and other representatives from the East, who had traveled great distances to present their grievances to the elders. With tearful eyes, they implored the assembly, "We are the most loyal subjects of the family. Although there have been some unfortunate misunderstandings with the family's royal army, they are entirely misconstrued. It is a most regrettable misunderstanding. Our grievances were only directed at local nobles, yet we hold our benevolent Supreme Commander in the highest regard. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, our great Supreme Commander radiates warmth and light across the land, soothing our hearts and bodies. The sun may one day lose its brilliance, but we, the diverse peoples of the East, shall never forget the Supreme Commander's grace. We wish our most revered Supreme Commander eternal life." Where was I? One moment, let me check my notes. Yes, we experienced some minor misunderstandings with the family's royal army, but we have come to recognize our errors and sincerely repent. Behold our genuine tears. The representatives strained to hold back tears, squeezing until they produced not just tears, but also a loud flatulence. In short, to err is human. Who among us is without fault? We repeatedly implore that past grievances be set aside, and let us reconcile, for we have merely momentarily strayed from the path, and we are sincerely remorseful. Please behold our earnest tears. Yet, there is one Sterling, who relentlessly pursues us, hounding us mercilessly, and he has caused us to bleed rivers. We clearly stated, we will not return. We do not wish to fight. Let there be no misunderstanding. We Easterners are the bravest, not that we fear Sterling, but out of respect for our Supreme Commander. We choose not to hold grudges, yet he, eager for merit, continues to pursue us relentlessly. In summary, the fault lies entirely with Sterling. Had he not resisted, oh, no, I meant to say, had he not provoked us intentionally, none of this would have transpired, and peace would swiftly return to the land. We can endure no longer. We beseech the noble elders to intercede on behalf of us, the honest and loyal subjects of the family, to punish Sterling severely, and then let us reconcile and join forces to transform the East into a beautiful paradise. The Eastern rebels sought peace. The elders, burdened by the ever-rising military expenses, were overjoyed. After a day and night of negotiations, the elders' assembly and the representatives of the rebels reached a temporary ceasefire agreement. The assembly issued orders to the royal army in the east. All family troops were to maintain their current positions and refrain from any offensive actions against the rebels. All would await further instructions following the results of discussions between the assembly and the rebel representatives. Additionally, the assembly recalled Sterling, the central military commander stationed in the east, commanding him to return to the capital for questioning why he had been so brutal towards the eastern populace, and whether his eagerness for merit had led him to intentionally incite conflict. In December of the year 779, Sterling received the summons from the assembly and rushed back to the capital from the eastern front. On his way, he passed by the Shozi camp and decided to pay a visit to his dear friend, Zichuan Xiu. After a prolonged separation, two dear friends finally reunited amidst the chaos of the war-torn Far East, resulting in a heartwarming scene of reunion. Congratulations and prosperity, Boss Xiu. I've heard that your fortunes have been flourishing lately. Huh. Likewise. Bai Chuan, quickly served tea to Boss Sterling. How has business been? Have you struck it rich? Mingyu presented a business card to Sterling. Bowing respectfully, I kindly ask for your support of my humble company. Sterling glanced at Mingyu's card, which was densely packed with titles of numerous company chairpersons and general managers. He was astounded, hardly able to fathom how one individual could encompass so many prestigious titles. The subordinates, sensing the moment, discreetly exited, leaving only Zichuan Xiu and Sterling together. Zichuan Xiu inquired, Sterling, what brings you here? Isn't the Central Army still on the front lines? If you're not there, who commands the troops? Sterling, with a wry smile, recounted the situation, producing a military order. I must return immediately. This has become unbearable. Those fellows are maddening. Yet, there's no choice. After all, institutionally they are, huh? He was taken aback as he observed Zichuan Xiu rummaging through a trash bin, retrieving a bucket brimming with discarded papers, each one bearing military orders similar to his own. You, this is sacrilege. Oh, come now. Time is money. I'm far too busy with business to waste time chatting with that swarm of flies. But it's fine. I've already engaged a company of lawyers to represent me at the hearing. Sterling chuckled. You've become quite wealthy. I hear your business has expanded significantly. Could you do me a favor? No problem. What kind of friendship do we have? Zichuan Xiu feigned generosity. If you need to borrow money, just ask for 3 or 5 dimes. Sterling shook his head. Not alone. Recently, that bunch in the imperial capital has been causing havoc. We're nearly out of provisions. I wish to purchase 100,000 kilograms of rice from you. Ming Hui referred me, stating that your service is both swift and excellent, with delivery right to our door. No problem. Zichuan Xiu's eyes sparkled at the proposition. The price will be 10% above the military supply rate, with a 20% deposit and delivery within 15 days to your specified location. If delayed by a day, a penalty of 0.3% of the contract amount will apply. You must settle the payment within 10 days after delivery. Any delay will incur an additional 0.3% fee. As for the delivery terms, do you prefer FOB or CIF? Sterling felt his head spinning, honestly admitting, I don't understand any of this. Haha, your lack of understanding is even better. Oh, I mean, as long as I understand. Come, do you have a check on you? Let's settle the deposit first. Also, please sign beneath this contract clause, stating I have fully understood and agree to the terms of this contract. Yes, just write Central Army Commander Sterling. And the date. Perfect. Sterling, bewildered, complied as Zichuan Xiu orchestrated the signing. Satisfied, Zichuan Xiu blew on the ink. I must say, Sterling, you should have entrusted us with your supply matters long ago. Look at Ming Hui. He has already given us full responsibility for his supply needs. We handle it far better than the logistics department. The Black Flag Army's rations are significantly superior to yours in the Central Army. Besides, the logistics department is quite pleased with this arrangement. Lately, they've been preoccupied with their petty squabbles in the council and have no time to work. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you suspect I'm deceiving you? We've known each other too long for that. Zichuan Xiu hastily concealed the contract to prevent Sterling from further scrutiny and shifted the conversation. What's the recent situation on the front lines? Sterling sighed deeply. A ceasefire has been declared. We have lost our last chance to swiftly conclude the civil war in the Far East. The rebels had already fallen into our trap, lured to the plains that I in open field combat. They are no match for us. Just as we were about to close the encirclement, out of the blue, the council issued an order, ceasefire, no attacks allowed. Thus, we were left helplessly watching as the rebel forces casually escaped. Such a pity. These are the backbone and core of the rebellion. If we had eliminated them, the uprising would have ended. We were so close. Zichuan Xiu discerned the profound pain and regret hidden in Sterling's tone. Recalling the relentless toil and countless dangers he had faced on the battlefield, now all squandered due to a mere piece of paper, for a moment, he found no words to console Sterling, and they both fell silent. That it was Sterling who broke the silence first. What news is there from the imperial capital? I haven't even been able to read the newspapers. It's truly as you said. Outdated. Same old, same old. The commander keeps urging everyone to work hard. Diling and Luo Minghai are bickering as usual. Just look at Diling's speech in the council. Zichuan Xiu handed him a newspaper. Luo Minghai proposed to show mercy to the rebels in the Far East as if they were a family. Diling immediately countered, saying, "The victor shows mercy and earns respect. The vanquished talking of mercy only invites scorn." Sterling skimmed the paper, puzzled. "But we haven't been defeated." What Diling means is that after enduring several defeats, such as at Chishui Beach, the family's dignity and authority have been tarnished. If we appear to be losing and then seek peace, we will be mocked by the world. Currently, the nobility supporting Diling's opinion advocate for a strict crackdown on the rebels, to make an example of them and uphold the nobility's dignity. Meanwhile, the nobles from the family's interior merely wish to end the war quickly to alleviate the pressure of military expenses. Luo Minghai represents the pro-peace faction. The two sides are at an impasse, with Diling vehemently accusing Luo Minghai of being a traitor and a sellout. They nearly came to blows in the council. Sterling frowned. Diling shouldn't act this way. Whether pro-war or pro-peace, all are motivated by the desire to save the family. They merely take different paths. Zichuan Xiu stifled a chuckle at Sterling's naivety. Where is the altruism in this? Luo Minghai's sole reason for advocating peace is to oppose Diling. If Diling were to say tomorrow, "Let's negotiate," Luo Minghai would surely retort, "No, to uphold the family's dignity, we must fight to the bitter end." Well then. Sterling, having seen so much, what are your thoughts? Sterling smiled. This matter shouldn't concern soldiers. It is the domain of politicians. My role now is merely to wait for the council or the commander to issue orders. If it's fight, we continue to engage. If it's negotiate, I will withdraw. Obedience is our duty. After some thought, he added, if the army develops its own ideology, it will surpass society itself, which is an exceedingly dangerous prospect. Zichuan Xiu pondered Sterling's words. Smiling, here you go again. I wasn't asking for the opinion of Central Army Commander Sterling. I was inquiring about the perspective of my old friend Sterling regarding the situation. Sterling contemplated for a long while before slowly responding, I don't understand politics much. Nor am I interested in notions of nobility's dignity. However, given the immense divergence of interest between these two political factions, each possessing formidable armed forces, I find it hard to believe that peace can be achieved through negotiation alone. Even if it were, it would be a fragile peace, unlikely to endure, ultimately requiring resolution through the strength of arms. Paradoxically, I believe that true peace can only be attained through war. Bloodshed and mutual destruction are outcomes we all wish to avoid. But for the family to unify the Far East and grow strong, sacrifices must be made. Zichuan Xiu regarded him with newfound respect, not expecting Sterling to engage in such profound reflection amidst the chaos of frontline duties. Xiu, what is your perspective? Zichuan Xiu replied. You make a compelling argument, but I differ from you. Though I hail from the imperial capital, I have grown up here. The Far East is my second homeland. In the past, I witnessed firsthand how the noble class ruthlessly oppressed and bullied the diverse inhabitants, and now I observe how the former oppressed are cruelly retaliating against their masters, regardless of who wins or loses. This is a tragic conflict of fratricide. If this war continues, there will be no victors, only mutual destruction. If the council can resolve issues without bloodshed, I would support that. I only dare to voice this opinion in your presence, lest others label me a traitor. Sterling listened intently, smiling, as I said, whether war or peace, it is all for the purpose of saving our family, simply different paths. I won't argue with you over this. However, do exercise caution in front of Diling. Our elder brother has quite a fiery temper. I understand. By the way, I almost forgot. Li Qing and Ka Dan asked me to deliver messages to you. Just a moment. Let me find them. Zichuan Xiu rummaged for a long time before finally locating the two letters amidst a pile of toilet paper. Here, take them. Sterling trembled as he received the letter from Cadden, reverently kissing the envelope before tearing it open. Before he could even glance at its contents, he kissed the letter itself, only to be struck by a sudden wave of confusion. The paper bore marks of having been soaked in water. He was all too familiar with the habits of Zichuan Xiu and seized him with a questioning tone. Confess honestly, did you peek? What is the meaning of this water? Zichuan Xiu, realizing that a poor response would lead to dire consequences, hurriedly replied, This is tears shed by Princess Cadden due to her longing for you. Do you know how heartbroken she was on the day you left? On the day she wrote this letter. She wept uncontrollably, her crystalline tears soaking the pristine paper. Oh. Sterling sighed in relief and began to read the letter. My dear Sterling, this is my first time writing a letter in the human tongue. If there are any shortcomings, I hope you will forgive me. How do you fare? The Far East is characterized by its high and frigid terrain. Please take care of your health since your departure. I have been well, so there is no need for you to worry about me. Miss Ning has been very kind to me. The other day, I visited a temple where it is said the deities specifically protect warriors who go into battle. Miss Ning told me she often prayed there for the safety of Lord Xiuquan, and her prayers were indeed answered, for Lord Xiuquan returned safely. Now, I am praying for you there, just as Miss Ning prayed for Lord Xiuquan. Hoping that you will return safely soon, and I hope my prayers are heard by the deities, just as Miss Ning's were, and that you are protected as Lord Xiuquan was to I in my view, since even a wretched man like Lord Xiuquan received divine protection. Then you, Sterling, a man of such virtue, are even more deserving of the god's mercy. As Zichuan Xiu observed Sterling engrossed in the letter, he quietly attempted to slip away. However, after only 2 steps, Sterling's sharp blade was suddenly at his throat. Zichuan Xiu chuckled nervously, quickly returning to his seat, bewildered by how Sterling had noticed him without even lifting his gaze. Sterling let out a long sigh, having finished reading Cadden's letter. His piercing gaze scrutinized Zichuan Xiu, as if attempting to see through his very soul. You truly did not peek. I truly did not peek. Then why is there a tear in the envelope? That was from a mouse. How could a mouse create such a neat tear? It was a mouse with golden teeth. And why are there numerous black fingerprints on the letter? What is that yellowish-brown substance? As Zichuan Xiu struggled to find a response, the voices of Roger and Mingyu could be heard from outside. Roger, in a mockingly high-pitched voice, cried, How do you fare? The Far East is characterized by its high and frigid terrain. Please take care of your health. Mingyu, imitating a feminine tone, responded, Roger, I pray for you. If even that wretched fellow Lord Xiuquan can attain salvation, then you, Roger, a man of such virtue, are even more deserving of hell. Roger exclaimed loudly, Lord Sterling, I must inform you. The yellow stains on the letter are as follows. Once, when you were in the restroom and there was no fresh newspaper, he took that letter in to read and laugh, but he laughed so hard that the letter fell in. And it was quite a struggle to retrieve it. He need not say more, for the room was already filled with the sounds of a tremendous struggle and Zichuan Xiu's desperate cries for help. Help. Someone. Roger, you scoundrel, help. After parting with Zichuan Xiu, Sterling hastened back to the imperial capital, his speed exceeding the necessary pace to meet the council's hearing deadline. As today was the day of the council meeting. Nearly all the nobles and prominent families had gathered in the capital to witness the event. The closer he got to the city, the more congested the roads became, in some places. Sterling could only pass swiftly by revealing his identity as the commander of the Central Army. What he did not anticipate was that he had already become a figure of public interest as the foremost general of the Zichuan family. Despite his efforts to remain low-key, news of his return to the capital spread rapidly. Cadden burst into the living room like a whirlwind, her face flushed with excitement. On my way to the market. I heard some news. Have you heard? Sterling has returned. The whole city is abuzz with this news. Everywhere people are saying he is coming back. He is coming back. What shall we do? He is coming back. She was so agitated that her words tumbled out in a rush. Suddenly, she froze. The figure in the living room who had been facing away from her turned around, and it was none other than Sterling. Their eyes met, and they were both momentarily speechless. Lost in immense joy, how much Sterling had changed. In just a few months, he appeared much older. The scorching sun of the Far East had darkened and roughened his skin, etching lines of hardship upon his once youthful and handsome face. And strands of white hair had begun to appear at his temples. He looked aged and haggard, and yet he was only 25. A wave of gentle compassion surged within Cadden, her eyes brimming with tears. While her beloved had become the staunch defender of the Zichuan family, a hero admired by all, her only wish for him was for his safe return. Oh, divine powers, You have finally heard my prayers." She composed herself and bowed deeply to Sterling, saying, "It has been a long time. How do you fare? Your grace surpasses that of the past." Sterling returned the bow with equal solemnity. "You are well. You continue to radiate the beauty of eternal youth, as lovely as a fresh bouquet of flowers." He presented her with a bouquet of vibrant red roses, his gaze filled with boundless tenderness and affection. Cadden could no longer contain herself. Accepting the flowers, tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she managed to utter, "Flowers may wither, beauty may fade, but among all things in this world, courage is the most beautiful. You possess boundless courage, and thus, you are the most beautiful." Zichuan Ning had been quietly observing from the side, pleased to see the two lovers finally reunited, yet finding it amusing. They were evidently madly in love with each other, yet still pretended to engage in formal conversation. How untruthful! She was intrigued and wished to watch further, but then she noticed Sterling's sharp eyes and Cadden's beautiful gaze both turning toward her. Their expressions soft yet resolute, conveying a silent message. "You, Miss Zichuan Ning, are undoubtedly lovely and charming, but if you could kindly facilitate our exit now, that would be truly magnificent." Zichuan Ning chuckled and took a step toward the door. Sterling and Cadden silently regarded her, saying nothing, yet their eyes brimmed with rich thoughts. Just as Zichuan Ning stepped out the door, she was startled to find it closing silently behind her. The last scene she witnessed was Cadden suddenly throwing herself into Sterling's embrace. The two tightly entwined. "Cadden is truly happy," Zichuan Ning concluded silently in her heart. "Sterling possesses all the virtues of a man. He is upright, courageous, gentle, and loyal to love, with a bright future ahead. Such a man is worthy of Cadden's all-consuming love." A wave of melancholy washed over her. Why would someone fall in love with a man who is dishonest, cowardly, unkind, unfaithful, and has no future to speak of? The sky was a brilliant blue, stretching out to the distant east, to the far east, to the land where her beloved fought. "That I miss you, Xiu. Do you know of my longing from afar?" On the 12th day of the 12th month in the year of the Empire 779, when Commander Sterling, accompanied by the family patriarch Zichuan Xiu, stepped into the hall of the council, a wave of fervent cheers erupted. All the council members rose to their feet in welcome, a tidal wave of applause lasting several minutes, accompanied by cries of a salute to our undefeated general. Long live, long live. Millions of admiring eyes were fixed upon Sterling, as both familiar and unfamiliar council members approached to shake his hand in greeting. "I am Wu Qi from the Jisun province, honored to witness the splendor of our current foremost general today. I am a council member from the Far East. Grateful to Lord Sterling for punishing those shameless traitors and upholding our family's honor. Lord Sterling, your glorious achievements have brought honor to the family banner. The council on behalf of the entire Zichuan family thanks you." The presiding chairman, Chairman Xiao, called out loudly, "Come up here, Lord Sterling, come here, so everyone can see. Please share a few words with us." Faced with such a grand welcome, Sterling felt a profound sense of unease. He had entered alongside the patriarch, and yet he was receiving such accolades while the patriarch remained unacknowledged. What would this mean for the esteemed Zichuan Xiu? Moreover, there were officials of higher rank present, such as President Luo Minghai and Inspector Diling, and for him to speak first would be quite impolite. Zichuan Xiu noticed Sterling's discomfort and smiled, saying, "Go on, Sterling. This is not only for you. It also represents everyone's respect for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the front lines of the Far East. You represent them, and you deserve this." Seeing the crowd clamoring, come up, Sterling, share a few words with us." Sterling had no choice but to offer an apologetic smile to Zichuan Xiu, feeling embarrassed to say, "Your Highness, I have acted inappropriately." Zichuan Xiu smiled and patted him on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Sterling ascended the platform, and immediately, a thunderous applause erupted from all directions. Sterling humbly lowered his head, and as the applause began to subside, he gestured to indicate that he had something to say. The hall fell silent, only to be filled with Sterling's clear voice echoing within. "Today, I am deeply honored to be invited to the Sacred Family Council, to witness the grandeur of all the esteemed elders, to listen to your wise discourses, and to appreciate how you astutely formulate family policies that determine the fate of our great clan. Moreover, I am privileged to contribute a few humble thoughts to this process, for which I feel immense honor. I am grateful to all the esteemed elders for granting me this opportunity." Applause surged like a tide. Just now, I was warmly welcomed by the esteemed elders, and I am truly grateful. However, the honor bestowed upon me is far too great. I, Sterling, am merely a soldier, unworthy of such distinction if there is any credit to be given. It should rightfully belong to His Highness Zichuan Xiu, whose unparalleled virtue commands respect, to Lord Luo Minghai, who skillfully orchestrates our strategies, and to the brave soldiers at the front lines, whose valiant efforts and selfless dedication shine through. As for myself, I have merely avoided making significant mistakes, which hardly warrants such attention from all of you. The clouds of war loom over the skies of the Zichuan family. What path shall we tread? To fight or to negotiate, to survive or to perish? These decisions rest upon the discerning judgment of the esteemed elders present here. In your hands lies the future of our family. I urge you all to unite and collaborate, to make a wise choice for the family and for the millions of citizens who trust and follow us. As for me, I can only say that the army will remain steadfastly loyal. In the past, now, and in the future, this shall not change. I ask that all esteemed elders believe we stand ready to execute orders, regardless of whether the ultimate resolution of this council is war or peace. We shall obey and execute with utmost diligence. The army will always be the most loyal sword in the hands of the family, a sword poised to defend our great clan, ready to unsheathe and gleam fiercely, staining the battlefield with the blood of our enemies. With that, Sterling concluded his brief speech, and the hall erupted into a ceaseless applause and cheers. Sterling, well done. Sterling wished to descend, yet the applause compelled him to remain on the platform and acknowledge the crowd. Though humble, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. As a soldier, could there be a more glorious moment in his life? Amidst the sea of enthusiastic faces, he spotted Luo Minghai's indifferent expression. Sterling nodded in acknowledgement, receiving a stiff nod in return from Luo Minghai, whose demeanor appeared as rigid as if his neck had seized, and a smirk tugged at Sterling's lips. He knew Luo Minghai must be feeling quite displeased at this moment. He shifted his gaze and noticed Inspector Diling, who smiled and gave him an approving thumbs up. Diling's delight in Sterling's acclaim was genuine, not only because Sterling was his good brother, but also because Sterling's success would undoubtedly vex Luo Minghai. He pondered. Now there are 3 generals in the military commanding significant forces, with Fang Jing secretly aligning with him. Now, with Sterling's rise, Luo Minghai is left with only Ming Hui, who is nothing more than an unreliable fence-sitter. Of course, given Sterling's character, he would never overtly engage in the political struggle against Luo Minghai. But for now, he would at least maintain a stance of benevolent neutrality. When the conflict escalates and a choice must be made, he would undoubtedly lean towards his side. Ha! Who would have thought that I have unknowingly established my advantageous power within the military? A thought crossed his mind. Why not assist Sterling in seizing the position of president from Luo Minghai? It is not an impossible task. Sterling has renown and military achievements, and is supported by the military hierarchy. Beloved by the populace and the council, and favored by Zichuan Xiu if successful, it would indeed deliver a devastating blow to Luo Minghai. Suddenly, he chuckled, thinking, Sterling has learned to play the game of political rhetoric. Just now, he spoke so eloquently and passionately, yet ultimately said nothing of substance on the crucial question of whether to support war or peace. He revealed no personal stance, pleasing neither side. When did he become so astute? Who taught him? As night fell, the day's meeting finally concluded. Sterling and Diling walked out of the venue together, both exhaling deeply. Waving away their attending aides, they strolled side by side along the autumn streets of the imperial capital. Sterling sighed. At last, it's over. Diling smiled. Only for today. Tomorrow we must return. Patience is key. Brother, you seemed a bit unable to contain yourself today. I could hear you cracking your knuckles from quite a distance. Sterling chuckled. Really? I must have looked quite fearsome then. Those elders from the Luoxing Wei province turned pale with fright. However, they were indeed being unreasonable, bringing in half-meter-high ledgers from the logistics department, page by page, interrogating me about everything from weaponry to food supplies, asking, "Look, it clearly states here that the logistics department supplied the Central Army with 50,000 bundles of arrows at the beginning of September. How can you now say there are none?" I replied, "All were used to shoot the rebels." He had the audacity to maintain a straight face and ask, "Where? Which rebels? What are their names? Where were they hit? Is there a doctor's certification? Did they provide you with a receipt?" "No. Without these necessary proofs, how can we be sure you didn't embezzle this equipment?" Sterling exclaimed angrily. How could I possibly go find those rebels who were shot dead or injured to obtain a receipt? What would I do with 50,000 bundles of arrows? They wouldn't even burn well as firewood at home. Diling continued to smile. Patience, haven't you heard, when a genius first appears in this world? There is a characteristic that helps us identify them. All the fools unite to attack them. Yet, they do not intend to personally go against you. They are all proponents of peace. While you stand as a hero in the eyes of the war faction, they merely seek to undermine you to weaken the war faction's influence. If you were to explode with rage, you would be playing right into their trap. Sterling, calm down. I understand. What is the Council's current stance? War or peace? Either way, we need to reach a decision quickly. Hundreds of thousands of troops are waiting in the Far East. And the daily military expenditure is nearly 100 million. Diling shook his head. You know, the Council's power is traditionally divided into two factions, the Far East loyalists and the inland aristocrats. Originally, the power of the Far East nobles held sway within the Council, but many of them perished during the rebellion, and their vast territories and wealth have been reduced to ashes. The strength of the Far East faction has significantly waned, allowing the inland nobles to seize those positions and strive for control within the Council. The Far East faction, however, will not yield easily and is fiercely retaliating. Currently, both sides are at a standstill. This struggle between war and peace is a crucial battleground for both factions. Diling did not mention that this was also a key battleground in his struggle against Luo Minghai. Sterling began to grasp the situation and asked, why don't they hold a vote? The outcome could be determined within an afternoon. Diling smiled. Political struggle is quite similar to warfare. Both require tactical strategy that a vote would be akin to a decisive battle for survival. For instance, Sterling, under the current conditions of standoff, would you deploy all your forces to fight a life-or-death showdown? Sterling shook his head. Noted I would patiently wait for the enemy to reveal a flaw, for our reinforcements to arrive, while also sending out troops to harass and lure the enemy to disperse their forces, targeting their flanks and rear until we establish an advantage. Only then would I commit my main forces to a decisive battle to crush them. Diling nodded. The principle is the same. Within the Council, both sides are currently avoiding a direct confrontation, waiting for reinforcements, such as courting neutral elders, attempting to divide and buy off the opposing side, while also looking for opportunities to strike the enemy's flanks, attacking you. Sterling is equivalent to striking at the side of the war faction. It is only when one side is confident that it has secured a majority that it will demand an immediate vote. Sterling understood. Lamenting the casualties of hundreds of thousands of troops, the expenditure of hundreds of billions, who would have thought it was for this reason? He held back a thought. No wonder we possess the most powerful army on the continent. With past commanders as fierce as lions and a lineage of renowned generals, yet we struggle against the flowing winds to the west and find it challenging to resist the demonic tribes to the east. The family's territory has hardly expanded since the third generation of commanders. He turned to Diling. Brother, I have a question for you, but I'm unsure. He paused, hesitating to continue. Diling halted and turned back. Their gazes meeting. Diling's eyes were clear and bright. You wish to ask me why I so fervently advocate for war? Whether there are any sordid personal motives behind it, correct? Sterling honestly admitted, yes. Protesting? He exclaimed, I never once considered the term dirty. That was entirely your own suggestion. Diling chuckled softly. How can you be so disingenuous with your own kin? Truly, you are quite unlikable. His tone shifted to one of gravity. One of my reasons for opposing the peace negotiations is my realization that the rebels possess no sincerity whatsoever. They incessantly proclaim their desire for peace and a willingness to forgive past grievances, yet they remain vague on crucial matters. For instance, we demand the surrender of the notorious traitor Lei Hong, and they claim he has vanished without a trace. We call for an end to the harassment of our supply lines, and they dismiss it as not their concern, attributing it to bandits. While asserting that their coalition forces have no authority over these brigands, this is clearly a lie. The majority of the bandits are merely remnants of the defeated coalition army. We insist that, given the cessation of the family military's operations, the coalition forces should likewise demonstrate their commitment by adhering to the original front lines. Yet they feign excuses, claiming that as autumn has arrived, their soldiers must return home to harvest crops, subsequently disbanding their forces and dispersing them across every village in the Far East. While we remain here, foolishly waiting, they are actively recruiting and mobilizing new troops for the next year's campaign. They speak incessantly of establishing a paradise of peace for all. Yet what does this paradise entail? Who will hold power? Will they recognize the sovereignty of the Zichuan family? Will it still be considered the territory of the family? They utter not a word on these matters, revealing no trace of sincerity whatsoever. When taken together, the rebels' demand for a ceasefire becomes glaringly evident. With winter fast approaching, the lands of the Far East will soon be frozen, rendering them incapable of digging trenches. Without trenches, on the open plains, the rebels become impotent. No matter their numbers, they are no match for our cavalry. They are merely stalling for time, waiting for the spring rains when the ground becomes muddy, making it difficult for our heavily armored cavalry to maneuver, leaving us trapped like dead pigs in a quagmire, awaiting their slaughter. For a nation where every citizen is a soldier, our slaughtering of hundreds of thousands would scarcely matter, should they wish. They could replenish their ranks with millions. After a peace agreement, the family would only grow weaker. When they return with even stronger legions to besiege the valiant fortress again, what shall we have to confront them with? Sterling listened, his heart gripped with dread, and asked, that was one reason. What is the second? Diling replied, enunciating each word with pride, rebellion is the gravest of crimes, utterly unforgivable. Perhaps the nobility of the Far East is tyrannical. Perhaps the officials are greedy, but we must make it clear to the populace. Regardless of the motives or reasons, those who rebel against the family face certain death. If we can pardon the rebels of the Far East today, tomorrow we shall confront a second, a third, 100th insurrection, and the entire Zichuan family will crumble like the once mighty Empire of Light. Sterling shook his head. It is impossible to eradicate tens of millions of people in the Far East. It is indeed impossible. Ultimately, we must forgive some, but that must occur only after victory. Only the victor can bestow mercy. At that point, to forgive them demonstrates the family's benevolence and tolerance, enhancing our prestige. However, to hastily negotiate peace when we cannot secure a decisive victory and label it as forgiveness or grace would be a farce, exposing our weakness for all to see. Such actions would only invite greater calamity. Sterling, you hold great esteem. The elders respect you greatly. Your words carry weight, and when the time comes, you must stand by my side. This is for the future of the family. Policies of appeasement, like those of Luo Minghai, are unworkable. Sterling had initially resolved to remain neutral, but hearing Diling speak with such sincerity and reason, he found himself wavering. After much hesitation, he finally said, very well, if I must choose, I shall stand with you. This commitment, though still somewhat vague, greatly satisfied Diling. He understood Sterling's character. A promise once made is unbreakable. And this pledge represented Sterling's utmost limit. This was already advantageous for Diling. As they conversed, they reached a fork in the road. Diling, feeling a genuine sense of relief, paused and inquired, what say you? Shall we go visit your sister-in-law Xiujia? She has been fretting about how you and Xiu have been faring in the Far East, whether you are eating well, and it would be delightful to sample her culinary skills. Under normal circumstances, Sterling would have eagerly accepted such an invitation, but today he politely declined. Perhaps another day. I have an appointment. Surprised by his refusal, Diling scrutinized Sterling closely and suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, indeed, as the moon sets over the willow treetops and lovers meet at dusk. I suspected as much. Today you wear a smile, it seems, for the season is ripe with spring. How could I have been so oblivious? Each of his sentences was drawn out melodically, concluding with an awkward ah nah. Sterling's face flushed. Yet he feigned indifference. What nonsense are you spouting, brother? Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. But, Diling leaned in, speaking earnestly. May I offer you a piece of advice? Ah, what is it? When engaging in physical exertion, do not overexert yourself. Otherwise, when you return to the Far East, you may find yourself unable to mount a horse. And then what shall you do? Diling furrowed his brow in a mock display of concern. It took Sterling a moment to comprehend, and he raised a fist as if to chase him, but Diling had already dashed away, leaving behind the parting words. Find time to bring Li Qing over to dine with your sister-in-law. We are all but family now. So what is there to be embarrassed about? Watching Diling's retreating figure with a smile, a hint of melancholy clouded Sterling's eyes. Li Qing, indeed, he had nearly forgotten that he had a very capable fiancée. What to do now? In the third chapter of this tale, Princess Cadden awaited. As Sterling hurried to the designated pavilion in the park, all his previous displeasures and sorrows dissipated upon catching sight of Cadden's graceful form. To maintain discretion, Cadden had wrapped herself in a scarf and donned sunglasses that in early winter. Such attire drew little attention. Approaching her from behind, Sterling suddenly leapt forward and embraced her shoulders. Cadden gasped, turning to see Sterling. Her hand pressed to her chest as she wore an expression of "You startled me." Followed by a sweet smile, Sterling's heart fluttered at the sight of her luscious red lips, ready to lean in for a kiss. Warning: the following content contains unhealthy elements. Individuals under the age of 18 should view with parental supervision. The languid voice of Zichuan Ning drifted from behind Sterling, who was perched on the pavilion railing. Swinging her legs, craning her neck to observe the affectionate exchange. "Please, continue, as if I am not here." Previously, Sterling had been so engrossed in Cadden that he had failed to notice her presence. Disappointment washed over him as he released Cadden and cast a reproachful glance at her. "Why did you bring this troublemaker along?" Cadden blushed deeply and whispered, "I didn't know the way." Sterling sighed in exasperation. His intention to meet Cadden outside was precisely to avoid Zichuan Ning. Her mischievousness was akin to that of Zichuan Xiu. Yet he found himself unable to evade her. "I apologize for being late. Have you been waiting long?" he inquired, taking Cadden's ice-cold hand in his, showing concern. Cadden gently shook her head. "Just a moment. Liar." Zichuan Ning interjected. Irately, "He was an hour and 20 minutes late. I counted, and on average, a mosquito bit me every 10 minutes. And now look, Sterling, 1, 2. That's a total of 8. Sterling ignored Zichuan Ning's complaints and turned to Cadden. "Are you hungry?" Cadden shook her head again. "Not hungry." "I'm hungry." Zichuan Ning piped up. But no one paid her any mind. Sterling asked Cadden, "Are you thirsty?" Cadden habitually shook her head, then nodded. "A little thirsty." Zichuan Ning, unwilling to be left out, chimed in, "I am thirsty too." Sterling led Cadden into a nearby beverage shop. With Zichuan Ning trailing behind them, Sterling asked Cadden, "What do you like to drink? Coffee? Tea? Juice?" Zichuan Ning jumped in. "I love coffee, with sugar and milk." Cadden pondered for a moment. "Juice would be nice." Sterling signaled to the server, "1 juice and 1 tea." "Please." Zichuan Ning smiled brightly. Sterling is so considerate, knowing that girls shouldn't consume too many high-calorie items. Tea is excellent, nice and light. Sterling noted that she truly was worthy of being called Zichuan Xiu's sister. Her audacity was indeed commendable. Yet he chose to ignore her, and when their drinks arrived, he boldly lifted the teacup to sip, deliberately avoiding Zichuan Ning's gaze. Cadden, unable to bear it, playfully pushed the juice towards Zichuan Ning, who was about to drink it. But Sterling swiftly returned the cup to Cadden. Zichuan Ning protested in a sulky tone, "Sterling, big bro. How rude of you, treating a lady in such a manner." Her voice was so sweet it could drive one to despair. Sterling forced a smile, resembling a seasoned politician. "How about this? Dear little Zichuan Ning, you must be thirsty, right? Here, let your older brother Sterling give you some money. Go buy yourself some ice cream across the street." "All right." He pulled out a $1,000 bill. "Hurry along. No need to give change." Zichuan Ning replied. "But the ice cream I want is quite expensive." Sterling added another 1,000. "All right, your older brother Sterling will give you the money. Off you go." Zichuan Ning exclaimed. "I heard that kind of ice cream has a very mysterious recipe." Sterling added yet another 1,000 as Zichuan Ning continued. "I heard the ingredients for that ice cream are imported from abroad. It is so pricey." Sterling reached for more money. "But after eating, I still need to buy a towel to wipe my hands." Sterling rummaged through his pockets again. "And then, how will I get home alone?" Sterling intended to pull out more cash, but realized his wallet was empty. He sighed. "Ning, what exactly do you want? Don't extort me so ruthlessly." Zichuan Ning giggled sweetly. "How outrageous. I'm merely concerned that you young folks, so full of vigor, might act impulsively and make mistakes. The sour green apple should not be picked. The consequences are quite severe." Sterling muttered softly, "But I've already picked them. What more do you want?" Cardan, blushing fiercely, kicked him under the table. Zichuan Ning exclaimed, "What?" Sterling promptly corrected himself. "I meant, if it shouldn't be picked, then I won't pick it. Thank you for your concern." "Well, it's good that you're aware. In any case, I'm looking out for you. No need for thanks. Just treat me to something nice." Realizing he could no longer escape the clutches of this little tyrant, Sterling decided to use his last resort. "Ning, someone from the Far East entrusted me with a message for you." "Please don't get too excited. What was it?" "It seemed rather important. Alas, my memory has failed me due to my recent troubles. What should I do about it?" As for how to brighten Lord Sterling's spirits, it was quite simple. Cardan bent over in laughter. You're quite the rascal, Sterling. How clever of you to think of that. Miss Ning was quite haughty, but upon hearing you mention His Excellency Zichuan, she immediately wilted. But does His Excellency really have a message for Miss Ning? Sterling recalled his encounter with Zichuan Xiu in the Far East, where he had indeed asked, Do you have any message for Miss Ning? Zichuan Xiu had remained silent for a long while before finally responding, If she inquires, just tell her you haven't seen me. What had transpired between them? Sterling shook his head. No, I actually haven't seen Xiu at all, but you mustn't tell on Ning, otherwise. This trick won't work. Cardan shot him a complex glance. Sterling inquired, What's wrong? Sterling, you just lied. If you hadn't seen His Excellency Xiu in the Far East, you wouldn't have noticed their oddities. Nor would you have asked that question. The truth is, you must have seen His Excellency, and he asked you to return with the message that he hasn't seen him, didn't he? Sterling was taken aback, astonished that Cardan could discern his deception from just one slip of his words, deducing the truth as if she had witnessed it firsthand. Among all the people he had encountered, if anyone was sharp-witted and meticulous, it was certainly Diling. However, it appeared that even Diling might pale in comparison to Cardan, this girl from the demon clan. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Thank goodness she was captured on our side. Had she been entrusted with a significant role in the demon realm, she would undoubtedly be a formidable general, rivaling Lu Fengshuang. If the royal commanders of the demon realm were as astute as she, the future of our Far Eastern army would be fraught with peril. Regardless, she must not be returned to the demon realm. Then, he found himself feeling absurdly sensitive. Cardan was his beloved. How could she ever be his enemy? Seeing Sterling's expression shift, Cardan quickly said, I'm sorry. Sterling, I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Are you angry? Sterling took a deep breath, clearing his mind of various thoughts, and smiled. No, I truly didn't speak the truth. That was my fault. He recounted the events to Cardan, ultimately reminding her, You must never mention this to An Ning. All right, let us not dwell on their matters any longer. Let us talk about ours. Cardan, having been here for some time now, how do you feel? Are you adjusting well? Cardan hesitated for a moment. Well, to be honest, when I first arrived here, I could hardly believe it. It's simply wonderful. The climate is mild, resources are abundant, and life is so much more comfortable. Sterling, intrigued, asked, Oh, what is it like where you come from? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Indeed, Cardan shook her head, remaining silent. Sterling, you wouldn't understand. Compared to us, humans live in paradise. Nature is incredibly harsh to us. Our land is barren, a desolate wasteland, with exceptionally severe weather. The scorching heat of the day gives way to bone-chilling cold at night. Natural disasters strike incessantly, earthquakes, typhoons, magnetic storms, sandstorms. A hailstorm can obliterate a year's worth of hard work, plunging the entire nation into famine. Sterling, even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. Death to us is as inseparable as air, sky, and land. In this land of tears, death comes as naturally as breathing. Sterling, if you understand this, you would grasp why our warriors venture westward time and again. It is not due to a cruel thirst for battle, but rather because seizing food and fertile lands from humans is the only path to survival for my kin. How fortunate humanity is. Why do they not have to bleed or die to enjoy such a warm climate? Azure skies and blooming flowers? And I, too, will share all this as a member of humanity with the one I love. Yet, why do I still long for that dreary sky, the endless sands, and my father? My heart aches. My homeland. Cardan's eyes brimmed with tears, and Sterling felt a pang of sorrow, comforting her. It's all right. Once we have pacified the Far East, I will ensure you can return to visit your family. But if that happens, I want to be able to see you again. That would make me even sadder. Sterling smiled. How could that be? Did we not vow to never be apart? I will accompany you back. Cardan's eyes widened. That's impossible. My father and brothers would kill you. They often say that the divine clan and humans can never coexist. Sterling was startled. He had almost forgotten that his beloved's father was the unparalleled demon god emperor. Cardan, however, reassured him. Besides, I've been captured for so long. My family must think I am dead by now. Let them think so. They will grieve for a while, but it will pass. I've also grown accustomed to life here. Sterling was deeply moved, recognizing that this girl before him was willing to forsake her lavish princess life and her loved ones for him. Such genuine affection was truly rare. He gently told Cardan, "Rest assured, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. I swear, for eternity, I shall cherish my wife, Princess Cardan. If I break this vow, let me die 1,000 deaths." Cardan covered his mouth with her hand, preventing him from saying more, her eyes brimming with joy. Their hands, clasped beneath the table, shared warmth, and they basked in their happiness. Yet, a hint of sadness crossed Cardan's face, prompting Sterling to ask immediately, "What's wrong? Are you not happy?" "It's not that. I am just thinking about my identity as a member of the demon clan. While you, Sterling, are a high-ranking officer of the Zichuan clan, marrying me may hinder your career." Sterling smiled. "I don't think it will be a significant issue. His Excellency, the Chancellor, treats me well. If I approach him, I'm sure he will agree. But what if he doesn't agree? Then I'll resign." Sterling spoke decisively, without hesitation. "After all these years, I've saved a bit. We could open a cake shop. I would be the master baker. You might not know, but I'm quite skilled at baking. You could manage the shop. With your beauty, you would surely attract many customers." Sterling gazed at Cardan. His eyes filled with regret. "It would just be too much of a compromise for you." Cardan gently kissed Sterling's cheek. Her face flushed as she whispered, "How could that be? I'm not attractive at all. And I'm so clumsy that I would scare all the customers away." Sterling continued, "What I worry about most is that little lecher, Xiu. He will surely come every day hoping for free food. We must resolutely drive him away." He mimicked a fierce kick, causing Cardan to burst into giggles. "Then, once our business flourishes, we shall be able to hire 2 workers back. You can then dedicate yourself entirely to being the mistress of the house. Furthermore, we will open 1, 2, 3, a multitude of branches, as plentiful as the children we bear. At that time, we shall no longer need to toil, spending our days in travel and shopping, eventually growing old together. When our children have matured, we shall tell them, 'Mao, do you know that your father and mother were once remarkable individuals? Your father was a family leader, and your mother was a princess.' Do you think they would believe us?" Cadden's heart swelled with sweetness as she laughed, responding, "At that time, they would surely retort, 'Those 2 old geezers are just rambling on.' Such a life, free from battles, devoid of scheming and fear, would you cherish it?" Cadden feigned seriousness, saying, "Let me ponder. In the future, if we employ young and beautiful waitresses at the shop, would you not flirt with them?" Sterling, the owner of the cake shop. Sterling, equally grave, rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, "Allow me to consider. How beautiful would they be?" Cadden, the owner of the cake shop. "You are incorrigible. Just wait until I deal with you." "Ha ha." Amidst the blossoms, the loving couple basked in their sweetness, oblivious to the distant pairs of dark eyes that coldly observed them. Luo Minghai read the report from his subordinate spies, rising in agitation as he commanded, "At all costs, by any means necessary, ensure that I uncover the identity of that girl." The following day, a detailed investigation report concerning Cadden's identity, origins, and her acquaintance with Sterling was placed on Luo Minghai's desk. With an icy demeanor, he inquired, "Is the intelligence accurate?" "Your Excellency, we acquired this information by bribing a servant of Zichuan Ning with 200,000. He would not dare to lie. A smile broke through Luo Minghai's sullen expression. That 200,000 was well spent. I must see the commander immediately. After the daily reports concluded, Luo Minghai casually mentioned to Zichuan Xiu, "Your Highness, last night I took a stroll in the park. How fortuitous it was to encounter Commander Sterling, who appeared quite affectionate with a young lady." Zichuan Xiu smiled. "It has been quite some time since Sterling last met Li Qing. Hasn't it? They ought to have a proper reunion." "Ah, to be young again truly invokes jealousy in us old folks." However, Luo Minghai interjected, "I do not believe that girl resembles the Qingqi natives." "Oh." Zichuan Xiu's demeanor shifted to one of concern. "Then who might she be?" "I do not know. Might your Highness permit me to investigate further?" After a considerable pause, Zichuan Xiu replied slowly, "Very well, you may inquire." His tone was casual, yet both understood that this statement was anything but trivial. Within 2 hours, Luo Minghai returned with his inquiries. After silently absorbing the report, Zichuan Xiu remained impassive. "Well, it seems there is nothing of great concern. Luo Minghai, you may take your leave, but do remember not to speak of this outside." Luo Minghai felt a twinge of disappointment. Surprised by Zichuan Xiu's nonchalance towards such a significant matter, he did not see that as soon as he exited, Zichuan Xiu promptly instructed his attendant, "Immediately summon Li Qing." After more than an hour of discussion with Li Qing, Zichuan Xiu's expression grew as cold as if touched by frost, yet his words remained warm and amiable. Please, inquire if Commander Sterling is available tonight and if he would be willing to spare some time to dine with this old man. At dinner time, Sterling arrived punctually at the commander's residence, where Zichuan Xiu warmly greeted him and escorted him to the dining hall. Sterling observed that, as Zichuan Xiu had indicated, it was indeed a simple home-cooked meal. As he was the sole guest, yet the dishes were quite sumptuous. Sterling felt puzzled, as this was not in accordance with Zichuan Xiu's usual habits. Li Qing, the internal affairs officer, had once jested that our commander is the most frugal among all past leaders, implying that Zichuan Xiu was quite stingy in certain respects. He could readily spend 30 million to arm a legion, yet would hesitate to add an extra fish to his own dinner. Your Highness, this is too extravagant. You are being far too generous. We cannot possibly finish all this. Zichuan Xiu dismissed his concerns. Nonsense. If we cannot finish, I shall simply continue to eat it next time. Chuckling, he added, Come, since you are a guest, do not be so formal. Relax and eat heartily. You have truly endured hardships in the Far East. Sterling, just look at yourself. You have grown dark and aged in just a few months. I am willing to serve the family. It is my duty as a subject. I do not deserve such praise. Oh dear, did I not tell you to relax? Sterling, this is one of your shortcomings. You are always so uptight. Tonight, I forbid you from using titles like Your Excellency or Your Highness. Just treat me as your elder and call me Uncle Xiu. How about that? Sterling, who had felt a bit apprehensive, found solace in Zichuan Xiu's amiable demeanor, and with a smile, he replied, Then I shall address you as such. The two settled at the table, and Zichuan Xiu ceaselessly introduced various dishes to Sterling. This is a patterned crucian carp from the West, only caught for a few weeks each year, and it must be delivered alive to the capital, quite a rarity. He persistently served Sterling, who found himself overwhelmed and somewhat uncomfortable, yet could not refuse the commander's goodwill, resulting in a meal that left him sweating profusely. After dinner, the two enjoyed coffee in the parlor while engaging in light conversation. Zichuan Xiu expressed genuine concern for the situation in the Far East, particularly regarding the morale and combat capabilities of the various conscripted militia, which constituted over half of the Zichuan royal army in that region. After a moment of contemplation, Sterling candidly informed Zichuan Xiu, most of the militia consists of armed nobles and peasants from various regions. Although they were hastily assembled, their spirited bravery and fearlessness in battle can match that of regular regiments when they are in the heat of combat. However, they easily panic when on the defensive. I have heard that during one malicious campaign against bandits, only a handful of half-beasts emerged to confront them, yet it was enough to send our thousands of militia fleeing in terror. On another occasion, in the camp of Fangjing, a militia soldier awoke from a nightmare, crying out, Devils! This immediately caused chaos as soldiers shouted, The demon race is upon us. Quick, flee for your lives. In the darkness, they scattered like headless flies, crying out in confusion, Run, run. Fangjing attempted to restore order, raising a torch and calling out, Calm down, gather around me, but could not stem the tide of panic. Had it not been for his guards' desperate efforts, Fangjing might have been trampled that night. When dawn broke, it was discovered that several hundred had perished under their own comrades' feet or drowned in the chaos. Fangjing spent a full week rallying the scattered soldiers, yet they had lost thousands, with some having deserted and others falling prey to rebel forces when isolated. Currently, the family royal army in the Far East consists of 4 factions. My Central Army, approximately 100,000 strong, Minghui's Black Flag Army, also around 100,000, Fangjing's various militia, about 250,000, and the remnants of the former Far Eastern Army, reorganized to roughly 200,000, albeit quite dispersed, including the garrison at Valin Fortress and the defense forces of Daya and Yalia provinces. The commanders leading the troops all concur that while Fangjing has the largest numbers, he is the weakest in terms of combat capability, as he lacks even a single regular regiment. Should the rebels seek to exploit our vulnerabilities, they will undoubtedly target Fangjing's forces. Both Minghui and I plan to dispatch 1 or 2 regiments to bolster Fangjing's troops for support. Zichuan Xiu listened intently, nodding in agreement. Indeed, troops must be trained to be effective. I have already arranged for 50,000 militiamen to receive formal training at Valin Fortress. Sterling nodded in affirmation. Your Highness is wise. Zichuan Xiu then shifted the topic. By the way, Sterling, you are not so young anymore that it would be prudent to expedite matters with Li Qing, wouldn't it? Sterling was taken aback, quickly responding, I am grateful for your highness's concern. However, given the current turmoil and unrest in the Far East, with hundreds of thousands of rebels causing chaos, I, Sterling, am indebted to the commander and the family in this time of national crisis. It is my duty to repay that debt, and I find it inappropriate to be distracted by personal matters. That is where you err. Sterling, Zichuan Xiu stated earnestly. Restoring order and defending against external threats is a collective responsibility of the entire family. You cannot frame it as your burden alone. Do you think that without you, we could quell the rebellion in the Far East? Sterling, flustered, rose to bow. Yes, I have been presumptuous. I beg your highness's forgiveness. Zichuan Xiu waved his hand to indicate he should sit. So you see, do not bear the weight alone. A burden shared is a burden halved. From your perspective, while it is indeed the duty of loyalty to one's family, how can the family bear to see a loyal minister suffer and toil, causing a delay in the prime of his youth? You mentioned waiting until the rebellion is quelled, but I fear that if negotiations fail, we may very well have a battle on our hands. Are we truly so foolish as to wait another 10 or 8 years before considering marriage? That would be quite absurd. Sterling hesitated. However, Your Highness, I must return to the urgent military affairs in the Far East. There is no rush. We are currently in peace talks. There is little for you to do upon your return. Why not stay in the capital a few more days and arrange the wedding before you depart? Admittedly, the time frame is a bit tight, but leave it to me. I shall oversee it and ensure it is done splendidly. To have the Grand Chancellor officiate the wedding is a great honor. Under normal circumstances, Sterling would kneel in gratitude to accept, yet at this moment, his mind was in disarray, rendering him speechless and frozen. Zichuan Xiu did not take offense at his rudeness and continued. Once we formalize our names, we can comfortably await each other. Otherwise, Miss Li Qing is a young woman. Can you bear to let her spend her youth in waiting? Sterling, while acknowledging that fighting on the battlefield is indeed important, must also recognize the significance of nurturing the next generation for the family. Both you and Li Qing are exceptional individuals, unwaveringly loyal to the family. I believe your offspring will undoubtedly be equally remarkable and devoted. Very well, Sterling, it seems you have no objections. Let us finalize this matter. I just checked the calendar, and the day after tomorrow is quite auspicious. Sterling, do you have any objections? Then it is settled for the day after tomorrow. Following that, you shall enjoy a week-long honeymoon before returning to the Far East. How much savings do you have? Will it suffice for the wedding? If not, I can assist with part of the expenses. After all, Li Qing comes from a prestigious family, and we cannot afford to make it a shabby affair that would bring her any disgrace. Sterling, despite his chaotic thoughts, remained clear on one point. He absolutely must not acquiesce. Hoarsely, he replied, Your Highness, I humbly request a postponement of the engagement. Zichuan Xiu's expression darkened. This was the first time Sterling had defied his wishes. Sterling, why this attitude? Do you believe your status is too lofty for the likes of Qingqi? Once the words were spoken, Sterling's courage grew. I dare not say that. Miss Li Qing hails from a noble lineage, possesses exquisite beauty, is virtuous and gracious, and is remarkably capable. Zichuan Xiu nodded repeatedly. Yes. Indeed. What more could you possibly desire? No, I merely believe that with Miss Li Qing's beauty and character, she could choose a far better match. I am but a mere soldier, hailing from humble beginnings, with neither status nor wealth to my name. I am unworthy of such a virtuous wife. Zichuan Xiu abruptly stood up, each word laced with gravity. Sterling, are you implying that you wish to renounce the engagement? His voice was low, as if suppressing anger. Sterling gritted his teeth and softly responded, Yes. Upon uttering those words, a wave of weakness washed over him as he braced himself for the impending storm of wrath. Yet, to his surprise, Zichuan Xiu's tone was unexpectedly gentle. Sterling, is it that you do not hold affection for Li Qing, but rather have your eye on another? Speak freely, and I shall assist you. My lord, Sterling found himself uncertain of Zichuan Xiu's intentions. Whoever it may be, you need only say, Indeed, I have already given my heart to another. Gathering his courage, Sterling confessed, The one I hold affection for is Cadden. Zichuan Xiu raised an eyebrow. Cadden? Who is she? Although he was well aware of Cadden's background, he feigned ignorance. Sterling mustered his courage to recount the story. Zichuan Xiu listened intently, remaining silent as he paced the room. Finally coming to a halt by the window before speaking slowly. "I am growing old." Sterling, perplexed, interjected, "Your Excellency, you are still under 60, quite young and vigorous. How can you speak of being old?" Zichuan Xiu disregarded him and continued, "Logically, having lived so long and held the position of Grand Chancellor, one should have gained perspective and learned to let go of worldly concerns. Yet there remains one matter that weighs heavily on my mind." Sterling silently regarded Zichuan Xiu. Tonight, this shrewd chancellor appeared to have set aside his usual facade, revealing a rare candor. "From our family's progenitor, Zichuan Xiu, who forged the Zichuan lineage through trials and tribulations. To the day my brother fell in battle, entrusting our family's fate to me, our bloodline has endured through the storms of time, passing through 7 generations. The Zichuan name must not perish under my watch. If it were to fall due to my negligence, how could I face my brother in death, or our ancestors? I would sacrifice everything to preserve the legacy of our family for 100 years. I willingly bear the sins I have committed, even if it leads me to the depths of hell after death. I would have no regrets." Zichuan Xiu's demeanor was resolute, yet a hint of guilt lingered beneath the surface. Sterling began to grasp the meaning behind Zichuan Xiu's sins, yet he felt compelled to offer reassurances. "Your Highness, you are speaking too gravely. While the rebellion in the Far East is indeed serious, it does not pose an existential threat to our family. What I speak of is not the Far East." Zichuan Xiu's gaze was piercing, his fingers lightly tapping the coffee table. "I dare predict that within 10 years of my passing, our family's legacy will be in its most perilous state. Zichuan Ning, despite her youth and inexperience, is a woman. She lacks any authority to suppress the multitude of opposing forces and intimidate the ministers. Ambitious generals and civil officials, observing a weakened central authority, will inevitably harbor treasonous thoughts. Regional lords, seeing the decline of royal power, may seize the opportunity to usurp power, just as our Zichuan family once rose within the bright empire. Who can predict that there will not be a second or third Zichuan, carving out territories and claiming kingship? Consider this. At that time, Zichuan Ning, with neither military support nor the backing of civil officials, relying solely on her frail womanhood, how will she confront the multitude of treacherous ministers and rebels that pervade the court?" Sterling listened in dread, then sought to comfort Zichuan Xiu. "I believe your Highness is overly concerned. While there may be a few insignificant individuals causing trouble, the vast majority of our family's ministers and officials remain loyal and virtuous. May your Highness enjoy a long life. However, should the day of misfortune arise, I am confident the family's servants will cherish Miss Ning just as they cherish you, remaining steadfastly loyal." Zichuan Xiu shook his head. "Sterling, you have too high an opinion of others. While I am alive, they will certainly behave themselves. But once I am gone, I recall that the treacherous young Minghua appeared quite loyal during my brother's lifetime." Zichuan Xiu's reasoning was sound. Leaving Sterling in contemplative silence before he inquired, "Then what does your Highness imply? Zichuan Ning is a woman and requires a strong man to wield regency power and protect her. He must be like a sharp sword, instilling fear in the hearts of treacherous ministers, dissuading them from making rash moves. Only then can Zichuan Ning navigate the dangers of her first 10 years in power. This person must possess both talent and courage to intimidate the ministers, as well as absolute loyalty. Otherwise, the opposite effect may arise. Sterling, who do you think would be suitable for this task?" Sterling pondered briefly before responding. "This is a matter of great national importance, and I should not meddle. However, since the Chancellor seeks my counsel, I can only say that under the current circumstances, President Luo Minghai has shown unwavering loyalty to both the family and to you, diligently managing state affairs and gaining widespread support. I believe he would be a suitable candidate." Zichuan Xiu smiled. "I trust that Luo Minghai will harbor no ulterior motives. Yet he possesses a critical weakness. He lacks military knowledge and does not have the backing of the military. That he may appear competent now, but that is merely due to my support behind him. Once I am gone, he will struggle to cope." Zichuan Xiu thought inwardly. First and foremost, he is simply no match for Diling. Luo Minghai, you remain haunted by your family's demise, allowing hatred to cloud your judgment. Such emotions are unbecoming of a statesman meant for great responsibilities. Were I in your position, I would grieve and feel sorrow, but I would treat it as a natural disaster, akin to a tsunami or earthquake that results in casualties. Collateral damage in war is a common occurrence. Why can you not approach it with calmness, leading to an irreconcilable feud with Diling? Whenever necessary, a shrewd politician can unhesitatingly ally with his father's killer. How can you not perceive this? Do you not see that as the president, if you wish to pursue any significant matter, you must have the support of the Inspector General Diling? Was not Yang Minghua's rebellion only possible after gaining the support of Xiaolong? If the two of you were to join forces, you could easily act at will, unimpeded, and even marginalize me, though, to be fair, if it weren't for this reason, I wouldn't have chosen you and Diling to serve as the president and the Inspector General. Respectively, Sterling pondered and said, My lord, what about Inspector General Diling? He is capable and formidable, well-versed in military affairs, resolute and decisive. Before he could finish, Zichuan Xiu waved his hand to interrupt him. I am aware of Diling's talents, but his propensity for excessive bloodshed and the multitude of enemies he has made render him difficult to rally support around. He is not a suitable candidate. There was a thought he withheld, not daring to voice. Sterling, have you ever truly observed the ambition burning in Diling's eyes? I have never witnessed such an unvarnished thirst for power. How could I entrust my niece's life and my family's fate to such a ruthless opportunist? The only reason I allow him to live is that I need him to counterbalance Lu Minghai. Before I perish, I must eliminate him. Otherwise, he will become the greatest threat to my Zichuan family. A danger 100 times worse than Yang Minghua. But who should I assign to carry out this task? Lu Minghai would surely relish the opportunity. And then Sterling and Zichuan Xiu would surely weep and wail as they sought vengeance for their elder brother, embroiling themselves in yet another struggle with Lu Minghai. This would be the best outcome, allowing them to entangle and restrain each other, thus safeguarding my niece Zichuan Ning's position and ensuring the longevity of my family's fortunes. For over 200 years, hasn't our Zichuan clan endured in this manner? In another 200 years, we shall continue in the same vein. Then Sterling proposed Fang Jing and Ming Wei, to which Zichuan Xiu chuckled, saying, How could I possibly entrust the fate of my family to that cowardly king of escape? Sterling chuckled as well, then remarked, There is one individual who is unwaveringly loyal to Miss Ning. Possessing both wisdom and valor, an adept warrior, I believe he would be the most fitting choice to assume the regency. Oh, who might that be? Zichuan Xiu. What is remarkable is that he shares a deep affection with Miss Ning. And once they are wed, Zichuan Xiu would serve as the husband of the general, taking on the role of Prince Regent, commanding the leadership as they will then be family. There shall be no competition for power. Their offspring would naturally succeed as the next general, ensuring a smooth transfer of authority and the continued propagation of our family lineage. Furthermore, should Zichuan Xiu be in power, both Diling and I would wholeheartedly support him, eliminating the current intrigue between the leadership and the inspection office. United and harmonious, we would face the outside world together, bringing the day when my family dominates the continent ever closer. What do you think, Your Highness? Previously, Zichuan Xiu had scoffed at Sterling's proposed candidates. Yet at this moment, he felt a stir of excitement. Particularly enticing were the notions of preserving the family lineage and dominating the continent. Becoming the sovereign of the realm has been a dream and glory spanning 7 generations. However, he quickly regained his composure. Zichuan Xiu was too cunning, too inscrutable. Everyone has their objectives. Diling seeks power. Lu Minghai seeks Diling's head. Sterling aims to serve his family. And then there's Princess Cat. Those with goals have actions and intentions that can be easily discerned. Yet, I cannot fathom what Zichuan Xiu desires. He forsook the opportunity to enter the leadership to plead for the traitors. He shows no interest in women. And though he interacts well with Zichuan Ning, he maintains a certain distance. What is it that he truly seeks? Diling is dangerous, but at least Diling's motives are transparent. Zichuan Xiu, however, remains an enigma. Is he timid and afraid? Despite having dared to charge into the enemy camp with 800 cavalry, to infiltrate the demon army's center and assassinate their general, and to slay my family's foremost expert in the Central Army's camp. He also risked his life to persuade the rebellious officers. Yet, can he truly be called brave? When Lu Minghai and I exiled him to the Far East for 6 years after his recent achievements, he returned without a word of complaint. I intentionally provoked him, relegating him to the reserves, and he obediently complied without protest. Such profound depth of character is truly terrifying. It would not be surprising for someone like him to act unpredictably. Today he may pledge loyalty to you. Yet tomorrow he might sell the entire Zichuan family to Lu Feng. Zichuan Xiu withdrew from his thoughts and said with a kind demeanor, Xiu is indeed commendable, but he is too young. I fear he may struggle to gain the people's support. I believe there is someone even more suitable. Sterling, having failed to advocate for Zichuan Xiu, felt a twinge of disappointment but rallied his spirits. I am all ears for your esteemed guidance, General. Well, I find you, Sterling, to be an excellent candidate. All the blood rushed to Sterling's head, and he rose unsteadily. My lord, no, your highness, such a heavy responsibility and honor. How could I, Sterling, dare to accept? Sterling, please sit and listen, Zichuan Xiu said with a gentle smile. I have complete faith in your character and loyalty. Your military achievements are remarkable, and your background in the army will surely garner their support. In civil society, your reputation is impeccable. You are known for your integrity, and the people cherish you. Even the old-timers in the council speak highly of you. You are also a good brother to both Diling and Zichuan Xiu. Should you take charge, they would likewise support you. Just consider. Who else fulfills so many criteria but you? Sterling's mind buzzed. Though he was upright, he was not so high-minded as to be without ambition. Thus, he beheld a dazzling future unfolding before him. He felt his breath quicken and his heart race, a wave of dizziness washing over him. When the time comes, you will serve as both president and commander of the Central Army, commanding the family's elite forces. Safeguarding the capital. With you in place, internal traitors and rebels would dare not stir. Externally, you would be the most renowned general of our family. Under your formidable reputation, how could any petty thief dare to offend us? What do you say, Sterling? For the family, for me, please agree. Stirred by emotion, Sterling spoke with a trembling voice. I hail from humble beginnings. Such a lofty position is beyond my aspirations. Yet, since the general has entrusted me with such a heavy responsibility and bestowed upon me such favor, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, toiling unceasingly, to repay the family. Zichuan Xiu clapped his hands in delight. Then I can rest easy. With you shouldering this great responsibility, even in death, I will be at peace. With your loyalty, I trust that my niece Zichuan Ning will not treat you unjustly. Surely, your Sterling family will stand alongside my Zichuan clan, sharing both fortune and misfortune. Your descendants, along with Li Qing's, will flourish for generations, basking in wealth and honor. Yet, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Sterling, his face paling as he said, Your Highness, regarding your generous intentions, I must express my genuine gratitude. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply with your wishes regarding my marriage to Li Qing, as I have already made a lifelong vow with Cadden. Zichuan Xiu regarded him with benevolence. Speaking gently, I harbor no prejudice against Princess Cadden. I believe she is undoubtedly a remarkable woman to have captured your heart, that I do not insist you marry Li Qing within the family. Whichever young lady you admire, I can assure you of my support in facilitating that union. Yet you absolutely must not marry Cadden. Why, Your Highness? Zichuan Xiu sighed. Sterling, how can you not understand? Wake up. The demon race is our archenemy. You are destined to become the leader of the leadership office, commanding the family army. That if you were to wed their princess, your credibility would be utterly shattered. How could you rally support? The military in the Far East would be the first to object. Reflecting on it further, you and Cadden have vastly different life experiences and customs. While you may not feel it now, living together would undoubtedly become uncomfortable. Love and marriage are fundamentally different. Moreover, with your character and status, suitable partners are abundant. In fact, if you wish, I could even promise you Zichuan Ning. In that case, you would be the husband of the general, a dignified prince regent, standing above all. Consider this well, Sterling. A man should prioritize his career and the nation. Romantic entanglements are but fleeting moments, ephemeral. Which is more significant, a woman from the demon race, or your future enduring legacy and achievements? You are a wise man, Sterling. You should be capable of making a prudent choice. Sterling's complexion turned pale, fluctuating between red and white, as two conflicting thoughts battled fiercely within him. The words of Zichuan Xiu echoed in his ears, filled with temptation. Great achievements for millennia. One man beneath all, above 10,000. Before him, Cadden's tear-filled eyes appeared. In an instant, he felt the world spinning, his head throbbing painfully. Your Highness, I have made up my mind. Sterling stood, bowing deeply, his voice hoarse. I shall wed Cadden. His tone was resolute, filled with an unyielding determination. Zichuan Xiu reclined softly against the back of his chair, silently gazing at him, his expression not overtly angry, yet imbued with a sense of sorrow. I am truly grateful for your Highness's generous favor. and I deeply regret disappointing you. I wish to express my heartfelt apologies for my capriciousness, Your Highness. However, please believe me when I say that my unwavering loyalty to my family shall remain steadfast, as it has always been." At that moment, Zichuan Xiu interrupted Sterling with a wave of his hand, wearily closing his eyes that a silence enveloped the two after what felt like an eternity. Zichuan Xiu finally opened his eyes and gently inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind? Are you really going to resign?" "Yes, I deeply regret it, Your Highness. Nonetheless, I shall not abandon my duties. If you permit, I would like to wait until the Eastern Rebellion has settled before resigning, and only then will I consider marriage. I shall not put you in a difficult position," replied Sterling. Zichuan Xiu appeared lost in thought, as if he were listening intently yet absorbing nothing. To at last, he let out a sorrowful sigh. "Man's plans cannot rival those of heaven. Go now, Sterling." In that instant, he seemed to age significantly, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, his expression weary, the lines of age deepening, and the age spots on his face becoming increasingly pronounced. At that moment, Sterling realized for the first time that the commander had indeed become a frail old man. A wave of compassion surged within Sterling. What a heavy burden this elderly man bears. He had harbored hopes of sharing the load, only to have been met with his own heartless rejection. Guilt washed over Sterling. "Your Highness, you leave now, Sterling." Zichuan Xiu reiterated. A thought struck Sterling. How weak and lonely this old man appears. He bowed deeply, sincerely proclaiming, "I take my leave. Your Highness, please take care of your health. It is for the benefit of the people. The grand matters of the world will find their own course, and I implore you not to overexert yourself." Zichuan Xiu remained silent. As Sterling reached the door, he turned back once more, earnestly stating, "Please, Your Highness, do take care that I take my leave." As he turned to exit, a voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Sterling turned back. "Your Highness?" Zichuan Xiu trembled as he opened a drawer and retrieved a small black leather box. "Take this." Confused, Sterling accepted it and opened it to reveal a diamond-studded blue jade bracelet, exquisitely crafted. Although Sterling was no connoisseur, he recognized the value of such an item. "Please gift this to Cadden. I know you are not affluent, and it would be unfair to her, given her status as a princess, to present her with anything less than a fitting token of affection. Your Highness, I cannot accept this. It is too precious." "It is of no consequence. This bracelet was originally intended as a wedding gift for Li Qing, and now it shall serve the same purpose for Cadden. Consider it my blessing to you both. May you enjoy a long and joyous union." Sterling wished to decline, but found his voice caught in his throat, unable to articulate his refusal. "Do not be sorrowful. That I understand that everyone has their own destiny, which cannot be forced. As you suggested, resign after the conflict in the East has concluded, and I shall refrain from attending your wedding. After marriage, remember to distance yourselves from the imperial capital. It is not a place suited for your kindness. Once the child is born, you and Cadden can return to visit me, to help tend to my grave, light incense, clear the weeds, and clean the tombstone. You and Cadden are both beautiful. Surely your child will be equally lovely. Yes? Be sure to tell your child that the one resting beneath is grandfather Xiu. I believe that, by then, you will be the only one to remember me and come to visit. Do promise to come." At that moment, Sterling could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, "Your Highness," collapsing into Zichuan Xiu's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Zichuan Xiu held Sterling's head tightly, whispering, "I have always wished that if you were my son, if I had a son like you, how wonderful that would be." Tears streamed down his own face, each drop falling onto Sterling's thick, dark-haired eye. In the winter of the year 779 of the Empire, the season arrived particularly late. It was not until December that the first wave of cold swept over the worn fortress, rolling from east to west, enveloping the land. Within 10 hours, temperatures plummeted below zero, yet the first snowfall was still nowhere to be seen. Instead, thunder roared ominously, striking down 2 guards stationed at the gate of the commander's residence, shattering the flagpole, followed by a torrential downpour. After 3 days and nights of relentless rain, the skies finally cleared, revealing a stunning rainbow in the east, while a massive cross appeared in the western horizon. The phenomenon was unprecedented in the memories of the people, prompting the elderly to recall a similar winter 50 years prior, marked by thunder and incessant rain, which had preceded the collective mutiny of 300,000 border troops. Just 30 miles from the imperial capital, On the ancient plains of Gudu, the Zichuan army engaged in a fierce battle against the rebels, aided by the Lu Feng army, with the dead piling up across hundreds of kilometers of battlefield. Wild dogs feasting with bloodshot eyes. The elders fervently declared that this surely foretold an unprecedented scale of conflict between the royal family and the eastern rebels in the coming year, one that would likely surpass the devastation of 50 years ago. The citizens of the imperial capital were filled with trepidation, whispers of foreboding circulating as they believed that these events were a consequence of someone's deep-seated sins, inciting divine wrath. Speculation abounded regarding the identity of this sinner, with differing opinions from President Luo Minghai and Inspector General Diling. In this tumultuous atmosphere, temples, churches, and various religious groups thrived. Every priest, mullah, prophet, and religious leader proclaimed that it was due to the greed, ignorance, and wickedness of the citizens of the imperial capital that the wrath of their deities was upon them, demanding repentance from the sinners. Only those who truly believe can be saved. And how? You may ask, can you express your sincere devotion? At this point, a pure young maiden clad in white appeared, holding a donation box. Come, everyone, show your sincerity. Remember, the stingy shall not enter paradise, as the Almighty has said. It is as difficult for a rich man to enter heaven as for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. Wealth is a symbol of sin, a temptation from the devil. The only way to salvation is to let us bear this evil for you. Do not misunderstand. We serve the deities with pure hearts. Worldly pleasures mean nothing to you that doubt us, the messengers of the divine. Is to doubt the divine itself. You shall descend into hell. As Diling walked through the streets, he witnessed peculiar individuals gesticulating wildly or lamenting loudly, proclaiming, God saves mankind. Those who believe in me shall be saved. In one street, two preachers from opposing religions quarreled vehemently over territory, shouting accusations at each other. You are the devil. God shall destroy you. The wrath of the divine shall punish you. After a prolonged exchange of insults, it remained unclear whether their deities had heard their calls or were simply preoccupied, resulting in the two resorting to physically confronting one another in the street, drawing a large crowd to witness this battle of the gods. Initially, Diling perceived them as madmen, but soon realized with a cold smile, this is indeed a tremendous boon for various prevalent religions, a significant erosion of our national psyche. Suddenly, a bearded toad monk emerged from the shadows, blocking Diling's path. Friend, would you care to hear the will of the Almighty? Diling's guards saluted the monk with reverence, while Diling dismissively replied, no need. God resides next door. He can convey his messages to me directly. He strode past. The toad monk, infuriated, pursued him, shouting, you godless scoundrel! You devil! You shall descend into hell and be engulfed in flames. You will be cursed. He raged, saliva flying, while Diling suddenly turned, pushing the monk against the wall. Lowering his voice, in truth, I am indeed the devil. God is my adversary. Now that you've discovered my secret, I suppose I shall have to silence you. Diling's thin lips twisted into a smile, his eyes glinting with an eerie light, a murderous intent sharp as a razor pressing down upon the monk, the hilt of an unsheathed sword resting against the toad monk's throat. The monk's face paled as he realized in an instant, this man was indeed capable of murder. He lost control of his bladder, fleeing in terror, crying out, Devil! Devil! God, save us! Diling erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha! Turning to his guards, he exclaimed, just a jest, ha ha, devil, ha ha. The guards turned pale, a collective thought echoing in their minds. Was it truly just a joke? As if to validate an ominous omen, a bloody incident transpired in the imperial capital on the 21st of December. The origin of the turmoil was rather straightforward, within the confines of the Shuanglong bar. A group of inebriated officers instigated a commotion, leading to a brawl with the patrolling gendarmes. The specifics of the altercation have become elusive, as the initial participants are now rendered incapable of providing their accounts. The gendarmes, primarily soldiers from the Far East brought back by Emperor Lin, were seasoned veterans of warfare, and in no time, they had the drunken officers howling in anguish. One officer dashed into the street, shouting, "The command office, come quickly, the inspectorate is bullying us." It was a Saturday night, and every bar in the capital was filled with officers whose minds were clouded by drink and fistage for action. That single cry acted as a fuse, igniting years of accumulated animosity between the command office and the inspectorate. They surged from bars in every direction toward the Shuanglong bar, their fervor akin to that of a rescue mission against an occupying army. They shouted, "Down with Emperor Lin's lackeys," and encircled the gendarmes within the bar, hurling bottles and bricks in a relentless barrage. Seeing the tides turn against them, the gendarmes, outnumbered and besieged, valiantly defended the bar's entrance while sounding the alarm. When nearby patrols of gendarmes arrived, they beheld a throng of rioters as declared by Emperor Lin, attacking their comrades, and were immediately consumed by rage, brandishing their batons to join the fray. The conflict expanded, spilling from one bar into the streets, with beer bottles, torches, and bricks raining down from the sky. As enraged men swung fists and hurled curses, one side shouted, "Down with Luo Minghai's lackeys," while the other retorted, "Down with Emperor Lin's lackeys." Both factions called for reinforcements. Escalating the chaos. 20 minutes later, the police from the Ministry of Justice arrived, claiming they were impartially addressing both sides of the melee, attempting to restore calm. Yet they targeted the gendarmes with gentle strikes to the back of their heads with their batons. This was hardly surprising, as the police were under the command of the Chief of Staff and thus aligned with the command office. However, Emperor Lin's subordinates were not pacifists willing to endure blows without retaliation, and they promptly turned their ire against the police, further intensifying the brawl. At this juncture, the command office held the numerical advantage, yet Emperor Lin's subordinates, fueled by their ferocity, gained the upper hand, emboldened by the prospect of a decisive victory over Luo Minghai. Just then, a multitude of militia soldiers, ever eager for chaos, rushed to the scene. They thrived on brawls and conflicts, and the sight of such a grand melee electrified them, without a moment's thought for the reasons behind the clash. They exuberantly joined the fray, shouting, "Long live the commander," while aiding the command office in battling the gendarmes of the inspectorate. In a dizzying turn, they would also cry, "Down with Luo Minghai," and then pivot to clash with the officers and police of the command office. At times, in sudden confusion, they would even turn on one another. The once clear divisions between the factions dissolved into chaos. Local ruffians, seizing the opportunity, joined the fray, shouting, "We love the commander," as they broke into nearby shops and homes, looting them bare, all while chanting, "Long live Emperor Lin." They intimidated passers-by into surrendering their wallets, seizing the chance to assault women. The benevolent citizens and shop owners, unwilling to be victimized, rallied their community, declaring, "Long live Lord Luo Minghai. Long live Lord Lin. Women and children, stay indoors. Men, arm yourselves and defend our neighborhood." They dared not offend either of the warring factions. Men responded to the call, arming themselves with kitchen knives and iron pots, trembling yet resolute against the invaders. The flames of conflict spread from the commercial districts to residential areas, and then to the parks, where two opposing religious leaders rallied their followers to wage a holy war against the perceived heretics. The two largest gangs in the capital seized this rare opportunity to settle territorial disputes, with hundreds of mobsters in black suits and sungla in the northern district of the city. A chaotic battleground has emerged, where not only ordinary citizens, property owners, thugs, and gangsters clash, but a significant number of professional soldiers, nearly 100,000, have joined the fray, rendering the streets utterly impassable. The infantry of the 51st Division comprises a mere 4,000 men. Their presence only adds to the disorder. Proving utterly futile in the face of such turmoil, the division commander, in a fit of whimsy, summoned dozens of bulls from outside the city, setting their hindquarters ablaze. These frenzied beasts charged into the throng, causing a pandemonium that cleared a path through the streets, allowing a substantial contingent of the Imperial Guard to surge forward, brandishing whips and mercilessly striking at the crowd, which erupted in cries of despair. By dawn, order was finally restored to the capital. Despite the significant damages and the loss of numerous lives, the surviving citizens of the capital felt exhilarated, relishing the thrill of the night's wild revelry. To commemorate that night of unrestrained celebration, an annual parade is held on December 21 SD, featuring dozens of bulls with torches tied to their hindquarters, charging through the streets as participants wield candles. Reminiscent of the past when torches were used to set ablaze homes, this has now become the grandest festival of the capital. It is said that this custom has spread to other continents, where nations have emulated this madness. As time passed, the relationship between the command office and the supervisory bureau grew increasingly strained, culminating in the necessity for both leaders to don full armor with a retinue of guards even for their daily commutes. Their subordinates became embittered rivals, erecting barricades in the streets, with confrontations looming ever closer. It became apparent that the two adversaries, Diling and Luo Minghai, could no longer be in proximity to one another. Lest the same chaos erupt again, Diling petitioned to have himself dispatched to the Eastern Front. Prior to this, there had already been suggestions from the elders that it was a gross misallocation of resources to keep a renowned general like Diling idling in the capital. Zichuan Xiu had long harbored reservations. Diling was a fierce eagle, easily unleashed but challenging to reign, and once set free, he wielded a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon foes while also risking his own men. However, with the rivalry between Diling and Luo Minghai reaching a boiling point, separation became imperative. He sought Diling's counsel, to which Diling responded, "Your Highness, I have committed no wrong. Why must I be sent away to such a distant location?" He wore an expression of complete innocence. Zichuan Xiu reassured him, "This is not banishment. It is a testament to the family's trust in you. The situation in the East is complex, requiring a senior officer to oversee the campaigns. This is purely a matter of military necessity." Reluctant to abandon the comforts of the capital for the unknown of the East, Diling was persuaded after much discussion and reassurance that this was not exile, but rather a vital assignment. He begrudgingly wiped his tears and nodded in agreement, though internally he rejoiced. "You fool. Luo Minghai, once I reach the East, with the vast expanse before me, I shall command the highest rank, and the hundreds of thousands of family troops will naturally fall under my command. Once Zichuan Xiu takes his last breath, I shall lead 500,000 Zichuan troops back to the capital, flanked by Zichuan Xiu and Sterling. What will you have to oppose me? Taking your life will be a mere trifle. Your Highness, since you insist, I shall agree to go to the East. However, I have one concern." "Oh, what is it that troubles you?" "My wife, Lin Xiujia, is pregnant and about to give birth. You know how much that scoundrel Luo Minghai despises me. He would do anything. Should he take advantage of my absence to harm my wife?" Diling's intent was to petition Zichuan Xiu to allow Lin Xiujia to accompany him, alleviating his worries. Zichuan Xiu replied readily, "So you are concerned about this? Fear not. I have already devised a plan. Lin Xiujia shall move into the chief's residence to stay with me. Luo Minghai may be bold, but he would not dare to intrude upon the chief's abode. I assure you she will be safe." Diling was taken aback and immediately responded, "Your Highness, you are exceedingly considerate, but I cannot impose such a burden upon you. My intention was merely for Lin Xiujia to accompany me. I would not want to trouble you." Diling, your reasoning is flawed. Lin Xiujia is with child. How could she possibly endure a long journey? Furthermore, to expose her to the dangers of war is not the act of a wise man. Do you doubt my capability, old as I am? I am more than capable of being a father to both you and Lin Xiujia. Sweat beaded on Diling's forehead as he forced a smile. "Your Highness, you jest." Internally, he lamented, "Oh no, this is disastrous. What a blunder. What shall I do? What shall I do?" "Very well, the matter is settled. Diling, if you continue to resist, I shall take it as a sign of your mistrust towards me." Zichuan Xiu's tone shifted to one of severity. Diling trembled, lowering his head. "If that is the case, then I shall trouble your Highness." Sweat drenched his back, soaking through his thick garments. He smiled politely and withdrew, maintaining his smile as he returned to the supervisory bureau, instructing everyone to leave before closing the office door. Once alone, he shattered everything within reach, cursing vehemently, "Damn old fox." On the 28th day of the 12th month of the year 779 of the Empire, Inspector Diling led a contingent of 40,000 garrison troops away from the capital towards the Eastern Front to oversee the military operations on the first day of the new year 780. In the mountainous region of the Eastern Wagging Province, an orc cavalryman, glistening with sweat, galloped along the mountain path at dawn, bursting into the camp of the Xiu Battalion, breathlessly delivering an urgent message. 800 miles on the double. "I must deliver this personally to Guangming Xiu." The Xiu Battalion had celebrated the new year with wild abandon the previous night and had only just fallen asleep when Zichuan Xiu was awakened by Bai Chuan, who announced, "The general manager of Alibaba Corporation, Diling, has urgent news." Zichuan Xiu quickly roused himself, reading Diling's report. A significant number of unidentified rebels had emerged in the Shajia province, having destroyed 3 branches of the Xiu Battalion, causing severe losses. Zichuan Xiu immediately dispatched a messenger to notify Sterling, who took this intelligence very seriously, considering the information at hand. He concluded that the situation had reached a critical point. He ordered his troops to assemble for defense and penned a lengthy letter to Minghui, the supreme commander stationed in the Dusha province. In his letter, he expressed concern over the unusual movements of the rebels and urged for immediate heightened vigilance, recommending a concentration of forces to guard against any unforeseen developments. Normally, a messenger would have delivered the letter. However, the chief of staff of the Central Army, Tang Ping, had business with Minghui, so Sterling entrusted the letter to him. Yet, Tang Ping never reached Minghui's headquarters. He was ambushed by the demon race's vanguard less than 70 kilometers from Dusha province. A fierce arrow pierced his lung, sending him tumbling from his horse. Lying in the cold snow, he coughed up blood, facing the encroaching demon dragon cavalry. Trembling, he tore the letter from Sterling into shreds, scattering the remnants upon the snow-covered plains of the east. On that very evening, flames illuminated the night sky as the demon army crossed the border between the demon god kingdom and the Zichuan family's territory. Led by the invincible demon god emperor himself, comprising a total of 417 divisions and 1.32 million troops, over 700,000 rebels from various eastern races paved the way for them. The sky was overcast with a relentless mix of rain and snow. The eastern rebels, having violated the ceasefire agreement, reignited the flames of war, launching a surprise attack on the family forces patrols before retreating. Eager to achieve merit, Commander Fang Jing led over 100,000 militia to pursue them, advancing to the Moonbay Plain. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a vast shadow emerged on the horizon. Breathless soldiers hesitated. Glancing ahead, what is that? A large mass of branches, perhaps a thicket. It looks similar, yet it seems to be growing larger. An old soldier squinted, suddenly exclaiming, "They are still moving. That is no thicket. A massive army is advancing towards us." The ranks stirred. Militia soldiers exclaimed, "What a grand army! They must be rebels. What shall we do?" Commander Fang Jing rode among them, urging calmness. "What is there to fear? Rebels are but a rabble, no matter their numbers. They are no match for us. Form ranks and prepare to engage." His composure and authority quelled the rising panic, as officers swiftly reprimanded the frightened soldiers, delivering sharp slaps that left them dazed. "What are you panicking for? Return to your ranks." They were pushed back into formation, and order was restored as a division of troops advanced, forming a formidable arrangement on the plain, an immense and orderly steel phalanx taking shape, covering the entirety of the Moonbay Plain. Messengers rode between the formations, calling out, "Prepare." The infantry raised their spears in unison, the sun glinting off the cold steel above the formations. The cavalry swiftly mounted their steeds, forming a reserve on either flank for a counterattack. Rows of gleaming sabers rose high, shining like snow, resembling a dazzling band of light. Snowflakes gently settled upon the soldiers' helmets and shoulders, creating a delicate layer. The earth trembled with the thunderous sound of hoofs. As a dark mass of enemies rapidly approached, akin to surging waves, like a tsunami, the outlines, reminiscent of clouds, became increasingly distinct. The ominous formation, bristling with long blades and spears, along with the thousands of hooves stirring up a flurry of snow, danced through the air. The formidable presence suggested that the entire army advanced upon a cloud, soaring across the ground. It was as if a demon, emerging from the fabled abyss of darkness, rode upon the clouds, intent on devouring all who dared obstruct its path. "Steady your positions," shouted the messenger, rushing forward. "First row, take cover." The soldiers laid their long spears on the ground, the tips aimed forward, bending to face the enemy. Officers bellowed in their ears, "Fight valiantly to defend the Zichuan family, for your honor." "Steady your positions," the messenger commanded once more. The obedient soldiers anchored their feet firmly to the ground, gripping their spears tightly, their hearts pounding in unison. The teeth of the front-line soldiers clattered involuntarily, their faces paling. Behind them, the disciplined officers organized the gendarmes into skirmish lines, the glinting arrowheads targeting the backs of the front-line soldiers. The enemy approached with an unbelievable speed. With every blink, they drew closer. The fluttering banners appeared like clouds, dense with blades and spears, the fierce visages of the cavalry, and the white vapor from their nostrils. The troops surged forward like a tempest. Relentless and fierce, a multitude of warriors rushing forth. The wind swept away a veil of snow, slightly clearing the vision of the onlookers. Suddenly, a terrifying voice erupted within the formation. "Heavens! It's the demon clan!" Instantly, chaos erupted in the ranks. Soldiers disregarding discipline cried out, It's the demon clan. The demons are upon us. Gods, flee. We shall perish. One after another, soldiers abandoned their weapons, bolting from the ranks, while the officers shouted furiously to stop them. No fleeing. Whoever runs shall be executed. Halt. I command you to stand still. Release. The expressionless military officer waved a hand, and the gendarmes began to shoot arrows, each fleeing soldier falling to the ground with a cry. Yet still, more and more soldiers fled. Fang Jing, mounted on his horse, called out loudly, "Do not fear. This is a ruse by the rebels. Do not fear. Return to your ranks, to defend our—" A tremendous roar suddenly pierced the air, drowning out his words. "Simu Highland, long live our emperor." The demon soldiers howled, "Wajila, kill." There was no longer any doubt. This was indeed the battle cry of the demon kingdom's army. The earth trembled, the sky seemed to collapse. And humanity felt a primal fear deep within, confronted by the green-skinned, grotesque faces of the demons. They would not forget that 300 years ago, it was their ancestors who obliterated the once mighty civilization of the Radiant Empire. A mere 200,000 demon soldiers swept across the entire Zichuan continent, leading to the demise of the last emperor and marshal of the Radiant Empire, with royal troops left to rot on the battlefield of the Blue River. The demons, legendary for devouring humans and breathing fire, represented the most ruthless and powerful evil in the world. Instantly, the formation disintegrated, soldiers no longer heeding commands, hastily discarding their weapons, turning to flee. The stampede of soldiers surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, overwhelming the rear guard, chaos erupting. "Run, run. We're doomed." People scattered in panic, trampling over one another, weapons littering the ground, flags abandoned everywhere. In an instant, the entire army vanished without a trace. The demon cavalry surged into the fleeing throngs, jubilantly commencing a massacre, the cheers of thousands of demons mingling with the screams of countless dying humans, both rising to the heavens. Fang Jing ceased his futile cries, knowing there was no power left to halt the army's rout. He silently observed his once mighty force of over 100,000 scatter across the plain. On the plains of Dusa, over 10,000 human foot soldiers and cavalrymen despaired as they beheld the most terrifying sight in the world. Beneath the golden banner representing the demon sovereign, nearly 200,000 armored beasts of the royal guardsmen advanced relentlessly like an overwhelming tide. After the Battle of Dusa, the front lines collapsed. The infantry at the forefront, initially scattered and disorganized, began to stray in small groups, followed by entire divisions and regiments withdrawing from their positions, and organized resistance was utterly dismantled, lacking unified command. One militia unit after another was encircled and cut off by the advancing demon forces in a state of panic. Their hastily assembled soldiers devoid of fighting spirit, often surrendering at the first sign of hopelessness. After disarming them, the demon soldiers promptly decapitated every last one amidst the towering piles of corpses. The demon Senia soldiers cheered and frolicked, drinking and reveling, tossing severed heads like balls, and playfully draping intestines around their comrades' necks for mockery, trailing behind the retreating forces of the Zichuan family. Various formidable demon battalions pursued relentlessly. The demon Prince Cardun personally led the northern legions, attempting to encircle the substantial human forces still gathered in the provinces of Ilya and Dea. The taciturn demon General Ling Buxu advanced from the south, penetrating deep into the rear of the Zichuan army along the far east highway, where troop strength was alarmingly thin, when dozens of demon dragon riders made a sudden appearance at the Blue River crossing. The tens of thousands of human soldiers and civilians gathered there in wait panicked, trampling one another in their frantic bid for escape, resulting in a horrific tragedy, especially when the human defenders on the west bank mistakenly believed the demon main force had arrived and hastily severed the bridge ropes. A chorus of wailing erupted from the east bank. Someone opened a window, allowing the first rays of morning sunlight, accompanied by the crisp air following the snowfall, to flood into the room. Sterling, awakened from his slumber, lifted his head from the desk and inquired of the newly arrived deputy commander of the Central Army, "Is there any news?" He appeared utterly haggard, his eyes bloodshot. Xin Lu shook his head. But Sterling was undeterred, pressing, "I mean news of Lords Ming Hui and Fang Jing's whereabouts, as well as the main forces of both armies. Surely there is not a single tidbit of information." Xin Lu continued to shake his head. "I'm afraid not. My lord, the demon vanguard is active everywhere, specifically targeting officers and messengers. Our scouts sent to gather intelligence have not returned. We are completely cut off from news, and chaos reigns." Sterling rose and paced back and forth, his mind racing. How many demons have truly come? What is their objective? Do they seek to seize the Far East? Or perhaps to impede our military actions against the rebellious forces there? Or is it merely a whim of the great demon king after his midday nap? Where is their main force? 3 days into the conflict, we remain utterly in the dark, blindfolded while taking blows. Even worse, we are oblivious to the whereabouts of our own allies. Sterling could not help but exclaim, I demand a live captive from the demons. Even just one will do. Qin Lu silently regarded him, and the two exchanged troubled glances. Fortuitously, the Central Army's position was relatively deep, having avoided being struck by the demons' initial assault, although Sterling had already concentrated his forces on alert defense. Still, they suffered losses from continuous harassment and ambushes by the demon vanguard, resulting in the depletion of several scouting units. 2 days prior, the Central Army scout leader, Vice Banner Lu Xun, had ventured to investigate the demon movements, assuring Sterling he would return with a live captive within 10 hours. Now, 2 days and nights had passed without any word, and it seemed likely he had become a live captive of the demons. This was disastrous, Sterling thought. Everything is in disarray. He steeled himself and asked, Is there any news from the Xiuji camp? My lord, the entire Xiuji camp has vanished without a trace. Their encampment has been reduced to a charred wasteland. It is feared that His Excellency Zichuan Xiu. Do not speak such nonsense. That Xiu is astute and capable. He will surely be fine. Qin Lu, realizing he had misspoken, quickly added, Indeed, let us hope everything is as you say. My lord. Sterling took a deep breath, casting aside his worries for Zichuan Xiu. Very well. Qin Lu, we can no longer afford to wait idly. We must proceed to the Dusa province to rendezvous with the theater command. What do you think? Qin Lu hesitated momentarily before responding. My lord, it appears the demons are advancing with great ferocity. In my humble opinion, the most prudent course of action would be to retreat immediately to Fort Valin. That would be our safest option. Sterling shook his head. We cannot abandon our comrades in arms. We cannot simply flee. Let us depart for the Dusa province at once. In the morning light, war horses neighed in the wind, accompanied by the clang of weapons and the rumble of carts, as the Central Army began its advance eastward. Marching along the Far East Highway, Sterling witnessed an unforgettable scene, an endless throng of humanity. Like a great dragon, surged from the east toward the west. The people understood. The brutal demons were approaching, and the only path to survival lay in heading west toward Fort Valin. Some drove horse-drawn carts laden with boxes. Others huffed and puffed, bearing their entire possessions, while some went empty-handed, carrying nothing at all. Destitute elders herded 2 sheep, stumbling along, while a woman with a child in one arm struggled to carry heavy luggage across the icy snow. Falling down, the child wailing in her embrace, and the mother weeping, as passers-by continued onward without offering a helping hand. The profound suffering of war had rendered the souls of the people selfish and numb. Their gazes filled with confusion and daze. They had lost their homes, their lands, their loved ones. What future awaited them? Among the throngs were many soldiers, severely wounded. Some lay on stretchers by the roadside, crying out, Mama, Mama. A soldier with a wounded leg hobbled on crutches, cursing as he went, having been abandoned by his comrades. A soldier, covered in mud and blood, sat in the snow, pleading loudly, I am from the 71st Division. Does anyone know where our unit is? Please, take me with you. My leg is broken. Please. People hurried past him, indifferent to his plight, until his voice was reduced to a whisper. He silently wept, grasping at the grass protruding from the snow. Struggling to crawl forward like a worm, the front lines had collapsed. Soldiers were straying in groups of 3 or 5, shamefully discarding their uniforms and hats, disguised as civilians as they trudged with bowed heads. More frequently, entire regiments were retreating from their positions. Upon witnessing their disheveled state, Sterling understood without needing any explanation. The situation at the front was far worse than he had imagined. The sight of these defeated soldiers was truly heart-wrenching. Not long ago, they had been clad in armor, standing tall, singing battle hymns, their eyes gleaming with pride, their hearts set on serving their country and protecting their homeland. Now, they were ragged, covered in filth, resembling beggars more than soldiers. If there was any consolation for these disgraced individuals, it was that they were not alone in their shame. Countless others shared this fate. Among them was a shameless officer on a high horse, bellowing, Make way, I am a certain nobleman. The soldiers remained unresponsive, and the officer, furious, lashed out with his whip, only to be hurled down the cliff by a group of enraged soldiers, his screams echoing for quite some time. In the shade of a tree at a corner, a blood-soaked military officer proclaimed he acted under the orders of the highest command in the Far East, demanding to stop every soldier passing through and reorganize them for battle. "Soldiers, do not be afraid. Halt. Return." His voice was hoarse. "Humanity is under siege. The Zichuan family faces a formidable foe. Defend the family. Defend humanity. Soldiers, this is a holy war. We must not retreat. Be brave. Come back." He repeated this over and over, yet the defeated soldiers streamed past him without pausing. He grabbed one soldier's hand, but the soldier did not look back and shook him off. Enraged, he drew his weapon and shouted threats and curses, attempting to stop another soldier, who promptly shoved him to the ground. The Central Army traversed the crowded highway, weaving through chaotic convoys, fleeing soldiers and civilians, advancing in battle formation. This unit was disciplined and resplendent, moving in the opposite direction of the panicked throngs, steadfastly heading east as they passed. The numb populace stirred with a flicker of vitality. Some cheered, "Well done, Central Army." Yet others called out, "Hey, brothers, don't be deceived by the officials. They intend to send you to your deaths." Sterling inquired among the defeated soldiers, receiving a cacophony of responses. "Well, my unit was shattered at Shagad. We were defeated in the Minsk province. Our nobleman has perished. Commander Fangjing? We do not know. We've heard he is dead or captured. In any case, we have not seen him. Minghui? We heard he has also died, but we are unclear. Our unit was surrounded by demons. Only a few of us managed to escape. We had no time to concern ourselves with such matters. As for the question of how many soldiers the demon race possesses, there is considerable disagreement. Some assert that their numbers are vast, claiming to have witnessed a line of demons stretching for dozens of kilometers. Others scoff at this notion, insisting that there are at most a few teams and that the fleeing soldiers, terrified out of their wits, are merely exaggerating. There are even reports of having seen the great demon king himself slaying men, a sight so terrifying that he was said to tower over 4 ordinary men combined, with a head the size of a millstone, eyes that seemed to spew fire, and a gaping maw capable of swallowing a whole person in a single gulp. Various rumors circulate, with some suggesting that the royal families on the front lines have been completely decimated, and that both Fangjing and Minghui have been slain, while others claim that Minghui has launched a counteroffensive along the Greywater River, forcing the demons to retreat in panic. Ultimately, it was a wounded soldier who informed Sterling that Minghui's Far Eastern Command had crossed to the west bank of the Greywater River, retreating from the Dusa province to the capital of the Aliyah province, Ibn City. After thorough questioning and verification and discussions with his staff, Sterling deemed this intelligence to be quite credible and promptly ordered his army to change course towards the Aliyah province. One day later, Sterling's forces entered Ibn City, which was similarly engulfed in chaos and disarray. A substantial influx of fleeing soldiers from the Dusa front poured into Ibn, creating a cacophony of noise both day and night. With the atmosphere resembling a boiling cauldron, the structure of various military units had already collapsed, and the square was filled with panicked soldiers and terrified civilians, all proclaiming, "The demons are right behind us." Yet, no one seemed willing to take charge of the city's defense. People darted about like headless flies, aimlessly flitting about the city in a frenzy. The arrival of the Central Army caused a stir throughout the city. Upon learning of Sterling's presence, Governor Yiling of Aliyah province hastily came to meet him. "What is the situation?" Sterling inquired immediately, having just dismounted without engaging in pleasantries. He pressed further, "Are Lords Minghui and Fangjing here? Where have the demons reached?" Yiling appeared weary, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, and his voice hoarse. "Lord Sterling, the situation is dire, truly dire. Your arrival is a relief. Lord Minghui is in the town hall. Would you like to see him?" "Yes. Lead the way," Sterling replied decisively, dismounting and weaving through the throngs of people and wounded soldiers. As he entered the town hall, in a room inside, he found Minghui, the commander of the Far Eastern Theater. Minghui had completely broken down, huddled in a corner with his face buried in his hands, his shoulders trembling with silent sobs, and his disheveled clothing exuding an unpleasant odor. The once elegant and spirited Commander Minghui had utterly collapsed. Beside him, the deputy commander of the Black Flag Army explained to Sterling, 3 days ago, Lord Ming attempted suicide, but we managed to intervene. Since then, he has remained like this, refusing to eat or acknowledge anyone. Sterling approached gently, saying, "Lord Minghui, it is I, Sterling." After calling out 3 times, Minghui slowly lifted his head, his face pale and drawn, with tears and mucus staining his features. His gaze was vacant and filled with fear, staring at Sterling as if he were a stranger, remaining silent. Sterling felt a pang of distress and asked, "My lord, what is the current state of your forces? Do you know where Lord Fongjing is? How many demon troops are there in total?" Minghui stared blankly at Sterling but remained silent, until the deputy commander finally responded. "Lord Sterling, 3 days ago, the command post was suddenly attacked by demons, and we barely managed to escape." Sterling turned to him. "Is the western camp still intact? Are all divisions still operational?" "The western camp has fallen to the demons. All 4 divisions have been shattered. We have lost contact with all units, and the few we are aware of have been defeated." "What of Fongjing and his troops?" "The militia has completely collapsed. Those who survived have fled. We questioned a deserter yesterday who confirmed that Fongjing's militia was annihilated at Crescent Bay, with casualties in the tens of thousands. As for Fongjing, there are rumors he was killed at Crescent Bay, while others say he was captured. We are still uncertain." Sterling felt his legs weakening, sensing that the situation at the front was dire, yet he could not have anticipated such a devastating defeat. An entire army obliterated, another routed, one commander dead, and the other reduced to a state of shock. He forced himself to regain composure and asked, "How many troops did the demons deploy? Where have they reached?" The officer pondered before carefully responding. "We are still unclear about their total strength, but it is confirmed to be no less than 300,000. Sterling gasped. This number was already 3 times that of the Central Army. As for their current location, we do not know. Sterling's pent-up anger finally erupted as he demanded, "And you do not know this? What have you been doing? You only realize the demons are upon us now. Even now, you cannot ascertain their numbers." The officer swallowed nervously. "My lord, you know that prior to the rebellion, the Far Eastern Army had stationed numerous formidable half-orc and serpent troops along the border, dedicated to early warning and reconnaissance against demon incursions. Now they have all defected, aligning themselves with the demons, leaving us blind until the demons were almost upon us. Our forces, drawn from the heartlands post-rebellion, lack the combat experience against demons. When confronted, everyone panicked, resulting in significant losses, with Lord Minghui in this state. The command post has descended into chaos, and we are at a loss for what to do." He glanced at Sterling's ashen face, fearing to continue. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Sterling suppressed his fury and turned to Yilan. "What is the situation on your end? Is it critical?" Yilan, who had been quietly listening, spoke softly. "My lord, other matters are manageable, but we must urgently decide one issue. In our province, should we defend or retreat? We await your directive, but with Lord Minghui in such a state." Sterling pondered for a moment and instructed the accompanying Qin Lu, "Prepare paper and pen for recording." Once Qin Lu was ready, Sterling spoke deliberately, in light of the severely deteriorated mental and physical condition of His Excellency Minghui, the former commander of the Far Eastern Theater. I, Sterling, commander of the Central Army, deem him unfit to continue in this role, according to Article 32, Clause 2 of the Operational Regulations, as the highest-ranking family officer present. I shall assume the responsibilities of His Excellency Minghui and continue to command all family troops within the Far Eastern Territory, dated the 8th of January, year 780 of the Empire. Sterling continued, "This order is made in triplicate. 1 copy shall be retained by the Central Army. 1 shall be archived by the former Far Eastern Command, and 1 shall be delivered to the commanding office. Does anyone here have any objections to this order?" Everyone present, including the officers of the Black Flag Army and Yilan and other military officials from the Far East, shook their heads in unison. "None. We are willing to obey your command, my lord." "Good. Listen carefully." Sterling turned to the deputy commander of the Black Flag Army. "What is your name?" "I am Lan Chi, an officer of the Black Flag Army." "Pay attention, Deputy Commander Lan. I hereby appoint you as the acting commander of the Black Flag Army." Lan Chi was momentarily taken aback, then his face brightened with joy. "I am grateful for your trust." "My lord, I will do my utmost." "Lan Chi, how many soldiers remain in the Black Flag Army?" "My lord, we have lost contact with the various divisions below. Currently, only the command post security detachment remains." "You are to immediately take the security detachment to the streets, announce my orders, and gather all scattered soldiers, regardless of their original unit or rank, into new formations, which you will command. Once organized, seek out Ning for weapons. Before nightfall, I want to see not a single idle person on the streets. Those who disobey will face immediate execution. I shall also place my military law team at your disposal." Overawed by Sterling's resolute tone, Lan Shi saluted vigorously. "Yes, my lord," and promptly exited. Sterling then instructed Qin Lu, "Send a detachment from my security team to escort Lord Ming Hui back to Valen." Qin Lu understood Sterling's intention, ostensibly an escort. In reality, it was a conveyance. He called for a few burly guards, who entered, and Sterling addressed Ming Hui gently. "My lord, please prepare to depart." Ming Hui's eyes widened in terror as he whispered, "No, no," pressing himself tightly against the filthy wall, as if he felt safest there. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Sterling signaled, and the guards hastily lifted Ming Hui, carrying him out. Ming Hui cried out in despair, "No, I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Please do not take me to the military tribunal. No." Sterling, with a stoic expression, commanded, "Instruct them to show no disrespect towards Lord Ming." He turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of Ming Hui's woeful state. As he watched Ming Hui being forcibly taken away, the soldiers present could not help but reveal their sorrow. Reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fox, deep down, they all understood that this once celebrated commander would never be seen again. Awaiting him at the Valen fortress was the execution squad of the military tribunal. Sterling seated himself and inquired of Ning, "How many troops do you still have at your disposal?" The haunting cries of Ming Hui as he departed were too chilling. Leaving Ning in a state of lingering dread, he paused momentarily before hastily replying, "My lord, the Ilya province originally had over 70,000 garrison troops, but now only fewer than 30,000 remain. The rest of the forces are uncontactable. That should suffice." Sterling interjected decisively. "Immediately dispatch scouting units to both the north and south, with the primary task of locating the vanguard of the demon army and identifying their main forces. If possible, try to capture a live specimen. Furthermore, gather all your available troops and send several battalions into the city to maintain order. Seize all vehicles, whether military or civilian." "Understood." Ning responded clearly, promptly turning to execute the orders. In this moment of perilous anxiety, people desperately sought a strong and confident leader to whom they could adhere. The officers returned to their posts, beginning their work, as the chaos in the command center gradually subsided. Notices for public safety appeared in the streets alongside patrol units, and the scattered soldiers on the streets began to reorganize. Wave after wave of scouting units were dispatched to gather intelligence on the enemy. And preparations for battle commenced in earnest. As evening descended, excited shouts erupted outside the command center. "The scouts have captured a prisoner, a captive from the demon race." Soldiers rushed over, eagerly watching and commenting, "Look at that furry head. Quite terrifying. Goodness, look how fierce those eyes are, those claws, that thick arm. And this one is already in our hands. Who knows how much worse the ones over there are." Sterling was elated, offering commendations to Ning. Among the officers of the garrison, a few understood the demon language, and they conducted the interrogation and translation, with Sterling personally present to listen. In truth, getting the demon soldier to speak was not a difficult task. He was already terrified, and a little pressure would suffice to elicit a confession. "What is your name?" The inquiry began. The demon soldier whispered a few syllables, and the translators immediately relayed, "Muzwashi." "What is your rank in the demon army?" The soldier replied again, "Kalami." The translator explained, "My lord, this rank is equivalent to our private." Sterling felt a tinge of disappointment. It was unlikely he would extract any significant intelligence from such a lowly individual. "When did you enlist? Why did you join the army?" "This autumn. In response to the command of His Supreme Majesty the God Emperor." "Why does the demon army invade our Zichuan family?" "The God Emperor declared that among humans, there exists a great demon named Diling, who has slaughtered our divine kin, causing rivers of blood to flow. The Zichuan family even caused the death of our beautiful Princess Katten. We must take vengeance." "Where are you from? What did you do before enlisting?" "I was a farmer from the Hukilan mountain area." At this moment, Sterling grew impatient and interjected, "How many troops did the demon army bring in total?" The officer translated, and the captive spread his arms wide, mimicking the motion of a bird flying, mumbling a few phrases. The translator turned back to Sterling, saying, "My lord, he claims he does not know the total number, only that it is as numerous as the birds in the sky." Ask him how many comrades enlisted with him. He says he is also unaware. He mentioned that recruitment began last spring. In his village, 1 out of every 7 men enlisted, and even more in the cities. Sterling then asked, does the Demon King accompany the army? Is he present among them? The response came swiftly. Yes, he is. Sterling took a deep breath, rising to declare, that will be all. You may continue your questioning. Exiting the room, his mind buzzed with realization. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. The Demon Kingdom had long plotted this war. They had coldly observed the Zichuan family and the Far East rebels expend their military strength. Only when the Zichuan family's national and military power had severely weakened did they choose the cold winter months most suitable for the demon army to strike, led by the invincible Demon King, to swiftly and overwhelmingly crush the main force of the Zichuan family. Every aspect, from the timing to the strategy and tactics employed, was executed flawlessly, without a hint of error. The demons, once perceived as simple-minded creatures shouting wagger and retreating when defeated, had transformed into cunning adversaries. Yilan Ning approached, stating, My lord, the scouting teams to the north and south have returned. They are less than 300 miles away. And on the roads, they have discovered large numbers of demon forces advancing westward, making further progress impossible. Sterling calmly inquired, what is the estimated size of their forces? Yilan Ning's face paled as he replied, It is impossible to estimate. There are simply too many. Overwhelming. Gather all the scouts' leaders. I wish to question them in person. The inquiry took only half an hour, but the situation was already dire at Aiyanyun Province, Minsk Province, Shaga, Dusa, and even the deep reaches of Waxing Province. The demon army's presence was unmistakable out on the battle map. 2 menacing black arrows had deeply penetrated the heart of the Far East, with a red section representing the still human-held provinces of Diya and Ilya caught in between like an egg in a vice, ready to be crushed at any moment. But why were they not directly attacking the central army stationed in Ilya province, which was already so close? After a moment's contemplation, Sterling deduced the answer. The demons intend to execute a pincer attack, aiming to swallow the hundreds of thousands of human soldiers and civilians encircled in one fell swoop. Sterling exclaimed, This city can no longer be defended. Yilan Ning, lead your forces to urgently organize the evacuation of the residents from Ilya and Diya provinces. Be swift, before they can encircle us. Yilan Ning protested, My lord, I have fewer than 30,000 men. Evacuating so many people will take at least 2 to 3 weeks, and the demons will not spare us. Move as quickly as possible. Save as many as you can. The central army will cover your retreat. Yilan Ning thought to himself, that still would not be enough. The central army is too small. How could they possibly block the demons with such a broad front? Yet, sensing the deep anxiety and urgency in Sterling's hoarse voice, he refrained from further questioning and immediately said about preparations. The relentless tolling of bells echoed throughout the night sky of the city. As officials from Ilya province hastily organized the evacuation of the populace, Qin Lu, who had been interrogating the demon captives, emerged to inform Sterling, My lord, we have discovered the location of the great Demon King's encampment. His Majesty is stationed at the Maple Leaf Forest in Dusa. Excellent. Now summon all the division commanders. I have orders to give. Without hesitation, Qin Lu went to gather his subordinates, and within 20 minutes, all 20 division commanders of the Central Army had assembled. Sterling positioned himself at the center and proclaimed, Our time is limited. Return to your units immediately. Prepare for an offensive within 2 hours. The commanders exchanged glances, their troops having only just settled down, the soldiers still needing rest, yet they were to set out again. Ultimately, it was the commander of the Wunha division who voiced the collective concern. My lord, may I inquire as to where we are headed? Sterling enunciated each word with clarity. We are going to slay the great Demon King. With a loud crash, someone fell from their chair. Volume 3, Blood Defense of Pi Chapter 5. The Retreat from the Demon Army Forward. Forward, westward, on the winding roads of the Minsk province, an endless horde of demon soldiers surged westward. This was the Ludi Legion, recently victorious in the Battle of Moon, as far as the eye could see. Banners fluttered like a sea, blades glimmered like snow, and spears soared like clouds. The new conquerors of the Far East exuded an air of invincibility, their military presence formidable on a hillside near the road. Duke Lu Di surveyed his spirited army in an instant. The boundless sensation of power filled his mind. An overwhelming force rested in my hands. With this army, I shall obliterate the so-called indomitable Valen fortress, trample the mighty empire beneath my feet, conquer the entire continent, and pile the bodies of humanity into towering mountains, upon which I will establish my unparalleled legacy. As if sensing his thoughts, General Zichuan Xiu smiled and remarked, "What a mighty army! Your Grace, you are truly remarkable." Though the words were complimentary, the way Zichuan Xiu had delivered them, with an enigmatic smile, left Duke Lu Di unable to discern whether he was being praised or mocked. Lu Di, hailing from the lowly ranks of the demon clan, found himself overshadowed by the cultured demeanor of someone like Zichuan Xiu, a scion of royal lineage. This stark contrast instilled within him a profound sense of inferiority. Yet, in response to this self-doubt, he exhibited an exaggerated arrogance, constantly flaunting his robust physique and scars as if to declare, "I am a rough brute, and I disdain you pampered effeminates." He attempted to overshadow the elegance he so envied yet felt utterly incapable of emulating with his boorish demeanor. With his nostrils flaring, he huffed dismissively, pretending not to hear Zichuan Xiu's words, refusing to engage. Zichuan Xiu, as the imperial envoy, possessed an upright visage, exuding a scholarly elegance interspersed with a soldier's vigor. Born into the esteemed Yun family, known for producing generations of renowned generals, the Yun clan was regarded as the noble house among noble houses within the demon god kingdom. Zichuan Xiu's conduct only served to enhance his family's reputation. Consistently recognized as a paragon among the royal youth of his generation, earning accolades even from the current demon god emperor, who had betrothed his beloved daughter, Cadden, to him. Had it not been for the tragic demise of Princess Cadden in a skirmish against the Zichuan army last year, Zichuan Xiu would have been celebrated as the prince consort. Nonetheless, the emperor continued to bestow his favor upon Zichuan Xiu, appointing him as the general of the Feather Guard. Observing Lu Di's rudeness, Zichuan Xiu responded with a smile rather than indignation. Prior to this encounter, the second Prince Kalen had warned him, "Lu Di is infamous for 3 traits: his rudeness, his brutality in war, and," Kalen had deliberately paused, "his truly hideous appearance." Now, from a sidelong glance, Lu Di's visage resembled that of a monkey, with hairy cheeks, bovine ears, a canine nose, fish-like eyes, goat-like horns, a horse-like neck, and a bear-like bulk. Not to mention a brain as sharp as a pig's. Zichuan Xiu quickly turned his face away to conceal the smile that threatened to betray his amusement. Regaining his composure, Zichuan Xiu spoke solemnly. "Your Grace, your recent victory at Moon Bay has greatly elevated the prestige of our divine race, and His Majesty is exceedingly pleased." Mentioning the exalted emperor compelled even the arrogant Lu Di to feign attentiveness. Recognizing the identity of the man before him, an esteemed confidant of the emperor and a trusted general, made it clear that he could not afford to offend him. Lud reluctantly adopted a tone of humility. "All is attributed to His Majesty's benevolence. However, you annihilated the entire Zichuan army yet allowed their chieftain Fang Jing to escape, resulting in our forces failing to achieve a complete victory. His Majesty is quite displeased, remarking, 'Lu Di is known for his competence.' Yet I did not expect such negligence." "That was sufficient," Zichuan Xiu observed with satisfaction as Lu Di's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's backside, with even the thick fur covering his cheeks failing to mask his fury. In truth, Zichuan Xiu had conjured those words solely to provoke him. The emperor had merely responded with a non-committal, "Oh," devoid of any genuine pleasure or displeasure. Yet, he doubted this bear of a man would dare confront the emperor directly. Would he? Lu Di bellowed in rage. "General Yulin, I have stated 1,000 times, Fang Jing was indeed slain. I can produce his military uniform and the insignia of Commander Jean for your inspection." "I have seen it, a headless corpse," Zichuan Xiu replied coolly. "That means, but how can we present this to His Majesty as proof that it is indeed Fang Jing? With the insignia and uniform, we can—" "It is also possible that Fang Jing cunningly shed his uniform and had a subordinate wear it while he escaped. Humans are often cowardly and treacherous, are they not? You frequently remark on this, do you not? Yet that is indeed. I understand and believe, but how can you convince His Majesty of this?" Regardless of Lu Di's furious outbursts, Zichuan Xiu maintained a calm smile, idly toying with the wildflowers in his hand. This only fueled Lu Di's rage further. At that moment, decapitated heads numbered in the tens of thousands, piled high. How could one possibly identify a person they had never seen? If this insufferable young man were not the emperor's envoy, but one of his subordinates, Lu Di would have severed his head by now. Having sufficiently toyed with Lu Di, Yun Xianxue languidly remarked, "In truth, there are solutions to this predicament." Oh. Lu Di ceased his furious antics, awaiting Yun Xianxue's next words. Yet, Yun Xianxue suddenly turned his gaze skyward, then to the ground, observing the small trees and wildflowers by the roadside, remaining silent, his expression clearly conveying the message, "Come, plead with me." Lu Di awkwardly ventured, "General Yulin, why have you stopped speaking?" Oh, Yun Xianxue feigned a sudden realization. As if just recalling Lu Di's presence, gazing dreamily at the azure sky. What splendid weather! Lu Di chuckled nervously. Yes, indeed. The scenery is truly remarkable. Indeed, quite remarkable. Yun Xianxue continued to muse aloud. In fact, this beautiful land of the Far East should rightfully belong to our divine race. How dare those vile Zichuan scoundrels occupy it for so long? Moreover, they have persistently resisted our divine army, a crime most grievous. Thankfully, His Majesty is endowed with unparalleled martial prowess, destined to sweep across the land. The Zichuan rascals shall find no refuge in death. The glory of our divine race shall illuminate the entire continent, shining through the ages. The day of reckoning is not far off. All our subjects rejoice, grateful for the talents bestowed upon us by the heavens. Celebrating the eternal reign of our emperor, Yun Xianxue suddenly began to ramble, alternating between praising the emperor and cursing the Zichuan scoundrels, his discourse long-winded and tiresome, dragging on for nearly half an hour. Lu Di, forced to endure, could only chuckle nervously, stamping his foot in frustration. Finally, seizing a moment when Yun Xianxue paused to catch his breath, he hastily inquired, "May I ask about the matter you mentioned earlier?" "What did I just say?" Yun Xianxue feigned ignorance. "Was it about our divine race unifying the continent?" "Ah, no, a bit earlier. "Oh, that would be my remark on the despicable nature of the Zichuan scoundrels. And that their doom approaches, yes? Even earlier. That must mean I extolled His Majesty's long life. Does your grace have any objections to that?" Lu Di, startled, quickly replied, "Not at all. I am His Majesty's most loyal subordinate." "Indeed, His Majesty shall be most pleased to learn of your unwavering loyalty, and my mission here is accomplished, so I shall take my leave. Congratulations, Your Grace, on your victorious campaign and new achievements." With that, Yun Xianxue turned to depart. Lud, left with no choice, called out, "General Yulin, please stay. What you mentioned earlier regarding Fongjing, there might still be a chance for redemption. I wonder." Lu Di deliberately paused, hoping for Yun Xianxue to fill the silence. But to his dismay, Yun Xianxue appeared suddenly struck dumb, staring vacantly. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Lu Di continued, "I hope the envoy might offer some guidance. I would be most grateful." "Oh, is that what this is about? Your Grace, you should have said so sooner. I nearly forgot." Yun Xianxue feigned enlightenment, feeling a swell of pride. "Your Grace, consider this. The current dilemma lies in identifying Fongjing's head." "Correct?" "Precisely. Then why not forego identification altogether? Simply present any head you like, along with the insignia, rank, and uniform, and claim it as Fongjing's. But if this is discovered, it would be a grave crime against the emperor." "Haha. Your Grace, you are mistaken. Think about it. In the palace, who has genuinely seen Fongjing? The only one capable of identifying him is the Marquis Pingjing, as long as the Marquis states. Yes, this is indeed Fongjing. Who would dare to refute that? The Marquis Pingjing. That dog." The mention of the name dripped with disdain from Lu Di's lips. "But how would he assist me in fabricating a lie?" "Haha. Your Grace, you misunderstand. You claimed Fongjing is truly dead. How could that be considered a lie? As a loyal subject, it is only right to please the emperor and ensure his peace of mind, is it not? What you say is indeed true, yet I have no rapport with the Marquis. How could he possibly assist me?" "Ah, Your Grace speaks wisely. However, the Marquis has always held the second prince in high regard. Should the second prince make a request, I am certain the Marquis would comply." The second prince, Kalen, was the demon god emperor's second son. Notorious for his indulgence in debauchery and erratic behavior, earning him the moniker Mad Youth among the demons, while behind his back, he was referred to as Mad Dog Kalen. For reasons unknown, the promising young general Yun Xianxue, who possessed royal blood and a bright future, had declined the overtures of Prince Kaden but maintained a close camaraderie with the so-called Mad Dog. Upon hearing Kalen's name, Lu Di blurted, "Mad Dog Kalen." Yun Qinshua's expression hardened, his gaze suddenly icy and foreboding. Encountering his frost-laden stare, Lu Di felt an unexplainable chill creep over him, involuntarily shivering in response. Yun Qinshu swiftly suppressed her murderous intent and exclaimed, "Lu Di, how dare you insult His Highness before me? A year ago, with such words, I would have demanded your blood to stain the ground 5 paces wide. Lu Di, feel free to be arrogant and domineering, but should it come to blows, I assure you, within 20 strikes, I will claim your head. Yet, as His Highness has decreed, now is not the time for your demise." Yun Qinshu then revealed a smile and continued, "What you say is indeed correct. Your Grace, although your acquaintance with the second prince is limited, His Highness has long admired your martial prowess and earnestly hopes to befriend a distinguished figure such as yourself. He wishes to express his friendship first. And having the Pingjing Marquis bear witness is merely a trivial matter." Lu Di's heart was still gripped by fear. What was that sudden chill he had just felt? A fierce, murderous aura. Impossible. How could the battle-hardened General Lu Di, who has claimed countless lives, be intimidated by this effeminate youth? It must be an illusion. Yes, certainly. The weather has turned colder lately. I must dress more warmly. As for Yun Qinshua's proposal, he was still contemplating. Though reckless, Lu Di understood that deceiving the sovereign is a grave offense, especially with the emperor's unmatched wisdom. Should he detect any flaw, Yun Qinshu, however, did not press him further and laughed heartily. "I never would have expected the valiant Duke Lu Di to be such an honorable gentleman. I am most impressed. If the general shows no interest in this merit, then let it be as if I never mentioned it. I shall seek out General Ling Buxu of the southern route instead. I hear he has also slain numerous generals of the Zichuan army and would surely be quite interested." The effect was immediate. The thought of having fought valiantly only to see the credit for vanquishing a formidable enemy go to that detestable mute Ling Buxu filled Lu Di with rage. He shouted, "This cannot be. Lord Yulin, let it be as you say. As for the second prince, I ask that you speak highly of me." "Ah, certainly. Your Grace may not be aware, but our prince has always held esteemed heroes in the highest regard. We are all allies here, and I can assure you, this minor favor will undoubtedly be granted." Yun Qinshu replied with a smile. Yet within, he mused, different fish require different bait. For this bear of a man, the best approach is to dangle a piece of honey before him. He, Your Highness, you are truly astute. What is there in this world that you cannot foresee? Lu Di, so long as you swallow this honey, you shall dance to the prince's whims for eternity. Ha ha. Lu Di forced a chuckle, feeling that something was amiss. When did I become allies with this effeminate youth? Yun Qinshu offered him no time to ponder and urged, "In that case, Your Grace, please draft the decree at once, handing over the heads and items for me to present to His Majesty, lest someone else claim the credit first. Delays can lead to complications." Lu Di, with little time to think, hastily drafted the decree, swearing that in the battle at Moon Bay, it was he who personally struck down the enemy chieftain Fang Jing, causing the Zichuan army to tremble in fear and collapse instantly. "The details will be presented to His Majesty by Lord Yulin," he concluded, surrendering all evidence to Yun Qinshu. Yun Qinshu skimmed the decree, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This handwritten decree could serve to prove Lu Di's treasonous deceit should it ever resurface. Of course, if he is wise enough to heed the prince's commands, then this trump card need not be played so hastily. He felt a tinge of sorrow. Is it not rather mundane to be reduced to the level of a tamer for this dim-witted bear? The true thrill lay in commanding an army and engaging in a battle of wits with someone of higher caliber. Yun Qinshu gazed into the distant west, silently praying, "Emperor Lin, before I cleanse my past shame, you must not fall to another. Should that occur, the alliance of the two of us, capable of matching you, would lose all standing. Yet before defeating you, I must first take down the renowned Sterling. Using his head as a testament to our fated clash, do not let me down, Emperor Lin." A cavalry messenger suddenly appeared on the hillside, racing towards them as Lu Di's guards prepared to intercept. Yun Qinshu noticed the messenger's worried, sweat-soaked visage and quickly instructed Lu Di, "Your Grace, let him through." With a wave of his hand, Lu Di allowed the messenger to approach. The messenger dismounted, not even pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow before kneeling on one knee. "Urgent military news for Your Grace." Lu Di scoffed, "Speak." "The Central Human Forces have launched a major offensive. Having crossed the Greywater River, routing 3 of our army's routes and 17 teams, Baron Mu E has perished. Currently, Sterling is advancing towards the location of His Majesty. Both Lu Di and Yun Xinshui were taken aback, with Yun Xinshui hastily asking, "Is His Majesty safe? How formidable is Sterling's army?" His Majesty is unharmed, but Sterling's forces are exceptionally powerful. Rumor has it he has succeeded the position of Supreme Commander in the Far East, commanding an army of up to 500,000. Lu Di and Yun Xinshui exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear in each other's eyes. To eradicate the living forces of humanity, the chief military strategist, Mr. Haisha, had devised an unprecedented encirclement spanning 7 provinces, aiming for the complete annihilation of the human remnants gathered in Dea and Aliyah. Although the combined forces of the demon army and the rebels exceeded 2 million, they had been previously dispersed as per plan, initially believing the human forces numbered merely 50 to 60,000 and had been shattered after the first round of attacks. They were caught off guard by the strength Sterling still commanded. The scattered demon troops now faced the peril of being systematically dismantled by Sterling, who possessed the advantage of mobility and internal operations. Even more alarmingly, it seemed that Sterling's target was none other than the Emperor. At this moment, there were merely 20,000 troops accompanying the Emperor. If that Zichuan tiger was indeed as terrifying as rumored, Lu Di roared like thunder, cursing loudly. That wretched Pingjing Marquis! What rubbish intelligence has been given to us? Claiming the Zichuan clan possesses less than 60,000 troops. Upon my return, I shall flay you alive. And you, Haisha, you charlatan, what absurd plans have you drawn up? Yun Xinshui remained silent, mounting his horse, a fierce battle fervor igniting within him. Zichuan tiger, you have not disappointed me. Come forth. You are mine. Seeing Yun Xinshui eager to depart, Lu Di hurriedly inquired, General Yulin, what of our army? Should we continue our advance as planned, or, Your Grace, commanding the army is your duty. Please make your own judgment. The military situation is urgent, and I must take my leave. Without hesitation, Yun Xinshui led a squad of Yulin cavalry, galloping away, leaving a cloud of dust that stung Lu Di's nose, prompting another round of curses from him. Once Yun Xinshui's figure had vanished into the distance, Lu Di ceased his tirade and began to ponder. What should he do? Unlike the highborn like Yun Xinshui, Lu Di had ascended from the lowest ranks of the demon race to the esteemed position of duke and army commander through sheer brutality and unwavering loyalty to the demon emperor. Deep contemplation was not his forte. He was accustomed to following orders and executing them. But now, with the sudden turn of events, with the emperor absent, both princes gone, and chief strategist Haisha unavailable, he found himself without anyone to heed. Thus, Lu Di was compelled to summon what little intellect he possessed to think seriously. Should he advance or retreat, perhaps by some miraculous stroke of luck? A brilliant idea struck Lu Di's mind. Was this not a divine opportunity, a chance to achieve great merit? If he could defeat the Zichuan tiger, who was reputed as the finest general of Zichuan, then the credit for this victory would undoubtedly belong to him. Slaying a multitude of retreating soldiers and civilians could not compare to this triumph. Moreover, if fortune smiled upon him, Lu Di began to envision a scenario in his mind, Sterling's overwhelming forces charging forth. And that detestable youth, Yun Xinshui, having been frightened away, leaving the emperor vulnerable, who would cry out in desperation, "Help, help, which nobleman will come to protect me? I offer great rewards. Save me." At that moment, he would lead a legion of troops, descending like divine soldiers upon the scene. Driving Sterling back, he would kneel before the emperor, exclaiming, "Your servant Lu Di has arrived too late to protect you. Please do not panic. Leave everything to me." Thus, the emperor would rest his hand upon his chest. "Indeed, it is you, Duke Lu Di, who possesses the utmost loyalty. I shall elevate you to Prince Lu Di. As for Yun Xinshui, Ling Buxu, and Haisha, they are all unreliable. Feel free to eliminate whomever you wish." But whom would he choose to kill first, Ling Buxu or Yun Xinshui? Such a dilemma. Perhaps it would be best to slay them both. Lu Di's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between elation and fury, and occasionally furrowing his brow. While emitting silly chuckles, the guards exchanged uneasy glances. Surely, he had not lost his mind. Who would be the unfortunate soul to bear the brunt of his ire this time? Emperor Lu has resolutely made up his mind. After all, the Valin fortress is not going to sprout legs and escape. There will be time to attack it later. This opportunity to protect the realm is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. And to let it slip away would be a grave misfortune. The Emperor commanded, "Relay the order. All troops, about face. We shall return the way we came." The vast army obediently turned around, transforming the rear into the front as they retraced their steps. Inwardly, Emperor Lu marveled at his own ingenuity. How remarkably clever of me to conceive such an excellent plan. Once I achieve great merit, who would dare to claim that Emperor Lu lacks intelligence? However, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, if the other troops learn of it and come to seize the glory, it would be quite troublesome. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, nearly all the commanders of the demon army had drawn nearly identical conclusions. This was indeed a rare opportunity for merit. Whether to claim credit for the timely rescue in a moment of crisis, to vanquish the foremost human general Sterling, or to demonstrate unwavering loyalty to the demon god emperor, the commanders of the demon army, having penetrated deep into the Far East, hastily withdrew their forces, rushing towards the Dusa province, eager to defeat the central army before anyone else and claim Sterling's head, the chief strategist of the demon army. Haisha, seethed behind his mask. What had started as a flawless encirclement now saw commanders running back, tongues lolling, shouting in panic. "Is His Majesty unharmed? I have arrived late to the rescue. Leave everything to me." They struck poses of feigned loyalty, ready to shield their emperor with their own bodies, only to receive a sharp kick from the great demon god emperor and a thunderous rebuke. "Useless fools." Haisha stamped his foot and shouted, "Return. Quickly return." But how could the commanders relinquish such a golden opportunity for glory? They dawdled and clung stubbornly. Unable to be driven away to By day, they pretended to prepare for departure, only to stealthily return at night. Lying in ambush around the demon god emperor's carriage, even coming to blows with one another over prime positions, enduring the cold and hunger, suffering from mosquito bites and sleepless nights, every snowdrift in the maple leaf dan forest, every water ditch, every dung pit, and high tree was filled with eager demon soldiers, all for one grand dream. It must be I who protects the realm. They gazed longingly at the horizon, awaiting the appearance of Sterling as one might yearn for a beloved in a dream. The proud and fierce demon warriors sighed one after another. "Sterling, where are you?" This lament echoed like that of a widow mourning her husband who has been dead for 10 years. Consequently, the total of 400,000 human troops and civilians from the provinces of Dea and Yaliya managed to escape the encirclement, fleeing through the Valen fortress back to their ancestral lands. On January 21st of the year 780, 300,000 civilians, the final batch of refugees, entered the Valen fortress. Behind them, less than 10 kilometers away, over 20,000 Far Eastern garrison troops were engaged in a fighting retreat against the demon army's Lingbuxa legion, Lingbuxa being the first demon commander to awaken to the reality of the situation. In this battle, General Yilinning of the Red Banner fell, subsequently posthumously promoted to vice commander by the commanding office, under the cover of the Valen garrison led by Vice Commander Lin Bing. The remaining forces of the Yilinning garrison also retreated into the Valen fortress at that moment. Sterling's legion remained over 1,000 kilometers away in the Dusa province, diverting the attention of the demons. Within a radius of 100 kilometers centered on him, millions of demons and rebel forces had amassed, with new troops arriving day and night. On the night of January 9th of the year 780 of the Empire, a blood-red full moon rose behind a barren grove, its flickering light casting a crimson hue over the war and fire, illuminating the snow-covered ridges along the banks of the Grey Water River. In the dead of night, the demon garrison stationed at the Waga ferry on the west bank of the Grey Water River felt the ground beneath them tremble and sink, awakening from their slumber in panic. Barefoot, they rushed out of their tents, involuntarily screaming in terror, "Jelushi! Help!" Suddenly, without warning, a phalanx of 10,000 heavily armored cavalry appeared, charging towards them like ghosts in the night. The tightly packed black-armored cavalry resembled a wall of steel, or perhaps a torrential wave of blades, dark and foreboding, their silent wings spreading ominously. The thunderous sound of their hooves echoed like rolling thunder, and they swept in like a tempest, obliterating all in their path. Faced with this terrifying deluge of destruction, the demons' barricades, tents, and homes crumbled as if made of paper, and the fleeing demon soldiers let out a chorus of deathly screams, crushed into dust by the iron torrent. The Sterling Legion commenced a counteroffensive against the demons in the early hours. 10,000 heavily armored cavalry seized the Waga ferry, turning the panicked thousands of demons into mere fragments. Soon, 5 floating bridges were erected on the surface of the gray water river amidst the corpses of the demons. And a formidable infantry contingent swiftly crossed the vast expanse of the Far East's largest river, at dawn. The Sterling forces unexpectedly appeared beneath the walls of Pi City on the eastern bank of the Gray River. The series of victories intoxicated the demon commander, Baron Mu-Yi, whose entire army had indulged in revelry the previous night, so carelessly that they had not even set sentries in the final dark moments before dawn. Throngs of human infantry quietly flooded into the empty, slumbering city, countless spear tips shimmering in the darkness like scattered stars on the prairie. The human infantry swiftly occupied the main thoroughfares of the city, sealing 2 city gates while 5,000 longbows aimed at the open camp gates. Everything was prepared, and at Sterling's command, the order was given. Proceed. The soldiers began pouring oil and throwing torches, and suddenly the demon camp was engulfed in towering flames. Only a few demons, maintaining a semblance of awareness, managed to escape the inferno, frantically leaping from the camp gates, crying out, "Dusala! What is happening?" Their response was a deadly arrow aimed straight for their eyes. Over 20,000 demons were trapped inside the camp, burned alive and suffocated, while those who managed to escape found themselves confronted by thousands of human soldiers armed with blades and fueled by vengeance. Sterling had intended to halt the frenzied slaughter, but to no avail. Even the division commanders ostensibly following orders secretly encouraged their soldiers, urging them, kill. Ultimately, Sterling was compelled to dispatch his own guards to rescue a few living demons from the jaws of his own frenzied soldiers. These were the last survivors of Mu-Yi's legion. From the captives, Sterling learned that 3 teams of over 10,000 demons were en route, intending to rendezvous with Baron Mu-Yi in Pi City, expected to arrive that very day. Upon receiving this invaluable intelligence, Sterling impulsively kissed the filthy demon long-haired soldier, only to feel disgusted afterward, commanding, "Take him out and execute him." He hastily ordered the flames consuming the camp to be extinguished, particularly focusing on salvaging the demon uniforms and armor from the supply depot. In truth, the captive had not told the whole truth. It was not 3 teams arriving, but the entire strength of the Demon Owl Legion, 10 teams in total. When the lengthy demon procession reached the foot of Pi City, they found nothing amiss. The gates stood open, a few lethargic guards loitered, and some on the city walls basked in the sun. Everything appeared normal, save for a thick column of black smoke rising into the sky. The air heavy with the scent of charred flesh, though that too was typical in regions recently conquered by the demon army. Legion Commander Al furrowed his brow. That Mu-Yi fellow has had his fun for too long. It's quite bloody. He has killed off all the human prisoners. What are we supposed to do for entertainment here? He grumbled, failing to notice that the demon soldiers guarding the city gates were frantically exchanging glances and making faces at him. As this was the demon stronghold, their territory, and given that the invincible demon army had faced no significant resistance since the onset of war, Al made the same error as Baron Mu-Yi, neglecting even to send an advance party to inspect the city. Over 30,000 troops entered the city in a state of complete unpreparedness, marching loosely, soldiers chatting and laughing, their weapons stowed away in their saddlebags. As Al's forces had nearly infiltrated the city, and he himself was almost inside, the grim tragedy of being caught in a trap was on the verge of repeating itself. The very patriotic demon captive could no longer endure. Shouting, "Lord Owl, there's an ambush!" At that moment, an arrow, seemingly shot from nowhere, swiftly pierced his throat, and he fell, gurgling. The troops erupted into chaos, scrambling to find the audacious assassin. Just then, a horrifying sound echoed. The heavy city gate suddenly slammed shut, crushing several demon cavalry beneath it. At that moment, Al himself was in the city pathway, nearly becoming a victim as well. Furious, he retreated, pointing and cursing. "What is happening up there? People are getting crushed. Open the gates. Otherwise, I'll shoot you with an arrow." In response, an arrow flew and struck him down. Rows upon rows of archers appeared on the city walls, unleashing a torrent of arrows upon the unsuspecting Al's forces. In an instant, chaos ensued. The abruptly closed city gates severed Al's troops into 2 disjointed segments, unable to coordinate their movements, plunging the army into disarray. Within the city, a similar scene unfolds, as human soldiers lie in ambush atop rooftops and within waterways. They suddenly strike at the unprotected demons marching through the streets, unleashing a barrage of arrows, thrusting spears, and slashing blades. The demon army, caught off guard, scatters in a panic, yet each one falls prey to the various traps laid out for them. From the battlements, a voice bellows in the demon tongue. You wretched humans dare to impersonate our divine kin. Let us show you true power. The deputy commander of the Owl forces, a rather slow-witted individual, still believes this to be a misunderstanding and cries out, "Do not shoot. We are allies." This foolish proclamation only invites a more intense rain of arrows and a chorus of mocking laughter. It is only when he finally comprehends the truth, "I've been deceived. It's the humans," that rage clouds his judgment, prompting him to shout, "Avenge our lord, eliminate them all." He forces his already decimated subordinates to scale the city walls and launch an assault on the central army. The sole outcome of this reckless order is the addition of thousands more corpses at the foot of the walls, as they miss their chance to retreat by the time he realizes the gravity of the situation. Dark clouds gather behind him as a horde of heavily armored human cavalry emerges from the dense forest, crashing forth like a tidal wave. In this battle, few of the Owl Legion escape. Especially the vanguard that has already entered the city, none of them manage to flee. Within a mere 24 hours, over 40,000 demon troops are annihilated, yet Sterling remains unsatisfied. To create the greatest shock among the demons, he dispatches his troops to demonstrate and instructs them to wave as many flags as possible. The quartermaster protests, "My lord, we do not have that many military flags." Sterling, impatient, replies, "Who says they must be military flags? As long as it's a bamboo pole topped with a piece of cloth, it will do." That suffices for him. On that evening, large contingents of human forces appear simultaneously on several roads of the Dusa province. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the imposing army marches forth like a torrent. With horses resembling dragons and soldiers akin to tigers, clad in shining armor, their killing intent palpable. Above them flutters a sea of flags. Grand opening anniversary sale at Ibn City's first department store. Blood-curdling prices, clearance sale, brilliant shampoo, for glossy, flake-free hair, say goodbye to pimples. The pure white cosmetic line. Along the way, the smaller demon units are struck with terror at the sight of this distant sea of flags. According to human military custom, each battalion is represented by a flag, and this must amount to, in their frantic flight, they count their fingers and toes repeatedly, yet still find the numbers lacking, ultimately resorting to asking a companion, "Let me borrow your fingers to count too." They flee too early, failing to realize that this seemingly formidable yet hollow army merely awaits sunset to hastily roll up their flags and retreat back to Pi City. The following day, as the sun rises, Sterling's forces again roam the original area, their flags waving high, instilling fear in the demons. Reinforcements have arrived. Scouts return to report to the demon command. Painting a terrifying picture, an astonishingly large human army surges forth, overwhelming in number. The remnants of the Owl forces, eager to escape punishment for their cowardice, chime in. "Indeed, we fought valiantly, but the enemy was simply too numerous. Enough to fill the Grey River plains. What could we have done?" The reports of Sterling's legion swell from over 100,000 to 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, and the numbers keep rising. Moreover, intelligence indicates that a continuous stream of troops approaches the stronghold of the Demon Emperor in Maple Leaf Grove. What drives the Emperor's guard officers to madness is that these reinforcements vanish as soon as they come within a certain distance, leaving no trace behind. This only confirms the suspicions of these cunning humans. They must be lying in wait within some hidden forest, poised to strike when the Emperor's procession passes. Coordinating with Sterling's forces entrenched in Pi City for a pincer attack, the military texts often say, "To catch a thief, first catch the king." The strategy is to strike at the enemy's command center, sowing chaos among their ranks, and ultimately dismantling their peripheral forces one by one. Ah, the Tiger of Zichuan, you are indeed a wily foe. Thankfully, we have seen through your scheme. Your conspiracy shall not succeed. Duke Leo, the commander of all the guard troops, trembles as he implores the Demon Emperor. Currently, the enemy General Sterling is brazen and exceptionally strong. Your Majesty's safety is paramount, and it would be unwise to risk exposure to arrows. I humbly request that your Majesty withdraw. The Emperor smiles lightly and replies, "I need not retreat from anyone." The civil and military officials exclaim in unison, "Our Emperor is invincible." Sterling, a mere buffoon, overestimates himself and dares to invade. He shall surely meet his doom. Amidst the chorus of praise, the mysterious strategist in black garb, standing behind the Emperor, softly sighs behind his mask, "Your Majesty, what if it were Zhui Jiaming who came?" The Demon Emperor turns his head. speaking in a voice barely audible to the strategist. Even if the Ming king himself were to arrive, I would still cleave him from his mount. With a gentle smile, the emperor's azure eyes shimmer with profound depths. Akin to an endless sea, enchanting and as elusive as the thick fog of a winter's dawn that in truth, the demons are overly anxious. No matter how deranged Sterling may be, he cannot possibly launch an attack on the most elite 20,000 palace guards with just the central army alone. Especially with the invincible demon emperor backing them. His original plan was to parade through the Dusa province for 3 to 4 days, drawing the demons' attention, and then retreat before their peripheral forces could return. He wagered that the demon emperor would never take the risk of personally attacking him, sacrificing his own dignity. 4 days pass, yet the emperor's formidable guard has yet to make an appearance. It seems Sterling's gamble has paid off. He exhales in relief and instructs his subordinates, abandon Pi City, prepare to withdraw. Just then, the feathered army led by Zichuan Xiu appears. The reconnaissance unit reports to Sterling. A contingent of demon troops approaches from 50 miles away. Numbering around 50,000. Initially, Sterling dismisses this force. Since it is not the full might of the demon emperor, he believes he can handle it on the morning of the 13th of January. The army withdraws from Pi City in an orderly fashion, heading westward. At this moment, the enemy troops suddenly close in, now less than 10 kilometers away. Adopting a posture of full-on assault, the central army halts its retreat, forming a defensive line on the gray water plains, awaiting the enemy's approach. However, as the sun ascends to its zenith, the enemy remains visible on the horizon yet does not advance, simply standing still. With a command, Sterling takes the initiative, the infantry forming a massive steel phalanx, advancing steadily, while the cavalry flanks move in tandem. Sterling does not wish to expend precious resources and time engaging the enemy here. His goal is merely to showcase the terrifying might of the central army to deter them. Indeed, upon witnessing the formidable formation, the enemy retreats immediately. The central army continues its westward march, but within 10 kilometers, the enemy reappears, compelling the central forces to turn and prepare for an attack, only for the enemy to retreat once more. This same cycle repeats several times. Zichuan Xiu's troops follow Sterling like a relentless hound, shouting and blustering. When Sterling moves, they pursue. When he halts, they stop. If he turns to charge, they hastily retreat a few steps, like a leech clinging stubbornly to the central army's back, trailing them relentlessly until they reach the banks of the gray water river. Sterling feels a chill. He has encountered a particularly tenacious adversary. The enemy commander has completely grasped his eagerness to withdraw westward. Their goal is not to defeat him, but to stall him, waiting for their peripheral forces to return and encircle him. Sterling understands the enemy's intention. They are waiting for the moment when his legion attempts to cross the gray water river during their retreat. Military strategists know that an army is most vulnerable when crossing a river at this moment. The forces are divided along the banks, unable to support one another, and the soldiers' morale is at its weakest. If struck at this juncture, the entire army could crumble. To safely cross the river, the central army must first eliminate this looming threat. Sterling orders the main force to continue forward while he personally leads the cavalry into ambush within the woods, planning to flank the enemy if they dare to pursue. However, Zichuan Xiu discovers the numerous hoofprints left by the armored troops, deciding to surround her forces outside the dense forest and even planning to set the woods ablaze, trapping Sterling within. Fortunately, the central army's deputy commander, Qin Lu, senses the impending danger and swiftly returns with a large contingent of infantry for reinforcement, prompting Zichuan Xiu to retreat, allowing Sterling to escape. After several failed ambush attempts, Sterling is filled with frustration. It is not that he lacks strategy or tactics, but rather that the enemy has exploited his eagerness to extricate himself. Capitalizing on the limited time, and no matter how he adapts or employs various schemes, the enemy's singular strategy of dragging is sufficient to counter all his maneuvers. Now, for the 100,000 soldiers of the Central Army, time is of the essence. Upon realizing this, Sterling felt an urgent sense of dread. Today, on the opposing side, shouts and whinnies echoed as troops rushed forth to join the enemy, seemingly belonging to the rebel forces. This was a perilous sign, indicating that more reinforcements might arrive at any moment. Chapter 4. Ironclad Cavalry. Chapter 1. General Zichuan Xiu was suddenly jolted awake, sitting upright from her marching blanket. "What is that commotion?" she exclaimed. "The camp is under siege," a guard burst in. "My lady, The enemy is launching a surprise attack. Who is it? Who dares? Eldest barked. Is it Sterling's forces? She found it hard to believe. It couldn't be. I had arranged for my men to meticulously monitor the Central Army's troops. Even if they were to mobilize a single squadron, it would not escape my notice. How could they possibly mount an attack on my camp? I don't know, my lady. It's coming from behind us. Hurry, get up. The enemy is approaching. Eldest Xiu leapt up, dashing out of the tent, only to see the rear camp engulfed in flames, a cacophony of terrified cries and alarmed shouts filling the air. The enemy has breached our camp. The rear forces are doomed. Eldest Xiu anxiously shouted. Prepare my horse, quickly. Yet, amidst the chaos, finding one's steed proved to be no simple task. The camp was shrouded in darkness. Soldiers collided with one another in a frenzy, scattering horrific rumors. The humans are slaughtering us all. They've come. We are surrounded. Panic gripped the entire camp as officers cried out, Assemble! Assemble! Rally to me! Yet, they could not organize the troops, could not form ranks, nor distinguish friend from foe. Groups of foot soldiers collided with mounted troops amidst the inky night, chaos ringing out like a cacophony. Eldest Xiu, accompanied by only a dozen guards, urged her horse toward the source of the commotion. Determined to quell the growing panic, they rode breathlessly, and in the darkness, someone stumbled and fell from their horse, tripped by a hidden fence. The uproar erupted first from the rear of the main camp, where a towering inferno roared, engulfing the supply depots and convoy in a blaze. Upon her arrival, Eldest Xiu immediately seized a frantic officer, demanding, What is happening? Where is the duty officer? Bring him to me. My lady, Takeaway has been slain. Eldest Xiu shouted angrily. Who did this? Was it Sterling's forces? My lady, it wasn't he. The Central Army. The attack came from behind us. It seems to be the work of the vassals of Marquis Pingjing. Eldest Xiu could scarcely believe her ears. Marquis Pingjing. How dare he? Earlier that day, she had been elated by the arrival of the Far Eastern Coalition troops to join forces with the Yuan army, having arranged for them to camp at the rear of her main encampment. Never anticipating, the thought was too shocking to bear. Had Marquis Pingjing betrayed them again? Such treachery could jeopardize not only the position of the second prince, who had staunchly supported him, but also her own standing. At that moment, the stables were ablaze, illuminated by flames, and in that flickering light, Eldest Xiu caught sight of numerous human cavalry pursuing and slaughtering her troops. The Yuan army, roused from slumber, valiantly resisted the fierce assaults of the humans. But their defense was short-lived. Fully armed against those who were unarmed, it was nothing short of a massacre. Fueled by fury, Eldest Xiu led several hundred assembled soldiers, shouting as they began a counterattack. But they were soon repelled. Twice she rallied her men, only to have them scattered once more. The enemy surged like an unstoppable tide against the central camp, which was already ablaze, unable to withstand the onslaught. She began to retreat, and the pace quickened, the ground littered with corpses, as the demon clan relied on arrows for cover while they withdrew, teetering on the brink of a rout. Fortunately, at that moment, the Yuan army's forward troops, tasked with monitoring Sterling's forces, returned. This unit had maintained a vigilant watch, managing to retain a semblance of order as they engaged in battle, under the cover of their infantry's arrows. They charged fiercely at the enemy. In the darkness, the cavalry clashed in a brutal melee, the glint of sabers flashing in the blackness. Follow a searing pain surged through the severed limb once more, eliciting a groan from him as he succumbed irresistibly to the vast abyss of darkness. In the deep of night on January 14, 780, the young general of the demon race's feathered Lin army, Eldest Xiu, suffered an assault from an unidentified military force in the province of Dusha, resulting in significant losses and casualties. Furthermore, the general, later known as the General of Ngua, Eldest Xiu, sustained severe injuries that would leave him permanently disabled. It was only due to the timely arrival of the demon race's Prince Ka Dun's legion that the western bank of the Grey Water River was secured at the last moment. Under such circumstances, it became impossible for the Central Army to cross the river and continue their retreat westward. With the demon army encircling from all sides, the Central Army's options for maneuvering dwindled. To avert the peril of being surrounded in the open plains with no defenses, Sterling had no choice but to withdraw his troops back to Pai City, fervently preparing for battle, hastily fortifying the city walls and deepening the moat in anticipation of the impending confrontation. On that evening, from the direction of the Grey Water River to the west, shadowy figures began to emerge, prompting the city to sound alarms and signal the troops. Cavalry readied their steeds, while infantry took their positions in the fortress. Each preparing for the imminent clash, the front lines fell eerily silent, save for the wind rustling the great banners. The enemy forces gradually approached, becoming visible to the naked eye. This marked the first appearance of the demon army, equipped with longbows, spears, and swords, who, after crossing the Grey Water River, surged forth in a crescent formation, encircling Pi Fortress from the west. The sight of the demon soldiers was as imposing as a dark forest, their numerous banners obscuring the western sky and earth. This was merely the vanguard, a contingent of 100,000 Senia soldiers led by Prince Ka Dun, not the main force of the demon race and the eastern rebels. The enemy halted 3 kilometers from the city and began to set up camp. That it was clear to see the ferocious visages of the demon soldiers, as a dozen of their cavalry rode close to the city walls, gesticulating and jeering. One even dismounted to relieve himself in the direction of the fortress. As for what they said, Zichuan Xiu heard it distinctly, but chose not to repeat it. The cavalry was cautious enough not to enter the range of the city's archers. Night descended, yet the sky remained illuminated, for all the villages and estates surrounding Pi City had been set ablaze. Smoke billowed and flames soared, casting a crimson hue upon the evening sky, startling birds from the forests and marshes as they took flight in chaotic spirals, lamenting their plight. All the trees near the city had been felled, facilitating future assaults and the construction of the demon encampment. Prince Ka Dun's troops worked tirelessly through the night, igniting countless bonfires, their camp radiating light, the sounds of clanging metal echoing until dawn. The woods at the city's base transformed into a barren expanse, and 5 miles away, a significant structure began to take shape, a small wooden fortress. Though not yet comparable in scale to Pi City, the rapidity and efficiency of the Demon Engineering Corps was indeed impressive. Sterling forbade his troops from launching an attack, allowing the vanguard to complete their preparations undisturbed. Throughout the night, reinforcements from the demon army continued to arrive. The 2nd, 3rd, 10th, and eventually the 100th contingents appeared in succession, their torches lighting up the dark horizon, forming elongated trails of light that drew nearer yet remained without discernible end. Stretching far into the distant sky, the countless points of light on the ground converged with the stars above, ultimately merging like rivers flowing into the sea, all these moving lights coalescing beneath Pi City, creating a vast expanse. As dawn broke, the enemy forces came into clearer view, a sight to behold. Their formations had dissolved, and in the morning mist, innumerable troops jostled together, indistinguishable from one another, a dense throng of cavalry and infantry forming an impenetrable mass, black as night and stretching beyond the eye's reach. This densely packed army resembled towering mountains, their immense weight pressing down upon the fortress and encampment, causing them to tremble under the strain. The human soldiers held their breath, observing the formidable might of the demon forces, their hearts racing with trepidation. The enemy's countenance was terrifying, their numbers overwhelming, resembling an endless ocean, the clouds above a canopy of fluttering banners, where every gaze fell upon a throng of heads. This was the greatest confrontation between humanity and the demon race, as the undefeated general of Zichuan faced the might of the strongest legion of demons and the entirety of the eastern rebels. Each side comprised formidable adversaries, each a fearsome foe to the other. In the impending clash, who would prevail? Among the ranks of the demon forces, Prince Ka Dun, Duke Lu Di, Zichuan Xiu, Count Bra, and other commanders observed with cold detachment, their gazes fixed upon the looming silhouette of Pi Fortress shrouded in mist, calculating, my most formidable adversary lies here. This is the final battle. Once I dispose of him, a clear path will lie ahead for my forces. It was evident that this desperate confrontation would be brutal and prolonged, yet the outcomes seemed predictable. The Sterling Legion numbered less than 100,000, while their opponents commanded nearly all the rebel factions in the eastern region, from the farthest reaches of Shaga to the vast territories beneath the walls of Valen, alongside the elite warriors hailing from the Demon Kingdom. The Demon Fortress, Senia, Gula, and Asuda, as well as countless soldiers emerging from the grasslands, valleys, forests, villages, towns, and fields. This could be deemed the grandest display of races, as if all the monsters from nightmares had materialized before the eyes of mankind. The low-tier Senia demon soldiers, their bodies cloaked in darkness, emerged, snarling and cursing, a cacophony of noise. They were not tall in stature but exuded ferocity and boundless energy. each plotting a lifelong massacre after breaching the city walls. Trembling with excitement, renowned for their brutality, brawn, and ignorance, they firmly believed that ignorance equated to strength. After all, thinking was a task for the higher-tier demons, the towering. Hairy half-orcs watched the performance of the demon soldiers with indifference, munching on their corn cobs for breakfast while fervently praying. They were the most superstitious, fearing gods, lightning, and all things incomprehensible. Compared to the demons, their temperaments were milder, provided they were not provoked. They placed great importance on the honor of warriors and their race, charging into battle with great fervor, only to become weary after an hour of combat, retreating with decisive swiftness. The serpent soldiers, with heads resembling snakes and human-like upper bodies, slithered about, their red, squinting eyes betraying cunning and suspicion. Their speech emitted a sharp, hissing sound, and they flicked their forked tongues, trying to appear dignified as they strut about, earning scorn from others. In the Battle of Valen, the serpent troops were among the first to flee, and their actions and subsequent skirmishes against Sterling only served to underscore a truth. Their ability to retreat far surpassed their combat skills. Now, they sought to prove to other races that the brave serpent warriors, were not afraid of someone named Sterling. Look, here we are. We even dare to curse him loudly from less than 10 kilometers away, and we have the audacity to spit on his name and stomp on it. How impressive! The Dragonkin soldiers silently assessed the fortress, seemingly gauging the strength of their future adversaries. It was said their strength surpassed that of the towering half-orcs, their limbs resembling those of humans. Yet their heads, if one were to draw a comparison, might be likened to that of a crocodile. Yet, according to the Dragonkin, it resembled a dragon, a mythical creature from ancient lore that soared through the clouds. They claimed their ancestors were the result of a union between dragons and humans, thus naming themselves Dragonkin. No one knew the veracity of this claim, for no one had truly seen a dragon. But when a Dragonkin silently fixes a brooding gaze upon you, revealing sharp teeth beneath their massive jaws, it is wise to heed their words. The Dragonkin were taciturn, preferring not to engage with outsiders. Resilient and fierce in battle, they were remarkably united, silent in both assault and melee, making them one of the most fearsome tribes among the eastern races. Though fortunately, their numbers were limited. The most terrifying elite force within the demon army were the mid-tier demons known as armored beasts, towering above 2 meters. Their bodies were covered in hard scales and shells, offering defensive capabilities rivaling human armor. They possessed immense strength, yet their intelligence was no greater than that of lower-tier demons, while they excelled in combat prowess. Their sluggishness remained a drawback, moving at a slow pace. Throughout numerous wars, humanity had come to recognize the terror posed by such foes, adept at direct assaults that could easily breach even the most fortified formations, making them ideal vanguard troops, to which only heavily armored cavalry could stand up in direct confrontation. However, within the hierarchy of the demon race, it is the high-ranking demons, also known as the royal family, who occupy the pinnacle of power. Externally, the royal demons bear little distinction from humans, yet the formidable powers they wield are beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. They epitomize a perfect fusion of strength and intellect. Nearly every male scion of the royal lineage is a natural master of martial arts, possessing an innate ability to comprehend complex concepts. Thus, it is not uncommon for extraordinary warriors to arise among them, exhibiting remarkable agility, immense wisdom, and a ruthless demeanor, with lifespans extending up to 150 years. This is a terrifying and nearly flawless race, yet their propagation is arduous, resulting in a consistently sparse population. Even during the zenith of the Demon Kingdom's prosperity, the number of male royals never exceeded 100, and their propensity for infighting made unity a rare occurrence. This, indeed, is the misfortune of the demon race and the great fortune of humanity. Apart from them, the army also comprises teams of dwarves. The sight of these bearded little folk, barely reaching the waist of a human, swaying as they approach, is quite comical. However, do not be deceived by their axes and heavy swords, as even a steel shield would prove inadequate against their might, likely resulting in broken wrists for any ordinary human. Countless elves also join the ranks, known for their amiable demeanor. Every military faction boasts elven servants adept at weapon care and serving their masters. This is a war waged by nearly all races across the continent against humanity, and amidst their encirclement, Pi City resembles a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, swaying precariously as if it could capsize at any moment. In this dire situation, The demons are not alone in their apprehensions. Even the imperial capital bears a grim premonition. Pi City, besieged by the proud and fierce warriors of the demon race and the rebel forces, is destined to become the final resting place for the 10,000 heroes and esteemed generals of the Zichuan family. Upon the city walls, both officers and soldiers gaze upon the unprecedented scale of the enemy forces, an undulating sea of heads. A thicket of swords and spears and banners fluttering like clouds, faces pale and eyes wide with terror. This is a dreadful storm, a test of life and death, existence and extinction, not only for the illustrious Zichuan family but for each individual present. At this moment, Commander Sterling of the Central Army is inspecting the defenses atop the walls, discerning that the battlements on the western wall are too flimsy and require reinforcement. He personally directs the soldiers' efforts while exchanging coarse jokes. Telling one soldier, "You clumsy oaf, you might as well go home and play with your wife." The collective laughter that follows instills a sense of calm among the soldiers and officers, who believe that this invincible commander will lead them safely home. Wherever he goes, courage is rekindled and hope ignited, yet no one perceives the anxiety lurking behind his cheerful facade. As he approaches the sector defended by the Xiu camp, Sterling's smile fades. He notices Zichuan Xiu hunched over the battlements. Engrossed in writing, he strides over and inquires, "What are you doing?" Without lifting his head, Zichuan Xiu replies, "Writing my will." Sterling chuckles in disbelief. "You truly are something." His tone shifts to seriousness. "There is something I have kept from everyone. We cannot expect reinforcements. The family has suffered grave losses, and it is a considerable feat to merely hold onto Valin Fortress. There is absolutely no possibility of dispatching an army of over 1 million to rescue us." Zichuan Xiu continues to write. "Oh, I see. Then will there be breakfast tomorrow?" Sterling retorts, "Do not jest. Promise me that if the opportunity arises, you will not hesitate to escape on your own. You came here for my sake. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to Miss Ning? Surely, I am not the only one capable of breaking free." Sterling shakes his head. "I cannot do so. The soldiers have followed me here out of trust. And even if I cannot bring them back alive to the imperial capital, at the very least, I can die alongside them. And do you think I could abandon you?" Zichuan Xiu lifts his head, casually stuffing the completed will into his pocket. I have made up my mind to donate those socks to the treasury. Perhaps they will recognize me as a commander." Sterling sighs. "Can you not be serious? We are discussing a grave matter." "I am quite serious, brother," Zichuan Xiu asserts solemnly. "We must face life and death together. I refuse to believe that a mere handful of demons can do us in. Moreover, the enemy ravages our land and slaughters our people. My hatred for them runs deep. I would welcome the chance to engage them directly. Since they have come knocking, how could I possibly retreat at such a critical moment? Brother, let us unite and boldly charge into battle, showing these demon wretches the true might of the Zichuan trio." Sterling's expression remains stoic. "Well said. But what is happening behind you?" Behind him, the soldiers of the Xiu camp are singing and dancing, brandishing colorful banners and slogans written in the language of the demons. "We surrender. Please treat the captives kindly. Divine Army. God race and human race in harmony. Long live the God Emperor. Long live the Divine Army." The 3 flag bearers join in a chorus. Divine race. "Divine race, I love you, just as a mouse loves rice." "Oh dear, Roger, you fool. Did I not tell you to wait until the city falls before bringing these things out, revealing them so soon? My lord, we are merely rehearsing. If we are not practiced, what will we do when the time comes?" "That is true, but your singing is truly dreadful. We love the divine race sounds like we defile the divine race. Perhaps we should turn it into a poem? I propose we call it The Rising Sun in the East, the Divine Race Unconquered. How does that sound?" "Ah, Sterling, do not leave. I have not finished my thoughts yet. Where was I? Oh, yes, we must fight to the end." Steadfast and unyielding, in the command tent of the demon army, a tall, gaunt demon royal, adorned in lavish attire, sits in contemplation. Footsteps sound outside the tent. Hesitating before a timid voice inquires, "Your Highness, I, Marquis Pingjing, have come to pay my respects." "Enter." The royal interrupts the greeting impatiently. Marquis Pingjing, trembling, enters and immediately prostrates himself on the ground, kissing the royal's shoes fervently while repeatedly exclaiming, "I wish your Highness well." The royal, disgusted, withdraws his foot but does not command him to rise. Instead barking, "Marquis Pingjing, yes, yes, I am here, awaiting your orders, your Highness." You have injured Zichuan Xiu's arm, causing him to suffer losses in battle. My brother is currently seeking you with a knife. The prostrate Marquis emits a cry of despair. Your Highness, I assure you, that was not my doing. I am being wronged. Please save me. Did you not claim that all the half-beasts, serpent folk, dwarves, and elves of the Far East are under your command? Zichuan Xiu has already stated that the troops that initially intervened were indeed the half-beasts. And they claim to have been sent by you, complete with your orders and banners. Explain to me how this came to be. Your Highness, this is a shameless ploy by the Zichuan army to frame me. They disguised my troops to carry out this act. I have already investigated. The only remaining forces of the Zichuan family in the Far East are Sterling's troops, which do not include any half-beasts. They are entirely composed of humans. Let me tell you, Marquis Pingjing, His Majesty is exceedingly furious because Zichuan Xiu is one of his favored generals, and you have rendered him incapacitated. Prince Cardon restrains himself from voicing his true thoughts. If you had truly eliminated that troublesome Zichuan Xiu, it would have been for the better. I implore your Highness to explain my unwavering loyalty to His Majesty. This is entirely the enemy's provocation. I have already made explanations. Otherwise, do you think your head would still be securely attached to your shoulders? Thank you. Your Highness, I am willing to serve you as a loyal hound, laboring tirelessly. Do not rejoice too soon. The matter is not yet resolved. I have explained, yet my brother has his own account. And my father is still very much undecided. Pingjing, you must demonstrate your loyalty. Yes, please show me the way forward. Prince Cardon abruptly pulls aside the tent flap, pointing towards the distant silhouette of Pi City shrouded in smoke. Bring me the head of Sterling. You have one day. Will that suffice? Marquis Pingjing swallows hard, his throat dry. I shall ensure it is done. On the 23rd day of the first month in the year 780 of the Empire. In Pi City, the demon race and the rebel forces of the Far East completed their encirclement, with over 1 million troops surrounding the city from all directions, setting up camps in a dense formation. Preparing for a massive assault on the isolated stronghold, the supreme commander of the front line besieging the city is Prince Cardon, the heir to the demon clan. His command encompasses not only the native forces of the demon tribe, but also a vast contingent of eastern rebels under the command of Marquis Pingjing. Initially, out of a desire to preserve his own strength, Prince Cardon intended for the siege to be executed entirely by the eastern rebels, without the participation of the regular demon army. However, recently, the Divine Emperor expressed impatience regarding the prolonged assault on Pi City, compelling Prince Cardon to reconsider. If the eastern rebels could not capture the city within a day or two, he would appear utterly inept before the Divine Emperor. The thought of having 1 million troops unable to swiftly subdue a mere city would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the demon army. Thus, he ordered all regular demon legions to prepare for battle, even though he personally believed such measures were unnecessary, as the sheer force of the hundreds of thousands of rebels should suffice to overwhelm the small city of Pi. On January 24th, at dawn, the battlefield erupted with the blaring of horns, the resounding calls of military bugles, and the thunderous beats of drums, as countless soldiers unleashed a cacophony akin to a raging flood. The assault commenced, and the soldiers of the royal army stationed at Pi City felt the very walls and earth tremble beneath them. Even the most battle-hardened veterans had never witnessed such a ferocious onslaught. As the morning fog began to dissipate, the defenders beheld the first wave of the enemy's attack, leaving them utterly aghast. Charging at the forefront were not the battle-hardened rebel infantry nor the valiant demon cavalry, but a multitude of human captives. Most of these captives were civilians who had been unable to flee from the demon forces, comprising mainly the elderly, children, and women, along with many young men who had been captured during previous skirmishes. They bore heavy sandbags on their backs, tasked with filling the moat, as the rebels and demon forces drove them forward with whips, bayonets, and sabers, urging them onward. They cried out in despair, "Do not shoot. We are your own people." Their wails and cries echoed to the heavens, evoking tears from those who heard them. The enemy hoped to use this method to force a crossing of the moat and to demoralize the defenders of Pi City. The military officers overseeing the execution of orders bellowed, "Shoot! Shoot! Do not let them come closer." Yet, the soldiers hesitated, their arrows lowered. How could they bear to shoot at their own kin? Unable to witness such brutality, several soldiers wept and attempted to leave the battlements, only to be mistaken for deserters and ruthlessly shot by their own officers. Many voices shouted down to the captives below, "Do not come any closer. Run away, do not approach." Some captives paused momentarily, but they were met with the merciless slaughter from the demon cavalry, hundreds falling to the ground in an instant, prompting the remaining captives to flee in terror. Sterling's sharp voice rang out across the battlements, "I command you to shoot immediately." Everyone could see the tears streaming down his face. As the first arrow was released, followed by the second, the soldiers hesitated, their arrows raining down like a torrential storm, witnessing their compatriots cry out in agony as they fell. Even the hardened military officers found themselves moved to tears. Nevertheless, the enemy pressed on, driving wave after wave of captives forward. The moat turning crimson as it filled with sand and blood. Stepping across the makeshift bridge of flesh, the coalition of demons and rebels surged forward with fervor. At the forefront were the fierce half-orc infantry, a select force of 50,000 elite rebels, chosen specifically for the assault. Marquis Pingjing knew that here, he would face the most resolute resistance. The half-orcs, panting heavily, donned crude wolf pelts, wielding massive clubs that whistled through the air as they swung. Next in line were 100,000 resilient serpent warriors, who, though not adept at open-field combat, were particularly suited for siege warfare due to their innate climbing abilities, armed with pikes and spears. They prepared for close-quarters battle. Following them were another 200,000 combined rebel forces, a mixed contingent of half-orcs, serpent folk, dwarves, dragonkin, and even human traders, all promised rewards should they breach the city today. Each soldier would receive a handsome bounty, and the first to enter the city would be appointed governor of any province in the east, while the one who claimed Sterling's head would be ennobled by the demon emperor himself. Hearing such enticing prospects, the rebels' eyes gleamed with fervor as they downed spirits to bolster their courage, shouting, "Our parents give us life but once," and charging forward with all their might. Following closely was the powerful Ludi Corps, commanded by Duke Ludi. In contrast to the chaotic formations of the rebel forces, the regular demon army advanced with impeccable order. Their ranks moved in a scattered line, with rows of archers, swordsmen, pike squads, and shield bearers combining in a disciplined manner, exuding an air of deadly precision. As cavalry could not be deployed for siege warfare. They dismounted, wielding their sabers high as they advanced. This unit had gained renown for its formidable combat prowess, having decimated 11,000 of the Zichuan army at Moon Bay, resulting in the death of their commander, Fang Jing, with minimal losses of their own. Behind them followed the Busi Corps, which, due to unfortunate circumstances, had yet to achieve any notable victories since the onset of the war. Determined to make a name for himself, Count Busi vowed to be the first to breach the city and claim Sterling's head. Displeased with the order of battle, he questioned, "Why are we not at the forefront?" Their ranks appeared somewhat impatient, with the front line colliding with the rear of the Ludi Corps multiple times. Trailing behind were countless fresh demon forces, commanded by generals such as Gusi, Seymour, Yojia, and Tieluan, so densely packed that it became impossible to distinguish one from another. The throng surged forward like a relentless tide, slow yet unstoppable. In the distance, Prince Cardon's Royal Legion remained steadfast, a bulwark of stone. Among the royal forces were 50,000 highly capable palace guards, commonly known as the armored beasts, whose naturally tough scales rendered them impervious to blades and spears. These were the personal guards of the demon emperor, who had dispatched a portion to assist Prince Cardon, hoping for a decisive victory. Hundreds of towering siege ladders approached the city, flanked by siege engines that rolled slowly through the throng. Originally prepared for the assault on Valen Fortress, Prince Cardon believed this was an opportune moment to employ them to swiftly obliterate the small city of Pai. Such an overwhelming force filled the vast plains below Pai City. Shoulder to shoulder, front ranks pressed tightly against the rear, creating a suffocating density. The leader of the eastern rebels, Marquis Pingjing, disregarded formations and strategies, yearning solely to leverage their numerical superiority to inundate Sterling in a tide of soldiers. Even as the area below the battlements became utterly congested, he relentlessly deployed his troops, sending fresh forces into the fray, commanding those behind to push forward, creating an unstoppable wave of humanity. The soldiers on the battlements, so densely packed, no longer needed to aim, simply unleashing a relentless hail of arrows. Row upon row of archers fired in succession, thousands of strong bows bending into crescent shapes as they released their deadly projectiles, raining down upon the rebels and demon forces to eye in the filled moat. countless Eastern soldiers fell to the arrows, just as countless Senian soldiers perished beneath the onslaught, their bodies forming a small hill encircling Pi City. Yet, they continued to advance, leaping over the moat and charging towards the walls, where even greater horrors awaited them. The relentless rain of arrows persisted, while boulders tumbled from above, crushing them into pulp, and boiling oil cascaded down upon their heads. The walls, slick and steep, proved nearly impossible to scale. Those who managed to ascend were swiftly met with blades and spear points, sent crashing back to the ground. The overwhelming crowd rendered siege ladders and other siege equipment immobile. Unable to reach the city, the fervent besiegers below grew impatient, resorting to climbing the walls barehanded, only to be met with fierce retaliation from the defenders' arrows and falling stones, suffering countless casualties. The elite rebel units, such as the Minsk team, Cloud team, and Gaza team, found themselves decimated before they could even reach the walls, suffering devastating losses. As some units faltered and attempted to retreat, they were trampled by the advancing forces behind them, their blood soaking the ground. Wave after wave of soldiers thus trampled over their fallen comrades, striding forward, with the ground beneath the walls nearly piled high with corpses, forming a second barrier. Yet, the enemy's assault continued unabated. As under Marquis Pingqing's watchful eye, subsequent teams such as the Wagala team, Dusa team, and Dragonkin team pressed forward, seemingly determined to sacrifice every last one of their men in the relentless onslaught. Stepping atop the mountain of corpses, the first contingent of serpent warriors finally reached the battlements, where the central defenders, the Wunha division, stood resolute, refusing to yield. The two sides engaged in a fierce melee, the clash of blades igniting a brutal slaughter that spanned from one end to the other. Countless sharp weapons were wielded in a deadly dance as both factions fought with gritted teeth. Blood flowing profusely, the air was thick with the glint of steel and the shadows of combatants, while the ramparts soon became a grim mound of bodies, with the combatants trampling over the wounded and the dead. Their anguished cries echoing incessantly. A detachment from the Ludi Legion ascended to provide support, granting the enemy a sudden numerical advantage and a surge in morale. One of the demon soldiers brazenly seized the banner of the Wunha division, exuberantly brandishing it aloft to display to his comrades below. A thunderous cheer erupted from the ranks of the demon horde. Wagera, kill. In that moment, it seemed to all present that the city was on the brink of falling. Excitement palpable in the air. However, just then, the deputy commander of the Central Army, Qin Lu, swiftly led 3 reserve battalions to reinforce the Wunha division. Charging forth, he swiftly dispatched the demon soldier, reclaiming the banner. Humanity began its counteroffensive, an unstoppable force as the shielded formations of cavalry and spearmen pushed the insurgents and demons back towards the periphery. Archers, positioned behind, unleashed a relentless barrage, inflicting significant casualties upon the foe. In mere minutes, those who had scaled the fortress walls suffered grievous losses, leaving behind thousands of corpses as they were driven down. At this juncture, the cumbersome siege ladders and assault towers finally approached the ramparts. From the elevated platforms, demon archers began to retaliate against the defenders, hindering their movements. Meanwhile, hundreds of ladders clattered against the fortifications as ferocious demon soldiers, half-beasts with daggers clenched in their jaws, scrambled upward, undeterred by the rain of arrows, boiling oil, or the heavy stones that fell upon them, each one emboldened by a ferocity that seemed to grant them 9 lives. The walls were soon swarmed with soldiers, resembling ants over a sugar cube. The human defenders retaliated in kind, forcefully prying the ladders away from the battlements, sending a cascade of enemy soldiers plummeting to the ground, their bodies splattering upon impact, yet driven by a reckless determination. Bolstered by their archers' cover, the enemy, despite suffering severe losses, managed a second ascent onto the western walls, engaging the defenders in a fierce melee. This time, they faced the Xiu division, commanded by Roger, who bellowed, "Brothers, charge!" rallying his men to intercept the encroaching demons. The ensuing chaos saw demon soldiers launching fierce assaults, yet the soldiers of Roger's unit displayed unexpected bravery. Normally more inclined towards commerce than combat, they preferred stealthy tactics over direct confrontation. However, the gravity of the moment compelled them to confront the demons head-on, fighting with an intensity born of desperation. With a numerical advantage of over 2,000, they surged forward, Roger at the forefront, wielding his body as a shield, as they clashed violently with the several hundred demon infantry scaling the walls. The entire Pi defensive line was under tremendous strain, beset by relentless waves of attack. The combined forces of the insurgents and demons had breached the defenses multiple times, pressing into the citadel. Yet they were met with a fierce and unyielding resistance from the humans. Fueled by the deaths of their comrades, the warriors fought with unparalleled tenacity and resolve, repelling the enemy again and again. Their defiance akin to a bulwark against the crashing tides, leaving behind a grim tableau of fallen foes that to the east. The ramparts became the focal point of the day's brutal conflict, as the enemy amassed a staggering 70 teams in a concerted effort to breach the defenses. Yet Sterling had anticipated this, stationing 4 of the Central Army's elite divisions here, including the prestigious Undying Legion, the pride of the Zichuan family. Originally a core unit of the Imperial Guard, it was reassigned to the Central Army following the capital's insurrection to maintain control. Each soldier was a paragon of skill, engaging the demon legions in a gruesome and bloody struggle. The battleground atop the walls was a tempest of chaos, with control shifting between the demons and humans time and again. The bodies accumulating in layers, 1, 2, 3, the air resonated with the cacophony of battle cries, curses, and the demons shouting, "Wag era," while the humans retorted, "Die." The sound of clashing weapons rang out, sparks flying, and the wounded groaned. Soldiers, driven to madness by the carnage, discarded their armor, brandishing gleaming sabers with bare chests, where each strike was a matter of life or death, their feet slipping on the slick, blood-soaked ground, the stench of iron heavy in the air. Spears splintered, blades dulled, and daggers broke. Yet the soldiers of the Undying Legion, unarmed, launched themselves at the enemy to seize their weapons. Even with grievous wounds, half their heads severed, limbs broken, pierced by spears, riddled with arrows, they fought on. Clawing at their adversaries' throats, gouging their eyes, and kicking at their groins, their madness beyond comprehension. Despite the rebels and demons boasting superior numbers and fresh troops, they were paralyzed by the sheer ferocity of the counterattack. Their hearts chilled by the sight of the blood-soaked, grinning humans who seemed more demon than man. Throughout the day, the enemy made numerous attempts to seize the walls, only to be met with the impenetrable defenses of the Undying Legion, suffering grievous injuries and retreating in disarray. As the sun rose high and then descended towards the west, the siege raged on for an entire day, the combatants resembling 2 titans expending their last breaths in a desperate struggle. Gasping and battered, beneath the distant gold standard of the demon horde, Prince Cardon looked pale, as messenger after messenger hurried to report. The 5th team of half-beasts has ascended. The Iron Legion has breached the walls. Count Pingjing requests reinforcements. He says the 3rd team of Snake men can no longer hold. Report. Lord Gussie has fallen. The Yuga Legion has scaled the walls. The senior team has suffered catastrophic losses and can fight no longer. The prince's hands trembled slightly. The battle had exceeded 10 hours. The city of Pi loomed like an insatiable abyss, devouring team after team of elite soldiers, yet it remained steadfast. He could not comprehend the situation. The invulnerable divine army had fought valiantly for a day, paying a heavy price and sacrifice, yet they had failed to secure even a foothold atop the walls. After a full day of fighting, how could the enemy soldiers not be exhausted? How could they maintain such high spirits and vigor? Were the defenders truly a cadre of superhumans or monsters? How many more lives would be lost to capture this modest city of Pi? He muttered curses under his breath. "Sterling, you devil." Then he raised his voice to issue commands. Order the 51st Dragonmen team from the Far East, the 63rd Half-Beast team, and the 36th and 37th teams of Siniega to advance immediately. The Aburoti Legion, prepare to strike. Volume 4. Ironclad Cavalry, Chapter 2. The invincible PAI.AS dusk fell, after more than 10 hours of fierce combat. The demon onslaught persisted. They had left behind thick layers of corpses at the foot of the city walls, and despite the commanders continuing to deploy fresh troops, both the demon and rebel soldiers had begun to feel the weight of fatigue. The towering city of Pi loomed before them like a meat grinder, each spirited team sent forth becoming mere corpses. The air was thick with the scent of blood, the ground a quagmire of gore. Rivers of blood pooling beneath them. Both demon and rebel soldiers trembled in fear, yet the orders rang in their ears, compelling them to advance. So they began to shuffle forward slowly, praying for the sun to set to end the assault, or for other units to enter the city before it fell to them to scale that meat grinder. The fervor of the morning's charge had dissipated. The enemy's assault had begun to wane. A fact first noted by Sterling, he turned to Zichuan Xiu and said, "It is time. I entrust this to you." Zichuan Xiu, with a solemn expression, replied succinctly, "Rest assured." The sky was a deep azure, the sunset a bloody hue. As they gazed upon the majestic mountains and clear rivers stretching for miles. In that moment, a multitude of memories surged into Sterling's mind, chaotic and indescribable, yet curiously. Many forgotten childhood recollections resurfaced with startling clarity. The first encounter with Zichuan Xiu occurred in the garden of a backstreet, where he deftly purloined a wallet. My initial meeting with Diling involved a brawl, and the memories of the three of us fleeing in disarray from a gang of ruffians haunt my mind. Yet, what lingers most vividly is the tear-streaked visage of Princess Catan, as he softly murmured, "I am sorry, Catan." A full day had elapsed, the bloodshed extending into dusk. Both the demon clan and the rebels were utterly exhausted. Their hopes of concluding the conflict within the day extinguished. Preparations for retreat were underway, with some units already withdrawing autonomously, disregarding commands at that moment. The southern city gate, which had been underwhelmingly assaulted by the Allied forces, unexpectedly swung open. The troops of Count Bushi were launching their final desperate assault here, and upon witnessing the sudden opening of the gate, the demon soldiers could hardly believe their fortune. A squad of infantry, exuberantly clamoring, surged forward to be the first honorable troops entering the city, only to be crushed into a bloody pulp by the overwhelming tide of steel. 1,000 light cavalry charged forth, coordinating with the archers atop the city walls to disperse the Serpent Clan's forces below. Following closely behind were throngs of ominous, armored cavalry. During the era of Zichuan Xiu, the armored cavalry of the Zichuan family had instilled fear across the globe with their terrifying impact and destructive power. Each charge from the armored knights could often decimate foes tenfold their number. Over a century ago, the Eastern commander, Camel, had utilized merely 3,000 armored soldiers to reduce over 20,000 demon troops to dust. Similarly, on the Western Front, a division of armored cavalry had once shattered the forces of the Lu Feng family, numbering in the tens of thousands. However, as time progressed, adversaries gradually discerned methods to counter the armored cavalry. By deploying caltrops and tripwires, they could easily dismantle these seemingly invulnerable warriors, particularly during the battle at the Redwater Beach in the Far East. An army of 300,000, equipped with 50,000 armored cavalry, had been ruthlessly routed by the poorly equipped rebels. The demon clan began to underestimate the armored soldiers of the Zichuan family, yet all overlooked a crucial detail. The rebel leader, Lei Hong, had employed his own armored cavalry to vanquish the Far Eastern forces. 15,000 cavalry, donned in black armor adorned with fluttering ribbons, swiftly prepared their formation at the city's base, arranging themselves into a 50-division square. The sky gradually darkened, the blood-red twilight illuminating the cavalry of the Central Army beneath Pi City, reflecting an enchanting brilliance. Sterling stood at the forefront of the formation, calmly surveying the tide of demons and rebels surging towards them. He raised his right hand high, and a solemn silence enveloped the ranks behind him. Suddenly, with a forceful downward motion, he commanded, and the cavalry erupted into a thunderous roar. Yura. The heavy steel formation began to advance. Initially at a slow pace, gradually accelerating until it surged forth like an unstoppable avalanche, the entire army of 15,000 armored soldiers galloped fiercely towards the approaching demon and rebel coalition. The thunder of hooves echoing like rolling thunder. Despite the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries, the armored cavalry remained undaunted. Facing their charge were 3 units of Count Bushi's forces, who, being the closest, felt the terrifying pressure of the oncoming storm. The Central Army's armored cavalry was a battle-hardened elite unit, charging forth with a resolve to face death. Such a fierce and fearless army was indeed invincible. Sterling led the charge, leaping into the fray amidst the rebel forces, wielding a heavy steel spear in one hand and a sword in the other. In his grip, the heavy sword and steel spear resembled the scythe of death itself. Within a 3.5-meter radius of this whirlwind of valor, no enemy remained alive. Before him, the formidable demon troops transformed into a flock of frightened chicks, fleeing in panic. Though he was not tall, to the demon soldiers at that moment, he appeared as nothing less than an enraged deity of death. The torrent of the armored army surged behind him, pushing deeper into enemy territory, expanding their victories. Enemies fell beneath swords and spears, rebels perishing in droves, as the chaos resembled a tempest sweeping through a field of wheat. The dense ranks sliced into the massive, cumbersome bodies of their foes, each movement causing torrents of blood to flow. Confronted with this indomitable offensive, the demons' formidable armor and weapons were rendered to ruins, one after another. Seemingly impregnable formations crumbled, scattering soldiers in frantic terror. Observing from the rear, Prince Cadden and the commanding Ping Jing Ho both recognized the dire situation, desperate to halt the advance of this lethal spearhead. Fresh troops were dispatched to intercept, yet became ensnared in the chaos, unable to maneuver. Those who managed to advance were met with the overwhelming might of the armored troops, being swiftly overwhelmed in the ensuing turmoil. The vast ranks of the demon and rebel coalition devolved into disarray. The armored cavalry successfully penetrated a multitude of disbanded soldiers fled in a state of panic, utterly disoriented and unable to discern their bearings. The armored troops relentlessly cut and drove them forward, instilling such terror that they dared not turn back to confront their assailants, suffering significant losses from behind. Witnessing this chaos, others became even more frightened. Hastening their escape in search of safety, gravitating towards areas densely populated by their own kin. United by a common plight, the fleeing soldiers coalesced into a formidable torrent rushing towards their own ranks. The newly arrived demonic forces, yet to engage in battle, were struck with an overwhelming sense of confusion and dread upon witnessing the disarray of their comrades before them, compounded by the relentless tide of retreating soldiers surging past them. Their morale shattered, the soldiers lost all fighting spirit. A single cry of "Run!" sent the entire unit scattering in disarray as they joined the chaotic throng of deserters, heedless of their officers' reprimands. Demonic commanders resorted to drawing their weapons to quell the insurrection. But their efforts were futile, as they were swiftly engulfed by the throng of fleeing warriors, with entire regiments collapsing before they even set foot on the battlefield. This tide continued to swell, drawing in more troops, ultimately spiraling into an uncontrollable rout. Countless voices cried, "It's over! It's over!" and "Run! They're upon us!" Soldiers and commanders alike succumbed to a frenzied panic. Amidst the tumult, innumerable horses and men were trampled to death by their own. As the desperate demonic and rebel soldiers streamed towards the direction of the main camp, for it was there that fortifications might offer some semblance of resistance against the armored onslaught. In their frantic bid for speed, the demonic soldiers abandoned their spears, swords, and bows, leaving a colorful array of banners strewn about. Behind them loomed a terrifying black dragon, pursuing with ferocity and imposing grandeur. The despairing Prince Cardan had intended to deploy his armored beast formations to stem the tide, but was thwarted as hundreds of thousands of defeated soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave. Overwhelming the formations meant to counter the armored troops, vanishing without a trace, ultimately even breaching the royal army's main position, with the once mighty royal banner lost amidst the chaos. Hundreds of thousands of demonic troops faced a catastrophic defeat on the Ashgrey Plains. Now retreating in disarray toward the main camp. Once proud and confident, the demonic soldiers were now in disarray, discarding their helmets and armor, dragging their banners in defeat, unable to fathom how they had fallen to such a dire state amid the cacophony of despair. Descending from the lookout tower of the main camp, Zichuan Xiu's right shoulder was wrapped in bandages, pale as a ghost, whether from excessive blood loss due to severe injury or from witnessing the terrifying assault of the armored cavalry from the Zichuan family. Approaching a tent, he could hear the breathy gasps of a woman, punctuated by the heavy breathing of a man. That a bemused expression crossed Zichuan Xiu's face as he knocked on the tent's frame and respectfully called out, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon, but it seems rather inappropriate for you to be occupied at this moment. Shouldn't you assist outside?" The sultry sounds ceased, and soon a voice emerged from within. "Darling, wait for me. I'll be back shortly." A sweet voice, dripping with honeyed allure, replied, "Don't." The tent flap was lifted, and Mad Dog, Kalen emerged, brimming with vitality. In stature, this second son of the demon god emperor bore a striking resemblance to his brother, Prince Cardan, both possessing broad shoulders, narrow waists, and long legs. Their features were similar, with azure eyes inherited from their father, yet their temperaments were starkly different. Prince Cardan sported a crew cut, his cold, merciless gaze radiating cruelty and confidence. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and his chiseled facial features exuding a rugged and austere demeanor, unmistakably a seasoned warrior, dependable and formidable, instilling fear in his enemies. Conversely, Kalen had shoulder-length hair, his face perpetually adorned with a smile, his azure eyes exuding innocence, and his deep gaze seemingly imbued with boundless affection. His petite, pointed nose and gently upturned lips suggested an air of tenderness, perpetually poised to deliver heartfelt confessions to any maiden. His charming words could easily ensnare a woman's heart, much like a chef pickling radishes in vinegar with effortless ease, with a fair complexion and an elegance that bordered on the affected. His voice was soft and melodious. In essence, he was a dandy, yet possessed an inexplicable charm that endeared him to women while not inciting disdain in men. The contrasting personas of the two brothers were evident. Prince Cardon was a valiant warrior, a battle-hardened expert, and a shrewd politician. The demon kingdom held him in high regard, hoping he would ascend to the throne, and the divine emperor had officially named him as the prince and heir apparent. In contrast, Kalen was viewed as a frivolous playboy. Though the demon kingdom's moral codes were not overly stringent, coupled with his royal status, his indulgence in romantic liaisons with multiple demon women was not deemed scandalous. However, Kalen's penchant for flirtation knew no bounds. He pursued any attractive woman without regard for her status, even daring to court his father's concubines, nearly courting disaster. As a royal, his martial prowess was mediocre. Yet he took pride in one talent. He claimed to possess unparalleled skills in seduction. The great demon god emperor ultimately abandoned the notion of cultivating him into a formidable warrior, allowing him to flounder as he pleased. Upon emerging, Kalen lamented, "Do you know? If you had called me even a minute later, I would have ascended to paradise. What a pity. That woman is Yuga's wife. Her husband is fierce and possessive, and I seized this opportunity while he was away. Well, enough of that. What brings you here?" Zichuan Xiu smiled. He was all too familiar with the prince's temperament. "Your Highness, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Let's start with the good news. The good news is, Your Highness can now pursue Yuga's wife without reservation. Yuga has already ascended to paradise ahead of you. Oh, Kalen was unfazed, chuckling. That man is rather foolish. With his mediocre skills, he dared to charge in so recklessly that it was inevitable for her to become a widow. However, I do prefer to engage in affairs with married women. It adds an element of thrill. Now, please, share the bad news. The bad news is, alongside Yuga, many signs of the divine clan have also ascended. Prince Cardon's siege has failed, and our forces have suffered heavy losses. Kalen paused, momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, revealing his sharp, white teeth like a wolf's. A sinister grin gradually spread across his innocent face. "Oh, Zichuan Xiu. You truly possess a sense of humor. This is the real good news." "Huh." The defeat of Prince Cardon at the Battle of Pi City had sent shockwaves through the ranks. No one had anticipated such an outcome on the first day of the fierce conflict. Especially not the Earl Pingjing, who had boasted confidently before Prince Cardon that he would capture Pi and Sterling within a day. Now, within his own tent, he was tormented, pulling at his hair in anxiety. In a desperate bid to salvage his reputation before the prince, he bellowed orders for the retreating rebel forces to launch a night assault on the fortress, yet no one heeded his commands. His defeat had utterly obliterated his authority. The leaders of the eastern tribes erupted in chaos. Even the usually obedient officers murmured dissent, clamoring, "You're leading our eastern forces to their doom. Your strategy is sheer madness. You cannot contend with Sterling," a half-orc leader remarked. The chorus of agreement echoed. "Indeed, you cannot match Sterling," Earl Pingjing roared. "Who claims I cannot contend with Sterling? Think about it, brothers. We have achieved numerous victories at Chishui Beach, Moon Bay. Haven't we triumphed decisively each time? Now we outnumber him significantly. Our forces are 7 or 8 times his, bolstered by the Divine Army's support. What is Sterling to us? He is bereft of troops and supplies, merely waiting to perish. Brothers, if we all muster our strength, we can surely take him down." Chishui Beach or Moon Bay, Sterling was never there. A Serpent Clan leader complained. "When have we ever won even the smallest skirmish against Sterling? We have long realized that Sterling is the reincarnation of a war god," a half-orc chief declared. "How can mere mortals contend with him?" The crowd buzzed in agreement. Indeed. How could mere mortals be so formidable? Yes, Sterling is protected by a vengeful spirit. Didn't someone witness it today? A terrifying vengeful spirit, towering as high as 7 or 8 of us stacked together. Our men would be crushed like insects if they approached him, that we couldn't even get close. Someone concurred. Indeed. I saw it too, a vast expanse of golden light. Elders say it's a celestial star descending, surrounded by 5 ghosts and 6 spirits for protection. It must be so. Otherwise, with so few of them, how could they possibly slay so many of our brothers? It's akin to harvesting wheat in autumn, as one falls. Many follow suit. The despairing shout of Pingjing Marquis echoed. "What shall we do? I have already promised Prince Cardon that we must secure Pi today." In unison, The others replied, "Even if you have wagered your life for the prince. That is your concern. Just do not risk our lives as well, that if this continues, we might as well bind you and present you to Sterling. Perhaps that way, he might spare our lives." No matter how fiercely Pingjing Marquis threatened, cursed, or coaxed, the leaders of the rebel factions stubbornly refused to act, repeatedly echoing like a broken record, "We will not march to Sterling's death. If you wish to go, you shall go alone. You cannot prevail against Sterling." These defiant leaders from various races, who could slay fiercely when facing their own kin, immediately wilted at the mention of Sterling, their hands weakened and legs trembling. All they desired was to flee. Suddenly, a messenger from the demon race entered, calling out, "Pingjing Marquis, you are commanded to report to the Central Command immediately." A shiver ran through Pingjing Marquis. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with clouds hanging low. The moonlight hazy within the fog, and stars barely visible. In the open space before the command post, demon soldiers clumsily pushed and shoved each other, their faces filled with anxiety, while their warhorses kicked restlessly. Emitting distressing whinnies, the officers, in a foul mood, issued commands with alarming intensity, causing the terrified soldiers to scurry about in panic. The torches flickered with a weak, crackling sound, seeming exceptionally loud in the oppressive air, which was thick with a sense of dread. The punitive orders had already been issued. 5 inept commanders had been commanded by the Divine Emperor to commit suicide, including Count Busi, who had narrowly escaped from the ironclad army's onslaught that very day. 68 white-caped leaders had lost their heads. Now displayed in a gruesome line hanging from the central camp's gate, the first few thousand retreating demon soldiers were bound and stuffed into sacks, trampled beneath the hooves of cavalry units executing the Divine Emperor's orders until each sack became a gruesome pulp of flesh. Hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers gathered closely, their faces pale as they witnessed this horrific spectacle. During today's imperial conference, the generals unanimously condemned Pingjing as the principal culprit of our current misfortunes. Busy Eye claimed that it was his troops who fled first, leading to the collapse of the entire army. Gusi accused him of panic and poor command, resulting in our defeat, and Lu Di bluntly stated that he was a traitor, attempting to undermine our divine forces. Even Pingjing's protector, Prince Ka Dun, concurred with their assertions. I find myself pondering why such a strategist has managed to preserve his life amidst these accusations. It is hardly surprising. He Sha chuckled lightly. Busy Eye and the others, in their desperation to save their own skins, must deflect the blame for our defeat. The most convenient excuse would be to claim poor command. However, it is unfortunate that today's commander is Prince Ka Dun, the future demon emperor, whom they dare not offend. Thus, they have resorted to sacrificing Pingjing as a scapegoat at such a critical juncture. His Highness cannot afford to uphold any notions of loyalty. The irony dripped from He Sha's tone when he mentioned loyalty. Yun Xinshu understood the unspoken implication. As a high-ranking official, the prince lacked the courage and resolve to shoulder responsibility, choosing instead to shift blame onto his subordinates. With such character, how could he possibly bear the weight of an emperor's duty? You need not dwell on it further. Pingjing still holds considerable value for our forces, which is why I have chosen to protect him. There is no ulterior motive. It is a pity for Busy Eye and the others, who, despite their flattery and cunning efforts, could not escape their doom. Lud, having earned his life through merit, has nonetheless been stripped of his dukedom. Our sovereign truly acts with swift decisiveness. Even the prince has been deprived of his military authority and confined for reflection. Yun Qianxue could not help but inquire, "Mr. Strategist, may I ask who the new supreme commander of the troops will be?" Deep down, he hoped it would be the second prince, Kalan. He Sha smiled without responding, causing Yun Qianxue's face to flush with embarrassment. He self-deprecatingly remarked, "Forgive my presumption, esteemed strategist. Please consider this inquiry forgotten." He Sha sipped his tea and replied, "Yun Jun, there is no need for concern as the commander of the Feather Forest Army and a senior officer. You possess the right to know. By the way, His Majesty is quite concerned about your health. I wonder how your recovery is progressing." He Sha suddenly shifted the topic. Yun Qianxue, perplexed by his intent, quickly replied, "I am grateful for His Majesty's concern. I am almost fully recovered and suffer no lasting effects. And what of your martial prowess? Are you fit for battle?" "Ah, well, my skills have somewhat diminished. But I have not suffered any significant loss. Should His Majesty require my assistance, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall not fail in my duties." He Sha nodded in satisfaction. Yin Jun, were you not just asking about the new commander? I can reveal that to you now. He paused deliberately for maximum impact. It is you. As the initial shock of 10 seconds wore off, Yun Xianxue regained his composure and hurriedly expressed his humility, claiming he was unworthy of such a critical position that he feared he might tarnish His Majesty's reputation for recognizing talent, and insisted that there were many within the military more capable than he. He urged the strategist to reconsider his choice. He Sha chuckled softly. This is His Majesty's decree. Yin Jun, please do not decline any further. His tone shifted to seriousness. His Majesty's appointment of you as Supreme Commander is a testament to his appreciation of your abilities. The forces led by the brigand Sterling are indeed battle-hardened elites, formidable in their own right, and now they are cornered, they will undoubtedly fight fiercely, presenting a significant challenge. Prince Kadan, in his eagerness to curry favor with His Majesty, has taken the enemy lightly and has already suffered dearly. I hope you will not disappoint His Majesty. He deliberately emphasized the last sentence, allowing Yun Xianxue to ponder its implications. Thinking of the severed heads displayed at the camp entrance sent a chill down Yun Xianxue's spine. Yes, I will certainly heed the strategist's counsel. There is something I must remind you. The commander WH in the days to come, the fallen leaves, withered grass, and the vast snow of the far east will accompany your solitude. O autumn wind, please carry the souls of the valiant back to their homeland, back into the dreams of mothers and lovers. Bai Chuan clasped his hands in prayer, softly beseeching for the spirits of those who fell today to find peace. By the time the cavalry division returned, the sun had completely set, and the darkness rendered the surroundings barely visible that a throng of people surged towards the city gates to welcome the valiant warriors who had made the greatest contributions today. They gazed in astonishment at the cavalrymen, whose spears and swords were battered and broken, their armor in tatters, exclaiming, "Goodness, how ferociously they fought!" The warriors were utterly exhausted, having borne the weight of dozens of kilograms of armor. Galloping on horseback for nearly 3 hours amidst the chaos of battle, in the heat of the moment, they had scarcely felt their fatigue, but now, as they relaxed, the weight of their exhaustion became palpable. The cavalrymen struggled to lift their arms, unable to dismount, their bodies too weary to even shed their armor. The horses huffed heavily, swaying as they moved, and occasionally, a horse would collapse, kneeling as it could no longer support its weight, causing the heavily armored rider to crash to the ground, unable to rise again. People hurried to assist, hastily removing the armor, only to discover that it was drenched in sweat, which had begun to freeze into solid ice. Even Sterling, the leader, was not in much better condition. Although far stronger than the average soldier, he had been at the forefront of the battle, expending much more energy than his peers, supported by his guards. He removed his heavy armor and took off his helmet, revealing a handsome visage, though his pallor was alarming. Zichuan Xiu gasped, "Are you injured?" Sterling smiled. "It's nothing, just utterly fatigued." Despite the severe pain in his left side, likely from a broken rib, he masked his suffering with a smile. "What is the situation?" "There have been some changes. You'll understand when you see, but perhaps you should rest for a while first." Sterling did not heed the suggestion to rest. Instead, he ascended the city walls with Zichuan Xiu, followed closely by the generals of the Central Army. Along the way, they encountered numerous soldiers and officers, all of whom respectfully saluted Sterling with a calm and pale countenance. Returned each salute with a gentle demeanor, radiating tranquility. Many years later, those present would vividly remember the figure of that young general. He walked past them with steady steps and a serene expression, devoid of any stirring rhetoric or ostentatious medals, clad merely in the humble attire of a common soldier, with the last remnants of sunset casting a warm glow behind him. An ordinary man in an unremarkable scene became profoundly moving and splendid due to the extraordinary grace and composure of a remarkable commander. The crowd parted to create a path, silently observing Sterling as he passed, yet no one dared to cheer, as if afraid to disrupt some ethereal essence in the in the eyes of the multitude. Sterling's modest stature appeared as imposing as a mountain, embodying unwavering strength, as though no force on earth could topple him, and they were enraptured, willing to lay down their lives for him on the vast expanse of the gray water river plain. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had clashed here during the day had retreated like a tide, leaving behind a gruesome carpet of corpses that blanketed the earth, with shattered spears and broken weapons stretching towards the horizon. Bearing witness to the brutality of war. In the distance, a dark mass appeared, glinting with metallic reflections, growing larger and clearer. It was an innumerable host of demon troops advancing towards them, reminiscent of locusts devouring the land. Their myriad-colored tints blooming like countless flowers across the snow-covered plain. Sterling and Zichuan Xiu exchanged alarmed glances, having dealt a significant blow to the enemy during the day. They were now confronted with the astonishing resilience of their adversaries, who had replenished their ranks in mere hours, a truly daunting prospect. The day's fierce combat had nearly exhausted all of the Central Army's resources. Their arrows, boulders, and boiling oil for defense were almost entirely depleted, and the entire force was utterly fatigued as a steady stream of demon infantry advanced, brandishing torches, as if the enemy was unwilling to accept defeat and sought to engage in another battle under the cover of night. The alarm horns sounded once more atop Pi City, and the soldiers resumed their posts, yet the demon troops halted their advance, stopping just short of 1,000 meters from the city walls to begin clanging and hammering away at something. Soon, it became clear. The enemy was constructing barriers and snares specifically designed to thwart cavalry, and they were burying something in the ground. Zichuan Xiu speculated that they were setting up caltrops, sharp spikes meant to impede horsemen. Behind the demon soldiers, a multitude of Eastern rebel troops appeared, not bearing weapons, but laboring with engineer shovels, encircling Pi City as they began to dig trenches through the frozen earth. In the harsh winter, this was a laborious endeavor, and it was evident that the rebel soldiers were not particularly enthusiastic about their task. However, many demon officers wielded whips to oversee them, brutally striking those who did not work diligently, thus discouraging any attempts at idleness. Sterling let out a heavy sigh. The very thing he had dreaded had come to pass. The enemy had altered their strategy, abandoning direct assaults in favor of a formal siege, pitting millions against their meager contingent, leaving little hope for a breakout that asks for life and death. He had long since ceased to care, yet he was burdened by an unshakable guilt for the subordinates who had followed him this far. Sensing his thoughts, Qin Lu, the deputy commander of the Central Army, comforted him, saying, "My lord, there is no need for sorrow. If we expend one life, we break even. If two, we profit. We have already gained enough." Indeed, Zichuan Xiu, the commander of the Xiu battalion. In our Xiu battalion's terms, we have recouped our costs. Every additional gain from now on is pure profit, and it's tax-free. Laughter erupted among them as officers of the elite battalion. They had previously looked down upon the undisciplined and cowardly ragtag forces of the Xiu battalion. However, they now admired Zichuan Xiu's courage and loyalty for coming to Sterling's aid. And with Zichuan Xiu being a congenial and cheerful individual, they had forged strong bonds through shared struggles and battles. Sterling smiled and continued to observe, compared to the chaotic frenzy of the day. The enemy now appeared composed and orderly, with waves of troops cooperating efficiently. Sterling murmured, "How strange. Have they perhaps changed their commander?" His intuition proved correct. The newly appointed commander of the demon forces, Yun Qinshui, was a person of steady temperament. She understood the ferocity of the Central Army. Once cornered, their fighting spirit would unleash a terrifying strength, as evidenced by the day's battle. Although she commanded overwhelming forces, capturing the fortress would only yield a Pyrrhic victory. She resolved to adopt a methodical approach, issuing orders for the demon and rebel troops to commence digging trenches and building fortifications to prevent the enemy from escaping the city, ensuring her side's position remained unassailable. "Your Highness, just you wait and see." Yun Qinshui smiled at Kalen, pointing towards the brightly lit walls of Pi City. "This fortress, currently as solid as a rock, I shall capture without bloodshed within a month's time." Kalen nodded in satisfaction, feeling a deep sense of relief, for Yun Qinshui's success would undoubtedly enhance his standing within the demon court, especially in contrast to Kaden's incompetence on the night of January 23 RD. In the year 780 of the Empire, the siege of Pi City commenced, plunging the defense into its most arduous phase. The new demon commander, Yun Qinshui, resolved to wield hunger as her weapon to compel the undefeated invincible army to capitulate, to thwart any desperate breakout attempts by the Central Army. Following Yun Qinshui's directives, the various contingents of demons and rebels began constructing trenches here and there. Countless demon and rebel soldiers toiled diligently, laboring tirelessly. Despite the biting cold and frozen ground of winter, their anticipation for an early end to the conflict fueled their fervor. Within 2 days, the trenches formed a circular perimeter around the city, and at an accelerated pace, fortifications progressed towards the base of the walls, the objective being to dig trenches right up to Pai's foundations, enabling troops to launch powerful assaults safely at that point. If feasible, Zichuan Xiu also planned to send engineers to undermine the corners of Pai's walls, creating collapses or breaches in an effort to hinder the construction. Sterling's forces were compelled to dispatch troops daily to raid enemy camps. Whenever the human army appeared at the city gates, the demon ambushes lying in wait would pounce fiercely, resulting in intense clashes. With heavy casualties on both sides, the ground strewn with corpses, the rivers, plains, and trenches became graveyards. Many bodies lay unattended, forming small hills, but fortunately, the winter spared them the odor of decay, aside from the ongoing excavations. Assaults on Pai City continued unabated, with groups of 50,000 demon or rebel troops launching relentless day and night raids, their objective being to wear down the stamina and morale of the defenders. At times, on the night of January 26, the demonic army's command gathered 20,000 fresh troops, equipped with siege ladders to prevent the sentinels from detecting the glint of their weapons. They shrouded their gleaming blades in black cloth. Emerging from the nearest trench to the city wall, they advanced stealthily under the cover of darkness, barefoot and cautious. Owing to their overwhelming fatigue, the vigilant sentinels, drowsy and inattentive, failed to notice their approach. Suddenly, they materialized at the eastern foot of the city, and dozens of siege ladders were simultaneously propped against the wall. The Sinian infantry surged forward like an unstoppable tide, and by the time the sentinels raised the alarm, the first wave of nearly 100 demonic soldiers had already ascended. Their valor was remarkable. They swiftly dispatched the scant sentinels, and the night air was filled with the raucous shouts of the demonic soldiers. Under normal circumstances, reinforcements from the camp would take at least 10 minutes to arrive, but in that fleeting span, the demonic forces could secure a foothold atop the wall. Once they gained a stronghold, reinforcements could pour through the breach, overwhelming the entire city. However, at this critical juncture, one might say that the heavens had not forsaken the valiant defenders of Pai. The diligent Commander Sterling, leading a patrol of guards, fortuitously traversed this very area and spotted the demonic soldiers surging like a tide toward the ramparts. The expressions of his men turned pale as a brutal and savage close-quarters battle commenced. One side was intent on conquest, while the other fought desperately for survival. Though the demonic forces held numerical superiority, they formed a tight circle, backs against the city wall, their shoulders pressed together as they lowly growled fierce commands, their long blades flashing ominously in the dark. If their formation was not swiftly breached, they would be invincible once their reinforcements arrived. Sterling let out a sharp cry, alerting nearby troops. Faced with the terrifying glimmer of blades, he boldly charged into the fray himself. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying as swords met. None of the demonic soldiers could withstand the ferocity of his strikes. Even those who barely managed to parry felt the lethal energy of his blade seep into their very hearts. In the blink of an eye, through sheer skill, Sterling felled over 20 demonic soldiers, his movements as fluid as a farmer harvesting wild greens. The remaining demonic soldiers cried out in terror, "Gusha! Gusha! Death!" retreating in fear. The guards pressed closely behind Sterling, breaking through the circle and reaching the edge of the city wall. They hastily pried loose the siege ladders the enemy had set up, all while fending off the relentless melee behind them. The enemy, undeterred, continued to swarm back like ants, and the situation remained dire at that moment. A detachment from the 31st Division, just finishing their shift, happened upon the scene. Hearing Sterling's rallying cry and the sounds of battle, the captain quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and rushed to reinforce him. When the two forces converged, humanity finally steadied its line. 5 minutes later, the reinforcements arrived, unleashing a torrent of arrows upon the clustered enemy below, while also hurling pre-prepared logs and stones from above. Under such relentless pressure, the demonic siege, however, how many troops are required to guard such a vast fortress? 50,000. Surely that would be insufficient, especially considering the necessity for round-the-clock shifts. If I were provided with 150,000 well-trained soldiers, along with ample supplies of food and weaponry, I could annihilate the entire demon kingdom. Along with the Lufeng clan, beneath the city walls, after ensuring the accommodation of Emperor Lin's accompanying forces, Lin Bing invited him into the fortress's command center for a detailed discussion, which was situated within a castle that overlooked the entire stronghold. In gratitude for Emperor Lin's discreet assistance in rescuing Luobo during their previous encounter, Lin Bing formally expressed her thanks. Emperor Lin, merely offering a token of humility, swiftly moved to the crux of the matter. Directly inquiring of Lin Bing, where has the demon army reached? How many troops do they possess? Has our military strength suffered significant losses? If we are besieged again, can Valin withstand the assault? To the first question, Lin Bing responded, I regret to inform you that we are still unaware. To the second, she replied, I apologize, but we do not possess that information either. To the third, she stated, I am afraid we still do not know. Emperor Lin's brows furrowed in discontent. But he quickly suppressed his anger and calmly remarked, as the fortress commander of Valin and the head of the Far East Army, do you not find such responses somewhat lacking in diligence? Due to the fact that the supervisory office and the command office belong to different systems. Emperor Lin, despite holding a far superior rank to Lin Bing, could not exert authority over her in a commanding manner. Lin Bing respectfully bowed and offered an explanation. The demon's assault has come most unexpectedly, disrupting our command and communication systems, severing contact with the various legions on the front lines. We have already dispatched large contingents of scouts to seek more accurate intelligence. Emperor Lin nodded in understanding. As for whether we can withstand the attack, my lord, we are currently exerting all efforts to prepare for battle, repairing the damage to the walls from the last conflict and gathering supplies. But this requires time that, if I may speak candidly, should the demon army arrive and launch a full-scale assault within a week, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to hold our ground. Emperor Lin was taken aback and asked, why is that? Is Valin not the most formidable fortress on the continent, given what he had just witnessed? He found it hard to believe Lin Bing's words. My lord, what you observed was the western wall, which has scarcely faced any attacks and remains largely intact. However, the defenses on the eastern front are significantly weaker over the past century. They have endured numerous large-scale assaults from the demon army, resulting in severe damage, particularly during the last uprising, when 1 million rebels besieged us. Great havoc was wreaked. Several sections of the eastern wall, extending over 100 meters, have been nearly entirely destroyed, leaving substantial breaches, and what remains is alarmingly fragile, on the verge of collapse. Emperor Lin was astounded. Why was this not communicated sooner? My lord, we have long been vocal about this. During the late General Ji's tenure, he persistently requested the imperial capital to allocate resources for the reconstruction of Valin's walls, hoping to dispatch labor and materials, but Yang Minghua deliberately obstructed these efforts, consistently delaying the matter. After Yang Minghua's downfall, we directly appealed to Lord Luo Minghai, yet he cited budget constraints in the command office and prioritized resources for frontline troops, asserting that Valin would not be considered a frontline issue for the time being. This delay has stretched into this year, and only recently has Lord Luo Minghai finally consented to allocate a modest budget for us. But then the Elder Council convened, and this expenditure was again rejected. The elders argued that who could doubt Valin's indestructibility over a millennium? What need is there for repairs? Clearly, this is merely a ploy by your Far East cohort to exaggerate danger and siphon off resources. Emperor Lin cursed vehemently. This is absurd. He inquired, what of the present situation? Well, since news of the demon invasion emerged, the imperial capital has suddenly become generous towards us, providing personnel and materials aplenty. However, the transportation of supplies and the execution of construction projects require time to achieve a defensible state. We would need at least 2 weeks. Moreover, with a fortress of this magnitude, our current troop strength is merely over 30,000, which is still somewhat lacking. Emperor Lin listened attentively and stated, according to operational protocols, in times of exceptional crisis, a military judge is authorized to command troops beyond standard jurisdiction. Before my arrival, the Chief of Staff informed me that there are 50,000 militia troops currently undergoing training in the Ko province. I have already sent a directive to the governor of that province, commanding them to hasten their arrival, and they should be here within a couple of days. Additionally, accompanying me are over 40,000 gendarmes, who will also engage in combat if necessary. Vice Commander Lin. My nominal purpose here is to oversee military affairs, but in truth, I am here to assist you in ensuring logistical support. I will not interfere with the specific command of operations, which I leave entirely to you. Should there be any further difficulties, please do not hesitate to voice them. I will do my utmost to assist. Lin Bing expressed her gratitude, saying, My lord, your understanding is truly commendable. I extend the thanks of all the soldiers of the Far East Army. Prior to Emperor Lin's arrival, Lin Bing had harbored concerns. Logically, Military judges overseeing operations should only address matters of military discipline. However, given Emperor Lin's significantly higher rank, she feared he might demand command over her troops. What then would she do? To comply or not? The conflict of dual commanders has always been a significant taboo in military affairs, she continued. Rest assured, my lord, our difficulties are temporary, as long as we endure this week. By the time the walls are repaired, I expect reinforcements from the imperial capital will have arrived. Emperor Lin nodded, yet privately mused. I am not the one who should be worried. The one who ought to be concerned is you. Let's see if you can withstand this week. If Valen suffers any missteps, I will be the first to demand your head. Military matters demand urgency. Were he to assume the role of the demon commander, he too would seize upon this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In truth, before his arrival, Emperor Lin had indeed contemplated seizing command and authority over the fortress, but given the perilous circumstances, it would be far wiser to leave such a treacherous burden to Vice Commander Lin Bing. Besides, with the demon army poised outside, it would be exceedingly foolish for any discord to arise within the fortress. Although Emperor Lin harbored ambitions for power, he was not devoid of understanding. In the ensuing days, a continuous stream of refugees from the front lines poured into Valen, bearing a multitude of grim tidings. The demon army was mobilizing 1 million troops for war. All the rebellious factions in the Far East had allied with the demons. Fang Jing had perished in battle. Over 100,000 militia had been annihilated. The Black Flag Army had disbanded, and Commander Ming Hui was missing. Emperor Lin was particularly concerned about the whereabouts of the Central Army Corps and the Xiuji Battalion. Yet no one could provide him with definitive information regarding their movements. Reports indicated that a large contingent of the Central Army had been seen advancing eastward along the Far East Highway, likely bound for either the Dusa Province or the Dea Province. But who could afford to concern themselves with such matters? As for the Xiuji Battalion, not a soul had witnessed their movements. One soldier confidently claimed to have seen the Xiuji troops among the ranks of the Far East rebels, asserting that they had all defected to the demon army. In response, Emperor Lin promptly slapped him and commanded him to leave. A week passed, yet the main forces of the demon army did not appear at Valen's gates as anticipated. Both Emperor Lin and Lin Bing were perplexed by this turn of events. Yet they could not help but feel relieved. With the additional 2 weeks of preparation, Valen would become formidable enough that even a mere encounter would pose great danger to the enemy. The Valen fortress was the bastion of the Zichuan family and humanity's most crucial stronghold against foreign threats. It must not fall. The imperial capital understood this as well, frequently issuing conscription orders for the royal army, mobilizing local militias and defense forces from the farthest border cities to converge here, particularly from the provinces surrounding Valen, aware that if Valen fell, they would be the first to suffer under the brutal onslaught of the demon army. They spared no effort, even dispatching scouts and elderly choral groups to assist. Within a week, nearly 200,000 human troops had gathered within Valen, comprising reinforcements from various local militias and soldiers retreating from the front lines. With new units continuing to arrive. In his capacity as the chief military judge, the supervisory officer assumes the role of military judge during wartime. Emperor Lin commanded that all officers and soldiers retreating from the Far East front lines, regardless of their original unit, must regroup in Valen. Any who dared to retreat further west would face execution without exception. Despite the less-than-ideal relationship between them, Lin Bing was immensely grateful for Emperor Lin's arrival. Nearly all military judges had a tendency to interfere with command authority, often abusing their power to meddle in operational decisions. Yet, the highest military judge, Emperor Lin, was acutely aware of his responsibilities and never overstepped his bounds. With him present, the military judges in the Far East Army became significantly more subdued, obediently refraining from interference. Moreover, when Lin Bing required assistance, Emperor Lin indeed proved himself reliable and cooperative. Although Valen now housed an army approaching 200,000 strong, the majority of these forces consisted of the personal troops of various nobles and lords, making coordination among them quite a vexing task. The noble commanders were all haughty, their troops undisciplined, and the idle soldiers roamed the city, often engaging in petty thievery, drunken brawls, and other mischief. Lin Bing endeavored to admonish the commanders to impose strict discipline upon their subordinates. Yet they disregarded him, the vice commander, entirely. What's the matter? I'm here to provide you with reinforcements and assistance. Do you expect to command me? Even more troublesome were these newly minted noble commanders, each brimming with arrogance, who fancied themselves reborn as Zichuan Yun or Camus. and thus presented Lin Bing with various, brilliant strategies capable of annihilating 1,000,000 demons overnight. Lin Bing, caught between laughter and tears, responded, "With 1,000,000 demons deployed, they cannot sustain prolonged combat. As long as we hold the fortress firmly, we shall have achieved victory." However, the impetuous and ambitious noble commanders were scarcely inclined to heed his counsel, each pursuing their own paths and insisting on executing their marvelous plans, thereby fracturing the once cohesive army and demoralizing the troops. Left with no alternative, Lin Bing relayed the situation to Emperor Lin. Seeking his assistance, the emperor uttered not a word and summoned the group of noble officers that very day, announcing that the chief inspector would address them. The officers braved the biting winds of the parade ground, waiting anxiously for 5 or 6 hours, only for Emperor Lin to finally emerge, draped in a fur coat, and simply declare, "Disband." The following day, the noble officers found themselves eating the cold winds of the parade ground. While Emperor Lin enjoyed roast duck in a warm room, on the third day, heavy snow fell, and the noble officers, clad in fox fur coats, shivered like leaves in the storm due to the frigid weather. Emperor Lin could hardly muster the motivation to venture out. After nightfall, he lazily dispatched a messenger to inform the popsicles, "Lord Emperor Lin has commanded you to disband." The noble officers lamented their plight, with protests erupting that this was a deliberate humiliation and an affront to their noble dignity. Emperor Lin coldly retorted, "Is there anyone who takes issue with the orders? Step forward and let me see." As he spoke, he leisurely picked at his teeth. The chicken soup having proven excessively rich, no one dared to step forth before the one. For while the proud noble commanders could dismiss Lin Bing's authority, they could not ignore the weight of the supreme head of the Zichuan family's inspection system. Not only was he the highest-ranking official present, but he also wielded the ultimate military authority, capable of executing orders without prior notice, and everyone was well aware that the moniker Azura King was not granted lightly. This bloodthirsty figure had claimed thousands of lives during the infamous Blood Night in the imperial capital. Even now, the adults in the city invoked Emperor Lin's name to frighten weeping children. Countless high-ranking officials had perished at his hands, and adding a few more heads to that tally would be a trivial matter. Within a few days, the noble officers could endure it no longer and began to concoct various excuses to request leave. "I am ill. My father is unwell. My wife has given birth. My family's kitten is sick." Chief Inspector Emperor Lin, with a smile, granted their requests. However, he stipulated, "You may leave, but your troops must remain." Lin Bing reassigned officers to command their forces, thereby consolidating the chain of command. Days later, reinforcements from the imperial capital arrived, along with supplies and weaponry, and under Emperor Lin's iron-fisted governance, a myriad of militia and fleeing soldiers transformed into formidable units. Everything progressed smoothly, and as Valin Fortress grew stronger under his diligent efforts, Emperor Lin remained burdened with unease. The vanguard of the demon army was nearing Valin City, yet amidst the retreating troops, the absence of Sterling and Zichuan Xiu weighed heavily on his heart, causing him sleepless nights filled with anxiety. Starting from January 14th, a large influx of refugees from the provinces of Diya and Eldest streamed into Valin, informing Lin Bing that this was an organized retreat under the orders of Lord Sterling. Aware of Emperor Lin's concern regarding Sterling's whereabouts, Lin Bing promptly notified him. Emperor Lin inquired of many refugees, yet most only knew that Lord Sterling had reached the vicinity of Diya. With no one able to provide further details, deeply anxious, Emperor Lin was soon approached by a military officer from the Far East Military Law Office bearing news. "Sterling has dispatched a detachment of guards to transfer Lord Minghui to us. Would you like to personally interrogate him?" Emperor Lin merely glanced at Minghui, observing his dejected demeanor, and nearly succumbed to a state of incredulity. He could hardly muster the inclination to trouble the unfortunate fellow, stating, "Take good care of him. Do not mistreat him." Compared to Minghui, he was far more intrigued by the captain escorting him and instructed to meet with him. Shortly thereafter, his subordinate reported, the captain had been summoned to Lin Bing and inquired whether they should wait for his return to bring him in. Emperor Lin pondered for a moment and decided against it, opting instead to visit Lin Bing's office himself. He knocked gently before entering. Aside from Lin Bing, several senior officers of the Far East military were present at the desk, engaged in conversation with a young officer clad in central military attire. Noticing Emperor Lin, someone attempted to rise in greeting, but Emperor Lin gestured for silence. Preferring not to interrupt the dialogue, he found a chair along the wall and sat down to listen. The questioning seemed to have reached a critical juncture, with the young officer blushing as he argued passionately with Lin Bing. Lord Lin, you misunderstand. We are returning Lord Ming Hui under the orders of Lord Sterling. With his written command as evidence, we are fulfilling our duty, not acting as deserters. You should not treat us this way. Lin Bing sighed. You are mistaken, young man. We harbor no intention of insulting you. I merely wish to confirm a few matters. Now, let us proceed. Upon noticing Emperor Lin seated against the wall, her eyes brightened, and she paused. Emperor Lin gestured subtly to her, and she nodded slightly, continuing, Now, let us get to the point. When you departed, what were Sterling's intentions? Where was he headed? Did he plan to retreat? The young officer laughed. Lord Lin, that is a strange question. How could we, the subordinates, possibly know what Lord Sterling intends? Lin Bing was momentarily at a loss for words. But fortunately, before her renowned temper could flare, the officer hastily continued. However, something peculiar occurred just as we were leaving. The Lord was interrogating captured demons, and then just as the troops were settling, orders came down to prepare for departure. The division commanders convened a secret meeting. Lin Bing pressed, Depart. Where to? For what purpose? Some say it is to the province of Dusa, but we are unclear on the specifics. After the secret meeting, the officers were quite strange. Several high-ranking officers entrusted me with messages for their families, including Generals Qin Lu and Wen He. Where are the messages? Emperor Lin interjected for the first time. The young officer glanced back at Emperor Lin, surprised by his dark military judge's uniform, yet unsure of his identity, remained silent. Lin Bing interjected. This is Chief Inspector Emperor Lin. You should know he is a good friend of your Lord Sterling. Answer his question. The young officer reluctantly replied. They are all with me. Emperor Lin coldly ordered. Hand them over. The young officer protested. I promised General Qin Lu I would personally deliver them to his family, even as a military judge. You have no right to inspect the private correspondence of senior officers. Emperor Lin abruptly stood, approaching the door and clapping his hands. Come here. Several nearby soldiers responded promptly. Lin Bing hastily rose. Emperor Lin. There is no need for such measures. We can persuade him amicably, my lord. Search him. Emperor Lin commanded. Pointing at the central military officer, the soldiers swiftly pounced like wolves, overpowering the young officer and pinning him against the desk as he struggled and cursed. You scoundrel. I am a family officer. You have no authority over me. I will report you. One well-trained soldier swiftly slapped him several times, silencing him. Before long, the soldiers retrieved several well-concealed sealed letters from his coat pockets and presented them to Emperor Lin. He weighed the letters in his hand, inspecting the covers. To my wife, Qin Lu, please personally deliver this to my daughter, Lisha Wan He. Please send to number 48, Park Road, Imperial Capital. Emperor Lin signaled for the soldiers to escort the young officer out, then scoffed, unceremoniously tearing open the seals. Lin Bing, watching in astonishment, exclaimed, My lord, what you are doing is illegal. Illegal? What law am I breaking? He pulled out the letters, examining each one carefully, handing them to Lin Bing one by one. Would you like to see? Lin Bing hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the letters and began to read. The contents were not lengthy, filled with sentimental emotion and a sense of tragic melancholy. Yet neither Emperor Lin nor Lin Bing were particularly interested in such sentiments. They focused on the passages of substantive content. Within a letter from Vice Commander Qin Lu, one phrase caused both to hold their breath. Lord Sterling stated that we are to depart to slay the great demon sovereign. Thus, dear one, if they exchanged a glance, and everything became clear. Why had the demon forces remained inactive for so many days? Why were the refugees from the Far East able to enter Valen unimpeded? Why did the demon race forego such a golden opportunity to launch an attack? All the bizarre occurrences that transpired have now been rationally explained. The main forces of the demon race were occupied by the Sterling Legion, who valiantly sacrificed their lives to procure the most precious time for the Valen fortress, thereby ensuring the salvation of countless civilians. Lin Bing held a deep respect. Lord Sterling is truly magnificent. Diling scornfully retorted, Fool. He saved millions of civilians. Rescued the Valen fortress, which equates to saving the entire human world. That is precisely why I call him a fool. Diling angrily exclaimed, What do the lives of millions of worthless peasants matter? Saving a nation relies on its army. He led his most elite troops and his family into a dead end. Utterly foolish. Does he think he is some sort of savior? Bah, just a fool. The more Diling spoke, the angrier he became, his fingers trembling with rage. And that imbecile Zichuan Xiu, I would bet he has been consorting with Sterling, a great fool leading a lesser fool, pig dung teaching excrement, both equally dim-witted. Are they tired of living, to not even manage to avoid drowning themselves? And yet they drag so many down with them. Going to slay the great demon emperor? Swine, do they truly believe themselves to be Zichuan? Lin Bing looked on in astonishment at the inspector general, who, in her memory, had always been composed and indifferent, now losing all decorum and rank. Cursing like a common cart driver, sharp and spiteful, Diling stormed out, shouting, "Copula, prepare the horses, gather our men, bring enough provisions for 6 weeks. And winter tents. Damn it, Copula, where the hell have you gone? Hurry up and get it done. We depart in 3 hours." Lin Bing rushed to the door. "My lord, where are you going?" "Nonsense. I am going to find those 2 fools. The fortress is entrusted to you." Lin Bing was horrified. "My lord, are you mad? The outside is crawling with demons. Your meager forces are insufficient to withstand them." Diling did not turn back, striding forward. Lin Bing hurried after him, grabbing his arm. "Diling, this is suicide. Did you not just say their actions were exceedingly foolish?" Diling continued walking, cursing bitterly. "Indeed, they are 2 utterly hopeless fools." "Ah, yes. Then why are you?" Lin Bing pulled him to a stop. "Stand still." Diling managed a grim smile, a hint of sorrow crossing his exquisite features. "I am the 3rd fool." On the afternoon of January 15th, Diling set out from Valin, aiming for the far east Dusa province, leading over 30,000 troops, all swift cavalry, most hailing from the far east, well acquainted with the local terrain and customs. They had previously served under Diling in the far east, having fought deep into the demon kingdom, making them seasoned veterans, particularly experienced in battling the demon race. Under their guidance, Diling's legion chose obscure mountain paths, evading the oncoming demon hordes on the main roads. Scouts were deployed extensively in advance, proceeding cautiously, shrouded in secrecy. The horses' hooves were muffled with cloth, and soldiers were given strict silence orders, adopting a nocturnal marching schedule, resting during the day in dense forests and only setting off under the cover of darkness. Diling exercised utmost caution, employing such tactics to evade the large demon and rebel forces on the highways, yet completely avoiding the scattered rebels and scouts among the hills proved impossible. Following Diling's orders, the army sent out scouts and sentries 30 miles ahead, concealing or evading upon encountering large groups. The experienced vanguard, adept in jungle warfare, often detected the enemy before they could spot them, while the lax and unsuspecting demon and rebel squads would only realize they were surrounded by thousands of human cavalry at the last moment. When faced with the futility of escape, they seldom resisted fiercely. A mere call of "surrender and you shall not be harmed" often led to their disarmament without a fight. Diling typically personally interrogated a few before ordering their execution, disposing of the bodies in the dense woods by the roadside, where they would likely remain undiscovered for a decade. Diling's army traversed the lesser-known paths of Fuming Province, passing through Gadisa Province. Despite his efforts to select paths rarely trodden by humans, they still encountered numerous secluded villages and often stumbled upon villagers laboring in the woods as the army passed through. It was nearly impossible to do so without causing alarm or leaving traces, especially since the local populace sympathized with the rebels, making it likely that spies lurked among them. Diling ordered, "Kill anyone we see, raze villages, leave not a single soul alive." This command ushered in unthinkable tragedies. On a frigid winter night, the peaceful slumber of the villages was shattered by the clamor of galloping hooves as throngs of human cavalry stormed in. The able-bodied men had long departed for the front lines, leaving behind defenseless women, children, and the elderly. Awakened from their dreams, the villagers cried out in terror, pleading for mercy, while the human commander bellowed, "Leave not a single soul alive." The air filled with wails, lamentations, and the flow of blood. Wherever Diling's forces passed during that accursed dawn, the land was immediately drenched in blood. Countless tranquil homes transformed into raging infernos. Those once vibrant abodes reduced to rubble overnight. By dawn, only wisps of black smoke lingered, accompanied by the faint cries of infants, weak and intermittent. The pure white snow fell silently, quietly covering the devastation, adopting a nocturnal and stealthy approach while ruthlessly silencing witnesses. Diling took a full 12 days to reach Daya province, which lay 2 days' journey from Dusa. Normally, traversing the main route from Valin to Dusa would only take 7 days. However, this approach bore its advantages. Dilin's legion managed to avoid detection by the enemy's large forces, which was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, in the predominantly flat terrain of Dea province, Dilin's luck appeared to have run out as the troops emerged from the mountains. They were caught off guard by a vast supply convoy of the demon race, comprising over 3,000 individuals. This encounter proved unfortunate for both parties. The supply convoy was not a regular army, but rather laborers conscripted from the demon kingdom, tasked with delivering provisions to the demon forces at the Valen front, accompanied by fewer than 200 regular troops for protection. Upon seeing the sudden onslaught of human forces, the laborers scattered in terror, abandoning their carts to hide in the underbrush, with Dilin's cavalry unable to pursue them effectively. The soldiers assigned to guard the convoy, however, retained some resolve, knowing that failure to protect the supplies would also lead to their doom. They fought valiantly to the last moment, refusing to surrender. Dilin was infuriated. This battle yielded little more than a handful of quaking laborers and a mountain-high pile of provisions. He ordered the provisions to be set ablaze immediately, extracting some intelligence from the laborers. In Pi City of Disa province, fierce battles were still raging, reportedly against a formidable adversary named Sterling, who was resisting the divine army. However, such meager gains paled in comparison to the losses incurred from revealing their whereabouts, since their location was compromised. Akin to a person in despair giving up on life, Dilin resolved to unleash chaos. The hundreds of demon laborers met their end by the sword, and beside the towering heap of corpses and the burning supply carts, Dilin left a bloody inscription. A modest gift for His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Please accept it. Yours sincerely, Dilin. He no longer concealed himself, nor did he hide in the deep woods. He boldly raised his own banner. The army advanced swiftly and without pause, encountering the demon infantry's defense near the capital of Dea. Without a moment's respite, Dilin's vanguard launched a direct assault, followed closely by the reinforcements. The unprepared demon infantry, caught off guard, had no choice but to engage in a hasty field battle. In under an hour, the two teams of demon infantry were completely annihilated, leaving not a single survivor to carry the news back. Dilin's forces pressed forward with the speed of the wind and the urgency of fire, fast enough that the demon command could hardly react. Just moments after learning of the human army's approach, they were met with the devastating news of the complete destruction of the Dea infantry regiment, followed by the grim tidings of the obliterated supply convoy. Countless unsuspecting demon squads, caught unawares, fell one after another, their ranks shattered like leaves swept away by a tempest, a thunderbolt striking before one could even cover their ears. Numerous soldiers of the demon race have narrowly escaped the clutches of the mighty army of Emperor Lin. However, when questioned about the details regarding the human military's strength and numbers, they find themselves at a loss for words, merely murmuring, "The Black Skull Banner! The Black Skull Banner!" The mere sight of this emblem is enough to shatter the spirits of these valiant demon warriors, compelling them to flee without a fight. The Black Skull Banner of Emperor Lin symbolizes death and annihilation. Not a single demon soldier can forget the calamity that befell the entire demon kingdom under this banner. As Emperor Lin unleashed his frenzied slaughter, resulting in the death of over 1 million divine race inhabitants, wherever he went, thriving cities were reduced to ruins and beautiful villages turned to scorched earth. Once populous areas are now left with only crows circling above. The demon race harbors a deep-seated hatred for Emperor Lin, intertwined with a profound fear in the folklore of the demon kingdom. The most terrifying demon is indeed Emperor Lin. Tales of him circulate in various embellished versions. Emperor Lin feasts on the flesh of divine children. He drinks the blood of divine maidens. He slaughters 10,000 divine beings before every meal, and another 10,000 afterwards. He sleeps under blankets made of divine skin. His bed is crafted from the bones of the divine. He is impervious to blades and bullets. He possesses 9 lives and 7 heads, each decapitation resulting in the growth of even more. The itinerant storytellers weave the sinister saga of the demon Emperor Lin as the grand finale of their performances, captivating the audiences of less educated demon citizens, who listen with rapt attention, sighing in awe, firmly believing in the tales. Naturally, according to the regulations set forth by the Ministry of Culture of the Demon Kingdom, every story must conclude with a glorious and uplifting ending, demonstrating that justice must ultimately triumph over evil. Thus, the tales typically end with, "Our great divine emperor, ordained by heaven, ultimately brandishing the sword of the warrior to save the world. He engages in a 3-day and 3-night battle with the evil demon Emperor Lin, during which he proclaims Imulasa, unleashing his most formidable skills, a flash of red or white light, and amidst a resounding boom, the malevolent demon Emperor Lin is vanquished. Henceforth, the virtuous divine beings live in happiness and contentment. However, unfortunately, this orthodox folklore has given rise to an unexpected consequence. Within the simple minds of the demon soldiers, a firm belief has gradually formed that only our unparalleled divine emperor can defeat the wicked Emperor Lin. In other words, before the ordained emperor takes action, no one stands a chance against that demon. Other so-called warriors, strongmen, renowned generals, and great figures are merely fit to become the demon's sacrificial offerings. Let alone us on the western bank of the Gray Water River. A cacophony of terror reverberates. The creature with 9 lives, the demon who devours children and women, the phantom impervious to blades, the cold-hearted demon. The most terrifying monster in the world, Emperor Lin, he has arrived. The demon soldiers are indeed brave. For their revered emperor, they can charge forth unflinchingly, yet the fear of the demon Emperor Lin has taken deep root in their hearts, reaching a level of superstition akin to their dread of spirits and the heavens, a terror that cannot be suppressed by mere courage. The mere thought of confronting that legendary demon fills nearly everyone with despair. Smaller units become a flurry of chaos, hastily rushing to join the main force. The larger army, in turn, becomes panicked, quickly scattering into the depths of the mountains and forests, too frightened to show their faces. Some valiant demon commanders declare their intent to confront Emperor Lin in a decisive battle. However, as soon as the orders are given, half of the soldiers defect, while the other half clamors for a mutiny. Running hither and thither in confusion, uncertain of where safety lies, those already wavering within the rebel ranks take note of this and follow suit. Overnight, more than 100,000 mixed forces of snakefolk and beastmen stationed on the western bank of the Gray Water River scatter like leaves in the wind. The rebel soldiers hastily retreating to their villages, abandoning their weapons to pick up rusty hoes, adopting a demeanor of humble simplicity, claiming, "We are the most loyal subjects of the Zichuan family." Villagers of the snake folk, beastmen, and dwarves along the roadside kneel in reverence to welcome the passage of the human army, eagerly offering up provisions and treasures from their villages, beautiful bones, 3-legged toads, and what they perceive as stunning half-beast maidens, this beauty as dark as coal. Nearly 2 meters tall, with long hair adorning her face, beyond the initial day of battle, Emperor Lin's forces encounter no significant resistance. The hooves of their horses trample unimpeded through the deserted rebel camp, effortlessly claiming it as their own. The vanguard advances to the western bank of the Gray Water River, gazing across at the besieging army led by Zichuan Xiu, where one can faintly discern the silhouette of Pi City. Yet between the reinforcements and Pi City lies a formidable alliance of over 1 million rebellious demon troops, the landscape filled with the sinister formations of demon soldiers, colorful tents, and fortifications stretching for miles in a display of rigorous defense. Despite Zichuan Xiu's utmost efforts to suppress the news, the arrival of Emperor Lin sends shockwaves through the besieging army on the eastern bank, as various rumors spread like wildfire within the ranks. Emperor Lin has come. He brings with him an army of 1 million humans. Our assault on the 40,000 vanguard of Valin has been completely obliterated. Heavens! I heard that Emperor Lin devours our people piece by piece. Indeed, I saw with my own eyes. In the morning, Emperor Lin feasted on a dozen of our divine kin steamed. At noon he consumed a dozen of our divine kin stir-fried. And for dinner, he had another dozen boiled. They say he even has a midnight snack. Isn't that terrifying? During the first campaign, Zichuan Xiu had encountered Emperor Lin, and he, of course, did not believe in the absurd notions that Emperor Lin is a demon. Emperor Lin is a monster. However, the thoughts of a commander do not equate to the beliefs of countless subordinates. Despite his repeated attempts to instill the correct perspective among his men, that Emperor Lin is an exceptional human general. Not a monster, and he is not invincible. He too can be wounded, bleed, and die. The impact was minimal. His subordinates nodded in agreement on the surface, but behind his back, they whispered tales of the demon Emperor Lin's boundless powers and supernatural abilities. The morale within the demon and rebel camps became increasingly unstable, with daily shocks and inexplicable cries of "He has come," sending entire squads of soldiers fleeing in terror within the rebel ranks every night. Numerous soldiers attempting to escape were captured, prompting Zichuan Xiu to execute a number of these deserters. Yet, the morale remained precarious. and the panic among the rebel troops even spread to the regular demon army, leading to desertion among them as well. An unfathomable occurrence for an army that had been undefeated since the onset of war. In moments of utmost despair, Zichuan Xiu even contemplated whether to withdraw his forces to evade the imposing might of Emperor Lin. Upon learning of Zichuan Xiu's plight, the demon Prince Kalen, serving as an overseer, chuckled, patting his chest, and declared, "Leave it all to me." He mysteriously gathered his subordinates, proclaiming that the divine emperor had foreseen the demon Emperor Lin's arrival and had entrusted him with a royal treasure, a large stack of what appeared to be grass paper, which was indeed just that, specifically designed to counteract Emperor Lin's magical powers, asserting that the time has come for this treasure to be put to use. However, Zichuan Xiu hesitated. His opponent was none other than the terrifying Emperor Lin. The ruthless Emperor Lin, who was also known for his impeccable strategies and infallibility. Such a formidable adversary would not make such a fundamental mistake as to approach with so few troops. Daring to gaze across the river at him, what was his true motivation? What schemes did he harbor? In the early morning, Zichuan Xiu ascended a high platform, gazing blankly across the river at Emperor Lin's bustling camp, where soldiers hurried back and forth, feeding horses, breaking ice for water, cooking soup, eating breakfast, assembling, training, resting, and playing. Some were even bathing in the river, flying kites, and watering their horses. He continued to observe until the sun set. Rubbing his weary eyes, he discerned nothing unusual as night fell. He sat on the high platform, lost in thought. The opposing camp appeared to conduct itself as any ordinary military encampment would, everything seemingly normal and natural. This was precisely what was most abnormal. 1,000,000 divine troops were poised to strike, and yet they remained so composed and unhurried. Zichuan Xiu wrestled with his thoughts, attempting to analyze Emperor Lin's movements as he typically would, laying out all known information. First, Emperor Lin's objective is likely to come to the aid of the Sterling Legion. Second, Emperor Lin's forces are not numerous. Third, our army is robust, capable of annihilating Emperor Lin's entire force in a single field battle. Fourth, Emperor Lin is fully aware of the latter 2 points yet still traveled thousands of miles, deliberately provoking him. Zichuan Xiu managed a bitter smile, regardless of his analysis, based on the available information. He could only conclude 3 possibilities. First, Emperor Lin is tired of living. Second, Emperor Lin has lost his sanity. Third, Emperor Lin is overconfident, harboring some ulterior scheme. The first 2 possibilities are deemed impossible and dismissed outright. But what exactly is this so-called trick? It remains elusive. Zichuan Xiu, racked with thought, struggles painfully, feeling a sense of inadequacy for the first time in his life despite his self-assured intelligence. Meanwhile, his subordinates, a group of overly courageous yet intellectually deficient demon generals, approach with suggestions. The army should cross the river immediately and annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Faced with this shallow-minded and short-sighted bunch, Zichuan Xiu finds himself exasperated. He is compelled to guide the generals towards deeper contemplation. Our adversary is none other than Diling, our kingdom's most formidable foe, a renowned general of the Zichuan family. Do you truly believe he would be so foolish as to present himself for our easy consumption? What schemes might his actions conceal? Could he be laying a trap for us? The generals, recognizing the wisdom in Zichuan Xiu's words, begin to ponder earnestly, except for the simple-minded Lu Di, who cannot reconcile himself with being a subordinate to that detestable pretty boy, who continues to protest. What trickery matters? He has come to us, so we should simply devour him. Consequently, Zichuan Xiu is forced to expel him in frustration and pounds the table to set the tone for the meeting. We are not here to debate whether the enemy has a trick. There is certainly a trick. We just cannot yet discern it. Our discussion should center on the nature of that trick. Once the meeting's facilitator has made a decisive statement, proceedings flow smoothly. The demon generals propose a series of alarming hypotheses. First, Diling's army has brought forth a terrifying new weapon of mass destruction. It is said that humans have so-called magicians whose magical cannons can obliterate tens of thousands in a single blast. Zichuan Xiu bellows. Then why is he still waiting? Second, Diling's soldiers are all disciples of the left Jiaming Wang or the sword Saint Lao. Imagine, 30 to 40,000 left Jiaming Wangs and Lao combined could easily obliterate the entire demon kingdom and the demon realm. Zichuan Xiu retorts, I would rather he destroy you, you pig-headed fool. Third, The waters of the Gray Water River have been transformed into flammable black oil by Diling, ready to ignite the moment we attempt to cross. Zichuan Xiu counters, "You've been drinking black oil every day, yet you haven't died yet, have you?" Fourth, on the seemingly flat ground across the river, Diling's army has concealed countless traps and mechanisms, with dozens of mass graves awaiting the divine army's misstep. Zichuan Xiu scoffs, "In this weather, the ground is frozen solid. I'll give you 10,000 men. Try to dig a mass grave." The demon generals unleash their imaginations, fabricating one terrifying scenario after another, to the point where even they feel a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, no one dares to resurrect the tale of Diling, the great demon lord's boundless powers. The only plausible theory arises: the force we see before us is merely a vanguard of a much larger army, a decoy with formidable reinforcements lying in wait nearby, ready to ambush us as soon as we cross the river, cutting us off and annihilating us from both sides. Zichuan Xiu and the majority of the generals concur with this assessment, leaving only one question: where exactly is this formidable reinforcement? They exchange glances. In the harsh winter, with most leaves fallen, suitable hiding places are scarce, let alone enough to conceal hundreds of thousands of troops. The generals express their concerns. "We must not act rashly and grant the enemy an opportunity." Zichuan Xiu feels a sense of satisfaction after his guidance. "The demon generals have matured considerably." He summarizes the meeting. "Indeed, we must plan thoroughly before acting, first uncovering the enemy's true nature. If we choose to act, it must be in a manner that renders them utterly irreparable, leaving them with no place to bury their dead." In accordance with the command center's directives, a large contingent of scouts is dispatched, the spies from the demon race and the traitors race along the banks of the Gray Water River, searching tirelessly. After sunset, most return empty-handed. The command center believes the searches lack thoroughness. The following day, they reinforce the scout teams and expand the search radius, yet still find nothing. Ultimately, the scouts receive a dire order: do not return until you locate the enemy's hidden troops. For 3 consecutive days, the demon scouts endure biting winds and heavy snow, starving and freezing, obeying orders to locate a non-existent army on the plain. They toil tirelessly in the icy wilderness, enduring hunger without a single warm meal or sip of water. Their only relief comes from molding snow into their mouths to quench their thirst slowly. They work ceaselessly, diligently overturning every stone, examining every ant's identification beneath trees, if such a thing existed, even numbering the birds that fly overhead. Discovering a faint set of footprints can send them into a frenzy of excitement, only to later realize they belong to themselves or their companions from a mere quarter-hour prior. After 3 days of exhaustive searching, the most meticulous efforts yield naught. The scout commander assures Zichuan Xiu, within a radius of 200 square kilometers, there is no second human army. That if there is one, it must be invisible. During these 3 days, Zichuan Xiu has grown noticeably haggard. The activities within Diling's camp have been shrouded in mystery. Suspiciously quiet, and such an unnatural calm often heralds an impending storm. It is clear that Diling is preparing to strike. Zichuan Xiu is so troubled that he cannot sleep at night, fearing Diling has come well prepared. Having thoroughly assessed his army's situation, he believes that when Diling finally acts, it will be nothing short of cataclysmic. Consumed by worry, he ponders endlessly the nature of Diling's schemes and plots, yet remains utterly perplexed. To brace for the impending dreadful blow, he prohibits any offensive actions and tightens troop formations to prevent Diling from picking them off one by one. However, he is even more concerned about being ambushed by the elusive, mysterious force. Dreading a repeat of the last disastrous surprise attack on his camp, his anxiety deprives him of sleep, often prompting him to rise at midnight to check on his men, toiling to the point that he has sprouted a few strands of gray hair. Ultimately, he resolves to risk everything. Beyond a 200-kilometer radius, even if Diling has hidden troops, it would be too late for him to intervene. On the 3rd day of February in the year 780, after 5 or 6 days of stalemate, 300,000 demon and traitor forces crossed the river in 3 waves, charging fiercely toward Diling's camp across the river. They successfully encircled it, leaving no escape route, yet encountered no resistance. The camp lay silent, devoid of arrows or any signs of defense. The sense of foreboding welled up within Zichuan Xiu, but it was too late. Before he could issue commands, the reckless Lu Di had already led 5,000 suicide squad members into the camp. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from within. Zichuan Xiu shouted, "This is bad. Withdraw immediately." To his astonishment, Lu Di emerged unscathed. Cursing, "Those bastards, their isn't soul inside." Stunned, Zichuan Xiu refused to believe it and personally led troops into the camp, only to find it desolate, in disarray, collapsed tents, abandoned belongings, wooden scraps, and scattered papers littering the ground. Just last night, Diling had stealthily and quietly departed with his troops. Zichuan Xiu's mouth fell agape in disbelief, a sensation of constriction in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Heartbroken, he lamented that he had fallen victim to Diling's ruse of an empty city, suffering yet another defeat. However, one question perplexed him. What could have compelled Diling to take such a significant risk to come here? Only to leave in a hurry. What was his true intention? In Pi City, at dusk, gazing upon the endless sea of enemy tents, Commander Sterling let out a soft sigh, overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue. He had initially hoped the demon army would tire of the protracted siege and retreat, yet it was becoming apparent that this hope was futile. They had been surrounded for 9 days with no signs of withdrawal. Just as he prepared to depart, something in his line of sight caught his attention. Beneath the dim sky, numerous kites soared high, peculiarly enough, not only from the human soldiers but also from the demon ranks. "What is going on?" Sterling inquired. Pointing at the soldiers on their side who were flying kites, the accompanying Colonel Wenha casually explained, "Perhaps the soldiers are bored after these days and are simply looking for something to entertain themselves? My lord, rest assured, I will strengthen discipline." "That's not it," Sterling mused, furrowing his brow. "This is not the season for kite flying, and I have never heard of the demons engaging in such a custom. Why are both sides suddenly partaking in the same pastime? It is highly unusual." Summon someone to inquire. Wenha thought it trivial. What was so unusual about bored soldiers flying kites? Nevertheless, he called over a wandering soldier. "You, come here. Lord Sterling has a question for you." The soldier was momentarily startled and hurriedly approached, standing at attention. "Reporting, my lord. I am from the 5th Squad of the 3rd Detachment of the 7th Division of the Central Army." All right. When he impatiently interrupted him, "No one is interested in which squad you belong to." The soldier's face flushed crimson. "Let him finish," Sterling said gently. The soldier cast a grateful glance at Sterling and once again declared loudly, "I report to you, my lord, that Sergeant Li Ji of the 1st Squad of the 5th Detachment of the 3rd Brigade of the 7th Division of the Central Army is here." Sergeant Li Ji, Sterling subtly glanced at Wenhe, then continued, "Now, there is a matter I would like to inquire about, Sergeant." "At your service, my lord." "I noticed many people are flying kites here, not just our men, but those on the opposite side." Sterling gestured towards the demon army's position, "are doing the same. Can you explain this to me, Sergeant Li Ji?" Li Ji grinned widely. "My lord, it's quite simple. A couple of days ago, many kites with broken strings floated in from somewhere. Some landed on their side, and some on ours. With nothing else to do, everyone picked them up to play with. The demon soldiers over there followed suit and began to imitate us. That's all, my lord." Sterling nodded. "Thank you, Sergeant." Just as Li Ji was saluting to leave, Sterling suddenly called him back. "Sergeant, could you do me a favor and bring me a kite to examine?" "Of course." "Oh, no, I am at your service, my lord." He dashed off and quickly returned, handing over a kite. "My lord, here it is." Sterling and several high-ranking officers leaned in to inspect it. The kite was a rudimentary creation made of wooden slats and thin paper. The deputy commander of the Legion, Qin Lu, chuckled beside them. "The craftsmanship leaves much to be desired." Sterling turned the kite over and noticed a crooked line of text written on the paper side. "To arrive at the military order. 8 is like a secret day. None can be 7, 3, 5, 10, 1, 2. Only by holding on will it be steadfast." His eyes brightened, and he suddenly found his breath quickening as he whispered, "Quick, give me a pen and a piece of paper." His voice was somewhat hoarse. The accompanying officers hastily complied, and Sterling lowered his head, contemplating for a moment, then began to scribble furiously on the paper. While writing, he looked up and asked Li Ji, "Sergeant, do you remember which direction the kite came from?" Li Ji pondered for a moment and pointed, "That way, the west." "Are you certain?" Sterling's tone was laced with barely contained excitement, his eyes shining with joy. The senior officers exchanged glances, puzzled. What could have stirred the lord so much over a mere kite? Qin Lu inquired with confusion, "My lord, you..." "It's nothing," Sterling interjected, gesturing towards the nonsensical text on the paper. "From right to left, skip 2 characters to read 1. Give it a try." Qin Lu hesitated and stammered through the reading. "Steadfast, hold, 27 days. Hold steadfast for 27 days, and reinforcements will arrive. Sterling read aloud in one breath, raising his head to survey the officers. Gentlemen, reinforcements have arrived. It is His Excellency, Inspector General Diling. He endeavored to sound composed. Yet his voice trembled uncontrollably. A profound silence enveloped them, and as the officers finally processed the news, they erupted into fervent cheers. Within an hour, this splendid news spread throughout the entire city of Pai, where starving and freezing soldiers were moved to tears, not only from the glimmer of hope for survival, but, more importantly, from the realization, in defense of our nation, we have sacrificed ourselves. We have fought valiantly amidst the encirclement, and we have not been abandoned. Our families are still striving to rescue us. Our distant kin are still exerting every effort to save us. Chapter 4. The Benevolent Demon. My lord. The attendant gently roused the lightly sleeping Deputy Commander Lin Bing of the Warren Fortress. The duty officer wishes to see you. He says the situation is urgent. Lin Bing instantly awoke. Sitting up, have him wait. I will be there shortly. Since January 10th, upon learning that the demon army had commenced a large-scale assault on humanity, she had not once shed her military garb. Always sleeping in her uniform, and after hastily arranging her hair, she made her way out. Awaiting her at the door was not only the duty officer, but also Lin Bing's aide, Atlan, in his crimson attire. Upon seeing Lin Bing's composed demeanor, admiration flickered in Atlan's eyes. Lin Bing consistently exuded an air of tranquility. Even when abruptly awakened at this late hour, she appeared utterly unflustered, her attire and demeanor as elegant and impeccable as ever. Atlan saluted and succinctly stated, "My lord, I apologize for disturbing your rest. The duty officer reports that there is a situation with the demons." Lin Bing raised an eyebrow. "Are they planning a surprise attack?" She glanced at the duty officer. "It doesn't seem that way." Atlan hesitated. Seemingly at a loss for words, Lin Bing felt a twinge of surprise. She remembered Atlan as a forthright individual. Eventually, Atlan ventured, "My lord, it's difficult to describe. It would be best for you to see it personally from the city." At 2 in the morning. In the dead of winter's chill, with snowflakes falling and the north wind howling, Lin Bing looked at Atlan with astonishment. Noticing the seriousness etched on his face, she nodded, "Very well." Internally, she silently vowed that should there be no issue, she would personally send this audacious individual who dared disrupt her dreams to the depths of hell. The biting cold wind pierced through her thick winter uniform, stinging her face and fingers like needles. As they made their way, they encountered very few people. Treading carefully over the thin ice on the steps, they ascended to the battlements, with Lin Bing's guards following closely behind, holding flickering torches to light their path. Beneath the dim glow of the torches atop the wall, the sentry soldiers, huddled and shivering, immediately sprang to attention and saluted upon their arrival. That in some posts, they encountered soldiers who had fallen asleep, prompting Lin Bing to unceremoniously deliver a sharp kick to the unfortunate fellow's backside. Observing the duty officer's astonishment, Atlan explained, "It is for his own good. Falling asleep is dangerous." From a distance, the eastern battlements appeared deserted, a vast expanse of darkness, with thin ice and accumulated snow reflecting the pale light of the snow. Before Lin Bing could approach, a deep male voice called out from the shadows, "Halt!" Midnight starlight. Both Lin Bing and Atlan were taken aback, and the duty officer behind them quickly responded, "Carmel." Lin Bing then realized this was the password being queried by the sentry. Several fully armed archers emerged from the wall's shadowy recesses, and upon recognizing Lin Bing, they promptly saluted, "My lord." Lin Bing returned the gesture sincerely, saying, "You have all worked hard." She turned to Atlan, who hastily pointed, "My lord, look in that direction. There's a bright light over there." Lin Bing turned and gazed into the distance. Amidst the endless expanse of white snow, a conspicuous glow flickered in the darkness that marked the location of the demon camp, where the bright flames illuminated the silhouettes of many dark figures moving about. Although they were far away, the sounds of commotion wafted on the wind, with indistinct shouts from the demon soldiers, commands from their officers, the sounds of galloping hooves, and the clashing of weapons resonating in the air. To ensure Lin Bing understood, Atlan further elucidated, "My lord, that is not the glow of bonfires. Bonfires do not produce such brightness." Lin Bing nodded, having realized that what she had initially mistaken for bonfire light was, in fact, a raging inferno. She turned to inquire, "When did this start?" Atlan replied, About 20 minutes ago, I observed for roughly 5 minutes before rushing to report to you. Lin Bing nodded and straightforwardly asked, a sudden fire in the demon camp at midnight. What do you make of it? The duty officer, Atlan, and the sentries exchanged glances, remaining silent. Lin Bing furrowed her brow and urged, speak up. Atlan mustered his courage. My lord, I believe our allies are breaking through. They have launched a night raid against the demons and are currently assaulting their blockade, and there are quite a number of them. When the demons first established their encirclement around Warren Fortress, many human soldiers and civilians who had not managed to retreat in time attempted to breach the demon blockade to reach Warren, but very few succeeded. The following morning, the encircling demon soldiers would arrogantly discard the mangled corpses of the failed escapees outside the fortress, using it as a demonstration against the defending human troops. As time passed, the number of escaping human soldiers dwindled, and it had been over half a month since any had been seen. In the silence, an archer voiced a dissenting opinion. It could also be a trap laid by the demons to lure us. His voice was barely audible, as if he too understood the weakness of his argument. The duty officer reproached him. To lure us into a trap, they would burn down half of their camp. Atlan exclaimed, my lord. He struggled to find the right words, gazing anxiously at Lin Bing. Lin Bing wearily wiped her face. Remaining silent in this moment, she longed for the existence of those bright eyes behind her, eyes belonging to a frail figure housing the greatest soul of the contemporary era. Under his gaze, no matter what she undertook, she brimmed with confidence. As long as he was present, any adversity could be surmounted. Oh, Lord Guangxing, if you were still here, what decisions would you make? Lin Bing raised her head and declared, issue orders to the troops to immediately exit the city and assist our allies. In the cold, dark hours of dawn, the Valin garrison launched a fierce and sudden assault on the demon forces outside the city. Treading upon the soft, accumulated snow, the human infantry formed multiple lines and advanced towards the demon positions, their torches creating a mesmerizing spectacle in the night. Due to the frigid weather, the demons had not stationed many troops at the forefront. Their night patrols, upon catching sight of the human cavalry's gleaming sabers, hastily fled, knowing well that in such darkness, arrows were nearly futile against the oncoming cavalry. Under Lin Bing's direct command, the human forces surged forward, targeting the brightest flames. They encountered no resistance from the demons, the scattered demon units, upon witnessing the approaching human army, fled in terror. This unexpected ease of progress made Lin Bing suspicious, especially as some camps that should have been heavily fortified stood eerily empty. Or had their forces vanished? Her doubts were soon resolved when she beheld a scene that left her awestruck. A vast expanse of tents, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, ablaze, casting an infernal glow upon the darkened sky. As bright as midday, amidst the burning tents, a fierce melee unfolded between the two armies. By the flickering firelight, Lin Bing witnessed a harrowing sight. Thousands of demon infantry, armed with spears and shields, formed both skirmish lines and phalanxes. The front ranks bristled with countless sharp blades and shields, creating a metallic glint that was truly spine-chilling. This moving wall of weapons was nothing short of a living death trap. From the shadows beyond the tents, large groups of human cavalry suddenly emerged, brandishing their sabers as they charged at the demon formations, only to be pierced one by the demons' long spears. Collapsing to the ground amidst their anguished cries, the subsequent troops pressed forward recklessly, many cavalrymen seemingly intent on self-destruction, colliding at high speed into that veritable forest of blades, using their bodies as shields for those that followed. Carving a bloody path through the fearsome ranks of the demons, the chaos was deafening, filled with the clamor of battle cries, the screams of the mortally wounded, and the tragic whinnies of leg-injured warhorses lying on the ground. The sparks from sabers striking shields illuminated the night, while panicked steeds dragged their injured riders in disarray, trampling the immobilized demon casualties, who let out blood-curdling wails. When Lin Bing's forces arrived, the ground was already strewn with corpses, the scene resembling a hellish battlefield. Lin Bing's face paled. She could not recall any human unit so valiant and unyielding that even the battle-hardened demon army was forced to retreat. She immediately commanded her subordinates to launch an attack from the rear against the demons, to assist the breaching allies. Caught between foes, the demon phalanx fell into disarray, slowly being pushed back until it ultimately scattered in retreat. The weakened center collapsing under the pressure, allowing a multitude of cavalry to surge through the breach. Lin Bing leapt forward and inquired, "May I ask which unit the breaching allies belong to?" A group of horsemen approached, and amidst a cluster of black-clad cavalry, one rider calmly replied, "It is I." Above him, a black flag fluttered in the wind, blending seamlessly with the night, causing Lin Bing to overlook it until now. She gasped, "Lord Inspector." On the night of February 7th, 780, when Lin Bing, the garrison commander of Valin Fortress, beheld the family inspector general appear before her unscathed, she was as astonished as if she had encountered a prehistoric dinosaur. On the 15th of the previous month, Emperor Lin had disregarded her counsel and forcefully departed to rescue Sterling, after which he had vanished without a trace, missing for over 20 days in the demon-infested and rebellious territories. Lin Bing had presumed that Emperor Lin and his army of over 30,000 had perished. Deep down, she felt a twinge of regret for the demise of such a young and talented officer. But her greater concern lay in how to report his death to the command center. The inspector general of her family had perished in her own defense zone, despite her utmost efforts to prevent it. Explaining this to the capital and convincing them of her complete lack of responsibility would prove exceedingly difficult. Therefore, when she saw Emperor Lin's troops return safely, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "My lord, you are unharmed. This is truly wonderful," Lin Bing expressed sincerely. Emperor Lin nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Vice Commander Lin, for your assistance." He surveyed the surroundings and noted that no demons remained to resist. Yet the sounds of battle echoed in the distance as Lin Bing's men continued to pursue the fleeing demon forces that he informed Lin Bing. "Your Excellency, we have only encountered a portion of the enemy's forces. The main army of Demon Commander Ling Buxiu is on its way here. We should retreat." Lin Bing nodded. The joy of victory did not cloud her judgment. She understood that their current success was merely a result of a surprise attack that had caught the demons off guard. If they were to engage the demon main forces on the plains, her own assault troops combined with Emperor Lin's remnants would be woefully inadequate, and there was no need to risk a confrontation with the demons. Before Ling Buxiu's troops could arrive, Lin Bing ordered the gates of Valin to be opened to welcome Emperor Lin's forces into the city. She and Emperor Lin patrolled the walls of Valin. Watching the troops stream in below, Lin Bing turned to Emperor Lin and asked, "Inspector General, I find it rather strange that your unit did not bring a rear-guard medical team for the wounded." Emperor Lin shook his head. "My unit has no wounded." Lin Bing's eyes widened. "Your forces have been engaged in battle within demon-occupied territories for over 20 days. And yet there are no casualties?" Emperor Lin replied nonchalantly, "In the province of Fuming, to expedite our movements, I abandoned the wounded and those soldiers who had lost their horses." Lin Bing was taken aback. Halting in her tracks, Emperor Lin took a few steps before realizing, turning back to ask, "What is it?" In his gaze and demeanor, she detected no hint of jest, gazing into Emperor Lin's cold pupils. An uncontrollable chill rose from her heart. Lin Bing was not an inflexible humanitarian. She believed that sometimes the sacrifice of a few was necessary to save the many, however, to act as Emperor Lin had. She shook her head, recalling the heart-wrenching cries and pleas of the thousands of wounded left to perish in the snow by the roadside in Fuming Province. Her fingers trembled involuntarily as Emperor Lin turned away. Aware of her thoughts yet indifferent, he felt no guilt or remorse regarding the matter. It was a necessity at the time, and he viewed it as a natural course of action. Their only path to survival lay in retreating before the organized gathering of demon forces could intercept them. Their sole escape route was to run, charge, run, charge, run. It was a veritable nightmare on the Eastern Highway. Emperor Lin's light cavalry raced furiously, leaving the wounded and fallen comrades behind. Akin to ravenous vultures fleeing from hunters, they barreled through checkpoints and seized positions, their ferocious assaults scattering the demon sentries in disarray. By the time they managed to regroup a sufficient force to turn back, only a haze of dust and yellow fog remained where Emperor Lin's army had swiftly vanished into the distance. Even so, despite avoiding large-scale organized ambushes, they encountered skirmishes with scattered enemy forces, and as they neared Valin, the enemy ranks only grew denser, particularly during the final battle to break through the demon blockade outside Valin. The cavalry launched a desperate and frenzied charge, knowing that only by defeating the enemy could they secure their own survival. Yet, due to the valorous nature of Ling Buxiu's troops, especially their stubborn infantry, the Emperor Lin's forces struggled to break through. Thankfully, Lin Bing's timely assistance prevented what could have been a total annihilation. Even so, of the over 30,000 troops who had departed with Emperor Lin, Only around 20,000 returned safely to Valin Fortress, with most of the casualties occurring during that last skirmish. Emperor Lin succinctly recounted the events they had witnessed along the way to Lin Bing. Lin Bing's countenance was grave, for the strength of the demonic forces surpassed her expectations. She comprehended the immense weight of the responsibility resting upon her shoulders. Should Valin fall, 1,000,000 demons would surge forth. Leaving humanity defenseless, she nodded in silence, inquiring, "My lord, do you mean?" As it stands, relying on military might to rescue Sterling and the Central Army is utterly impossible, Emperor Lin declared. The only hope for their salvation lies not on the Pi battlefield, but within the imperial capital, and swiftly, for they cannot endure much longer. Vice Commander Lin, I have a request. Could you prepare the fastest carriage to the capital? Ah, a carriage. The abrupt shift in topic left Lin Bing momentarily bewildered. Lin furrowed his brow and reiterated, I need the swiftest carriage, with the finest drivers to be rotated day and night. Furthermore, dispatch scouts to notify the relay stations along the way to prepare replacement horses. It must be done immediately. Taken aback, Lin Bing refrained from further questioning and hastened to comply as the scouts bearing her orders set off. Emperor Lin, without taking the time to change his attire, entered the carriage. Lin Bing was slightly astonished. She had not anticipated that Emperor Lin would personally return. She urged, My lord, your journey has already been arduous. It would be wiser to rest first or send a subordinate back to manage matters. Lin shook his head. The situation is complex. It is imperative that I make this journey myself. Moreover, time is of the essence, and I cannot entrust this to another. He nodded in gratitude to Lin Bing. Thank you, Vice Commander Lin. With a commanding voice, he called out, Let us depart. The driver cracked the whip, and amidst the clattering of hooves, the carriage began its journey, flanked by a cavalry escort as they exited Valin through the western gate at that hour. The sky had yet to brighten, the eastern horizon faintly reddening. Standing still, gazing at the dust kicked up by the departing convoy, Lin Bing mulled over Emperor Lin's words. Though their meaning eluded her, a sigh of relief escaped her. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an odd sense of ease at his departure. From Valin Fortress to the imperial capital, the towns and villages along the way had sounded alarm bells, as the living took up arms to prepare for the onslaught of the demonic destroyers. Even the most remote hamlets spontaneously organized self-defense groups to assemble. Clouds of dust rose along the roads, where newly recruited militia soldiers marched in large numbers. Most were impoverished farmers clad in tattered garments, wielding rudimentary weapons like pitchforks and hoes. In contrast to the well-uniformed, gleaming weapons of the regular noble troops seen months prior, they appeared decidedly modest and shabby. The militia's ranks moved in silence, resolute and foreboding, the only sound the soft rustle of bare feet upon the muddy path. Their sun-baked faces bore lips pressed tightly, betraying determination and resolve. Emperor Lin scrutinized them with the discerning eye of a seasoned veteran, feeling a sense of satisfaction with their demeanor. This was the very spirit he had long sought, an essence vital for triumph on the battlefield, yet one he had not discerned in the ranks of the Purple River King's army months ago. At this critical juncture of survival, he finally found it, bringing him a measure of solace. Humanity was not entirely devoid of hope, as a faint glimmer still flickered. The convoy journeyed relentlessly, without pause. And by the time Emperor Lin and his escort entered the imperial capital's gates, it was deep into the night of February 11th. The once tranquil and serene capital now bore the palpable tension of impending war. With military encampments sprawling outside, a stark white expanse, even along the main thoroughfares, soldiers lay sleeping in the shadows. By the flags and uniforms, it was evident that the majority of these troops were drawn from the western frontier garrisons. Emperor Lin counted and noted no fewer than 5 or 6 divisions present. The entire capital was under military vigilance. The gate guards conducted rigorous inspections of passers-by. Emperor Lin instructed his guards to present Vice Commander Lin Bing's orders, certifying their status as messengers from Valin. He dared not reveal his true identity, for the capital was now under the control of Luo Minghai, and to enter openly with only 100 guards would be exceedingly reckless. As they passed through the central square, a procession blocked the street. Peering through the carriage window, Emperor Lin observed a throng marching forward, brandishing torches and diverse banners, their slogans proclaiming, "Down with the demons. Resist the invasion, and the Far East is our holy war." The crowd comprised mostly civilians of all ages, alongside numerous uniformed soldiers, all bearing expressions of indignation that on a raised platform, an elderly man passionately delivered a speech. Reclaim our lands. Soldiers, stand tall and engage in a bloody battle. The demon forces are upon us. Brave assaults will crush the enemy, just as our ancestors once did. You shall prove. At that moment, a gap appeared in the street, and the carriage began to move, rendering the rest of the speech inaudible. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Long life. Down with the demons. Attack, attack, reclaim the Far East. Amidst the rumbling of the carriage, Emperor Lin suppressed his inner fury, silently closing his eyes, contemplating. Fools, do you not see? Without the shelter of Valen Fortress, any aggressive move against the demons would be an egregiously foolish act of suicide. If our forces are annihilated on the eastern plains, we shall lose our last stand, and the entire human race will face extinction. Our civilization shall be obliterated, and our descendants will forever become slaves to the demons. The carriage halted, and someone lifted the curtain to peer inside, saying, "My lord, we have arrived." Emperor Lin opened his eyes, disembarked, and stretched his stiffened limbs. Before him stood the estate left to him by the former commander's only daughter, Zichuan Ning. Zichuan Ning was roused from her slumber by an anxious servant. It was already past 1 in the morning. "Miss, many soldiers have arrived outside." In her drowsiness, Zichuan Ning took a moment to grasp the servant's meaning, hurriedly dressing and seizing a sword to head to the parlor. The front hallway was brightly lit, shadows flickering as soldiers with torches illuminated the scene, their imposing military boots leaving dark imprints on the exquisite carpet. A squad of black-clad constables was forcibly escorting Cadden, pushing her forward roughly. Cadden, clad only in her nightgown, had evidently been yanked from her bed in the dead of night. Zichuan Ning's servants stood helplessly by, their expressions fraught with fear, none daring to intervene. Witnessing this scene, a surge of anger welled up within Zichuan Ning. She swiftly dashed to the doorway, blocking the entrance, and commanded, "Halt." The squad leader barked rudely, "You little girl, step aside, if you keep making a fuss." He halted mid-sentence as a cold blade pressed against his front. Zichuan Ning, her hair slightly disheveled, brow furrowed, eyes radiating an intimidating coldness, spoke in a low voice. "Listen, I am the daughter of Zichuan Yuanxing, the niece of Zichuan Sanxing, the next head of the family. Zichuan Ning, what do you intend to do with me?" Her words were laced with a chilling intensity, imbued with an aura of authority that caused even the battle-hardened men to instinctively step back. The squad leader, startled, took several steps back before kneeling in submission. "I was unaware of Miss Zichuan's identity and have caused offense. Please forgive me." Following suit, the soldiers in the parlor knelt in unison, pleading, "Please spare us, Mississippi. Rise." Zichuan Ning commanded sternly. Witnessing their fear sparked a flicker of pride within her. She then inquired of the trembling squad leader, "Who ordered you to come and arrest people?" The squad leader stammered, under Zichuan Ning's penetrating gaze. He lowered his head, rendered speechless. Zichuan Ning swept her gaze around, noting the soldiers averting their eyes. The familiar voice called from outside. "It was I." Surrounded by several torch-bearing soldiers, Emperor Lin appeared at the doorway with a smile. He had been silently observing the entire ordeal from outside, inwardly chastising his subordinates. Incompetent fools! How could so many be intimidated by a mere girl? He had initially intended to remain in the shadows, but now he had no choice. Zichuan Ning, taken aback, exclaimed, "Inspector General?" Alongside the soldiers, Emperor Lin also knelt on one knee. "This humble official, Inspector Lin, pays his respects to Miss Ning. It has been quite some time. I hope all is well." Zichuan Ning suppressed her anger. "I am well. Inspector General, please rise." Out of respect for him being Zichuan Xiu's elder brother, her tone softened considerably, though her words remained sharp. "Did you not depart for the Far East? Why have you suddenly brought so many soldiers to my home tonight to arrest people? Have I, Zichuan Ning, committed some crime that warrants your personal involvement?" Emperor Lin bowed deeply, expressing his sincere apologies. "I would never dare to offend the esteemed miss, whose worth is beyond measure. Our pursuit concerns only the demon princess." "Cadden, due to the urgency of the situation, and considering it was already late at night, I refrained from disturbing Miss Ning's rest, which is why I did not notify you. I have instructed my subordinates to ensure that they do not disturb your repose. However, to my dismay, their clumsiness inadvertently caused an offense, for which I am truly sorry. That I implore you, miss, to spare them a small reprieve, taking into account their valiant efforts in battle." I assure you I shall impose appropriate disciplinary measures upon them upon my return. Zichuan Ning exhaled softly, inquiring, "Why are you seeking Cadden?" Emperor Lin cast a swift glance at the demon princess, who was sandwiched between soldiers. She remained silent, her complexion pale yet her demeanor serene, as if the dispute before her bore no relevance to her. Report to Miss Ning. Not long ago, the demon clan launched a large-scale invasion into the human realm. We are now engaged in a state of total war with the demon kingdom. Thus, Princess Cadden's status has shifted from that of a guest to a hostage of our adversary, the Zichuan family. Zichuan Ning's greatest fear was for Emperor Lin to utter this statement. Her brows furrowed as she retorted, "And what of it? Miss, given the current state of emergency, we must closely monitor Princess Cadden to prevent her escape. Furthermore, I believe that housing such a perilous individual within your residence poses a significant threat to your safety. For these reasons, I deem it necessary to relocate Princess Cadden to a more secure environment." Zichuan Ning exclaimed, "Cadden possesses a gentle nature. She poses no danger to anyone, nor would she attempt to flee." Emperor Lin smiled. "Miss Ning, do not be deceived by the facade of kindness from one who is not of our kind. The demon clan is inherently cunning and ruthless. Do not let their guise mislead you." While his smile was outwardly calm, internally he felt a surge of anxiety. He could not linger too long in the imperial city, lest he fall prey to the watchful eyes of Luo Minghai. He had already squandered considerable time with this troublesome Zichuan Ning. He bowed again, saying, "Miss, please leave these matters to my subordinates. The mere demon woman should not trouble you. The night is already deep. I kindly ask you to retire for the evening." With a subtle gesture, the soldiers began to rudely usher Cadden out. In a moment of urgency, Zichuan Ning suddenly conceived a reason, her eyes lighting up as she said, "Lord Emperor Lin, Cadden is a crucial hostage entrusted to my care by the commander. If you wish to take her, you must first present a written order issued by the commander." Zichuan Ning was well aware that the current commander, Luo Minghai, and Emperor Lin were at odds, and he would never issue such a written order. She felt a surge of joy, believing she had finally cornered the detestable Emperor Lin. Her surprise, Emperor Lin's response was equally swift, without a moment's hesitation. He replied, "Then I must trouble you to first provide the written order from the commander that authorizes you to oversee Cadden, if you please." Zichuan Ning was left speechless. At the time, the commander Yang Minghua had acted on a whim, egged on by several leaders, and had entrusted Cadden to her, without formal documentation. Observing Zichuan Ning's dazed expression, Emperor Lin suppressed a smirk, stating, "Since the commander has not issued a formal mandate for you to oversee Cadden, she is currently without supervision. In that case, let the inspection bureau take charge of this woman. I kindly ask you to step aside." As the future heir of her family, Zichuan Ning held a noble status and was revered by many. Though she was amiable and approachable, she had developed an inherent pride that would not tolerate defiance. Never had anyone dared to openly disregard her wishes. Her face flushed with anger, she firmly positioned herself at the doorway, declaring, "Emperor Lin, you have no authority to take Cadden." Emperor Lin's irritation flared as well, and he too felt a twinge of concern. How long could this stalemate continue? He straightened his attire, asserting, "I am the chief inspector, wielding the legal and judicial authority over the entire Zichuan family, and during wartime, I also serve as the chief military judge, possessing the power of immediate decision-making. I am the chief heir of the Zichuan family. Do you intend to defy my authority? I would never presume to do so, nor have I ever entertained such thoughts. However, the current head of the family is Lord Zichuan Xiu, not you. Mississippi, if you believe my actions to be improper, you may report me directly to Lord Xiu. Or once you assume power, I shall never dare to contravene your wishes. But here, tonight, I regretfully must take Cadden with me. If I have caused offense, I shall humbly seek your forgiveness on another occasion." Having delivered his statement in one breath, Emperor Lin turned to the soldiers and commanded, "Take her away. Do not further disturb Miss Ning's rest." "You dare?" Zichuan Ning thrust her sword forward, its tip mere inches from Emperor Lin's left eye, the cold steel sending shivers across his skin. Emperor Lin did not flinch, gazing at Zichuan Ning with an expression of cold amusement. Zichuan Ning's strike was swift and precise, yet, to Emperor Lin, a master swordsman, it revealed numerous flaws. In that fleeting moment, he could have easily parried her attack, injuring her wrist, disarming her, or even counterattacking lethally. Even now, He could escape and retaliate at will if she were not the next heir of the Zichuan family. If she were not Zichuan Xiu's beloved, if he had not sensed that she would halt at the last moment, if only, she would have already met her demise. The two stood locked in a silent duel of wills, each daring the other to yield. Emperor Lin's demeanor remained impassive and composed, akin to an ancient glacier, exuding an air of frigid detachment, even as Zichuan Ning's sword approached perilously close to his eyelashes. He did not blink, nor did he step back, a smirk of indifference gracing his lips. Zichuan Ning, however, was ablaze with fury, her wrists steady as stone, her blade unwavering. The surrounding soldiers and servants held their breath in trepidation. Afraid to stir or speak, they stood in this tense impasse. Amidst the stillness, Emperor Lin exhaled softly, uttering 3 words, Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Ning's steadfast wrist betrayed a tremor, and she instinctively stepped back, retracting her sword. Her voice tinged with disbelief. What did you say? Currently, Zichuan Xiu and Sterling are trapped in Pi City of Dusa in the Far East, besieged by demons and rebels. Their situation is dire. Their lives are at stake. Zichuan Ning's face drained of color. Then why are you seeking Cadden? Is it? Her words faltered as the realization dawned upon her, halting her speech as she turned her gaze toward Cadden. Cadden maintained her calm and aloof demeanor, her expression inscrutable, though a flicker of panic danced in her eyes. Emperor Lin silently regarded Zichuan Ning, his gaze seemingly asking, "Do you understand now?" Zichuan Ning's countenance fluctuated, alternating between crimson and pallor. She glanced at Cadden, then at Emperor Lin, her lips parting as if to speak, yet hesitating to utter a word. "I will go with you," Cadden declared calmly to Emperor Lin. "Cadden!" Zichuan Ning exclaimed in alarm. Cadden gently placed a finger over her lips, then turned to Emperor Lin, saying, "Chief Inspector, I would like to speak with Miss Ning for a moment, if I may." Emperor Lin nodded slightly, gesturing for the soldiers to promptly retreat outside. Followed by the servants, he bowed and stated, "I shall await your return outside." Once the last person had departed, Zichuan Ning seized Cadden's hand, saying, "Cadden, we need not fear Emperor Lin. He would not dare to force my hand." Cadden smiled bitterly but remained silent. "Consider this. When Brother Sterling returns and finds you gone, he will be heartbroken. He will be saddened, but at least he can return alive." Zichuan Ning paused, slowly releasing Cadden's hand, stepping back to gaze at her. "Cadden, you remain so composed and restrained. Have you truly loved Brother Sterling?" Cadden smiled sadly. "I love him deeply." Her eyes revealed genuine sorrow, "just as you love Lord Zichuan Xiu deeply." Zichuan Ning's gaze mirrored that sorrow. "But what good is that? He does not love me." "You are mistaken, Ning," Cadden gently reassured her. "I believe Lord Zichuan Xiu does care for you. His eyes reveal his concern that he may have burdens we are unaware of." A glimmer of hope ignited in Zichuan Ning's eyes. "Cadden, you are not deceiving me, are you?" She knew Cadden was steady and wise. Her words were usually grounded in certainty. "Ning, this time, I had resigned myself to death when I encountered you, and I am grateful for your care over these days. This kindness, I fear, I shall never be able to repay in this lifetime. Before we part, I wish to impart some wisdom. The world is fraught with peril and human hearts are inscrutable. You shall wield the power of the entire Zichuan family as a woman, and the treachery of power is ever so unpredictable. Remember your sister's words. In this world, anyone may betray you. With one exception, His Excellency Xiuchuan. Regardless of the circumstances, you can place your trust in him, for he is the only one who loves you selflessly and without ulterior motives. If you believe in him, he will safeguard your peace for a lifetime." Kadong spoke with a melancholic tone. "After this farewell, regardless of life or death, it is likely that we sisters shall find it exceedingly difficult to meet again in this lifetime. Therefore, you must take good care of yourself. Your sister's words are crucial to your lifelong happiness. You must remember them well." Tears brimmed in Zichuan Ning's eyes as she nodded fervently. "Yes, I will remember." "You must take care of yourself too, sister." Kadong gently stroked Zichuan Ning's silky hair, her usually calm eyes shimmering with tears. "Ning, your judgment is impeccable. His Excellency Xiuchuan is an exceptional man. I wish you both the best, hoping for a fate even more splendid than ours. Over there, despite my status as a princess, I am utterly friendless. Ning, do you know the greatest joy for me has been meeting you, my dear sister, and His Excellency Xiuchuan." Kadong hesitated for a moment before continuing, "And him." Dylan had been waiting outside for over an hour, watching precious time slip away, his impatience causing him to stomp his feet, muttering curses under his breath, wishing he could kick down the door and drag Kadong out. Finally, Kadong emerged slowly, Zichuan Ning trailing behind her, both girls' eyes red as if they had just wept. Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. Daring not to prolong the situation with unnecessary words, merely apologizing to Zichuan Ning for his earlier rudeness and respectfully assisting Kadong into the carriage. As the carriage rolled far away, Zichuan Ning's figure remained visible at the estate's entrance. Gazing longingly and waving a handkerchief, watching the diminutive white figure fade into the distance, Kadong's eyes sparkled with tears. Once the carriage was out of sight, Kadong turned to face Dylan, who had been observing the sisters' poignant farewell with an indifferent smile. He understood Kadong's intentions and replied with a smile. "Your Highness, you need not look at me in such a manner. I merely wish to negotiate with you to exchange for Sterling and the Central Army. You are an astute individual. You must recognize that this arrangement benefits you as well, and cooperation is essential." "What is the situation with Sterling?" Kadong inquired, her expression betraying an uncontainable concern. Dylan found it curious that a princess of the demon realm would care about the safety of the commander of the Zichuan family's Central Army. However, it was not a secret, and he casually replied, "Not well. When I departed, he was besieged by your hundreds of thousands in Pi City." "When did that occur?" Kadong pressed, her brow furrowing. Dylan frowned, reluctant to answer. Disliking her interrogative tone, Kadong sensed her own rudeness and quickly clarified, "I apologize. I merely wanted to ascertain the details and see if there was still time." Dylan studied her, discerning the genuine anxiety etched upon her face, and suddenly thought to respond, "I left on February 1st. February 1st, now it is already the 11th. It has been 10 days. Can they still hold out?" Kadong murmured, then asked softly, "Do you know who commands the siege?" "According to the captives, it was originally Prince Caden, but it has since changed to General Xiu." Kadong's expression brightened slightly. "That is somewhat reassuring. Xiu's tactics are more cautious, sparing in casualties, which means they can hold out a little longer. If it were Lu Di or my elder brother, the situation would be dire." Dylan was momentarily taken aback. He had clashed with Xiu during the last campaign and was familiar with her strategic habits. He was surprised to find that this cloistered demon princess possessed such insightful knowledge. "I only hope they can withstand. I fear what may happen if—" Dylan's voice trailed off. They exchanged glances, both understanding the unspoken words. "If the city falls, even then, it is not to be feared. As long as he is alive, I can still ransom him back." Dylan appeared confident despite his inner turmoil. Kadong frowned. With his character, if that were the case, he would never allow himself to live. This was a constant worry for Dylan. Should the city fall, while he could not speak for Zichuan Xiu, Sterling would undoubtedly choose death over surrender. He sneered, revealing his white teeth, his smile laced with menace. "That would be unfortunate for everyone. Your Highness, we must lay our cards on the table. Should anything happen to Zichuan Xiu or Sterling, I am afraid I will have no choice but to take your head." Upon finishing, Dylan scrutinized Kadong's expression, unable to detect any hint of panic. Kadong's demeanor remained calm, as if she had not heard his words. Dylan could not help but admire her courage. A true descendant of the demon god emperor. Yet unbeknownst to him, Kadong's heart was tumultuous, silently lamenting. "See, June, it seems this time we truly must share life and death, becoming a pair of fated souls." Neither spoke further, each lost in their own thoughts, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery outside the carriage window, reminiscent of their once cherished moments, now fleeting like time itself. Suddenly, the horse neighed sharply, and the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing Kadong to nearly topple over. Fortunately, Dylan was quick to catch her. Angrily, he inquired, "What is going on outside?" The driver shouted back, "Sir, someone has blocked our path." Fuming, Dylan leaned out to see that about 20 paces ahead on the long street, a throng of people, illuminated by torches, had completely obstructed the road. Realizing the situation had escalated, he whistled, summoning his guards to surround the carriage protectively. Turning back to Kadong, he commanded, "Stay inside and do not come out." Kadong nodded calmly. Dylan felt slightly reassured, and as his lieutenant Gopula hurriedly approached, he asked, "What is happening? Who are these people? Are they coming for us?" "I do not know, sir. Some wear military uniforms, while others are in civilian attire, making it difficult to discern their identities. Display our banner and demand they clear the way." "Yes." Gopula rushed to the front of the line, calling out, "Inspector General Dylan is here." If this is a misunderstanding, please allow us passage. He made their status clear, hoping to invoke some caution from the opposing crowd. The throng remained unresponsive, the flames of their torches flickering ominously. Diling understood immediately that this was no mere misunderstanding. Gopula returned, breathless. Sir, they refuse to let us pass. Then, lowering his voice, he suggested, Sir, we should send someone to request assistance from the Ministry of Defense. Diling shot him a fierce glare. Scolding fool. In the heavily guarded imperial city, while he had many enemies, only Luo Minghai would dare and be able to gather such a large force to intercept him. Gopula's suggestion to seek help from Luo Minghai's subordinate was utterly foolish. Diling dismounted, feigning nonchalance as he surveyed the blocking crowd, his mind racing with thoughts. He had been betrayed. Who could have informed Luo Minghai? Lin Bing. Unlikely. She commanded a substantial force, and if she wished him harm, she had ample opportunity to do so in Valent City, and her timing was too precise for her to orchestrate. Zichuan Ning? Also improbable. Such actions would endanger Zichuan Xiu's life, and she would not be so foolish. It must be one of the servants in Zichuan Ning's employ who had concealed themselves as Luo Minghai's spy. How could he have been so foolish not to consider that someone as significant as Zichuan Ning would have eyes and ears planted by Luo Minghai nearby? It was sheer stupidity to have delayed for so long, allowing enough time for him to mobilize forces for this interception. Under normal circumstances, Diling would not have been overly concerned, although the other side had greater numbers. His subordinates were not to be underestimated. If worse came to worst, he could rely on his own skills to escape. Yet now, the dilemma lay in the fact that Kedong, who lacked combat abilities, was an essential figure in the fate of Zichuan Xiu and Sterling, and she absolutely could not fall into Luo Minghai's hands. What to do? What to do? In that fleeting moment, his mind raced with countless schemes. Yet few seemed viable. After much deliberation, the only option that remained was for the brave to prevail in a narrow confrontation. He would carve a bloody path forward. He quietly instructed Gopula, inform the men to ready their weapons. I will lead the charge. You are solely responsible for protecting Kedong's carriage. If a single hair on her head is harmed, I will hold you accountable. Gopula gritted his teeth, affirming, Sir, you can rest assured. The opposing forces gradually closed in until they were merely 10 paces apart, each side halting in their tracks, glaring fiercely at one another, neither willing to yield, attempting to overpower the other with sheer intimidation. Diling realized that the number of those blocking their path was far greater than he had anticipated. The long line of torches filled the entire street, easily numbering in the thousands. Diling's eyelids twitched ever so slightly. With such a multitude of forces present, he could not be entirely confident in his ability to advance and engage in combat. And he was uncertain if further ambushes lay ahead. He cautiously took a step forward, prompting the opposing individual to reach for the sword hilt with lightning speed, causing Diling's constables to instinctively place their hands on their swords. In that instant, hundreds of hands pressed upon their sword hilts in unison, all awaiting a predetermined signal, a command, to launch an immediate assault. The atmosphere was taut, fraught with tension, as a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind Diling, jolting him to attention. This is bad. Luo Minghai has also set an ambush behind us. He then noticed the opposing side's countenance shifting dramatically as well. The thunderous hoofbeats surged forth from the darkness of the long street, revealing a dashing female rider, whom Diling recognized as the red-clad official Li Qing from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. She galloped past the carriages and into the open space between the two confronting factions, commanding loudly, The general has issued a decree. No one shall make a move. Relay to the Inspector General. Diling, to immediately proceed to the general's residence. At that moment, a contingent of Imperial Guards arrived behind her, forming a human wall to separate the two sides. The crowd on the opposite side stirred, and many retreated a step involuntarily upon witnessing the imposing presence of Li Qing and the guards, yet they did not disperse, remaining steadfast in place on the second floor of a nearby building. Luo Minghai stood by the window, surveying the scene below. From this vantage point, he could see everything unfolding with clarity. His expression shifted as he hesitated. This was a rare opportunity to eliminate Diling. But given the current situation, attacking Diling would necessitate an assault on the general's trusted aide, Li Qing, and the Imperial Guards. He could not foresee how the general would respond to such an action. The general has issued a decree. No one shall make a move. Li Qing reiterated the order forcefully. With a sharp command, the Imperial Guards turned their horses, brandishing their gleaming sabers at the obstructing crowd, causing them to instinctively retreat several paces. That in terms of numbers, Li Qing's forces, combined with Dilin's, were still vastly outnumbered by the interceptors. However, the Imperial Guards represented the authority of the general and the will of the entire Zichuan clan's supreme leader. To attack them would be tantamount to rebellion, thereby exerting immense psychological pressure on the crowd. Luo Minghai grunted in frustration and commanded, "Order them to withdraw." Since Li Qing displayed such a resolute willingness to confront a fight, it signified the general's unwavering determination. Should they fail to retreat, a bloody conflict would be inevitable. Amidst the throng, a voice suddenly rang out, "Withdraw." The aggressive interceptors, facing Dilin, began to retreat step by step, as though fearful of a surprise attack from Dilin's forces. Only after a considerable distance had been covered did they finally turn and vanish like a receding tide at the end of the long street. Dilin exhaled softly, casting an appreciative glance at Li Qing. A woman who typically appeared delicate and gentle had bravely thrust herself into the fray, boldly proclaiming, "The general has issued a decree." Dilin admired her indomitable spirit and courage, traits rare even among men. Li Qing dismounted and approached, prompting Dilin to express his gratitude earnestly. "Your Excellency Qing, I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life." "I am unworthy of such praise," Li Qing replied, her face pale and glistening with sweat, revealing her own anxiety during the tense moment. She offered a faint smile. "I was merely fulfilling my duty. Moreover, given your formidable skills, they would scarcely pose a threat to you. There is no need for excessive formality." "No, Your Excellency Qing, you are far too modest. I still owe you my life, and I shall repay this debt in due time," Dilin insisted. Qing smiled shyly, a blush creeping to her cheeks, prompting Dilin to think. Sterling's fiancée is truly beautiful, talented, and attractive. Such a person is worthy of Sterling. They rode side by side, the carriages and troops trailing several paces behind. Dilin inquired of Li Qing, "I have heard that the general wishes to summon me. Did the general know of my return so soon?" Li Qing smiled and replied delicately, "My lord, upon your return." "Did not Luo Minghai also become aware?" Dilin chuckled, understanding the implication of her words. The general's network of informants was undoubtedly as astute as Luo Minghai's. He then asked, "Might I inquire as to the reason for the general's summons?" "If you happen to know, Your Excellency Qing." Li Qing smiled but did not answer. Dilin immediately grasped that she was aware but unwilling to disclose any information pertinent to him. Demonstrating her unwavering loyalty to Zichuan Xiu, Dilin shifted the topic. "I have been away in the Far East for several days. Has there been any change in the capital's situation? What have the elders been engaged in of late?" Li Qing promptly responded, "The elders? I have heard they are deliberating on a proposal entitled Discussion on the Modification and Addition of Certain Details of Meeting Speaking Procedures, which has been under discussion for 4 days and is currently undergoing its 5th vote." Dilin was taken aback. The demon army has launched a large-scale offensive. Shouldn't the elders be hastily devising strategies to counter the demon threat? Given the urgency of the situation, a nationwide mobilization order should be issued immediately to summon the militia. What can be done? Our elders are quite occupied. After all, the demon army's attack was not scheduled in advance for the elders to arrange in their agendas. Li Qing's tone was gentle, yet her words were sharp. "Besides, we still have the Warren Line, the fortress that has protected the Zichuan clan for a millennium. Why should our elders be in a rush?" Dilin could not help but look at Li Qing with renewed admiration. He had previously regarded her merely as a capable civil servant. Yet he was surprised by her profound thoughts and incisive rhetoric. He mused, "How is it that the future wives of my brothers are all so formidable? Thankfully, Lin Xiujia is different from them. Otherwise, I might as well hang myself." "And what of the situation in the West? I mean, the Lu Feng clan's side. Any developments?" "Initially, we were quite concerned about that, but shortly after the demon army's offensive began, Lu Fengshuang made a declaration in Shibing City, stating that the demons are the common enemy of all humanity and that she would support the Zichuan clan in resisting the demon forces, assuring us that the Lu Feng clan's army would not take advantage of the situation. She even mentioned that if the Zichuan clan required assistance, the Lu Feng clan could dispatch troops to aid in the battle. Lu Fengshuang is indeed formidable, yet it is said that she is also a woman of her word. As for her offer to send troops, Li Qing smiled. "Our general has graciously acknowledged Miss Shuang's goodwill. But surely we cannot impose on her too much, can we? Diling chuckled. Reflecting on her previous remarks, it was hardly surprising that Lu Fengshuang would make such a statement. This not only positioned her morally on the side of humanity, but also aligned with the interests of the Lu Feng clan. Though they were sworn enemies, if the Lu Feng clan were to hinder the Zichuan clan's forces at this juncture, the demon army could very well breach the Warren Gates, leading to the demise of both the Zichuan and Lu Feng clans. Yet, Lu Fengshuang's words sounded benevolent, full support, without requiring her to spend a single coin, merely standing by and watching as the Zichuan clan grappled for survival against the demons. The sad reality was that they were acutely aware of being used as a shield, yet felt powerless to resist, resigned to accepting Lu Fengshuang's kindness. What truly troubled Diling, however, was another question. According to protocol, such declarations representing the entire nation should have been issued by Lu Feng Shishan or other central officials, and would typically originate from the Lu Feng clan's capital, Yuanqing. However, it was now Lu Fengshuang, a frontline commander, delivering this proclamation from Shibing City. What underlying significance lay within her overstepping of authority? Did this signify that Lu Fengshuang, a formidable general of the Lu Feng clan, had effectively established her own independent command, or did it indicate that the central authority of the Lu Feng clan had severely weakened, rendering them unable to restrain her? As Diling pondered these matters, the party arrived at the entrance of the general's residence. He instructed Gupu La, "Ensure that Cadden is closely guarded. Should anything happen to her, I will hold you accountable." Gupu La readily agreed. Still uneasy, Diling worried that Gupu La's forces were insufficient to thwart any attempts to abduct Cadden, so he sought Li Qing's assistance, who consented and dispatched a squad of imperial guards to follow Gupu La's orders. With these arrangements in place, Diling felt reassured as he entered to meet the general, Zichuan Xiu. Upon reaching the meeting room, he gently knocked on the door, and a deep voice from within responded, "Enter." Diling pushed the door open and was momentarily taken aback. In the months since their last meeting, Zichuan Xiu's once salt and pepper hair had turned entirely white, and his deepening wrinkles made him appear so aged that Diling nearly failed to recognize him. He quickly understood that the invasion by the demons, coupled with the family army's devastating defeat in the Far East, had taken a heavy toll on his mental and physical well-being. Without exchanging pleasantries, Zichuan Xiu directly inquired, "What is the situation in the Far East now? Can the Warren hold? I heard from Lin Bing that you have exited the Warren Gates and found the Central Army and Sterling, have you?" Diling succinctly summarized the situation. Upon learning of the demon army's overwhelming strength and Sterling's dire circumstances, Zichuan Xiu closed his eyes in anguish, his facial muscles twitching as his wrinkles deepened further. Subsequently, Diling addressed the issues surrounding the former Border Defense Commander Ming Hui's defeat and dereliction of duty. Seeking Zichuan Xiu's guidance on how to proceed, Zichuan Xiu weakly waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. This is not his fault. In such circumstances, anyone in command would inevitably suffer defeat. The commanding office has already lost nearly all its personnel, and we are in dire need of reinforcements. Minghui has indeed rendered service, so let us be lenient with him." Diling understood that the so-called service referred to Minghui's support during the conflict between Zichuan Xiu and Yang Minghua, where he had sided with Zichuan Xiu as the commander of the border troops. Now it was Zichuan Xiu's turn to repay that favor. Diling bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Yes, then the inspection hall will not press charges against Minghui." Zichuan Xiu nodded solemnly and inquired, "Diling, you are an experienced military strategist. Tell me, do we have any means to break the siege outside Pai and rescue Sterling and his men? If it were you commanding, how many troops would you require? Speak, and I shall find a way to gather them for you." Diling shook his head. "Your Highness, I have witnessed the main forces of the demon clan, images of the formidable and imposing demon formations, stretching for miles across the hazy banks of the Grey Water River, flooded Diling's mind. The sheer magnitude of their presence exuded a terrifying pressure that could be felt even from a considerable distance. Diling had endured that overwhelming force for less than 3 days, and even with his exceptional willpower, he felt close to mental collapse. He could hardly fathom how Sterling had managed to withstand it for so many days. It is truly terrifying. If we engage the main forces of the demon clan in open battle on the plains, regardless of how many troops we deploy, be it our Eastern Army, the Imperial Guards, the Central Army, the border troops, the reserve forces, or the militia, all intact, And even if we include the entire army of the Lu Feng family, it would inevitably end in utter defeat for us humans. The catastrophic invasion that annihilated the entire Radiant Empire 300 years ago pales in comparison to what we face now. It was merely a minor disturbance. Moreover, the Eastern rebels have allied with the Demon Clan, significantly bolstering their strength without any concerns from behind. Furthermore, we are currently at a significant disadvantage, even if we were to throw everything we possess into the fray. We would barely muster 500,000 troops, most of whom are hastily assembled militia incapable of withstanding a pitched battle against the Demon Clan at that time. Even if Lu Fengshuang were to dispatch a detachment, he could easily capture the imperial capital. Zichuan Xiu's facial muscles relaxed momentarily, and Diling caught a fleeting glimpse of despair in the eyes of this cunning elder, though it vanished almost instantly. The current head of the Zichuan family regained his composure and asked, "Are we to simply watch them perish?" His calm voice concealed profound sorrow and helplessness that Diling shook his head. "Your Highness, I do have a plan that offers at least a 50 to 60% chance of success, but I fear you may not agree." "Speak." Zichuan Xiu's spirits lifted. "What is the plan?" Diling quickly recounted his proposal. After listening, Zichuan Xiu fell silent, rising to pace the room. After 5 or 6 minutes, he paused by the window, as if speaking to himself or addressing Diling. "If I proceed this way, the Elder Council will surely impeach me, and I will become a historical villain in my family's legacy. How shall I face my ancestors after death? Your Highness, there is no need for guilt." Diling knelt. "Allow me to present a few points." "Speak." "First, in the current chaotic state of war, military strength and troops are paramount. As long as we retain our army, all that we have lost can be reclaimed in the future. The Central Army is our last elite force, and we must do everything in our power to preserve them. What is the second point? Second, we have endured too many calamities in recent years. Yang Minghua's rebellion, Lei Hong's insurrection, the Eastern Uprising, the invasion of the Demon Clan, the Redwater Beach, Moon Bay, one after another. We have already lost over 1 million soldiers, the purest blood of our family. Our family is now severely wounded and bleeding. Do you wish to pit it against such a fearsome enemy as the Demon Kingdom, while a vicious Lu Fengshuang lurks in the shadows? Your Highness, our situation is exceedingly perilous. If this continues, I dare to say, within 3 years, our nation will surely perish. How will you face your ancestors then?" Diling finished his impassioned speech. Somewhat startled by his own boldness, yet Zichuan Xiu waved his hand dismissively. "Continue." "Yes. Third, the family needs to recuperate, and the army requires time to recover. We must allow our mother to nurture her children and await the rise of the next generation. Your Highness, with just 10 years, we can restore our forces to 2 million. At that time, under the command of a renowned general like Sterling, our army will return to the battlefield, and all that we have lost will be reclaimed." 10 years, Zichuan Xiu murmured. "By then, I may not even be alive." "Your Highness," Diling said earnestly, "time and patience are our only weapons. During these 10 years, we shall strengthen our domestic governance, cease hostilities, endure hardships, and the family will surely regain its strength swiftly. You are not yet 60 this year. Even in 10 years, you will be just over 60, prime time for a flourishing legacy. May the divine bless you with longevity, even should the most sorrowful events befall us. There is still Miss Ning to inherit your position. She will undoubtedly witness the Zichuan family's resurgence. Time and patience." Zichuan Xiu pondered this phrase, slowly turning to face Diling, who was astonished to see tears streaming down his face. "I am not a competent leader," Zichuan Xiu murmured, tears rolling down his wrinkled cheeks, splattering onto his garments. "No matter what, the Zichuan family cannot perish under my watch. Before I depart, I must leave something for Aining. I cannot let her take on this leadership role empty-handed." Diling exclaimed with joy. "Your Highness, you are right. Even if I am condemned for eternity, what does it matter? In comparison to the survival of the family, my personal honor and disgrace are utterly trivial." In an instant, Zichuan Xiu's gaze became clear and sharp. "Diling, let us proceed as you suggested. I shall bear all responsibility." Diling solemnly bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." In mid-February of the year 780, a hint of spring began to emerge in the eastern regions, with ice and snow melting away, and the frozen rivers cracking, revealing patches of brown earth. The arrival of spring was no longer a distant prospect. Yet here, in the Pai region of the Dusha province, for the brave guardians of the isolated fortress. Spring still felt far away, as they endured the harshest of seasons. On the morning of February 17th, the Central Army welcomed its 30th day of steadfast defense at Pai. Was customary. Commander Sterling's first destination upon rising was the western battlements, where he sought the promised reinforcements from Diling, hoping for a miraculous appearance. Yet, as was customary, disappointment awaited him. His gaze met the wintry expanse of the gray water river plains, blanketed in snow. With the dark mass of the demon clan's encampments looming ominously, he then turned to inspect the various sentry posts and defensive units. Noting that soldiers were currently changing shifts, a weary procession of soldiers trudged back to camp, their steps heavy with fatigue. Their uniforms were a patchwork of mismatched attire, as the winter's chill rendered their tattered military garb insufficient for warmth. They had scavenged whatever they could find to drape upon themselves. Layered in makeshift cold-weather gear, some soldiers even donned tent fabric and grain sacks, appearing quite disheveled. Observing his men as they passed, Sterling felt a profound sorrow. These seasoned veterans, battle-hardened yet gaunt, bore the signs of hunger. Resembling phantoms as they moved, their toils were relentless, marked by sleepless nights and empty stomachs, with only hunger as their companion, and no solace to be found in sleep, only the anguish of combat. The infantry struggled to advance, their trembling hands barely managing to grip their spears and rifles. Even the once mighty armored cavalry now resembled a band of skeletal figures clad in iron. Many had succumbed to typhoid, yet there were no medicines to treat them, leaving comrades to helplessly watch their suffering brethren perish. The relentless adversaries of cold, hunger, and disease, these foes beyond the battlefield, were far more insidious than the blades of the demon clan, mercilessly wearing down this weary force, rendering them ever more feeble. Yet despite this contingent remained the most elite within the entire Zichuan family. Each time the demon clan advanced and the battle horn sounded, miraculously, this half-dead army would spring back to life. Those frail, emaciated men would suddenly become invigorated, their eyes sparkling with determination as they swiftly formed ranks and charged fiercely at the demon troops, whose numbers were several times greater than their own, brandishing their weapons with fervor and raising their battle cries. One would hardly believe these were the voices of the sick and weak. Although the demon clan and the rebels enjoyed a numerical advantage and were fresh troops, they were consistently terrified by the fierce resolve of the Pai defenders, suffering devastating losses and retreating in disarray after each encounter. Brave soldiers of the Central Army, how many rounds have they fought in bitter combat against their foes? No one can recall. Since Zichuan Xiu assumed the role of commander, there have been 2 large-scale offensives involving over 200,000 troops, not to mention countless raids and night battles. The exact number of invaders' corpses buried in every square meter of land beneath Pai City, mingled with the blood of countless valiant warriors, remains unknown to all. 7 days prior, the demon race launched their final massive assault on Pai, with their commander, Zichuan Xiu, believing that the cold, hunger, and injuries had sufficiently weakened the Central Army. He was confident that this attack would be successful. Deploying 20,000 regular troops, not including the countless rebel militias, he awaited joyful tidings for His Majesty the Divine Emperor. However, as the sun set, all assault teams returned dejectedly, their leaders bearing grim faces. They had suffered heavy losses, their finest soldiers slain on the battlefield. The diminutive Pai City, however, still stood resolutely. Both Commander Zichuan Xiu and Kalin exchanged horrified glances. Thus far, the demon army, reputed to be the strongest on the continent, faced merely a solitary and frail human garrison. They were ill-equipped and lacked supplies, utterly isolated in the grand context of national warfare. Their numbers amounted to little more than a vanguard scouting force. Yet, this small contingent, and this not particularly formidable city, had managed to halt the demon army's main force for an entire month, costing them innumerable casualties and the loss of 6 or 7 generals. Moreover, the demon army's main force was still unable to rendezvous with the already blockaded Ling Buksu front near Valin City, thwarting their mission to capture Valin. Although they had encircled Sterling, the demon army was also faring poorly. For in this stalemate of mutual attrition, their numerical superiority had become a burden. The sole advantage of their size was the capacity to consume more provisions. Supplying this nearly million-strong force required all provisions to be transported from their homeland. Traversing a lengthy route of over 1,000 kilometers, with an alarming loss ratio of 1 pound of supplies consumed for every pound delivered to the front. Some subordinates suggested local pillaging to solve the supply issue. But Commander Zichuan Xiu opposed this. This time was different. The divine race had allied with the eastern forces, and the eastern region was not a source of food production. Typically, the grain in this area relied on imports from inland families. Pillaging in the equally barren eastern region would likely yield nothing and only serve to offend their eastern allies. The Demon Kingdom, vast in territory but poor in arable land and resources, faced increasing difficulties in sustaining a prolonged campaign, as reported by the demon strategist Haisha, who had spoken with Zichuan Xiu. He cautioned that it would be best to conclude the conflict at Pai before spring, as the ensuing rains would render the roads muddy and supply even more challenging. Furthermore, at that time, soldiers from both the demon army and eastern rebels would be preoccupied with planting at home, leaving them disinterested in battle. That he hoped that Zichuan Xiu would expedite the resolution of the conflict at Pai and await the next winter for renewed hostilities, sensing the underlying impatience in his words. Zichuan Xiu felt a twinge of unease. He had delayed too long, and the emperor was growing impatient. One could only imagine that once His Majesty's limited patience was exhausted, his fate would undoubtedly be far more tragic than that of his predecessor. Prince Cardon. A sense of anxiety enveloped him, and a profoundly sinister thought crept into his mind. If a besieged central army and a mere small city like Pai proved so difficult to contend with, what would the resistance be like when faced with the full might of the Zichuan family and their claim to the continent's most formidable fortress, Valin Castle? Moreover, among the humans, there were countless heroes and renowned generals, aside from Sterling. The Zichuan family had another formidable opponent in Diling, and it was said that farther to the west lay an even more remarkable female general named Lu Fengshuang. Zichuan Xiu felt an overwhelming dread wash over him, for his unwavering faith in the invincibility of the divine race began to waver for the first time. Yet, no matter how he pondered, these treasonous thoughts would never escape his lips, especially on this day, when His Majesty would personally visit the front lines at Pai, reviewing the troops and assessing the enemy situation. For Zichuan Xiu, this was undoubtedly a rare honor, yet it also served as an ominous portent. The emperor had lost his patience. On February 17, heavy snow fell. The sky was shrouded in gray, with dark clouds looming low, obscuring the sun. The biting cold penetrated to the bone as dense snowflakes silently descended, landing on the neatly arranged formations of the Senia soldiers. On their hardened shoulders and on their frost-bitten faces, the soldiers stood rigidly at attention, a thin layer of snow covering their previously mismatched armor and clothing, transforming the scene into a uniform expanse of white, as if the living soldiers were mere rigid sculptures crafted from snow. This formation comprised 10 battalions of 10,000 each, aligned with precision and a palpable sense of foreboding. This is a unique and resilient people, thought Sterling, standing atop the walls of Pai City, and a fearsome one at that. From 6 in the morning, before dawn had broken, the demon army's encampment was abuzz with activity, within mere miles of Pai City. One unit after another arrived, forming massive and imposing formations of over 100,000 demon soldiers standing as straight as nails, utterly still. Initially, the human defenders believed the demon army was preparing for another large-scale assault. And urgent bugle calls echoed throughout the Pai encampment, rousing the slumbering warriors from their dreams. They hastily donned their gear and seized their weapons, rushing to their designated defensive positions, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and clashing arms filling the air. Yet, amidst the chaos, no voices could be heard, indicating that the Central Army was no ragtag militia. They were indeed the elite forces of the entire Zichuan family and the foremost in the human realm. However, 3 hours passed, and the demon army's vast formations did not advance toward Pai City, but remained steadfast in the snow. The humans began to grow perplexed. "Sir, something seems off," reported Deputy Commander Qin Lu to Sterling. "They are standing in formation, perfectly aligned. There must be at least 100,000 of them. They don't seem poised for an attack, but rather like they are undergoing a review." Sterling nodded, about to speak, when suddenly, the demon camp erupted in a cacophony of drums and gongs. The thunderous battle cry resonated from the orderly ranks. Siam Highland. Having engaged the demon forces multiple times, the soldiers of the Central Army were well acquainted with this battle cry, typically signaling an imminent charge of tens of thousands of demons. Tension surged atop the walls as all eyes remained fixed on the movements of the demon forces, only to find that After the cry, the formation still did not advance. Whispers began to circulate among the soldiers. What is going on with the demons today? Questions bounced among them, yet no one had an answer. The voice from the rear chimed in. What is happening? The demons have been making noise since early morning, disturbing our sleep. Zichuan Xiu, still bleary-eyed, approached, stifling yawns. Sterling inquired, Xiu, what do you make of this? The demons called out their battle cry but have yet to charge. He knew that Zichuan Xiu had spent many years in the East and was fluent in their exquisite language. Having a good grasp of their situation, Zichuan Xiu moved closer to the city wall, peering out. Let me take a look. Lined up so neatly, it resembles a review. Sterling, do you know the original meaning of Siam Hylan in the demon tongue? ISNT at their battle cry for charging. The battle cry is a derived usage. Its original meaning is Long live our emperor, specifically meant to extol their sovereign. Upon grasping the implications of his words, the faces of the surrounding officers turned pale. Zichuan Xiu casually remarked, Today, we are fortunate. We shall have the honor of beholding the esteemed visage of the demon emperor. Shall we join in a chorus of Long live our emperor? The resounding notes of military music filled the air as the 10 battalions of 10,000 soldiers on the plain erupted in a thunderous cheer. Long live our emperor! The officers shouted orders. Draw your swords. The elite soldiers of the guard unsheathed their long blades in unison, the brilliant blue glint reflecting the light. Accompanying the emperor were a multitude of nobles, generals, and nearly all the high-ranking leaders of the divine race. The demon emperor led the procession, draped in a black cloak and clad in a luxurious white fur coat, exuding an unmatched elegance and nobility as he walked at the forefront, reviewing his magnificent army, his every gesture infused with grandeur. The contemporary demon emperor was a figure of unparalleled talent and charm, commanding fervent admiration from the soldiers, for he was not only their ruler, but also their idol, even regarded as the supreme deity in their hearts. At the sound of his call, countless demon soldiers would unhesitatingly abandon their families, forsake their homes, and even march willingly toward death. Today, as the crowd finally beholds their most revered idol, the soldiers of the three armies are utterly captivated by His Majesty's unparalleled grace. The fervent emotions surge forth like an unstoppable torrent, and spontaneous cheers erupt from the soldiers. Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live! However, as the echoes of their shouts fade, a counter-chorus arises from the human defenders atop Pi City, Siam Hylan. The same fervor resonates, powerful enough to shake the mountains, albeit with a slightly awkward pronunciation that renders it somewhat peculiar. Zichuan Xiu and the accompanying high-ranking generals exchange bewildered glances, still reeling from the unexpected disturbance when the humans chant once more. Say, hey, Lin, stretching the syllables in a drawn-out manner, their tone lacking vigor, as though they were on the verge of exhaustion. Following this is yet another round of calls, a voice akin to a broken gong attempting to lead the chant. Sama that. Tens of thousands of human soldiers join in unison. Hylan. Sama that again. The multitude responds with, Hylan. The broken voice continues. Sama that Hylan ah, Sam Hylan that, hey. The tune concludes with a resounding high note, erupting into a cacophony of laughter from the castle's parapets. Mingled with clapping, whistling, and cheers, the atmosphere becomes palpably awkward. The noble lords and ministers maintain stoic expressions, fearful that any hint of amusement might be misinterpreted by His Majesty. Below, the soldiers can no longer suppress their quiet chuckles, while the officers bark. No laughing, no talking, silence. Yet even their own faces betray them, muscles twitching uncontrollably. After much effort, order is restored, but the earlier fervor and poignant atmosphere have dissipated entirely. Zichuan Xiu is seething with frustration. Today's inspection ceremony had initially proceeded flawlessly. His Majesty reviewed the troops. The soldiers cheered, Long live the Emperor, as he ascended the platform to address them, inspiring them to fight valiantly. They responded with cries of May your reign last for eternity. Then His Majesty retired to his tent for rest and sustenance. Meeting with high-ranking generals and commendable soldiers, engaging in military discussions with the lords and ministers, everything had been meticulously planned, from the timing of events to the arrangements for receptions, accommodations, and provisions. After painstaking efforts, the perfect moment had finally arrived. But now, everything is in disarray. He wishes for a bolt of lightning to strike him down, annihilating both himself and the entire Pi City. He steps forward, trembling with fear and humility. I am to blame. I am incompetent, allowing your Majesty to endure such humiliation. The demon god emperor chuckles softly, then gazes at the ethereal silhouette of the Pi castle shrouded in winter mist, shaking his head. I never imagined there was such a formidable lion among humans as you. Sterling. The emperor's words, though lightly spoken, resonate across several kilometers, reaching the ears of every soldier on both sides. As if whispered directly into their ears, Sterling and Zichuan Xiu exchange a glance, their faces pale. The contemporary demon god emperor truly lives up to the title of the strongest on the continent. The power evident in this single phrase is beyond comprehension. And they are faced with a terrifying adversary unlike any they have encountered before. The distant, indistinct black figure stands casually, pointing and gesturing to those nearby, exuding a relaxed and natural demeanor, yet somehow. This very silhouette conveys an overwhelming sense of oppression upon the defenders atop the castle, its aura eclipsing the fighting spirit of the hundreds of thousands of troops surrounding it. An inexplicable heaviness fills the air, as if it has suddenly thickened, weighing down the spirits of the soldiers, instilling an unshakable fear. The officers, possessing sharper instincts due to their martial prowess, feel this sensation even more acutely. A terrifying presence, seemingly insurmountable, washes over them, igniting an instinctual dread that extinguishes their fighting spirit. Sterling channels his energy, striving to maintain composure, glancing around to find many officers pale, trembling, and drenched in sweat. Several have already crumpled to the ground, clutching their heads, driven to the brink of madness by this overwhelming aura. Sterling gasps in horror. What kind of martial prowess is this that can exert such terror? A single person's presence can suppress an entire army from thousands of meters away. He turns to Zichuan Xiu, only to find his expression ashen, eyes filled with deep-seated hatred, his teeth clenched so tightly that they audibly grind together, blood trickling from his lips. Alarmed, Sterling inquires, "Are you all right, Xiu?" He reaches to check Zichuan Xiu's pulse, fearing that he has succumbed to internal turmoil. Zichuan Xiu grips his hand firmly, exhaling softly, "I'm fine." Only then does Sterling realize that his nails have dug deeply into his flesh. Pressing on, he asks, "What's wrong?" Zichuan Xiu wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying, "It's nothing." He gestures towards Sterling. "Look, the fourth person to the left of the demon god emperor. I used to know him." He smiles casually, but an icy, murderous intent seeps through. Sterling is puzzled. Being in the presence of the demon god emperor, that figure must undoubtedly be a high-ranking demon commander. How could Zichuan Xiu possibly know such a person? He squints to get a better view, discerning a tall, slender, middle-aged man nodding and bowing to the demon god emperor, though his features remain obscured by distance. Who is he? I can't see clearly. I don't know what he is called now, but I know he used to be Lei Hong, the deputy commander of the Eastern Army. I'd recognize him even in ashes. Zichuan Xiu's casually spoken words carry a weight of hatred that could flood 3 rivers. Sterling gasps. It's him. 2 years ago, the Eastern region was still a land of peace. Now, flames of war rage everywhere, with rebellions erupting, and the nation lies in ruins, while political and economic factors contribute to this turmoil. The staggering and violent upheaval within such a short span can be traced back to one man, Lei Hong, the #1 traitor of the Zichuan family. It was he who, in his ingratitude, sought power and glory, poisoning the commander Guangxing, who had long esteemed, nurtured, and promoted him, thus shaking the very foundation of the Eastern region. It was he who, seeing his treason revealed, brazenly rebelled, colluding with the Eastern ethnic traitors at Zichuan, resulting in the tragic bloodshed among the Eastern soldiers. And now, witnessing his family's army quell the insurrection, with the rebels rendered powerless, he swiftly shifts allegiances once more, selling out the Eastern region to the demons. His shamelessness is truly unparalleled. If curses could kill, Lei Hong would have met his demise countless times over, for within the borders of his family, millions of subjects, be they commoners or nobles, would wish for nothing less than to see him torn to shreds. Zichuan Xiu speaks slowly. My primary objective in coming to the Eastern region was to find him, yet I've searched in vain. I never anticipated he would end up among the demons. What an unexpected turn. His tone remains eerily calm, though tears stream down his face. Sterling feels a heavy sorrow. He understands that in Zichuan Xiu's heart, the late Guangxing has always held a sacred and irreplaceable position. He empathizes with Zichuan Xiu's plight, having endured countless hardships to seek vengeance, finally laying eyes on his enemy, only to find himself at the end of his rope, facing the imminent threat of death. Meanwhile, Lei Hong stands triumphant, basking in the favor of the demon emperor. Returning with the protection of the demon army, reveling in his success, Sterling feels utterly powerless against him, and the greatest tragedy and helplessness lies in the absence of justice in the world. He refrains from voicing these thoughts, instead gripping Zichuan Xiu's hand tightly, a silent show of support. Zichuan Xiu returns the grip fiercely, but remains silent, tears falling drop by drop. At noon, a rare and splendid sun shines down warmly, uplifting spirits. The demon god emperor remains undeterred by the earlier commotion, observing with keen interest the grand and intricately designed fortifications established by the demon army. A mysterious smile gracing his lips as he suddenly calls out, "Yun Xinshui." Promptly, Yun Xinshui steps forward to respond to the emperor's summons. "I am here. Now, could you enlighten me on the progress our divine army has made over the past 20 days? This is precisely the question Yun Xinshui dreads. Akin to a schoolboy fearing the teacher's inquiry after failing to complete his homework. Although the liaison officer and military supervisor, Kalin, has endeavored to praise Yun Xinshui in front of his father, fabricating numerous achievements to placate the emperor's patience. Yun Xinshui is acutely aware of the demon god emperor's acuity. He knows all too well that the embellished accomplishments are likely recognized by the emperor, who simply chooses not to expose the truth. Yun Xinshui, striving to maintain her composure, began to articulate in detail the series of measures she had undertaken. She expounded on the several kilometers of trenches she had excavated and the immense, formidable defensive lines she had constructed, asserting that these efforts had yielded remarkable results. The Central Army was now ensnared within the city, deprived of clothing and provisions, suffering from hunger and cold, and weakening day by day, inching closer to annihilation. Meanwhile, the soldiers of our divine race were exceedingly brave, having decimated numerous soldiers of the Central Army. The divine emperor raised a hand to interrupt her discourse, smiling as he remarked, 30,000 central troops have been eliminated. I fear this figure may not be entirely accurate." Despite the emperor's smile, Yun Xinshui felt a flush of embarrassment before the assembly of high-ranking officials and nobles, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to disappear into, stealing a glance at her accomplice. Kalin, she noted his thick skin. Unfazed, he maintained a calm demeanor, which allowed Yun Xinshui to regain some composure as she mumbled, "Your Majesty is wise, with divine foresight and unmatched sagacity. I have observed your efforts. And indeed, they have been arduous. The fortifications are exceptionally well constructed, and the defensive organization is meticulous, indicating the considerable effort you have expended." The demon emperor consoled. Yun Xinshui felt a slight alleviation and expressed her gratitude. "Your Majesty's commendation is undeserved. However, Yun Xinshui, you must understand that our divine race's mobilization of national power to the west aims to contend with humanity for dominance over the continent. The fate of our race over the past century hinges upon this battle. I have dispatched 1,000,000 troops, not merely to dig a few trenches and erect some fortifications in Pi. Otherwise, I might as well send a team of masons, who might accomplish the task even more swiftly." The emperor's rare moment of humor was met with silence from the surrounding courtiers, who, wary of Yun Xinshui's favor with the emperor and her military authority, simply smiled politely without laughter. Only Prince Kadin's laughter rang out, "Ha ha ha." He had just concluded a period of confinement and reflection. Reappearing beside the demon emperor, Yun Xinshui's face burned with shame. She understood the prince's mindset well. Initially, Prince Kadin had believed Pi to be a lucrative prize, eager to seize it, only to find himself biting down on iron and losing a few teeth, inadvertently benefiting Yun Xinshui and Kalin that he undoubtedly wished for his successor to similarly embarrass himself, alleviating his own discomfort. "Yun, I recognize you as a capable general, one who cherishes his subordinates and exercises caution in warfare. This is why I entrust the army to you." The demon emperor's tone grew stern. "But you should know that wearing white gloves will not enable you to vanquish your adversaries. One cannot expect victory without incurring some cost. Where in the world does such a bargain exist? You understand the need to protect your men from excessive casualties. But do you comprehend how much food we expend daily to supply the besieging troops? Each grain of food transported from our homeland incurs considerable labor, vehicular, and equine costs. The winter is nearly over, and the spring rains will soften the ground, hindering military movement. Our soldiers, along with our allies from the Far East, will likewise wish to return home to sow their crops, which will inevitably dampen morale." The demon emperor gestured forcefully. "It is time to bring this to a conclusion. The prolonged delay of the campaign is a burden our nation cannot bear." Yun, as a supreme general, you ought to consider the national interest. The assembly fell silent, listening attentively to the emperor's admonition. The emperor paused and inquired of Zichuan Xiu, how much longer will it take to capture Pai? Zichuan Xiu dared not breathe, bowing deeply, sweat beading on her forehead, replying to your majesty, it shall be soon. Very soon. In the silence, Prince Cadden accidentally chuckled, his face betraying a mocking smile. Soon? How soon? His tone was utterly disdainful. Kalen, with a smile, queried him. Elder brother, are you intending to don your armor and take the field? Do you possess the confidence to breach the city immediately? If so, Ayun, you should yield your position. Prince Cadden's expression shifted dramatically, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately remaining silent, thus revealing to everyone that he had been frightened by Sterling and dared not take on this hot potato. The demon emperor frowned. Soon, Ayun, can you provide me with a more precise date? Zichuan Xiu discreetly glanced at Kalen, who subtly nodded and raised 3 fingers. Gritting her teeth, Zichuan Xiu replied, in response to your majesty, within 3 days, I shall assuredly capture Pai. Moreover, I will bring Sterling himself, dead or alive, before your majesty for your perusal. The demon emperor clapped his hands in approval. Excellent. This is the spirit I wish to see in a general. Let this word be final. From today onward, I shall await your good news for 3 more days. The tone of the demon emperor turned somber. Today is the 17th. Ayun, remember this. If by sunset on the 20th, Pai has not been captured, I shall personally lead the charge. Zichuan Xiu trembled at the implication. She understood the unspoken words of the demon emperor. Should he be compelled to take the field personally, those incompetent generals of the defeated army would bear grave responsibility, and she would be the first to face the consequences. Resolutely, she responded. Rest assured, your majesty, should I fail to capture Pai, I shall perish at its gates. There is no third option. My head shall not trouble your majesty. She spoke passionately, oblivious to Kalen, who was frantically making faces at her from the side. Once the emperor and his retinue departed, Kalen seized her arm. Ayun, you have misunderstood. I meant 3 weeks. This is disastrous. The normally irreverent prince's complexion had turned pale. Your Highness, I am aware, Zichuan Xiu replied, her face brimming with resolute determination. But we have no retreat left. On the 17th of February, Zichuan Xiu bore the immense pressure from the demon emperor, compelled to promise the capture of Pai within 3 days. Like a great spring, she transferred this burden tenfold onto the commanders of her legions. Less than an hour after the emperor's departure, she summoned the 16 legion commanders under her command and candidly stated, You all know, I have pledged before the emperor that should Pai not be captured within 3 days, my head will be forfeit. I wish to make it clear. I am quite a selfish individual. I fear darkness, I fear death, and I dread solitude. Before I offer my head to the emperor, I must first secure yours as a cushion. Otherwise, I shall feel deeply unsettled. None of the legion commanders dared doubt the veracity of her words. Zichuan Xiu's face was ashen, her muscles taut, radiating an aura of lethal ferocity, her gaze reflecting a terrifying glint, akin to a beast poised to pounce. That it became evident to those present that this usually genteel and refined general possessed a fearsome side. The legion commanders responded in unison. We shall fight to the death. They bore the weight of this terrifying pressure and returned to gather their respective white cloak team leaders, reiterating her words almost verbatim. You all understand. I have pledged before General Yun that should Pai not be captured within 3 days, he will claim my head at that time. Do not blame me for not warning you. I will demand your heads as a cushion. The team leaders conveyed this message to their respective brigade leaders, altering the subject and pronouns slightly, typically beginning with, you all should listen closely, and concluding with, I will use your heads as a cushion. The brigade leaders then threatened their squad leaders in a similar manner, continuing this amusing game of passing threats until it reached the final stage. A rotund squad leader, with a high-pitched voice, screeched to a group of infantrymen, brothers, listen closely. If we do not capture Pai within 3 days, your heads will be on the chopping block. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed as to why failing to seize the city would result in their own executions. Had their heads become so crucial that their loss would facilitate the capture of Pai? Overnight, the entire demon army camp had been subjected to this cycle of mutual threats. From officers to soldiers, nearly everyone had been informed. If we do not capture Pai, your lives are forfeit. Should all these threats materialize, It was likely that few would remain of the million-strong demon army. On the 18th and 19th of February, the command headquarters of the demon race engaged in final preparations for the decisive battle. Mobilizing troops and amassing every ounce of strength, Kalen understood that his fate was now irrevocably intertwined with Zichuan Xiu's. If they emerged victorious, he might replace Prince Kadan as the heir apparent. If they lost, they would be eternally doomed. Not only did he dispatch all the troops at his disposal to Zichuan Xiu, but he also fervently implored the Divine Emperor to withdraw 20 teams of the Royal Guard from the Maple Leaf Damlin, and even overstepped his authority to mobilize the last reserve forces of the Demon Kingdom, comprising 50 teams of elite guards. He even audaciously forged his father's edict to secretly withdraw the Yelma Legion and the Gola Legion, among the finest troops under the direct command of Senia, from the Valen front lines. In short, through deception and trickery, he utilized every available force. Beneath the modest town of Pai, the demon forces amassed an unprecedented concentration of troops, exceeding 200 teams of regular demon soldiers, coupled with nearly 120 teams of Eastern rebels, totaling close to 1,100,000 individuals. Such a formidable military presence surpassed half of the entire Demon Kingdom's forces, sufficient to sweep across the continent and dominate the world. Zichuan Xiu rallied the entire army, declaring, "This is our final battle. No ambushes, no reserves. Capture Pai, and all shall be rewarded. Fail to do so, and we shall all perish together." Even the non-combatant personnel were provided with steel blades, as they too would need to prepare for battle. Lavish feasts of fine wine and sumptuous meat were generously distributed among the soldiers, allowing them to rest and replenish their strength. Undoubtedly, these measures proved immensely effective. Due to the prolonged siege, the morale of the demon forces had plummeted for quite some time, but now it surged anew. The demon camp was highly tense, with frequent troop movements, exuding a terrifying aura of impending slaughter, which even the human defenders of Pai could easily perceive. The assault was scheduled for 4 o'clock in the early morning of the 20th. Precisely when humans are at their most fatigued, Zichuan Xiu's plan was to execute a surprise attack, launching a fierce assault to seize a foothold atop the city walls, from which the main forces could continuously surge forth. Engaging the humans in a war of attrition, the 3,000 warriors assigned to the assault were handpicked from the entire army, each one a paragon of ferocity, already informed that, if the assault succeeds, each shall receive a bag of gold. Those who dare to retreat shall be executed. The warriors felt the thrill of battle ignite within them, their jaws clenched and muscles taut, observing the troops' morale. Zichuan Xiu felt immense satisfaction. He was confident that these fierce warriors were far from the sickly, starved, and weakened forces atop Pai, especially under the cover of night, catching them unawares. Yet, he still prepared for the worst, should the surprise attack falter. A direct assault would ensue. He was unafraid of engaging in a war of attrition with the humans, even if it meant sacrificing 10 for every one of his own. The central army was dwindling in numbers, and he doubted they still possessed the strength to counterattack as they had on the first day. This battle, as long as he was unafraid of casualties and willing to pay the price, was nearly a guaranteed victory. However, this operational plan was not destined to be executed. On the night of February 19th, as the army had already sharpened their blades and the soldiers engaged in their final 3 hours of rest, the assault teams had honed their weapons, tightened their garments, and readied themselves for departure. At a 2:15 in the morning, a galloping messenger suddenly burst into Zichuan Xiu's central camp, the golden banner behind him indicating he was a royal messenger from His Majesty the Divine Emperor. The commander of the entire army, Zichuan Xiu, received an order from His Majesty the Divine Emperor from Maple Leaf Damlin, commanding him to immediately cease the attack on Pai and to personally proceed to Maple Leaf Damlin for urgent matters. The cold night quietly concealed itself behind the hills. A new moon hung high in the sky, and the snow reflected the moon's cold glow. In the misty whiteness below the hills lay a forest, shrouded in beauty, known as Maple Leaf Damlin, famous across the continent for its picturesque landscapes and warm springs in winter and coolness in summer. Now, the Demon Emperor, ruler of all, marched into the Far East, captivated by the scenery of this locale, establishing his base of operations here. Accompanying him was an elite guard of nearly 60 teams, known colloquially as the Armored Beasts, their encampments sprawling and surrounding the entire Maple Leaf Damlin region with impenetrable fortifications. Emperor Lin gazed upon the myriad of lights, spotting the golden banner representing the Demon Emperor fluttering above the tents, and let out a sigh of relief. He had finally arrived. There was no longer a need for concealment. Emperor Lin dismounted from his equally weary steed. Feeling a profound ache throughout his body, Tio hastened his journey. He had gone 3 days and nights without sleep, leaving Valen without a single soldier by his side, stealthily traversing the demon blockade outside the city. And finally reaching his destination, he walked towards the illuminated camp, descending the snow-laden path down the slope. Just as he reached the foot of the hill, a sudden alarm rang in his heart. He swiftly drew his sword. And with a clang, 2 arrows aimed at his head and chest were accurately deflected, while another grazed past him. Almost simultaneously, in the darkness ahead, 3 spears unexpectedly lunged towards his chest and abdomen. Startled, Emperor Lin rolled to evade. But before he could rise, he sensed a sharp glint as a wickedly sharp saber hurtled towards him. If struck, his head would surely be cleaved. In a moment of desperation, with a resounding clang, sparks flew as his sword intercepted the saber. Using the force of the saber's strike, he swiftly slid several meters across the snow, escaping the range of his assailants, and quickly sprang to his feet, adopting a defensive stance against his enemies. All of this transpired in an instant, a series of movements executed with remarkable speed and fluidity. It was only then that Emperor Lin felt his heart racing. The previous moment had been perilously close. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, he would have met his demise. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled thuds echoed as the snow piles before him suddenly erupted one after another, revealing a dozen or so demon sentinels armed with various weapons, surging forth like wolves in a frenzy. Emperor Lin was secretly astonished. The resilience of the demon guards exceeded his expectations, capable of long-term concealment beneath the snow during their watch, and they were exceptionally ruthless. Attacking without so much as a word, he quickly shouted, "Do not attack. I am a messenger here for negotiations." The demon soldiers appeared oblivious to his plea, their movements unwavering. The foremost soldier, a stocky figure clad in hardened armor, viciously swung his blade once more, and Emperor Lin recognized him as one of the assailants from before. He hastily stepped back to evade the strike, puzzled as to why the demon soldier showed no sign of understanding. Could it be that the armored beasts were so dull-witted as to not know messengers are spared? The hurried sound of footsteps approached from all directions, and Emperor Lin realized that nearby sentinels had heard the commotion and were hastening to the scene. The demon soldiers lunged at him once more, sabers, lances, and cruelly serrated spears slicing through the air, accompanied by a dazzling display of metallic glints. Emperor Lin was compelled to leap back again, feeling utterly at a loss. His purpose was to negotiate, not to engage in combat. Yet the encroaching numbers threatened to overwhelm him. What was he to do? Was retreat the only option? That would render his efforts futile, leaving Sterling and Zichuan Xiu in peril. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Halt!" Demon language. The demon soldiers immediately ceased their actions in response. Emperor Lin suddenly realized his folly, berating himself for his stupidity. In his moment of desperation, he had spoken in human language, which the demons could not comprehend. He turned to the source of the voice, only to discover that amidst the crowd of demon soldiers stood a shadowy figure clad in black, strikingly diminutive in comparison to the towering, robust demon warriors. Emperor Lin discerned that this black-clad individual held a position of authority, as the soldiers who had been so eager to kill now dared not move, maintaining a respectful distance from him. Quickly, Emperor Lin repeated his message in the demon language, but the figure remained silent, his gaze seemingly piercing through the veil of obscurity. After a prolonged silence, the figure conveyed a few rapid words to the soldiers, which Emperor Lin could not decipher, and then several soldiers approached him. Complying, Emperor Lin raised his hands. The soldiers searched him, confiscating the sword he wielded. Once the search was complete, Emperor Lin attempted to express his desire to meet the demon emperor, only to be astonished to find that the position once occupied by the black-clad figure was now empty. Emperor Lin gazed around, astonished. The enigmatic figure had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Leaving not a single footprint in the snow, a peculiar sensation washed over him, reminiscent of the ghost stories he had heard in his childhood. Suddenly, he recalled that when he had first spoken, it had been in human language, which the mysterious figure seemed to understand. Otherwise, why would he have commanded the demon soldiers to cease? Who was he? Was he perhaps human? On the night of February 19th, Yun Xinxue unexpectedly received a decree from the emperor, summoning him to promptly arrive at Maple Leaf Damlin for orders. He hastily mounted his steed and raced towards Maple Leaf Damlin, nearly 100 miles from the Pai front lines. where the demon emperor and his retinue of court guards were stationed. Zichuan Xiu felt a sense of unease, uncertain why the demon emperor had suddenly summoned him. Was it possible he was to be punished for the lack of military progress? Yet, there remained a day until the final deadline. Upon arrival, the dawn had just begun to break, and His Majesty had yet to rise, for the sake of prudence, before presenting himself to the sovereign. He first sought an audience with the chief military strategist of the demon clan, Haisha, hoping to glean some insight from him. Strategist Haisha informed him, "The Zichuan family has dispatched an envoy for negotiations. As you possess the finest command of human language, His Majesty has summoned you back to serve as a translator. Operations in Pi have been suspended, and all decisions will await His Majesty's meeting with the human envoy. You should proceed to meet the envoy now. He has awaited your arrival for an entire night. Assess his character and determine if he poses any threat to His Majesty." Zichuan Xiu exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, and bowed his head in compliance, stating, "As you command." After clarifying the envoy's location with Haisha, he made his way directly there. The human envoy had been assigned to a tent, with the demon soldiers patrolling outside, maintaining a vigilant watch. Zichuan Xiu explained his identity and mission to the officer in charge of the guards, and he was promptly granted entry to the tent. However, he did not immediately enter. Instead, he stood outside, peering through the tent's opening to observe the situation within. The first sight that greeted him was that of 3 demon generals, one of whom was Ludi. While the other 2 were unfamiliar to him, a common trait among the trio was their grotesque appearance and crude demeanor. Despite the language barrier, they animatedly waved their arms, adopting intimidating postures, and were bellowing something at the human envoy. Zichuan Xiu quickly discerned the cunning plan of strategist Haisha to send Ludi and the others to intimidate the human envoy, employing psychological warfare to establish dominance. But he found the situation amusing. Their strategist truly knew how to employ individuals to their strengths. Ludi, with his foolish demeanor, was perfectly suited for this role. His ghastly visage alone could frighten anyone to death without a single blow. Disregarding Ludi and the others, Zichuan Xiu shifted his gaze towards the human envoy. Immediately struck by admiration, what a handsome individual. The envoy was tall and possessed a delicate, almost feminine grace, yet exuded an exceptional aura. Upon first glance, he inspired a profound sense of goodwill. What further astonished Zichuan Xiu was the fact that, in the heart of the demon camp, surrounded by heavily armed soldiers, and facing 3 fearsome creatures threatening him, most individuals would have crumbled in terror. Yet, this envoy remained remarkably composed, smiling serenely while leisurely sipping tea. This truly exemplified the spirit of a hero unperturbed by the specter of death. Zichuan Xiu couldn't help but reflect that those lacking courage and composure could never feign such demeanor. Despite being adversaries, he held deep admiration for the envoy's bravery and calmness, pondering, if I were to represent the Zichuan family, could I maintain such poise? Since last night, Diling had been imprisoned within the demon camp. Subjected to a relentless barrage of loud, aggressive taunts from several demons, each one more menacing than the last. With his limited grasp of the demon language, he could barely make out a few phrases. "We will kill you. We will chop you to pieces. We will gut you. We will pluck out your eyes." Essentially, Diling stood there in a daze, fixated on the visage of the demon god emperor, utterly motionless. In human lore, the demon god emperor was portrayed as the most grotesque and terrifying creature to ever exist. In Diling's imagination, he envisioned such a nightmarish monster, a hideous countenance, a body covered in black fur, a gaping maw, fierce eyes, and thick lips from which protruded fearsome fangs, speaking in a deep, rumbling voice. Despite his thorough mental preparation, in that fleeting moment, he was so taken aback that he could scarcely contain himself from exclaiming, "Guingxing." Dozens of gleaming candles illuminated the room, where a young man sat at a desk engrossed in a book. He was tall and slender, with a strikingly handsome yet melancholic appearance. His eyes sparkled like sapphires, bright yet clear, revealing profound wisdom. He resembled a philosopher who perceives the intricacies of human emotions or an underappreciated poet. Rather than the supreme ruler of the demon race commanding 6 armies. At that moment, he gently lowered his head, his fingers deftly brushing aside the strands of hair that fell over his eyes. A graceful movement that captivated Dilin. That instant, Diling genuinely believed he was gazing upon the resurrected form of the long-deceased Far East leader, Guingxing. Only later did he wonder. Upon closer inspection, that the demon god emperor bore no resemblance to Guangxing at all. Why had he initially mistaken him? It dawned on him that the similarity lay not in their appearances but in their essence. Much like Guangxing of yore, the emperor possessed a profound aura that exuded a tranquil calmness, akin to placid waters, yet commanded an undeniable respect. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he finally regained his composure and bowed deeply before the demon god emperor. The collective, furious gazes of those present fixated on Diling, while two guards stationed by the door had already placed their hands on their sword hilts. Zichuan Xiu urgently whispered to Diling once more, "Kneel and pay your respects." Diling felt the weight of their stares piercing into him like nails. Yet he remained unmoved, outwardly calm. The demon god emperor slowly lifted his gaze to regard him, his eyes a deep blue, reminiscent of the sky, the sea, or the purest sapphire crystal, unfathomable and devoid of any discernible emotion. Despite the chill of winter, beads of sweat trickled down Diling's back, for he knew that before him stood the embodiment of the world's greatest evil and the most powerful sovereign. The territory he ruled was even more expansive than that of the former Radiant Emperor. Under his command was the largest and most formidable army on the continent, with millions of fervent followers ready to march into fire and water at his mere gesture. Nearly 1,000,000 demons surged westward, leaving the far east strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. Millions perished, countless cities and villages annihilated, all because he willed it, by virtue of his abilities and power. He was a being almost akin to a deity. Diling's eyes revealed a steely resolve, his expression remarkably composed. The emperor's gaze was equally steady, emanating an almost irresistible and oppressive aura, the pride of trampling the earth, the arrogance of conquering the world, and a chilling murderous intent that instilled a sense of despair akin to facing the deepest abyss of hell: suffocation, darkness, slaughter, death, destruction, and bloodshed. This was the regal might that could obliterate heaven and earth. In the face of such a terrifying presence, Diling felt his martial prowess rendered as feeble as that of an infant, utterly incapable of resistance. He struggled to maintain his composure, forcing himself to count slowly. Upon reaching 7, he leaned forward once more and bowed deeply, maintaining his outward calm. The emperor regarded him with mild surprise before returning to his reading, the suffocating atmosphere suddenly dissipating, easing the tension within the tent. Zichuan Xiu let out a quiet sigh of relief, her perception of the otherwise obscure human envoy, Gupu La, shifting significantly, though she privately wondered, how can he stand so proud and unyielding in the face of the unmatched might of the emperor? With such composure and skill, he must be a renowned master, yet I have never heard his name before. She speculated that Gupu La might be an alias, racking her brain for notable figures within the Zichuan family known for their prowess. The foremost expert of the Zichuan family, Lei Sun? No, he was already deceased. Ming Hui? Unlikely, as Ming Hui was considerably older. Sterling? Sterling was trapped in Pi and could not have come. Who else could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck her, sending a jolt of realization through her. Could it be him? The legendary figure was said to possess extraordinary beauty. Zichuan Xiu quickly scrutinized the envoy's appearance, delicate and seemingly fragile. Her heart raced uncontrollably that if he truly were that person, then he was indeed audacious to come here. Straightening herself, she respectfully announced, "Your Majesty, I present to you Gupu La, the peace envoy from the Zichuan family. Might I inquire if your Majesty would be willing to receive him?" Her tone was respectful and calm, concealing the tumultuous thoughts within. The emperor nodded absent-mindedly, murmuring an and gestured for a court attendant to carefully tidy up the books on his desk. Diling stepped forward and bowed, proclaiming, "Gupu La of the Zichuan family, here to pay his respects to your Imperial Majesty." "Gupu La, you have traveled a long way," the emperor said, lifting his gaze to scrutinize him, his eyes sharp as if they were tangible. "Did you rest well last night?" For some inexplicable reason, the normally jarring language of the demon race flowed from his lips with an unexpectedly pleasant cadence, smooth as a gentle stream. Zichuan Xiu swiftly translated that. Diling bowed once more. "I appreciate your Majesty's concern. I rested quite well. Thank you for the gracious hospitality of the divine race." Internally, he cursed, "What nonsense." Zichuan Xiu translated again, and the demon god emperor nodded. "That is good. May I ask what brings you here to see me?" "Your Majesty, I bring greetings from the head of the Zichuan family, as well as a wish for peace between our two sides." "Peace." The emperor enunciated the word slowly, laced with an indescribable mockery. "Gupu La, if I am not mistaken, You represent the Zichuan family in seeking negotiations with us. Correct? Peace is a concept only the weak require. As the strong, we have no need for it. Diling smiled. Your Majesty is astute. May I share a thought? Speak. Your Majesty, on the current Western continent. The Demon Kingdom and the Zichuan family share a border. We ought to be amicable neighbors. Unfortunately, for several centuries, our two nations have been embroiled in unceasing conflict, with the recent battles inflicting grievous losses on both sides. For the sake of trivial disputes, we have wreaked havoc, and it is the innocent citizens and countless orphans and widows who suffer the consequences as a ruler. Your Majesty should consider the welfare of your subjects and the common people, and strive to put an end to the hostilities between our two nations. Diling's expression was filled with sorrow, his words imbued with compassion for the suffering of humanity. Who would have guessed that he himself was the greatest architect of the orphans and widows within the realm of the Demon Kingdom? The Emperor smiled faintly, saying, "You are quite eloquent." Diling understood that the Emperor had not truly absorbed his previous remarks, which was to be expected, if a few words about benevolence and morality could sway the most powerful demon god emperor of the age. It would be the greatest joke in the world. He recalibrated his approach, stating, "Your Majesty must recognize that both the Zichuan family and your nation are formidable powers on the continent, each possessing significant strength. It can be said that peace benefits both, while war leads to mutual destruction. Currently, as two formidable rivals stand, neither can subdue the other. Continuing this way will only serve to deplete both our strengths unnecessarily." The demon god emperor listened attentively, but suddenly interrupted Diling's lengthy discourse. "Gopu La, as you journeyed here, did you happen to see my army?" "Ah, I was fortunate to catch a glimpse." "And what did you think?" "Your Majesty's army is resplendent and imposing. Truly a magnificent force." The emperor smiled wryly and inquired, "How does it compare to your Zichuan family's forces?" Diling fell silent, comprehending the emperor's implication. How could such a formidable army be withstood by the Zichuan family? Indeed, if one were to evaluate purely from a military standpoint, the demon army was far superior to that of ordinary human forces. Observing Diling's inability to respond, the courtiers flanking them quickly praised, "Our emperor's might is unmatched in the world." Their voices were synchronized and resonant. Demonstrating their rigorous training and expertise, Diling couldn't help but smile, asking, "Your Majesty, you are well versed in history, I presume?" "I know a little. Your nation's illustrious figures, Golden Khan and Kara 13, boasted armies as formidable as that before you. Both Golden Khan and Kara 13 were rulers in the annals of demon history, launching large-scale assaults against humans during the years 602 and 698 of the imperial calendar, deploying millions of troops only to suffer catastrophic defeats at the Battle of Valin, with Kara 13 even meeting his demise there. Zichuan Xiu's face turned pale upon hearing this. The two recent defeats had been a source of deep embarrassment for the demon clan, a topic they treated with utmost secrecy and shame. How audacious this human envoy was to broach such a taboo subject here, even daring to equate the current demon god emperor with them. Hesitating, he pondered whether to translate the words directly. Yet, as the emperor's piercing gaze swept across the room, he quickly regained his composure and relayed the message verbatim. As predicted, a surge of anger erupted among the courtiers. The impetuous generals gripped their sword hilts tightly, their gazes brimming with murderous intent, all directed at Diling. Had it not been in the presence of the emperor, they would have rushed forward to dismember this arrogant human envoy. Prince Ka Dun stepped forward and proclaimed, "Father, the envoy is ignorant and arrogant, daring to insult your supreme authority, as loyal subjects of your Majesty. We find this intolerable and request your permission to kill him immediately." The emperor furrowed his brow and replied, "Where has your decorum gone? Ka Dun, do you intend to slay an envoy and bring disgrace upon the entire kingdom?" Prince Ka Dun sheepishly retreated. The emperor turned to Zichuan Xiu and instructed, "Speak with him. He must be cautious in his words." "Yes," Zichuan Xiu responded. Turning to Diling, "Your Excellency, please understand that we are not barbaric savages who disregard morality and decorum, that we ensure the safety of envoys. But as an envoy yourself, I implore you to choose your words wisely, otherwise it will be difficult to contain the anger of the generals." Diling bowed slightly, apologizing for his earlier remarks, yet asserted, "I did not intend to offend anyone. I merely stated facts of what has transpired." The emperor coldly replied, "It is futile to engage in lengthy discourse. Much like with Kara 13, you, along with your entire army, shall soon witness the outcome, Gopula. His tone was calm, yet grave. Diling felt a chill run down his spine. The emperor's composure in the face of such provocation far surpassed his expectations. It remained uncertain whether his trump card would prove effective. Diling slowly ventured. I dare to speculate that with your majesty's remarkable talents and abilities, the mobilization of such a vast army must be intended to achieve an unparalleled feat and expand your territory. Correct? The emperor nodded, affirming, indeed, your majesty. The Valin fortress is one of the continent's most formidable strongholds, housing hundreds of thousands of my Zichuan family's elite troops. While your army is indeed powerful, to breach the thick walls of Valin would be no easy task. Would it not? The demon god emperor smiled and replied, even in tea drinking, there are those who choke. In warfare, victory is never guaranteed. Your majesty, mobilizing such a grand army and taking such risks seems unworthy of your efforts. I have a modest suggestion that could achieve both a cessation of hostilities and fulfill your desire for territorial expansion. Might your majesty be interested? Is there truly a way to achieve such a win-win situation? Speak. It is quite simple. Should your majesty agree to a ceasefire and peace, our Zichuan family is willing to gift the Far East to you as a gesture of goodwill. Would this not be preferable to risking a military campaign? The Zichuan family was prepared to relinquish their 200 years of holdings in the Far East. The demon generals and officials could scarcely believe their ears, exclaiming softly, "Oh!" A buzz of hushed conversation filled the once silent tent, and the demon god emperor, astonished, questioned, "Are you jesting, Gopula?" Diling produced several documents, explaining, "These are personally signed by His Highness Zichuan Xiu, the current commander of my family, acknowledging that from this day forth, the 23 provinces of the Far East shall no longer belong to the Zichuan family, but shall be ceded to the divine kingdom. This is the authorization for me to sign these documents, your majesty, with just a nod from you. Without moving a single soldier, the entire Far East will legally become your new territory. Furthermore, to demonstrate our sincerity, we will present your army with 100,000 taels of silver." The demon god emperor smiled and inquired, "Surely, it cannot be this simple. What conditions does the Zichuan family attach to such generosity? For your majesty, this is a trivial matter. Currently, my central army is still stationed near the Pai region in the Dusa province, encircled by the divine army. We sincerely hope your majesty will show mercy and compassion for our soldiers, who yearn to return to their families. We request that you command a ceasefire and allow a safe passage for the central army to return westward. If your majesty grants this, the Zichuan family will forever be grateful for your magnanimity, and our two nations will remain as brotherly allies." Upon hearing Diling's conditions, Xiu's heart raced with hope that the demon god emperor would agree to this peace treaty. As the frontline commander, he understood the current state of the troops. Their morale waned with prolonged assaults on a solitary stronghold. Even if they captured Pai through desperate combat, it would undoubtedly come at a terrible cost. Continuing westward to assault the humans would mean facing the Valin fortress, which was 100 times more formidable than Pai. The thought of his soldiers trudging through muddy terrain to scale the towering walls of Valin filled Xiu with anxiety and dread. At this moment, not just he, but everyone's gaze was fixed upon the demon god emperor, awaiting his response. You wish to exchange the Far East for the return of the Central Army and Sterling," the demon god emperor remarked nonchalantly, revealing no discernible emotion. "However, I have a question that puzzles me and would like to inquire." "Ah, your majesty, what is your confusion? I shall do my utmost to clarify. How can you offer me what I already possess?" The entire Far East is already under my control." The demon god emperor's brows furrowed in anger, his expression shifting abruptly, his words sharp and swift as a blade. "It is not through your gift that I acquired it, but through my own sword. You dare to present me with what is rightfully mine? Do you truly consider us divine beings to be fools? Perhaps I should gift you the imperial capital instead. Your Zichuan family has slain my daughter, Cadden, and dispatched Diling to wreak havoc within my borders. You were the first to disrupt the peace, and now you dare to speak of it. You wish to allow the Central Army to return. Very well, surrender Valin." The courtiers erupted in cheers, lauding the demon god emperor's bold words, led by Prince Kadan. A group of warlike ministers mocked this foolish human envoy for daring to play tricks in front of the wisest and most intelligent emperor. Xiu felt deeply disappointed, cursing inwardly. "Fools, what do you know?" He glanced at Diling, only to find him still calm and composed despite the emperor's rejection. Xiu pondered. At this juncture, How could he remain so confident? Did he possess yet another hidden card? Just then, Diling turned to him. Their eyes meeting, each finding the other's gaze blindingly intense, prompting them to instinctively look away. Diling handed over a small wooden box, saying, "In addition to the Far East, the Zichuan family has prepared some small gifts for your majesty. I kindly ask the general to present them." Zichuan Xiu hesitated before taking it. "Seeking the emperor's permission, your majesty, the envoy has something to present to you. Please take a look." The demon god emperor nodded, and with a flick of his hand, as if guided by an unseen thread, the wooden box in Diling's grasp slowly floated into his hands. Diling stepped back, his face paling in shock. They stood 5 or 6 meters apart, yet the emperor effortlessly seized the box from him, rendering him powerless. No wonder it was said that the demon god emperor was the foremost master of the age. Was there truly no one capable of matching him, witnessing such a display of extraordinary skill? The courtiers erupted in applause, their cheers echoing like a tidal wave, mingled with threats directed at Diling. The demon general shouted, "Our emperor's might is unmatched. Lay down your weapons and surrender to our divine clan. This is the only path for your Zichuan family. If you do not surrender, return and prepare your neck for slaughter." Diling remained silent, coldly listening to the taunts and praises from the demon generals, secretly praying that the emperor's reaction would align with his hopes. The demon god emperor opened the box, and, upon seeing the earring inside, his eyes brightened as he looked up at Diling. Diling solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Within the box lay a letter, which the emperor gently picked up and unfolded. It contained only a few lines. "Father, I hope this finds you well. Your daughter misses you dearly and longs for your return day and night. They say if you do not release the Central Army by the end of February, they will kill me. Your daughter, Cadden, February 12, year 780". Diling anxiously watched the demon god emperor read the letter, which had been penned in the demon script. There had been no time to consult an expert in the demon language for verification, leaving him unaware of its contents. Now, the fate of the Central Army, Sterling and Zichuan Xiu's lives, his own survival, and even the fate of the entire Zichuan family hinged upon this letter. The demon god emperor quietly folded the letter, rising gracefully to exit the meeting chamber through the side door. Leaving a room full of astonished courtiers, he cast one last remark over his shoulder. "Come with me." Following closely behind the demon emperor, Diling entered a small compartment. He glanced around and noticed that this space was significantly smaller than the previous room. Yet it was exquisitely arranged. There was no one else inside. Even the translator, Zichuan Xiu, was absent. He saw the demon emperor already seated beside a tea table against the wall and internally lamented. How could he possibly converse with him in his clumsy demon tongue? The divine emperor looked up at him and smiled, saying, "Please, take a seat." To his astonishment, the words were spoken in impeccable human language, with a fluent and pure tone that surpassed that of the earlier translator. Zichuan Xiu. Diling was taken aback. The demon emperor could articulate human speech so proficiently. Why, then, had he sought out Zichuan Xiu for translation in front of everyone? What was he attempting to conceal? What ulterior motives did he harbor? In an instant, Diling's mind raced with countless thoughts, yet he approached silently, bowed respectfully to the demon emperor, and took a seat opposite him without uttering a word. The demon emperor lifted his tea cup and smiled, saying, "This tea is quite good. You might want to give it a try." Diling quietly lifted the delicate cup before him, took a gentle sip, and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is excellent tea, quite rare." The demon emperor gazed intently at Diling. "How does it compare to the tea of your kind, Sir Diling?" The emperor's blue eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Deep and inscrutable. Diling, slightly surprised, raised an eyebrow. "The tea is indeed commendable, but it pales in comparison to ours. By the way, your majesty, you have mistaken me. I am not Diling." The demon emperor silently scrutinized him, exuding an intimidating presence, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of burning 2 holes into Diling's face. Diling met the emperor's gaze with calmness, his eyes sincere. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the distant footsteps of palace guards patrolling outside, the air thick with unspoken tension. "Diling, you are the most remarkable human master I have encountered in these 10 years, the demon emperor remarked with a faint smile, "and the most composed liar to speak before me. Yet, no matter how skilled you are, there is one thing you cannot disguise. Your pupils suddenly contracted just now." Diling smiled and replied, "Who wouldn't feel nervous when suddenly faced with your excellency and the world's foremost master?" with your martial prowess. You should be a well-known figure, yet I have never heard of your name. I possess only meager accomplishments. How could I dare to claim mastery? The Zichuan family has produced countless renowned generals. With masters aplenty, there are many within the army who surpass me. My lack of notoriety is hardly surprising. You claim to be an officer of the Imperial Guard, yet you wear the uniform of a military officer from the inspection department. You assert you are a Red Banner officer, yet your shoulder insignia indicates you are merely a standard officer. How do you explain this, Diling? Diling was secretly astonished. In his haste, he had borrowed the attire of Capra and had no time to prepare his Imperial Guard uniform. He had not anticipated that the Demon Emperor, who he thought seldom ventured from the palace, would possess such intricate knowledge of the Zichuan family's affairs, down to the specifics of military uniforms and ranks. I originally held a position in the inspection department, but upon the orders of the commander-in-chief, I was temporarily transferred to the Imperial Guard for my mission to your esteemed country. The commander-in-chief graciously promoted me to Red Banner officer just before my departure. However, due to the urgency of wartime, I had not the chance to change my uniform and insignia, which I hope does not cause your majesty any embarrassment. The Demon Emperor shook his head and sighed. Diling, you are quite clever. If Zichuan Xiu possessed half your wit, he would not have found himself in such dire straits at the gates of Pi. Diling remained calm. Your majesty, I am truly sorry. But you are mistaken. The Demon Emperor clapped his hands, and someone outside responded, yes. The door curtain lifted, and a figure entered, clad in the armor of a demon general. The newcomer was tall and slender, with a decent appearance, yet he exuded an undeniable air of lewdness. Upon seeing him, Diling's heart sank. He recognized the individual, Lei Hong, the greatest traitor of the Zichuan family and a former triple general of the Far East. Diling recalled their past encounters when he served as a Red Banner officer in the Far East, while Lei Hong was the deputy commander. That it became clear to him why the demon forces had advanced so effortlessly. It was because they had the treacherous Lei Hong advising them. Having served as a high-ranking officer in the family for years, Lei Hong was intimately familiar with their military strength and tactics, and his betrayal had exacted a horrific toll on the Zichuan family. With a smug demeanor, Lei Hong first bowed respectfully to the Demon Emperor, then turned to Diling and said with a smile, Sir Diling, you are now the family inspector, enjoying great wealth and status. Do you still remember the old acquaintances from the Far East? Diling remained silent, coldly regarding Lei Hong, his gaze filled with disdain, indicating his utter contempt for the conversation. Lei Hong continued to smile. Yet under Diling's piercing stare, his expression grew increasingly stiff, leaving him somewhat flustered. The Demon Emperor inquired with a smile, Diling, why do you not respond? Diling turned to the Emperor and replied with a smile, Your Majesty. How should one converse with a dog? The Demon Emperor laughed heartily, while Lei Hong's face shifted from green to pale, erupting in a furious outburst. Diling, you are as good as dead, yet still so arrogant. My Emperor is wise and will surely unite the continent. If you know what is good for you, kneel and beg for mercy from His Majesty at once. Perhaps you may spare your life. Otherwise, I will, Your Majesty. Diling interrupted Lei Hong, standing to face the Demon Emperor directly. I came to your country fully prepared to meet my demise. Now that my identity has been exposed, my life rests entirely in Your Majesty's hands, to kill or to spare. A single word from you will suffice. However, if Your Majesty wishes to negotiate with me, please send a true member of the divine race. As for him, Diling cast a disdainful glance at Lei Hong. He is at most worthy of negotiating with my dog. Furious, Lei Hong opened his mouth to retort, but the Demon Emperor raised a hand in silence, causing Lei Hong to swallow his insults, though he couldn't help but exclaim, Your Majesty, this scoundrel not only disdains me, but also shows contempt for you. Your Majesty, we cannot allow him to return alive. I am aware of this and will exercise my judgment, the Demon Emperor said calmly, his voice imbued with a chilling authority. Lord Pingjing, you may withdraw. Lei Hong, recognizing the cue, promptly fell silent and obediently exited through the side door, casting a glance back filled with deep-seated hatred toward Diling. Diling bowed deeply. I thank Your Majesty for your consideration. If there are no further instructions, I request permission to end my own life. He had fostered too deep a hatred with the demon race. They would never let him go, rather than face their execution. He preferred to take his own life for a swift end. The Demon Emperor did not respond, but said, It has been a long time since I have encountered a human master like you. I greatly admire your skills. You are 100 times stronger than Lei Hong. If I were to suggest you join our ranks, would you consider it an insult? Diling pondered for a moment before replying. Were this suggestion made by anyone else, I would indeed find it insulting, but since it comes directly from your majesty, I feel it is a tremendous honor. The Demon Emperor smiled. Well then, what is your answer? Diling took a moment to reflect seriously before stating, No, I am honored by your majesty's regard, but I possess a modicum of dignity. It would be difficult for me to align myself with someone like Lei Hong. Having refused the emperor's request, Diling felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he let out a long sigh. Realizing that he had effectively severed his last hope for survival, the Demon Emperor slowly toyed with the teacup in his hand. His gaze penetrating as he remarked, It has been decades since I have seen a human master of your caliber. You must be the disciple of the sword Saint Lao. Diling felt an unsettling sensation, as though everything about him had been laid bare. He had not even moved, yet the emperor discerned his martial skills and lineage from mere subtle gestures, though one fact was beyond his imagination. In response to your majesty, my master is not Lao. In truth, I have no formal teacher. I learned solely from a sword manual. Oh, and where did you acquire this sword manual? In response to your majesty, I purchased it. The Demon Emperor was once again astonished. I was unaware of this. Lao's sword manual is so rare that it is available for purchase. It must be quite precious. Diling replied earnestly. Indeed. He secretly chuckled. It was not that precious at all. Zichuan Xiu had lost a bet and left behind 2 grimy tomes in lieu of payment. Both he and Sterling, having emerged as the winners, had no choice but to accept the manuals as a makeshift settlement, truly the cheapest martial arts manuals in history. Worth a total of 7 copper coins, a few days later, Zichuan Xiu returned, despondent, hoping to buy back the manuals, only to be chased away by the 2 of them. Diling resolved inwardly, if he were to survive this ordeal and return, he would certainly seize Zichuan Xiu and interrogate him thoroughly to uncover what treasures this clandestine individual might be concealing. Sword Saint Rao, the mightiest warrior of the human realm since Wu Jiaming. The Demon Emperor murmured to himself, suddenly lowering his tone. Now, Diling, I am genuinely curious about why you dare to come here. Do you presume your martial prowess to be superior? Individuals of your caliber have been vanquished by me countless times over the past 3 decades. Diling replied calmly, Your Majesty, I come as an envoy. The Demon Emperor smirked sarcastically. You are not one to uphold righteousness, nor am I. Even though envoys are to be protected, you are an exception. A chill ran down Diling's spine. For the Demon Emperor's implication was clear. Your reputation for wantonly slaughtering innocents and prisoners of war precedes you. And should we slay you, who could condemn us? He took a deep breath and slowly uttered, Princess Ka Dan. The Demon Emperor's expression remained unfazed, even without Sterling and the Central Army in my grasp. Given the current circumstances, our clan is strong while Zichuan is weak. Ka Dan is invaluable to you. I doubt Zichuan Sanqing would dare lay a finger on my daughter. Diling responded with a cold smile. I neglected to inform your majesty that Ka Dan is not under Zichuan Sanqing's control. She is guarded by my people. Should I fail to return on time, within 12 hours, Ka Dan's head will roll. The Demon Emperor remarked icily. Are you attempting to intimidate me, Diling? His tone was laden with suffocating menace. Diling stood his ground. Your Majesty, you must understand that a scoundrel like me, daring to infiltrate your grand camp, would certainly come prepared to kill me is simple. But if you wish to reclaim Ka Dan's life, that is out of the question. The two faced each other. Glaring fiercely, Diling exuded an imposing aura, his gaze fixed intently on the Demon Emperor, acutely aware that he must not show weakness at this moment. A slight pause ensued, and it was the Demon Emperor who broke the silence. Suppressing his fury as he spoke slowly. Very well, state your terms, Diling. Remember, do not be excessive. Your Majesty, I have already stated that we will release Ka Dan in exchange for your withdrawal of the encirclement around Pai and the return of the Central Army. Do you not think such conditions are excessive? To seek the release of the Central Army, numbering in the tens of thousands, in exchange for a single individual, Ka Dan. Your Majesty, there is but one princess of the Demon Clan. Her noble status is worth more than 1,000,000 troops. If the exchange is too trivial, it would be beneath her dignity. Your Majesty, you must consider the face of Princess Ka Dan. Moreover, there is the matter of ceding territories across the Far East. The Demon Emperor found himself in a state of bemusement. Astonished that Diling could argue thus, clearly benefiting while feigning concern for him. After much contemplation, he slowly inquired, "Is Ka-Dan well?" Diling replied solemnly, "Her Highness is in excellent health and has not suffered any mistreatment. We of the Zichuan family treat her as honored guest, having placed her in the residence of my predecessor, Zichuan Xiu's daughter, Zichuan Ning, with great respect. From what I observed, Her Highness has even forged a deep friendship with Miss Ning." The Demon Emperor nodded slowly. "Initially, I had sent Ka-Dan to Gasha to learn military tactics for greater responsibilities, not knowing it would benefit you. Instead, that it seems fate has favored the Zichuan family." He pondered, "Thus, you shall first return Ka-Dan, and I will immediately withdraw the encirclement around Pai and allow your central army to return. I dare to request, Your Majesty, that you withdraw the encirclement first, as soon as the central army enters Valen. We shall promptly return Her Highness." The Demon Emperor raised an eyebrow. "Do you not trust my word?" Diling stood and bowed deeply. "I would not dare. However, Your Majesty knows that returning Ka-Dan is relatively simple. A handover can occur outside Valen. Yet, the withdrawal of the central army is a significant issue, requiring coordination, messengers, and the movement of large troops over long distances, where unforeseen events may easily arise. This is a cumbersome process, so I hope to expedite this matter, making subsequent handovers much easier." Diling eloquently presented a plethora of reasons, but as he noticed the Demon Emperor's expression darkening, he sighed and said, "Your Majesty, let me be frank. I trust that you are a man of your word. However, as you mentioned, the current situation is that the Demon Clan is strong while we, Zichuan, are weak. If we release Ka-Dan and the Demon Clan refuses to return the central army, we would be utterly powerless, hence our hesitation. I hope for your understanding." The Demon Emperor chuckled softly. "How do I know that after your central army returns, you will still release her? What guarantee do you offer?" "I believe, Your Majesty, that your strength is the best guarantee. With your unparalleled martial prowess and the might of 1,000,000 elite soldiers, no one would wish to oppose you if my Zichuan family were to renege. How could a mere Valen city withstand the advance of the Demon Clan and your unmatched skills?" The Demon Emperor fell silent, suddenly bursting into laughter, leaving Diling astonished. What a well-placed compliment. "Diling, I shall grant you this one favor. I can agree to allow Sterling's forces to retreat westward. You may now depart and discuss the specifics of the agreement with Zichuan Xiu." Diling was taken aback by the Demon Emperor's unexpected acquiescence, overwhelmed with joy. He bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, the Zichuan family is immensely grateful. Rest assured, as soon as the troops enter Valen, we will immediately return the princess to the Demon Clan. I shall take my leave." The Demon Emperor nodded. And as Diling reached the tent's entrance, he suddenly called out, "Diling." Diling turned. "What command does Your Majesty have?" The Demon Emperor smiled. "Remember, should you find it intolerable in the Zichuan domain, you are always welcome here." Diling paused, then replied, "If that time comes, I will certainly seek refuge with Your Majesty." The Demon Emperor laughed heartily, gesturing for Diling to exit. Diling stepped out of the tent. He was greeted by the azure sky and white clouds, the sunlight dazzling. He could hardly believe he had emerged alive. Cold sweat had soaked his garments, and he suddenly realized that life is indeed a beautiful thing. A lingering worry crept into his heart. The contemporary Demon Emperor, possessing extraordinary talent and grand ambitions, truly had remarkable abilities. His prowess in subduing ministers and uniting the historically fragmented and unruly demon populace into such a disciplined and formidable army was not merely a result of his imperial title and unparalleled martial skills. Even if this negotiation succeeded, he would still remain the greatest threat to the Zichuan family and the entire human realm. An hour later, the strategist Heisha urgently sought an audience with the Demon Emperor. Receiving immediate approval, Heisha hurried in. "Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report. Has that human envoy departed?" "Just now. Zichuan Xiu informed me." "I am aware, strategist." The Demon Emperor calmly stroked the soft feathers of the falcon in his embrace. "You intend to report on Diling, correct?" "Ah, Your Majesty already knows." Heisha was astonished. "Where is he now? We must send someone to pursue him." "Haha, having just signed the agreement, he has already returned." The Demon Emperor's chief strategist could hardly believe his ears. "Your Majesty, you knowingly let Diling go?" "Chief strategist," the Demon Emperor said leisurely, "did you not observe the fire of ambition in his eyes?" The Demon Emperor seemed to be speaking to himself. "This man possesses a devilish heart. Allowing him to live is more advantageous for us." Heisha stood still for a moment, then suddenly bowed deeply, sincerely stating, "Your Majesty, with your brilliant command, how could we possibly fail?" The demon emperor smiled, murmuring, "If fate intends for my failure, that would be quite simple. Let the Zichuan family struggle a few more years. After such a lengthy conflict, we too deserve a respite." On the 20th day of the second month in the year 780 of the empire, the Zichuan family's royal guard, the Red Flag Gopera, signed the infamous Gopera-Yun-Qian Shui Maple Leaf Forest Agreement with the demon emperor in the Maple Leaf Diling. The agreement stipulated 1. An immediate ceasefire between the two nations. 2. The demon kingdom shall release the besieged soldiers of the Zichuan family's central army. 3. The Zichuan family shall redeem all captured human officers and soldiers from this war with money. 4. All 23 provinces of the Far East shall be ceded to the demon kingdom as war reparations. 5. In addition to the ransom for the captives, the Zichuan family shall pay an additional 100,000 taels of silver as war reparations. 6. The Zichuan family shall return the captured demon princess Ka Dan from the previous war. The representative of the demon race who signed the Maple Leaf Diling agreement was General Yun Xiu, while the human representative was Gopula of the Purple River family's imperial guard, the Red Flag. Countless studies and lengthy treatises have been published in later generations attempting to ascertain the true identity of this enigmatic figure, who, in fact, never existed, sustaining numerous historians of dubious merit in their fruitless debates. From that day forth, the brutal conflict, which had persisted for over a month and claimed the lives of millions of soldiers and civilians, was finally declared at an end. This war, along with the Far East Rebellion, would henceforth be collectively referred to in history as the First Far East War. The First Far East War marked the most painful chapter in the history of the Purple River family, during which they lost over 700,000 valiant soldiers and 23 prosperous provinces in the Far East. The foundation painstakingly established by their ancestors over 2 centuries was utterly obliterated, and they were compelled to cede territory and pay reparations, enduring unbearable humiliation. On the 21st, the ceasefire order reached the front lines of Pai. A million demon soldiers erupted into cheers of victory. Having grown weary of the wretched meat grinder that was Pai, where countless comrades had perished, every inch of land soaked in repulsive blood, and every clod of earth reeking of decaying flesh, the demon commander, Yun Xiu, personally raised the white flag and entered Pai City to inform the central army of the ceasefire. To authenticate his claims, he brought a copy of the ceasefire agreement and a letter of verification from the human envoy, Gopula, for the defenders of Pai. Yun Xiu was genuinely pleased with this agreement, not only because it relieved him of the burdensome orders of his siege forces, but also because the success of the negotiations meant the imminent return of Princess Katen, who would ascend to the position of prince consort, a promising future awaiting him. Upon entering Pai City, he was profoundly struck. A group of emaciated, ragged individuals, so frail they could barely stand, had somehow managed to withstand the main forces of the divine race. Despite their opposing allegiances, Yun Xiu, as a soldier, understood the importance of respecting warriors. That he held deep admiration for the tenacity and resilience of the human defenders. They had performed miracles of warfare. He also harbored great respect for their commander, Sterling, and offered him a solemn military salute, to which Sterling trembled and returned the courtesy with due decorum. Yun Xiu's astonishment when reading the ceasefire agreement. Sterling's complexion drained of color, and he seemed on the verge of collapse. Yun Xiu wondered at his sorrow. What could be the cause? However, Sterling quickly regained his composure. It was merely understandable excitement. The two parties conferred on the subsequent handover arrangements to prevent misunderstandings or conflicts between the human forces returning home and any demon troops that had not received orders. Yun Xiu proposed to personally lead a contingent to escort the central army back to Valin, to which Sterling expressed profound gratitude. When the signed ceasefire agreement was read aloud, the human officers and soldiers, who initially thought they were doomed, were engulfed in overwhelming joy, with tens of thousands of frail, starving soldiers exclaiming, "We are saved! We are saved! Saved!" Hats flew through the air, arms waved in celebration, and the crowd rejoiced exuberantly. Yet amidst the rising cheers was a jarring discord. In a corner, a young nurse wept softly, her tears falling upon her youthful visage. That a critically wounded young officer had ceased to breathe the moment the news of the ceasefire was announced, his lips curving into a serene smile, as if he had merely fallen asleep. Within the jubilant cries, the intermittent, convulsive sounds of the woman were particularly jarring and clear, Observing the humans' oscillation between jubilant cheers and heart-wrenching sobs, Zichuan Xiu found it difficult to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. In the realm of the demon kingdom, valor was revered above all. They upheld that a man should be as unyielding as iron and stone, and any display of sorrow or sentimentality was viewed as a manifestation of weakness. Public weeping was held in utter disdain. One of the demon guards accompanying Zichuan Xiu scoffed, "Humans are truly cowards. How they fear death is utterly disgraceful." "No," Zichuan Xiu replied softly. "It is their profound love for life that renders them so powerful." He silently added, "This is a nation we shall never conquer." On the 23rd, the Central Army commenced its withdrawal from Pai City, advancing westward. Although Zichuan Xiu had instructed his troops to clear a path, the curiosity of the demon soldiers surged, and they flocked to observe the human forces. The first to depart were the armored cavalry, once a formidable force that instilled fear in the hearts of the demons. Now, due to hunger, injuries, and death, only a pitiful remnant remained, their former glory lost. Many horses had been slaughtered for sustenance, and the cavalrymen, having lost their mounts, were forced to carry their armor on carts and march forward like infantry. Following them in disarray were the infantry, no longer resplendent in their armor, their ranks disheveled, staggering as they walked, their wounds bound in filthy bandages, their garments tattered and in disarray, some even draping themselves in burlap sacks and tent fabric. The demon soldiers were astonished. The enemy they had fought so fiercely for over a month appeared in such a wretched state. They laughed derisively at the pitiful condition of the human army. "Huh. This is hilarious. Look at what they're wearing. Even beggars dress better. They're hardly better than a pack of vagrants. Even our servant sprites look more dignified." Faced with the scornful mockery from the demon soldiers, the human soldiers responded with silence and resolute determination, not uttering a word. Gradually, the laughter of the demon soldiers faded, and the atmosphere grew solemn. Though weakened, the Central Army soldiers maintained their pride, defiantly locking eyes with the demon soldiers, as if silently proclaiming, "We have not been conquered." In the face of such devastating losses, they remained undeterred, preserving their dignity, leaving the surrounding demon officers and soldiers astonished, drawing closer in a bid to scrutinize their adversaries. Zichuan Xiu's personal guard had to wield their whips to disperse the crowd, allowing the Central Army to advance. 7 demon teams led the way, followed by the remnants of the Central Army. Trailed by 14 more demon teams, as the procession crossed the ice-laden, gray waters of the river, the horses began to trot, their hooves clattering in a heart-wrenching chorus. The road stretched westward, flanked by melting snow and thin ice, shimmering like white flames, while the barren oak trees silently receded behind them. Turning to gaze back towards the east, in the fading light of the sunset, the castle of Pai glimmered like a jewel. Standing tall, solitary, and desolate, the Central Army had entered Valin Fortress on March 2nd of the year 780. On the same day, the Purple River family released the demon princess Katen, handing her over to the vanguard of the demon forces led by Ling Buxu outside Valin City. Due to unfortunate timing, Katen and Sterling missed each other, never to witness one another's final moments. The journey was long and arduous, and the bells of prayer resonated throughout every town and village, welcoming back the weary sons of the Empire. By the time the Central Army returned to the imperial capital on March 15th, a fine rain was falling from the heavens. Sterling, feeling a sense of shame, wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Thus he arranged for their entry into the city at midnight. As the troops stepped onto the long streets of the imperial capital, Sterling was astounded to find the streets flanked by a sea of people, a dense throng that seemed to stretch for miles. Yet not a single sound broke the heavy silence, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and weight. The majority of the crowd were civilians, though many donned military uniforms. As the Central Army began to march into the city, the hushed crowd stirred, eager to catch a glimpse of their returning soldiers. The youthful boys who had left home, still innocent and naive, had transformed into what they were now, faces marked by hardship, weathered by sun and wind, emaciated due to hunger. Many young men bore the lines of age and the white of hair, their bodies adorned with scars from battle. Of the once mighty force of 150,000 that had set out, fewer than 40,000 returned, meaning that merely 1 in 5 had made it back, and nearly all were wounded. Many women wept as they searched for their husbands, while elderly mothers called out for their beloved sons, crying their names into the void, only to hear the heart-wrenching echoes of their futile pleas. My son, where are you?" Indeed, where could they be? Those sons, whom they had tied their dreams to and remembered day and night, had vanished into distant lands. They lay slain in the expansive heights of Valen. Amidst the dense forests of Yun province, beneath the walls of Pai, those young men, brimming with vitality, had spilled their blood upon every inch of far eastern soil, buried in foreign lands. Now, the graves of these fallen soldiers were overgrown with weeds. Washed by rains, blanketed in snow, or left to rot in the wilderness, their bones exposed to the elements. The wind mourned in hushed tones, as if it sought to carry the lamentations of countless birthdays and death anniversaries to the snow-laden Far East. To the crumbling gravestones of fallen soldiers, the entire long street was momentarily engulfed by the sound of weeping. The people, in addition to grieving the loss of their loved ones, bore a deeper anguish that perplexed them. Why? Our warriors are valiant and unconquerable. Our kin have shed their blood on the battlefield, sacrificing their lives for the nation. We have paid such a monumental price, yet we are still compelled to cede territory. To pay reparations, to endure this humiliation. Sterling felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as if every cry from the crowd was a scathing rebuke directed at him. We entrusted you with our most precious child, and you took him away, yet you have failed to bring him back. You dare to call yourself the foremost general of the Zichuan family, but now you rely on us to cede land and pay reparations to redeem you. The army is meant to defend the nation, yet now it sacrifices the nation to preserve itself. Sterling was consumed by guilt, particularly for having once loved the enemy princess. He could not face the grieving mothers and wives. Tormented by his own deep-seated guilt, in the face of such a colossal national grievance and personal tragedy, the vows of love he once cherished felt painfully insipid and powerless. After disbanding the troops, Sterling trudged wearily toward the Grand Commander's residence, bracing himself for the most severe punishment from Grand Commander Zichuan Xiu. To his surprise, the commander did not chastise him. Instead, he opened his arms to welcome him back, tears streaming down his face. The other two members present, Commander Rominghai and the newly appointed chief aide, Gashan, also refrained from harsh words, offering only gentle reassurances, urging him to recuperate. This kindness only intensified Sterling's feelings of guilt and unease. As he exited the Grand Commander's residence and was about to return home, he spotted Zichuan Ning, clad in a simple white dress, standing by the small path at the entrance, cradling a bouquet of flowers. Sterling approached silently, and as they faced each other, their hearts were heavy with unspoken emotions. Zichuan Ning broke the silence first. She is gone. Sterling understood who she meant and nodded, but remained silent. She left you these flowers, along with a letter. Zichuan Ning extended the flowers to him, and Sterling stared blankly at the bouquet, a blue hue tinged with red, wilting slightly from the passage of time. He did not reach out to take them, instead asking, "What kind of flowers are these?" His voice was hoarse. "These are called forget-me-nots," Zichuan Ning replied softly. Sterling murmured, "Forget-me-not, forget-me-not." He savored the name, suddenly declaring, "Please throw them away for me." Zichuan Ning flashed a mischievous smile, as if she had seen through all of Sterling's thoughts. "I won't throw them away. You must do it yourself." With that, she grabbed his hand, forcefully placing the flowers and letter into his grasp. "Take good care of them." Expressionless, Sterling casually tossed them into the nearby trash bin. Zichuan Ning's face turned ashen. "You truly?" Sterling nodded. "Yes." Zichuan Ning gazed intently at him, recognizing the profound suffering etched upon his features, the weariness and pallor that belied his mere 26 years. She silently forgave his rudeness, lowering her head. The words that needed to be spoken had been uttered, yet she lingered, standing in silence, caught between words. This time, it was Sterling who perceptively broke the stillness. "Xiu did not return with us this time. He mentioned he had some matters to attend to. The troops from the Xiu unit have not yet returned. Rest assured, he is well and unharmed." A flush crept across the young woman's cheeks as she softly murmured, "I did not inquire about him. I was hoping to ask." "Oh, he had a message he wanted me to relay to you, but since you seem uninterested, I shall." Sterling feigned looking up at the sky, falling silent. Zichuan Ning could not contain herself any longer. Leaping up to playfully swat at him. "Brother Sterling, you're so mean. Will you tell me, or not? If you don't, I'll tug your ear." Sterling laughed as he dodged her playful attacks. Yet his heart ached with a piercing pain. When had such a tender voice once playfully scolded him with similar words? "Mr. C, you're so bad." The cherished farewell echoed in his mind, unaware that it marked a final parting. The beloved now lost to the horizon, never to be seen again in this lifetime. Suddenly, Zichuan Ning halted her playful swatting, astonished to see tears welling in Sterling's eyes. He asked me to tell you this. Sterling choked on his words. Yet each syllable emerged with clarity. I love you. Those three simple words encapsulated all of Sterling's emotions and strength, conveyed with such depth, such poignancy, and such anguish. Tears streamed down his face, as if he were not merely relaying a message but pouring forth the most turbulent feelings from the depths of his heart. A desperate confession to a beloved who was no longer present, tragic yet heroic. How he envied Zichuan Xiu, for he could openly declare his love to the one he cherished. I love you. Oh, Cadden, far across the miles, can you hear my voice? A radiant blush adorned Zichuan Ning's face as she struggled to find words, overwhelmed with emotion, her entire being radiating joy. Unable to contain her delight, she suddenly embraced Sterling and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. This is from Sister Cadden. Before Sterling could react, she shyly dashed away, her silhouette filled with exuberance and joy. Sterling stared after her, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he gently wiped the kiss from his face with a handkerchief. Suddenly, a thought struck him. On the night of March 15th, the sentinels stationed at the Grand Commander's residence, along with a few passers-by, witnessed a scene that rendered them speechless with astonishment. The esteemed military officer, Commander Sterling, was rummaging through a roadside trash bin, disregarding the exquisite deep blue woolen uniform designated for high-ranking officers. His appearance akin to that of a rat burrowing through dirt. 2 months later, under the urging and encouragement of Grand Commander Zichuan Xiu, Commander Sterling married Miss Li Qing. Sterling was the linchpin of his family and the military's foremost figure. While Li Qing hailed from a prestigious family in the imperial capital, known for her grace and virtue, possessing remarkable talent as well, serving as a Red Banner official in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, everyone deemed them a perfect match of talent and beauty. The wedding was officiated by Grand Commander Zichuan Xiu, boasting a high level of ceremony, attended by nearly all prominent figures of the Zichuan family. Except for Commander Roaming High, who claimed illness. Among the groomsmen was Inspector General Diling, a close friend of Commander Sterling. As the wedding procession traversed the long street of the imperial capital, onlookers erupted in cheers and blessings for Commander Sterling. The groom, Sterling, perpetually wore a smile, responding to the well wishes of the crowd, though to the discerning eyes of Diling, his smile appeared rather stiff. Unable to restrain himself, Diling remarked to Sterling, "What is wrong with you? You look like a pig being led to slaughter. This is a momentous occasion. You should be more joyful." Sterling reined in his smile, glancing at him, and suddenly asked, "Do you know what I have longed for most in this life?" Diling chuckled ambiguously. "I suppose you're yearning for your wedding night." As an experienced man, I understand. Yet Sterling did not laugh. Instead, he pointed to a nearby cake shop, earnestly stating, "What I have longed for most in this life is to be a cake shop owner." Diling looked over to see a perspiring cake shop owner emerging from the establishment, bearing a tray of freshly baked cakes. While the plump shopkeeper welcomed customers enthusiastically, Diling was baffled, wondering, could it be that the income from selling cakes surpasses that of a family commander? On the night of March 15th, 780, in the far eastern plains, the world was blanketed in white, with a fierce wind blowing, and the heavy snow danced chaotically in the air before it even reached the ground. Amidst the expanse of snow, a luxuriously adorned carriage was making its way eastward, accompanied by a contingent of cavalrymen providing protection. The snowstorm was fierce, and the night was dark, making their journey exceedingly arduous. From within the carriage came the delicate voice of a young woman. "General Ling, where are we now?" The voice was faint, barely audible amidst the storm, but a formidable demon general rode closer to the carriage, responding loudly. "Reporting to your highness, we have entered the territory of Dusha province. This is the vicinity of Pai City, and we are no more than 100 miles from the Maple Leaf Dan forest. Your highness will soon be able to meet with your father." Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, and Ling Buxa quickly leaned closer to the curtain, asking, "Does your highness have any instructions? The storm outside is severe. Please do not venture out to avoid catching a chill." "General Ling, the storm is fierce and the night is dark. The brothers are enduring great hardships on this night journey. Instruct everyone to set up camp here. We shall continue our journey tomorrow." "Understood. Your highness is considerate of our brothers, and everyone is deeply grateful." A multitude of demon soldiers, as if granted amnesty, collectively expressed their gratitude. After a day of arduous travel through the wind and snow, they were utterly exhausted, hastening to seek the shelter of a windbreak on the hillside. With a flurry of hands, they kindled a campfire and erected tents. The carriage curtain fluttered, and Princess Cadden gracefully leaped down. Draped in a pristine white marten fur coat that accentuated her pallid complexion, her exquisite beauty radiated an air of regal elegance. Resembling a celestial being in her poise, the demon soldiers stood in awe. Captivated by her presence, Ling Buxu hurried over, inquiring, "Your Highness, how may I serve you? It is too cold outside. Perhaps you should return to the carriage until we have prepared the tents and the campfire." "General Ling, where is Pi City? I wish to see it." Moments ago, while in the carriage, Cadden felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, as if something significant was unfolding, though she could not discern what it was. She felt restless and uneasy. Despite the fierce winds and heavy snowfall outside, she could no longer remain seated within the carriage. "Your Highness, please take a look." Amidst the swirling snowflakes, on the distant horizon, nestled between patches of pale blue woods, loomed a city, partially obscured by the night, in the darkness. Its towering silhouette appeared both imposing and solemn, as if lost in silent contemplation, breathing in the unique scents of the prairie, dried grass, horse sweat, and the icy chill of winter's snow. The feelings of unease dissipated, and Cadden's eyes began to glisten with tears. This was the place where her beloved had once fought, where he lived, breathed, slept, and battled. Cadden murmured, "This is the most magnificent city under heaven." Ling Buxu, however, felt otherwise and gently corrected her. "Your Highness, it is nighttime. The scenery appears larger than it does in daylight. Compared to our divine fortress in the grand cities of Valen, Pi is merely a small stronghold, hardly deserving of the title." "No," insisted the third princess of the demon clan, stubbornly maintaining, "this is the greatest city under heaven." Silently, she thought to herself, just like him. Tears began to fall, each droplet splattering onto the snow, creating small holes. She wished to remain undetected, tilting her head towards the sky, only for a snowflake to land in her mouth. Cold and refreshing as she savored it, she suddenly realized that the taste of snow was bitter. History is akin to a winding river. For the most part, this river flows gently and steadily. Meandering through prairies, plains, and forests, its surface calm and glimmering. In such moments, it gives the illusion of constancy, as though it will forever remain slow and tranquil, its rhythm unhurried. Yet when this river encounters a precipice, in an instant, its flow may surge, cascading rapidly, an unstoppable torrent. In those moments, people often exclaim in astonishment, "What has happened to the life I once knew?" This abrupt transformation is later referred to as the Golden Age. In the year of the Empire, 780, February marked the conclusion of the Eastern War, with humanity's defeat resulting in territorial concessions. On March 15th of the same year, Princess Cadden returned to her homeland, and the Demon Kingdom rejoiced in national celebration, commemorating their victory in the East, ushering in a brief period of peace between demons and humans. In the 5th volume, Loyalty and Betrayal. Chapter 2, Human Traitors. By March of 780, over a month had passed since the end of the Eastern War. Observing the youth of the imperial capital returning home in droves from the front lines, yet finding no sign of the Xiu character battalion, Zichuan Ning began to feel anxious. Her heart brimmed with worry. Consequently, she found herself visiting Sterling's home every few days, inquiring about Zichuan Xiu's whereabouts. She meticulously questioned every detail about the separation between Sterling and Zichuan Xiu, repeatedly scrutinizing every word spoken by Zichuan Xiu. As though suspecting Sterling of having ill intentions towards him, Sterling too felt a sense of unease. The war had ended over a month ago, and the entirety of the East was now under demon control. Why, then, had Zichuan Xiu not returned? He consulted with Emperor Lin, who shared his concern for Zichuan Xiu, and together they dispatched a messenger to the Valen fortress, seeking updates on the Xiu character battalion status. After 2 weeks, a letter from Lin Bing finally arrived, stating that a considerable demon army was stationed at the front of the Valen fortress, having established a tightly sealed southwestern camp. While there were many rumors regarding Zichuan Xiu and his troops, the demon blockade had rendered any confirmation impossible. Lin Bing's message was somewhat ambiguous. She did not elaborate on the rumors nor specify when the whereabouts of the Xiu character battalion could be verified. From her delicate handwriting, Emperor Lin sensed a foreboding undertone. On April 15, following the directive of Zichuan Sanqing and the arrangement of Inspector General Emperor Lin, Commander Ming Hui of the Border Defense Forces concluded his confinement under military law and returned to the imperial capital from Valen. Accompanying him was a large contingent of human officers and soldiers, ransomed back from the demons by their families at great expense under the terms of the ceasefire agreement. Upon arriving in the capital, Minghui immediately sought an audience with President Luo Minghai and General Zichuan Xiu for a confidential briefing. April 18th dawned bright and sunny. Zichuan Ning had yet to rise when, suddenly, the doorbell rang. Overcome with excitement, she dashed to the door, almost flying past the servant to her surprise. The figure standing at the threshold was not the one she longed for, but rather Li Qing, the red-clad official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Zichuan Ning forced a dry smile to mask her disappointment and, slightly astonished, exclaimed, "Sister Qing? So early?" Li Qing smiled silently, her gaze drifting to Zichuan Ning's attire. "Oh no," Zichuan Ning gasped, quickly pulling Li Qing into the room and shutting the door. Before they could speak, both girls erupted into laughter, bending over and clutching each other as if nothing could be more humorous. "Ah Ning, you truly have no shame, answering the door in your nightgown." Zichuan Ning attempted to adopt an air of bravado, but her seriousness faltered, and she eventually lunged at Li Qing, playfully scolding, "It's your fault. Who comes to visit at such an early hour?" Li Qing chuckled, her eyes sparkling, yet remained silent. Zichuan Ning cleared her throat, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. After exchanging idle chatter for a while, Li Qing's expression turned serious as she stated, "There's something I need to ask you. Have you received any news about him recently?" The mention of this topic saddened Zichuan Ning. She shook her head despondently. "No, not at all. That I don't even know if he is alive or dead." Her tone was laden with sorrow. Li Qing regarded Zichuan Ning silently, as if probing the truth behind her words. Zichuan Ning, puzzled, remarked, "If you want to know about Xiu, why not ask Sterling? Aren't you two on the verge of getting married?" Li Qing smiled but refrained from answering, instead saying, "Ah Ning, I've come today on the orders of your uncle. The General wishes for you to attend a meeting at the commander's office." Zichuan Ning was taken aback. "The commander's office meeting? What does it have to do with me? I'm not a member of the commander's office." "Do you even know what it's about?" Li Qing responded briefly, "I know." Then she fell silent. Zichuan Ning understood her temperament. Despite their deep friendship, she would divulge not a word regarding matters pertaining to Zichuan Xiu's orders. "Is it very important?" Li Qing nodded. "Extremely important." Zichuan Ning tilted her head in thought, then said, "Wait for me to change my clothes." She rose and walked towards her bedroom. Observing Zichuan Ning's graceful silhouette, Li Qing's clear eyes revealed a glimmer of sympathy. Suddenly, she called out, "Ah Ning, what is it?" Zichuan Ning turned back. Noticing Li Qing's hesitant expression, she smiled. "Sister Qing, you look rather strange today, as if you have something to say but are afraid to voice it, like delivering a death notification." Zichuan Ning abruptly halted, her complexion paling. "Sister Qing, it can't be true." "It isn't, though I would rather it were, for your sake." A sense of foreboding surged within Zichuan Ning as she widened her beautiful eyes, fixated on Li Qing. Observing Zichuan Ning's ashen face, Li Qing, the red-clad official, began to speak slowly, as if weighing each word carefully. "This is a confidential meeting, and I shouldn't be disclosing this, but I feel you ought to be mentally prepared." She took a deep breath and continued, "Lord Xiuquan has betrayed the country. He has allied himself with the demons." Zichuan Ning felt an urge to laugh as she observed Li Qing's serious expression. However, she found herself unable to produce a sound. When she finally comprehended that Li Qing was not jesting, it felt as though her feet were treading upon a bed of cotton, a sensation of utter softness enveloping her. Simultaneously, a cacophony of drums resonated in her ears, reverberating like thunder, and a colossal black curtain descended before her, shrouding her completely. Confidential document. Interrogation records of the Zichuan Xiu betrayal incident, confidentiality level, secret. Investigator, Military Law Department of the Inspection Bureau. Subject, Yang Lin, Deputy Banner Leader of the 3rd Brigade, 7th Infantry Division of the former Black Flag Army. Observers, Chief Inspector of the Inspection Bureau, Emperor Lin, and Chief of Staff, General Gashan. Investigator, Your Excellency Yang Lin, we are here representing the Family Inspection Bureau to discuss your experiences during the Far East War. Yang Lin, how many times must I repeat myself? I recounted my story thrice the day before yesterday and twice yesterday. How long will this interrogation continue? Investigator interrupts. Your Excellency Yang Lin, we are here to request your account of your experiences in the Far East War. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Yang Lin, very well. Investigator Lin, thank you for your cooperation. Now let us begin anew. Your Excellency Yonglin. What is your name? Yonglin. Yonglin, you already know this, so why ask? I am 37 years old. Joined the family military in the year 763 of the Empire's calendar, currently serving as the brigade leader of the former 7th Infantry Division, holding the rank of Deputy Banner Leader, with 2 commendations and no disciplinary records. I was captured by the demon forces led by Zichuan Xiu on January 11th after sustaining injuries in the east, and I was taken to the demon's southwestern camp, where I was imprisoned for 67 days without defecting. Investigator Lin, your age? Yang Lin shouts, 37. Emperor Lin, speed it up. We have over 10 witnesses to interview. We cannot afford to dawdle. Investigator, understood. Your Excellency Yang Lin, please recount the details of your capture, and do not omit any specifics. Yang Lin, there is not much to elaborate on. Beginning January 5th, our troops were scattered by the demon vanguard in Shajia City that we lost contact with the main force and were at a loss for what to do, with demons all around. I led my remaining men. Our brigade numbered less than 70 at that point. Retreating westward while engaging in combat, on January 11th, we encountered a demon patrol by the eastern bank of the Greywater River in Dusa Province. And with the river behind us, we were left with no avenue of escape that I told my comrades. In this weather, jumping into the river would freeze us to death. We might as well turn back and fight them. Investigator, what happened next? Yang Lin, about 40 men agreed to follow me back into the fray, while the rest jumped into the river to escape, though they did not manage to flee. The demon archers on the opposite bank patrolled day and night, and they would shoot arrows at any sound on the river without even glancing. The river was so littered with corpses that it was nearly hidden. Tragic, I often thought, rather than dying like that, it was better to fight back as I did. Alas, how strange the world is. Those who wished for death like me did not perish. Yet they met their end. Investigator, back to the point. What transpired next? Yang Lin, what transpired? A desperate fight. A group of 40 famished and exhausted men against hundreds of fully armed demon cavalry. It took less than 2 minutes for them to be utterly annihilated. Several cavalry surrounded me, hacking away with their sabers. I lost an arm, and one struck me at the back of my head, plunging me into darkness. When I awoke, I found myself in a prisoner of war camp. Later, I learned they had not checked me thoroughly, assuming I was dead. Only during the battlefield cleanup did they discover I was still alive. Seeing I was an officer, they spared my life and sent me to the POW camp. There, everyone said I was fortunate to have encountered Zichuan Xiu's troops. Had it been any other unit, they would have executed me without hesitation. Investigator, what occurred afterward? Yang Lin, then I became a prisoner. The camp housed around 70 to 80,000 captives. All family soldiers captured in the Far East War. Reduced to slavery, we were divided into hundreds of groups for various tasks. Some went to weapon factories, others served as menial laborers, some were sent to mines, and others to construction sites for barracks and the demon god emperor's palace. Though I heard their deity was nearby, we never saw him. While working, demon soldiers wielding whips monitored us. If we lagged, even slightly, we would face a lash. The labor was grueling, and the food was abysmal. Life was unbearable. Daily, prisoners succumbed to the torture, and guards callously disposed of the bodies to feed the dogs that ate that time. No one expected to return alive. We all thought it might be better to die sooner and be reborn. Emperor Lin, tell this fool to get to the point. We have no time for his ramblings. Investigator, please recount your experiences from March 18th. Yang Lin, in fact, rumors began circulating in the POW camp at the end of February that the family had reached an agreement with the demon forces and were negotiating our release. It was such splendid news that we could hardly believe it. However, in the subsequent days, the demons treated us considerably better than before. That on March 18th, we were gathered together, and at that moment, General Zichuan Xiu of the Feather Forest accompanied a familiar figure into the camp. The gentle spring rain fell like a veil, wrapping the air in a soft mist that evoked a sense of melancholy. Above the military camp, a haze of indistinctness lingered, gazing at the flattened thoroughfare of the Far East stretching towards the horizon. Traversing the majestic Gucci Mountains lay the heartland of the human Zichuan family, his homeland. The brilliant sunset bathed the smoky western skies in hues of crimson. Facing the west, Zichuan Xiu stood in quiet contemplation. A few paces behind him, General Zichuan Xiu of the demon forces silently observed the forlorn and solitary figure of the defector. What thoughts occupied his mind? Did he regret his choices? Did he long for his homeland? Were there people he missed on the other side of the mountains? Did he harbor resentment towards himself? As a defector, did he feel any pangs of conscience? Yun Xinshui recalled the command given to him by the strategist Haisha. By all means necessary. Ascertain his true intentions, the genuine motives. 3 days had passed, yet Yun Xinshui still felt as if he were meeting Zichuan Xiu for the first time. Familiar yet foreign. On the surface, he appeared to be an affable young man, cherishing life, with a rather weak will, lacking steadfast beliefs or loyalty. His demeanor revealed a well-educated individual, yet his interests were far from noble, seeking wealth, beauty, power, and all forms of pleasure that brought joy. This was Yun Xinshui's initial impression of Zichuan Xiu. Nevertheless, he sensed that deep within Zichuan Xiu's dark eyes flickered something distinctly different from the fade he presented. Zichuan Xiu was an enigma, he pondered. He was unlike the Pingjing Marquis. Yet Yun Xinshui could not articulate how. Zichuan Xiu turned around, gazing gently. Yun Xinshui felt a twinge of embarrassment and managed a candid smile, saying, "I apologize for earlier." Yun Xinshui silently cursed the chief strategist Haisha for devising such an ungracious test of loyalty for the defectors. Was there truly no other way to evaluate their allegiance? Zichuan Xiu smiled lightly. "It is nothing." He lowered his gaze to his soiled attire, now marred with stains and filth. Frowning, Yun Xinshui understood his implication and said, "I'll take care of this outfit for you. Our sizes are similar, so you may wear mine for now." Zichuan Xiu did not decline, smiling, "I appreciate your kindness, General of the Feather Forest." The two of them refrained from delving deeper into the earlier incident, deliberately avoiding the topic, as it was undeniably awkward. Just moments prior, Zichuan Xiu, clad in the garb of a demon general, had stood before thousands of Zichuan family prisoners, delivering a speech that he revealed his identity, urging the captives to follow his example and surrender to the divine forces rather than attempt to return. The prisoners were incredulous, unable to trust their eyes and ears. One of the 3 heroes of Zichuan, a vice leader bearing the Zichuan name, had shamelessly defected to the demons and audaciously called for others to do the same. In a fit of rage, the battered soldiers cried out in anguish, "We fought for our country and, though captured by the enemy and enduring severe torture, we remained steadfast and did not betray our cause." Yet, a high-ranking officer who has benefited from 2 generations of national grace and held a vice leader position has been the first to sell out our nation. The prisoners, filled with fury, shouted in unison, "Beast! Traitor! Turncoat!" A torrent of curses, spit, shoes, and debris rained down upon the platform, striking Zichuan Xiu. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Outer Realm's demon guards who dragged Zichuan Xiu away, the furious mob would have immediately torn him to shreds. Yun Xinshui observed, amidst the deafening cacophony of curses, as saliva and filth rained down upon him. Zichuan Xiu appeared indifferent and composed, standing upright, his solitary figure exuding a sense of desolation, while his gentle gaze betrayed profound sorrow. Deeply shaken, Yun Xinshui pondered, what manner of person is this? A shameless traitor who lusts after power and wealth, betraying his own country and selling his soul. How could he possess such noble eyes? The two walked back in silence, when Yun Xinshui's guard, a short, low-ranking demon, hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully to her. Yet his gaze toward Zichuan Xiu was tinged with curiosity and suspicion. His appearance resembled that of the demon aristocracy. Yet his irises were black, clearly marking him as human. They stood upon a high hill overlooking the entire military camp, where the elite demon guard unit, the Yulin army, was stationed. This encampment lay in the hilly terrain by the Gojicha forest in the Dusa province, approximately 200 miles from the Maple Leaf Danlin, where His Majesty resided. Below, the demon camp was a vibrant tapestry of countless tints and various colors. Under the evening glow, wisps of cooking smoke rose into the air, signaling dinner time. Large groups of demon soldiers moved like swarming ants, gathering in clusters around campfires, animatedly preparing their evening meal, while to the west, the sun was setting in a brilliant crimson. Yun Xinshui halted, suddenly speaking, "May I inquire about something, Your Excellency Zichuan?" Zichuan Xiu nodded, aware that the crucial test had arrived. "Please, go ahead. What brings you to our divine realm? As far as I know, the Zichuan family treated you quite well. It is rare for someone of your age, merely in their 20s, to achieve the rank of a high-ranking officer at the deputy commander level." Zichuan Xiu replied calmly, "The Zichuan family treats me well, but I desire much more than they can offer. Moreover, I ascend T Vice Commander Lei Hong, of my rank. also seeking refuge with you and receiving warm welcomes. I have heard he has even been bestowed a title. You mean Lord Pingjing, correct? He is now a duke and enjoys the emperor's favor. Yun Qianxue smiled, thinking to herself, indeed, we always welcome traitors, but they will never be trusted or valued. How could someone as clever as you, Zichuan Xiu, not understand this? However, I believe, Your Excellency, you are not akin to Duke Pingjing. Yun Qianxue's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. You do not strike me as the kind who would abandon their principles for power and wealth. If your intention was truly to join us, forgive my boldness, but wouldn't the timing during the siege of Pai have been more opportune? At that moment, aligning with our divine realm to conquer the isolated city of Pai should have been a simple task. He fixed his gaze intently on Zichuan Xiu. Scrutinizing his reaction, Zichuan Xiu met Yun Qianxue's gaze with sincerity in his eyes. General Yulin, I have a good relationship with Sterling, the central military commander of the Zichuan family. He saved my life. To act as you suggest would be to condemn him. I have already risked my life to accompany Sterling in holding the isolated city of Pai for over a month, fulfilling my duty to him. I owe him nothing further. Now, my heart is entirely devoted to the divine realm, and should we meet on the battlefield in the future, Sterling will be my enemy, and I shall show him no mercy. Yun Qianxue nodded, finding this response to be somewhat reasonable, and continued to inquire, Your Excellency Zichuan, why did you not bring your subordinates with you when you sought refuge with our divine realm? Where are your troops? Zichuan Xiu shrugged, smiling with feigned innocence. There was nothing I could do. They refused to follow me and rebelled, leaving me behind. These short-sighted individuals are not all as far-sighted as I. Yun Qianxue asked in astonishment, far-sighted. General Yulin, Zichuan Xiu's tone was exceedingly sincere. I have lived for an extended period in the Far East, bordering your nation, and have consistently fought on the front lines. Compared to others, I possess a deeper understanding of your country. In every battle, the strength of your army has left a profound impression on me. Combat ability, intelligence, knowledge, discipline, unity, in every regard, the overall quality of the divine realm far surpasses that of humanity. This time, as His Majesty leads 1,000,000 troops westward, with overwhelming force. The Zichuan family army has already lost 600,000 within a month. General Yulin, as a former high-ranking officer of the Zichuan family, I am well aware of their strength. That was their entire main force, and the Zichuan family's fate is sealed. In contrast, the already disadvantaged humans do not heed the warning but are embroiled in internal strife. I foresee that within 3 years, the Zichuan family will perish, and the future will undoubtedly belong to the divine realm. Choosing a sturdy tree to nest in, since the Zichuan family's once mighty tree has rotted from within. I must seek a new path. General Yulin, you may wait and see. As soon as the divine army appears west of Wayland Pass, thousands of humans will come to pledge their allegiance. I am merely ahead of them by a little. Coming later would render their allegiance worthless. Yun Qianxue listened quietly, approvingly remarking, Your Excellency Zichuan, you are indeed a talented individual with great insight. Should you genuinely wish to align with our divine realm, we would welcome you warmly. Our emperor is adept at recognizing and utilizing talented individuals, as long as you remain loyal to our kin. What you shall gain will far exceed your expectations. Power, wealth, and glory will be but a given. In fact, once we annihilate the Zichuan family, you could be granted the title of King of Zichuan, ruling over the former territories of the Zichuan family on behalf of His Majesty. Zichuan Xiu smiled obsequiously. I would be much obliged for your continued support, General Yulin. You are highly favored by His Majesty, and I will rely on you to speak well of me. Please convey my sincere heart to His Majesty. My loyalty to the divine realm is unwavering. Should His Majesty require my service, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Yun Qianxue felt a wave of revulsion and inwardly cursed. Another Lei Hong. Humanity truly is shameless, and such a person can serve as a deputy commander. No wonder the Zichuan family is doomed. Gazing at Zichuan Xiu's radiant smile, Yun Qianxue could not help but recall the countless corpses of human soldiers floating on the surface of the gray water river. Those wounded soldiers fought back with a frenzied, desperate heroism, falling one after another beneath the slash of sabers. Yet in their dying moments, they charged toward death and destruction, preferring to leap into the icy river rather than be captured, leaving thousands of observing demon soldiers in shock. Now, Yun Qianxue felt a sense of injustice for them, and he turned away, spitting. After ensuring Zichuan Xiu was settled in the camp, Yun Qianxue discreetly instructed his captain of guards, maintain a 24-hour watch on him. Report to me immediately if he even steps out to relieve himself. The captain complied. And only then did Zichuan Xiu feel reassured enough to return to his own tent, mulling over Zichuan Xiu's words. They sounded reasonable, yet something felt amiss, and he was uncertain how to report to the waiting demon strategist Haisha. Approaching his tent, he discovered that the area surrounding it had been densely surrounded by tall soldiers of the royal guard, while his original guards were driven far away, huddled in the corner. Watching him pitifully, Zichuan Xiu frowned, realizing this was surely the handiwork of strategist Haisha, and felt disdainful. After all, this was the heart of the Yulin army's camp, with nearly 70,000 elite troops guarding the vicinity. Was such a stringent defense really necessary? Moreover, this was the main camp of the Yulin army. His own territory. To replace all his guards without informing him was truly excessive. Despite his discomfort, he approached nonchalantly, only to be stopped by a towering armored beast soldier who bellowed, "Pass." Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. Asking what? The armored beast soldier, expressionless, repeated, "Pass. No pass, no entry." As a commanding general returning to his own tent, he was being asked to present a pass to an outsider. Zichuan Xiu felt a surge of anger rising within him, his breath quickening. Just then, a deep yet melodious voice emanated from within the tent. "Lord Yun, please come in." The armored beast soldier silently stepped aside, and Zichuan Xiu quickly took a few deep breaths to suppress his anger. Striding into the tent, upon seeing the mysterious figure completely shrouded, he performed the utmost courtesy and said, "How do you do, strategist?" From beneath the veil, Haisha's hearty laughter rang out. "Lord Yun, please rise. Why do you breathe so hastily? Your voice trembling?" Zichuan Xiu feigned nonchalance. "It's nothing. I just walked a bit and am catching my breath. Thank you for your concern, strategist." A low, gentle sigh escaped beneath the mask. "Lord Yun, your expression bears signs of indignation. How could I not be aware? I have been remiss in failing to inform you that His Majesty has arrived, and he is within." Zichuan Xiu gasped. "What?" "Hush, silence," Haisha softly reminded him. "Your Majesty's whereabouts are a closely guarded secret. Please do not let it slip." "Yes. Yes," Zichuan Xiu responded in a hushed tone, feeling beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He inwardly rejoiced that he had not uttered any disrespectful words earlier, for that would have created a significant predicament. Upon entering, Zichuan Xiu found the demon emperor lost in contemplation, gazing intently at the evening glow outside the window, his brow slightly furrowed, and a hint of melancholy evident in his profound gaze. For reasons unknown, Zichuan Xiu always sensed that the emperor carried a heavy burden of worries, rarely displaying joy. He could not comprehend why, with such power and martial prowess, there seemed to be nothing in the world beyond his reach. Yet he remained so disheartened, in the presence of the demon emperor, the foremost figure of the demon race. Zichuan Xiu felt no hint of regal authority or oppressive might. Strangely, however, the fierce and unyielding generals of the demon race, who knew no fear on the battlefield, would tremble and shudder before the emperor, often unable to articulate a complete sentence in his presence. Beneath the emperor's gentle exterior lay a dignified aura, radiating an imposing majesty without the need for anger. Zichuan Xiu and Haisha entered. The demon emperor lifted his head and smiled. "Yun, you have returned." Zichuan Xiu hurriedly knelt in respect. "I was unaware of your Majesty's visit and deeply regret the inconvenience caused by my ignorance. It is truly a grave offense. Rise." "I did not inform you in advance either. We have only just arrived." The emperor's tone suggested he bore no anger, and as Zichuan Xiu stood, he noticed several individuals standing behind the demon emperor: Crown Prince Cardon, Second Prince Kalen, Governor Ross, and at the door, Duke Leo, the commander of the Imperial Guards, together with Haisha, the chief military strategist who had entered with him. The elite of the Demon Kingdom were almost all present. Zichuan Xiu suddenly realized that this was, in fact, a meeting of the highest level of core secrets. The mere thought of having the privilege to attend such a gathering stirred a wave of excitement within him. He was also somewhat astonished that the Divine Emperor had personally come to his camp. When Lei Hong had brought 15 divisions to pledge allegiance, the Emperor had merely sent Second Prince Kalen to receive him. Why was the Emperor placing such importance on this human traitor, Zichuan Xiu? In terms of strength, he had no soldiers at his command, while Lei Hong had brought over 100,000 rebels from the Zichuan family and had helped forge an alliance between the Demon Army and the Eastern rebels. The Emperor's intentions were truly perplexing. Zichuan Xiu amused. The demon emperor nodded to indicate the meeting should commence, and the chief military strategist, Haisha, began the inquiries. Lord Yun, you have interacted with the traitor from the Zichuan family for 3 days now. What is your impression? It feels as if nothing has changed since 3 days ago. It is as though I do not know him at all, Yun Xinshu thought to himself. Recounting in detail his conversations with Zichuan Xiu over the past 3 days, especially their recent dialogue on the hillside, relaying every word without adding any personal opinion or commentary. He simply could not fathom Zichuan Xiu and dared not make any definitive judgments. After listening to Yun Xinshu's account, several high-ranking demon figures in the room exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, it was once again the chief strategist Haisha who posed the question, "What do you think of this person?" Lord Yun, do you believe he is genuinely here to pledge allegiance? Can you trust his words? Yun Xinshu shook his head in confusion. Your Majesty, strategist, I truly do not know. His words seem sincere, and I believe them to be credible. However, I also feel that he is utterly untrustworthy. My apologies, Your Majesty. I am quite conflicted. My wisdom is inadequate, and I cannot make a judgment. I must leave it to Your Majesty's discerning judgment. The demon emperor nonchalantly acknowledged with a nodded, saying, Let us all share our thoughts. This was characteristic of the demon emperor. He never revealed his stance or opinion at the start of a meeting. Governor Ross, a battle-hardened veteran of the demon race renowned for his martial prowess and brutality, spoke in a deep voice, eliminate him. Second Prince Kalen, in a leisurely manner, remarked, We still do not know the background of this Zichuan Xiu. All eyes turned towards Haisha, who chuckled lightly. My intelligence may not be entirely accurate. There may be omissions. Do not look at me like that. I might become bashful. Laughter erupted. And amidst the mirth, the chief military strategist Haisha began to articulate, Zichuan Xiu, originally named Lin He, was born in the year 760 of the Empire's calendar. This is according to the former Bright Empire's calendar, which humanity continues to use. Place of birth, unknown. Father, unknown. Mother, unknown. At the age of 6, he was adopted by the then leader of the Zichuan family, Zichuan Xiu, and granted the surname Zichuan. At this moment, the demon emperor inquired, why did Zichuan Xiu adopt him? Reason for adoption, unknown. At the age of 7, his mother passed away. Cause, unknown. Prince Cardon smirked. Such detailed intelligence, indeed. Haisha appeared unfazed by the prince's sarcasm, his flat tone betraying no hint of agitation. In 769, Zichuan Xiu entered the Eastern Military Academy. In 771, the Lufeng army besieged the imperial capital. Zichuan Xiu personally went to provide reinforcement, leading 800 cadets to decisively defeat the Lufeng army at the city gates, subsequently engaging in fierce battles with the reinforcements from the Lufeng family, achieving 7 victories in 7 encounters, driving the Lufeng army out of Zichuan territory. Oh! The demon nobles were visibly astonished, murmuring in awe. They were somewhat familiar with the reputation of Lufeng Xishan, the contemporary head of the Lufeng family, known for his cunning in the human world, but they had not realized he had suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of the 11-year-old Zichuan Xiu. Haisha continued. At that time, Zichuan Xiu had passed away, and the new leader had not yet been established. The person wielding power was the commander-in-chief, Yang Minghua. The same Yang Minghua who perished during the recent turmoil in the imperial capital, the demon emperor asked gently. Indeed. Your Majesty is astute. It was this man. Following Zichuan Yuanshan's death, this individual harbored ambitions and sought to seize power. The rapid rise of the new figure, Zichuan Xiu, alerted him. A month later, a palace coup erupted swiftly, resulting in Zichuan Xiu being stripped of his military authority and exiled to the east. An inexperienced child of merely 11 years cannot possibly contend with a seasoned veteran possessing over 20 years of political experience. Regardless of Zichuan Xiu's genius on the battlefield, the lack of experience and wisdom in political matters is a fatal flaw that cannot be compensated for. This much is evident from the situation, Prince Cardon stated earnestly. Yun Xinshu quickly lowered his head to conceal the smile on his face. He was taken aback by Prince Cardon's foolishness and impatience. It was clear to everyone that the prince, while ostensibly discussing the conflict between Zichuan Xiu and Yang Minghua, was subtly implying that he himself was the experienced veteran, while the inexperienced child was unmistakably Zichuan Xiu. What the prince has said is quite true, Haisha replied calmly, seemingly oblivious to the prince's insinuation. As you have surmised, In this palace coup, Zichuan Xiu was defeated, yet he did not surrender. 7 years later, in the year 778 of the empire's calendar, he made a comeback. Appearing at the center stage of the family conflict in the imperial capital as a vice commander, the demon emperor asked, at that time, the Zichuan family was under the control of Yang Minghua. Correct. How could he be so foolish as to allow his formidable rival to return? The reasons behind this are perhaps beyond our comprehension, but my speculation is that Yang Minghua found himself in a predicament. His greatest adversary was not Zichuan Xiu, but the cunning and relentless Zichuan Xiu, the seventh-generation leader of the family, who had been secretly plotting against him. He could scarcely afford to concern himself with Zichuan Xiu, who appeared to be an insignificant vice commander without troops or power. Yet again, he was mistaken, for it was Zichuan Xiu who played a pivotal role in the upheaval within the imperial capital. He eliminated the Central Army's commander, Lei Sun, who was renowned as the foremost expert of the Zichuan family, and intimidated and assimilated his subordinates, causing Yang Minghua's faction to lose the strongest military support. As you may know, whether it is Yang Minghua or Zichuan Xiu, any faction devoid of military backing is doomed. This should be considered the primary reason for Yang Minghua's downfall during the upheaval in the imperial capital. Otherwise, even if Diling had turned against him with his eastern forces, the Central Army, possessing overwhelming strength, could have obliterated Diling and the few remaining Sterling Imperial Guard troops in a single night. By the way, our two greatest adversaries in the divine race, Sterling and Diling, rapidly rose to prominence due to their contributions during the upheaval in the imperial capital. One became the commander of the capital's defense, while the other assumed the role of the chief inspector of the Zichuan family. In comparison, Zichuan Xiu's contributions and performance that night were certainly not inferior to theirs. Governor Ross interjected, with such significant achievements. What kind of reward did Zichuan Xiu bestow upon him? Nothing at all, Haisha replied indifferently. What? On the day following the upheaval, Zichuan Xiu was stripped of his military command, deprived of his active military status, and reassigned to the reserves. It is said that this was due to his ideological differences with Zichuan Xiu. Yun Xinshuan nodded thoughtfully, beginning to comprehend why Zichuan Xiu always emanated a subtle air of despondency born from unfulfilled aspirations. The demon emperor interjected. In light of this, it appears Zichuan Xiu indeed has justifiable reasons for his dissatisfaction with the Zichuan family. Is there any information regarding his character? Haisha chuckled. Ladies and gentlemen, has anyone heard of the Shozi camp? How could they not have heard of it? The assembled demon lords erupted into laughter. Kalin remarked, I heard about it as soon as I arrived in the Far East. I believe it is a rather famous restaurant. Isn't it? Incorrect. Prince Cadden unceremoniously corrected his brother. The Shozi camp is a major trading consortium, specializing in the resale of Far Eastern goods. Governor Ross added, I have heard that the Shozi camp is a large casino established by humans. My subordinates have informed me of this. What you all say is correct, Haisha replied calmly, but it only represents a fragment of the truth. In fact, the Shozi camp is a joint stock company that engages in all profitable enterprises. However, do you all know who the founder and leader of the Shozi camp is? The demon emperor raised an eyebrow. Could it be Zichuan Xiu himself? Haisha stood respectfully and bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled, your insight profound. The demon emperor smiled faintly, shrugging his shoulders. I was merely guessing. Who would have known it to be true? The demon lords laughed once more, and the demon emperor added, I am beginning to grasp the strategist's point. Zichuan Xiu, as the military leader of his family, during the critical juncture of the Zichuan family's survival, has his thoughts not on warfare, but solely on amassing wealth. Does this not suggest he is rather avaricious? Or at the very least, one could assert that his love for riches far surpasses his loyalty to the Zichuan family. Haisha replied solemnly, Your Majesty is astute. You hit the nail on the head. Beyond his greed, it is said that Zichuan Xiu is also a lecherous individual. Under his indulgence, the troops of the Shozi camp are notorious for their poor discipline and unruly behavior among the entire Zichuan family. The demon emperor remarked softly, Is it such a deplorable and incompetent force that managed to hold off my invincible army in Pai City for an entire month? Although the emperor's tone was light, the weight of his words was anything but insignificant. Those who participated in the Battle of Pai City, including Yun Xinshuan, Kalin, and Cadden, felt beads of sweat form on their foreheads and immediately knelt in penance. Prince Cadden trembled as he spoke. We are inept, failing in battle, bringing disgrace upon your divine martial reputation, we beseech your majesty to impose strict penalties upon us. Rise. The demon emperor waved his hand gently. This is not the time for penance. He pondered for a moment. What are your thoughts on the matter regarding Zichuan Xiu? Your majesty, Governor Ross, with a thick border accent, spoke. I still maintain my stance. Eliminate him. Humans are inherently untrustworthy, and traitorous humans are even more so. If he can betray the Zichuan family for wealth today, he may just as easily betray our kin for the same reason tomorrow. The more talented Zichuan Xiu is, the greater the threat he poses. Allowing such a dangerous individual to remain within our ranks and even entrust him with significant responsibilities is an immense risk. The others smiled. It was no surprise that Governor Ross, renowned for his forthrightness, would express such sentiments. He had always been the most obstinate proponent of demon supremacy, firmly believing that aside from demons, other races were unworthy of existence, fit only for slaughter. I share your view. Kalen smiled at Governor Ross. Let us dispose of him. Zichuan Xiu looked at Kalen in disbelief. Just the night before, Kalen had stated that Zichuan Xiu was an invaluable asset to the divine race, holding a central position and being well acquainted with Zichuan Yuanshang, Zichuan Sanqing, and the soon-to-be successor Zichuan Ning, among other family leaders, as well as having intricate ties with renowned generals from other families like Sterling and Diling. In comparison, Lei Hong was merely a local-level commander, lacking in significance. He could serve as the key to unlocking the Zichuan family's gates for the divine race. Kalen had described Zichuan Xiu's importance in such terms. Why had the prince's stance shifted so rapidly without a word of warning to me? Zichuan Xiu pondered, and suddenly he noticed a glint of cunning flash briefly in the seemingly earnest prince's eyes. Understanding dawned upon him. He grasped Kalen's intent. Indeed, Prince Kaden could scarcely contain his eagerness as he interjected. Father, my opinion differs. Zichuan Xiu is 100 times more astute and capable than Lei Hong. If he can be of service to our kin, it would undoubtedly greatly benefit our cause of unifying the realm. He has already betrayed the Zichuan family and humanity. He has no path left to tread. As long as we are willing to take him in and offer him wealth and glory, he will surely be unwaveringly loyal to us. No sooner had Prince Kaden's words left his lips than Kalen chimed in. What my elder brother says is quite reasonable. It seems his insights surpass my own. My elder brother's foresight and discernment are commendable. Indeed, since he is willing to vouch for Zichuan Xiu, what do I have to worry about? I retract my previous opinion. Prince Kaden beamed with satisfaction, a humble smile gracing his face. Oh, not at all. He felt an inkling that something was amiss, yet could not articulate it, forcing a smile. Zichuan Xiu stifled a laugh, smiling as he said, since the esteemed prince is willing to vouch for Zichuan Xiu, then I, of course, have no objections. He exchanged a knowing glance with Kalen. With Kaden as the guarantor, Zichuan Xiu's fate was sealed. I have my reservations. Unexpectedly, the chief strategist Haisha stated calmly. I believe Zichuan Xiu is rather suspect. The demon emperor, taken aback, inquired. Why so, esteemed strategist? From your earlier remarks, I assumed you were in favor of taking Zichuan Xiu in. Your Majesty, I contend that Zichuan Xiu's reasons for defecting are insufficient, and his defection to our kin may well have ulterior motives. Prince Kaden furrowed his brow. Strategist, you just mentioned that Zichuan Xiu is greedy and lecherous, fearful of death, and given Zichuan Sanqing's unfair treatment of him, it stands to reason that he harbors dissatisfaction with the Zichuan family. Does this not constitute a sufficient motivation for betrayal? Haisha fell silent, pondering for a long while before responding. Forgive me, Your Majesty, Your Highnesses, this is purely a gut feeling on my part. Without any concrete basis, I cannot shake the impression that Zichuan Xiu does not strike me as the type to betray his country and people. His eyes reflect a remarkable clarity. All eyes turned to the demon emperor, and silence enveloped the room. Everyone understood the chief strategist's influence over the emperor. His words were tantamount to passing a death sentence on Zichuan Xiu. They awaited the emperor's decisive proclamation of execute, the atmosphere heavy with a sense of impending doom. The demon emperor sighed softly, closing his eyes, leaning back against the chair's backrest, his demeanor serene as his fingers lightly tapped the tabletop before him. This was his habitual gesture during moments of contemplation, and the tent resonated with the crisp sound of his fingers drumming against the surface. After a moment, the demon emperor opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining within them. Tell me, as the mightiest race on the continent, why have we, the divine race, been unable to conquer humans who are far weaker than us? despite waging war against them for millennia? Zichuan Xiu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why the demon emperor posed such an apparently unrelated question at this juncture. They furrowed their brows. Why could the demons not triumph over humanity? For thousands of years, the history of conflict between demons and humans had seen far more victories than defeats. Yet historically, the boundaries of the demon kingdom had never crossed west of the ancient Chi Mountains. This seemingly straightforward military question, upon closer examination, entailed an intricate web of political, economic, historical, cultural, and geographical factors, making it impossible to articulate a clear answer in an instant. Observing the expressions of difficulty on their faces, the demon emperor chuckled. It seems I have posed a poorly framed question. Let me rephrase it. What do you all believe is the greatest obstacle to our race conquering humanity at present? Prince Cadden was quick to respond, Your Majesty. I believe our greatest hindrance lies in the Wall of Valen. Historically, our attempts to assault humans have faltered due to our inability to breach Valen. In open field battles, humans are no match for us. Once we overcome the Valen stronghold, the expanse before our armies will be as smooth as a plain, and conquering the continent will be as easy as pie. Prince Cadden spoke with fervor, believing he would surely win the emperor's praise this time. Yet the demon emperor merely shook his head gently. The establishment of the Valen stronghold is but a 100 or 200-year affair, whereas our wars with humanity have been ongoing since recorded history, lasting over 1,000 years. 3 centuries ago, our clan's army also ventured into the very heart of humanity. Yet, the demon god emperor sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. In unison, everyone mentally filled in the unspoken words. It was simply unfortunate that we encountered the unparalleled master, King Zichuan, and suffered a crushing defeat. Your Majesty, Governor Ross interjected. I believe our clan's setback this time is entirely due to that renowned general of the Zichuan family, Sterling, that he valiantly defended Pi, utilizing a meager force to restrain our main army, delaying our assault on the Wayland fortress, and causing us to miss a golden opportunity, resulting in our failure. This man possesses remarkable military acumen and commands his troops with divine prowess. His soldiers are elite and loyal. With him in our path, he shall undoubtedly become our greatest obstacle in advancing onto the continent. The demon god emperor nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent, turning to Karen. What are your thoughts? Father, Karen replied, maintaining an air of nonchalance even before the formidable demon god emperor. I am more concerned about Diling than Sterling. He is exceedingly ruthless and notorious. Encountering him would terrify our soldiers to the point of paralysis in battle. I have heard that above Sterling and Diling, there exists a more illustrious figure to the west, Lu Fengshuang, hailed as the foremost general among humanity. Although we have yet to engage with the Lu Feng forces and are uncertain if her reputation is truly deserved. The Lu Feng family has contended with the Zichuan family for centuries, and their strength is certainly not inferior. Should we advance westward, the Lu Feng family will undoubtedly take action, and we must be wary of Lu Fengshuang at that time. Zichuan Xiu added her voice to the discussion. In that moment, the high-ranking commanders of the demon clan began to express their opinions, yet the demon god emperor maintained a calm demeanor, neither affirming nor denying their assertions. Haisha respectfully inquired, Might I ask your majesty for your thoughts? What you all say holds considerable merit, the demon god emperor reflected, but I believe our greatest enemy is not this, neither the formidable Wayland fortress, nor King Zichuan, nor even the renowned generals Sterling, Diling, and Lu Fengshuang, but rather the indomitable will of human resistance. The demon god emperor emphasized, the collective resolve of Huma. Zichuan Xiu's eyes glimmered with gratitude as he raised his glass, exclaiming, Cheers. The two clinked their cups and drank heartily. You, Far East Marquis, are now a noble of our divine clan. Do not remain idle. Come, allow me to introduce you to some friends. The divine emperor had just decreed this afternoon, bestowing upon Zichuan Xiu the title of Far East Marquis in recognition of his allegiance. Zichuan Xiu hesitated momentarily but could not resist Zichuan Xiu's enthusiasm, who firmly pulled him towards a gathering of demon generals engrossed in conversation. The generals halted their discourse, eyeing the newcomer with suspicion, their demeanor far from welcoming. With a beaming smile, Zichuan Xiu introduced Zichuan Xiu. This is His Excellency Governor Ross of Ghana, who also serves as the commander of the Ghana Legion. This is Duke Liddy, the commander of the 11th Legion of the Kingdom, General Liu, the leader of the Imperial Guard Legion, General Ling Buxu, a favored general of His Majesty, and the commander of the Vanguard Group that has achieved remarkable success this time. And this is General Yelma, The commander of the Sinia native legion, Zichuan Xiu, busily exchanged greetings with the demon leaders, inwardly marveling at the fact that these generals were age-old adversaries of humanity, their infamous reputations preceding them. He never imagined that he would encounter them under such circumstances. Amused, he noted the stark contrast between their legendary stature and their actual appearances. Governor Ross was a gaunt, austere old man, adorned in opulent attire. His wrinkled visage resembling dried meat, with a serious expression and an air of arrogance. His silver hair fell over his forehead, and when he directed his piercing gaze at Zichuan Xiu, his brow furrowed in disdain. Duke Ludi was a burly, low-ranking demon, brimming with energy, a deep scar running from his brow to his chin, rendering his already unattractive face even more fearsome, a testament to his fierce valor and past battles. General Leo towered at over 2 meters tall, a hulking armored beast demon, his dark complexion and tough, scaly skin giving him a formidable presence. Zichuan Xiu felt a shiver of fear. Such a powerful and impervious enemy on the battlefield was terrifying. A battalion of 1,000 such warriors could effortlessly breach any human formation. The commander of the Sinia native legion, Yelma, was a plump old demon covered in dignified white hair, exuding a sense of authority. He and his troops had only recently arrived from the kingdom's homeland following a ceasefire and had not participated in any battles. Among the demons, it was the commander of the vanguard group, Ling Buxu, who caught Zichuan Xiu's attention the most. He was aware that the demons were amassing heavy troops to establish a southwestern camp near Fortress Valen, the first line of defense closest to humanity. Its significance evident, Ling Buxu was about to be appointed as the commander of this southwestern camp, underscoring the demon emperor's trust in him. Observing closely, Zichuan Xiu noted that Ling Buxu was a hybrid of royal and low-ranking demon blood, possessing the delicacy of nobility blended with the ruggedness of demons. Tall yet slender, with fair skin and coarse hair, his demeanor was rough. He listened intently with his narrow eyes, rarely speaking, but when he did, his gaze sparkled with intelligence. Zichuan Xiu felt a sense of unease. The demon army was rife with hidden talents, explaining why the demon kingdom could withstand humanity for thousands of years without defeat. The limited number of generals he had seen so far, Ludi's valor, Ling Buxu's shrewdness, Leo's ferocity, and Yun Qinshue's intelligence, left a profound impression upon him that a wave of anxiety washed over him. They were to face such a formidable and united race. Could humanity prevail? As Yun Qinshu approached Zichuan Xiu to inquire about greetings, the expressions of the demon generals revealed unmistakable contempt, merely nodding without deigning to glance at him. Only Yelma reluctantly turned to acknowledge Zichuan Xiu. Stating, "Hello," Zichuan Xiu surmised that this was likely done out of respect for Yun Qinshu. Seemingly oblivious to Zichuan Xiu's discomfort, Yun Qinshu smiled and asked, "What were you all discussing?" No one responded, but all gazes converged on Zichuan Xiu, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Thus, Yun Qinshu quickly deduced that they had undoubtedly been discussing Zichuan Xiu, the newly arrived defector, and certainly not in flattering terms. Governor Ross addressed Yun Qinshu. "Has His Highness the second prince arrived?" Yun Qinshu replied, "He has indeed." But he glanced around at the flamboyant socialites milling about and shrugged helplessly. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with Governor Ross chuckling. "His Highness the second prince has not changed a bit. Will His Royal Highness be joining us tonight?" "We have yet to see him," Yelma interjected on Yun Qinshue's behalf. "At such a grand occasion, His Royal Highness will undoubtedly make an appearance." "Why so?" Ling Buxu, who had been silent up to this point, suddenly spoke. "Because the second prince is here." The senior demons exchanged knowing smiles, well aware of the rivalry between Cardan and Kalen. With the demon emperor in good health and vigorous, concerns over succession were not pressing. So none took the matter too seriously. It was a topic generally avoided, especially with Yun Qinshu, who was clearly Kalen's confidant, present. "Forgive me for not congratulating you, Lord Yulin. The princess has returned safely. You must be elated." "Your future is indeed bright," Governor Ross remarked, his smile lacking warmth, insinuating that Yun Qinshue's recognition by the emperor was due to his betrothal to Princess Cardan rather than his own merit. Yun Qinshu discerned the provocation in his words and calmly responded, "Her Highness the Princess is the most beautiful blossom of our divine clan. Her safe return is a testament to the strength of our army and the Emperor's divine might, representing a significant victory over humanity, a source of pride for the entire kingdom, and a matter for which we should all rejoice." Yun Qinshue's measured reply left Governor Ross momentarily speechless. The old General Yelma interjected to ease the tension. "Indeed. We are all delighted by the safe return of our most beautiful flower. I wonder, how is her health? I would very much like to pay my respects to her. Her Highness arrived from Maple Leaf Danlin to Jai Cha just last night, and, weary from her journey, is currently resting and not receiving visitors. Old General, I shall convey your regards to her. A few high-ranking demon generals, who had been listening attentively, chimed in. Haha, while it's true that Princess Cardan is not meeting with anyone yet. Surely, Lord Yulin, you are an exception. Exactly. When will the wedding be? Be sure to notify us. Ling Buxu shook hands with Yun Xianxue and succinctly said, Congratulations. Yun Xianxue, feeling somewhat bashful, nodded and replied, Thank you. Zichuan Xiu quietly absorbed their conversation. The mention of Cardan evoking memories of his time in the Zichuan Ning household, thoughts of Roger, Bai Chuan, and Mingyu, and the recollection of Sterling's unrequited love for Cardan, a pang of bitterness surged within him in such a short span. Everything had changed. The Cardan who once vowed eternal love to Sterling had returned to her homeland, on the brink of marriage. Far away, did Sterling still harbor deep feelings for her? And Ning, will you two have a day like this? To wed as Cardan does. When that time comes, who will occupy your thoughts? Farewell, my beloved maiden. We shall meet again in another life. Since His Royal Highness would be attending, surely Ping Jing would as well. He had been closely following the prince lately. That human sycophant, Ludi remarked, unable to conceal his envy. Recently, having achieved a resounding victory over humanity, the emperor had restored his duke title. That is not certain, Governor Ross retorted bluntly. Today is a celebration of our divine clan's victory over humanity. How dare he? A traitor to his kind. Show his face here. Even shamelessness should have its limits. Governor. Yun Qianxue interjected, reproachingly interrupting Ross, reminding him to be cautious, for another human traitor, Zichuan Xiu, was present. Ross provocatively turned to Zichuan Xiu. How should I address you? Zichuan Xiu, or perhaps Far East Marquis, pray tell, upon witnessing our divine clan's triumph over your Zichuan family today, what are your feelings, as a member of humanity? What is your perspective on this catastrophic defeat we have inflicted upon your kind in the Far East? As a former high-ranking general of the Zichuan family, how many of our kin have you slain? Governor. Before Zichuan Xiu could respond, Yin Xianxue stepped protectively in front of him, Sir. I must remind you that it was none other than His Majesty who decided to bestow a title upon Zichuan Xiu and personally granted him the designation of Far East Marquis. Since His Majesty has made this determination, it would be a sign of disrespect for us, as his subjects, to voice any dissent. Governor Ross snorted disdainfully. I cannot fathom what has bewitched your Majesty, but one thing is certain. Humanity is naught but shameless. Cowardly waste, regardless of your words, I shall never trust humankind. Yun Qianxue wished to retort, yet Zichuan Xiu pulled him away, leaving behind the sound of laughter from the demon generals, with faint echoes of coward and spineless fool. Yun Qianxue seethed. They are utterly outrageous. He then sought to console Zichuan Xiu. Do not take it to heart. Your Majesty will champion your cause. Observing Zichuan Xiu's expression closely, he noted the latter's calm demeanor as he merely replied, It matters not, before engaging in jovial conversation once more. Yun Qianxue admired his composure in the face of such grave insult, yet he could not deny Ross's assessment. Indeed, Zichuan Xiu was a somewhat timid individual that he failed to notice the fleeting glint of coldness in Zichuan Xiu's eyes. That short fellow over there is Governor Gusa, Yun Qianxue remarked, learning from past experiences. He refrained from rashly introducing Zichuan Xiu into the demon general social circle, instead offering distant guidance to help him recognize the prominent figures of the demon race. Unbeknownst to him, despite his usual disdain for Pingjing Marquis, he found himself extending a peculiar concern for Zichuan Xiu, who was also a traitor of humanity. Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of gratitude. In every regard, Yin Qianxue was an exceptional individual, intelligent, gentle, refined, and undoubtedly talented, embodying an admirable example in his dealings with others. Such a remarkable person was rare not only among the often perceived barbaric demons but also among humans. Having spent several days together, Zichuan Xiu had indeed received considerable kindness from him, and for this, he could only internally apologize to Yun Qianxue. Who was that young noble over there, adorned so flamboyantly? Zichuan Xiu inquired. Yun Qianxue smiled. That is His Highness Prince Kalen, the second prince of His Majesty. After a moment's thought, he added, a friend of mine. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. During his brief time in the demon realm, he had heard numerous tales of the second prince but had not anticipated such an appearance, long hair cascading over his shoulders, a cigarette dangling from his lips, wearing light-tinted sunglasses, with his floral shirt's buttons undone, displaying a conspicuous gold chain the thickness of a thumb around his neck, and cradling a giggling beauty in his right arm. This ruffian-like figure, so common on the streets of the imperial capital, was indeed a prince of the demon race and potentially the next demon god emperor. Zichuan Xiu regarded Zichuan Xiu with incredulity, who could only respond with a wry smile and a nod. The second prince is quite a character. Wouldn't you agree? Zichuan Xiu chuckled. Indeed, it has broadened my horizons. Overwhelmed with joy, he nearly burst into laughter. From his observations, Prince Kalen's martial prowess was woefully inadequate, bearing little correlation to his esteemed status. Such a weak, yet high-ranking individual was precisely the guarantee of safety he had been seeking. Silently estimating the distance between himself and Kalen, 1 step, 2 steps, approximately 8 steps, with no obstacles of tables or chairs in between, he found it an ideal range for action. Zichuan Xiu's heart raced at this juncture. He could almost declare success was half achieved, with the remainder hinging on fate. Suppressing his anxiousness, he calmly inquired of Zichuan Xiu, Lord Yulin, may I ask if Marquis Pingjing is present this evening? Zichuan Xiu frowned, retorting, do you seek him for something? Though the strategist Haisha had confirmed that the ambush incident had no ties to Pingjing Marquis, he remained reluctant to utter the name. Zichuan Xiu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lord Yulin, I hope you do not find it amusing. I hail from the Zichuan family, and as a newcomer to the divine realm, I wish to converse with Marquis Pingjing, who shares a similar background. It may assist me in swiftly adapting to life here. Zichuan Xiu nodded. I understand. He glanced around, but could not spot Pingjing Marquis, ultimately tugging at an officer passing by. Hey, AMU, have you seen that fellow Pingjing? The dog. AMU, the officer, scoffed at the mention of Pingjing Marquis. I just saw him. Lord Yulin, do you wish to see him? I can fetch him. Zichuan Xiu nodded. And the officer hurried away. As Zichuan Xiu's breath quickened, he realized that the moment of truth was approaching with the officer's return. He glanced once more towards Kalen, who, as if sensing his gaze, raised his head to look back. Their eyes met, and Kalen's expression shifted from shock to surprise, lingering for 2 or 3 seconds before a smile crept onto his face, imbued with an indescribable strangeness. Sensing impending danger, he quietly opened the door behind him and slipped away. The plan was abruptly disrupted. Zichuan Xiu's eyes widened, and his mind became a whirlpool of confusion. The elegantly arranged room was steeped in silence, filled with the oppressive fragrance of sandalwood and the faint sound of a sand funnel. In the distance, the revelry of the celebration echoed, a cacophony of merriment and music, a chaotic and meaningless din. Against the backdrop of the external clamor, the silence within the room felt even more desolate. Your Highness, the festivities outside seem quite lively. Will you not partake? The elderly maid inquired cautiously of the writing Cat-in. Cat-in quietly turned a page, offering no reply. The candlelight on the tea table illuminated her face, her skin flawless as white jade, her expression serene as still water, betraying no sign of agitation. The elderly maid sighed inwardly, having watched Cat-in grow since childhood. Ever since her return from the human realm, it was as if she had transformed into a different person, and no longer did she possess her former vivacity and spirit. Instead, she had become taciturn, often remaining indoors in a daze, her countenance perpetually marked by a melancholic expression. Despite her inquiries, Cat-in would only offer a bitter smile, saying nothing. What could be the cause of this? As a princess, Cat-in had returned home, her future husband, Lord Zichuan Xiu, being both young and accomplished, possessing commendable character and talent. She ought not to be unhappy, the elderly maid persisted. Your Highness, His Majesty greatly wishes for your presence at tonight's banquet. The kingdom's senior generals will all be in attendance, and many intriguing performances are planned. Both Prince and Second Prince are attending, and Lord Yulin will also be present. Would you not wish to meet him? He is, after all, your future husband. It would be rather disrespectful to not attend. I have no interest, Cat-in replied quietly, her head lowered, whether in reference to the banquet or Zichuan Xiu remaining ambiguous. As her pen continued its relentless motion, the elderly maid surrendered her efforts, bowing her head. Understood, I shall take my leave. Please rest well, Your Highness. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. You may go, she replied. The whispers of 2 palace maids outside the door drifted in. Tonight, that young lord beside Lord Yulin is exceptionally handsome. I wonder why I have never seen him before. Hey, are you smitten with him? Let me tell you, that one is not to be approached. He comes from the Zichuan family. I believe his name is Zichuan something. Yes, Zichuan Xiu. He has only recently come to our divine realm. And I hear he is quite a figure back home. The elderly maid barked. You foolish girls, what nonsense are you chattering about? The princess is resting. The whispers outside ceased abruptly, and the elderly maid bowed her head in apology. Your Highness. It is my failing in discipline. I shall ensure they are reprimanded. Kadin interrupted. What did they just say? Zichuan Xiu. What is this about? She set her book aside, her earlier indifference replaced with keen interest. Oh, Your Highness, you are unaware? They spoke of Zichuan Xiu, the newly allied vice commander from the Zichuan family. Though, Your Highness, you have only just returned, so it is no wonder you are not informed. After the Pai truce, he voluntarily surrendered to our forces. His Majesty holds him in high regard and has conferred upon him the title of Marquis. This is quite the sensational news. Xiu, Kadin furrowed her delicate brows, lowering her head to ponder for a moment, murmuring, It cannot be. He would not do such a thing. It would be tantamount to suicide. Your Highness, what do you mean? Who else will attend the banquet tonight? The elderly maid was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Many will come. Almost all of the kingdom's senior generals from the Far East will be present, including the second Prince, Lord Ross, Lord Ling Buxu, Lord Yulin, Lord Yi Irma, Lord Lu Di. His Majesty and Grand Strategist Haisha may also attend. Before she could finish, Kadin had cast down her pen and leapt to her feet. Take me to the venue at once, quickly. Observing the elderly maid's stunned expression, Kadin grew impatient, hastily donning her clothing. Thinking, Xiu, you are a madman. No one is audacious enough. Do you truly believe you can return alive? Damn it, do you not care at all about Aining's earnest intentions towards you? Yun Qinshuet discerned the peculiar demeanor of Zichuan Xiu. What is the matter with you? Zichuan Xiu smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I just saw His Highness Kalen leave. Yun Qinshuet glanced in that direction and chuckled. Your Highness. He wore an ambiguous smile that seemed to convey a sentiment that a man should understand. Zichuan Xiu laughed heartily, yet his heart remained heavy with unease. What could that enigmatic smile from Kalen signify? Had he already seen through his intentions? The two continued their idle chatter, with Yun Qinshuet persistently steering the conversation towards martial arts. Particularly curious about which renowned knife masters hailed from the Zichuan family. He was especially interested in who had been active in the Far East during the First Eastern War. Zichuan Xiu smiled wryly. He was well aware of Yun Qinshuet's motives. Yet, this individual, Master Xiu widened his innocent eyes and pondered for a moment before finally recalling. Oh, knife masters, you say? There are plenty. For instance, there's Zhang San, known for one blade shocks the 9 provinces, Li Si. The dragon and phoenix paring knife, Wang Wu, the great blade, Zhao Lu, the blade god, Qian Qi, the divine blade, Chen Ba, the invincible golden blade. As for their martial prowess, that is indeed formidable. Zichuan Xiu spoke with much enthusiasm, gesturing animatedly. Some can kill a pig with a single stroke, and some can even slay 2. Isn't that impressive? Yun Qinshuet stifled a yawn. Feeling utterly disappointed, from Zichuan Xiu's descriptions, those so-called masters seemed nothing more than brute butchers, incapable of being the mysterious assassin from that fateful night. Even though months had passed, and he now found himself in the safety of a bustling banquet, surrounded by a throng of people, it offered Yun Qinshuet no solace. The mere recollection of that horrifying night sent shivers down his spine. It was terrifying. That devilish figure, those eyes filled with murderous intent and despair, as if they had emerged from the very depths of hell, had haunted his nightmares countless times, followed by the excruciating pain of his severed arm, blood splattering, the world turning crimson. Such a dreadful killer existed in this world. Unconsciously, Yun Qinshuet touched the place where his arm had once been, fear evident in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Zichuan Xiu's gaze morphed into something peculiar. Compassion, mockery, helplessness, guilt, or perhaps nothing at all. When he turned away, his expression had returned to normal. A tremendous clamor erupted from the east gate, a voice calling out, His Royal Highness has arrived. The crowd erupted in excitement, many eager to catch a glimpse of the future demon god emperor. Surging towards the entrance, creating a chaotic throng, Zichuan Xiu and Yun Qinshuet turned to look, with Yun Qinshuet explaining, Do you see that tall figure? That is His Royal Highness. Even amidst the throng, the distinct presence of Prince Kadwan was easily recognizable. He had a robust build, a crew cut, and facial features as sharp as a chiseled statue, his gaze cold and ruthless, exuding an air of confidence and cruelty. This was Zichuan Xiu's first encounter with the second-in-command of the demon clan. He could perceive that this future heir of the demon kingdom was undoubtedly a ruthless authoritarian. Yun Xinshui continued, the individual beside His Highness, the human, casting a contemplative glance at Zichuan Xiu, is Duke Pingjing. Do you know him? Upon seeing the tall, slender figure, Zichuan Xiu felt a rush of blood to his head. The world around him momentarily spinning as fragments of the past surged into his mind. We will meet again, surely. Captain Guangxing had laughed heartily, glancing towards Bai Chuan. This young lady possesses great courage. Take good care of her tonight. They exchanged warm farewells. Unaware that they would never meet again in this life, Zichuan Xiu tightly shut his eyes, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. Hearing himself respond, I do not know him. Yun Xinshui nodded and asked, shall I introduce you to them later? Zichuan Xiu replied nonchalantly, I would appreciate your assistance. Lord Yulin. He feigned indifference, but his heart raced uncontrollably. At that moment, he sensed someone watching him from behind and swiftly turned. Through the bustling crowd, he caught sight of a familiar pair of eyes, Cadden. Once his captive, had appeared out of nowhere, observing him from a distance with a calm yet piercing gaze. The arrival of Prince Kadwan caused a stir in the venue. Demon generals clamored to greet him, while socialites eagerly approached, hoping to capture his favored eye in an instant. The crowd at the entrance became a mass of excitement, all eyes drawn to that spot. Just then, Cadden entered the hall quietly through another door, unnoticed by anyone. Almost simultaneous with her spotting Zichuan Xiu, he turned sharply, their eyes locking. In that instant, a chill of despair coursed through Zichuan Xiu. He realized Cadden had seen through his murderous intentions. At this moment, if she were to raise her voice and declare, Zichuan Xiu is a traitor, he would undoubtedly be torn apart by the surrounding demon generals. Death itself did not frighten him. Yet he could not bear the thought of failing to achieve his objective. Zichuan Xiu squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the impending sharp cry and the calamity that would follow. Congratulations, Your Excellency, on your new governorship of Gaza. The Sanha region did not participate in the war. Duke Geyer has lost face. Oh, my lord, you truly have a knack for jesting. The meaningless chatter flowed into Zichuan Xiu's ears like a stream. The 5 seconds of waiting felt as if they spanned a century, yet the anticipated scream from Cadden never came. Zichuan Xiu opened his eyes, still met by Cadden's bright gaze, silently scrutinizing him. Curiously devoid of malice, the glimmer of hope ignited within Zichuan Xiu. Was Cadden not intending to expose him? Why could that be? Cadden glanced towards Prince Kadwan, who was busy socializing with others, her eyes silently inquiring, is it him? Zichuan Xiu understood her intent and subtly shook his head. Cadden then gazed at Yun Xinshui, standing beside Zichuan Xiu, and he shook his head again. Cadden raised her chin slightly, her eyes directed towards the top of the tent. Zichuan Xiu felt a flicker of confusion before realizing she was referring to the demon god emperor. He smiled and shook his head, conveying with his gaze, I am not insane. Unless one were mad, no one would contemplate assassinating the foremost master of the age. Cadden raised an eyebrow, parted her lips, but no sound emerged, deciphering her lips. She mouthed a who. Zichuan Xiu nodded, his gaze drifting to Duke Pingjing. Following Zichuan Xiu's line of sight, Cadden suddenly understood, playfully sticking out her tongue at Zichuan Xiu, her smile radiant, before she turned and melted into the bustling crowd. Gradually vanishing, Zichuan Xiu remained rooted to the spot, at a loss, unable to comprehend Cadden's true meaning. Duke of the Far East, Duke of the Far East. Yun Xinshui tapped Zichuan Xiu several times before he snapped back to reality. What? Yun Xinshui whispered. The prince is approaching us. He must be looking for you. Prepare yourself for a conversation with His Highness. Zichuan Xiu queried. It could just as well be that the prince is seeking you. Yun Xinshui smiled mysteriously. That is absolutely impossible. He belonged to Kalen's faction, and the prince harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. How could the prince possibly seek him out? The prince likely wished to co-opt Zichuan Xiu into his inner circle, just as he had done with Lei Hong, aiming to expand his own power. Yet, he decided not to divulge this to Zichuan Xiu, instead patting him on the shoulder. I will step aside for a moment. Handle this well. Before Zichuan Xiu could respond, Yun Xinshui had discreetly slipped away, leaving Zichuan Xiu feeling solitary and abandoned. Zichuan Xiu smiled. Even if he were dull-witted, it was evident that Yun Xinshui was deliberately avoiding an encounter with Prince Kadwan. which indicated that the relationship between this military general of substantial influence and the future demon god emperor was fraught with complications. Zichuan Xiu chuckled inwardly. It seemed that the seemingly monolithic upper echelons of the demon clan were rife with factional strife, and even adversaries harbored internal disagreements. He pondered the balance of power among these factions and how to best leverage this invaluable intelligence in future confrontations with the demon clan. Before Zichuan Xiu could formulate a conclusion, Prince Kadwan had already approached, followed closely by senior generals such as Ross, Pingjing, and Ling Buxu. Prince Kadwan halted, scrutinizing Zichuan Xiu from head to toe, and spoke, "You are the Duke of the Far East?" "I am Prince Kadwan, of the royal lineage." The prince's self-introduction was succinct yet exuded a strong sense of confidence. Every gesture radiated an imposing aura, revealing that this royal heir possessed formidable martial skills. Far from the typical frivolous nobleman, Zichuan Xiu bowed slightly, smiling as he returned the greeting. "Your Highness, it is an honor to finally meet you." Indeed, Zichuan Xiu thought to himself, during the Far East War, Prince Kardan ordered the slaughter of 40,000 disarmed human prisoners of war and 300,000 civilians. His infamy is well known. However, fortunately, my target tonight is not you. Welcome to our divine clan. You have made a wise choice. Duke of the Far East, we shall not treat those loyal to us poorly, Prince Kardan proclaimed, his voice strained and affected, reminiscent of a recital. I am grateful to the divine clan for this opportunity, Zichuan Xiu replied with a subservient smile. I shall pledge my absolute loyalty to the divine clan and serve you. Your Highness, with utmost dedication. The several demon officers present exchanged glances of disdain, and Governor Ross scoffed. Did you express such loyalty when you were loyal to the Zichuan family? Is this the nature of your human loyalty? The laughter of the demon leaders echoed, while Lei Hong appeared restless, his eyes reflecting anguish. Having been with the demon clan for several days, he had risked his life and earned accolades, yet he remained unrecognized by others, despite his elevated status. He garnered no respect, with even the lowest-ranking demon officers treating him with disdain, often reducing him to the target of mockery among his peers. Zichuan Xiu appeared unfazed, responding to Governor Ross with a smile. My lord, I shall demonstrate to you what human loyalty truly entails. Oh, the governor's lips twisted, and how do you intend to prove that? Just like this. Zichuan Xiu turned and approached Lei Hong, extending his right hand. You must be Lord Pingjing. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Zichuan Xiu's smile was so sweet and amiable that even a tiger would wish to befriend him. Lei Hong reached out his hand, forcing a smile. Hello. The moment they shook hands, Lei Hong's expression changed. Zichuan Xiu's grip was as hard as iron, tightly clamping down on his hand. Startled, he looked up, involuntarily shivering at the sight of Zichuan Xiu's icy gaze, which harbored a chilling intent to kill, so incongruous with his radiant smile. Lei Hong, in fright, attempted to pull back, but his right hand was caught fast. He wished to cry out, but suddenly felt a coldness in his lower abdomen. Zichuan Xiu stepped closer, whispering in his ear, Lord Guangxing sends his regards. Lei Hong's gaze dropped in a daze to find a gleaming knife deeply embedded in his lower abdomen. Zichuan Xiu offered a cordial smile before vigorously twisting the blade, all the while positioning his body to shield the act from onlookers. Lei Hong, in excruciating pain, could not scream, his body convulsing violently. Collapsing into a heap, his face contorting into what appeared to be a grotesque semblance of a smile. Observing their apparent camaraderie, Zichuan Xiu's sweet smile seemed unremarkable to the surrounding demons. Prince Kardan remarked to those around him. Who would have thought they shared such a close friendship? Governor Ross disdainfully retorted, Of course. They are both traitors to humanity and share a common tongue. Laughter erupted among the demon leaders, but they were cut short as Lei Hong's heart-wrenching, inhuman scream tore through the hall. Help! In an instant, all sounds and movements were abruptly severed as if cut by an invisible blade. Even the singer paused mid-performance. The once boisterous hall, filled with the chatter of thousands, fell into an eerie silence. Startled, the onlookers turned towards the source of the sound, stunned into immobility by the horrific scene unfolding before them. Chapter 5, The Loyal Traitor, Chapter 4, Such Hostages Chronicles of the Radiant King Volume 1. Section 5. In the year 780, in the third month, the eastern demons ran rampant. Advancing with impunity, the royal forces suffered defeat, and the Far East fell. The king endured humiliation, feigning surrender to infiltrate deeper into the gathering of the demon chieftains. The king suddenly rose in fury, slaying the treacherous Lei Hong, exclaiming, "Those who betray Zichuan, no matter how far, shall be executed." The demons were struck with terror, causing a great uproar as they surged to attack. The king was unafraid, meeting them with his blade, outnumbered yet undaunted. This battle saw blood spill like rain. The sun and moon dimmed. The king charged left and right, unstoppable, and the demons cowered in fear. None daring to confront him, he slaughtered 22 demon chieftains on the spot and severely injured 31. The demon chieftains, filled with dread, lamented, "The mountains and rivers of blood and flesh are not unique to our race, in the den of wolves and tigers." Amidst the humiliation of the snowy mountains, the kingdom, once sullied, would see justice served against treachery. The heroic spirit soared to the heavens. In the corner of the hall, the Duke of Pingjing, drenched in blood for his valiant efforts during the Far East War, was screaming hoarsely, "Help!" He clutched his bleeding abdomen while desperately pushing past those in front of him, stumbling toward the exit. Yet, before he could take a step, a flash of steel appeared, and blood splattered as one of Lei Hong's legs was severed at the thigh. His heart-wrenching scream echoed through the hall, and his body collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony, blood gushing from his wound, staining the exquisite carpet with a gruesome red. Zichuan Xiu leapt over the crowd, mercilessly hacking at the fallen Lei Hong, shouting, "The Zichuan family will slay traitors, no matter the distance. Those who betray Zichuan shall face no mercy." His hoarse voice, filled with murderous intent, mingled with Lei Hong's pitiful pleas and screams. The sound of blade-piercing flesh resounding throughout the hall, sending shivers down the spines of all present. What had once been a joyous celebration transformed into a hellish nightmare in an instant. The sight was beyond the realm of reality, surpassing anyone's imagination. They stood frozen, as if under a spell, witnessing the horrific scene unfold before them, watching as Lei Hong was brutally reduced to a pile of flesh. Yet not a single soul moved to intervene. As the cries of despair gradually diminished, Zichuan Xiu halted, his gaze fierce and penetrating as he surveyed the room. His eyes were blood-red, and in his hand, the gleaming blade dripped with blood. The once brave demon leaders, including the renowned warriors Leo and Rudy, dared not meet his gaze, instinctively retreating, but a palpable aura of madness surrounded Zichuan Xiu. Even the most battle-hardened demons trembled in fear. Immobilized by terror, they had witnessed death before, but what instilled such dread was Zichuan Xiu's display of cruelty and madness, his aura reminiscent of a divine executioner. Blood and flesh splattered across his face. And to the demon leaders, his handsome visage appeared monstrous. They all shared a singular thought: he is not human. He is a demon. Zichuan Xiu stood frozen, paralyzed, when Zichuan Xiu approached to shake hands with Lei Hong. He had sensed something amiss. A chilling aura emanated from Zichuan Xiu, evoking a familiar feeling within him, as if he had encountered it before. Before he could discern the truth, chaos erupted. Zichuan Xiu transformed. As if possessed, the once polite and refined Zichuan Xiu suddenly morphed into a figure of madness and bloodshed, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. Zichuan Xiu cried out in shock, "It's him!" The glint of the blade, the terrifying aura, the eyes filled with a hellish fire and despair, the burning tents, the galloping steeds, the splattering blood, the agonizing screams, and the chaos of footsteps, all converged into a crimson haze. The demon that haunted his dreams re-emerged before him. And the shock he felt surpassed that of anyone else present. His mind became a whirlwind. How can this be? How can this be? When Zichuan Xiu first arrived at the Divine Clan, he had harbored doubts, having participated in the Battle of Pai Yi. Could Zichuan Xiu be the assailant from that fateful night? Yet he quickly dismissed his suspicions. Although the assailant had been clad in armor, obscuring their form, this young man with gentle eyes, a warm smile, and an easygoing demeanor could not possibly be the terrifying attacker. He soon abandoned his doubts. Now, confronted with this beast-like, frenzied figure, he could not fathom how, in less than a second, a person could undergo such a drastic transformation. Becoming a completely different entity, a demon, he recognized the oppressive, murderous intent, the horrifying eyes, the blood-red gaze ablaze with madness and despair. There could be no other eyes like this in the world. Zichuan Xiu was indeed the fearsome assailant of that night. Yet, having experienced it once, Zichuan Xiu reacted more swiftly than the others, realizing what had transpired. Zichuan Xiu had not betrayed the Zichuan family. From the very beginning, he had come specifically to slay Lei Hong. Zichuan Xiu was the first to act, snatching a nearby chair and hurling it toward Zichuan Xiu, shouting, "The Duke of the Far East has rebelled." The piercing scream of a woman shattered the silence of the venue. Instantly plunging the hall into chaos, the crowd abandoned their dishes and food, and the woman hastily sought refuge amidst the cacophony of hysterical shrieks and the frantic footsteps of men. Tables, chairs, food, and lit candles were knocked to the ground by the terrified throng. "Capture him!" Amidst the turmoil, the commanding voice of Prince Cardon rang out. "Close the doors. Do not let the Eastern Marquis escape." The officers stationed near the entrance hastily complied with Prince Cardon's orders, slamming the doors shut. The officers yelled fiercely, converging from all directions towards Zichuan Xiu. Each one of them understood. This was the quintessential opportunity to demonstrate their bravery. With so many distinguished figures present, capturing Zichuan Xiu in public would guarantee an illustrious future. Yet, they retreated even faster as a dazzling flash of steel sliced through the air, severing the three leading demon team leaders in half, while another lost a leg, spraying blood and eliciting piercing screams that tore through the dark night and echoed far away. Baron Kessin attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Zichuan Xiu did not turn. With a swift motion, he struck with his blade, and a red line appeared around Kessin's neck. Moments later, blood gushed forth from the wound, and his head rolled to the ground, while his body remained standing, motionless. "Ah!" The women shrieked in terror, their cries deafening. The demon officers froze in horror, halting in their tracks. When they arrived at the banquet, they bore no weapons. Now, only a few wielded makeshift weapons like chairs and knives, rendering them almost defenseless. Zichuan Xiu's blade was utterly terrifying. Did they truly intend to charge at him unarmed? Although the promise of glory and rewards was alluring, their lives were of paramount importance. Fortunately, there were alternative means to display courage. The demon officers formed a ring around Zichuan Xiu, retreating to a safe distance. Shouting excitedly, "Cough! Eastern Marquis, you cannot escape. Eastern Marquis, surrender now, and perhaps His Highness will spare your life." Zichuan Xiu slowly raised his head, extending his tongue to leisurely lick the blood dripping from his blade. A satisfied smile gracing his face, as if savoring a rare delicacy. His nonchalant demeanor and ominous gaze exuded a terrifying cruelty. At that moment, he resembled a bloodthirsty beast. The demons felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. Pondering how many lives would be sacrificed to subdue this dreadful fiend, they feared most that their names would appear on the list of casualties. "Onward!" Prince Cardon commanded once more, almost simultaneously with his order. Zichuan Xiu advanced, leaping into the throng of demon officers to in an instant. A multitude surged forward, countless hands and feet reaching out from all directions, with some excitedly shouting, "I've got him! I caught him! Your Highness!" The demon officers celebrated too soon. Zichuan Xiu offered a cold smile, and without any visible movement, the silver blade in his hand erupted in brilliance, a dazzling orb of light materializing beside him. No one could count how many strikes he unleashed in that fleeting moment. The screams were incessant. In the blink of an eye, the four nearest demon officers were shredded to pieces by the luminous sphere, while those slightly farther away suffered grievous injuries, losing hands and feet. Amidst the blinding flash of the blade, countless dismembered limbs, chunks of flesh, and sprays of blood shot out in all directions, splattering the walls several meters away with crimson. The horrifying wails echoed unceasingly. Within a radius of 3.5 meters around Zichuan Xiu, no second demon stood. Only scattered limbs and pools of blood remained, with a few gravely injured demon officers rolling on the ground, groaning in agony. This scene alone was enough to extinguish the courage of the bravest demon warriors. A dreadful silence enveloped the entire hall, and from an unknown corner, the sound of chattering teeth could be heard. The demon aristocrats gazed in terror at the human in the center. One tremblingly uttered, "A devil! He must be a devil!" Seeing that no one dared to approach, Zichuan Xiu chuckled lightly, exuding an air of disdain and pride. As if mocking his adversary's cowardice, the solitary human, facing hundreds or even thousands of demon masters, could wear such a smile. For the proud demons, this was a humiliation more unbearable than death. Prince Cardon, furious, bellowed, "Whoever kills him shall be promoted 2 ranks and rewarded 10,000. Have our divine warriors truly perished?" The demon officers, awakened from their stupor, exclaimed, "Indeed, how could this be? We are the divine race, the most formidable species in the world. There is no reason for us to be intimidated by a single human." Their blood surged with anger. The demon men shouted, "Vagla!" Grabbing nearby tables and chairs as weapons, they charged forward en masse, igniting a chaotic melee between 1 and several hundred. Yet, contrary to all expectations, the advantage lay with the FEWAT this moment. Their numerical superiority became a liability for the demons, fearing friendly fire. They hesitated to unleash their full might. Conversely, Zichuan Xiu bore no such concerns. To him, anything that moved was fair game for his blade, requiring no contemplation. That night, the demon officers, once proud and brave, finally encountered the essence of fear. The growling Zichuan Xiu resembled a terrifying whirlwind. Wherever he went, none could withstand his swift and thunderous strikes. His attacks appeared deceptively simple, comprising merely a few basic moves: slash, chop, stab, devoid of any intricate techniques or strategies, yet executed with astonishing speed, as swift as lightning and as fierce as thunder. The demons often only caught a fleeting glimpse of his shadow, a flash of white light. And in the blink of an eye, a part of their body, hand, foot, head, was severed, leaving them utterly bewildered as to how Zichuan Xiu had struck. Many demons, in fact, perished without ever having seen the face of their killer. Eldest Xiu's face turned pale. He realized the more terrifying aspect. Zichuan Xiu could strike from any angle: front, back, side, reverse, even from beneath. He could deliver a blow, all while maintaining his astonishing speed. To Zichuan Xiu, there were no defensive blind spots. He could counter any attack from any angle. How was this possible? Eldest Xiu pondered. This defied all principles of martial arts, whether divine or human. Masters of any race typically had an optimal physical posture and angle, from which they could exert maximum strength and speed. To achieve this posture, they generally performed preparatory movements. For instance, if an enemy approached from behind, they would need to turn before attacking. Those accustomed to using a right-hand blade would instinctively shift their body to the right, positioning the enemy favorably on their left, while left-handed individuals would do the opposite. Thus, masters often predicted their opponent's actions and direction from their preparatory movements. However, this rule was utterly ineffective against Zichuan Xiu. His movements were as swift as lightning, both hands equally agile, and he offered no warning before striking. On one occasion, Eldest Xiu even witnessed him remain stationary as his right hand effortlessly severed the leg of a demon behind him at an extraordinarily awkward angle. Almost simultaneously, without any discernible motion or pause, the blade inexplicably reappeared in his left hand, gently pushing forward to neatly slice the throat of a demon commander in front of him, and with a deft stroke of the hilt, he smashed another demon commander's skull. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, leaving Eldest Xiu in awe. It was nothing short of miraculous, surpassing even the feats of a master magician. Zichuan Xiu alternated between direct assaults, seemingly recklessly launching himself into the fray, causing the brave demon officers to weep and wail. Yet, just before being encircled by a horde of enemies, he vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing elsewhere in the hall to eliminate the isolated foes. His terrifying speed, akin to lightning, posed a significant threat to the demons. He never lingered in one spot, darting left and right, elusive and unpredictable. One moment he was on the ground, wielding his blade in pursuit of an injured demon officer. The next, he had leapt onto a dining table to slay, his movements ghostly and unfathomable, rendering the demons powerless to exploit their numerical advantage. Blood and flesh flew, cries of agony echoed. The entire soiree had devolved into a crimson hellscape, strewn with dismembered bodies and blood. No one knew how many demon aristocrats had inexplicably fallen beneath Zichuan Xiu's blade amidst the chaos. Zichuan Xiu targeted only the demons of lesser martial prowess, primarily the upper echelons and nobles, aside from a few experts. The strength of the demon commanders lay in commanding troops, not in close combat. He deftly evaded the likes of Luddy and Leo, who relentlessly pursued him but could never match his speed. Helplessly watching him wreak havoc. As he weaved through the ranks, demon officers fell one after another, and soon, no one dared to obstruct his path. Upon glimpsing his dreadful figure, they screamed, "Not good," and fled in disarray. That evening, the age-old adage, "Unity is strength," was thoroughly upended. A throng of high-ranking demon officers was sent into a frenzy, shrieking and leaping in terror as they faced the formidable Zichuan Xiu. With the grand doors shut at the command of Prince Kadu, there was no escape for anyone. They scurried about the room like headless flies, fleeing from Zichuan Xiu's onslaught. When he struck eastward, they darted west. When he turned west, they hastily surged back east, as if engaged in a frenzied game of eagle catches the chick. Some of the more astute among them simply lay on the ground, smearing blood on their faces to feign death. The demon officers cowered, pleading for their deities to spare them from Zichuan Xiu's wrath. Injured and limping, the demons groaned behind overturned tables and chairs, cautiously peeking out to see if the terrifying fiend was approaching. Governor Ross, in a state of frantic disarray, scurried along the walls with a speed that seemed to rejuvenate him by 20 years. Zichuan Xiu had seemingly fixated on him as a target. Relentlessly pursuing him, several officers attempted to intervene, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Zichuan Xiu's blade. The once arrogant nobleman, Ross, was now a quivering wreck, emitting pitiful cries for help. "Save me, someone please." Just moments before, he had proudly proclaimed, "Humans are nothing but cowardly scoundrels." Alas, Zichuan Xiu secretly chuckled, wishing he could ask Ross what it meant to be. Xiu gazed at him from afar, secretly lamenting, "This fellow possesses a devilish audacity. No wonder he stands alongside Diling and sterling in reputation." He noticed that, at some point, the crimson hue of Zichuan Xiu's eyes had reverted to their usual black. The terrifying madness that once lingered within them had dissipated, rendering him seemingly no different from his usual self. What puzzled him further was the fact that Zichuan Xiu had clearly fallen victim to his lethal technique, yet was unharmed. Anyone struck by the dark palm technique would bleed from all 7 orifices and perish within 10 seconds. There had never been an exception. Moreover, Prince Cadden had even delivered an additional blow. His demon god technique was personally imparted by His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Even if there were 10 Zichuan Xius, he should have succumbed on the spot. Xiu discreetly signaled to the prince, suggesting a delay. The prince understood and called out again, "Zichuan Xiu, His Majesty is benevolent. If you release the princess and return to our clan, you shall surely receive forgiveness." The several high-ranking demon generals present scoffed. The prince was evidently speaking falsehoods. This night, the demon clan had suffered grievous losses, with more generals dead than in a Far Eastern war. If Zichuan Xiu were foolish enough to surrender again, they would butcher him into a pulp. "You have been with our clan for so many days. We, the Divine Clan, have not treated you poorly. If you harbor any grievances, feel free to voice them so we can discuss. Why must it come to this? Lay down your weapons." Prince Cadden meandered, attempting to buy time. Hoping to delay until Zichuan Xiu's injuries flared, the prince spoke. Liu, Xiu, Lu Di, Ling Buxu, and more than 10 elite experts from the Demon Kingdom were scattered in various directions, closely monitoring Zichuan Xiu's every move. Should he exhibit even the slightest lapse in focus, they would immediately spring into action to rescue him. Yet, from any angle, Zichuan Xiu stood as immovable as a mountain, his expression impassive, the wrist holding the knife steady without the slightest tremor, revealing no vulnerabilities for them to exploit. Listening quietly to the prince, Zichuan Xiu let out a cold chuckle, offering no response, instead pushing Cadden toward the door, the blade ever poised at Cadden's throat. Liu stepped forward to block his path, his voice deep and commanding. "If you wish to leave, put down the princess." Zichuan Xiu smiled faintly, applying a bit of pressure, causing Cadden to let out a soft cry, clearly enduring immense pain. Liu hastily stepped aside, turning helplessly to the prince. Among all present, the prince held the highest rank. It was up to him to decide what to do. Prince Cadden found himself in a quandary. So many from the Divine Clan had perished. And if he allowed Zichuan Xiu to escape, he would surely struggle to explain himself to the Demon Emperor. Conversely, if he did not allow it, that would be even more troublesome. Zichuan Xiu resembled a mad dog on the run, capable of anything. If cornered, he might strike at Cadden without hesitation. Cadden shivered at the thought. Although his side had many experts, Zichuan Xiu's blade was alarmingly swift, despite the kingdom's top talents being gathered here. None dared to claim they could safely rescue Cadden. Should Cadden perish, Cadden could not bear to contemplate that, for he understood the weight Cadden held in the heart of the Demon Emperor. For her sake, His Majesty had even released the Divine Clan's formidable enemy, Sterling, and the Central Army. He cast a pleading glance toward Xiu. Strangely enough, despite their enmity, Cadden realized that in this dire moment, the one who remained most composed was Xiu. Given their common enemy and interests, it would not hurt to collaborate temporarily, even with an adversary. Xiu understood the prince's dilemma and called out, "Duke Far East, why not state your conditions? Let them not be excessive." Zichuan Xiu replied coldly, "Open the gates and let me leave. For the next 24 hours, no one shall lay a hand on me, nor shall anyone follow or surveil me. If you comply, when the time is up, I shall release her." If you violate any of these terms, so be it. With a flash of the blade, Liu let out a low growl, retreating to his original position. Blood gushing from his arm. During Zichuan Xiu's speech, Liu had seized the moment to attempt a sneak attack from behind, but as he approached, Zichuan Xiu's blade seemed to possess a keen awareness. Moving even faster, in an instant, Liu's tendons were severed. Witnessing Liu clutching his wound in agony, the demon generals exchanged horrified glances. Liu, born with thick scales and skilled in external martial arts, had always been considered impervious to blades and spears. Yet he had still been unable to withstand Zichuan Xiu's casual strike. Zichuan Xiu was slightly taken aback. He had believed that strike would sever Liu's arm, yet it had merely broken through the surface. Revealing the formidable nature of Liu's protective skills, which exceeded his expectations, with so many experts present, it was unwise to linger. He continued, smirking. Should such foolishness occur again, the princess's head shall not be spared. His tone dripped with a chilling menace. And no one dared doubt his resolve. Prince Cadden whispered orders, inform everyone not to act yet. The fact that even the foremost expert before the Demon Emperor had failed meant others were even less likely to succeed. If they all rushed in, they could indeed turn Zichuan Xiu into pulp, but they could not bring Cadden back to life. Yunqian Shui called out to Zichuan Xiu, how can we trust that after 24 hours? You will honor your word and release Cadden. You have no choice but to trust me. Or would you prefer that I kill Cadden right now and engage in a life-and-death struggle with you? I have already claimed enough lives. Losing my own would matter little. Zichuan Xiu sneered, drawing the knife menacingly across Cadden's throat, a faint line of blood appearing on her delicate skin. Yunqian Shui shouted, stop. Excellent. From this moment, I will count to 10. If anyone obstructs my path, prepare to retrieve Cadden's corpse. 1, 2. The high-ranking generals of the Demon Kingdom were thrown into disarray, and Prince Cadden's voice trembled with panic. What should we do? His tone bore a hint of desperation. At that moment, he wished more than anything to be absent from the scene, to escape the burden of responsibility, and one dared speak. Only Governor Ross shouted in agitation, Your Highness, issue a command. If this madman leaves alive, our kingdom's dignity will be utterly tarnished. 3, 4. But Cadden is still in his grasp. What if Cadden would rather die than live, preferring to shatter than to remain whole? She has already resolved to perish alongside the traitor Zichuan Xiu. Cadden immediately cried out, Help! The others exchanged glances, bewildered. 5. Zichuan Xiu's flat counting bore an air of finality. Yunqian Shui silently cursed. Damn it! Why don't you have the same resolve to face death? He recalled Ross's earlier cowardly flight and regretted not having helped Zichuan Xiu trip, that old fool. His survival was indeed a great loss. He leaned closer to the prince and whispered, If we allow Zichuan Xiu to go, we can kill him tomorrow. But if anything happens to the princess, that regret would be irreparable. The prince suddenly understood. Indeed, the living could always be killed later, and a fleeing foe could be recaptured, but the dead could not be brought back. Zichuan Xiu stood before them, grievously injured and barely clinging to life. There was a chance he might succumb before even reaching the camp gates. Why risk the princess's life to obstruct him? If his poor decision led to Cadden's death, his future would be bleak. Not only would he lose any hope of becoming the next Demon Emperor, but in his father's rage, he might face execution himself. 6, 7. Having come to this realization, Prince Cadden still hesitated to issue a command, fixing his gaze on Yunqian Shui. This was your suggestion. Yunqian Shui was taken aback, understanding Cadden's mindset. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Stop. 8. Lord Yulin, if you say stop, I would lose face, wouldn't I? 9. Zichuan Xiu sneered, feigning to strike. All outside troops, stand down. Do not obstruct the Duke of the Far East or the princess. Violators shall be executed. Yunqian Shui shouted in one breath. Feeling utterly drained, nearly collapsing, all present released a collective sigh of relief. Stand down. Upon hearing the direct order, the soldiers of the Yulin army responded in unison. Yes. They sheathed their shields, raised their swords, and parted to clear a path to the door. Governor Ross erupted in fury. Yunqian Shui, who gave you the authority to do this? Allowing this mad dog to escape is treason, a crime. I will report you to His Majesty. He stood defiantly at the doorway, pointing and shouting. Zichuan Xiu, as long as I am here, you shall not leave. Zichuan Xiu regarded Governor Ross's frenzied performance with cold indifference, remaining silent, merely drawing the knife gently across Cadden's throat, causing crimson blood to flow. Cadden furrowed her brow, revealing a pained expression. "Drag him away." Zichuan Xiu bellowed in fury, pointing at Governor Ross. The governor, incredulous, exclaimed, "You dare, Zichuan Xiu? You have some nerve. I am a high-ranking minister of His Majesty, the commander of the Ghanem military district. The leader of the Tatar tribe, one of the 7 great tribes of the kingdom. My status far surpasses yours. If anyone dares to touch me, I will have their head tomorrow." He turned around and scolded the surrounding Feather Forest soldiers, who hesitated and glanced at Zichuan Xiu, afraid to take action. Without a moment's hesitation, Zichuan Xiu stepped forward and kicked Ross to the ground, commanding, "Bind him." With fear dissipated, the soldiers pounced upon Ross like ravenous wolves, securing him tightly. Blood trickled from the corner of Ross's mouth as he continued to curse. "Zichuan Xiu, just you wait. We of the Tatar tribe are not to be trifled with. Tomorrow, I shall witness your demise." Zichuan Xiu leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "If you do not cease your incessant chatter, I can take your life right now. Do not forget, this is the camp of the Feather Forest Army, my domain, and these soldiers are mine." Her cold words concealed a deadly intent, causing Governor Ross to shiver and fall silent. As the exit loomed open before them, Zichuan Xiu spoke icily, "Remember my terms. Within 24 hours, do not take action. Do not send anyone to follow. Should you violate any of these stipulations, prepare to collect the princess's remains." He pushed Cadden in front of him as a shield and strode out the door, while the dark-skinned masters of the demon clan parted before him, keeping a watchful eye on his every move. "Duke of the Far East." "Oh no, Zichuan Xiu, please hold," came Zichuan Xiu's voice from behind. Zichuan Xiu halted but did not turn around, coldly stating, "What now? Are you having second thoughts? It would still be timely to kill me." "Not at all," Zichuan Xiu replied, approaching slowly and speaking calmly. "Lord Zichuan, we shall abide by your conditions. There will be no hostile actions within 24 hours. I also ask that you honor your promise and ensure Prince Cadden's safety. After spending time together, I believe I have treated you well. I implore you to consider this." Bowing deeply to Zichuan Xiu's back. When she raised her head, her expression had turned resolute. "However, should you dare to break your promise and harm the prince in any way, I, Zichuan Xiu, vow that I will hunt you down, even if it takes me to the ends of the earth. To kill you, your family, your friends, your relatives, anyone who loves you or whom you love, and anyone connected to you, employing the most brutal and terrifying methods the world has ever seen. Zichuan Xiu, you are a master of the martial arts, the most fearsome human I have ever encountered. Perhaps you believe I am no match for you, but if you betray your word, I swear that even if I face defeat and death, I will rise as a vengeful spirit from the depths of 18 hells to claim your life. Princess, please take care. I, Zichuan Xiu, shall await your safe return." Listening to Zichuan Xiu's heartfelt words, Princess Cadden's eyes seemed to glaze over, a strange and indescribable expression clouding her gaze. Zichuan Xiu snorted coldly and continued striding forward, exiting the central camp of the Feather Forest Army and merging into the darkness of the surrounding forest. Gradually disappearing from sight, the demon clan masters stared blankly at the 2 departing figures, yet no one spoke or pursued them. Prince Cadden coldly addressed Zichuan Xiu. "It was your decision to let him go. What now?" Zichuan Xiu felt a surge of disdain and replied, "Your Highness, please rest assured, before His Majesty, all responsibility rests upon my shoulders. But for now, I ask you to exercise patience and refrain from sending any death squads until the princess returns safely. First, we must report these events to His Majesty as swiftly as possible." Through the dense thicket, the eastern horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn, illuminating the dark woods and muddy ground, the startled chirping of unknown birds echoing through the branches, and the weary fugitive. "Well," a sweet taste surged in Zichuan Xiu's throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The world before him darkening, his body collapsing from exhaustion, nearly collapsing to the ground. A searing pain burned within his chest and abdomen, as if his very organs were being torn apart, his legs heavy as though filled with mercury. Each step forward demanded every ounce of his strength and will. The sunlight offered no glimmer of hope for Zichuan Xiu. Despair washed over him. 5 hours had passed, and despite exerting every effort, he had barely covered 10 miles. This pace. How could he escape the pursuit of the demon clan? "You are injured internally," Cadden observed with concern. "Shall we rest a while?" Zichuan Xiu shook his head. "There is no time. Before dawn breaks, I must traverse the open ground and enter the woods ahead. As he spoke, another mouthful of blood surged forth, prompting a series of soft coughs. Cadden fell silent, draping Zichuan Xiu's arm over her shoulder to support him. Zichuan Xiu forced a bitter smile, realizing he was indeed a poor captor, requiring assistance from his hostage just to walk. You were struck twice. The first blow was Yun Qianxue's dark palm power, and the second was my brother Cadden's divine demon technique. Zichuan Xiu listened intently, panting as he inquired, "What is the remedy?" Cadden hesitated a moment. There is no remedy. The dark palm is one of the most fearsome secret martial arts of the demon royal family. Its power is insidious and tyrannical, with outward symptoms not immediately visible, yet its hidden force rapidly erodes one's internal organs. The divine demon technique, on the other hand, is the most ferocious external martial art in existence. Taught to Cadden by my father, its might is overwhelming. Those struck by it find their bones shattered and reduced to a heap. Both powers are lethal techniques, and there is no cure. In truth, regardless of which you suffered from, you should have perished long ago that time. You seemed completely unscathed. My brother and the others were all astounded. Zichuan Xiu burst into laughter, his chuckles interspersed with coughs. Cadden regarded him with a serious expression. This is no laughing matter. Our divine clan's techniques are not to be trifled with. Cadden had sensed it long ago. At that moment, Zichuan Xiu had exerted no strength in his grip on her arm and could barely stand. It was only by leaning against her that he remained upright. To the prince and others, it appeared as though Zichuan Xiu was leading her along, but in reality, she was dragging him forward. Once they had escaped Cadden and the other sight, Zichuan Xiu immediately collapsed to the ground, curling up and vomiting uncontrollably, expelling bile, stomach acid, and blood. Yet despite this, he managed to drag himself through the pitch-black woods throughout the night without rest. This man possessed an extraordinary will, Cadden mused, remarkable skill, exceptional intellect, a cold heart, the courage of a devil, an unyielding bravery in the face of death, steadfast loyalty and faith, and the most terrifying resilience and endurance. He possessed all the qualities necessary for success, given time. He would become the most formidable enemy of my clan, even more so than Sterling and Diling. Of course, this assumes he can evade capture and survive. Presently, he is so weak that he could easily be killed by his own hand. Should I still attempt to save him? Perhaps it is best to leave his fate in the hands of destiny. Cadden sighed, torn between the interests of her entire race and her personal feelings. Why do you wish to save me? Cadden, Zichuan Xiu asked, a question that had troubled him for some time, that he had initially refrained from asking, but could no longer contain himself. From any perspective, he was the enemy of the demon clan. And as a princess of the demon lineage, Cadden had no reason to save him. Cadden shot him a glance. Who said I was saving you? I am merely unable to escape your clutches. Watch out. You were about to step into a hole. Zichuan Xiu swayed, nearly falling, but Cadden caught him just in time, restoring his balance. Both were panting heavily. Cadden, raised in luxury as a princess, and Zichuan Xiu, injured and fatigued from a night of travel. Both found themselves utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, Zichuan Xiu spoke in fragments. You knew my intentions from the start, yet you neither reported me nor left the venue. After I took action, every woman present fled in fear, but you remained still, even moving closer to me. Moreover, you were signaling to me. The moment I approached, you cooperatively allowed yourself to be captured. I had been struck twice and was on the verge of fainting. It was you who pinched me fiercely to keep me alert. I hardly did anything. You cried out for help, causing Yun Qianxue and the others to be too frightened to move. If that isn't assistance, what is? Cadden smiled. That is all your imagination. The only truth is that I was kidnapped by you, the notorious killer. You were so formidable, having killed so many people. What ability does a weak woman like me possess to resist? Being taken hostage is simply beyond my control. Hand me your knife. It must be heavy for you. I will carry it for you. You need to conserve your strength. As Cadden spoke, she took Zichuan Xiu's slender knife and slung it over her back. Zichuan Xiu couldn't help but smile wryly. Where in the world could one find a hostage like this? Xiu, may I ask you something? Cadden inquired. Did you purposely feign allegiance to our divine clan just to kill Lei Hong? Is it worth taking such a risk? Zichuan Xiu fell silent for a long while before finally responding. Lei Hong deserves to die for betraying the Zichuan family. All for a traitor. You would risk your life? Cadden pressed. Xiu, I feel I understand you now. This is not like you. Regarding the Zichuan family, you do not strike me as a particularly rigid individual. She paused. Her implication unmistakable. Concerning the Zichuan family, your loyalty is not particularly profound. You are not the type of mindless, foolishly loyal adherent or a die-hard warrior. Zichuan Xiu glanced at her, surprised by how well the princess of the demon clan understood his character. Lei Hong is the murderer who betrayed and killed Lord Guangxing, Zichuan Xiu stated calmly. Before his death, Lord Gu bestowed upon me immeasurable kindness. Cadden was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the usually carefree and irreverent Zichuan Xiu possessed such depth, a man of his word, valuing camaraderie over life itself. Exemplifying the passionate spirit of a true man. For reasons unknown, she felt a surge of noble sentiment within her heart, yet she could not help but retort, "How foolish, to jest with your own life. Do you think you possess multiple lives? Have you no consideration for Aining? Men, I swear." All right. Zichuan Xiu raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. "Spare me this time, Sister Cadden. I promise I shall not dare again." "Pa, you still hope for another chance?" Cadden replied earnestly. "Do you not realize that you were merely fortunate just now? If my father were present, you would not have had the opportunity at all. Madman, you were truly a madman." Zichuan Xiu forced a smile. He was aware that his successful escape was not solely due to Cadden's covert assistance, but also a myriad of fortuitous circumstances. The demon clan's foremost expert, the demon god emperor, was absent, and Yun Xinshu dared not employ deadly measures against Cadden due to her deep affection for her. "Ah Xiu, what would you have done if my brother and the others truly refused to let you go?" Zichuan Xiu smiled. "How could that be? You are the apple of the demon god emperor's eye. They would not dare to keep me. I mean, if they refused, would you truly?" Zichuan Xiu hesitated for a moment, chuckling. "That is an impossible scenario. No need to dwell on it." Observing Zichuan Xiu's smile, Cadden felt a chill in her heart. This devil, he could truly carry it out. The sky was overcast, and on the muddy, damp paths after the rain in the forest, the fugitive and the hostage supported each other, trudging forward with great difficulty, while unknown wild birds chirped harshly above them. "Yun Xinshu seems to have a fondness for you," Zichuan Xiu suddenly remarked, seemingly out of nowhere. Cadden trembled but remained silent, recalling Yun Xinshu's words. "If you dare harm the princess, no matter where you flee to, I will find you and kill you. Even if I must become a vengeful spirit, I shall rise from the depths of hell to claim your life." A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within her, and she felt a pang of guilt regarding Yun Xinshu's genuine affection. "When I made a cut on your neck," his entire expression changed. "That was no act. He truly cares for you," Zichuan Xiu said. Cadden noted that he used care rather than love. She smiled wryly. Perhaps all men are the same, unaccustomed to uttering the word love. At one time, someone had stammered before her, I really, Cadden, ever since we first met, I have felt quite about you." Having already been a top-tier general, after the Battle of Pai Yi, he had successfully repelled the demon clan's overwhelming forces with a meager troop, further enhancing his illustrious reputation. Now, he had seemingly become a revered hero idol throughout the human realm. Yet, why did the image lingering in her heart remain that of the flustered, helplessly shy young man, whose gaze betrayed a terror of love? The wind and rain had withered countless flowers. Where have they all gone, my beloved? Perhaps it is truly fate's cruel jest. Amidst the vicissitudes of life, those who love are destined to meet with an unfortunate end. Yun Xinshu is an exceptional man. Forget Sterling. It would be a bit more blissful for you that way, Zichuan Xiu remarked lightly, turning his gaze towards the dense thicket along the roadside, as though conversing with a particular tree. "Fool," Cadden murmured softly, her eyes misty, uncertain whether she was rebuking Zichuan Xiu or Yun Xinshu, perhaps neither, but rather someone far away in the imperial capital. At an intersection, Zichuan Xiu halted his steps. "Cadden, this is far enough. You should return. If you do not, within 24 hours, Yun Xinshu will surely go mad. Cough, cough. I certainly do not wish for him to become a ghost to haunt me. Cough, cough." Zichuan Xiu attempted a jest, yet was interrupted by a fit of coughing, crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Observing his smiling face, Cadden felt a wave of compassion. The entire eastern region had fallen under the demon clan's dominion, and this place was nearly 1,000 miles from the Valen fortress. How could he, severely injured, endure the arduous journey to escape the terrifying pursuit of the demon clan? After a moment's hesitation, she removed a necklace from around her neck, revealing its hidden compartment. "Here are 2 pills, passed down through our royal lineage. Crafted from exceedingly precious materials, they are beneficial for healing and restoring energy. My father entrusted me to carry them for emergencies. They might have some effect against the injuries caused by dark power and the demon god technique. Remember, this is not a gift from me. It is something you seized. I was taken hostage by you, after all. Understood, understood. Zichuan Xiu accepted the pills with a rueful smile. Feeling quite embarrassed as the captor, he swallowed one without hesitation, a refreshing sensation coursing through his chest and abdomen, alleviating the burning pain considerably, while he carefully tucked the other away. Looking at Zichuan Xiu, Caden said, "Well then, we shall part ways here. No, it is best we do not meet again. Let us bid farewell." The two exchanged bittersweet smiles, both aware that their opposing identities meant that should they meet again, one would surely have become a captive or a prisoner. "Take care, Caden." Zichuan Xiu bowed sincerely when he raised his head. Caden's slender figure had already vanished into the thicket behind her. Suddenly, he recalled something and called out, "Caden, you haven't answered. Why did you save me?" His voice echoed through the tranquil morning woods, startling the slumbering magpies, which took flight, squawking loudly as they passed overhead. Faintly, Caden's clear voice returned, "Zichuan Ning." Hearing the response, Zichuan Xiu stood in a daze, staring blankly into the sky, which was shrouded in gray, the rising sun pale and dim. After a series of continuous spring rains, this was a rare sunny day. On March 10th of the 780th year of the Empire, after the bright king executed the traitor Lei Hong of the Zichuan family. He was fortunate to escape the demon clan's encampment with the aid of Princess Kanan, in the dense forests of Gajicha. The bright king bid farewell to Princess Caden, both believing it to be a final parting. They were unaware that, in the days to come, the fates of these two individuals, so starkly different in identity, would intertwine inextricably, converging time and again. The next time they would meet would be during the 6th Battle of Hengchuan. 4 years hence, at this moment, a terrible storm was brewing within the demon clan's encampment. In the early hours of the following day, the demon god emperor, having received urgent news via swift steed, rushed from Fengya Danlin, and upon entering the chamber filled with corpses draped in white sheets, blood pools, and numerous moaning wounded, he was rendered speechless with shock. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. This is simply outrageous. How many of us have perished?" Prince Caden hesitated before revealing the truth. 22. Among them, there are 4 regiment commanders, 11 team leaders, and 7 nobles. How many were injured? 31 severely wounded. Even if they recover, they will be crippled. Among the wounded, the highest ranking is Pingjing.as for the lightly wounded. Prince Caden shook his head. The tally has yet to be determined. Accompanying the demon god emperor, Haisha entered to report, "Your Majesty, the Palace Guard Brigade has sealed off the venue, and all witnesses from last night have been placed under house arrest." The demon god emperor nodded in agreement. Haisha then turned to the prince in astonishment. "Pingjing is still alive?" It was now common knowledge that Zichuan Xiu had come specifically to eliminate Lei Hong. Yet, with so many unrelated demon clan leaders slain and the principal target, Lei Hong, still alive, it was utterly perplexing. Caden was at a loss for words, and Kalen interjected to clarify. "Though he is not dead, it cannot be said that he is alive." He lowered his voice. "The military doctor just reported that Lei Hong's hands and feet have all been severed. He has been stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and his ribs and spine are all shattered. Yet none of the wounds are fatal. This is truly miraculous. It seems Zichuan Xiu intentionally left him with a breath of life. Pingjing is now in such pain that he passes out and wakes up again, weeping and begging me to grant him a swift end." The demon clan generals all shuddered in unison. Such cold-blooded and brutal methods were rare, even among the notoriously ruthless demon clan. The memory of the harrowing massacre they had just witnessed sent chills down their spines. The demon god emperor's expression grew increasingly grim as he suppressed his voice. "Zichuan Xiu entered our camp alone. Before the eyes of thousands, killed the traitorous Lei Hong, slaughtered over 20 of our senior generals, injured dozens more, and then simply walked away without so much as a thank you, taking my daughter with him." The demon god emperor was incensed. Slamming his palm down, "Is the army of the divine race completely annihilated? So many generals, warriors, and masters, each one of them boasts before me about their unparalleled heroism, yet they are utterly incapable of subduing a single human or rescuing my daughter." The usually calm and composed demon emperor erupted in fury, leaving the gathered assembly pale and trembling in fear. Led by Prince Caden, all the generals who participated in last night's banquet knelt in submission, prostrating themselves upon the ground. The brave demon warriors wished fervently that they could master the art of the ostrich and bury their heads in the earth until the storm of the emperor's wrath had passed. Cadden, pray tell, what transpired last night? The prince, singled out, lamented his misfortune internally as he recounted the events. Upon arriving at the venue, he had a brief exchange with Zichuan Xiu, only to be mocked by Governor Ross. He retorted that he would demonstrate the loyalty of humanity. Just as everyone was still in the dark, he suddenly stabbed Lei Hong, who, wounded, attempted to flee but was pursued and brutally hacked apart, though he ordered everyone to attack en masse. They were met with Zichuan Xiu's sudden violent retaliation. The unexpected nature of the incident left everyone unarmed, resulting in heavy casualties. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated solely by the prince's monotonous narration. His account closely mirrored the night's actual events, save for his omission of the blunder in ordering the doors closed in a panic, instead emphasizing Zichuan Xiu's ferocity and arrogance. However, nothing can intimidate our valiant Prince Cadden. Faced with the sudden crisis, the prince remained remarkably composed and resolute, rallying everyone to unite in resistance, even stepping forward to bravely engage in combat, fighting Zichuan Xiu for 300 rounds and ultimately unleashing his signature technique, which quelled Zichuan's haughty attitude, forcing him to flee in disgrace. Of course, the other generals, such as Liu, Xianxue, and Ling Buxu, also contributed, but none could compare to Prince Cadden's greatness. Father, every word spoken by your son is the truth. The generals present last night can attest to this. As soon as Prince Cadden finished speaking, the kneeling generals raised their heads in unison, affirming, every word is the truth, every word is the truth. In a bid to corroborate Prince Cadden's statement, they began to recount how selflessly they had fought, with Liu raising his arm, wounded by Zichuan Xiu, as evidence of his bravery before the demon emperor. Others followed suit, revealing old scars from a decade prior, burn marks from 5 years ago, and even corns on their toes, all claiming they had sustained these injuries during last night's battle. Even Governor Ross, who had been frantically fleeing the chaos, declared himself to have been luring the enemy in, cleverly exhausting Zichuan Xiu's stamina. As the recounting continued, their spirits soared, each becoming more animated, as if they had just achieved a resounding victory and were now seeking accolades from the demon emperor. A soft chuckle from Prince Kalen interrupted their self-congratulation. Elder brother, so many have perished. Zichuan Xiu remains at large, and even our sister has been abducted. Initially, I thought we had lost, but now, hearing you all, I realize we have triumphed. Prince Cadden forced a response. Kalen, you do not comprehend the circumstances. Zichuan Xiu was exceedingly ferocious, wielding a sharp blade and cutting down all in his path. Our generals were merely attendees of a banquet, unarmed and caught off guard, leading to significant casualties. Why did you not summon the guards to intervene? I recall the sentinels on duty were armed, because the doors were closed and the guards could not enter. Mid-sentence, Prince Cadden recognized his slip and hastily fell silent, only to find Kalen smilingly pressing on. And who closed the doors? Zichuan Xiu. He truly had the leisure to do so while facing thousands of you? No one answered. And Cadden glared at Kalen, who had mysteriously vanished during the fray, only to appear now, lamenting, what a waste of such exquisite dishes, truly a pity. Hiske. This raised suspicion that he had perhaps been lurking behind the door, secretly watching the chaos unfold, only to emerge now to ridicule and expose his own shortcomings. Kalen continued, there is another matter I find perplexing. When the reinforcements from the feathered guards arrived, the entire camp should have been sealed off. How then could Zichuan Xiu escape? That is not my concern. Prince Cadden shot back, as if stabbed by an unseen force. It was Xianxue who ordered his release. Governor Ross, tearful and distraught, pleaded, Your Majesty, please advocate for this old minister. Xianxue has betrayed the nation. He colluded with Zichuan Xiu and deliberately set him free. When I attempted to intervene, he ordered me bound, kicked me in the face, and even threatened to kill me. This is an affront to our entire Tatari clan, Your Majesty. The demon emperor, visibly impatient, interjected, Let us defer this matter. Xianxue, did you indeed command the release of Zichuan Xiu? Xianxue, prostrate and afraid to raise his gaze, replied softly, Yes. What? From the emperor's repressed inquiry, Xianxue sensed an impending storm, responding cautiously, Your Majesty, because he had taken Prince Cadden hostage. And if we did not acquiesce, he would have killed the princess. At that moment, I could only prioritize the safety of her highness. Humph. Governor Ross scoffed. He was merely bluffing. If the princess were to perish, He too would meet his end. Yun Xinshui. Only a fool like you would fall for his ruse. Yun Xinshui remained silent. Debating this was of no consequence now, and even at this moment. He lacked certainty, whether he had indeed made the right choice. That pair of dark, inscrutable eyes remained an eternal enigma. He could not fathom how the admirable qualities of courage and resilience could coexist so nearly perfectly within a single individual. Was Zichuan Xiu truly just a bluffer? Each person envisioned the scenario, yet none could arrive at a definitive conclusion. The demon emperor shook his head and turned to Haisha. What is your perspective? Strategist? I believe, Haisha replied in his usual unhurried manner, that at that moment, Zichuan Xiu was akin to a rabid dog, driven to desperation. When cornered, he had nothing left to lose, and would resort to any means necessary. Lord Ross, your actions effectively forced Zichuan Xiu to strike. The consequences of this are beyond your capacity to bear. Yun Xinshui's prioritization of the princess's safety was indeed wise. Governor Ross, perspiring profusely, fell silent. Yun Xinshui exhaled gently, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thankfully, he had a rational chief strategist by the emperor's side, whose influence over the emperor was considerable, ensuring his own survival. Your Majesty, I find another matter curious. According to everyone's recounting, both Yun Xinshui and Prince Cadden struck Zichuan Xiu with a palm. What force did you both employ in your attacks? Yun Xinshui bowed his head and responded, Dark Palm Force. Prince Cadden answered, I utilized the divine demon technique. That is precisely what puzzles me. The demon emperor's chief strategist mused. The Dark Palm Force lies dormant within, while the divine demon technique erupts outward. Both are exceptionally formidable martial arts that should incapacitate any who fall victim to them. How then could Zichuan Xiu still manage to take Prince Cadden hostage and even inflict harm? No one could respond to this query. Governor Ross mockingly suggested, could it be that after Yun Xinshui lost an arm, his martial prowess was entirely nullified? The demon emperor clapped his hands, bring in 2 blocks of wood. The guards promptly exited and returned with 2 5-inch square, 1-inch thick Nanma boards. The demon emperor commanded, hand these to Cadden and Yun Xinshui. Both of you, strike the boards with the force you employed at that time. The two understood the implications and simultaneously struck out. Bang! The sound echoed as Prince Cadden's palm shattered the board into a cloud of fine splinters. The once solid Nanma reduced to mere particles, scattering dramatically with astonishing force. In contrast, Yun Xinshui's strike was as gentle as a breeze, appearing merely as a light caress against the board, leaving it entirely unscathed. Governor Ross cackled gleefully, still denying it. Yun Xinshui, your martial skills have truly waned. No wonder your attack felt like a mere tickle to Zichuan Xiu. Ross's laughter abruptly froze as Yun Xinshui lightly blew upon the seemingly intact board, which suddenly softened and unraveled into delicate strands, fluttering gracefully in the air. The room, filled with martial experts, erupted in applause. Excellent. They all understood that in martial arts, raw strength is easy to cultivate, while mastering subtlety is immensely challenging. Given the demon clan's physique, which is more suited to aggressive combat styles, Yun Xinshui's ability to refine the notoriously difficult Dark Palm Force to such a degree was no small feat. The demon emperor nodded in approval. Very well, Yun Xinshui, after your injury, your martial prowess has not diminished, but rather advanced. Your palm force has become even more refined, which is no trivial accomplishment. Yun Xinshui bowed in acknowledgement. Your Majesty is too kind. I truly dare not accept such praise. Haisha nodded and remarked, we have all witnessed the remarkable prowess of both His Highness Prince Cadden and Lord Yulin. Their palm techniques are exceptionally sharp. Yet, this raises the question, why is it that Zichuan Xiu remains unscathed? Suddenly, Ling Buxu, who had been silent until now, interjected. Perhaps he possesses exceptional martial skills and formidable protective energy. Impossible, the demon god emperor retorted, shaking his head. Our royal family's ultimate techniques were specifically developed over thousands of years of warfare against humanity, tailored to counteract human physiology. You all witnessed Yun Xinshui's dark palm power earlier. It was designed to counter the armored cavalry of humans on the battlefield. Even if Zichuan Xiu were clad in layers of thick armor, our royal techniques could easily penetrate his defenses, directly harming his internal organs, and no matter how formidable a human may be, once struck, they are certain to perish. With the demon god emperor, a martial arts master of unparalleled renown, making such a definitive statement, no one dared to question it further. Prince Kalen spoke up. Father, if that is the case. Then only two possibilities remain. What do you propose? First, Zichuan Xiu is not human, that he hails from a different, superior race that possesses great martial prowess and intelligence, yet appears human in form. Therefore, our royal techniques would be ineffective against him. Kalen's serious assertion was me regarding the rumors surrounding that battle. They had heard a little, but nothing as detailed as what Zichuan Xiu had gathered without conducting a specific investigation. Heisha suddenly recalled something and asked, Zichuan Xiu, who was the commanding general of the human side in that battle? Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. During his investigation, his attention had been entirely focused on the mysterious expert who determined the outcome, and the identity of the opposing commander seemed utterly inconsequential to him. He hesitated for a moment and replied honestly, I didn't pay attention to that. Is it very important, Master Strategist? I don't know, Heisha replied nonchalantly. I was just asking. Zichuan Xiu nodded. I will go and check with the records officer. After obtaining the consent of the demon god emperor, he hurriedly left. Upon his return, his complexion was ashen. Your Majesty, Master Strategist, I have confirmed the identity of the commanding general on the human side in that battle. It was, he swallowed hard, Zichuan Xiu. A sudden, dreadful silence enveloped the entire audience hall. The demon god emperor rose, his expression severe. Send out the orders to mobilize all troops in the far east region of the kingdom. From this moment forward, conduct a thorough search for Zichuan Xiu throughout the entire Far East. I will personally command this operation. The ultimate goal is to eliminate Zichuan Xiu. He is already wounded, and this is a rare opportunity. If necessary, we may disregard the life of Ka Dan and inform the soldiers that anyone who brings Zichuan Xiu before me, regardless of the circumstances, shall be immediately elevated to the rank of Marquis. Understood. The demon warriors stood solemnly and responded in unison. Your Majesty, I suggest we issue a gag order, prohibiting all attendees from disclosing anything about the events of the night of March 19, said the masked demon general. Standing to one side, no one could discern his expression through the mask, and even those closest to him could not hear his murmurs. Could it be that Zichuan Xiu is Volume 5, The Loyal Traitor Chapter 6? The Mad Dog conspiracy before dawn had fully broken. In the Yulin camp located on the edge of the Gajicha forest, the morning quiet was shattered by the repeated loud proclamations. Emergency orders. His Majesty has decreed the immediate deployment to capture the human spy Zichuan Xiu. Before the demon soldiers, still groggy from sleep, could comprehend what was happening, the officers burst in, shouting in their ears, Gather! Hurry! Get dressed and assemble! The bewildered demon soldiers scrambled for their weapons, stumbling as they rushed out to the open ground. Before the assembly was complete, the officers, impatient, kicked their backsides. Those who are not here need not wait for them. Quickly, quickly, move out. They were not afraid of Zichuan Xiu escaping. They merely feared that the glory of capturing him would be snatched away by other units. The entire Yulin camp erupted into chaos, akin to a beehive that had been prodded, as large groups of infantry poured out of the camp, racing into the dense Gajicha forest. The stern-faced infantry, armed with sharp spears, formed line after line of skirmishers under the thick canopy, methodically checking trees, shrubs, grass, and paths. Every potential hiding spot, dense treetops, thick underbrush, shallow ditches overgrown with weeds, dark caves, was scrutinized by the demon soldiers, who relentlessly prodded and swept with their spears, leaving no corner unchecked. The soldiers had been informed that their quarry was a highly dangerous individual, particularly skilled in close combat, to prevent the frontline spear wielders from being outmatched. The demon archers stationed at the second line maintained intense focus, ready to shoot at the slightest disturbance, resulting in countless hares, pheasants, foxes, and squirrels falling victim to their unintended harvest. On the outskirts of the forest, large groups of cavalry patrolled day and night, keeping a vigilant watch, ensuring that not even a fly could escape their notice. Here, to mitigate the risk of facing a formidable opponent, regular demon soldiers were deemed insufficient, and elite teams composed of the finest warriors stood ready at the front lines, prepared to respond immediately upon receiving any alerts. Meanwhile, in the radiant dawn, messengers on horseback, bearing golden banners, galloped desperately, their horses foaming at the mouth as they carried the demon god emperor's secret orders to the kingdom's forces scattered across the Far East. From east to west, in the densely forested provinces of Dusa, Dia, Aliya, Gadisa, and Vurin, extending all the way to the westernmost province of Valen under the shadow of Fumink, the vast lands of the Far East, home to 120,000 demon soldiers and 60,000 Far Eastern traders, received the same command: locate a gravely injured young human. Accompanying the letter was a wanted poster of Zichuan Xiu. Though for reasons unknown, the demon general had omitted Zichuan Xiu's name from the orders, thus commenced an immense manhunt in the densely wooded Dusa province. Under the command of General Liu, nearly 300,000 elite demon troops began a comprehensive search throughout the province. Zichuan Xiu had fled from Dusa province, and the kingdom's higher-ups believed that due to his injuries, he could not have traveled far and had likely not yet exited the province, especially since it also housed the demon god emperor's residence. For the safety of the emperor, the search was particularly stringent, with the demon soldiers trampling almost every inch of the province. The Ghana Legion was tasked with searching the provinces of Diya and Alia, which had once served as the last bastions for humans in the Far East, with many remote areas still harboring residents who had not managed to evacuate. The command believed that Zichuan Xiu might be hiding there, and to eradicate any possibility of his concealment, coupled with the fact that humans bore a striking resemblance to one another, identifying Zichuan Xiu among them posed a challenge. Governor Rozo of Ghana ordered that any human encountered should be killed, until none remained. The Pai military district, being the most powerful army group in the kingdom, was assigned the broadest range of search responsibilities. The provinces of Wag, Gadisa, Vuren, and Xinga were all within their search area. To address the issue of insufficient manpower, nearly 500,000 allied forces from the Far East would collaborate with the demon regular army in the hunt. The Lingbuksu Corps, the vanguard of the demon kingdom, was tasked with guarding the kingdom's final line of defense, ensuring that Zichuan Xiu would not enter Valen. Along the main artery of the Far East Grand Road, the 11th Cavalry Brigade of Sinia was responsible for the blockade. The cavalry patrolled day and night, setting up nearly 300 checkpoints along the roughly 1,000 li stretch from Dusa to Fumink, and between the posts, waves of cavalry continually patrolled back and forth. At night, the torches held by the patrolling cavalry formed a shimmering dragon, winding its way along the entirety of the Far East Grand Road. This marked the largest-scale manhunt in history, with the vast demon army fully mobilized. Following the demon god emperor's directives, they sealed off every road, intersection, and ferry, searched every village, forest, and hill, and interrogated every passerby. Logically, under such stringent scrutiny, there should have been no reason to fail in locating a gravely injured human. The demon generals were confident. Even if we must find a needle in a haystack, we will locate it. By that afternoon, the search operation made significant progress. On the outskirts of Gajicha Forest, the demon search team discovered the kidnapped Princess Ka Dan. When found, the princess was sitting on a rock, bored, counting her fingers, and she complained to her rescuers, "Why did it take you so long to arrive? Is there anything to eat? I'm starving." According to the preliminary diagnosis by the field medic, the princess was in good health and unharmed. Upon hearing the news, the demon headquarters erupted in cheers, and the officer commanding the search squad was promptly promoted to team leader. Princess Ka Dan provided valuable intelligence. "I saw Zichuan Xiu running that way." The headquarters took this information very seriously, adjusting their search focus accordingly. That a large contingent of demon soldiers was dispatched to a desolate area approximately 1,000 kilometers from Gajicha, where they were informed, "Zichuan Xiu is somewhere in this expanse. Find him." Gazing at the endless desert under the scorching sun, the demon soldiers felt despair creeping in. A week passed, and they had failed to uncover Zichuan Xiu's whereabouts. 2 weeks elapsed, and this mysterious human seemed to have vanished into thin air. What began as unwavering confidence turned into unease, and from unease into utter despair. The various generals had no choice but to accept the cruel reality. Zichuan Xiu was nowhere to be found, neither in the past, nor in the present, nor in the foreseeable future. According to search conventions, if a target wasn't captured within the first week, the likelihood of success dwindled significantly thereafter. With a week having passed, the target could have fled far away, making the search area difficult to ascertain and exponentially increasing the difficulty. Moreover, even in his injured state, Zichuan Xiu had managed to evade such stringent pursuit, making it even less likely he could be found once he recovered. 3 weeks passed, and reports from various units flooded back to Finya Damlin. "We apologize, Your Majesty, but we have not found any trace of Zichuan Xiu. It is certain he is not within our operational area." To this, the demon god emperor smiled rather than expressed anger, murmuring, "Zichuan Xiu, I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by you now. How exactly did you manage this? The court officials dared not utter a word. Fearful of inciting the ire of the displeased demon emperor, the demon emperor surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Speak, what are your thoughts? Where has Zichuan Xiu truly gone?" The assembly exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Haisha who broke the silence. "Your Majesty, our search has yielded no results, leaving us with three possibilities. Firstly, he may have succumbed to his injuries and perished, though we have yet to discover his body." The demon emperor nodded and asked, "And what of the other two possibilities?" "The second possibility is that he is still alive, hiding somewhere in the Far East, attempting to return to the Zichuan family via the Warren Fortress. The third possibility is that he has indeed returned to the Zichuan family. One of these three scenarios must be true." The others listened in silence, somewhat perplexed, as these analyses seemed almost trivial, lacking any real utility. Prince Kadwan, bewildered, inquired, "Strategist, what exactly are you implying?" "Your Highness, if the first scenario holds true, we need not worry. Our preparations should focus on how to respond to the second and third possibilities, particularly the third, as it represents the gravest potential outcome." "I now comprehend the strategist's intent," Prince Kadwan exclaimed. "Let us immediately dispatch envoys to the Zichuan family, demanding they surrender Zichuan Xiu. Inform them that should they dare to harbor him, we shall declare war." Haisha shook his head slowly. "That is unfeasible," he continued. "I have been pondering a question these past few days. Why did Zichuan Xiu kill Lei Hong in such a manner?" "Oh, Lei Hong was the murderer of Guangxing. Zichuan Xiu avenged him by killing Lei Hong." Haisha nodded. "Indeed, but do you not find it peculiar that Zichuan Xiu chose such a conspicuous method of assassination?" He glanced around, his voice emerging low and muffled through his thick veil. "At that moment, Zichuan Xiu had already gained our trust. He could have entered and exited our military camps at will if he wished to kill Lei Hong. He had ample opportunities to do so in private. Why then would he select such a perilous method in a public setting, especially during a gathering of our elite? Surely he must have realized the danger involved?" The group had not considered this angle and fell into a thoughtful silence. "Consider this. A lone human infiltrated our divine stronghold during our celebration of victory in the Far East, assassinated a traitor, and injured nearly 100 of our high-ranking officers, yet he departed unscathed, leaving us powerless to retaliate." Haisha's tone grew increasingly fervent. "The assassination of Lei Hong was merely incidental. His primary aim was to undermine the prestige of my demon kingdom. Your Majesty, this is precisely why I advise the issuance of a gag order. The events of the night of March 19th must remain secret. Otherwise, our divine race, the strongest on the continent, will see its prestige and dignity obliterated, leading to catastrophic consequences." "You speak the truth, strategist," the demon emperor interjected. "The ramifications of such news leaking, particularly to the humans, are incalculably dire. Furthermore, within our own borders, there are those who will spread rumors, which will inevitably escalate beyond mere gossip to as for the consequences. I leave them to your imagination." All the high-ranking officials and royals present nodded in unison, understanding the critical link between maintaining domestic order and the belief in the might and invincibility of the demon forces. Should this glorious myth suffer a crack, the governance of the demon kingdom, especially over the newly acquired territories in the Far East, would find itself in a precarious predicament. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly, as memories of the terrifying wars that had once decimated families and kingdoms resurfaced. No one doubted the validity of the demon emperor's forewarnings. Haisha added, "Thus, the earlier suggestion by the prince to demand Zichuan Xiu from the Zichuan family is impossible. Such an action would compromise our secret. The humans would idolize Zichuan Xiu as a hero, turning us into their laughingstock." A solemn silence ensued as the officials nodded in understanding. Haisha's assertions were irrefutable. The demon race now faced a dilemma. To seek vengeance against Zichuan Xiu would jeopardize their secrecy, hence undermining their dignity. Governor Ross, frustrated, exclaimed, "Are we to let that mad dog escape unscathed?" No one replied, as the unbearable thought of Zichuan Xiu reveling in freedom while they remained powerless gnawed at their hearts. The proud demon nobles finding it intolerable that I in the midst of this silence, Kalen smirked darkly, "When we tested Zichuan Xiu's loyalty, did we not send him to address the prisoners of war from the Zichuan family? Those prisoners remain in our custody. The Zichuan family has long sought to ransom them back with wealth. If we release them, what do you suppose will happen?" Governor Ross was the first to slam his hand down in approval. "A brilliant plan, Your Highness. The Zichuan family will have no choice but to rid themselves of this traitor, and Zichuan Xiu will meet his demise at the hands of his own kin." The others concurred, applauding the clever stratagem. Even Prince Kadwan nodded in agreement. Haisha sighed deeply. A clever plan, yet he shook his head, refraining from elaborating, merely stating, "Let it be left to the judgment of your majesty." The demon emperor pondered. The scheme is indeed commendable. Kalen, since you proposed it, you shall be the one to execute it. His expression remained impassive. Betraying nothing of his thoughts, Kalen straightened. Yes, father. A chill coursed through Zichuan Xiu, causing her to tremble. Your Highness, your machinations are truly terrifying. The most loyal of warriors would be vilified as a traitor and slain by their own people. Such anguish and torment surely surpasses human comprehension. Zichuan Xiu understood the unspoken assessment of strategist Haisha. Such malevolence is not befitting of a true sovereign, for reasons unknown. As she gazed upon her familiar companion, Zichuan Xiu felt an unfamiliar dread wash over her. On April 11, 780, the demon race formally announced personnel changes. His Excellency, the former governor of the Far East, Lord Pingjing, has returned to the Demon Kingdom for recuperation due to health issues. The new governor has been confirmed to be Lord Far East, who will succeed the previous Lord Pingjing, overseeing 23 provinces in the Far East and commanding 600,000 troops from the homeland. Duke Ludi shall serve as his deputy. Beneath the personnel announcement, a small note read, Lord Far East, formerly known as Zichuan Xiu, was previously the deputy commander of the Zichuan family but defected to join our divine race. Our gracious emperor has bestowed upon him the surname Far East on the same day. The demon race agreed to allow the Zichuan family to ransom back the human officers captured during the Far East War, much to the delight of the human negotiators, who were astonished to find the ransom price offered by the demons considerably lower than they had anticipated. On April 18, in the imperial capital, the meeting had yet to officially commence, but the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, fraught with unease. The assembled high-ranking officials sat with tightly pressed lips, enveloped in a deathly silence. Even the perennial adversaries, Luo Minghai and Diling, had lost their inclination to bicker. One wore a stony expression, while the other deftly twirled a pencil, fixated on the ceiling as though a celestial being danced above. Having just lost a quarter of their territory and over 1 million troops, the family bore the heavy scars of a brutal defeat, now encircled by formidable foes, with 1 million demon soldiers poised at the gates of Warren City and the unparalleled general Lu Fengshuang, lurking ominously. The once mighty Zichuan family, which had dominated the continent for over a century, now faced an unprecedented crisis, slipping steadily from its zenith towards decline. Now, following the treachery of Deputy Commander Lei Hong, even Zichuan Xiu, a core member of the family, had openly betrayed them, a harbinger of danger, blatantly revealing the family's fragility to the world, indicative of impending disintegration. The entire process of this decline was starkly visible. Each step clear yet exuding an overwhelming sense of despair, as if fate itself were malevolently toying with the innocent. As Zichuan Ning entered the meeting room accompanied by Li Qing, all eyes were drawn to the pale visage of the young girl. Eliciting sympathetic glances, Diling silently exchanged looks with Sterling, who rose to greet Zichuan Ning. In the sea of unfamiliar and suspicious gazes, only Sterling's familiar and resolute presence offered Zichuan Ning a modicum of solace. After greeting her uncle, Commander Zichuan Sanqing, she hurried to Sterling's side. Before she could speak, tears brimmed in her eyes. Sterling silently prayed that she would not burst into tears publicly or throw herself into his arms, as the mere thought of Luo Minghai's mocking laughter was already unbearable. Fortunately, she remained composed, asking Sterling, Commander, I have heard that Lord Shou Chuan has betrayed us. Is that true? Sterling held great admiration for Zichuan Ning's composure and fortitude. He responded formally, stating, Miss Ning, there are indeed some rumors regarding this matter, but they remain unverified. In a hushed tone, he added, I do not believe it. Diling, seated beside him, nodded in agreement. Zichuan Ning gazed intently at Sterling's gaunt yet resolute face, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Silently, she took a seat beside them, her heart suddenly swelling with emotion. In this world, only the three of us believe in a Xiu. We are comrades, united in our fight to uphold a Xiu's innocence. Observing the unmistakable stance taken by the future of the family, the other attendees in the conference room exchanged anxious glances. Luo Minghai emitted a cold hum but refrained from speaking. Minghui, the commander of the border troops, shifted uncomfortably in his chair, avoiding eye contact with anyone as he stared at the papers before him, his expression devoid of emotion. Everyone is present, Here's the situation. The prisoners of war we redeemed from the demon clan have reported seeing Zichuan Xiu within the demon camp. The military law office has tasked me with bringing some materials for your review, which I will now present. His demeanor suggested that the words he spoke bore no relation to him. Ming Hui was a cautious individual. The matter of Zichuan Xiu's betrayal evidently implicated a fierce struggle between two major factions. He dared not offend either the civilian system led by President Luo Minghai or the military political establishment headed by Diling and Sterling. He simply recorded the testimonies as they were, avoiding any commentary. The attendees looked expressionless at the thick stack of documents on the table. Apart from Zichuan Ning, none dared to sift through them or utter a word. Zichuan Ning's fingers trembled as she flipped through 2 pages before abruptly looking up, fixing her gaze on Ming Hui. This is impossible. This witness is lying. Ming Hui quivered slightly, but remained silent. At that moment, Luo Minghai interjected, "Miss, I too find this exceedingly hard to believe. However, those are captured soldiers from the Zichuan family, witnessed Zichuan Xiu wearing the attire of the demon clan, declaring in the demon prison camp that he had defected to the demon king's kingdom, urging the captives to follow him and abandon the Zichuan family." Luo Minghai's flat tone carried a hint of malicious glee. Zichuan Xiu had neither reason nor motive to act in such a manner. During the month-long siege at Pai, he fought valiantly alongside me, unwavering in the face of adversity, which attests to his loyalty to the family without question. After our relief, how could he possibly run off to join the demon clan? Is that conceivable? Sterling replied calmly. Luo Minghai countered. The witnesses, the captured soldiers present, number 32,753. Are they all lying? Diling chuckled softly, dismissively stating, "Indeed, they are all lying." This time, it was Luo Minghai who turned crimson with rage, pointing at Diling and exclaiming, "You!" He regretted not having dealt with Diling that night, even if it meant taking Li Qing down with him. Zichuan Sanqing reproached Diling as the family's inspector responsible for law enforcement. "You should not be swayed by personal feelings on such a significant matter. To claim that our tens of thousands of prisoners of war are all lying is simply implausible. Your Highness the Commander, I assure you, I speak with utmost seriousness." Diling maintained a straight face, showing no signs of jest. "I can enumerate several possibilities right now." "Go on." "The first possibility is that the demon clan is employing a scheme of deception. They have found someone who closely resembles a Xiu to impersonate him, using our captive's words to mislead us into self-destruction." The members of the conference room exchanged glances, nodding slightly. Diling's argument held merit. Everyone present had, to varying degrees, interacted with Zichuan Xiu, whether as foes or allies. The notion of believing in Zichuan Xiu's treachery seemed less plausible than the idea of the demon clan framing him. However, the chief aide, Gashan, interjected, "I find that rather unlikely. Setting aside how the demon clan could conveniently find someone who looks just like Zichuan Xiu, I must say that if their aim were to lead us to self-destruction, Zichuan Xiu would not be the target of their scheme. This presents a contradiction." Sterling pressed, "Why is that?" Gushan inclined her head slightly to Sterling in apology, yet her words remained direct. "Currently, the demon clan's most loathed and desired targets for elimination should be you, Commander Sterling, and Inspector, for you two are our family's most renowned generals, posing the greatest threat to the demon clan. If the demon clan sought to devise a scheme, you would be the focus, not Zichuan Xiu. While he is indeed a commendable general, he does not hold the same standing." Zichuan Ning glared at Gushan, incensed that this older woman dared to belittle her beloved. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, Diling handed her a note. "Do not fret. We can make her clean the toilets later, despite her worries." Zichuan Ning couldn't help but chuckle softly, understanding that Diling's later referred to when she would assume command. She smiled and nodded at Diling, her eyes conveying, "What a splendid idea." Diling smiled in return and continued, "There is also a second possibility. All these tens of thousands of prisoners of war have been bribed by the demon clan. They are deliberately framing Zichuan Xiu." Diling's gaze was resolute. "Let us consider who we should trust. The courageous family warrior who risked life and limb to rescue Sterling and fought valiantly alongside him at Pai. Or the wavering, defeated captives who surrendered to the demon clan. True, one side has tens of thousands of mouths, while the other has but one. However, from a legal perspective, should we not place greater importance on the quality of the witnesses rather than their quantity? What sort of witnesses are they? All are defeated captives and surrenderers, individuals who have been brainwashed by the demon clan. Can we trust the words of such people, esteemed colleagues?" Diling managed to present this absurd argument with such conviction that it evoked a sense of absurdity among the attendees. Sterling stifled a laugh, murmuring to Diling, "You certainly have a way with words, my friend." Luo Minghai retorted coldly, "And how do you explain Zichuan Xiu's prolonged stay in the enemy-occupied Far East without returning?" "Well, it is possible that the demon clan has blocked the roads, preventing Zichuan Xiu from returning. Perhaps he encountered an unforeseen accident, injuring his toe, or he could have lost his way, forgetting the route home, or he might have become infatuated with some woman, reluctant to return." When he uttered the last sentence, Diling shot Zichuan Ning an apologetic smile. Zichuan Ning laughed heartily, unfazed, as she discerned Diling's intention. He was deliberately creating chaos, turning a serious meeting into a disarray, yielding no effective conclusions. "There is also a third possibility," Diling said, his expression grave, "out of some ambition or purpose unknown to us. Zichuan Xiu has been secretly murdered by someone present that to conceal their crime. This individual has colluded with the returning captives to fabricate false testimonies as for who that person might be. Let us observe who has been the most frequent visitor to the prisoner camp in recent days, doling out and promising vacations, proclaiming, 'As long as I am president, I will never shortchange you.'" Nonsense. Before Diling could finish, Luo Minghai erupted in fury, standing up. "As the president of the family, is it a crime for me to visit injured soldiers?" Diling snickered coldly, replying, "I did not specify who the conspirator is. The fact that someone became so agitated suggests a guilty conscience." Luo Minghai was incensed, about to lash out, when Gushan softly interjected, "I propose we put Zichuan Xiu's guilt to a vote." Diling's heart sank. He realized Gushan had seen through his intentions. The meeting's original theme was how to deal with Zichuan Xiu's betrayal, but through his efforts, it had subtly transformed into "Is Zichuan Xiu even capable of betrayal?" He had successfully planted seeds of doubt in the minds of the attendees, and prolonging the discussion served his purpose. However, he had not anticipated Gushan's decisive interruption, demanding a straightforward vote to avoid a prolonged entanglement with Luo Minghai, leading everyone to forget their initial purpose, ultimately resulting in exhaustion without any conclusions. Indeed, Zichuan Sanqing also voiced agreement. "Let us proceed with the vote. We do not have much time to waste. Luo Minghai, you go first." Luo Minghai nodded. "Guilty." Paigu. "Guilty." Sterling. "Not guilty." Ning. "What is your stance?" "Not guilty." Gushan paused, then declared, "Zichuan Xiu was once under my command. I do not believe he is the sort to surrender to the demon clan." Zichuan Ning and the others were elated. Yet Gushan's subsequent words shattered their hopes. "However, when weighed against my own feelings, I place greater faith in incontrovertible facts and evidence. He is guilty." "Diling, what is your perspective?" "Not guilty." "Mingwei, what about you?" Mingwei hesitated. It was now abundantly clear that this was a struggle between two factions. Yet he could not discern which side wielded greater influence or which allegiance would ensure his safety. That he slowly replied, "Guilty." Zichuan Sanqing contemplated. "For votes to 3, he softly declared, "I cast my own vote in favor of his guilt. It is now confirmed that the former Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu has betrayed my Zichuan family. Betraying all of humanity, he is more contemptible than Lei Hong. After all, Lei Hong was driven to the demon clan out of desperation, whereas Zichuan Xiu defected of his own volition. He is a disgrace to our entire family and the entire human world. I, Zichuan Sanqing, in my capacity as the 7th-generation head of the Zichuan family, hereby declare the dismissal of Zichuan Xiu from all positions within our family and strip him of the Zichuan surname. Let it be known to all members of my family and military. Lin He and his Xiu battalion are traitors to the Zichuan family. A bounty of 100,000 is placed on his head." As Zichuan Sanqing spoke with resounding conviction, Zichuan Ning's face turned as pale as a sheet. Chapter 6, Usurping the Throne. Chapter 1, The Gentle Hand of Justice. On a sunny and sultry afternoon at the end of April 780. Along the stretch of the Far East Grand Highway in Mingkexing Province, a patrol team from the Demon Clan was conducting their routine inspection. Ahead, the road was shrouded in dust, the sound of hooves resonating clearly in the distance. A sizable human army was approaching from the east, gradually coming into view. The demon soldiers widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Where do these human troops come from? What about our army?" Since the conclusion of the February Far East War, it had been a long time since anyone had seen the Zichuan family's army, which had once dominated the region for over 200 years. In its place stood the diminutive yet fierce demon troops. And the sudden appearance of a large human contingent left them utterly shocked. The demon captain issued a command: "Arm yourselves and prepare for battle." The demon soldiers responded in unison, swiftly forming a combat formation. Their movements brisk yet orderly, demonstrating that they were indeed the elite forces of the demon kingdom. Fresh from their victory in the Far East War, the entire army was filled with high spirits, despite the numerical advantage of their opponents. They held no fear. The demon soldiers often boasted, "One warrior of the demon kingdom can easily dispatch 10 equally matched human soldiers." As the two sides drew closer, the human troops raised a white flag from afar, signaling their lack of hostility. Initially, the demon captain was suspicious of a possible ruse, but as they neared enough to discern each other's formations, disdain flickered in his eyes. Is this what one calls an army? They were scarcely better than a band of untrained commoners. The soldiers were disheveled, their ranks askew, their horses' hooves dragging, and the banners drooped lifelessly. There was no sign of the ferocity or menace one would expect from a military force. The captain relaxed, gradually realizing the situation. He had heard that His Majesty the Divine Emperor had agreed to a peace treaty with humanity, allowing the return of human prisoners of war. This ragtag group must be those released captives. What a pitiful lot they were. Due to the language barrier, the demon patrol captain gestured to inquire about the human army's destination, but a robust human officer emerged to negotiate, gesturing animatedly and exclaiming, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Zichuan wondered. When did Roger learn the demon language? I can't understand a word he says. The demon captain also found the words incomprehensible, but fortunately, he understood one thing. The human officer pointed westward, indicating the distant, towering Valin fortress, and then gestured towards himself and his troops. "Oh, I see." The demon officer comprehended. This was indeed a contingent of human prisoners of war returning to Valin fortress. The Divine Clan had captured nearly 100,000 human soldiers during the Far East War, and such returning groups had been a common sight in recent days. The demon captain returned to his subordinates and muttered something, causing the soldiers to erupt into a raucous laughter, mocking the pitiful appearance of the human contingent before them. Hearing the demon's arrogant laughter, Zichuan tightly pressed her lips together, choosing silence, even without understanding. She could guess the source of their ridicule, and a wave of unbearable humiliation washed over her. They were the victors, and thus felt entitled to mock. The captain turned, nonchalantly waving his hand to grant passage. The human officer nodded gratefully and continued onward. As night fell and stars twinkled, the convoy reached the outskirts of Valin fortress. Here, the towering walls of Valin loomed in the dark, with flickering lights from the watchtowers illuminating the scene. The sight of this formidable stronghold built by humanity filled the soldiers of the Xiu battalion with warmth. They were finally going home. Upon reaching the front trench, a stern voice echoed from the darkness. "Which unit is this? Report your designation and intent immediately." Strangely, this stern inquiry sounded like heavenly music to the ears of the soldiers of the Xiu battalion. After enduring the rude interrogations of the demon language all the way, they finally heard a human voice, signifying their arrival in a human-controlled zone, and at last, they were safe. With the inquiry, a tall human officer emerged from the dark trench, holding a torch, dressed in the light blue uniform of the Far East Army, indicating that he belonged to the Valin garrison under General Lin Bing's command. Behind him stood numerous archers, bows drawn and arrows poised, their sharp tips reflecting a metallic glint in the darkness. "Ah, we have finally arrived." Roger, utterly exhausted, jumped down from his horse, disregarding the countless arrows poised nearby, and exuberantly approached the Far East officer, clapping him on the shoulder. "Cough. Why so tense, my friend? Tell your men to lower their bows. It wouldn't be amusing if someone got hurt by mistake." The officer, wary, jumped back a step from Roger, one hand resting on his sword's hilt, his voice slightly pitchy from anxiety. "I will repeat myself. State your unit designation and name. Also, surrender all your weapons." "Hey, young man, what kind of joke is this? You want us to hand over our weapons? I'm quite tired right now and have no time to dally with you. Step aside. I am a flag officer, and let me tell you, the temper of my subordinates is quite foul. They've been in a bad mood lately. So it's best not to provoke us." As if to validate Roger's words, the soldiers of the Xiu battalion erupted into a chorus of discontent, with shouts of "Beat him! Let us see if he behaves, and if you don't let us through, there will be consequences." Some rolled up their sleeves, ready to take action. They had been traveling for 8 full days, weary and hungry, and the sight of their destination just ahead without being able to bathe or have a warm meal was simply intolerable. The officer leaped back, whistling sharply, and the soldiers surged forward, weapons drawn and aimed, the garrison soldiers' expressions grim. Amidst the clamor of weapons and footsteps, a deep voice recited solemnly, by the order of the Valen Command. To prevent demon spies, all returning units from the Far East entering Valen are to be thoroughly inspected. The order is that all units must surrender their weapons for inspection before entering the city. Those who disobey will face military punishment. Military punishment. The garrison soldiers shouted in unison, stepping forward with their weapons raised. Faced with this sudden display of authority and menace, the soldiers of the Xiu battalion were frightened into retreat. Baichuan and Mingyu sensed the situation was dire and hurriedly pulled Roger aside. "What are you saying? Stand down." Mingyu smiled apologetically at the garrison officer. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How could there be any demon spies in our ranks? We are a family's distinguished unit, having once stood with Lord Sterling to defend Pi for over a month." The officer's expression softened slightly. "Is that so? May I ask your unit designation?" Baichuan interjected. "Oh, we are a newly established unit. You might not have heard of us yet." Mingyu quickly handed the officer a business card. "I hope you will take care of our business. I am the general manager of Mingyu Bank. We are the Xiu battalion. I am Baichuan, serving under Lord Zichuan Xiu, with the rank of flag officer." In an instant, the officer's smile froze on his face, his expression stiffening in the torchlight, appearing exceedingly strange. It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the atmosphere, creating an oppressive silence. Not a single person spoke, all eyes fixed incredulously upon Baichuan, their gazes intense. As though she had sprouted a second head, confused, Baichuan discreetly nudged Mingyu. "Did I say something wrong?" Mingyu replied, "It seems not. So why are they looking at me like that? Have they truly never encountered a beauty in their entire lives?" Baichuan pondered in confusion, yet secretly reveled in the moment. After a full 5 seconds, the officer finally reacted, as if suddenly bitten by a snake, springing to his feet. You stay right here." He pointed at Baichuan, hurriedly declaring, before stumbling away. After just a few steps, he turned back. "You lot are not to leave. Wait for my return." The officer's stumbling figure vanished into the darkness, while piercing alarm whistles echoed from near and far. Baichuan felt utterly bewildered. She inquired of the soldiers in the garrison, "What is wrong with your commander? Is he unwell? Do not approach. Do not come any closer. If you do, we shall fire arrows," the soldiers bellowed. Each trembling as they took cover in the trenches, readying for battle, they waved their torches frantically. "Reinforcements, reinforcements. We request reinforcements." Countless distant torches began to converge, shadows flitting through the darkness, sharp weapons gleaming ominously, amidst the chaotic sounds of hurried footsteps and clashing arms. A hoarse voice called out from somewhere. "Alert! Alert! Quickly summon the longbow regiment and the gendarmerie. Hurry! The Xiu regiment has arrived." Staring in astonishment at the Valen garrison's anxious demeanor, the members of the Xiu regiment were taken aback. Mingyu, turning to his subordinates, stuttered, "Could it be that one of you has stolen Lady Lin Bing's undergarments? Roger, was it you? You're quite adept at such things." "Fool, that woman is as fierce as Baichuan. I wouldn't dare." "Chang Chuan, it couldn't be you, the flower thief. Would my taste be so low?" Chang Chuan retorted, visibly insulted. With her looks, she's on par with Baichuan. Even in desperation, I wouldn't tea. "Ah, save me." Baichuan. "Well done. Cut down this pretty boy. Don't worry about my feelings. I support you." "Oh dear, save me." The soldiers of the Xiu regiment stood by, indifferent to their bickering, some seizing the opportunity to shout, "Come. Place your bets, 1 to 3, on Commander Baichuan against Commander Roger. 1 to 5. Will Commander Mingyu survive the night? Hurry and bet. Last minute. Everyone look, Commander Mingyu is barely hanging on. Those wishing to bet must act swiftly. Once he is gone, there'll be no bets left." The soldiers surged forth. "I'll bet 1,000. Commander Mingyu will definitely fall tonight." The Valen garrison soldiers, taken aback, stood dumbfounded. Where could one find such a troop? They bore no resemblance to soldiers or officers. Before their subordinates, several commanding generals were brawling, a stark contrast to their previously revered images. Baichuan and the others felt a sense of unease too. As the approaching garrison troops multiplied, maintaining a wary distance of several meters, each drawing weapons, their gazes filled with hostility, this was hardly the demeanor of welcoming allied forces. They were perplexed yet quietly reassured themselves that surely there must be some misunderstanding. It would be fine. For the commander of the Valin garrison was Lin Bing, who knew them well. Once she appeared, all matters could be resolved. As they awaited her arrival, time seemed to stretch interminably to the soldiers of the Xiu regiment. Half an hour felt like a century. From the distance, several flickering torches began to approach, gradually revealing shadowy figures beneath them. The officer who had gone to deliver the message returned, accompanied by several higher-ranking officers. Bai Chuan and the others felt a pang of disappointment at not seeing the anticipated figure of Lin Bing among them. However, their spirits lifted when an older officer, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, "Are you the Xiu regiment?" Bai Chuan and the others nodded vigorously. "May I ask who is in charge of your unit?" "That would be me," 3 voices replied in unison. They exchanged glances before simultaneously declaring, "That would be me." The other 2 do not count. All right. The officer, taken aback by the scene, interrupted their chatter. "In that case, all of you come with me. The troops shall remain here." "Where to?" the 3 asked in unison. "Lady Lin Bing wishes to see you," the officer stated blandly. Not long ago, the Far East Army had been the foremost military faction of the family, robust and illustrious. Yet following Yang Minghua's betrayal and a series of subsequent calamities, its strength had waned significantly. The commander, Gu Ingxing, had perished, one deputy commander, Lei Hong, had defected, and another, Luo Bo, had been dismissed. Among the once bright stars of the Far East, only Lin Bing remained, a solitary survivor who evoked an indescribable sense of familiarity and belonging for Bai Chuan, Roger, and Ming Yu, all of whom hailed from the Far East Army. Upon seeing her, they were reminded of Lord Gu Ingxing and the era when the Far East Army was at its zenith. A wave of warmth washing over them, akin to wayward children reuniting with their kin. Bai Chuan recalled that the last time she had seen Lin Bing was prior to her deployment to the imperial capital, where Lin Bing had attended the farewell banquet hosted by Luo Bo for Zichuan Xiu as a fellow woman. She had been captivated by the nearly flawless elegance and grace of the renowned general of the Far East, secretly aspiring to emulate her. When she had departed from the imperial capital en route to the Far East front lines, she had merely passed through Valin without meeting her. It had unwittingly been 2 years since their last parting. "Please, take a seat," Lin Bing said, waving aside the guards to invite the leaders of the Xiu regiment. Maintaining her graceful demeanor and poise, the passage of time seemed to have left no traces upon her visage, only enhancing her mature beauty, leaving Bai Chuan, also a woman, feeling a tinge of inadequacy, wishing she could inquire about her secrets to beauty. However, glancing sideways, she sharply stepped on Roger's foot, urging him to close his mouth, lest the drool spill forth and soak the carpet. The 3 sat down, dazed, anxious that their travel-worn garments might soil the luxurious leather sofa of the reception room, resembling a trio of rustic country bumpkins freshly arrived in the city. "I've called you here to inquire about a few matters," Lin Bing began. The 3 nodded eagerly like chickens pecking at grain. Lin Bing smiled brightly, lifting her glass. "Pray tell, where is your esteemed commander, Zichuan Xiu? Did he not return with you?" The 3 shook their heads, and Bai Chuan explained, "To report to you, my lady, Commander Xiu is not among our ranks. He did not accompany us back." Ming Yu added, "In fact, he departed at the end of February. Before leaving, he instructed us to lie low in the Dura forest, stating he would return shortly to meet with us." "Has he returned?" The 3 shook their heads in unison. "No. From the end of February until mid-April, we waited over a month, our provisions nearly depleted. Yet he did not return. That we had no choice but to retreat." Lin Bing appeared somewhat astonished. "You mean to say you have been hiding in the Dura forest for over 2 months? You had no contact with the outside world, completely unaware of any news?" The 3 nodded, sensing an unsettling premonition at Lin Bing's serious expression. Bai Chuan questioned, "My lady, the behavior of the garrison soldiers at the city gate was quite peculiar." "We'll discuss that later. We have little time," Lin Bing interjected, cutting off Bai Chuan's words. The 3 were puzzled, wondering what she meant by having little time. Before they could inquire further, Lin Bing's questions came in rapid succession. "Where has Zichuan Xiu gone? What was the date of your separation? Where did this occur? Did he say anything to you before he left? Was there anything unusual about his demeanor? Did he attempt to persuade you to accompany him? Did he?" One question after another bombarded Bai Chuan and the others, leaving them reeling. Following the conclusion of the Pai War, the Xiu regiment had parted ways with the Sterling Central Army, with the Sterling forces returning to Valin Fortress while the Xiu regiment remained stationary. This decision had baffled Bai Chuan and her comrades, yet Zichuan Xiu provided no explanation, merely stating, "In a few days, you will understand." Knowing their commander often acted unexpectedly, they had raised no objections. On the third day, Zichuan Xiu summoned the officers, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to and instructed the troops to retreat to the Dura forest, promising to follow shortly. A few familiar half-beastmen guided them, helping them establish camp within the dense forest. Unexpectedly, the wait extended far beyond their initial estimates. More than a month passed, yet Zichuan Xiu still did not appear, and the soldiers, feeling confined within the woods, fervently demanded to return home. After deliberation, Bai Chuan and the other officers ultimately decided they could wait no longer and resolved to return directly to Valin Fortress. Coincidentally, at that moment, the Demon Kingdom released captured members of the Zichuan family. And as a result, the demon garrison troops mistook them for returning captives, causing them little trouble. Just as they were relieved by their smooth journey, they encountered trouble from their own side. Following Lin Bing's inquiries, they gradually recalled what Zichuan Xiu had said back then, and any unusual actions he may have taken. As everyone pondered in anguish, they remarked, "No." At that time, the adult was still grinning slyly, speaking with the same lack of sense, and it was only after parting that we realized our wallets had vanished. It was all rather ordinary. Lin Bing, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "That's not what I'm asking. I want to know if he revealed where he was going or what he intended to do. Did he urge you to accompany him?" "No." The three responded in unison. "He didn't tell us where he was headed. We didn't inquire either. He often disappeared mysteriously like this before, so we were accustomed to it. We just didn't expect that this time he would be gone for so long." Bai Chuan expressed her confusion. "Lin Darin, your statement is rather perplexing. If the adult wanted us to accompany him, he wouldn't need to urge us. He is our superior. He could simply issue a command." She appeared somewhat anxious. "Lin Darin, have we violated military law by not following orders?" "However, we truly had no choice, as our food supplies are nearly depleted and the soldiers are in low spirits, all yearning to return home." Lin Bing listened intently, observing the demeanor of the three before her. Yet no trace of deceit could be discerned on their youthful and earnest faces. Particularly, she knew Roger's straightforward character. If he were lying, he could not possibly fool her keen eyes. The young female officer's anxious words exuded a genuine simplicity. They resembled three big children, and her instincts told her they could not be lying. Yet, could it be that Zichuan Xiu was not a good person? After all, he had aligned himself with the demonic forces. For the first time in her life, Lin Bing found herself doubting her sharp intuition. A female officer, disguised as a servant, entered with tea and exchanged a glance with Lin Bing, indicating that the death squad lying in wait behind the screen was ready. Lin Bing hesitated for a moment, deciding against shattering the cup in her hand. The three ceased their chatter and turned their gazes toward Lin Bing, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. What on earth was happening? Lin Bing cleared her throat softly and gently set the cup down. Faced with their sincere and unguarded gazes, even the seasoned Lin Bing found it difficult to articulate her next words. "We don't have much time, so let us be brief. Currently, the military judge from the Inspection Bureau stationed at Valin Fortress is en route here to arrest you." The impact of her opening statement was staggering. Bai Chuan and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. Unable to believe their ears, Roger stammered, "Why? You truly have no idea?" Lin Bing cast a sympathetic glance at him. The tall, sturdy man was trembling uncontrollably. What do you mean, Darin?" Lin Bing pondered for a moment. Recognizing that their reactions were genuine, especially the sheer shock reflected on their faces at this point, she could be certain of their innocence. Nevertheless, a command was a command, and it was exceedingly clear. Zichuan Xiu and his unit, the Xiu Battalion, are traitors of my family. Their lives are forfeit. Lin Bing's expression turned grim. "Reliable intelligence indicates that your commander, Zichuan Xiu, has defected to the demonic forces. His Excellency, General Zichuan Xiu, is extremely furious and has issued a kill order against him as well as your entire Xiu Battalion." It was as if a thunderbolt had struck from the heavens. The three leaped from the sofa in shock. Roger hoarsely exclaimed, "Lin Darin, what you just said, what do you mean? Master Xiu has betrayed us. What is happening?" "Indeed, Zichuan Xiu has defected. This news is unequivocal." The three stood there, dumbfounded, and before they could recover from the shock of learning of Zichuan Xiu's betrayal, an even greater blow followed. Lin Bing surveyed the suddenly pale faces before her and continued decisively. You are no longer members of the Zichuan family. I cannot permit a unit that may be affiliated with the demonic forces to enter Valen City. The risk is too great. Although I believe you do not resemble traitors, as the commanding officer of Valen Fortress, I must uphold my duties. Mingyu stammered. But, Lin Darren, we have not betrayed anyone. We had no idea about Zichuan Xiu's treachery. Lin Bing sighed. Even if I allowed you to enter, it would be futile. The kill order has been disseminated nationwide. From here to the Imperial, the wind whistled past the ears, while the trees on either side swiftly retreated into the distance. Glancing back, the formidable Valen Fortress loomed silently in the darkness. Silently witnessing this tragic scene she turned to look at the towering fortress shrouded in shadows. Bai Chuan felt an unbidden swell of tears in her eyes. Valen. Oh Valen, when shall I once again stride through your gates with dignity? Will I ever behold you again? Standing atop the castle walls, observing the rapid retreat of the Xiuzi camp as they vanished into the eastern darkness, Lin Bing let out a soft sigh of relief, secretly grateful. The commander of the Xiuzi camp remained composed, avoiding a confrontation with the military law enforcement on the spot. An irate figure approached her from the city gate. And Lin Bing turned, smiling. What troubles you, Lord Lucian? Why the anger? Deputy Commander Lin, you've done a fine job, roared the Valen military officer. You just let the Xiuzi camp spy escape. Lin Bing, taken aback, replied. A spy from the Xiuzi camp? Where? She feigned a glance around. I see none. Raising her voice, she inquired of the surrounding officers. Did anyone see a spy from the Xiuzi camp? The officers responded in unison. No, I did not see anything. Each wore a subtle smile. Lu Zhan was rendered speechless with rage, trembling all over. You dare. I will report this. Lin Bing replied with a cold smile. Be my guest. Watching the military officer storm away in fury, Lin Bing's aide, the red-clad Atlantean, approached her, worry etched in his eyes. My lady, your actions will not go unpunished by the military law enforcement. Lin Bing chuckled lightly. Do not fret over this fool. To act against a commander of my rank must have the consent of the Imperial Capital's Supervisory Office. Diling should understand that in order to maintain control over Valen Fortress under the current circumstances, they cannot afford to make a move against me. To Lu Zhan, that simpleton, is too eager to achieve merit without considering the relationship between his superior, Diling, and Xiu Zhan. Rest assured, the Imperial Capital's Supervisory Office will not pursue this matter. Chapter 6. Becoming a king among outlaws in the dead of night. A band of exiled human soldiers advanced from west to east along the Great Eastern Highway. The cavalry appeared dejected, each soldier lacking spirit. Even the sound of hoofbeats seemed feebled. At an intersection, the female officer at the front signaled for the troops to halt, and the procession gradually came to a stop. Is anyone pursuing us from behind? Bai Chuan inquired of Roger. Roger dismounted, pressed his ear to the ground, listening intently. After a moment, he raised his head. No, they have turned back. Bai Chuan scanned her surroundings, observing the dark hills and woods cloaked in the night, muttering, Indeed, we have entered the territory of the demon clan. The military law enforcement dare not pursue us here. Mingyu caught up from the rear, her face drawn with despair. What shall we do now? We are branded as traitors and have no home to return to. The immediate danger had passed, yet the gravity of their predicament returned to haunt them. Igniting a sense of panic among the ranks, the soldiers began to murmur anxiously. What are we to do? It's all that damned Xiu Zhan's fault. Silence, Bai Chuan bellowed, startling Mingyu into silence. Taking a heavy breath, Bai Chuan instructed the messenger. All units, rest in the woods by the roadside and prepare breakfast. Maintain vigilance, double the watch, and expand the warning range. Notify officers of the rank of captain and above to gather here. Observing Bai Chuan's calm demeanor as she issued orders, the previously disoriented soldiers found their resolve, settling into a state of composure. The soldiers dismounted in obedience, while the cooks set up a boiler in the woods to prepare a meal. Others busied themselves selecting a campsite, pitching tents, gathering firewood, laying out sleeping bags, and feeding their horses, all in preparation for breakfast and rest. Bai Chuan also dismounted, feeling the aches throughout her body. The dark sky was beginning to blush with dawn, and she realized, almost unknowingly, that daybreak had arrived. Finding a tree stump to sit upon, she pondered their distance from Valen Fortress. They must be over 50 miles away, beyond the reach of Xiu Zhan's forces. Yet not yet within the southwestern encampment of the demon clan. This area lay in the void between the two army spheres of influence. Bai Chuan's bitter smile reflected her thoughts, akin to her current predicament with the Xiuzi camp, belonging neither to the Xiu family nor the Demon Kingdom. They were simultaneously regarded as enemies by both sides. What to do? Bai Chuan felt lost. Although she had portrayed herself as decisive before the others, she was filled with uncertainty. She understood that the hastily formed Xiuzi camp was merely a ragtag group. Lacking discipline and loyalty, without a figure of authority to rally them, they would surely disperse. Yet, she resented the ineffectiveness of the other two leaders, Mingyu and Roger, who faltered at the crucial moment, leaving her to shoulder the burden alone. But why should she bear such a weight? Would it not be better for the Xiuzi camp to dissolve? After all, this unit had been branded as treasonous by the family patriarch, now infamous for its betrayal. Why not let this moniker fade into oblivion, allowing everyone to seek their own paths? Bai Chuan truly did not know why she felt compelled to act in this manner. Perhaps it was simply a reluctance to abandon those comrades with whom she had once fought side by side, Roger, Mingyu, and the young soldiers and officers of the Xiuzi camp. Though they bore flaws, somewhat wicked, a bit lewd, a touch shameless, a degree petty, and a hint lascivious, they were still. Bai Chuan's thoughts faltered. She suddenly found herself unable to discern any virtues in them. No, Bai Chuan softly chided herself. It was perhaps a reluctance to relinquish the fruits of her labor. Although the Xiuzi camp was ostensibly established by Xiu Zhan, every facet of its formation, from recruitment to preparation, discipline formulation, procurement of horses, weapons, and armor, management, marching, and combat, had been infused with her own effort and dedication. Witnessing the transformation from nothing to something, from small to substantial, she had invested immeasurable hope and labor into the creation of this. Her first army. Under this banner, she, a fragile woman, had not flinched, fighting valiantly alongside her comrades against the relentless tide of the demon army to defend this banner. Countless warriors' blood stained its streamers. It was this glorious banner that once flew proudly alongside the Central Army's Black Eagle standard atop Pai City. Steadfast against the overwhelming onslaught of demon forces, the hastily formed Xiuzi camp had stood shoulder to shoulder with the great Central Army, garnering the attention of the world. In that moment, Bai Chuan felt unparalleled honor and pride at being a member of the Xiuzi camp. Now, that once glorious name lay tarnished, desecrated by its very creator. The dreams and efforts she had poured into it shattered. As this realization struck her, Bai Chuan felt a deep-seated rage. She could not accept the fact that Xiu Zhan had betrayed them. No matter how she reasoned, there was no justification for that carefree, mischievous superior to defect to the demon clan. Footsteps approached, and as she lifted her gaze, she saw Roger and Mingyu, followed by other mid-ranking officers of the Xiuzi camp, each wearing expressions of melancholy. Bai Chuan rose and clapped her hands, asking, "Has everyone gathered?" Mingyu responded on behalf of the group. 16 captains, plus Roger and myself, are all here. Good. Everyone take a seat. Let us deliberate on our next course of action. The officers clustered around a bonfire. Sitting tightly together, Bai Chuan spoke first. You may not fully grasp the situation. Allow me to elaborate. She recounted in detail her discussions with Lin Bing and the events at Valin Fortress, concluding with a poignant statement. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been forsaken. The officers erupted in a chorus of outrage, vehemently condemning. That bastard Xiu Zhan. He has doomed us. Many soldiers gathered around to listen, joining in the uproar. Let us find him and give him a beating. Once the cacophony of curses subsided, Mingyu clapped his hands. All right, enough shouting. It's futile. What is crucial now is to consider our future and options. If anyone has ideas, feel free to voice them. Silence enveloped the group. Mingyu reiterated, speak freely. It's all right. The atmosphere grew tense. With the officers' expressions grave, each face was pale, yet still, no one responded to Mingyu's call. Frowning, Mingyu pointed to one of the captains among his subordinates. Bai Chuan recollected that before enlisting. This individual was a local thug, notorious for extorting protection fees. The officers unanimously concurred. Indeed. What should we do? The decision rests with you three, Bai, Luo, and Ming. With the absence of a Xiu, they resolved to follow their lead. Observing this situation, Bai Chuan could not help but reminisce about the inaugural military meeting of the Xiu battalion. Almost all the same individuals were present, then they were also in dire straits. With supplies running low, yet the atmosphere was filled with joy and laughter, starkly contrasting the current oppressive gloom. What accounted for such a disparity? It was simply the absence of one person, the frivolous and indolent Zichuan Xiu. who, despite his lack of dignity, was a source of camaraderie. When he was around, no one paid him heed, and he could be aptly dubbed the most disregarded superior in history. Many remarked, even picking a stray dog off the street to command would be far superior to him. It was only now that Baichuan grasped that the seemingly inept Zichuan Xiu was, in fact, the true soul and pillar of the Xiu battalion. She began to comprehend the complexities of leading such a rogue army. Executing orders was one thing, but as a leader, bearing the weight of responsibility for the fate of over 8,000 subordinates was a burden few could withstand. She cleared her throat gently, drawing the attention of everyone present. Nonchalantly, she stated, "I shall forego unnecessary chatter. We currently have 3 options. First, we can return to Warren Fortress, lay down our arms, and surrender to the military tribunal. Second, the southwest encampment of the demon clan lies ahead. We could surrender to them. Third, we can disband here and seek our own paths. We will not impose any destination upon you. Which option do you prefer?" Silence ensued, for none of the 3 alternatives seemed particularly appealing. Baichuan nodded. "Let us proceed to a vote. Those willing to return to Warren and surrender to the military tribunal, please raise your hands." The officers exchanged glances, hesitant, and no hands were raised. One officer inquired, "If we return, what treatment can we expect from the military tribunal? Will they execute us?" For the officers of the Xiu battalion, terms like military tribunal and military trial, though not fully understood, sounded daunting. Baichuan remained silent, contemplating that surrendering to Lin Bing would at least guarantee them a formal military trial, affording them the opportunity to present a defense and submit a written report to the commander. Moreover, prior to the commencement of the formal tribunal, their lives would not be at stake. The pressing concern, however, was that the military review was beyond Lin Bing's jurisdiction, and the military judge of Warren, Lucian, epitomized the most deplorable qualities of a military judge: narrow-minded, arrogant, and ruthlessly cruel. In his eagerness to curry favor with the imperial capital, he might very well deny them the chance to speak and execute them outright. Indeed, Lin Bing must have recognized this, or else she would have retained Baichuan for the military trial. After a prolonged silence, Baichuan sighed. "I do not know, but the commander has indeed issued a kill order against us. This was conveyed to us face-to-face by Deputy Commander Lin, who advised us to flee." The officers erupted in dismay, shaking their heads in unison. "We shall not return." Mingyu surveyed the room, finding no one in agreement, and hesitantly suggested, "Then let us vote on the second option. Those willing to surrender to the demon clan, please raise your hands." As he uttered the word surrender, his voice faltered. "No need for a vote." Baichuan interjected sharply, "If that is the choice, I would rather return to Warren and face death." "Baichuan, do not act impulsively. This concerns everyone's lives." Baichuan abruptly rose. "Who wishes to betray the country, speak now, and I shall slay him." Whether it was Baichuan's intimidating presence or the officers' steadfast loyalty to their homeland, though Baichuan privately mused that such loyalty was improbable given her understanding of the group, no one dared to respond. Baichuan exhaled deeply, slowly taking her seat. This was precisely her greatest fear, that this army, forsaken by their country and hope, might find itself cornered into a path of no return. Mingyu, with a sense of resignation, declared, "We are left with but one final choice: to disband the Xiu battalion. You shall return and inform the soldiers that we are parting ways. Each may seek their own path. The meeting is adjourned. Take care of yourselves." Despite the announcement of adjournment, no one rose to leave for quite some time. One individual inquired, "Will there be no vote?" "I oppose this proposal." Mingyu offered a bitter smile. "This is already the last option. A vote is unnecessary." The officers wore expressions that hinted at tears. They had grown accustomed to a collective existence under their superior's command, free from the worry of tomorrow. For better or worse, at least surrounded by comrades sharing the same fate, they would not feel alone. Now, abandoned by their homeland, adrift in a completely unfamiliar land, they faced an uncertain future in isolation. And the overwhelming fear was palpable. The same captain from earlier timidly asked, "Commander Baichuan, will you no longer oversee us? Who will issue commands from now on?" The officers clamored in unison, "Indeed, without commands, how shall we survive? Commander Baichuan, let us follow you. We shall obey your every command. We will be dutiful. You cannot simply abandon us." Baichuan lowered her head, covering her face, unable to confront the familiar and earnest faces before her. She had lured them from their homeland to this far-off land in the east. As individuals, they had their flaws and vices, yet in defense of their country, they had indeed shed sweat and blood. They had once risked their lives alongside her. Penetrating deep into the heart of the demon clan, engaging in fierce battles against formidable foes. Now, in their most desperate hour, did she truly consider abandoning them? Bai Chuan lifted her head and spoke to Luo Jie and Mingyu. We cannot abandon them. In today's climate, if we forsake them, their only recourse will be to defect. Luo Jie nodded in agreement. I concur. We cannot allow that to happen. However, Mingyu countered, the East is now a territory occupied by the demon clan. If we maintain such a large force, the demons will never tolerate our presence. It would be wiser to break into smaller groups. With lesser targets, it would be easier for everyone to find a way to survive. Do you have a better plan? Bai Chuan shook her head slowly. I do not know, but we can deliberate on solutions gradually. Nonetheless, we must not allow the troops to collapse. Upon hearing Bai Chuan's words, the officers erupted in applause. Commander Bai Chuan, truly the leader among leaders, so full of spirit. Let us toast and drink blood wine. Bai Chuan, we shall follow you. At your command, I, Wang Lao Wu, shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Who dares defy Commander Bai Chuan? I, Zhao Xiaoqi, shall rend him asunder. Listening to the fervent declarations of loyalty from her subordinates, Bai Chuan exchanged glances with Luo Jie and Mingyu, and Luo Jie sighed, Heavens, what manner of soldiers have we brought with us? After deliberating for an extended period, they arrived at no constructive solutions. One person could not help but lament, if only a Xiu were here, he could conjure up a dozen ideas at any moment. Before the thought could fully escape, someone quickly covered their mouth. Silence fell over the group, as they recalled their long-missing former commander, evoking a peculiar sentiment. This irreverent leader possessed a unique charisma, despite the knowledge that he had betrayed humanity and led them into such dire straits. Truthfully, they found it impossible to harbor hatred towards him. None swore with clenched teeth, we shall kill him. Instead, they muttered in frustration, when we see him again, we must give him a good beating. The officers of the Xiu battalion, once thugs by trade, had engaged in nefarious deeds. Murder, arson, and robbery were commonplace. Now, though they had become officers, their experiences and knowledge were limited. If asked to engage in combat, it would be as easy as eating. Yet devising a legitimate plan was far more daunting than facing death. One person exclaimed, at this rate, we might as well return to being bandits. Bai Chuan's eyes brightened. Becoming bandits? Now, that is an intriguing idea. Observing Bai Chuan's serious contemplation, Mingyu grew alarmed and shook his head vigorously. Bai Chuan, you cannot be serious about turning to banditry. We are the regular forces of the Zichuan family. Bah, Luo Jie retorted. The Zichuan family has long since abandoned us. Who still recognizes us as regular forces? The subordinates, hailing from the underworld, unanimously concurred. Indeed, to seize the mountain and rule as kings, to feast on the spoils of wealth, to indulge in hearty meals and copious drinks, with a light workload and extended holidays. Just a shout of leave behind some toll for the road, and one can lavishly spend silver, far more gratifying than serving in the army. Exactly, Bai Chuan seemed to have made up his mind in an instant, stating with a sense of righteous conviction, we are not robbers. We are a vengeance guerrilla squad targeting the demon race, champions of justice. The ancient sages have long imparted that within every heart lies a myriad of malevolent thoughts, merely constrained by a lack of a noble cause. Once a grand justification is found, any nefarious deed can be committed without hesitation. The captains eagerly contributed suggestions. We should first choose a strategically advantageous mountain peak as our base, perhaps the Dura forest, which is dense with foliage and familiar terrain. Let us adopt a fearsome name, like Blackwind Stronghold or Wolf Fong Valley. Elect a chieftain and find a skull flag to serve as our emblem. Establish our rules, set up a court of justice, and partake in a blood oath. Then we shall set forth to work, seeking out some fat sheep. We could even diversify into side ventures, kidnapping, smuggling, collecting protection fees. Their subordinates spoke with such confidence and familiarity, exuding an air of experience, that the three officers from regular military backgrounds were utterly horrified. Mingyu, trembling, inquired, May I interrupt? What exactly did you all do before? The subordinates chuckled innocently, revealing their pearly white teeth. My lord, that is not for you to ask. At the stroke of midnight on April 27 the demon soldiers advanced cautiously, torches crackling in their hands, yet the illumination provided by the flames was limited. The entire forest was thick with birch trees, thickets, beech, and oak, the rustling branches encasing them like a wall. The flat ground was covered in lush moss and thick undergrowth, muffling their steps to near silence. And any pathways were long since obscured by dense wild grass, with unruly leaves of wintergreen, wild cherry trees, and towering thorns surrounding them, rendering any figure invisible beyond 10 paces. The soldiers gently parted the underbrush, stealthily advancing step by step in search, as birds chirped overhead, their hearts filled with trepidation, fearing they might encounter their intended quarry. Less than 3 days prior, a squadron of Allied forces had discovered him. And by the time reinforcements arrived, only 11 of the original 50 remained alive, all bearing wounds, while the target had long since escaped. This event sparked great panic among the searching troops, indicating that their quarry was no meek rabbit. The soldiers remained on high alert, with herons and pheasants occasionally taking flight from the thickets, each instance eliciting a wave of fear. Suddenly, the purebred Chica hunting dog in the front line erupted into a furious bark. Directed at a dark thicket ahead, in an instant, tension gripped everyone. As they seemed to perceive movement within the underbrush, the soldiers exchanged silent gestures, and without waiting for their officers' commands, began to encircle the area. Fearing their numbers were insufficient, the captain shot 2 flaming arrows into the sky, signaling for reinforcements. The fireworks traced a brilliant arc across the night sky before descending into the dense forest. The archers quietly retreated to the back of the ranks to prevent a surprise attack, while infantry armed with knives and spears silently positioned themselves at the front. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze and the sharp calls of unknown birds in the thickets. Reinforcements arrived swiftly, as a group of tall half-orcs wielding massive wolf-toothed clubs emerged through the thick foliage. The captain frowned, surprised to find that support had come from the Eastern Coalition. He harbored little affection for these rustic warriors, panting heavily in their animal skins, and had no expectations of their combat prowess, a sentiment shared widely among the demon ranks regarding their allies. Nonetheless, strength is strength, and the captain suppressed his dissatisfaction. Beginning to assign tasks to the half-orcs, 100 will flank from the left, another 100 from the right, while the rest will advance through the center. For the sake of caution, I will station some of our regular demon troops at each flank. I do not trust the combat capabilities of these half-orcs. Proceed, with a low command. The scout at the front loosened the leash of the Chica dog, which let out a deep, growling bark before charging into the thicket that a multitude of armed soldiers followed closely behind, forming a semicircular encirclement. In a clearing within the jungle, the Chica dog barked wildly, lunging forward and digging into the loose earth of the grass. The soldiers rushed in, trampling the underbrush, leaving faint footprints and bloody remnants of torn branches and clothing. It was evident that the target had lingered here not long ago, tending to his wounds. He is nearby and injured. He cannot have gone far, asserted the scout confidently. The captain nodded silently. Recalling the substantial bounty promised by His Majesty the Divine Emperor, his breath quickening with anticipation at that moment, he secretly felt fortunate to be accompanied by the Eastern Coalition rather than other regular demon troops. If any accolades or rewards were to be earned, they would rightfully belong to him. Quickly, unleash the dogs to continue the pursuit, the captain urged as he glanced back at the half-orc forces lagging behind. Hurry, move faster. He then encouraged his own subordinates, everyone. Rally together, capture the fugitive, and each of you will receive 50 silver coins. He internally reassured himself that this was, of course, for those who remained alive. The Chica dog raced ahead, pulling the scouts along with its speed. The soldiers began to run, but the darkness of the forest proved treacherous. Many stumbled over uneven ground and vines, their cries of "ouch" echoing continuously. Driven by the promise of reward, the demon soldiers surged ahead, while the towering half-orcs fell behind, stretching their once dense formation into a long, disjointed line of flickering torches dancing through the darkened woods. The barking of the hounds grew ever louder, and from all directions came the clamor of voices and commands. As the demon searchers reported, "I hear voices within. He is in there." The flickering light of the torches grew brighter as they advanced towards the source of the sounds. This marked the 31st day of the fugitive's flight, and the demon pursuit continued unabated. Zichuan Xiu felt as though he had fallen into an endless web. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the relentless pursuers behind him. Initially, due to delays in the demon response and the cover provided by Cadden, he managed to gain precious time, distancing himself from his pursuers significantly. However, the demons swiftly recognized their oversight and recalibrated their search parameters. They deployed swift horses and hounds, specifically trained purebred Chica dogs, whose sense of smell was terrifyingly acute. Capable of detecting even the faintest scent molecule within 50 paces, Zichuan Xiu had attempted to conceal himself in sand, hide in secluded caves, climb trees, and even wade through streams. Yet each time he believed he had outdistanced his pursuers, within half a day, he would again hear the sound of many voices and commotion closing in behind him. In a moment of utter desperation, Zichuan Xiu was forced to confront his pursuers head-on, killing 11 of them before breaking free. At the cost of 4 deep gashes, he rose to his feet, staggering a few steps before plunging headlong into a tree pit brimming with rainwater, hastily struggling to climb out, drenched to the skin. His boots had long since disintegrated, leaving his wounded bare feet to tread upon the thorn-laden ground, where the dense branches seemed to possess a conscious intent, burrowing into his inflamed wounds. Each step accompanied by excruciating pain, he was compelled to bite down on his own garment to stifle his cries, his facial muscles contorting in agony. Even a hero of ironclad resolve would find it unbearable to endure such horrific torment, with each forward step leaving a faint trail of blood upon the sharp thorns. His body was utterly exhausted, his steps dragging, too heavy to lift, forcing him to lean against a tree, inching forward, stumbling and crawling. Every wound on his body throbbed with searing pain, internal injuries threatening to resurface. A relentless tearing ache radiating from his chest and abdomen, while an insatiable thirst tormented him. His lips cracked and parched. The world before him began to distort and warp, his consciousness fading gradually. He was gripped by the terrifying realization that he had slowly lost the ability to think. This was the precursor to his will crumbling, that it was purely an instinctive reaction. He knew but one thing: to run. To run. To run. To hide as deeply as possible in the dense woods, disregarding direction, solely focused on evading the haunting sounds of human voices and flickering flames behind him. Yet a voice deep within whispered, "It is futile. Give up. Lie down. Do not hide any longer. You cannot escape." His mind began to swirl into drowsiness, his steps faltering. "No, I shall not surrender." Zichuan Xiu suddenly bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to awareness. Hearing the fierce barks of the Chica hounds behind him, a sudden idea struck him. Upon reaching a clearing, the demon soldiers ahead halted. The Chica hound leading the way turned in circles, emitting a mournful whimper, casting a pitiful glance at its master. "What is happening?" the captain gasped as he caught up. "Commander," the scout replied, bewildered, "it seems we have lost the trail. Here, the Chica hound can no longer detect the scent." "How is that possible?" The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it not said that the Chica hound is the most sensitive of wolfhounds? Nothing can escape its pursuit. "Indeed, Commander," the scout admitted, deeply troubled. "I apologize, but I cannot explain this. We have never encountered such a situation. They have never failed before." Just as the captain was about to erupt in anger, a long, agonized scream echoed from the rear of the ranks. Everyone's faces paled. It was the voice of their comrade, left behind due to his slower pace. Panic ensued as archers shouted in terror, "He is here. He is hiding in the tree. Quick, someone." They immediately turned back. Zichuan Xiu could only manage a bitter smile at the bird that had brought him to this dire predicament. In a moment of desperation, he had sprinted nearly 100 meters forward before retracing his steps, using every ounce of strength to climb a large tree. Hiding within its dense foliage, he gambled that the Chica hounds would follow his original trail. And after a certain distance, the not-so-bright hounds would suddenly realize the scent had vanished, causing them to lose his trail. Holding his breath and concealed among the thick leaves, he watched as a throng of wolfhounds and demon soldiers rushed past beneath his hiding spot. Illuminated by countless burning torches, even catching sight of the reddish-brown bloodstains on the spear tips raised by the demon soldiers, reflecting the light of blades. Following the cacophony of barking hounds, the demon soldiers hastily passed through, oblivious to his presence. Once the bulk of them had passed, Zichuan Xiu exhaled in relief, slightly stretching his nearly numb and fatigued feet. After days of relentless flight, his feet had not been afforded a moment's respite. Reduced to a state of fatigue bordering on insensibility, that moment, he noticed something peculiar near his ear. Unbeknownst to him, a mottled pheasant had come to his side, fervently flapping its wings, clawing at him with its sharp talons, emitting a piercing caw. Zichuan Xiu then realized. In his panic, he had inadvertently settled atop a bird's nest, presumably that of the very pheasant now attacking him. He hastily shifted his position, only to find his chest damp and muddied. Several eggs in the nest had been crushed, their yolk and whites a blurry mess, dripping onto the ground. The grieving pheasant emitted a furious shriek, desperately clawing at his face and arms, its wings flapping violently, creating a tremendous ruckus. The shriek suddenly ceased, drawing the attention of a lagging demon archer at the rear of the ranks. He looked up at the thick tree and narrowly avoided being struck by the fallen dead pheasant. Stepping back, he crouched down to inspect the lifeless bird, noticing the sharp wound on its neck, clearly inflicted by human hands. The demon soldier abruptly stood, about to shout, when suddenly, a terrifying flash of steel descended from above. Ah, long! Anguished scream erupted, blood splattering as the demon soldier was cleaved in half, unable even to react in time. His dying wail reverberated through the entire forest. That strike had drained the last vestiges of strength within Zichuan Xiu. He collapsed to the ground. Unable to rise again, he bitterly smiled, realizing it seemed fate had destined him to perish here. The hurried sounds of demon footsteps and shouts echoed all around him. He lay on the ground, surrendering to exhaustion, closing his eyes, too weary to even open his eyelids, enveloped by an overwhelming darkness that felt like an infinite shroud, slowly yet irresistibly consuming him. The demon captain, panting heavily, arrived to find a tattered, feeble human lying motionless before him. Seemingly unconscious, he could hardly believe his good fortune, producing the wanted poster to compare. Yes, it was indeed him. Before his eyes appeared a vision of unimaginable beauty, a title, promotion, and substantial reward. The captain was ecstatic, but he remained vigilant. This individual lay there unmoving. Could it be a ruse? After all, this was a dangerously notorious figure, as evidenced by the bloody corpse of his subordinate nearby. He could not afford to be so unfortunate as to lose his life without claiming the reward. With this thought, he turned to the half-orcs, issuing orders. "You lot, go tie him up." The ranks fell silent, the towering half-orcs maintaining impassive expressions, no one moving. The captain repeated his command. "Hurry up and bind him. Quickly, once the task is done, I will reward you." An elder half-orc stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "May I ask, my lord, whom are we to bind?" The captain stared at him in disbelief, erupting in anger. "Are you blind? Go seize him, now." Deep down, he relished being addressed as "my lord." The elder half-orc bowed again with utmost respect. "At your command, my lord." He brandished the wolf-toothed club from his back, leisurely raising it high, and with a single swing, shattered the demon captain's skull, splattering white brain matter and red blood across the ground. The demon officer stood frozen in place, a look of utter incredulity on his face. After a long moment, he slowly leaned forward, his body crashing heavily into the grass with a muted thud. The clearing fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the melodic calls of birds. The demon soldiers gaped at the blood-dripping club in the elder half-orc's hand, their dark faces reflecting shock, their eyes wide as saucers, rendered speechless. A horrified scream tore through the stillness of the forest. "They've killed the captain." It was as if they needed to shout it to confirm the reality of the situation unfolding before them. Their reactions came too late. Before they could comprehend, the half-orcs behind them had already brandished their wolf-toothed clubs and spears, charging from behind. They were caught utterly off guard, struck down by the incoming wolf-toothed clubs, impaled by spears. In an instant, the demon soldiers suffered heavy casualties, their screams echoing in a cascade through the silent, deep woods, crimson blood splattering across the lush grass. One agile demon spearman leaped aside, narrowly avoiding a fierce blow from a wolf-toothed club, angrily shouting, "What are you doing?" He swung his spear in self-defense, wounding a half-orc's arm, but dozens of half-orcs immediately swarmed in from all directions. And amidst the flurry of wolf-toothed clubs, the demon soldier was rapidly reduced to pulp. The last demon soldier standing on the periphery, sensing the dire situation, turned to flee, but at the elder half-orc's command. A chilling wind howled as a dozen sharp spears pierced through his body, eliciting a horrific scream as he collapsed to the ground. In less than a minute, the 61st team of the Demon Kingdom's Pi military district, comprising 53 officers and soldiers, had lost every single one without a single survivor. The only witnesses to this event, aside from the perpetrators, were the chirping birds in the forest, which soon returned to their previous tranquility. The elder half-orc, with a grave expression, commanded, "Survey the surroundings, see if there are any survivors. Not a single one must remain alive." The half-beast soldiers responded with a loud chorus, diligently inspecting the wounded demon soldiers. Delivering a final blow to the masterless Chica wolfhounds, a dozen individuals selected a patch of soft soil to begin digging graves, preparing to bury the bodies. Everyone was exceedingly earnest, fully aware that killing demon soldiers was a grave offense. If this matter were to leak, not only would they face dire consequences, but their families, villages, and even their entire race could suffer the most brutal retribution from the demon clan, plunging them into disaster. A cautious half-beast medic approached to examine the body of Zichuan Xiu. After a moment, he raised his head and said, "Uncle Diling, Guangming Xiu has several severe external injuries, though none are fatal. The key issue now is that he is extremely weak and requires rest." Diling gently shook Zichuan Xiu's shoulder, calling out, Guangming Xiu, wake up, please wake up." Zichuan Xiu remained in a deep unconsciousness. Prompting Diling to shake his head in despair, he rose and instructed the young half-beast warriors, "Chop down trees and vines to make a stretcher. We must carry the elder back." A youthful half-beast boy, puzzled, asked, "Back? To the camp?" Diling shot him a glare. "Fool, do you think we can return to the military camp in the state?" He softened his tone. "I mean back home, to our own homeland." The half-beast let out a quiet cheer. They had been away for far too long. Weary from the relentless brutality of war, they longed for the peace and tranquility of their homeland. Eagerly anticipating the day they could return, they hastily constructed a stretcher, and after the medic performed a simple bandaging of Zichuan Xiu's wounds, they gently placed him upon it. Old Diling personally selected a dozen capable young men to bear the stretcher. After exiting the forest, they found several horse-drawn carts disguised as transports for forage, secretly concealing Zichuan Xiu within a hidden compartment covered with a mound of straw. Their group began to advance along the far east highway towards the province of Weijum. The journey thus far had been remarkably smooth. The demon patrols they encountered, upon seeing the half-beast contingent, did not even bother to inspect them and simply waved them through. Nevertheless, Diling remained vigilant, knowing that the most perilous moments lay ahead. At dawn, at the Waga ferry on the Grey-Water River, a half-beast troop appeared on the eastern bank. From across the river, a demon patrol shouted into the darkness, "Wadu Shea Li? Who goes there?" The lead half-beast, Old Diling, replied, "The Far East United Army, Team 571. On official business." Silence fell on the opposite bank, and the wooden planks of the suspension bridge creaked ominously as several demon patrol soldiers approached. One green-furred Sinya demon officer began to interrogate Old Diling in a rapid-fire manner. Remaining calm, Diling accurately recited the day's password and unit number, which finally assuaged the officer's suspicions, although he cast a wary eye toward the carts. "What is that?" "Food supplies," Diling answered with composure. Noting the fleeting glimmer of greed in the demon officer's eyes, a terrifying thought crossed his mind, and he felt a surge of panic. "I need to inspect it," the officer muttered, slightly embarrassed, and added, "This is the command of His Divine Majesty. We are in pursuit of a fugitive." He failed to notice the fearful expressions of the half-beasts at the front of the line. With a command, the demon soldiers leaped onto the nearest carts and began to rummage through them. They pierced the cart walls and the bags of grain with their spears, clumsily dumping the contents out to check for hidden compartments. Their actions brutish and seemingly intent on destruction. In less than a minute, they had overturned the first cart, then moved on to the second, and then the third. Sweat beaded on Diling's forehead. Thankfully, dawn had not yet arrived. Otherwise, the demon officer would certainly have been suspicious. With such thorough searches, even a frog could not escape detection. When they discovered an injured human lying in the cart, Diling dared not to imagine further. He silently gestured for everyone to prepare. The half-beasts exchanged glances, hands gripping their weapons, but their hearts were heavy with worry. This was not an uninhabited jungle. At the Waga ferry, the demons had set up a checkpoint, and nearby lay a garrison of formidable forces. He had no confidence in eliminating them without leaving a trace. If a battle broke out here, even if they emerged victorious, the terrible pursuit of the demons would soon follow, leaving them no refuge anywhere. The demon soldiers had reached the last cart, the one where Zichuan Xiu was hiding. Diling approached the officer with a broad smile, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Commander, just a small token of appreciation." He discreetly slipped a small pouch of silver coins into the officer's hand. The demon officer's eyes lit up as he weighed the pouch leisurely, while Diling, anxious, began to pace. The demon soldiers had raised their spears, preparing to pierce the cart. With a sharp shoe, the spear was thrust slightly inside. The officer commanded, "No need to check. Let them pass." The demon soldiers complied, withdrawing their spears that had penetrated only a fraction. Diling held his breath, watching the weapons in their hands. If even a single drop of blood clung to the spears, the demons would sense something amiss. Just one shout of, "There's someone inside," would alert the entire checkpoint, prompting reinforcements from the nearby garrison. He exhaled deeply. There was no blood, nor any alarm from the demon soldiers. The soldiers blocking their path parted, allowing the Far East United Army, Team 571, to continue their journey as dawn broke. The troops safely crossed the Grey Water River, and nearly everyone sighed in relief, grateful to have finally made it past the Grey Water. In the 6th volume, From Outlaw to King, Chapter 3, Absurd Robbery, Zichuan Xiu groaned, awakening from a deep nightmare. As he opened his eyes, darkness enveloped him, and he could perceive nothing. Beneath him lay a hard wooden surface, covered with a layer of something soft. The earthy scent hinted at fresh straw. He felt the world around him swaying rhythmically, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes up, sometimes down, inducing nausea. His head throbbed painfully. His lips cracked, and he was parched. Unconsciously, he murmured, "Water." The swaying abruptly ceased, accompanied by a gentle creak, and suddenly a ray of light pierced the darkness. Zichuan Xiu squinted, having been in the dark for too long and struggling to adjust to the sudden brightness. A voice from the light, filled with concern, inquired, "Are you feeling better, my lord?" Unable to discern the speaker, Zichuan Xiu snatched the cup of water and drank it in one gulp. The cool liquid flowed down his parched throat, bringing an indescribable sense of relief. Before he could even ask a question, the voice offered him another cup, which he gulped down eagerly. Feeling considerably rejuvenated, it was only then that he recalled his predicament. The last thing he remembered before losing consciousness was a group of demon soldiers with their gaping mouths and menacing faces. Suddenly, he realized with alarm that he had been captured. Instinctively, he reached behind him to check for his trusty dagger, still in its place. He discreetly stretched his limbs, finding no chains or ropes binding him. Zichuan Xiu couldn't help but smirk. The demon soldiers had grown too complacent, assuming his unconsciousness meant he posed no threat. As soon as he regained his strength, he could eliminate them all. The owner of the voice patiently waited beside him, and once Zichuan Xiu finished the water, he asked again, "My lord, how do you feel?" The voice was familiar, yet he could not place it. Then he realized the speaker was using the half-beast language, which he had failed to recognize earlier. Suddenly, he remembered. "Diling, is that you?" "Indeed, it is I," the voice replied with joy. "Xiu, you have finally awakened." By now, Zichuan Xiu's eyes had adjusted to the light, revealing the delighted face of the old half-beast. Zichuan Xiu. The old half-beast's once ugly visage now appeared as charming as a celestial being. Realizing he had not fallen into enemy hands, he felt a surge of elation, unable to believe his ears. "Where am I?" "Xiu, you are in our cart. You have been asleep for 2 full days and nights. Rest assured, you are quite safe now." Zichuan Xiu relaxed, groaning as he became aware of the pain radiating throughout his body, as if every bone were on the verge of shattering. The old half-beast handed him another cup of water, saying, "Xiu, the doctor has stated that your injuries are severe. Please continue to rest. I will fetch you something to eat." After a while, he returned, cradling several ears of corn, roasted sweet potatoes, and a few strips of dried meat. The old half-beast sheepishly remarked, "Ah, my lord, we are on the move, so we don't have much to offer. Please make do." Zichuan Xiu trembled as he accepted the food. He had gone several days without sustenance. Surprisingly, the pangs of hunger were not particularly intense, as the relentless tension from fleeing had dulled his appetite. Yet, when the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted into his nostrils, it seemed to awaken his long-dead cravings. He could hear the sound of saliva swallowing in his throat. Without even bothering to peel the skin, he devoured a cold roasted sweet potato in just a few bites, followed by a second. Then a third. Diling observed Zichuan Xiu's ravenous consumption with a look of pity, thinking to himself, "Xiu, you have truly suffered." His lingering doubts had vanished entirely. The emaciated, scarred young man before him, relentlessly pursued by the demonic race, could not possibly be the so-called new governor of the Far East, as proclaimed by the demons. This state of misery and the grotesque wounds were impossible to feign. "My lord, please eat slowly. Do not rush," Diling cautioned. Fearing that Zichuan Xiu might overindulge and harm himself, he quickly put away the remaining food, leaving just a corn cob. "Take your time. Do not hurry." Zichuan Xiu nodded. Letting out a gentle belch, he realized he had been too hasty, aware that such gluttony after prolonged starvation could be detrimental to his health. Even life-threatening, he suppressed the overwhelming urge to continue gorging and lifted his head to inquire of Diling, "Where are we? How long have I been asleep?" "My lord, we are within the territory of the Dia province. Before you lost consciousness, you were in the forest of the Xnga province. You miscalculated your escape direction. You should have fled west. Yet you ran further east. You have been resting for 2 days now, and we are about to take you back to Bull Village to recuperate. Have we crossed the Greywater River?" Zichuan Xiu asked. Diling understood his concern. The Greywater River was the largest river in the Far East, an insurmountable barrier, with the few crossings heavily guarded by demon troops, where passage required rigorous inspection. That he nodded affirmatively, saying, "Rest assured, Guangming Xiu, we have already crossed the river." Zichuan Xiu exhaled a long sigh of relief. This had been his greatest worry, yet he had passed through it unknowingly in his stupor. He then queried, "I recall being surrounded by many demon soldiers at that time. How could they allow me to escape?" Diling nodded, his gaze turning cold as he made a slicing motion with his right hand in the air. Zichuan Xiu understood everything. He nodded, realizing he owed a debt of gratitude to the half-orc who would be impossible to repay in a lifetime. In the current predicament, such actions posed enormous risks. Should even a whisper of this leak, the consequences would be dire. To save himself, Diling had effectively wagered his life, his family, and even the fate of his entire village and tribe. Zichuan Xiu murmured, "This is far too risky. You should not have done this. It is too dangerous." "My lord, do not worry," Diling replied in a hushed tone. "They did not let a single survivor escape. We have buried the bodies." Zichuan Xiu nodded, still troubled. The war with humans had ended. It was now a time of peace. In such a tranquil era, the inexplicable disappearance of a demon squad would not go unnoticed by their superiors, who would undoubtedly pursue the matter. The half-orc team led by Diling would also face suspicion. Contemplating this, he sighed softly. "It is too dangerous. You really should not have done this." Diling spoke earnestly. "Guangming Xiu, you are a true friend of our Zoi tribe. For a friend, we would risk everything." Zichuan Xiu sighed softly. Avoiding Diling's gaze, "Friends?" He bitterly smiled within. He felt no sense of camaraderie with the half-orcs of Bull Village. The kindness he had shown them in the past was merely a momentary lapse of compassion. Coming from the imperial capital, he never regarded these rough, uncouth villagers as equals. When he had once sought to recruit the rebels, he had merely viewed them as tools for his own gain. And during the establishment of the joint venture, he had taken pleasure in outsmarting these simple-minded folk. However, in his time of dire need, it was they who had repeatedly come to his aid, helping to persuade the rebel forces to surrender, providing him with invaluable intelligence before the demon assault, and covering for him as he infiltrated the Eastern Racial Army to attack Yun Xianxue's troops. Now, to protect the grievously injured him, they were risking their lives against the formidable demon army. This was a people deeply rooted in loyalty. They were not skilled in articulating their feelings and rarely spoke of friendship or loyalty, instead offering their hearty smiles. Having long suffered from disdain, they would silently remember any kindness shown to them, contributing more than one might expect. Zichuan Xiu silently vowed that should he ever rise to prominence, he would repay them handsomely. Diling misinterpreted Zichuan Xiu's silence. "Guangming Xiu, you must be tired, right? Here is a jug of water and a pack of provisions. I will leave them here. You should rest, and I will wake you when we arrive." Zichuan Xiu nodded, about to rest when 2 sharp whistles pierced the air, one long and one short, followed by another short blast, the sound grating on the ears. Both Diling and Zichuan Xiu recognized it as the alarm signal from the half-orcs of Bull Village. Diling was particularly aware that he had previously dispatched a dozen men ahead to serve as scouts. They must have discovered something urgent. Could the demons have caught on to their pursuit so quickly? Both men felt a surge of alarm but dared not voice it. Approaching footsteps grew hurried, and a half-orc outside reported loudly, "Village Chief, Uncle Diling, there is, I know, I'll come out." Diling interrupted the report with a forced smile. "It's nothing serious. Those young ones always like to exaggerate. It's truly vexing. Guangming Xiu, you rest well. I will check it out." Zichuan Xiu gently patted his shoulder and smiled. "Let him in. I would like to hear what's going on. Perhaps I can offer some advice." Diling hesitated. Although he and the villagers were physically strong and accustomed to the battlefield, they were not quick-witted and did not excel in dealing with unexpected events. Meanwhile, Zichuan Xiu had a reputation for being cunning. Oh, no, rather, resourceful. He appeared completely alert now, and it would be far better for him to devise a plan than for Diling to do so. That he called out, "Decon, come in." A tall young half-orc hopped onto the cart. Zichuan Xiu recognized him as Diling, Diluan's nephew, someone he was quite familiar with. Indeed, almost everyone in Bull Village was related in some way. The small cart surprisingly accommodated his robust physique, which made Zichuan Xiu marvel. He was panting heavily, his enormous nostrils flaring like the vents of a blower. Upon seeing that Zichuan Xiu had awakened, he exclaimed with joy, "Guangming Xiu, you are awake." Zichuan Xiu smiled and nodded, asking, "What is happening outside? Why the alarm?" He knew that with these half-orcs, there was no need for pleasantries. They had no habit of expressing gratitude or exchanging greetings, instead getting straight to the point. "Guangming Xiu, Uncle Diluan, just now, the boy from the Dimming family, the leader of the scouts, reported that there are bandits blocking the road ahead, preventing our convoy from passing." Both men sighed in relief. As long as it was not the demon army, they could handle the usual petty thieves and bandits more easily. Diluan scolded, "What are you all doing? If there are bandits, just drive them away. Why sound the alarm?" Diling grimaced. "Uncle Diluan, you don't understand. There are thousands of bandits." Oh, both Zichuan Xiu and Diluan were taken aback. Not long ago, although the Far East was rife with bandits, they were mostly remnants of the Eastern racial army defeated by human forces, since the demons took control of the Far East. They had conducted numerous large-scale purges to ensure the safety of their supply lines, effectively eliminating most of the bandits. The emergence of a bandit group numbering in the thousands was indeed a rarity. Zichuan Xiu asked, "What race are they? Demons? Zoi? Serpents? Dragons? Or a mix?" "None of those, Guangming Xiu. They are humans," Diling replied, shaking his head vigorously. "Coo coo coo." For rhythmic calls of a pheasant echoed from ahead, and a small tree on the hillside swayed as if in a breeze. Baichuan and Luo Jia perked up, poking their heads out from the net bed hanging beneath the tree to see what was amiss. A soldier hurriedly approached, reporting, Chief Luo, the lookout on the mountain has reported that there are fat sheep ahead." A large group of half-orcs, and several carts, likely filled with provisions. Baichuan commanded, "Tell the scouts to count clearly. How many people are there? Furthermore, we must ascertain whether they are armed, if they bear any insignia, and whether they belong to a military force." "Understood." The soldier acknowledged and departed. Roger chuckled. "Today has been quite uneventful. Who would have thought so many would arrive at once?" Baichuan shot him a glare. "Do not celebrate prematurely. Mere numbers are of little consequence. The real question is whether you can handle them." Cough. "How could we possibly falter? We have thousands on our side, and we are well positioned, taking full advantage of the terrain." "Humph. What if they are an elite unit from the Far East Allied forces? Like the Yun Province Dragon team or the Minsk team, you'll find yourself lamenting too late." The two fell silent as a refreshing breeze wafted through the dense canopy overhead, while the summer sun dappled the ground with patches of light. It was the kind of languorous summer afternoon that easily induced drowsiness. Not far from the forest, the main highway of the Far East shimmered under the relentless sun, devoid of any travelers. Within the forest, tranquility reigned. Small clusters of Xiuzi camp soldiers were dozing against the trees, blissfully unaware of the heat, their armor discarded alongside their weapons. Moments later, a messenger soldier rushed back. "Report, my lord. The enemy consists of 500 to 600 men, unflagged but armed, marching in an orderly and disciplined manner." The two flag officers exchanged glances, both recognizing the hesitation reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, they had encountered the regular forces of the Far Eastern rebels, a formidable adversary. Baichuan murmured, "What shall we do?" She hesitated. Unlike the solitary travelers they had previously ambushed, a regular army would possess significantly greater strength and resolve. Although their numbers were few, a direct confrontation could exact a heavy toll, regardless of the outcome. She was loath to risk the lives of her subordinates for a trivial cause. It would be one thing to sacrifice them for something meaningful, but to perish for mere plunder seemed utterly devoid of value. Roger clenched his teeth. "We Haven Tea made a move today. Not a single fat sheep caught, and our dinner plans are looking bleak." Baichuan fell silent. Roger spoke the truth. It was already afternoon, and they had yet to engage in any profitable endeavors. If this continued, the over 8,000 soldiers of the Xiuzi camp would indeed be left to starve by nightfall. She nodded. "Then we shall give it a try. We will approach with courtesy before resorting to force, hoping to persuade them to part with a few carts of supplies." Roger strode over, kicking the soldiers awake. "Rise. Rise. It's time to get to work." The soldiers rubbed their sleepy eyes and hastily donned their armor, seizing their weapons as they hurried to their ambush positions. Many adorned themselves with lush green foliage, particularly over their weapons, to prevent the glint of metal from betraying their presence. Archers concealed themselves in the thickets by the roadside, where the undergrowth was so thick that one could easily disappear within. As the soldiers took their positions, Zichuan turned to glance back. The signal tree atop the hill swayed vigorously, indicating that the target was approaching. Roger let out a soft whistle. Who? Instantly, the murmurs of the soldiers ceased, enveloping the forest in silence, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops, the woods producing a rhythmic whoosh of sound. The target had appeared on the highway outside the woods, and their figures became increasingly discernible. Leading the way were a dozen or so scouts, approximately 200 meters ahead of the main force, exhibiting a high level of vigilance. They seemed to flinch at every sound, peering ahead while neglecting the trees flanking them. This perplexed Zichuan. The war had ended, and the Zichuan family no longer ruled the Far East. The Far Eastern rebels could walk openly, so why the furtive behavior? Following closely behind was the main contingent. More than 500 half-beast soldiers advancing in 4 neat columns, clad in animal hides. Their imposing stature and traditional weaponry, heavy maces and spears, added to their intimidating presence. The formation was silent, save for the rhythmic thud of their footsteps. The soldiers exuded an air of composure and severity, though their numbers were modest. The entire assembly conveyed a sense of bleakness and solemnity. It was clear they were not a ragtag militia hastily assembled, but rather a seasoned elite force forged in the crucible of battle. She sought to identify their banner among the ranks, but found none. Notably, several supply carts were interspersed within their formation, with soldiers flanking the carts to provide protection. This was atypical of the Far Eastern rebels, who usually positioned their supply trains behind their main forces. It seemed they placed great importance on these carts, with their main troops heavily guarding them. The last cart, in particular, was encircled by dozens of formidable soldiers, evidently tasked with its protection. Zichuan mused, this was wholly unreasonable. No matter how valuable the supplies, they could not warrant such excessive caution. She had initially intended to engage them diplomatically to acquire some provisions, but it seemed unlikely they would be amenable. Thus, it appeared that only confrontation remained. Zichuan's heart sank. Despite the enemy's smaller numbers, their elite prowess was formidable, likely beyond the capabilities of the disorganized Xiu camp. She stealthily approached Roger, whispering, "Let us call off this operation. The enemy is not to be trifled with. It is too risky." Roger nodded in agreement. Though brave, he was not foolish. As seasoned veterans, they could discern the strength of their opponents with a mere glance. He too whispered, "I will inform the front not to drop the barricades." "Guli Demu, who goes there?" barked one of the half-beast scouts ahead, abruptly turning and hurling a spear with lightning speed toward the thicket where Roger and Zichuan concealed themselves. Zichuan inwardly lamented. She had completely forgotten the renowned sharpness of the half-beast's hearing, and Roger's loud voice had now made it impossible to avoid conflict. Fortunately, Roger reacted swiftly, drawing his blade just in time. The metallic clash resonated with a sharp clang, sparks flying as the spear veered off course. Embedding itself in the soft earth, the execution of his move was both swift and decisive, leaving Roger feeling triumphant, eager to boast. "I, Roger, am no ordinary fighter." Zichuan urgently interjected, "Quick, take cover," and pulled him down. Rolling away from the thicket, the air was filled with the whistling sound of arrows as a barrage of spears rained down, embedding themselves fiercely into the ground around them. Reflecting on the perilous moment they had just escaped, both felt a chill. Had they hesitated for even a moment longer, they would have surely been pierced. Zichuan was astonished by the ferocity of their adversaries. They seemed perpetually prepared for battle, attacking without inquiry. In the chaos, she had little time to ponder. Within that fleeting moment, the situation had shifted dramatically. A dozen half-beast scouts, brandishing maces and sharp spears, charged toward the startled Roger and Zichuan with fierce intent. Zichuan, disregarding her composure, scrambled to retreat, nearly tumbling in her haste. Roger shouted, "Engage." The suddenness of the attack caught most of the Xiu camp soldiers off guard. Only a few archers managed to respond, hastily releasing arrows. Lacking time to aim, their projectiles fell haphazardly around the half-beast soldiers, presenting no real threat. The hidden human soldiers, misinterpreting Roger's command as an order to attack, hastily severed ropes, resulting in a tremendous crash as a towering tree collapsed, blocking the road entirely. The half-beast scouts were taken aback, surprised to find an ambush and archers. They quickly halted their pursuit of Roger and Zichuan, emitting sharp whistles as they retreated toward the main force. Bai Chuan noted their swift reaction. The moment an anomaly arose, the main force immediately regrouped into a defensive formation. The supply carts were strategically positioned as cover, with the last cart heavily guarded at the center. This only solidified Bai Chuan's suspicions. Something crucial must be aboard that cart, or they would not be so anxious. Roger, nearly beside himself with frustration, ordered, "Surround them. Now, surround them." As his command rang out, the soldiers hidden in the dense thicket emerged. Infantry armed with shields and spears leading the charge, while archers crouched to take aim. Bai Chuan urgently called out, "Do not engage yet." With enemies surrounding them, they found themselves ensnared in an ambush. A ripple of unease coursing through the ranks of half-beasts. Bai Chuan nodded in satisfaction. All the soldiers from the Xiu camp were Roger's subordinates, numbering less than 3,000, but their sudden appearance had undoubtedly shocked the enemy. Concealed amidst the woods and dense underbrush, the soldiers appeared as mere phantoms, instilling in their adversaries a sense of dread akin to the rustling of leaves and the whisper of the wind. As if tens of thousands of troops lay hidden within the forest, with the enemy in the light and themselves shrouded in darkness, this situation significantly heightened the psychological pressure on the opposition. The half-orc faction, at a disadvantage, hesitated to strike, while the Xiu battalion found itself at an impasse due to the commander's reluctance to launch an attack. Roger signaled, and a prearranged human archer stepped forward briskly, taking cover behind a shield while shouting in the language of the half-orcs, "Listen up. Leave all your supplies behind and pay a protection fee of 10,000 silver coins, and we shall let you pass." Silence enveloped the half-orc camp. With no response forthcoming, the archer shouted again, and Bai Chuan, with a cold smirk, gestured for him to cease his calls. She understood the customary rules of negotiation. The first party to demand terms often found themselves at a disadvantage. With their side having already made a demand, it was now up to the enemy to respond. With no other forces of the demon race or rebels within 500 kilometers, and with Roger's troops and Mingyu ready to provide reinforcements at a moment's notice, they held a distinct advantage and had no need to rush into negotiations. The longer the standoff continued, the greater the enemy's psychological strain would become. Working in their favor, she commanded, "Release a volley of arrows to intimidate them." The archers complied, sending a sparse rain of arrows to land in the open ground before the half-orcs, causing their formation to stir uneasily. The arrows were deliberately aimed at the space in front of the half-orc defensive line, clearly intended as a threat, indicating that the humans possessed the capability to obliterate the unshielded half-orc ranks, and this was merely a final warning, convinced that the half-orc commander would respond under such a grave threat. Bai Chuan awaited their reaction. Sure enough, someone from the half-orc ranks responded in somewhat halting human language. "Which faction are you from? Why are you stopping us?" The question struck Bai Chuan with a pang of sorrow, prompting her to reflect on what her group had become. Once a family officer, she now felt abandoned by her homeland, scorned and reviled by others, unwilling to align with the demon race, and utterly alone. The Xiu battalion had become little more than a band of desperate marauders. Anger surged within her, and she instructed the archer, "Tell them to stop wasting time and hand over the money. Otherwise, let them face death." However, Roger interjected, "Let us announce our fame name. It might instill some fear in them." Before Bai Chuan could object, he raised his voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, proclaiming, "Listen up. We are the illustrious Xiu battalion. I am the esteemed commander, Lord Roger. Are you frightened yet? Ha ha." In an effort to display his confidence, Roger laughed heartily, his stomach growling from the wild vegetable soup he had consumed the previous night. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Roger's introduction, the half-orc camp erupted into thunderous laughter. The half-orc soldiers doubled over, some collapsing to the ground, unable to maintain their weapons, their laughter boisterous and unrestrained. The defensive line relaxed. With half-orc soldiers emerging from behind their makeshift cover, grinning widely, the humans were left bewildered by this sudden change, while Roger's face flushed with embarrassment. He bellowed, "What are you laughing at?" A half-orc stepped forward from the ranks, striding directly towards Roger. Soldiers armed with shields and javelins blocked his path. "What do you want?" Dozens of gleaming bows and spears were immediately aimed at him. The half-orc raised his hands, signaling that he bore no weapons. Bai Chuan nodded and commanded, "Let him approach." She surmised he had come as a negotiator. As the half-orc drew near, he respectfully bowed to Roger, saying, "Lord Roger, long time no see. Oh, I see the lovely Miss Bai Chuan is here as well." Roger and Bai Chuan exchanged glances. Both bewildered at having a half-orc acquaintance, Zichuan cautiously inquired, "Who might you be?" "My name is Debu, the village chief of Malin in the Wag province. Our village lies adjacent to Blue Village. And the chief of Blue, Diling, is my cousin's 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 cousin. Years ago, we sought refuge with your Xiu battalion. Do you not remember?" Zichuan and Roger suddenly recalled that there had indeed been an old half-orc named Diling who had been close to Zichuan Xiu. As for his numerous relatives, with thousands of individuals coming to pledge allegiance, it was impossible to remember them all. Moreover, to humans, half-orcs often appeared nearly identical. Tall stature, robust bodies, coarse black fur, and faces. Who would bother to distinguish one half-orc from another when they all resembled gorillas? Though they couldn't recall him, the connection was enough to establish some rapport, and Roger cleared his throat, saying, "Ah, I see. Debut. The situation is as follows. Well," his face turned crimson, and Zichuan, equally embarrassed, could scarcely lift her gaze. Once a dignified family officer, she now found herself reduced to the status of a bandit, and given their prior acquaintance, it felt rather awkward to continue demanding toll money. However, Debut was quite generous, Lord Roger. When we were at our most desperate, the Xiu battalion lent us aid, and we would never forget our friends that if you find yourself in any trouble, please do not hesitate to let me know. We will do our utmost to assist you." Roger exhaled in relief, his demeanor becoming more composed. "Oh, well, to be honest, we are facing some difficulties. Our supplies are rather insufficient." Before Roger could finish, Debut turned and bellowed, "Bring the supply wagons over." The half-orcs responded en masse, driving several wagons filled with provisions forward, jumping down to hand them over to the soldiers of the Xiu battalion. Zichuan noticed that they only relinquished the outermost wagons, while the central one remained heavily guarded. Surrounded by soldiers on the surface, the wagon appeared as ordinary as any other supply cart, yet it was sealed tightly, with no glimpse of its contents visible from outside. Zichuan wondered what could possibly be hidden within. Before she could ponder further, Debut presented Roger with a heavy cloth bag. "This contains silver coins. It may not amount to 10,000, but it is a token of our goodwill. Please do not take offense." Who would reject money? Roger discreetly opened the bag, revealing a glimmer of silver, the weight substantial. He beamed, realizing that his initial demand of 10,000 silver coins had merely been a lofty figure meant to elicit immediate payment from the opposition. Now, with this unexpected bounty, he expressed his gratitude profusely. However, Zichuan grew increasingly suspicious. The half-orcs' generosity seemed excessive. They had been robbed of their supplies, yet they voluntarily offered money, while she had extended a minor favor to them. It hardly warranted such fervent hospitality. Thus, their motive for presenting money must be, Zichuan considered, a chilling possibility. They sought to conceal and protect even greater wealth. This was not implausible. During the recently concluded Far East War, countless individuals had lost everything, while many others had become overnight millionaires amidst the chaos. Tales circulated of rebel forces capturing wealthy cities, plundering for days, with even the lowest-ranking soldiers emerging as millionaires. Ultimately, they would set the city ablaze, their ill-gotten gains, gold, silver, jewels, and other treasures vanishing without a trace, leaving those who discovered it extraordinarily wealthy. Suddenly, she questioned Debut, "What is in that wagon?" pointing to the one the half-orc soldiers had left behind. Debut's eyes flickered with a hint of panic before he regained his composure, casually remarking, "Which wagon?" "Oh, that one. It's nothing significant. Just some hay and oats for the horses." "Is that so?" Zichuan's gaze was piercing. Debut could barely withstand the scrutiny, diverting his eyes, which only deepened Zichuan's suspicions. That wagon surely harbored something dubious. Roger stepped in to mediate. "Oh, Zichuan, what are you doing?" He whispered to her. "They've already provided money and supplies. Let us not press them further. Allow them to leave." "Fool," Zichuan hissed. "You don't want to lose the big prize for the sake of a few small gains." Roger sheepishly retreated. Zichuan turned back to Debut, striving to adopt a fierce demeanor as she demanded, "What's in that wagon?" Debut appeared utterly exasperated. "Lady Bai, I've told you, it's just some worthless provisions. Open it and let us see." Zichuan ordered imperatively. Reluctantly, Debut complied, but at Zichuan's command, the soldiers of the Xiu battalion once again formed a perimeter, brandishing their gleaming weapons, while the archers strung their bows once more. Observing the tense standoff, the half-orc soldiers readied their weapons, and an atmosphere of palpable tension filled the air. After a considerable pause, Deb slowly and helplessly raised his hands, exclaiming, "All right, I shall open it." It appeared he had weighed the situation and understood that confronting Baichuan under these circumstances would yield no benefit. "Lord Bai, this is a forest, and vehicles cannot enter. Would you accompany me to take a look?" For a moment, Baichuan hesitated, pondering whether it might be too perilous to venture into the enemy's camp. Roger had already spoken up. "Deb, I will go with you," he whispered to Baichuan. "I can manage. The troops need someone to command, so you stay here." It seemed he too had sensed the danger of leaving the cover of the forest for the open road. If the enemy were to suddenly turn hostile, hundreds of sharp javelins could rain down, and even the adept Zichuan would find it difficult to retreat unscathed. Baichuan felt a surge of emotion. She knew Roger was being considerate of her as a woman, deliberately taking on the more perilous task. Although they often bickered, an unspoken bond had developed among the companions through their shared trials over the past days. She did not decline, but softly said, "Be careful, and if anything seems amiss, call out immediately." She summoned a squad of shield bearers and quietly instructed the captain, "You will accompany Roger to the front. Remember, ensure Roger's safety, and also be cautious yourselves." The captain, a young lad, gritted his teeth and nodded. "Lord Bai, even if it costs me my life, I will protect Roger's safe return." He expressed a hint of worry. "Lord Bai, if anything happens, you must send for reinforcements promptly." Baichuan nodded, allowing Deb to lead the way as Roger and a contingent of shield bearers emerged from the forest onto the Far East Highway, advancing toward the half-orc ranks. Roger's expression was impassive, his gait stiff and halting, betraying his inner tension. This anxiety was palpable among the human soldiers accompanying. He pondered that it must be some rumor that had reached the imperial city, yet it was of little consequence. Once he personally returned to the capital, the slanders would naturally dissipate. Moreover, the head of the inspection office, Diling, was his brother, and with his assistance, this matter would not be difficult to resolve. Meanwhile, Dirun, who had been quietly listening, cleared his throat and said, "Guoming Xiu, there is something we have hesitated to mention to you. Approximately 3 weeks ago, the main stronghold of the Demon Clan issued an official announcement, declaring that you would assume the role of Governor-General of the Far East." Mingyu added, "There are even whispers suggesting that you are to infiltrate your family, preparing to act as an insider for the Demon Clan, collaborating to seize Valin." Observing the pale face of Zichuan Xiu turn ashen, he dared not continue. Chapter 6, Becoming a King Among Outlaws. Chapter 4. The heroes in Zichuan Xiu shut his eyes in anguish. Never anticipating that the Demon Clan's vengeance would be so ruthless, they sought not only to obliterate his corporeal form, but also to utterly destroy his soul and reputation. His escape routes had been completely severed. Now, he found himself pursued by the Demon Clan, while simultaneously being hunted by his own Zichuan family. Though the world was vast, he had no place to call home. Such a sinister scheme. Who could have conceived it? Was it the Crown Prince Kadun, Yun Xinxue, or perhaps that enigmatic strategist, Haisha? Alternatively, it might even be the demon god emperor himself. Through many days of interaction, Zichuan Xiu had come to realize that while the Demon Clan was formidable in battle, their commanders were straightforward and lacked cunning. It was evident that only a handful at the top could devise such a treacherous plot. My lord, are you unwell?" Zichuan Xiu was jolted from his reverie by Baichuan's concerned gaze. A thought crossed his mind. Even amid such widespread speculation, they still referred to him as my lord, which was indeed a rare courtesy. He understood that the reason Roger and the others had been unable to return home and had descended to the level of banditry was likely due to his own entanglements. He sighed and asked, "What are your thoughts? Do you truly believe I have surrendered to the Demon Clan?" The officers exchanged glances, a hint of embarrassment evident on their faces. Ultimately, it was Baichuan who replied, "We do not believe that. However, everyone else seems to say so." She hesitated to elaborate further and inquired, "What exactly has transpired? My lord, could you enlighten us?" Zichuan Xiu nodded. "I killed the leader of the rebels, Lord Ping Jing. A traitor among humans, Lei Hong." "What?" Several voices gasped in unison. Zichuan Xiu affirmed with a nod, recounting his experiences over the past few months in detail. Yet, when he reached the part about the bloody scene at the banquet, he merely glossed over it, stating, "After killing Lei Hong, I engaged in a few skirmishes with their elite. Sustaining some injuries, I abducted the demon princess, Kadan. They dared not stop me and allowed my departure." The listeners were captivated, their tension palpable. All were acutely aware that Zichuan Xiu's casual recounting belied the harrowing nature of the events. At that moment, The demon clan's elite had gathered, with tens of thousands of elite soldiers nearby. To have slain Lei Hong and abducted the demon princess in such circumstances was fraught with danger and difficulty, a tale even the half-beast heard for the first time. Durun began to grasp the situation. No wonder His Majesty the demon god personally issued a warrant for your capture. He rifled through his animal hide, retrieving a still-fresh piece of parchment inscribed with demon script. Capture this individual, dead or alive, and immediately confer the title of Earl. Accompanying it was a likeness of Zichuan Xiu. The gilded edges and the vivid red imperial seal confirmed that this was indeed a decree from the demon god emperor himself. During my time in the military, we received many such warrants and images, Durun remarked with a wry smile. Everyone said it was astonishing that His Majesty the demon god took it upon himself to issue a royal decree for your capture. What could this person have possibly done to warrant such attention? We were puzzled as to why they sought to apprehend someone without disclosing the name. It turns out they had this consideration. Had they revealed the name, it would have been impossible to frame Guangming Xiu. Durun handed the warrant to Roger, and the officers of the Xiu battalion passed around the parchment, each expressing their astonishment, murmuring, "So it was like this. It seems they are deliberately framing our lord. The demon clan is truly ruthless." Mingyu gently tugged at the sleeves of Baichuan and Roger, and they exchanged knowing glances before departing. The three commanders hid behind a large tree to strategize. Roger inquired, "What is it?" Mingyu replied hastily, "Do you believe his words? One person infiltrating the demon camp, killing Lei Hong, and then simply walking out. Why would we not believe it? I mean, he has no proof for his claims. He says he killed Lei Hong, but how can we verify that? Are we to approach the demon god emperor for confirmation?" Roger countered, "But Durun said the demon god is pursuing him, which proves his innocence. Firstly, Durun is one of the rebels, and his word cannot be taken as evidence. Secondly, he presented that order, claiming it was a decree from the demon god, but how can we know its authenticity? Thirdly, apart from Zichuan Xiu, none of us can understand the demon script. Whatever it says is merely what their group claims. And fourthly, if he is indeed a spy for the demon clan attempting to infiltrate our Zichuan family, preparing such minor props would be a trivial task for him." Baichuan impatiently interjected, "Mingyu, just say what you mean directly." Mingyu hesitated. "I mean, he has no evidence. He might be deceiving us." An uncomfortable silence ensued. After a long pause, Baichuan spoke. "I sense that this does not appear to be false. His injuries are grave, and his weakness cannot be feigned. Moreover, he could not have anticipated encountering us today. So how could he have prepared props to deceive us?" Mingyu frowned. "Baichuan, do not be too quick to trust others." Baichuan replied softly, "I do not trust people lightly. I simply trust my lord." Baichuan seemed to be persuading Mingyu. But more so, she was persuading herself. Her conviction was not based on rational analysis, but rather on a woman's intuition and sentiment. She believed in Zichuan Xiu's innocence, in the clarity of his bright eyes, and in the warmth of his sunny smile. Roger added, "I too believe that my lord is not that kind of person. I trust him." Seeing both companions express their faith, Mingyu fell silent for a while before suddenly bursting into a wry laugh. "As a staff officer of the Legion, it is my duty to consider all worst-case scenarios, aiding the commander in decision-making and providing reminders. Now, I have fulfilled my responsibility that in truth, I personally believe in him as well. But how should we treat him now?" Mingyu hesitated to voice his thoughts. Fully aware that he was speaking of a traitor for whom his family had issued a bounty, Roger hesitated to speak, but ultimately said, "Baichuan, you make the decision. I will follow your lead." Baichuan sighed inwardly, realizing that everyone shared the same sentiment, but was reluctant to voice it. Each hoping the others would articulate it first, she shook her head. "I do not have any brilliant ideas. I simply have a few thoughts. First, I firmly believe that my lord is innocent." Both Roger and Mingyu nodded in agreement. Baichuan suppressed a smile. "Secondly, everyone has nominated me to take charge, but I feel my abilities and resolve are limited. I truly cannot manage this family. I have no idea how to proceed." Mingyu tentatively asked, "Are you suggesting we return the position to him?" "In truth, this position has always belonged to him. I merely took over temporarily in his absence. Since he has now returned, it is only fitting that I step aside. Besides, you all know my capabilities." Baichuan spoke from her heart, acknowledging that everyone possessed their own strengths. Although she was often referred to as capable by Chuan, her true talent lay in executing orders. If given a command, She could often fulfill it well, but to independently oversee everything, especially in such a perilous environment, she lacked the experience, strength, and prestige to command the entire army. Roger nodded in agreement. Indeed. I also feel that it was more secure under my lord's command. It is nothing like now, where we struggle for 3 meals a day, uncertain of what to do tomorrow, living in constant anxiety. Baichuan turned to Mingyu. What do you think? If you are unwilling, we will not force you. Mingyu reluctantly replied. I initially would not have been inclined, but since both of you have said so, what choice do I have? Let it be so for now. Baichuan inwardly cursed. Cunning fellow. This guy clearly thinks the same as I do, yet he pretends to be reluctant, fearing that the Zichuan family might hold him accountable for appointing a traitor as leader, thus feigning a disinclination to shift the blame. What can I do? It was Baichuan and Roger who agreed to this. My opposition alone would be futile. Shall we say, it is settled then? Indeed, let it be settled as such. According to historical records, at the end of April in the year 780 of the Empire's calendar, with the aid of the demon princess Kadin and the half-orc inhabitants of the village of Blue in the province of Wag, the future Light King concluded his harrowing days of evasion from the relentless pursuit of the demon race. Outside the Dura forest, he encountered his former comrades. Historians often speak ambiguously about what these future founding figures were engaged in at that time within the Dura forest. However, according to the memoirs of the esteemed Chancellor Baichuan, titled Days by the Lord's Side, it is stated, Commander Roger was conducting legal advocacy along the Far East Highway at the forest's edge, primarily promoting the National Road Law and the Universal Tree Planting Law. His speeches typically commenced with the declaration, This road is paved by me. This tree is planted by me. The group cobbled together some wooden planks to fashion a small boat for ferrying operations at the nearby Blue River crossing, with a sign proclaiming, Free River Crossing, when the boat reached the midpoint of the river. Commander Mingyu, yes, the very same fellow who now poses as the chief of staff, had the audacity to boast, I was the first to openly support His Highness the Light King. He then offered passengers complimentary meal options, inquiring, would you prefer flat noodles or wonton noodles? As for the just and revered Baichuan, known as the crownless prime minister, what he was doing at that time is not mentioned in the memoirs. Yet, it is intriguing that whenever the Light King sought to borrow money from Chancellor Baichuan and was met with refusal, he would mutter incantations under his breath. Year 780, April, Dura Forest Crossroads, a branch flower black shop. Human meat bun. How much do you wish to borrow? Chancellor Baichuan had already retrieved his wallet on May 2nd of the year 780 of the Empire. After a fortnight of arduous travel, the group arrived at the village of Blue in the Wag province, the homeland of the half-orc Diling and others. Along the way, they had frequently encountered interrogations from demon patrols and sentinels, yet Diling adeptly handled each encounter, claiming to be part of the Joint Far East Army Detachment executing orders. Indeed, many human soldiers who had defected alongside Lei Hong were present within the ranks of the Far East Joint Army, making such a mixed force of half-orcs and humans quite commonplace. Their ability to pass through checkpoints unscathed was also due to the fact that the unprecedented manhunt was nearing its conclusion, with the peak of the search having passed, and the various search teams had relaxed their vigilance. The Far East had just been pacified, order had yet to be established, and chaos reigned. There were many matters to attend to, and the demon patrols had no time to meticulously scrutinize a seemingly flawless allied force. The village of Blue, situated in a remote area in the southeast of Wag province, nestled against the ancient Chichi Mountains, lay within a mountainous region far from the provincial capital, with treacherous and difficult roads. Due to its secluded geographical location, the land here was not fertile, and resources were scarce. Furthermore, being off the main artery of the Far East Highway, it held no strategic military value, often overlooked by successive rulers who would either station very few troops or none at all. In fact, the previous Far East army had dispatched a mere inexperienced youth, such as Zichuan Xiu, as the garrison leader, illustrating the lack of regard shown by past rulers towards this area. However, it was precisely for this reason that, throughout nearly a year of the Far East War, countless once thriving cities and fertile countryside were reduced to scorched earth and ruins amidst relentless battles, while the village of Wag and its surrounding areas miraculously survived. Just 3 months prior, in a bid to rescue Pai from siege, the fearsome General Diling of the Zichuan family had passed through Wag province, laying waste to dozens of villages and towns within his military route, leaving behind only a sea of blood and ruins. The only place spared was the village of Wag, hidden deep within the mountains and forests. Following their victory, to consolidate newly occupied territories. Large contingents of demon forces were dispatched throughout the Far East, establishing garrisons in nearly all major cities and significant towns, yet none were sent to Blue Village. This remote hamlet was overlooked not only by Diling's campaign of slaughter, but also by the demon command in the Far East. The mountain paths were too rugged for horseback riding, compelling everyone to lead their horses as they trudged along the arduous trail for a full day and night. Even the sturdy half-orcs began to feel wearied. And the veteran soldiers of the Xiu regiment were particularly exhausted. Roger, panting heavily, approached Diling to inquire, "Boss, how much further is it? My feet are blistered." Diling chuckled, "Not long now. We just need to get over that hill." "No way. Didn't you say the same thing when I asked yesterday? How many more hills are there?" "It truly is close. Just over this ridge, then another ridge, and then we arrive." Roger asked with hopeful anticipation. "Then there's just 100 miles left." Roger fell to the ground. Foaming at the mouth, Zichuan Xiu, leisurely instructing his subordinates, remarked, "You lot really ought to pay more attention to your physical fitness. After such a short distance, you're complaining incessantly. Look at me. I don't feel tired at all." Baichuan silently cursed. "What nonsense. If you call this tired, then nothing in the world would be easy." At that moment, she couldn't help but envy the injured Zichuan Xiu, for the rugged terrain prevented the use of carts. And a team of half-orcs had fashioned a litter to carry him. While others were drenched in sweat, this fellow reclined comfortably on the litter, sipping a cold drink and leisurely fanning himself, admiring the verdant mountains along the way, all while boasting in a manner that made others gnash their teeth in frustration. Leading the group, the half-orc Diling signaled for a break, and the human soldiers, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. Conversely, the half-orcs still had the energy to skip about in search of water sources and gather wild fruits. As they traversed one hill after another, dusk gradually fell, and Roger, too fatigued to inquire about the distance remaining, was met by Diling, who approached him with the announcement, "Do you see that? Up ahead is Blue Village." Everyone perked up. Raising their heads, in the darkness ahead, numerous lights began to appear, and the half-orcs informed them, "Those are the lights of the villagers." At midnight, as the advance party entered the village, the barking of guard dogs erupted in unison. Forming a cacophony, the villagers were roused, stepping outside to investigate, and were overjoyed to discover that their soldiers had returned. In an instant, the entire village awakened, and people poured out to welcome their kin. The half-orcs of Blue Village had left home nearly a year ago to resist the tyranny of the Zichuan family, and most had not returned since, with communication severed, leaving the villagers deeply concerned. Some families rejoiced as their long-awaited loved ones returned safely, filling their homes with laughter and joy, while others, awaiting their kin, were met with the heart-wrenching news, "He has already perished in Valin City." Grief and despair immediately enveloped those households, with elders shedding tears and women wailing uncontrollably, while young half-orc children stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend why their mothers were weeping. Unbeknownst to them, they had lost their fathers. The soldiers of the Xiu regiment observed this poignant scene of reunion and separation from a distance, their hearts profoundly shaken. The trials of war and tears of sorrow were indeed universal, transcending race. It was not solely humans who understood the pangs of sadness and joy. The village chief, Diling, hastily exchanged a few words with his family before rushing back to the Xiu regiment, saying to Zichuan Xiu, "Light Xiu, why don't you all come into the village? Join us for a meal. The brothers are quite weary." The commanding officers exchanged glances, and Zichuan Xiu chuckled awkwardly, replying, "I think it would be best if we refrain from entering. We shall camp in the grove outside the village instead." Yes, we want to go in," Baichuan, Roger, and the others concurred, although they were indeed hungry. The sounds of mourning from the bereaved women and their curses against the Zichuan family made them eager to flee, wishing to escape the awkwardness of the situation. "Is that so?" Diling was somewhat puzzled as to why Light Xiu would not even enter the village after coming all this way. "Very well. I shall accompany you there." In the grove outside the village, the Xiu regiment began to set up camp, with soldiers tying their horses. Exhausted, they neglected to assign guards or sentries, gathering dry twigs and firewood to kindle a campfire. The canteens clinked together as soldiers from various squads followed the half-orc guide to fetch water. It was palpable that most were in low spirits, lacking the usual jovial banter, upon seeing the remote and rudimentary village. The officers felt a sense of disappointment. They gathered around Zichuan Xiu, and Roger voiced the collective sentiment. My lord, what shall we do next? Starting tomorrow, we shall temporarily establish ourselves here, finding a place to settle down. Bai Chuan inquired, my lord. I couldn't help but notice that the total population of this village is scarcely over 1,000. Given such a meager economic foundation, it seems implausible to sustain a formidable army of over 8,000. Would it not be more prudent to establish ourselves in the Dura forest? There, at least, we could survive by pillaging the supplies of the demon race. The Dura forest is not a viable long-term solution. Its strategic importance makes it perilous. It lies near the Far East Highway and is adjacent to the Blue River Ferry. Currently, the demon race is preoccupied with the aftermath of battle, but once they regain their focus, they will not tolerate any human faction defying their authority in a region that is vital to their dominion. Should you continue your reckless raids, it will not be long before the demon suppression army arrives. Once they seal off the highway and fortify the river, you will find escape impossible. Who was so foolish as to establish the camp there in the first place? The three banners felt their faces flush with shame. Rendered speechless, Bai Chuan was taken aback, silently chastising herself while pondering. With such clarity, Zichuan Xiu has made the situation seem remarkably straightforward. Yet, how could I have overlooked this issue? Both Roger and Ming Yu were fervently exclaiming, I concur. Indeed, it is an excellent idea. Zichuan Xiu softened his tone. Certainly, the Dura forest possesses notable advantages for guerrilla warfare. If our strength were greater or the demon races diminished, establishing ourselves there would indeed be wise. However, at present, the demon forces are ascendant, and we cannot confront them directly. I have contemplated the benefits of establishing a base in Blue Village. First, this location is relatively concealed, easily overlooked by the demon race. If we exercise caution, it is entirely feasible to remain undetected for several years, affording us ample time to develop and strengthen ourselves. Second, from a military perspective, this site is backed by the foothills of Gucci Mountain, with the Kawa jungle ahead, providing advantageous defensive terrain. Less than 5 miles away lies an uninhabited valley where we could establish a stronghold, should the demon race attempt to assault this place. They would have to navigate the treacherous Kawa jungle and endure days of arduous mountain trails, a hardship you have just experienced. This terrain would hinder any enemy, no matter how vast their forces, even if they outnumber us tenfold. With astute tactical application, we could decisively defeat them, remaining at ease. Moreover, if circumstances turn unfavorable, we could easily retreat into the Gucci Mountains, free from the fear of being cut off by the demon race. Third, and perhaps most importantly, the local populace harbors a favorable disposition towards us. As you witnessed earlier, they bear little affection for the Zichuan family, yet I maintain good relations with them. During the pacification of the Far East, the Xiu unit extended their assistance, and half-orcs are known for their gratitude. Hence, we can collaborate with them with confidence. Their keen awareness will ensure that any movements by the demon race will not escape our notice. Fourth, when the demon race commenced their offensive, Diling had already alerted me to the impending danger. At that time, I entrusted the Xiu unit's assets to Diling for safekeeping. They concealed a significant portion of our wealth in several large caves on the mountainside behind the village, a substantial part of which comprises provisions sufficient to sustain us for half a year. Brothers, this half year shall be our time to recuperate and grow stronger. Now, we must conceal our presence, lurking beneath the watchful gaze of the demon race while training our troops and accumulating our strength. When the tides turn, we shall rise in unison, demonstrating our might to the demon race. Witnessing their commander's profound foresight and thorough preparations, the officers felt invigorated, dispelling the gloom of their recent tribulations. They voiced their unwavering support for Commander Xiu Chuan's sagacious decisions, pledging their lives to follow him. Only Bai Chuan remained silent, lingering until the last officer departed, hesitating to speak. Zichuan Xiu looked up in surprise. Bai Chuan, why do you linger? The night is quite advanced, and we have work to do tomorrow. Bai Chuan smiled sweetly, asking, my lord, how fares your injury? Well enough, I suppose. Bai Chuan, feel free to speak your mind, he replied. It is nothing. Really did I merely express concern for your well-being. Zichuan Xiu smiled. Some individuals lie as if their foreheads bore inscriptions, making it exceedingly easy to discern. Bai Chuan returned the smile, inquiring, my lord, there is something I do not comprehend about your earlier remarks. Speak freely, he encouraged. What you mentioned earlier, I find it puzzling that, while we may establish a foothold in this small mountain village, it would merely amount to survival, lacking any potential for growth. That I wish to understand the true purpose behind your actions. Zichuan Xiu remained silent. My lord, in your discourse tonight, you failed to mention any intention of returning to the family. Given your close relations with the family's Inspector General, Lord Diling, and your connection with Miss Ning, I believe that returning home to clear your name would not be a difficult endeavor. Zichuan Xiu gazed deeply at Bai Chuan. Unlike the others, she was undoubtedly an astute woman, and he could not conceal his plans from her. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice. If time could flow backwards and I were given another chance, I would still choose to eliminate Lei Hong. Some responsibilities are inescapable for a man. Although the demon race's machinations have led to my disgrace, I harbor no regrets. Before I confronted Lei Hong, I did not dare speak to my elder brother Sterling, for he would have surely attempted to dissuade me. Similarly, I refrained from confiding in you for fear of leaking secrets that I never anticipated that my actions would endanger everyone. Especially you. That truly caught me off guard. Zichuan Xiu spoke slowly, his tone somber, revealing an unusual sincerity that conveyed deep remorse. Bai Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words, and after some reflection, she gently replied, My lord, your elder brother is also my savior. Avenge Lei Hong for him is not solely your responsibility. I share in that burden. You have braved life and death, shouldering such a heavy weight, while we, your subordinates, have been unable to alleviate even a fraction of it. Therefore, please refrain from speaking of burdens. We, the brothers below, admire your courage and regard you as a true man. You have merely done what was right. No one holds it against you. Zichuan Xiu regarded Bai Chuan with gratitude. This girl, who typically appeared fierce, possessed a surprisingly compassionate and understanding side. He nodded and continued. Being wronged and misunderstood by my family is not a new experience for me. If we were to return in disgrace, we would only be subject to scrutiny as criminals. Though my brother and Ning may provide us some protection, the shame and suspicion of treason would haunt us for life. The true reason remained unspoken by Zichuan Xiu. To return in such a dismal state, having achieved nothing, would leave me without the courage to face Ning. Though he did not grasp this pattern, history is replete with heroes who had committed similar errors, staining their hands with blood to forge their legacies. All for the fleeting smiles of the women they cherished. Yet, he longed to one day stand before Zichuan Ning as a man worthy of her, adorned with achievements and honor, rather than returning in this state of disgrace, which he would rather die than face her with. There are many means to clear one's name. Eloquent speech is but one, and the weakest at that. Power, too, serves as a form of justification. Zichuan Xiu slowly articulated, his gaze sharpening. I refuse to let my fate be dictated by others any longer. What I desire transcends mere survival. Within a year or two, I intend to train the Xiu unit into a formidable elite force capable of overthrowing the demon race's rule in the Far East, restoring the region to its former glory and establishing a relatively autonomous government. At that time, all slanderous rumors will collapse under their own weight, and we will return home with heads held high and dignity intact. Bai Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Zichuan Xiu's ambitions were so grand, or perhaps so wildly unrealistic. Presently, the demon race dominated the Far East, boasting the most powerful army in the world, with over 400 formidable teams stationed there and a plethora of renowned generals, including the so-called strongest warrior, the Demon God Emperor. Such formidable power was enough to deter even the greatest human factions. The Zichuan family and the Lu Feng family dared not engage them directly. Could the ragtag assembly of over 8,000 in the Xiu unit truly hope to vanquish the mighty demon kingdom? It was a notion more absurd than the most fantastical dream, one Bai Chuan had never dared to entertain even in her most blissful slumber. She longed to laugh heartily, yet found herself unable to do so. Before her stood Zichuan Xiu, slender, frail, and weary, with a complexion pale from excessive blood loss, yet exuding an unprecedented air of dignity. Bai Chuan felt a stirring in her heart, but could not articulate that sensation into words. In an instant, a most fitting phrase came to her mind: commanding presence. She endeavored to align her thoughts with those of Zichuan Xiu. My lord, establishing a military force is not a trivial matter. A band of marauding thieves is one thing, but a disciplined, well-equipped regular army requires a substantial supply of weapons, equipment, provisions, and a stable logistics system. We lack a reliable logistical base. Relying solely on these half-beasts from Blue Village will not suffice. She chided herself. realizing how mad she was to discuss the feasibility of such plans with him. Zichuan Xiu smiled mysteriously. I neglected to mention that the choice to camp here is for a crucial reason. Behind this secluded village lies a secret mountain path leading through the Guqi mountain range. This means we can communicate with the interior of the Zichuan clan without passing through the Warren fortress. What? Bai Chuan sprang to her feet, her face a mask of disbelief. Since ancient times, it has been known that the Guqi mountain range is deemed an insurmountable barrier, separating the clan's interior from the far east. The Warren corridor is the only gap in the mountains, with the Warren fortress situated right within it. Only through this passage can people enter and exit the clan's interior and the far east. This has become a fixed notion in people's minds. The singular treacherous terrain holds immense strategic significance. It is precisely because the Guqi mountain range has only this one passage that the Zichuan clan has repeatedly relied on the formidable walls of Warren to fend off the demonic armies. Now, this long-standing pattern is about to change. Once the demon race learns of this secret, Bai Chuan's mind conjured a terrifying scenario. Through the secret path, the main force of the demon army could suddenly appear behind the Warren defense line, flooding into the unguarded heartland of the clan, drowning every human city between Warren and the imperial capital in blood and fire. Observing Bai Chuan's face turn ashen, Zichuan Xiu silently regarded her, his unspoken gaze seemingly asking, "Now do you comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Bai Chuan sat down and urgently inquired, "How many people are aware of this passage? Did the half-beast in the village know?" Zichuan Xiu looked at her with an appreciative expression. Bai Chuan truly was a rare and exceptional talent. Remarkably selfless, upon learning of a second route, her first reaction was not relief at the prospect of returning home, but concern for the fate of the entire clan and humanity. Zichuan Xiu gently shook his head. "The villagers are unaware. You need not worry. In fact, only 3 people know of this secret passage. One is me, one is you, and the other is," he hesitated for a moment before saying, "an absolutely trustworthy individual." "There is no such person," Bai Chuan retorted sharply. "Only the dead are absolutely reliable. The tortures of the demon race can turn even the most steadfast hero into a quivering worm." "The issue is," Zichuan Xiu replied nonchalantly, "this is someone whom even the demon race cannot subdue. How can such a person exist?" Bai Chuan abruptly halted, her expression turning to one of fear. "Could it be him?" Zichuan Xiu nodded affirmatively. "Is it truly him?" "Indeed, he resides nearby in the woods, guarding that secret passage." Bai Chuan exhaled deeply, murmuring, "I understand now." At that moment, she finally grasped Zichuan Xiu's intention to establish the hideout of the Xiu character camp here. It was undeniably safe. With him present, even if the entire demon army were to descend upon them, there would be no cause for concern. She then realized why Zichuan Xiu had been so vigilant and tense along the journey, yet became immediately at ease upon arriving at Blue Village. Daring to command everyone to set up camp and rest without even dispatching scouts, because reinforcements were close by. As the shock subsided, Bai Chuan's curiosity was reignited, and thoughts of the legendary him made her heart race with excitement. She could not help but ask softly, "My lord, it seems you haven't returned to Blue Village in many years. How do you know he is still here? What does he look like? Is he handsome? Surely he is formidable?" Zichuan Xiu replied coolly, "He has already arrived." In shock, Bai Chuan, disregarding her ladylike demeanor, leaped from her chair, exclaiming, "Where? Where?" She anxiously looked around, yet saw no one. Zichuan Xiu smiled. "Calm yourself and listen carefully." The surroundings were eerily silent, with an unusual tension in the air, as though the atmosphere had ceased to flow, imparting a sense of oppression. The incessant, noisy summer cicadas had, at some point, fallen silent, and no distant barks of dogs could be heard from the village. Even the frogs in the pond had ceased their croaking, and the unique murmurs of the cool night breeze passing through the coniferous forest had stopped on this sweltering May evening. A chilling sense of foreboding made Bai Chuan shiver involuntarily. She subtly inched closer to Zichuan Xiu. Although she was surrounded by thousands of troops in the central tent, she still felt exposed, an inexplicable sense of powerlessness washing over her that she could not dispel. It was as if an invisible hand was pushing her from behind. The tent flaps began to open on their own, revealing nothing beyond, and were it not for Zichuan Xiu's warm hand on her shoulder, she would have cried out, "There's a ghost." She turned and slapped Zichuan Xiu sharply, scolding, "Rogue," with a soft sound. All 4 torches extinguished simultaneously, plunging the tent into complete darkness. In an instant, Bai Chuan drew her saber, the sharp blade glinting momentarily in the dark. Bai Chuan, don't act recklessly, Zichuan Xiu admonished. Resisting the impulse to strike, Bai Chuan stood quietly in the darkness, straining to discern the shadows before her. The transition from light to darkness had been too swift for her eyes to adjust, leaving her vision awash in a deep crimson hue. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, attempting to clear her sight, but to no avail, only vaguely sensing something where Zichuan Xiu had been seated. The darkness was utterly silent, a deathly stillness enveloping the space. Bai Chuan remained in that void for what felt like an eternity, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, as her eyes gradually adjusted to the dark. A sudden flash of light forced her to instinctively close her eyes against the glare. She quickly reopened them, and the torches, inexplicably, had reignited, crackling and releasing the unique fragrance of pine wood. The tent remained occupied solely by Zichuan Xiu and herself. What had just transpired? Suddenly, Bai Chuan flung aside the tent flap and rushed out, scanning the area, only to find it deserted, with nothing but a sea of tents in the woods bordering the camp. Cicadas continued their relentless chorus, and distant dogs in the village emitted strange howls. The sounds of soldiers' footsteps echoed through the nearby camps, whispers of conversation floated from within the tents, and the clanking of patrols' weapons resounded. The peculiar pressure that had once loomed had dissipated, and everything returned to normal, the sky above adorned with a brilliant array of stars that a few soldiers, torches in hand, were patrolling the camp and saluted her as they passed the command tent. Bai Chuan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Knowing that he had departed, she returned the gesture softly and re-entered, almost to herself, asking, "He has gone." Zichuan Xiu remained reclined on the cot, smiling at Bai Chuan. Only then did she realize she still held her saber, her face flushing with embarrassment, realizing her instinctive reaction had led her to draw her weapon. What exactly had she intended to do? Did she mean to duel with one of history's most extraordinary masters? How absurd. She hastily sheathed her blade and noticed a thin booklet lying on the table before her. Picking it up, she saw the cover inscribed with the title, Xian Tian Dao. Zichuan Xiu smiled, saying, "He remarked that you are the first person in hundreds of years to dare draw your sword against him. This little girl is quite intriguing, so he specifically gifted you this, so you may practice diligently. Do not underestimate it, for it is a work he copied by hand." A surge of elation coursed through Bai Chuan. Any martial arts manual from him would undoubtedly be exceptional. An unexpected and monumental gain. She gently opened the booklet, glancing through it, and lines of elegant, upright script met her eyes. From the characters, she sensed an unexpressed valor, much like the image she had envisioned of him, solitary and proud. The sword is the king of all weapons. The lesser wields it with strength, the middle with spirit, and the superior with intent. Using the heavens as a blade, one reaches the pinnacle of existence. A wave of dizziness washed over her, prompting her to swiftly close the cover of the book. Within its lines, it seemed to harbor a mysterious enchantment. After reading only a few sentences, the energy within her dantian stirred subtly, akin to a river surging uncontrollably, leaving her with a sense of disobedience. She understood that mastering such profound martial arts required tranquility and gradual practice, with no room for impatience. Her heart brimmed with joy. With patient training, her dream of becoming a master might finally be realized. Yet, a veil of melancholy descended upon her, for the legendary unparalleled master had just been before her, and she could not behold his grandeur, an irrevocable regret for a lifetime. She murmured softly, "What a pity. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of him." Inwardly, she felt a tinge of reproach. Was he really so aloof that a mere glance wouldn't cost him anything? Perceiving her thoughts, Zichuan Xiu shook his head. "You do not understand. It's just..." He struggled to find the right words, letting out a long sigh, thinking to himself, "In truth, he is a very unfortunate man. Do not speak of what transpired earlier. Now, do you still believe my thoughts to be mere dreams? He has promised that while he will not participate in our external battles, he will do his utmost to assist me in training the troops during this period." Bai Chuan nodded repeatedly. With his involvement, anything was possible. Even without Zichuan Xiu's instruction, she understood that what she had just heard was the greatest secret concerning the fate of the entire continent, and she would undoubtedly keep it confidential. She felt a surge of happiness mixed with trepidation as she whispered, "My lord, I do not comprehend why you share these crucial secrets with me." Zichuan Xiu regarded her quietly. "I trust you. This is a perilous path, and before you embark upon it, you have the right to know what awaits you ahead." Upon hearing the word trust, Chuan felt an inexplicable urge to shed tears. She softly declared, "My lord, I will follow you." Zichuan Xiu nodded with satisfaction, aware that Chuan held immense prestige within the military. Securing her support equated to obtaining true command of the Xiu regiment. At present, the most pressing issue within our ranks is not the scarcity of provisions, nor the threat posed by the demon race, but rather the morale of the soldiers. They all feel a lack of confidence regarding the future. Their spirits low, such a force lacks combat effectiveness. Chuan agreed, recognizing the truth in Zichuan Xiu's words. She too felt the palpable concern regarding the current state of the troops. "My lord, do you have any plans?" Zichuan Xiu replied calmly, "Give them hope." The next morning, Zichuan Xiu summoned the entire Xiu regiment for an address. Amidst the morning mist, over 8,000 soldiers formed a square formation by the edge of the forest, standing quietly and orderly. This was the most disciplined assembly in the history of the Xiu regiment. Dressed in military attire, Zichuan Xiu appeared before them. Though his complexion was pale, the sky blue officer's uniform, adorned with a silver star denoting his rank of deputy commander, accentuated his tall stature, exuding a sense of vigor. Witnessing their commander don formal military garb and adopt a solemn demeanor, the subordinates felt a surge of energy, sensing that something of great historical significance was about to unfold. "Brothers," Zichuan Xiu spoke, his voice grave and low, though he did not raise his volume. Each soldier, near or far, heard him clearly, his somber tone echoing across the open ground, reverberating among the distant mountains. "I believe you are all aware of the events that have transpired these days, that in short, I have acted too recklessly, and I have put you all in jeopardy. For this, I extend my sincerest apologies, and here, I humbly say to you all, I am sorry." Bowing deeply before the soldiers, a ripple of unrest surged through the ranks. Some shifted uneasily, according to the traditions of the Zichuan military. A commander was akin to a deity, one who would never err, yet here was a high-ranking officer of the deputy commander level, apologizing to his subordinates, an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of their family history. Even in this most dire of circumstances, I have witnessed your unwavering loyalty, which brings me great solace. Here, I wish to pose a question to you all. What is your greatest hope? Silence enveloped the assembly. The soldiers widened their eyes, uncertain of their commander's intent. Chuan and her companions exchanged glances, equally puzzled by Zichuan Xiu's motives. They recalled no other general ever addressing their troops in such a manner. Zichuan Xiu pointed casually at a tall soldier clad in a black cavalry cloak at the front. "You, step forward. Tell me, what is your greatest desire? Speak honestly." The summoned soldier was at a loss. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of thousands of eyes, stammering to find his words, "My lord, I." Terrified by Zichuan Xiu's stern gaze, he trembled uncontrollably. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed loudly, "My lord, my greatest hope is to eradicate the wicked demon invaders at the earliest opportunity, to restore my family's honor in the Far East, and may our great commander live forever." Zichuan Xiu swiftly kicked him aside. The next soldier called upon stammered, "I pray for a world filled with peace, where humanity is imbued with love, and that this year brings favorable weather." Zichuan Xiu knocked him down with a punch, calling for Roger, "Dig a pit and bury him." The third soldier summoned was a young lad, nearly trembling at the dreadful fates of his predecessors. Zichuan Xiu threatened him, "Speak the truth. What is your wish?" The soldier, quaking and pale, suddenly summoned the courage to shout, "I wish to marry the lovely Hua from next door." Laughter erupted, a cacophony of mirth from the thousands present, their laughter echoing through the air. Even the officers at the front could not suppress their smiles, while the young soldier's face flushed crimson, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Zichuan Xiu remained stoic, fixing a serious look upon the youth, suddenly asking, "Then why do you not marry her?" Amidst the raucous laughter, his voice, though not raised, carried through the crowd as if whispered at their ears, and every person heard him distinctly. The soldier, still too embarrassed to look up, replied, "Her family looks down upon me, deeming me poor and of no status. Eventually, she wed a wealthy official, yet her heart belongs to me." The laughter and ruckus gradually faded, and upon hearing the young soldier's words, the crowd wore contemplative expressions. The majority of the Xiu regiment consisted of local ruffians, thugs, and scoundrels, living at the fringes of society, devoid of wealth, status, or respectable professions. many having experienced similar painful stories. Zichuan Xiu compassionately patted the young soldier's shoulder, signaling him to step back, and turned to the next soldier. This individual grinned foolishly, exclaiming, "My lord, my greatest wish is to be wealthy. A mountain of riches, enough to fill my room." He spread his arms wide, illustrating, "A pile this big. My lord, I desire a grand and beautiful house. My wish is to marry a stunning beauty. No, a harem of beauties. I want to be a high-ranking official. A flag bearer would be ideal. I'll teach anyone who crosses me a lesson with a whip." The soldiers grew animated, each eager to voice their desires, their declarations becoming increasingly ludicrous. One bumbling soldier expressed his utmost wish to devour 20 greasy buns daily, causing the crowd to nearly lose their composure with laughter. Another hesitated, muttering, "My wish is," but despite the crowd's threats, he would not conti in a vast assembly hall teeming with thousands. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd, broken only by the resounding voice of Zichuan Xiu. In the rise and fall of a colossal empire, both the establishment and the demise can yield immense wealth. And the latter arrives with greater swiftness. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All I require from you is courage and audacity, as long as you possess the bravery to follow me. I, Zichuan Xiu, assure you that you shall not be wronged. Certainly, peril lurks along the way. The demonic forces remain formidable, and war will spill blood and claim lives. Yet, you, who possess nothing and dwell at the very bottom of society, are looked down upon by all, living with less dignity than a mere dog. Zichuan Xiu raised his voice. Such a life. What difference is there between living and dying? I cannot guarantee that each of you will return home alive, but I can promise that those who do shall rise as generals, officers, becoming affluent, nobility, those who—" He paused dramatically, then bellowed, "Do you yearn for heaps of currency?" The soldiers roared in unison, "Yes." The thunderous response startled the birds in the trees, sending them fluttering away. "Do you aspire to become generals, commanders, captains, governors, mayors?" "Yes." "Do you wish to reside in splendid mansions, surrounded by a multitude of beautiful women, riding in fine carriages through the streets?" "Yes." Zichuan Xiu called out with fervor, "To be respected. Wield power, revel in wealth and honor, with beautiful companions at your side. Would you trade your mundane, tedious, and impoverished existence for such a life?" The soldiers, their blood ignited with fervor, roared in unison, "We do." They were, after all, desperate men with nothing to lose, unafraid of loss because they had nothing to forfeit. Now, faced with a glimmer of hope for a change in fate, they collectively thundered their agreement. "We are willing." Zichuan Xiu's voice rang out, "Obey my command. Follow me. Those who are willing, raise your right hand." In an instant, over 8,000 arms were raised, a sea of hands stretching beyond the horizon. The soldiers, exhilarated as young wolves, howled, "We follow the master, willing to die rather than turn back. To kill and set fire. To brave any danger, we shall heed your every word. My lord. My lord, we stand with you, ready to sacrifice our lives." The captains exchanged glances. None had anticipated such a scene today. How could Zichuan Xiu, with but a few simple words, transform over 8,000 individuals into unwavering supporters? His ability to incite was truly formidable. Some even pondered, an exceptional military commander, an eloquent orator, a master of persuasion, with a profound understanding of human nature. Such talents combined in a single individual could be perilous. Was this person before them truly the familiar, cheeky rogue and miser? Zichuan Xiu turned to several captains. "Roger, what say you?" His words were not loud, yet carried an undeniable authority. Bai Chuan remained the calmest, perplexed by her lack of surprise. When had this familiar, sniveling wretch grown to such heights? Perhaps, in her subconscious, she had long anticipated this moment, her mind quietly revolving around a thought. The dragon's potential must be unleashed. She stepped forward, her voice steady yet clear. "I, Bai Chuan Jianming, hereby pledge my blood oath, for my entire life. I shall be eternally loyal to Lord Xiu Chuan. Just as blood cannot be reclaimed once spilled, my oath shall remain unaltered, and my loyalty to my lord is steadfast unto death." She drew her saber, lightly cutting her wrist, allowing the crimson droplets to fall from her fair hand. Roger stepped forth, aligning with Bai Chuan, and bellowed, "I, Roger, hereby swear, I shall be eternally loyal to Lord Xiu Chuan." Ready to brave fire and water at his command, he too pledged with blood. Mingyu was the third to step forward, making a swift cut to his wrist, simply stating, "I, Mingyu de Lian, vow to remain loyal to my lord, never to betray. The soldiers echoed their commitment, raising their sabers high, forming a dazzling band of metal gleaming in the light, their voices soaring to the heavens, for all eternity. Unwavering loyalty, never to betray. On the morning of May 6th in the year 780 of the Empire, at this very moment, the mightiest legion in the annals of history, the Xiu division, was born in a one could have foreseen that in the dense jungles of the far eastern Waxing province. The fervent voices of a ragtag assembly would wield such power that in the days to come, this resounding cry would transcend time and space, reaching the distant imperial capital, the icy fortress of the demon god, and the sweltering, distant capital, echoing far and wide, until it reached the very edges of the continent. The history of the entire continent began to shift at this moment, and from this instant forth, he who would be revered and celebrated by future poets and chronicled in history by historians commenced the most glorious legend of his life. Commander Sterling gazed out the window, now shrouded in darkness. Illuminated only by the lights of 1,000 homes, he murmured in surprise, "Has it truly grown so late?" He organized the documents he had completed, handing them to his secretary with instructions, "Send them to the command tomorrow." The secretary complied and departed. Today had been particularly busy. He had inspected the new Central Army camp on the outskirts of the imperial capital early in the day, engaged in discussions regarding equipment and supplies with the logistics officer, and received reports from several mid-level commanders regarding troop reorganization. Sterling provided detailed directives to each, then returned to his office to tackle the mountain of paperwork, only to find that night had fallen by the time he finished. As he stepped out of his office, the guard standing at attention saluted him, exclaiming, "My lord." Unlike other senior officers who often ignored such formalities, Sterling politely returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you for your efforts." He noticed the guard's momentary look of gratitude. The carriage awaited him at the military affairs office's entrance. The driver approached swiftly, smiling. "My lord, you've truly worked hard, staying so late. Are you heading home now?" Sterling hesitated, not yet wishing to return home. He recalled how long it had been since he last saw Diling and instructed the driver, "You may head back. I wish to take a stroll. But, my lord, the lady instructed me to ensure your safe passage." The mention of this made Sterling feel vexed. Li Qing's concern was so meticulous that it left him with a sense of suffocation. He waved his hand dismissively. "Return and tell the lady that I am visiting the Inspector General. She need not wait for dinner." Detecting a hint of irritation in Sterling's tone, the driver dared not press further, nodding and bowing. "Yes, I shall inform the lady, my lord. Do you not wish for me to accompany you?" "That is fine. I shall walk." The driver, observing Sterling's military attire, hesitated, his words caught in his throat, ultimately suggesting with caution, "My lord, if you intend to walk to the Inspector General's residence, it would be best to change into civilian clothes, or perhaps allow me to drive you there." Sterling glanced down at his immaculate deep blue uniform. Perplexed, what is wrong with military attire? The driver hesitated, fumbling for words but unable to respond. Sterling grew impatient. "Very well, just return." He waved the driver away. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the vibrant nightlife of the bustling city began to stir. This was the liveliest time of the day. The streets were adorned with opulence, throngs of people bustling past, with lavish displays of goods lining either side, and the vivid glow of colorful decorations and streetlights enveloping the air with the distinctive vibrancy of city life. Having just liberated himself from a day of arduous office work, strolling through the most prosperous thoroughfare of the imperial capital invigorated Sterling, who felt an unfamiliar sense of ease and joy. He smiled, taking in the lively atmosphere around him, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. Suddenly, he sensed an unsettling shift in the air, a wave of malice directed towards him. But as he walked by, passers-by turned their heads. And though being a high-ranking military officer often drew attention, this time felt distinctly different. The gazes cast upon him lacked the usual respect and admiration, instead brimming with disdain and contempt. Sterling felt uneasy. Puzzled by the situation but hesitant to inquire, passing a fruit shop, he remembered that Diling adored bananas, so he entered to purchase a bag as he paid. He casually asked the shopkeeper, who wore a peculiar expression, "Young man, you should really consider shedding that outfit." "Ah." Sterling recalled the driver had said something similar before, quickly asking, "Why is that?" The shopkeeper merely smiled without answering, and regardless of Sterling's persistent questioning, he refused to elaborate further. Sterling emerged from the shadows. His mood decidedly sombered. He had scarcely taken a few steps when a voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, soldier." Startled, Sterling turned around just in time to see an object hurtling toward him. He was unable to evade it, and it struck him squarely in the chest with a resounding smack, leaving a wet, gooey mess. Almost immediately, a second projectile came flying his way. Sterling managed to dodge this one, but it crashed against the wall with another loud bang, shattering and splattering its contents. It dawned on him that the first object had been an egg. Raising his gaze, he spotted the instigator, a young thug with long hair, standing a mere 10 meters away, grinning with delight at his handiwork. Observing Sterling's furious expression, the miscreant turned to his companions and exclaimed, "Look at that soldier. He looks utterly foolish." The group of ruffians erupted in boisterous laughter. Fuming with indignation, Sterling contemplated confronting them, but the thug shouted, "Soldier, you can't defend your homeland on the streets of the capital. Instead of strolling around, why not go reclaim the Far East?" It felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. The thug's words pierced his heart like a dagger, extinguishing his anger and leaving only a profound sense of shame in its wake. Passers-by paused to comment. What kind of army is this? They were routed by the demon race, fleeing in disarray, losing both weapons and banners. They've lost 23 provinces in the Far East and now have to pay reparations. It's our citizens' money that redeemed them. It's truly disgraceful. How can he show his face in uniform? Sterling's face turned pale, and he trembled as if chilled to the bone. That he could not muster a single word to defend himself, nor did he dare to argue with those around him. Pushing through the crowd, he heard shouts behind him. "Look, that soldier is trying to run away." He doesn't dare to retort. "Coward." The world around him began to spin as each passerby seemed to shout "coward" in his direction within his mind. A thunderous voice echoed relentlessly. "The army has failed in its duty. It has betrayed the people and the nation. Such an army and its soldiers have become a source of shame." Stumbling into a narrow alley, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily removing his uniform. Leaving only his white shirt, he stuffed the uniform into a nearby pocket, took a deep breath to steady himself. But his heart raced as if he were a thief fleeing the scene of a crime, realizing he had lost the bananas he intended to buy for diming. Now, he comprehended why he hadn't seen any soldiers in uniform on the streets. After a moment of contemplation, he changed his course. The guard at the entrance approached him respectfully. "Lord Sterling, please enter. The general is waiting for you inside." Sterling nodded, adjusted his attire, and strode into the general's office. Saluting with precision, Zichuan Xiu rose from behind his expansive desk to greet him, smiling. "Sterling, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." After expressing his gratitude and settling into a chair, Zichuan Xiu, still smiling, remarked, "Typically, when you wish to see me, you simply walk in. Why the formality today? Did you require an announcement?" Sterling slightly inclined his head. "I have been remiss in my etiquette in the past, and now I find myself quite uneasy about it. Moreover, my status has changed, so I cannot afford to be as casual as before." Zichuan Xiu pondered for a moment and grasped Sterling's meaning to eye in his previous role as deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. He could afford a certain familiarity, but now, as a high-ranking military official, entering unannounced could lead to suspicion. Zichuan Xiu sighed. "Sterling, you remain as cautious as ever. You need not concern yourself with the words of those petty individuals. Regardless of your status, I have complete faith in you." Sterling bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for the general's trust. Zichuan Xiu sighed inwardly, recognizing that Sterling, who had always been prudent, had become even more solemn and unyielding since his return from the Far East. The painful experiences he endured had transformed him significantly. His composure and seriousness resembled that of a seasoned elder. Zichuan Xiu was aware that, aside from the defeat in the Far East, there was likely an emotional entanglement with the demon princess, Cadden, behind Sterling's transformation. He hoped Sterling would soon find resolution, but he knew such matters could not be easily remedied. Only time could gently erode the scars. Thankfully, he was still youthful. "Ah, Sterling, it seems you have come to me at this late hour for a reason." Sterling nodded. "Indeed, I have a rather presumptuous request for your approval, General." "Oh, what is it? Speak freely." "I am aware that since the passing of Lord Guangxing, the position of commander of the Far East has remained vacant without a successor appointed. That I know it is inappropriate for a subordinate to make such demands, yet I must humbly request that you consider granting me this position." Zichuan Xiu appeared surprised, pausing to contemplate before asking, Sterling, do you understand the weight and significance of the commander of the Far East? Yes, for a long time, the Far East Army has borne the brunt of defending against the demon incursions, serving as the primary military force responsible for the family's Eastern Front. Because of this, it has always been regarded as the most important army within the family, with the broadest jurisdiction and the most powerful command. Therefore, the position of commander of the Far East has traditionally been appointed by the general to one of his most trusted commanders. I humbly implore you to bestow this significant responsibility upon me. I will do my utmost to honor your trust. Zichuan Xiu sighed, Sterling. Had this been a year ago, I would have appointed you without hesitation. However, the situation has changed dramatically. All 23 provinces of the Far East have fallen. The Far East Army can now barely manage the defense of Valor Fortress. In terms of authority and military strength, it pales in comparison to the central command that protects the capital. Moreover, in terms of rank and importance, even the former position of commander of the Far East does not surpass yours. Why would you choose a lesser role? Your Highness, I am fully aware of these circumstances, but Valor Fortress has become the front line of our Zichuan family's battle against the demon race, a critical stronghold for the survival of our family. Yet it is currently overseen only by Deputy Commander Lin Bing. Your Highness, as a woman of delicate constitution, is it not too burdensome to entrust such a weighty responsibility to her, should any oversight occur? The demon army could sweep in unimpeded. Sterling intentionally trailed off. Zichuan Xiu felt a chill. Sterling made a valid point. Entrusting the fate of the nation to a woman could indeed be deemed reckless. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that Sterling was deliberately exaggerating the situation. His motives were clear, having been rescued from the siege of Pi City only through family concessions and reparations. He viewed it as a profound humiliation and was eager to redeem himself through renewed conflict with the demon race. If he were appointed, he might very well issue orders for an all-out assault within days. Which was the real danger. In contrast, Lin Bing, with her experience and patience, was far better suited for the task. Zichuan Xiu chuckled. Ha, Sterling, you underestimate Lin Bing. She was personally trained by Guangxing and has a lifetime of experience in warfare. You need not worry. The scenario you describe will not come to pass. Or do you believe yourself to be vastly superior to her, looking down upon her? Sterling instinctively replied, I certainly do not mean that. Well then, that's settled. Zichuan Xiu swiftly interrupted Sterling. The guards at Valor Fortress are all veterans of the Far East Army, and Lin Bing knows the situation best. Bringing in a newcomer might not be wise. Furthermore, we cannot afford to lose you. There is much to be done regarding the formation of the new army and the reorganization of the central forces. How could you possibly leave? Well, Sterling, I just remembered, you should still be on your honeymoon, right? Why aren't you spending quality time with Li Qing? You shouldn't be neglecting her. It's barely been a few days since your wedding. And here you are. Li Qing will surely be cursing me for being such a hard-hearted old man. Ha. Remember, take a full month for your honeymoon before returning to work. No exceptions. That's an order. Ha. Amidst Zichuan Xiu's hearty laughter, Sterling awkwardly retreated from the office, disappointment washing over him. He sighed, glancing at the time. It was still early upon arriving at the home of Diling and Lin Shujia. He was greeted with surprise and warmth, marking his first visit since returning from the Far East. Lin swiftly dismissed the other guests, while Lin Shujia, having given birth less than a month ago, quickly got out of bed to prepare a few exquisite dishes. Sterling, feeling uneasy, remarked, You're being too generous, sister-in-law. You really shouldn't be up. Lin retorted, You came so late, and it's not for anything other than my wife's cooking. Now you feign politeness saying, You're too generous. Sterling, you're just insincere. Lin Shujia, with a smile, replied, It's nothing. Your elder brother Lin stays up late every night and always craves a midnight snack. Having you here to drink with him will surely bring him joy. You should bring Li Qing over one of these days so we can all gather together. Sterling smiled but said nothing. Lin Shujia understood that the two brothers likely had other matters to discuss. So she quickly excused herself, saying, I'll go tend to some chores next door. Call me if you need anything. As Lin Shujia's figure faded from the study and the door gently closed behind her, Sterling surveyed Lin's modest study, deciding against sharing his earlier misadventure with him. That incident was a humiliation he found unbearable to recount, and he did not wish to burden Lin with his discomfort. He forced a smile and said, Sister-in-law truly is diligent. She's managing household affairs right after her confinement. Diling chuckled lightly. Sometimes I think she brings it upon herself. We have servants at home. Yet she still insists on cooking herself. That may be the case, but sister-in-law's culinary skills surpass those of any ordinary servant. Once you're accustomed to her cooking, you'd surely have a laundry list of complaints if asked to eat elsewhere. Sterling raised his glass and smiled. Now that you're a father, how does it feel? A month ago, Lin Xiujia had given birth to a son, and at that time, Sterling was away on his honeymoon with Li Qing, unable to return, only sending a congratulatory gift through a messenger. Lin smiled wryly. It's a whirlwind of emotions. He raised his glass to clink with Sterling's. In the blink of an eye, I've suddenly become a father, and I must admit, it's quite an adjustment. The little one cries incessantly, which is truly heart-wrenching. He smiled at Sterling. What about you? Now that you're a husband, how does it feel? Sterling's expression was subdued. It's about the same, really. Just consider it a task to complete. He lowered his head and took a gloomy sip of his drink. Lin immediately understood that Sterling's domestic life was not particularly pleasant. Adopting a comforting tone, he said, Have you and Li Qing had a quarrel? It's common for newlyweds to struggle with adjustment. I've met Li Qing. She's from a prestigious family and has a stronger personality, perhaps a bit temperamental. You should be more accommodating with her. Li Qing is not at fault, Sterling replied heavily. Her intellect, character, appearance, and talents, all are exceptional. Moreover, she is a prominent figure in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, maintaining a calm demeanor at home and diligent with household chores. There's nothing wrong with her, except that I feel unworthy of her. Lin was taken aback. About to inquire further, when Sterling shifted the topic. I just met with the commander-in-chief. I want to change my position. Lin was even more surprised. Change positions? To what? I wish to be reassigned as the commander of the Far East. Lin was even more astonished, waving his hand in front of Sterling, asking, How many fingers do you see? Two. Brother, stop joking. I'm quite clear-headed. I beg to differ. You should know that the position of commander of the Far East is effectively a hollow title. In reality, it equates to being the governor of Valin. You're willingly abandoning your solid position as commander of the Central Army to guard the frontier. Do you realize? Lu Zhen from the Valin Military Law Office has been persistently sending me requests to transfer back to the capital's supervisory office. He would even settle for sweeping floors if it meant leaving that place. What is so appealing about it? It's remote, isolated, and perilous. Should the demon forces decide to attack, Valin would be the first to bear the brunt. That place is akin to a volcano, dangerously hot. And many would flee without a moment's notice. Yet you wish to go there voluntarily? Sterling remained silent, as he secretly yearned for a confrontation with the demon forces to redeem his honor. Yet he could not voice this desire, fearing Lin would regard him as insane. Lin ceased his reprimand and suddenly said, I suspect the commander-in-chief did not acquiesce to your request. Did he? Sterling was taken aback. How did you know? Lin smiled mysteriously, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. He thought to himself that the reasoning was quite simple. The capital appeared tranquil on the surface. Yet beneath, it was tumultuous and tense. Ever since the ambush by Luo Minghai, the conflict between himself and Luo had reached a critical level, nearly a life-or-death situation. Both wielded considerable armed strength and commanded loyal troops. In such a volatile climate, how could Zichuan Xiu agree to let his most powerful and loyal general leave the capital? Once the balance of power was disrupted, he too feared losing control of the situation. Lin changed the subject, asking, How is the reorganization of the new army on your end? Sterling frowned. The progress is acceptable. The public is quite enthusiastic. Within a week, tens of thousands have volunteered to enlist, fueled by their anger towards the demon forces. However, funding is rather insufficient. I've repeatedly requested money from Luo Minghai, but he claims the finances are tight, and we can't afford to expand the army right now. He suggests waiting a month or two. Brother, you know that we can't afford to wait with tens of thousands needing training, food, and equipment. The new chief of staff, Gashan, has been cooperative. Upon my request, she allocated 70 million to temporarily ease our burden. But she also mentioned that any additional funds require the president's signature. Lin cursed vehemently. That fool Luo Minghai is deliberately making things difficult for you, completely disregarding the larger picture. He has no idea how tense our situation is. We've just suffered defeat, our main forces lost entirely in the Far East, and our family is at its most vulnerable. The defenses to the east are manageable, as the Gucci mountain range helps to fend off the demon armies. and Valen Fortress is relatively easy to defend, so the situation there isn't dire. However, to the west, Diling pointed, aside from the weak border troops, the Black Flag Army stationed at the second line of defense has suffered heavy casualties in the Far East. We have no reserve forces left. Moreover, the terrain from the western border to the capital is completely flat. We have no fortifications to protect us. At full gallop, the cavalry of the flowing wind and frost could reach the capital in less than a week. At that point, I'd like to see what Luo Minghai intends to use to defend against them. Sterling, let me show you something. Diling pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and quietly read. In the vicinity of Lake Dulan on the western border. The flowing wind forces have invaded our territory. My border troops, 71 SD Division Patrol, encountered them, resulting in casualties on both sides that we lost 7 men and 11 injured, one of whom is a young cavalryman. This incident occurred this morning at 6:20 a.m. And Commander Minghui urgently requested permission to counterattack that in a week. You can check the Military Affairs Office's dispatch room for verification. By then, Minghui's formal report should have arrived. Sterling, you are essentially in charge of military affairs at the command center. What are your thoughts? Sterling responded without hesitation. They are clearly provoking us, trying to test our resolve. Damn it, if it were up to me, I would order Minghui to strike hard and suppress their arrogance. How dare they bully the Zichuan family? Exactly. Diling slammed the table, cursing vehemently. They're not advancing simply because they are unaware of the extent of our losses in the Far East. They do not yet grasp our true situation that in fact, what stands before them is merely a piece of paper. If we show even a hint of weakness, they will immediately realize that the Zichuan family has indeed suffered greatly at that point. We would be utterly finished. That son of a dog, Luo Minghai, is still trying to undermine us at this critical juncture. Both men were high-ranking officials of the Zichuan family, grappling with immense pressure from external foes and internal political rivals amid challenging times. As two close friends gathered to drink and vent their frustrations, cursing freely lifted their spirits, alleviating some of the burdens they bore. Suddenly, Sterling had a revelation, exclaiming, "Wait, from here to the western border, even at full gallop without rest. It would take at least 5 days. How did you learn of the events there this morning so quickly?" Diling smiled enigmatically, his expression filled with satisfaction. "This is our supervisory office's secret weapon. As long as something occurs within my family's territory, and there's a branch of the supervisory office or military law office present, I receive news within a day, faster than Commander Zichuan Xiu himself." Sterling looked incredulous, exclaiming, "That's astonishing. It's nothing short of miraculous. You received news from the western border in less than a day. Is your messenger flying through the air?" His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "I think I understand. You are utilizing carrier pigeons to convey messages. Pigeons possess a remarkable ability to accurately locate their home, even when transported thousands of miles away. A fact well recognized by humanity. Many merchants of old employed pigeons as a means of transmitting business information. There was once a proposal to leverage carrier pigeons as a communication tool, establishing a nationwide network. However, while the idea is simple in theory, its execution proves to be exceedingly challenging due to various constraints related to funding, equipment, resources, manpower, and permissions. The first to successfully introduce this advanced communication method on a large scale into the military and political arenas, thereby constructing a rapid communication network across the nation, was indeed Diling. His fame has persisted throughout history because of this. Diling laughed heartily. "Ah, you've finally come to this realization. If my third brother were here, he would have understood at the mere mention. The truth is, from the initial conception to implementation, this endeavor did not take long at all. During the last Far East War, when the demon forces advanced with overwhelming momentum, everyone was caught off guard, thrown into chaos. It was then that I pondered this issue. Relying on cavalry messengers for communication was far too slow and insecure, easily intercepted and disrupted by the enemy. If we had a faster communication network, the situation would have been entirely different. Take the last Far East War as an example. If we had stationed a few carrier pigeon couriers at the border, the moment the demon forces crossed over, they could have sent an immediate alert, granting the Far East Command at least 3 to 5 days of advance warning. How could we have faced such a disarray otherwise? Sterling nodded repeatedly, fully aware of the circumstances at that time. Although the primary reason for their defeat was the overwhelming strength of the demon army, the mismanagement on their part was also a significant factor. Each unit acted independently, lost in confusion, unaware not only of the enemy's location but also of their own allies. With such disorganization, how could they possibly avoid defeat? Had there been a communication network in place, the scenario would have been entirely different, though, of course, the balance of power was skewed. With the demons being strong and well-prepared, the TO claim victory would have been difficult, but with proper preparation, they could have at least managed to defend several key lines, establishing a defensive stance along the Greywater and Blue Rivers, or even retreated further for greater security. Ideally, they would have preserved their main forces and retreated entirely to Valin.at the very least. They wouldn't have been forced to recklessly charge forward, risking lives to divert the demon forces and save millions of civilians. Sterling genuinely admired. Truly, your innovation holds more value than 20 fully equipped divisions. Brother, you are a genius. Amidst his admiration, he felt a surge of concern. Constructing such a vast project would undoubtedly require immense manpower, resources, and funding, involving numerous departments in operation. As the head of military affairs, he was alarmed by his own ignorance of this undertaking. Unexplainably, a sense of dread began to creep in. Hesitating, he inquired, "How did you manage this? It's remarkable that we had no inkling of such a monumental endeavor beforehand." Diling evaded the question, casually remarking, Our inspection office specializes in intelligence and confidentiality. If even you were aware of it, we would have no reason to exist." He promptly shifted the topic, asking, "Do you have any news regarding my third brother?" At the mention of this, Sterling grew troubled. "No, it's strange that I had asked Lord Lin Bing of Valin to keep an eye out for me, and she agreed, yet I haven't received any updates." Diling replied, "I possess more information than you do. According to the intelligence department, the demon headquarters has issued a personnel announcement stating that my third brother is about to replace Lei Hong as the Governor-General of the Far East." Sterling nodded. "I am already aware of this. It was announced last month." "Correct. Oh, but there is something else you might not know. 3 days ago, Bai Chuan and a few of my brother's subordinates, accompanied by the Xiu battalion, arrived at Valin Fortress requesting entry. They wished to return home, but were denied by Valin's commander, Lin Bing." Sterling's spirits lifted. "Where are they? I must meet them. I wish to see them as well." But alas, after being rejected by Lin Bing, Valin's military judge, Lu Zhun, threatened to execute them. They were frightened away and have not returned since. Diling cursed vehemently. That fool Lu Zhun. Always engaging in foolishness, he scared off such crucial witnesses and had the audacity to report to me with pride. I will send him to a suicide squad one of these days. "Oh," Sterling said, his expression dimming. "Did they say anything? Did they provide any information about my brother's whereabouts? Is he truly?" He struggled to finish the thought. The words treason remained lodged in his throat. Diling shook his head before leaving. They had a brief conversation with Lin Bing. This was reported by Lu Zhun. However, Lin Bing herself adamantly denies it, claiming she never saw those individuals. That I suspect she may fear my position as Inspector General and is reluctant to speak the truth. It would be best if you approached her privately. After all, you saved her and Luo Bo from the siege of Valin, and she owes you a favor. She might tell you the truth." Sterling nodded. "I will send a messenger to Valin tomorrow." Diling lifted his cup. "From my analysis, it is highly likely that Xiu has fallen victim to a trap set by the demons." Sterling replied calmly, "Truthfully, I have never believed that Xiu would betray us. He is not that kind of person." "Have you uncovered any new evidence?" "Indeed, the personnel announcement from the demons raises significant suspicions. Consider this. Even if Xiu had truly defected to the demons, it could only have occurred within the past month or two. How could the demons possibly assign such a vital position as the Governor-General of the Far East to a newly arrived defector, rather than appoint Lei Hong, who has proven his loyalty and capability? What could the demons possibly see in Xiu? He has neither wealth nor troops, making it impossible for him to compete with seasoned veterans like Lei Hong. By the way, during my last negotiations, I encountered Lei Hong. That fellow is now quite arrogant, having the privilege to flaunt himself before the demon emperor. This is absurd, and it is likely a smokescreen devised by the demons to mislead us." Sterling listened intently but lamented, "Your reasoning is sound. Yet this can only be considered indirect analysis. True, I understand that if we are to persuade the commander and the leadership, mere conjectures will not suffice. We require more compelling evidence. If only we could capture a few high-ranking demon officers. Sterling shook his head, setting aside the extreme danger of such an endeavor. If the demons are indeed framing Xiu, it would undoubtedly be highly confidential. Ordinary military leaders might be completely unaware of the situation. Diling scoffed coldly. Whether or not they are aware is inconsequential, once they fall into the hands of the inspection office. We can dictate what they say, can't we? At that point, their testimonies will be entirely fabricated. Sterling's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly grasping the implications, while he found Dingling's approach somewhat morally dubious upon further reflection. He realized there were no better alternatives. After all, it was hardly feasible to capture the demon emperor to prove Zichuan Xiu's innocence. Was it? He sighed and shook his head. Regardless, the truth will only be revealed when Xiu reappears. With the passage of time and no word from him, I truly fear that he has. He swallowed the ominous words. Diling rose, gazing out the window towards the eastern horizon, murmuring, "Heaven help us. May he remain safe." In the eastern sky, a bright star shone brilliantly. After stabilizing the morale of the troops, the first task of the Xiu battalion was to confirm their roster. During the recruitment in the Gixin province, the total strength of the Xiu battalion was over 8,400. After enduring several battles, the eradication of the remnants of the rebels, the ambush at Dusa, and the defense of Pai, the combat losses of the Xiu battalion totaled fewer than 200 compared to the Central Army's staggering casualty rate, where only fewer than 50,000 out of 150,000 returned home. The Xiu battalion's casualty rate was remarkably low, almost miraculous. People remarked, even the cooks are safer than this. Upon closer examination, the reasons were not particularly surprising. Since its establishment, the Xiu battalion had never engaged in a genuine confrontation. The eradication of rebel remnants relied on inducements and surrender. The battle against Yun Qinshui's forces depended on surprise and arson, and in the defense of Pai, whenever the demons launched an assault, the Xiu battalion would hastily retreat behind the Central Army's defenses, fervently cheering, "Go, go!" It was precisely for this reason that Zichuan Xiu recognized the Xiu battalion's greatest vulnerability, their inadequate individual combat capabilities. This ragtag group could intimidate common thieves, but should they genuinely encounter the elite forces of the demons, it was unlikely they would last 5 minutes. 8,000 men would disintegrate in an instant. He devised a plan, announcing in the military camp, "Let's have some fun. We will hold a martial arts competition, and anyone can participate. Come and sign up." The soldiers, lethargic and uninterested, yawned and ignored his call. On such a hot day, they preferred to seize the opportunity for a quick nap. The champion will receive 100 silver coins, along with a piece of Baichuan's personal attire. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Freshly changed. This is outrageous." In the depths of the mountains, the soldiers have long been restless, and upon hearing this, they couldn't help but let their noses bleed in excitement. With a sudden rush, hundreds of soldiers surged forward, all clamoring in unison, "I want to participate. Sign me up." Zichuan Xiu, with an air of tranquility, carried a table over to register names. As one person was insufficient, he called upon Roger and Mingyu for assistance. Once these two realized what was at stake, they immediately raised their hands. "I want to join as well." The raucous enthusiasm attracted individuals from nearby military camps. Upon witnessing the lively scene, a throng of people pushed their way in, oblivious to the situation, shouting, "Sign me up." Regardless of the purpose, with so many participants, it must be a good thing. As news spread, the entire Xiu battalion became aware of it, and inadvertently, the information transformed into, "The champion of the martial arts competition will receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins, along with a delightful evening with a Baichi noble." Afterward, Baichuan pursued Zichuan Xiu for 40 kilometers, and nearly the entire Xiu battalion had signed up. That day was truly unprecedented, a sea of people, due to the overwhelming number of participants. Zichuan Xiu had no choice but to divide them into dozens of arenas for preliminary and selection rounds. The various heroes of the Xiu battalion showcased their skills, engaging in fierce combat. With fists and feet flying, blades gleaming, a spectacle of unmatched brilliance, the audience outside the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. The referee, Zichuan Xiu, grew so tired he began to doze off, instructing, "After the match, the living one can wake me." The most promising contender, Mingyu, valiantly battled through 5 rounds, but, exhausted, collapsed on the ground in the 6th, his last words a resounding cry. "Who devised this schedule? Why is every opponent a towering giant over 2 meters 30? In the shade of a tree, Zichuan Xiu snored loudly, deep in slumber. When he suddenly sneezed, Roger's fortune was little better. His first opponent, skilled in the great strength finger, broke 2 of his ribs. The second, rumored to be a master of the eagle claw style, left a gaping hole in his backside. The third, employing the invincible Mandarin duck kick, shattered one of his leg bones. And the fourth, clearly an expert in iron sand palm, with calluses half an inch thick, merely touched him, causing Roger to vomit blood uncontrollably. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Roger angrily confronted Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu reassured him, "Your next opponent is a woman. Her technique is quite soft, so fear not." When Roger excitedly returned to the arena, Zichuan Xiu lazily added, "She practices the luring in leg. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Following a long, anguished scream, Roger was also carried off. The fierce competition continued late into the night, culminating in a bloodied, battered small soldier miraculously defeating his opponent in the finals. Zichuan Xiu dutifully awarded him coins and prizes, promoting him to squad leader, and announced to all, "Such competitions will become frequent. Everyone will have a chance." This martial arts tournament left innumerable grievances within the Xiu battalion. The soldiers, predominantly rebellious ruffians, held their pride in high regard. Being publicly thrashed was an everlasting humiliation, and they schemed to reclaim their honor. They were unconcerned with any code of chivalry, resorting to ambushes, hidden weapons, group attacks, lacing meals with sleep-inducing drugs, and setting traps. Every despicable tactic imaginable was employed. For several nights, the camps echoed with screams, and the veterans sighed, "Another brave soul has passed." Because the tournament involved multiple eliminations, Zhang San lost to Li Si, who was subsequently defeated by Wang Wu, and finally, Wang Wu was kicked off the stage by Chen Lu. Almost everyone had triumphed over 1 or 2 opponents. Yet each was also a vanquished foe to another. To untangle these intricate relationships of enmity and rivalry would require the accounting skills of an entire division. Everyone sought revenge, yet forgot they too could be targets of retribution. The vanquished desperately plotted vengeance, while the victors remained vigilant, fearful of being blindsided at any moment. In an instant, the entire camp was rife with paranoia in a bid for self-preservation. The fervor for martial training surged at this juncture. A plethora of treasure maps mysteriously appeared, scattered throughout the military, on the training grounds, in kitchen crevices, beneath pillows, under dining tables, in the armory, and even among the stacks of toilet paper. No one knew from whence these maps derived. These treasure maps typically contained only a few phrases. Unparalleled martial arts lie beneath the great stone in the cave on the mountain of a certain someone, followed by a rudimentary sketch of a map. Unparalleled martial arts are hidden at the top of the 5th pine tree in a certain forest. Unparalleled martial arts are buried 20 meters from the village road, beneath the entrance. Initially, no one took these treasure maps seriously. They all thought it to be a prank, until one bored soldier, with nothing to lose, decided to give it a try, following the map's guidance. He climbed the back mountain, discovered the cave, and indeed found a volume titled Flying Dragon Spear Manual. The martial arts recorded within were extraordinarily potent, and within 3 days of practice, he defeated his opponent from the tournament, a renowned warrior over 2 meters tall, leaving him bloodied and searching for his teeth. Strutting away in triumph, as word spread, the entire camp erupted with excitement. Just days prior, what had been used as toilet paper was now worth its weight in gold. Following the treasure map's guidance, they scoured the highest peaks, deepest abysses, dense forests, half-orc hideouts, pigsty troughs, and even atop the backs of millennia-old turtles and ponds. Digging tirelessly, they uncovered a trove of texts. Beginner's textbook of the 9 manual, popular edition of the 9 yang technique, elementary series for 2nd graders, 7 methods of the 9 bone claw, introductory lecture on the 18 dragon subduing palms, middle school student fitness guide, praying mantis fist, 98 edition of the Buddha's palm, premarital hygiene education, jade maiden technique of yin-yang dual cultivation. These treasure maps and martial arts manuals emerged in abundance, seemingly inexhaustible, satisfying the demand for each individual to possess a copy, with some even acquiring several, simultaneously practicing multiple styles. The soldiers were elated, envisioning their triumphant return in the next martial arts tournament. and they fervently dedicated themselves to mastering the various manuals, progressing remarkably, achieving incredible feats in their training. The entire Xiu battalion had transformed into a grand exhibition of diverse martial arts techniques throughout history. The agricultural troops dispatched to clear fields labored without oxen or plows, instead firmly establishing stakes and bellowing. 18 dragons subduing palms. With a tremendous crash, dust flew, and the ground was torn asunder in mere moments. The couriers, employing floating wave steps and 8 steps to chase the cicada, traversed rooftops and treetops with such agility that nearby half-orcs exclaimed, "Wife, come see the divine." The cooks, wielding their spatulas with the finesse of the Dugun 9 swords, created dishes that were inedible, either charred or undercooked. One fateful evening, a group of ruffians attempted to spy on Lord Baichuan during his bath, only to be captured outright. Enraged, Baichuan brought them before Zichuan Xiu, demanding, "Lord Xiuchuan, let them practice the sunflower manual." Just moments ago defiant, these ruffians turned into meek supplicants, bowing and begging for mercy. As their martial skills improved, incidents of revenge diminished, for everyone understood that with martial prowess now widespread, any act of aggression could lead to humiliation if their opponent possessed superior skills. That on a pitch-black night, in the cattle pen of Blue Village, 2 shadowy figures were burying something. "My lord, why complicate matters? Simply distribute a copy of the martial arts manual to each of them. Why go through such trouble, sneaking around every night like a thief? Mark the location. We'll return to draw a treasure map." Baichuan, "If I give it to them directly, they'll find it too easy, and they won't appreciate it. They certainly won't dedicate themselves to diligent practice like they are now. They must exert some effort to understand its value. I am being lenient here. You haven't read those martial arts novels, have you? For a single martial arts manual, tens of thousands perished, only to discover it was a forgery." "My lord, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand." "Never mind. I've muddled the timelines again. Let's go to the next treasure point." We've hidden in all other places. How about concealing this azure sky divine skill in the village latrine, while enhancing the military's combat capabilities? Zichuan Xiu remained mindful of his original vocation of prophet. He dispatched Diling and other half-orcs to various locations, carrying provisions to exchange for those precious minerals, gold, silver, diamonds, and magic crystals. Coincidentally, that year, the harvest in the Far East was poor, compounded by natural disasters and other calamities, leading to widespread famine. Grain prices surged dramatically, and Diling and his procurement team took advantage of the situation to inflate the costs. Astonishingly, a high-purity 20-carat sapphire could be traded for less than 100 kilograms of rice. The populace, unaware of the influential figure behind Diling, Zichuan Xiu, vociferously condemned him as a vampire, yet they came to trade out of necessity. After all, no matter how exquisite the gems, they could not substitute for sustenance. When the various precious minerals were finally delivered to Blue Village, Zichuan Xiu personally selected a group of absolutely loyal soldiers, led by Baichuan, to secretly transport the minerals back to the family's interior through a clandestine route in the mountains. A month later, upon their return, they brought with them a substantial supply of provisions and the much-needed weapons and equipment for the Xiu army training camp. Over 10,000 quality armors, sturdy shields, 5,000 powerful bows capable of shooting over 300 paces, nearly 10,000 bundles of top-grade arrows, and more than 5,000 spirited warhorses, in a gesture of generosity towards the half-orcs of Blue Village and its neighboring settlements who had aided them. Zichuan Xiu gifted them enough food to last a year, without asking for a single coin in return. During the Great Famine of the late 780s, while countless villagers perished from starvation, Blue Village and its surrounding communities managed to survive thanks to Zichuan Xiu's benevolence. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude, and soon the name, Light Lord, spread across dozens of nearby villages and towns. The entire province of Wag was aware that in Blue Village resided a compassionate lord who alleviated suffering. Village chiefs and elders flocked to Blue Village to seek an audience with the Light Lord, bringing with them their most treasured offerings, imploring him to save their starving villagers, their cries resonating day and night in the military camp. The kind-hearted Light Lord, unable to turn them away, reluctantly accepted their tributes and dispatched cartloads of food to them. The elders and village chiefs departed with immense gratitude, vowing to forever remember the Light Lord's grace, promising that whenever he called upon them, they would leap into fire or water without hesitation. Roger, having eaten his fill and brimming with excess energy from practicing advanced martial arts, found himself at a loss for activities and clamored for a job. Thus, Zichuan Xiu assigned him to lead several squads in search of extra income. From that day forth, the garrison of the Demon Occupation Army in the Wag province found themselves fortunate. As bizarre occurrences began to unfold, supply carts were repeatedly ambushed, bridges and roads were destroyed, and reconnaissance teams sent out vanished without a trace. Seemingly swallowed by the earth, at night, terrifying howls and cries of battle echoed from the dense forests surrounding the camp, preventing soldiers from sleeping. 3 high-ranking officers mysteriously perished on the same night, with no discernible cause. Even sentinels stationed at the camp's entrance inexplicably vanished. As if the ground had opened its maw to consume them, the demon soldiers speculated that malevolent spirits were at play. To bolster the morale of the troops, the occupying commander summoned several local shamans for counsel, who attributed the disturbances to poor feng shui and the mischief of demons. Nothing was too trivial for them to blame on supernatural forces. The commander treated the shamans to a lavish feast, and in return, they performed fervent dances under the sun, perspiring profusely. The shamans proclaimed, "All is well. The demons have been driven away." The demon camp heightened security and increased patrols after several days of peace. Just as the soldiers began to relax, strange incidents recurred. Fires broke out in the dead of night, consuming hundreds of tents and half a granary. Panic ensued, with demon soldiers too fearful to rest during the day and too apprehensive to sleep at night. Reluctant to venture beyond the camp's confines, and small units dared not stray more than 5 kilometers from the main camp. Exhausted from lack of food and sleep, their morale plummeted. Soldiers and officers alike roamed with bloodshot eyes, constantly glancing over their shoulders in trepidation. Meanwhile, Mingyu had been entrusted with a different mission. Zichuan Xiu pointed out that in the recently concluded Far East War, due to the rapid advance of the demon army, pockets of human survivors likely remained in the remote areas of various provinces, hidden from the demons searched to evade capture. These individuals had retreated into deep mountains and forests, becoming bandits reliant on robbery for survival. Upon hearing this, the 3 flag officers blushed and lowered their heads. Zichuan Xiu believed that although these human soldiers had faced defeat, their endurance in such harsh conditions and their repeated engagements with the demon forces indicated formidable combat capabilities. Furthermore, they had undoubtedly amassed valuable experience in guerrilla warfare against the demons. If these scattered, inconspicuous armed groups were to be united, they would form a considerable force, capable of sacking cities and territories. Their deep-seated hatred for the demons made them resilient, and they could potentially serve as the core of the Xiu army. Mingyu was tasked with establishing contact with them, organizing them, supplying them with weapons, food, and medicine, and devising methods of communication that balanced both kindness and authority, ensuring their compliance with our commands. Upon receiving his orders, Mingyu set off and indeed discovered numerous defeated soldiers of the Zichuan family in the remote areas highlighted by Zichuan Xiu, such as around the former southwestern camp of the Black Flag Army, Dusa Province, the Vista Forest, Daya Province, and Ilya Province. When the demon army first attacked, they had lost contact with their superiors and, without retreat orders, had been too afraid to withdraw. Facing overwhelming demon forces, they often banded together in groups of dozens or even hundreds, hiding in the mountains to continue fighting, cut off from the outside world. Unaware that the Zichuan family had already negotiated peace with the demons, as days turned into weeks, the demon forces grew stronger and their rule more secure, while their own people remained absent. Leaving them in near despair, that moment, Mingyu arrived, announcing that he came on the orders of the deputy commander, the Light Lord, to recruit them, tasked with reorganizing them for renewed combat against the demons. Although none of the soldiers had heard of this Light Lord, their prolonged isolation made them receptive to Mingyu's deep blue Zichuan military uniform and his declaration of re-engagement with the demons. Tears of joy streamed down their faces as they exclaimed, "We have finally awaited this day. Our family is finally striking back." Without hesitation, they followed Mingyu. He set out with merely 1 squad, but returned with several thousand. Constrained only by concerns that a larger contingent would attract the demons' patrols, he left behind food, medicine, and weapons for the rest, instructing them to lie low and await further orders. The guerrilla forces declared that as soon as the command from the Light Lord arrived, They would emerge from hiding and battle the demons to the death. Zichuan Xiu recognized that in the current climate of demon dominance, his fragile little regime could never hope to confront the formidable demon army head-on. To ensure their safety, the most crucial measure was to maintain strict information secrecy. He imposed a stringent ban on unauthorized assaults, mandating that any personnel needing to leave the Blue Village forest area for special missions must obtain his approval. Those dispatched with Zichuan Xiu's consent were seasoned ninjas, each cloaked in mystery, operating under the cover of darkness, evading detection by the demon patrols. In contrast, Zichuan Xiu invested considerable energy and resources into gathering military and political intelligence on the demons. With the assistance of Darun and other half-orcs, he established a highly efficient intelligence network spanning the entire Wag province and surrounding regions. Throughout the province, between forests, villages, and farms, there were numerous intelligence relay points established by the Xiu army. Informants were omnipresent: men, women, elderly, and children. An unassuming half-orc farmer, appearing dull-witted, concealed coded messages within an empty stick. Children playing by the roadside would silently lay down trees to relay news of passing demon soldiers. Smoke rising from rooftops served as signals for alerts. These underground operatives were remarkably well-informed, gathering intelligence that reached even the commander's study of the demon garrison, from troop strength to the governor's clothing size, all meticulously documented. Moreover, their communication was astonishingly swift. Information traveled across regions like a synchronized organism, so that any disturbance in one location would instantly alert Blue Village hundreds of miles away. By noon, the underground operatives in Blue Village would already know the breakfast menu of the demon garrison. Observing the daily expansion of their ranks and territory, a thriving and prosperous trend emerged, filling everyone with optimism for the future, especially by Chuan and other senior officers, witnessing the flourishing state of their forces and the unity of their ranks. Reflected on the contrast with just a few months prior when they had hidden in the Dura forest, struggling for survival, they all felt that following Zichuan Xiu had indeed been a wise decision. Recalling the promise made by Zichuan Xiu to ensure that everyone returns home in glory, the soldiers of the Xiu character camp revered him as if he were a deity, with renewed vigor. They prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the demonic race in the summer of the year 780 of the Empire, unbeknownst to all except for the demons and the Zichuan clan. A third force in the far east began its quiet ascent, centered around Blue Village and radiating within a radius of over 300 kilometers, bordered to the east by the Kaga jungle and backed by the formidable ancient Chichi mountain range. This was their territory. Zichuan Xiu's grand plan to preserve a portion of humanity under the yoke of the demonic race had succeeded. The command of the demonic occupying forces was entirely oblivious to its existence. Here, the future luminary king quietly expanded his power, ever vigilant against the encroachment of the demons. The formidable being destined to astonish the world was soon to be born.